Thunder roared as torrential rain poured down. Peter stood motionless at the entrance of the bar, completely drenched, his umbrella hanging unsteadily in his hand. He was waiting for Diana, his girlfriend of 6 years. But she walked out of the bar arm in arm with a strange man, without even looking at him, and just said break up. After saying that, he got into the eye-catching sports car and left with the rich second generation. The headlights flashed, clearly illuminating Peter's miserable appearance. He just stood there, staring blankly at the direction where the taillights disappeared. The corners of his mouth trembled, but he couldn't say a word. They dated for 6 years. Her parents disapproved, and he endured. She despised him for being poor, and he worked hard to make money. He never imagined that all this would ultimately end in being cruelly abandoned in a rainstorm. Peter's throat tightened, and his hand holding the umbrella couldn't stop shaking. He had always thought he could hold on until the day of happiness, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to have a decent breakup. He lowered his head, his eyes red. The next second, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky and struck the umbrella above his head. Severe pain instantly spread throughout his body. Peter's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up again and found an unfamiliar message on his phone screen. Congratulations to the host for becoming the lucky one chosen by God. From today on, unlock the system of getting rich quick and earn 100 million every day. Peter was stunned for a moment, then opened his mobile banking app and saw that there was actually an extra 100 million in cash. He blinked, thinking he was still dreaming. The system indicated that he would be given 100 million yuan in pocket money every day, which he could spend or invest. The system would help him track the future returns of his investment projects and grant special rewards when he reached milestones such as 10,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan, 1 million yuan, 10 million yuan, and 100 million yuan. Looking at the real numbers before his eyes, Peter realized that his life had changed. Now he had to decide his next step. Now that I'm rich, it would be unreasonable not to buy an RV. I don't even have a place to live, so I'll study houses first. He muttered to himself. He closed the mobile banking interface, opened the map, and searched for high-end residential areas in Lomi City. He quickly locked onto the most expensive property, with an average price of 120,000 yuan per square meter. Peter now, the price is not a problem. He immediately took a taxi to the community and planned to buy a house directly. Diana, sitting in the M4 luxury car, gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and murmured softly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The man next to her had slightly darker skin and a sinister smile on his face. He slowly placed his hand on hers, his tone gentle but calculating. Xiaoxi, Annie is right. You deserve better. Are you willing to rent a house with him? Or go into debt for the rest of your life just to pay off a house? Diana glanced back at him and said calmly, My mom only told me to break up with Peter, not to be with you. Mr. Zhao, please stop the car. The man surnamed Zhao wanted to say something else, but when he saw her gaze, he could only snort coldly, parked the car on the side of the road, and watched her take a taxi away, his eyes gradually becoming gloomy. Stop pretending. One day you'll be mine, and then I'll ask you to beg me so hard you won't even be able to find the right tone. He muttered in a low voice. Diana naturally didn't know what Mr. Zhao was thinking. She arrived at her new workplace and changed into new work clothes. This time, she had completely severed ties with Peter and even changed her job. But just as she walked out of the locker room, her steps suddenly stopped. Standing in front of her was a familiar person who shouldn't be there, Peter. Her new job was as a salesperson at the Longteng Jiyuan Sales Center, and Peter was standing in the lobby at the moment, preparing to look at houses. Peter's only purpose for this trip was to buy a house, but a girl offered him a bottle of water. Sir, would you like to see the house? The girl asked enthusiastically. Peter took the water and responded with a smile. Yes. What types of apartments are available? The girl was young, with short hair, fair skin, and lively eyes. Although not gorgeous, she had a fresh temperament. She led Peter to the sand table and introduced it carefully. Have some water first. Whether you want to buy it or not, I'll introduce it to you first. Peter's attention wasn't on her at the moment. As he approached the sandbox, an upward arrow appeared before his eyes. As he got closer, a line of words appeared on the arrow. Longtengjin, housing prices will increase by 62% in 3 years. His eyes lit up. It looked like this was exactly the auxiliary function the system was talking about. Although the reason for the increase was not clearly stated, he chose to trust the system and immediately interrupted the girl's introduction. Which is the most expensive and best house here? The girl's eyes lit up, and she excitedly pointed the laser pen at the highest point of the sandbox. Building 7, the king of the building. The top 3 floors are all 520 square meters, with a 270-degree river view, fully furnished, and free appliances. Peter quickly calculated in his mind that one set would cost about 31.2 million, and 3 sets would be less than 100 million. So he nodded immediately. Okay, I'll take these 3 sets. The girl didn't react for a moment and stammered, I have to go call the manager. After saying that, he hurried to the office. Peter unscrewed the water bottle and calmly drank the water while waiting for her to come back. But before the manager arrived, Diana suddenly appeared in front of him. How did you find yourself here? I told you were done. She lowered her voice agitated. Peter was stunned. He didn't expect her to work here. He only remembered her as a cosmetic saleswoman at a shopping mall. Leave quickly. The manager will come and ask security to kick you out soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl who received him came out with the manager. Peter went up to him with a smile and explained his purpose. When the manager heard that the house was purchased in full, a smile immediately spread across his face, and he hurried over to greet us. In today's real estate winter, buying a house with full payment is the VIP among VIPs, and no one dares to neglect it. The manager revealed that the asking price for the top-floor apartment was 32 million, but the reserve price was 29.5 million, and he could help get it. Peter nodded and said cheerfully, Okay, just these 3 sets, go and get the order. Heard Peter ask her to issue an invoice. She was stunned, then blushed, and her heart beat fast. The 3 sets are worth nearly 100 million yuan, and with a commission of 0.3%, she can get nearly 300,000 yuan. Diana finally reacted and rushed over immediately. Have you had enough of the trouble? Her expression was complicated, and she couldn't hide her anger. Peter just smiled, didn't respond, and handed the bank card to the girl. After confirming the amount, he entered his password, and the card machine made a ding sound, indicating that the deduction was successful. Peter felt relaxed, the manager was smiling, and the salesperson was surprised. Diana was completely stunned. 3 apartments, nearly 90 million. Where did Peter get the money from? This is beyond belief. She almost collapsed. Where did you get this money? Did you rob a bank? Peter looked at her as if he were looking at an ignorant child. Do you think you can carry 100 million? We've known each other for 6 years. When did I ever say I didn't have money? I wanted to approach you as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was indifference and disgust. I'm tired of pretending. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm a billionaire. I'm going to show my cards. Diana's pupils contracted violently. Her body trembled slightly, and she was unable to speak. Peter walked towards the salesgirl and signed a contract with her. The second largest unit is a 260 square meter, 2-unit apartment with 6 bedrooms and 3 living rooms on 1 floor, and the largest unit is the 3-story flat purchased by Peter. When the elevator reached the 31st floor, the door opened and a separate door appeared in front of Peter. It feels great to have only one family living on an entire floor without having to share the elevator entrance and corridor with others. After opening the door, the layout of 8 bedrooms and 4 living rooms comes into view. The decoration is high-end, and the floors and appliances are all from big brands. The cleanliness of each floor is also satisfactory, and you can almost move in with just your luggage. The decoration of the 31st and 32nd floors is the same and was completed by the developer. However, the 33rd floor was a little different. This floor was a consignment house. When entering, Yuna's eyes lit up, but Peter felt a little uneasy. The decoration style here is obviously different from the previous 2 floors. Pink is the main color, and there are mirrors and crystal chandeliers everywhere. The ceiling and walls are decorated with sparkling lights, and the whole space is full of girlishness. The cloakroom area has been expanded to 100 square meters, and the interior layout is extremely detailed, with separate areas for clothes, bags, and shoes. Peter raised his brows slightly and began to wonder whether he should redecorate. Peter was too lazy to pretend with her and went straight to the reception room to wait for the owner. When he saw the owner of the 33rd floor, he was stunned. He was an acquaintance. The woman was wearing sunglasses and looking at her phone. When she heard Peter calling her name, she was obviously stunned. She stood up and asked who he was. Peter introduced himself and said that he was a former employee of her company and was laid off by her yesterday. The woman's name is Chloe. She is 1 year older than Peter. She is a rich second generation from a prominent family, and her family has substantial assets. But because of the failure of his business, he now has to sell the house to keep the company running. Chloe loves beauty, which can be seen from the decoration of her 33rd floor. But today she looks haggard without makeup and is obviously in a low mood. As the two were talking, the manager came in, handed them the contract, and asked them to confirm it and sign it. Chloe stared at Peter and asked him why he, a rich second generation, was still working in someone else's company. She thought Peter was just like her, acting arbitrarily because his family was rich. Peter did not respond and silently accepted the misunderstanding. Anyway, he could not explain the existence of the system. Chloe took advantage of her acquaintance to try to raise the price, saying that her place had been renovated and hoped Peter would add some money. Peter sneered in response. He didn't like her style at all and was planning to dismantle and rebuild it. Chloe heard that the money was going to be deducted. She became anxious and quickly begged him to close the deal at $29.5 million, saying that she was really short of money. Peter agreed. The contract had been signed, and he just wanted to scare her for fun. Chloe handed over the property certificate, and both parties signed. The sales office arranged the transfer procedures. She said she was going back to the company, and Peter was going home to pack his luggage and prepare to move. As soon as he walked out of the sales lobby, Chloe spoke again, asking him if he wanted to invest in her company and if she could give him more shares. She took off her sunglasses and raised an eyebrow, looking quite charming. Chloe is 1.7 meters tall and has an outstanding figure. She is eye-catching even without makeup, but Peter is not attracted by her. The system marked a green arrow above her head, and with a thought, a piece of data emerged. Yuyun Technology currently has 247 million yuan in debt and is expected to go bankrupt within 3 months. Even with capital injection, it will still lose 37% annually. This is not an investment. It's throwing money to fill a bottomless pit. Peter will naturally not be fooled. He smiled and shook his head, saying that money doesn't come from the wind and he doesn't plan to invest. Chloe turned hostile, snorted coldly, and threatened that he would regret it when the company went public in the future. After saying that, she got into her Porsche Panamera, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Peter stood there and smiled, thinking that the car was driving quite aggressively. He thought that it was time for him to buy a car, but there was no rush and he would move first. So he took a taxi and returned to his old rented house. He started packing his things as soon as he entered the door. He didn't notice it at first, but when he really started moving, he found that there were too many things. Clothes, bedding, and daily necessities were piled into several large bags, which he could not move by himself. I wanted to ask my friends for help, but was afraid of disturbing them at work, so I decided to hire a moving company. While waiting for the moving company, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the door. This type of people always like to use small things to create a sense of superiority and will find fault even if the tenant has no problem. But as soon as she walked in, before she could start to complain, Peter took the initiative to say that he was going to move, which caught her off guard. He didn't look back, nor did he plan to show her the new house. She didn't deserve it. After the moving company delivered the luggage to Longtingjin, Peter led his men directly to the 32nd floor of Building 7. As soon as the elevator opened, he saw Yuna squatting at his door, seemingly hesitating about something. "Yuna, did you leave something at my house?" Peter asked. Hearing the sound, Yuna quickly stood up with a shy smile on her face. "No, I knew you were moving today, and I was worried you might be too busy, so I thought I'd come over and help." Her voice trembled slightly, and she was obviously nervous, but her eyes were sincere. If you look beyond his identity and take a calm approach, Peter is indeed someone worthy of a woman's trust. She has good looks, a good figure, and a decent personality. Most importantly, she is rich and really rich. If she could be with him, even if she couldn't be his principal wife, she might not be unable to accept being his concubine. It's just that she has never had a boyfriend before, so there are some things she really can't say out loud. Thinking of this, her face flushed and even her ears turned red. Peter noticed her blush and turned to ask, "Are you tired from cooking, or is the air conditioner too cold?" She waved her hands quickly. "It's okay. Maybe the kitchen is too hot. Just warm it up." After saying that, he pretended to fan himself naturally. Peter didn't think much about it and continued eating. After a while, he finished 3 big bowls of rice. Yuna ate slower than him, but also finished. Diana locked the door. Her mother knocked gently on the door and asked her softly if she wanted something to eat. There was no response from inside the door. Her mother's face instantly turned cold. She turned to look at her husband standing beside her, her tone filled with anger. Her mother's face darkened, but she refused to give in, still insisting that she had arranged the breakup and it was too late to regret it now. The two quarreled even more fiercely, and finally her father had no choice but to slam the door and leave, saying that he was going out to eat in peace and not to bother anyone. As soon as he left, her mother burst into tears in the restaurant, scolding him for being cowardly and not having the courage to stand up for her daughter, and scolding him for wanting to abandon her and her daughter. She was crying, but her face was clear and there was only calculation in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said that she wanted Peter to give half of the house to Diana. She muttered to herself, went back to her room, turned on her phone, and started sending messages looking for a way out. At this time, Diana sat quietly in the room with a dull expression. Her parents' quarreling could be heard in her ears, as if she had returned to her childhood. She grew up in such an environment since she was a child. She hated going home since then. She started living on campus in high school and didn't come back on weekends in college. After graduation, Peter suggested that they live together, and she immediately agreed, feeling relieved as if she had escaped from a cage. But she didn't know when it started, but she got used to going home again, and even liked her mother's nagging and let her control her. She unknowingly turned into the childhood self who could not escape her mother's control. Thinking of this, she smiled bitterly and buried her head in the pillow. The next morning, at daybreak, Diana got up, washed, and prepared to go to work. She was still feeling down, but today was her second day at work, and she couldn't take a day off. When she went into the dressing room to change into work clothes, other sales ladies also arrived one after another, but when they saw Lou, she knew in her heart that Peter was a fool. It was she who took the initiative when they went to the hotel for the first time. But this woman actually dared to call him Brother Kai? How shameless. There's no man who doesn't cheat. If he really had the means, he would definitely be more cautious and afraid of getting into trouble. You might not be able to handle a man of this level. Why don't you give me your contact information? Just give it to me. I just had breast augmentation surgery. Another girl interrupted, showing her jealousy without any concealment. Bah, who among the rich would like fakes? They would definitely like natural things like me. You are natural, but your face is not good. They talked to each other, and their words became more and more explicit. Diana's face turned pale when she heard this. She quickly changed her clothes and left the locker room. She was afraid that she would explode if she stayed for another second. As soon as she walked out of the locker room, she saw Zhao Yu standing in the hall, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hand. It seemed that he was looking for her. But Zhao Yu was chatting and laughing with a sales lady at this time, with an ambiguous look in his eyes. The two of them were standing very close to each other, almost touching. Diana closed her eyes, and the comparison between Zhao Yu and Peter emerged in her mind. She once thought that Zhao Yu's only advantage was that he was rich. But now, looking at him, he has nothing left, while the man who once had nothing now has everything. The most ironic thing for her was that she actually let go of that man who could do anything. Chu. Peter rubbed his nose and wondered to himself if the air conditioner was turned too cold last night. He shook his head and drew his attention back. Now was not the time to think about these things. He had already arrived at his destination for the day, Tianyi Securities. Tianyi Securities is one of the most influential stock exchanges in Longyi City and even the entire Lingjiang province. It has a good reputation, large capital flow, and a very solid position in the financial circle. It is the preferred investment platform for many big clients. More importantly, it is backed by several strong private banks, so it will not go bankrupt easily even if the financial market is turbulent. It is precisely because of this that Peter included this securities company in his list of partners. After getting off the car, he walked straight into the hall. It was very deserted inside. Perhaps it was because he came too early, or perhaps the market. He doesn't understand the complicated ins and outs of the financial world, but he still has some backbone and kindness as a human being. When Yuna helped him move, he let her take a deal. Now that he met Grace, he is willing to let her participate in the deal. Grace heard this. An incredible expression appeared on her face, and she looked at Peter in surprise and joy. Seeing this, Sun Tao smiled and said, "Then stay and pour tea." After the three of them entered the office, Sun Tao and Peter sat down, while Grace sat at the coffee table and started making kung fu tea. These frontline sales representatives have all received special training in tea making, and their movements are skillful and the aroma of tea is everywhere. Soon, a cup of fragrant green tea was brought to Peter. He looked at the tea in the cup and pretended to take a sip. In fact, he doesn't drink tea at all. The one he is most familiar with is iced black tea, but he still has to put on a show. Seeing this, Sun Tao smiled and introduced, "This is the Guzhong Maojian tea that just arrived this year. If Mr. Peter likes it, I will prepare some for you later. Don't worry about that for now. Let's talk about business first, the issue of deductions and commissions." Peter put down his teacup and said straight to the point. The handling fee for opening an account with us is 30,000 yuan, but I'll waive this small fee for you. Ryan spoke with a smile on his face and looked at Peter. As for the trading, we charge a 2% management fee and a 20% profit share. Of course, I can adjust it for you, with a management fee of 1.8% and a profit share of 19%. On the surface, the reduction is not much, but for a fund of 100 million, a management fee of 0.2% is 200,000, and a profit of 1% is immeasurable. But Peter didn't intend to give them this opportunity. He raised his hand to interrupt Ryan's introduction and said firmly, I don't need your advice. I want a trader who only follows my instructions. Ryan's expression became noticeably tense, and he quickly spoke. Mr. Peter, are you completely at my beck and call? Honestly, the stock market is even more ruthless than gambling. One wrong decision can wipe out everything. We understand you want to participate, but we sincerely recommend leaving it to professionals. The reason why he dissuaded him was, firstly, that he was reluctant to give up the high commission, and secondly, that he was afraid of losing everything. The outside world is not aware that Peter is personally managing the market. They only know that Tianyi Securities lost money, which damaged the company's reputation. Especially in the current economic downturn, every financial operation must be handled with caution, and they dare not let their clients operate on their own. Peter said impatiently, I only want obedient traders. You won't be responsible for the profits or losses, and I'll bear the consequences myself. So will you take this job? He looked at Ryan, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Ryan was suddenly in a difficult situation. To be honest, he really couldn't bear to give up this order. He could make a lot of money from the management fee of 100 million. But if something really goes wrong, not only will the money be lost, the company will also be blamed, and it may even damage the reputation of Tianyi Securities in the entire Lomi city. He pondered for a few minutes and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Peter, but if you insist on doing it yourself, I'm afraid we won't be able to take such a large order. Peter nodded and turned to leave. In that case, even if the deal doesn't go through, I'll still look at the other ones. Ryan sighed, feeling a little reluctant, but Tianyi Securities was a large company with a huge business and could afford 100 million. He shook Peter's hand and walked him to the elevator. After leaving Tianyi Securities, Peter stood on the street, waiting for a car while searching for other securities companies. Just as I was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind me. Mr. Peter. He looked back and saw Grace chasing out of the building, which made him slightly stunned. Is she here to change her mind? Grace stood still, gritted her teeth, and said, I heard you say that we only need traders who follow instructions, not consultants, right? Looking at her determined eyes, Peter immediately understood. Does she want to do private work? Yes. You want to do it? But you're not enough on your own. 110 million in funds needs to be split into hundreds of accounts, and it would require at least a dozen people to operate. Also, I may need to switch to Hong Kong and US stocks later, which will require bank connections. That's why I'm looking for a securities company. Besides, I may not trust your professionalism. He expressed his concerns openly. Mr. Peter, I understand. Besides myself, I can bring over a dozen other people. You can sign a trial contract with us and terminate it at any time if you're not satisfied. I also know insiders at Jinya, Yinxin, and Minzhong Bank who can handle the connection issues. Grace pushed up her glasses, her eyes sparkling. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. She didn't know how much longer she would have to stay at Tianyi Securities. Peter frowned slightly and began to weigh the risks. Although private teams are flexible, there is no guarantee what will happen if something goes wrong. But think about it. The maximum loss would be 100 million, and he could earn it back tomorrow, so the risk is worth taking. How long will it take you to prepare? If we only trade A shares, we can start right away. For Hong Kong stocks, it might take a few days. But you can't ask us to trade Hong Kong stocks right away, right? Grace asked tentatively. Peter nodded. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll arrange the office space, but you guys should prepare the computers yourself. Bring your people here to gather in 10 minutes. Yes. Grace responded excitedly and immediately took out her phone to make a call. Peter began to think about who should be in charge of this temporary combat command room. Cooperating with securities companies, the network, catering, and office equipment are all guaranteed. But now that he is working with a private team, he has to arrange all these things personally. But who can do it? Call him his former brother? There was no way they could trust him easily now. If he suddenly called them and asked them to quit their jobs and join him, even he himself might not agree. So you have to find someone who understands him and trusts his abilities. He thought for a moment, and his eyes fell on the screen of his mobile phone. The WeChat contact he had just added yesterday, Yuna. She, maybe she could give a try. Mr. Peter, everyone is here. 10 minutes was neither long nor short. By the time Peter had arranged the venue at Longtingjin, Grace had already gathered 14 people. These people include both men and women, and they are not very old. At first glance, they are grassroots employees of Tianyi Securities who cannot attract big clients, but they obviously have good trading experience. Each of them carried a laptop, and although they looked a little nervous, they also showed a certain professionalism. Peter glanced at it and said, "Drive the car yourself. If there's no room, take a taxi to Longtingjin. I'll reimburse the full cost." After hearing what he said, everyone still had some doubts in their hearts. How could they take on a private job without even arranging a special car? But thinking that this opportunity wasn't originally meant for them, but was something Grace had fought for, they stopped talking. Several people went to the parking lot together to prepare the vehicles, and Peter also took one. When everyone arrived at Longtingjin and looked at the exterior of the community, they began to feel puzzled. Why was the operation location set up in a residential area? But when the elevator stopped on the 31st floor and I walked into Peter's home, all my doubts disappeared in an instant. The living room was completely cleared out, leaving only a 100-inch TV in the middle. The rest of the room had been arranged into a simple trading work area. Each seat is equipped with a gigabit network cable. Although it is not as good as the configuration of a formal exchange, it is sufficient to support operational needs. Yuna was directing the property staff to install the equipment when she came over and reported to Peter. "Brother Kai, the tables and chairs are ready, and the internet has been enhanced. I haven't bought the coffee machine yet, so I've ordered coffee downstairs. I'll buy the fruit later. Lunch hasn't been ordered yet. Is there anything else you'd like to add?" Peter nodded, instructing her to continue at her own pace. "Get the fruits and drinks ready, and order a 5-star private dining set for lunch. All the accompanying dishes must be top-notch. Don't skimp. Also, you're the only one who can enter this room from now on. No one else is allowed to enter or leave." Yuna nodded in agreement and immediately continued with the arrangements. Grace had already completed the network debugging. All devices were connected to the main screen, and the market data was displayed synchronously on the TV. Peter walked over to the big screen and stared at the densely packed stock charts. But his perspective is different from that of ordinary people. The time nodes of rise and fall are clearly marked above each stock. Even the maximum amount suitable for investment is clearly marked, and the risk warnings are clear at a glance. This information is obviously not something that ordinary investors can see. What he sees are the secrets marked by the system. While he was analyzing the market trends, Grace also came over with 14 trading accounts. "These are our public accounts. We will be using them for trading later. Please instruct us on how to allocate the funds." Peter didn't hesitate. 7.5 million per account, divided among yourselves. Then he glanced around the room, his tone stern. "Remember, you buy whatever I say. Anyone who operates without authorization will be immediately cleared out and held accountable. Do you understand?" After hearing his warning, everyone responded in unison, indicating that they understood. After a while, 105 million yuan of funds were quickly deposited into 14 accounts, awaiting transfer orders. Peter looked at the screen and gave his first command. 3 accounts bought Tianyuan information, stock code 3001XX@SZ. In full, 2 accounts bought Longyan Environment, 4 accounts bought Blue Sky Medical, and the remaining 5 bought Yinxia Technology. Grace immediately conveyed the order, and each trader opened the software to search for the corresponding stocks. But when they really saw the information of these tickets, doubts arose in their hearts. Tianyuan Information makes communication base stations. A few days ago, they were demolished in many places due to radiation problems, and their stock price plummeted for 4 consecutive days. Longyan Environment's trend is stable, with no hotspots and little trading activity. Blue Sky Medical was once involved in a CEO bribery scandal, and the hospital director was also investigated, causing its reputation to be ruined and its stock price to plummet. The only one that is barely acceptable is Yinxia Technology, but even so, the industry's predicted increase will not exceed 1.37%. These tickets don't look like profitable options at all. But in the face of doubt, Grace only said one sentence: "Follow the instructions." Everyone had no choice but to execute the buy order with suspicion and invest all 105 million yuan in these 4 stocks. After the operation was completed, they turned to look at Peter, but he had already walked to the rest area, picked up the teacup, and drank tea calmly. They were still wondering in their hearts. Is this the end? I can't see any special logic in this combination, but it looks more like a thunderbolt package. But they don't know that the rise and fall time, stock accumulation situation, and margin call edge of these stocks in Peter's eyes have already been clearly marked. This is not a gamble. It is the beginning of precise harvesting. Mr. Peter, what should we do next? Grace couldn't help but speak. You don't have to do anything, just take a rest. Drink water if you're thirsty, go to sleep if you're tired, and then you can start when I say to sell it. Peter's tone was calm, and there was no ripple. Grace hesitated for a moment, then walked to Peter in everyone's gaze and looked at him with some confusion. She didn't quite understand what this meant. She had been operating nervously just a moment ago, but now she suddenly felt relaxed. However, since the boss had spoken, she didn't know what to say, but she still had some doubts about the 4 stocks. Of these 4 stocks, except for Yinsha Technology, which may have some long-term value, the other 3 are not suitable to buy now, right? Grace whispered. Peter didn't explain too much, just smiled and asked her, "Do you believe that they will explode in size in half an hour?" These words made Grace stunned. She looked at Peter with a little more surprise in her eyes. "Do you have any inside information?" she asked tentatively, her voice low. Peter just smiled and didn't answer. He didn't have any inside information. He just relied on the system's prompts. Grace didn't ask any more questions, thinking that the result would be clear in half an hour. But before 30 minutes had passed, only more than 10 minutes had passed when the first movement appeared. The Blue Sky Medical, which had been green, suddenly turned upward, and a small arrow slowly rose up. The 2 traders who were watching the screen were immediately stunned, rubbed their eyes, and then exclaimed, Blue Sky Medicine has increased. Where is it? Let me see. Has it really gone up? I haven't heard anything about it. It's rising pretty fast, almost to 1 cent. It's already 1.3 cents. This is too much. Hearing these people's discussions, the other people who were walking around the room immediately gathered over. Everyone sat back in their seats and stared at the stock price curve of Blue Sky Medical on the screen. Peter saw this scene, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He knew that this was just the beginning. According to the system prompts, this stock will not only hit the daily limit, but will also continue to rise for several days, with the final increase exceeding 60%. Although it can increase by about 4% in the long run, that amount of money is no longer worth Peter's attention. The only regret is that Blue Sky Medical is too small. If more than 100 million yuan is invested in it, it will be crushed. Otherwise, he would have put all his positions in this stock by now. At this time, the traders had no idea about these inside stories. They just thought that the stock price went up a little almost every time it was refreshed. It's already over 1%. It's almost 2%. Will this trend break 3% this morning? I feel like even 5% can't stop it. It's crazy. While everyone was still discussing Blue Sky Medicine, another voice rang out. Tianyuan information has also started to rise. After hearing this, everyone immediately switched to another interface and found that Tianyuan information also began to rise. Then, someone else exclaimed, Longyan environment has also moved. It has increased. Sure enough, 3 of the 4 stocks Peter bought have started to rise rapidly with extremely strong momentum. At this time, the only stock that is still rising slowly is Yinsha Technology. Grace stared at the Yinsha Technology chart on her screen, her throat moving slightly as she swallowed lightly. She looked at Peter again, this time with eyes full of admiration and shock. She was almost certain that Peter must have some unknown information. His calm and composed appearance is a true portrayal of remaining calm even when faced with the collapse of Mount Tai. At this time, the average increase of the 4 stocks had reached about 2%. Based on an investment of 100 million, the company has already made a profit of 2 million. Peter still had a nonchalant expression, as if nothing had happened. In Grace's heart, this is the man who can truly accomplish great things. But if Peter knew what she was thinking at this moment, he would probably laugh out loud. The reason why he was calm was not because he was pretending, but because he had no idea about the so-called increase of a few cents per share. He had never traded stocks before, so how could he understand these details? He relied entirely on system prompts and the information he had looked up the night before. The only thing he understood was that the amount in his account was increasing, and increasing rapidly. It's just that the system hasn't calculated the book profit yet, so he can't withdraw the money. Just as everyone was immersed in the rising stock price, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Blue Sky Medical, which was the first to rise, had already risen by 6%. At the same time, a piece of news suddenly broke out on the internet. Blue Sky Medical's R&D department held a press conference to announce a key breakthrough in the third-generation targeted drug. The third phase of clinical trials has been completed, and the countdown to market launch has officially begun. Everyone then understood why the Blue Sky Medical Association suddenly skyrocketed. It was obvious that some investors had learned the inside information in advance. Those big funds have already entered the market in advance and seized the opportunity. After seeing this news, ordinary investors rushed online to buy Blue Sky Medical shares. But they soon discovered that all the scattered shares on the market had already been sold out and were no longer available for purchase. As attention surged, Blue Sky Medicine's growth rate accelerated again. In less than 20 minutes, around 10:30 in the morning, the stock hit the daily limit. A daily limit up means a 10% increase, which means Peter has made $1.5 million from the stock alone. At this time, the stock market asset in his hands was worth $16.5 million. The starting point for the other three stocks has just arrived. As soon as the Blue Sky Medical news came out, the State Information Bureau also released the Tianyuan Information Investigation Report. Sister Sue, the Ministry of Information has released a statement confirming that there are no issues with Tianyuan Information's equipment and that the radiation levels are within the permitted levels. Someone got the latest news and immediately shouted out, attracting Grace's attention. Grace hurried over to take a look, and, just as he said, as soon as the news came out, Tianyuan Information stock price rose sharply. Just as everyone was staring at the almost straight-line growth of Tianyuan Information stock price, Peter also walked over slowly. Attention, when Tianyuan Information reaches its first daily limit, sell all of it. Sell? Yes. Although the traders were surprised to hear Peter's order, they still responded decisively. They originally had some confidence in Tianyuan Information, but now they no longer dare to question Peter's judgment. After all, these 2 hours of operation have completely convinced them. Peter asked everyone to sell is that although Tianyuan Information can make a comeback, there is not much room for follow-up. The stock was originally priced around 12.31 yuan, but it fell to 10.08 yuan due to reports of excessive radiation. Now that the negative news has been clarified, there will indeed be a rebound, but the magnitude will ultimately be limited. Unlike Blue Sky Medicine, which relies on the research and development of new drugs to create future space, Tianyuan Information has only temporarily restored confidence. Peter knew that Tianyuan Information's price would at most return to its previous level. It would be better to reap profits during the first wave of limit up. He is too lazy to wait for it to slowly climb. Just after the instructions are given here, several people who were watching Longyan Environment on the other side also discovered new information. Longyan Environment also issued an announcement. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Longyan Environment and found that there was indeed a new situation. However, this news has nothing to do with the product, but rather a major change in the equity structure. Longyan Environment's largest shareholder transferred its equity to Kairui Bio, which will inject 8 billion yuan. Kairui Bio is the country's leading bioenvironmental protection company, with a market value of over 200 billion yuan. With the addition of such heavy capital, the market is naturally optimistic about the future of Longyan Environment. As a result, Longyan Environment stock price also took off rapidly and entered a skyrocketing mode. Grace looked at this scene and once again cast an astonished gaze at Peter, her eyes almost shining. The information Peter possesses spans 3 industries: medicine, environmental protection, and communications. He is truly amazing. She couldn't help but think that if even Yinxia technology could explode, it would be at a monstrous level. At this time, Peter was giving instructions to the people in charge of Longyan environmental operations. You can hold Longyan Environment for 2 days and sell it tomorrow when it hits the daily limit. Yes, boss. Everyone nodded in agreement without hesitation. After several hours of operation in the morning, they now obey Peter's orders. The only stock that has not started at this time is Yinxia Technology, and everyone is waiting for its explosion point. No one doubts whether it will rise anymore. They're just waiting for the time to come. Just as I was staring at the screen, Yuna came back with a few workers carrying a lot of things in her hands. In the kitchen, she began to clean the fruit, arrange the drinks, and adjust the coffee machine. In a short while, she had neatly arranged the rest area, with all kinds of drinks, snacks, and fruits available. At 11:30, the stock market was temporarily closed, and the lunch Yuna ordered was delivered on time. She ordered this from a high-end private restaurant nearby. She had eaten there before during a company team-building event, and the taste and portion were both very good. Each meal was enough for an adult, and the atmosphere was particularly warm as 16 people sat around in the restaurant for dinner. Peter was also very satisfied. The food tasted good, and there were all kinds of fruits and snacks. Most importantly, he saved a lot of money. Yuna purchases these materials in bulk, almost at the purchase price, which is much cheaper than retail. An assistant who works efficiently, saves money, and is pleasing to the eye naturally puts Peter in a good mood. During the meal, Peter casually said to Yuna, "But doing a great job. You're quite suitable to be an assistant. Have you quit your job yet?" "Not yet," Yuna replied softly, her tone a little reserved. "Go resign this afternoon. Then find a law firm and have them sign 14 confidentiality agreements and 15 employment contracts. 14 of them are blank. Yours clearly states a monthly salary of $50,000, with a base salary of $50,000 and commissions calculated separately," Peter said as he ate, his tone calm, but his words made everyone stunned for a moment. 50,000? Not only Yuna, but also Grace and the others were shocked by the treatment. A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan is 600,000 yuan a year, plus commission. It is easily 1,000,000 yuan a year. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yuna with envy, secretly hoping that they could get a similar opportunity. Peter is working on a long-term investment project. They can expect to get higher returns in the future. There was a bit more anticipation and fighting spirit in everyone's eyes. Only Yuna was still a little confused. She silently swallowed the last bite of rice, but the words 50,000 were still echoing in her mind. The basic salary was 50,000, and she never dared to imagine that one day she would be able to get such a salary. She began to doubt whether Peter had made a mistake. Such a salary was like a dream. She even started to have wild thoughts in her mind, wondering if the boss should consider sleeping with her. If Peter really meant that, she felt she couldn't refuse the offer. At this moment, there was a violent collision between her reason and her wallet, and she was almost on the verge of collapse. "Manager, I'm here to hand in my resignation." After having lunch at Peter's house at noon, Yuna returned to the sales center in a daze. She walked straight into the office, printed out the resignation letter, and handed it to the manager. At this time, Diana and the other sales ladies were also taking a break in the office, preparing for the afternoon's work. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and cast doubtful glances at them. Diana's heart sank suddenly. She had a bad feeling. Her intuition told her that this must be related to Peter. Sure enough, when faced with the manager's inquiry, Yuna smiled and replied, "I plan to work as an assistant for Mr. Peter." As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar, their tone full of envy and curiosity. "Hey, did you succeed? It's worth the trip today. Mr. Peter's salary must be quite good, right? How much did Mr. Peter give you? Did it exceed 10,000? After being asked so many times, Yuna couldn't help but smile smugly and responded directly, "The basic salary is 50,000 yuan a month." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of hissing sounds of people sucking in cold air rang out one after another, and everyone was shocked. "Really? Is this just an assistant? You're not the type to sleep with, are you? It's worth it just to sleep with me. 50,000 a month, and that's the base salary. Who can afford that?" Diana's face instantly became extremely ugly. Her fingers almost dug into her palms, and her nails turned white. She and Peter have been together for 5 years, and even on Valentine's Day and her birthday combined, Peter has never given her anything worth thousands of dollars. And now, just after breaking up, he gives a new woman a base salary of 50,000? The manager remained calm on the surface, but his eyes showed a hint of emotion. "Okay, I'll pay you the commission for the house at the end of the month." He took the resignation letter and tried to remain calm, but he knew in his heart that Yuna had met a true benefactor. Yuna smiled and bowed, and was about to leave when the manager called her back. "By the way, I heard from a security guard that a group of people came to Mr. Peter's house. What are they busy with?" Yuna smiled and said, "I'm not particularly clear about it. I just know that they were traders. It seems that Brother Kai gave them 100 million to trade stocks." These words were like a stone thrown into a lake. The scene was silent again for a moment, followed by an even louder gasp. 100 million? The way rich people operate is really incomprehensible to ordinary people. Diana's eyes had become completely gloomy. She couldn't figure out where she had gone wrong. Obviously me, who should be standing next to Peter, so why did my treatment change so drastically when someone else took over? She was so angry that her teeth were itching, and she wanted to rush to Peter's house to get to the bottom of it. But she couldn't admit her mistake. Her self-esteem and pride wouldn't allow her to beg a man like this. Yuna ignored the discussions behind her, turned around and left, heading for the law firm. As Peter requested, she signed 14 confidentiality agreements and 15 employment contracts, and then took a ride back to Peter's home. At the same time, Peter also ushered in new changes. Yinsha technology finally began to soar. At lunch, the U.S. announced the lifting of import restrictions on Yanwang drones. Although China subsequently announced export restrictions, Yinsha Technology, a drone developer, instantly came into the market's attention. Yuna returned home. Yinsha Technology had already reached its daily limit. Peter did not hesitate and immediately sold it and Tianyuan information. Both stocks hit their daily limit at the same time. The market buying was strong, and Peter accurately cashed out at the high point. After the transaction was completed, the total balance of the 8 accounts reached 8.24 million, with a net profit of more than 5 million. As the account balance changed, system prompts sounded one after another. Ding, earn 10,000 and get a perfect body as a reward. Ding, earn 100,000 and get the great compassionate hand as a reward. Ding, earn 1 million and get the reward of vocal master. As a warm energy flowed through his body, Peter felt a huge change in his body. His physical fitness began to approach the limits of human beings, and various martial arts and musical skills emerged in his mind. His perfect body made him even stronger, and the Great Compassion Palm was a complete set of martial arts. As for the vocal master, Peter rolled his eyes. Who wants to be a celebrity? But since the system gave it to him, he might as well take it. His pants suddenly became tight, so he went into the bathroom to adjust them. Now coming out from inside, I heard Grace's question. Boss, the cash has arrived. Which stock should I buy next? Grace felt that Peter in front of her seemed to have become much more handsome, and even his muscle contours were clearer. She wondered if she was seeing things, or if her admiration for Peter was too strong. But the fact is, Peter's body did undergo a transformation, and these were real changes. He sat in front of the computer, glanced at the arrows and data, and after confirming that there was no change, he said calmly, 8 accounts, for buying overdraft lives, for buying Tiangong education. Grace nodded in agreement and immediately returned to the team to arrange the purchase operation. Not long after, Yuna came back and handed the contract to Peter. Peter first signed her contract in duplicate, the content of which was consistent with what had been discussed before, and she officially started the job from today. The basic salary is 50,000 yuan, other benefits are pending, and the 5 insurances in 1 fund are temporarily on hold. Then he called the 14 traders who had completed the buying operation and asked them to gather in the restaurant. As these people sat down one after another, there was a fire in their eyes, and they looked at Peter with admiration. Peter gathered his thoughts a bit and spoke in a steady tone. Everyone, we are currently still in the A-share market. This is just a novice village. We may enter the Hong Kong and U.S. stock markets next. The intensity will be higher then, but I can guarantee that you will earn much more than what you get today. If you're willing to stay, sign these 2 contracts. If you're not suitable, that's fine too. Those who came to help today, go get 2,000 yuan from Yuna. As soon as the voice fell, Grace was the first to stand up and walked over to get the contract and confidentiality agreement. The other 13 people did not hesitate at all and stepped forward to receive the documents. They read carefully one by one and found that the content was similar to what they expected. Although the requirements are high, the salary is definitely not comparable to that of securities companies. The basic salary starts at 60,000, plus 5% of the monthly profit as dividends, which are distributed equally among all employees. They roughly calculated that at today's pace, they could get 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a month. In contrast, things like not being able to take leave, unified management of mobile phones, and prohibiting the use of smart devices. These terms are nothing at all. Just sign when necessary and put your fingerprints on when necessary. By grace, the 14 people quickly completed the signing, and the atmosphere in the conference room was extremely warm. Peter had just finished trading the market, and the 14 traders behind him had also signed their contracts. They were all staring at the screen, tracking the final fluctuations before closing. Although it was only 1 hour, the increase was close to 4%. Even Tiangong education closed up 2.77%, which amazed many people. Although there was no good news released on the internet at this time, they firmly believed that since Peter dared to take them to buy, he must have his own judgment and inside information. After signing the contract, Peter and everyone else took a copy, and Grace led everyone away one by one, leaving only him and Yuna. More than a dozen people crowded into his house to work on computers all day, and there was a lot of tea and garbage. Yuna was quietly cleaning up the mess. She knew that she was not yet able to earn a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, and she would not feel at ease if she did not do more practical work. Peter sat on the sofa, leaning back in his chair, but his mind was completely restless. Making money was indeed fast, but problems also followed. He soon realized that home was not a long-term place to work, and it was time to find an office building, open a company, and apply for a business license. Once the company is registered, it is necessary to solve practical problems such as 5 insurances and 1 fund, employee personal income tax, and even the social security of Yuna and the 14 traders. It is true that profits from stock trading are not subject to tax, but their wages must be reported and taxed in compliance with regulations. Peter does not want to make any mistakes at this stage. He used to be just an ordinary wage earner, and his 3 years of working experience had left him completely unfamiliar with the operating procedures of these companies. Moreover, he still didn't know much about the group of people Grace brought with him, and he was not confident in letting them have full control over his account. His original plan was to arrange his positions in the morning and then go look at cars, but he ended up not even leaving the house the entire day. The system bonus trigger requires funds to be deposited into the account, but many tickets have not been settled yet, so he can only continue to stay in front of the computer. Right now, the tasks of company registration, office site selection, and staff recruitment are all weighing on his shoulders, and he has been feeling overwhelmed for many times. He needs to find a reliable person to handle these trivial matters, but there are not many such people around him at the moment. Just as he was worrying about it, Peter's phone lit up, and a familiar WeChat avatar appeared. It was sent by his old classmate, William. William was his classmate in junior high and high school. Although they went to different universities, they always kept in close contact. He also had 2 best friends, Jack and Chi. These 3 people are his true brothers among his drinking buddies. A few days ago, when he lost his job, it was these 3 people who accompanied him for a drink all night. As soon as I entered the group chat, William sent a voice message. "Brothers, let's go out for a drink tonight." Chi, he jokingly said, "You drank it just the day before yesterday, and you're drinking it again today? Are you getting rich?" William responded with a smile. "Why? Lao O can drink when he's unemployed, but you guys are abstaining from alcohol when it's my turn?" Jack couldn't help but interrupt. "You're unemployed too?" William said in a low voice. "Not yet, but soon." The boss's youngest son was detained for gambling in the Australian market and needs 60 million to be redeemed. The company is being sold off. Hearing this, Peter raised his eyebrows. It suddenly occurred to him that William seemed to be working in a back-end data company. These big data companies that collect information and clean data are precisely the basic links in financial operations. He is not short of funds or traders now, but what he lacks most is a compliant, stable, and fast financial office platform. If William S. Company really wants to be sold, this might be a ready-made shell resource. Thinking of this, Peter replied, "Sure, come out tonight. I just have something to tell you." William immediately replied with a smile. "Oh, you're not picking up Diana from work today?" Peter was helpless. "I was kicked out, and I'm single now." "Ah, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Today, I'm taking you to my newly discovered secret tavern. The proprietress is amazing." Chi, E, and Jack also joined in the fun, their tones ambiguous and their laughter continuous. Peter rolled his eyes and cursed. "Damn it, you have a nice place, and you didn't take me with you? But why don't you just go to the bar instead of eating?" William replied, "There's a spicy noodle shop next door. It's a must-try. Just have a bowl of noodles. As for you, find a reason yourself." When the message came, 3 contemptuous expressions were sent out in the group, and Peter was completely speechless. That night, Yuna finished sorting out the garbage and was ready to leave. Before leaving, Peter reminded her not to work too hard and to find someone to help. Yuna also responded with a smile, saying that this little work was nothing, and then they said goodbye and left the community. Although he could take the subway, Peter insisted on taking a taxi as a final act of stubbornness to show his sudden wealth in the past 2 days. He is not stingy, but he only eats boxed lunches at noon and spicy noodles at night. Even though he has earned 200 million, his life has not changed. Just as he was about to get in the car, Diana just got off work from the sales center and saw Peter. Still holding the message from her mother asking her to have dinner with Zhao Yu, she hesitated and called a car. "Follow the car in front." She got in and said to the driver. The driver was stunned for a moment, and she said confidently, "That's my husband. He carried me out." The taxi caught up quickly. Diana stopped looking at her mother's messages and did not reply to Zhao Yu. All she could think about was where Peter was going, and she felt mixed emotions. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a store called Big Sister Spicy Noodles, and Peter got out. Diana hid behind a tree not far away, staring at his back with a complicated look in her eyes. A moment later, William, Chi, and Jack arrived one after another, and they walked into the noodle shop arm in arm, chatting and laughing. Diana curled her lips. As expected, even if this guy became rich, he couldn't change the tone of his group of bad friends. But she had a vague feeling that Peter should have held her hand and walked in. Calm down, we've broken up. She comforted herself and turned into a wonton shop. She chose a seat by the window and ate wontons while watching the four people in the spicy noodle shop. They ate lavishly and without any regard for their appearance, especially Peter, who did not look like a nouveau riche who had just made hundreds of millions. After eating, the four of them continued to walk together, smiling as they walked towards a bar at the end of the street. You may. Diana looked at the place she had never been to from afar, her heart churning. She remembered the first time she had a fight with Peter. It was because she went to a nightclub and they almost broke up. She never went to that kind of place again because of this, but now Peter and his friends actually went in openly. I want to see what tricks you guys play. She gritted her teeth and followed him in quietly. After entering, she chose a corner to sit down and observed what Peter and the others were doing. The four of them sat at the bar. Chi stood up and went to the bar to order drinks, shouting to the woman at the counter, "Tina, give Xiaoha 2 lifts." The woman was charming and replied with a smile, "Try change? There's a sale on Corona today." Peter turned around and saw the woman who was said to be the best boss lady. That figure, those facial features, that aura are truly stunning. However, Peter only fixed his gaze slightly, then retracted it, reminding Chi to order wine and not to be distracted. He said, "Sister, I'll have a Corona with some ice and lemon." However, Peter has seen many beautiful women in the past 2 days, and Diana is still a beauty. So he reacted quickly and called Chi back. Diana was sitting in the corner. When she saw Chi being called back to his seat and the proprietress walking towards the bar, anger suddenly welled up in her eyes, and her heart was filled with nameless rage. Just then a waiter noticed her, came over, and politely asked what she wanted to order, interrupting her mood. "Give me a Corona, 2, with ice and lemon." Diana responded subconsciously, her voice carrying a hint of complexity. Peter drinking this kind of beer for the first time emerged in her mind. That time, after watching a racing movie, the two were attracted by the advertisements in the movie and bought the same type of beer to try at home. The result was so bitter that I frowned, but I didn't want to waste it. Finally, I had an idea and added lemon, and it actually tasted sweet. They hardly drank anymore after that, but she didn't expect Peter to still remember this little thing. The waiter nodded, without asking any more questions, and turned to prepare her drinks. Diana turned her gaze back to Peter's table. At this time, after Peter sat down, he changed the subject and looked at his three buddies, his expression becoming much more serious. "I have something serious to discuss with you." His tone was serious, not like a joke. "Tell me, besides losing your job and breaking up, what other sad things are there? What can we brothers be afraid of?" William shot back with a smile. The three of them have been friends for many years. Joking is the norm when they get along with each other, and no matter how annoying the matter is, they can always talk it out with a smile. Peter didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I'm actually a billionaire now." As soon as he finished saying this, the three of them were stunned, with an expression of "Are you crazy?" on their faces. "Are you missing Diana so much that your mind is confused?" William was the first to complain. Peter slapped his outstretched hand away and continued, "I'm serious. I'm planning to set up a financial company. Didn't you say your boss wants to sell the company?" William had a strange expression on his face. He stared at Peter for a few seconds, still looking confused. "Who are you? We went to junior high school together. How can I not know your family background? Just think of it as my father leaving me a piece of land, and I was compensated with hundreds of millions for the demolition." "Okay." Peter waved his hand and didn't explain anymore. He knew that if he said too much, it would make it harder for people to believe him, so he might as well just give a reasonable reason. "Several hundred million? Are you crazy? Why don't you just put the money in the bank? The interest can support you for a lifetime." Jack couldn't help but speak. "If I really have 200 million and save it with an annualized return of 3.5%, I can still get 7 million in income without doing anything, which is 20,000 a day." He explained it very logically. "Godfather, I'm not greedy. Give me some money to buy a car. I can still drive for Dee Dee after I lose my job." William immediately changed his words and started to use his personality to his advantage. Godfather, just buy the drinks tonight. Chi's tone was the calmest, but the most heartbreaking. Peter rolled his eyes, gave each of the three people a middle finger, and said, I'm not kidding. I've already hired the traders. Now all I need is the company. His tone was firm, no longer the joking tone from before, and it was obvious that he was serious. If you really want to sell your company, I will go to negotiate tomorrow and buy it directly. After he said that, he glanced at the three people, and no one laughed. The three of them looked at each other and saw a hint of hesitation in each other's eyes. Peter didn't seem to be joking. Could it be that this salted fish has really turned over a new leaf? Just as they were silent, a woman's voice broke the atmosphere. It was the proprietress who came over with wine and food. She had a playful smile on her face and said as she walked, What are you buying? Do you want to buy my bar too? She put 2 bottles of beer and a few side dishes on the table. The waiter behind her brought 2 full cartons of wine, and the scene became lively. It was not until then that Peter really saw her outfit, black stockings with letters printed on them, paired with red-soled high heels, a definite visual impact. Her cheongsam is already attractive, and the combination of her lower body makes people's blood pressure soar. He quickly looked away, forcing himself to remain calm, but the scene was too shocking and unforgettable. Tina, please stop teasing us. Your bar is so popular at night that there are long queues. William said with a smile. The proprietress rolled her eyes at him, shook her head, and said, Even though there are a lot of people here, they're all here to enjoy the sight for free. If they don't order any drinks, where's the turnover? After she finished speaking, she glanced at Peter again, her tone showing a hint of scrutiny and interest. Young man, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? She asked naturally. Peter nodded. Yeah. His tone was slightly awkward. Jack interrupted. He used to be a good man. He was so loving with his girlfriend that he even had to report to us when we had a meal together. Now that I've been heartbroken, I'm finally willing to go out and see the world. The proprietress laughed after hearing this. TSK, a good man has become a derogatory term now? If I had met someone like you earlier, I wouldn't have to open a bar. As she spoke, she put down 2 bottles of wine from her side, her movements elegant yet neat. Wearing a ring on his hand, he opened the bottle with a light stroke, his movements as skillful as a magic trick. She poured Peter some wine, squeezed some lemon into it, and then pushed it in front of him, saying gently, Drink it, come often. Peter took the wine glass and didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just lowered his head and took a sip. The familiar taste of the wine was actually a bit sweet. He knew it was the smell of lemon, and he also knew that it was a smell he and Diana had once researched together, but now his memories were brought back by another woman. Peter just took a sip of wine, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. The familiar sweet taste reminded him of the taste of the past. The proprietress's action of pouring the wine herself caused William and others to burst into laughter, and they all showed ambiguous smiles and started to tease. Although Peter was a little shy, he did not refuse. He simply took the glass and drank it. He seemed to be in a good mood. Diana, who was not far away, looked at the relaxed smile on Peter's face, but her heart felt like being pricked by a needle, and her face instantly darkened. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resentment, as if she wanted to rush over and smash the wine glass. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, He's smiling so happily. Is there be poop in the cup? Her anger grew stronger and stronger, and she stared at Peter intently. When the proprietress saw that Peter had drunk the wine, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She then glanced around and saw the empty stage. She propped her chin up and smiled as she spoke. The band hasn't arrived yet, so it's a bit quiet. Who wants to go up and sing a few lines? If you sing well, I'll give you some drinks. Upon hearing this, the group of people who were making a fuss just now suddenly fell silent, and each of them closed their mouths as if they had been pressed for a mute point. William rolled his eyes and immediately turned the conversation to Peter, pushing him and saying, You can play the piano, right? Come on up and show us. Jack also agreed. Yeah, didn't you say you could play the piano since you were a child? Now it's your turn to perform. Chi also came over and asked curiously, I only knew him in college. I didn't know he could do this. Peter's face suddenly turned a little embarrassed. Although he didn't lie completely, he did exaggerate a little at the beginning. I did learn to play the electronic organ in elementary school, but I only knew 2 nursery rhymes. One was boat racing, and the other was the doll and the bear dancing. He really couldn't perform this kind of song in public, so he could only laugh dryly and lower his head, not knowing how to respond for a moment. But the proprietress looked at him with an expectant look, which was even more embarrassing than booing. Just when he didn't know what to do, An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. It seemed that he had acquired the skills of a vocal master today. When he thought about it for a moment, he suddenly found that he seemed to be able to play and sing all the songs with ease. This skill, which he once least expected, has now become the key to turning the situation around, making him marvel at the magic of the system. So he stood up and said seriously, I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but in return I was met with suspicion. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my identity. I'm a music master. William curled his lips. TSK, you just said you were a billionaire. Peter smiled calmly. Are these two things in conflict? Before he finished speaking, he walked towards the stage in 2 steps, sat in front of the electronic keyboard, and tuned it. Soon, the melody sounded and the music became melodious, attracting the attention of everyone present. Even Diana, who was far away, was stunned by the prelude. Her body trembled suddenly, and her pupils dilated involuntarily. She was very familiar with this melody. It was her favorite soulful song. When the melody that she had listened to over and over again sounded again, it was like a key that opened up her dusty memories. In the past, she was obsessed with love songs like other girls, but Peter always complained that those songs were too licking and disdainfully called them dog-licking songs. But this song, her favorite, was also the one she used to share with Peter often, and the memories of her youth came flooding back. Peter in the rearview mirror, staring blankly at his phone with an extremely lonely look in his eyes. She felt as if her chest had been hit hard, breathing became difficult, and she was unable to move due to the pressure of emotions. The conversation in her memory echoed in her ears. The scene of that night. Every word seemed to be replayed. The girl said she had something to say, and the boy responded easily. But after learning the truth, he endured and suppressed it, and finally chose to fulfill her wish. I said that if one day you meet someone who can make you happy, I will choose to let go. This promise will always be valid. Peter in front of her slowly overlapped with the one in her memory, and she finally understood that he really had not lied at that time. All fantasies collapsed in the face of reality, because at this moment Peter on the stage had begun to sing emotionally. I locked myself up, leaving only the balcony. Whenever it got dark and I opened the window, I stared blankly at the night. He sang emotionally. His voice was deep and magnetic, yet penetrating, and he expressed the emotions between every line. At this moment, not only Diana burst into tears, but all the guests in the bar were so shocked by his singing that they stopped to listen unconsciously. Some waiters forgot their work, some guests put down their wine glasses, and everyone's eyes were focused on the figure in the center of the stage. William, Chi, E, and Jack were even more shocked. They clearly remembered that the KTV chorus they sang used to be like ghosts howling. How did this guy suddenly become so good at singing? Could it be that he's been secretly practicing all this time? He's really been hiding it well. In comparison, they could only smile bitterly, feeling mixed emotions as they watched their former brother shine on the stage. Although no one believed Peter when he said he was a billionaire, now that I hear him singing so beautifully, I feel that this is not completely unreliable. At this time, Peter sang the chorus, and his emotions reached a climax along with the melody, and his voice was full of relief and reluctance. When tears flow, the pain is overwhelming, and separation is another kind of understanding. The last love I give you is letting go. That sounds great, man. After Peter played the last note, it took 5 or 6 seconds before enthusiastic cheers, whistles, and applause rang out in the bar. Diana, who was originally immersed in memories, finally came back to her senses. She looked at Peter on the stage with a complicated expression and finally took a deep breath. She raised her head and drank the remaining beer in her hand, then stood up silently and turned to leave this place that made her feel confused. She is in a state of confusion and needs to find a place to calm down. She doesn't want to be led by her emotions anymore. Peter on the stage didn't know that Diana had left yet and was looking at the booing crowd below. Although everyone was praising his singing, there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Although the song sounded good, it was just like a veteran in the love field. But the problem is, Peter has never licked anyone before. When he was with Diana, it was Diana who took the initiative to confess her feelings first. If you say that not going to nightclubs, washing feet, or fooling around with a girlfriend is the same as being a bootlicker, then this definition is too cheap. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. He glanced and happened to see the electric guitar placed next to him. Fuck you lickers, I'm a wolf warrior. He muttered to himself, walked towards the electric guitar, and casually plucking the pick. In an instant, manic electronic music exploded in the bar, and the atmosphere was suddenly ignited, which was even more shocking than the lyrical song just now. This song is known to almost everyone. As soon as the melody sounded, many people in the audience began to sway their bodies to the rhythm. Peter shouted over the music, his voice rough, bringing the atmosphere to a climax and causing cheers in the bar. Diana, who was standing at the door, could not help but pause when she heard the song. She only heard Peter singing the familiar lyrics in Cantonese. She turned off the evening light and covered her shoulders quietly. Sparks were intertwined and trapped in the sediment. The lyrics were fierce and powerful, coupled with Peter's wild voice, making Diana's emotions even more confused. She didn't want to stay any longer and quickly left the bar, not wanting to be bothered by this sudden emotion. Peter finished singing. He played a guitar solo, performed a few tricks in a dashing manner, then bowed to the audience and turned around to leave the stage. He saw a few people standing backstage and knew that they were the original resident band members. He couldn't occupy their seats forever. Just as I was about to go back to William and his friend's table, I suddenly heard an angry shout from a table in front of me, attracting the attention of everyone in the bar. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know that the wine is spilled?" The angry voice broke the warmth left by the music. Peter looked up and saw two middle-aged men in elegant clothes and glasses glaring at a young waitress. The girl was wearing a bar uniform, had a pretty face, and looked about 18 or 19 years old. She looked frightened and at a loss for a moment. "I'm sorry, you tripped me," the girl explained carefully with a slight trembling in her tone. "What? Are you blind? Now you blame me." One of the men spoke arrogantly and in an aggressive tone. "That's not what I meant." The girl waved her hands quickly, almost crying, but still tried to explain. "You're so naive. You're tired from running around. Why don't you have a drink with your brother, and this will be over?" Seeing this, the other person revealed his true colors. His tone became frivolous, and his eyes became restless, obviously trying to take advantage. As the two men's words became more and more outrageous, the girl became more and more helpless, with panic and anxiety written all over her face. "Hey, two big men bullying a little girl. Do you have any shame?" Peter finally spoke at this time, his tone low but unquestionable. The two looked towards him upon hearing the voice, and seeing that Peter was tall and strong, with a strong aura, and had a few friends behind him, they also restrained themselves a little. However, the leader still refused to give in and challenged him. "What does this have to do with you? It's okay. I just saw you guys bullying people and wanted to speak up. What? You have an opinion?" Peter raised his neck. His attitude was very clear, staring at the other person with an unhappy look, and his unyielding aura instantly overwhelmed him. "She spilled our wine. It has nothing to do with us." Another person tried to shift the blame and continued to argue. Peter was too lazy to talk anymore and turned to the male waiter next to him and said, "Come on, give these two another drink of the same kind and put it on my bill." He paid the bill directly and pulled the waitress away to let her leave the chaotic situation first. The two middle-aged men were speechless for a moment, as they really couldn't find any fault. If they continued to make trouble, they would be in big trouble. Seeing Peter solve the problem so neatly, the two of them could only shut up, turn their heads away, and pretend nothing happened. Peter returned to his table, only to find that the table was almost full of wine. Why? Why are there 4 more bottles? He was stunned for a moment, then looked down and saw that the wine was half opened, and everyone was already drinking happily. "Didn't I tell you? If you sing well, I'll give you some wine. And you handled that matter beautifully just now, too. I'm indebted to you." Tina walked over and looked at Peter with a smile, seeming to be very satisfied with his every move just now. Peter scratched his head sheepishly and waved his hands to indicate that it was just a favor and nothing serious. Tina snapped her fingers excitedly and gestured toward the bar. "That's great. I've come up with a new way to drink it. Let you try it." As he spoke, the bartender brought out a large ice bucket filled with fruits and ice cubes, which looked very summery. Tina opened the beer and poured it in one bottle after another. As the liquids mixed, the fruity aroma filled the air, attracting everyone's attention. Then she unscrewed the valve at the bottom and poured out several large jugs of golden beer with fruit pulp, placing them neatly in front of everyone. "Try it." She smiled and motioned for everyone to start, her enthusiasm seeming to ignite the entire table. "This." The morning sunlight shone on Peter's face through the gap in the curtains. Peter frowned slightly, slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on an unfamiliar curtain. He was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that he was not at home, but in a completely unfamiliar bedroom with a distinctly feminine layout. There were several photos on the bedside table. Peter looked closely and found that the familiar face in the photo was Tina. He suddenly froze, his mind rewinding rapidly, trying to recall what happened last night. Last night, Tina introduced a new way of drinking beer, and everyone enjoyed it very much. The refreshing taste of fruit beer, mixed with ice cubes, really made people relax. The alcohol is diluted by ice water and fruity aroma, making it smooth on the palate, but extremely lethal, making people drink too much without realizing it. Peter's alcohol tolerance was not that high to begin with. 4 bottles of regular beer and 6 bottles of Corona were already his limit. But last night, he drank at least 20 bottles. Although he didn't lose his memory, it was obviously beyond his tolerance. He only remembered pulling Tina aside and saying that he wanted to prove that he was a billionaire, and then they left the bar together. Then they came to Tina's house in a daze. When their eyes met, they went into the room together without any hesitation. Thinking of this, Peter suddenly pulled back the quilt. Sure enough, the marks on the sheets confirmed everything. He smiled bitterly and rubbed his face. He put on his clothes and tiptoed out of the room. As soon as he went out, he saw Tina wearing a green silk suspender and eating breakfast at the dining table. The lazy posture and exquisite figure made Peter's eyes dazed for a moment, and he was stunned for a few seconds involuntarily. Tina looked up and said with a smile, "Are you awake? Go wash up. I prepared toothbrushes and a towel for you." "Oh." Peter nodded and quickly went into the bathroom to wash up, trying to let the cold water wash away the embarrassment and panic. After washing up, Tina waved at him with a smile. "Come and eat. Breakfast is ready." The breakfast on the table was quite rich. Milk, fried eggs, porridge, and 2 slices of crispy, toasted bread, which looked appetizing. Peter was indeed hungry, but he seemed unusually reserved when he sat down, moving deliberately carefully and eating extremely slowly. "What? Is this your first time hanging out?" Tina supported her chin with a smile on her lips, looking at him like a primary school student. "Ah, Peter répondait au quadri." Indeed, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and his face felt hot just thinking about it. "It's my first time, too," Tina suddenly said with a meaningful smile on her face. "I know." Peter glanced around the room, his eyes a little guilty, not knowing how to respond. "Don't you think it's incredible? I say, do I look a bit like a latecomer?" She deliberately leaned closer and asked with a soft laugh. Cough, cough, cough. Peter was almost choked to death by her words. His face flushed red all of a sudden. This woman was really too bold. "Ha ha, I'm just teasing you. Don't feel burdened. I don't intend to hold you responsible." Tina patted him and smiled relaxedly. "I was very satisfied with you yesterday. When you are free in the future, you can come and play with me, either at the bar or my house. Come on, add me on WeChat." She handed him her phone, and Peter had no choice but to take out his phone, scan the QR code, and add her as a friend, but he still felt a little weird. He asked tentatively, "Tina, I don't know your name yet." "My name is Lily. I'm 31 years old, 1.78 meters tall, and my measurements are 97-56-88 H." She smiled with her lips pursed and spoke in a teasing tone. Peter's face turned red. This woman was too unrestrained, and he really couldn't handle it. "My name is Peter. I'm 25 years old, 1.88 meters tall, and weigh about 160 pounds. Actually, I can pay." "Pay what?" "Money." Lily interrupted him with a raised eyebrow, staring into his eyes playfully. "No, that's not what I meant." Peter waved his hands hastily, explaining hastily, sweat practically breaking out on his forehead. "All right, look how scared you are. Eat quickly. After you finish eating, go do whatever you need. I'm going back to my room to catch up on some sleep. You gave me such a hard time last night, and now I have to cook for you this morning. I'm really at a loss." After saying that, she rolled her eyes, but sat back with a charming smile and continued drinking milk. Peter lowered his head to eat breakfast, but her feet kept touching his calves, and he couldn't calm down at all. He ate breakfast much slower than usual. After he finally finished, he didn't dare to say much and quickly got up to say goodbye and leave. Walked out of Lilia's house, the sun shone on his face, and he felt complicated and a little dizzy for a moment. On the other side, Lily yawned, went back to the room, changed the sheets, lay on the bed, and fell asleep peacefully. She wasn't exaggerating. Peter's performance last night really surprised her, and it was indeed time for her to catch up on some sleep. Peter took a taxi back to Longting-Jiuan. It was already past 9:10 in the morning. Although the property had not officially opened for sale yet, he was already able to start watching the market. He trotted into the complex in a hurry, and just as he entered the lobby, he was bumped into by Diana at the front desk. Diana recognized him immediately, and her eyes turned cold. Seeing that he was still wearing the same bar outfit from last night, she felt even worse. He didn't even go home last night. Diana gritted her teeth, a cold glint in her eyes. Did he spend the night with that flirty lady boss? Did he go to Yuna's house? Or was there a very beautiful female trader among those yesterday? She was in a complicated mood and had a lot of random thoughts. I will continue to hold Blue Sky Medical, sell all of Longyan Environment after it hits the daily limit, and then buy Bakey Blue Valley. Overdraft Life and Tiangong Education will also rise in the afternoon. Sell them at that time and transfer all the funds to Northern Mining. Peter arranged the operation while giving orders in a steady tone. Grace was stunned when she heard this and seemed a little skeptical about mining stocks, but she quickly nodded in agreement. Although mining is considered a sunset industry, after the operation the day before, he was completely convinced of Peter. Yuna, you stay here and take charge of the scene. If they need anything, do your best to satisfy them. If you don't have enough money, call me. Peter gave his instructions. He hurried upstairs and took out a suit from the closet. This suit was custom-made when he graduated 3 years ago and was a bit too big for him at the time. The tailor said it would fit him soon, probably meaning he would gain weight. As a result, I didn't gain weight, but I built muscles and my clothes fit me perfectly. After changing his clothes, Peter went downstairs and called William as he walked. The phone rang for a few seconds before being connected, and a weak voice came from the other end. You sound like you're still awake. Peter couldn't help but tease after hearing this. I drank too much yesterday and couldn't wake up. Where did you go? When I came back from the bathroom, you were gone. I also paid for it. William complained, obviously still drunk from last night. Peter wouldn't tell him that he spent the night with Lily last night. He just mentioned it vaguely. Don't ask anymore. I'm going to your company now to discuss the acquisition. William was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. I got a taxi. Go wash your face and make an appointment with your boss. Hearing this, William sobered up instantly, got up to wash his face, and then asked the secretary to make an appointment with the boss. After confirming that the boss would not leave the company today, he went downstairs to wait. Soon, Peter's taxi arrived at the bottom of Jinling Building. This building is a landmark of Longyi City. It has 47 floors. Each floor is 1,300 square meters, and its value is estimated to be over 3 billion. William S. Company is on the 27th floor, renting the entire floor. Peter once came here to do business when he was just a small clerk. Now he is standing in front of the building, already a boss who has come to discuss acquisition, and his mentality has changed a lot. Just when I was thinking about whether to buy this building, the system popped up a prompt in my field of vision. Jinling Building. Land prices will drop by 17% in 5 years. Investing is not recommended. Peter grinned. Well, let's just rent it. At this time, William came over, looking a little nervous. Are you really buying it? I can still say it's a joke now, so I can get compensation if I get fired. Peter patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, you'll be manager Luo from now on. The two took the elevator to the 27th floor. The company's rent for the entire floor was 4.03 million yuan a year. The annual income of this building is about 180 million yuan, which is a good return on paper, but there's a lot of room for depreciation in the future. When I arrived outside the company, I happened to hear Mr. Sun's voice coming from the office. Lao Jiang, it's not that I'm reluctant. This company has good profits, and 50 million is really not a lot. Upon hearing this number, William suddenly became nervous. 50 million was an astronomical figure for him. But Peter thought the price was quite reasonable, even lower than expected. The system has already given the data. The company's assets are 68 million, and its annual profit is 4.2 million, which is worth investing in. They knocked on the door and went in. Mr. Sun hung up the phone, stood up to greet them, and shook hands with Peter. After a few pleasantries, Peter got straight to the point. I'm not very good at negotiating prices, so just give me an offer. Mr. Sun was slightly stunned. He didn't know how to respond to this straightforward approach. He pondered for a moment and quoted a price of 75 million. Peter chuckled. That's boring. I came here just for convenience. It's too troublesome to start my own company. I just happen to know your situation. I do cash transactions, and the equity transfer will be credited immediately. Tell me the real price. Mr. Sun was slightly embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he said, One price, 60 million. Peter remained calm. I'm so sorry. I just heard the bottom price at the door. But I won't bargain. Instead, I'll increase the price a little. 52 million. I can take it over now. Mr. Sun closed his eyes with a look of pain. His bottom line is 50 million, but 52 million can still save his son and leave some funds for a turnaround. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Okay, 52 million. When will the transaction be completed? Anytime. Just call your legal advisor. Peter responded calmly. Mr. Sun left to call someone, and a moment later, several lawyers in suits entered the office. After verifying that the company had no debt, both parties signed the contract on the spot, with all 3 documents signed in one copy. Peter then transferred 52 million yuan in cash to Mr. Sun's account. Ontai Financial officially changed hands and became an asset under Peter's name. 3 days ago, he was an unemployed, heartbroken pauper, but now he has assets worth over 100 million yuan and owns his own company. The company will be handed over to you from now on. My secretary has the contact information of the partner. Mr. Sun shook Peter's hand, spoke seriously, and then packed up and left. The lawyer came over and asked, Peter, are we still going to work together? They receive 200,000 yuan in consulting fees from the company every year and are worried about losing clients. Peter nodded. Everything remains the same. The other party breathed a sigh of relief and immediately handed Peter an invitation to attend the law firm's event. After the lawyers left, only Peter and William, who was still in a daze, were left in the office. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Peter asked with a smile. Hit me and see if I'm dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, Peter kicked him on the butt, waking him up instantly. My brother is really a billionaire, and he even bought the company he works for. Don't be in a daze. Call the heads of each department to a meeting before lunch, General Manager Luo. Peter handed the company over to William, leaving only one requirement. Don't look at the process, only look at the profits, and stability overrides everything. He specifically instructed that an exclusive space must be set aside before this weekend for the operation team to officially move in and work next week. Whether it is office desks and chairs, internet speed, decoration, tea room, or rest area, everything must be done to the best of its ability, and the 5 million budget can be spent freely. After this explanation, he reaffirmed, time is tight. We will officially start work on Monday. You must get it done for me. William was stunned when he heard it, and it was not until Peter repeated it several times that he came back to his senses. But he still couldn't help but complain. You're a billionaire and you invited me to dinner, and the first meal is braised chicken? Peter saw his strange expression and glanced at the plate in front of him. That's braised beef, not chicken. What are you picking? William smiled and accepted the arrangement. Yeah, that makes sense. By the way, did I get a raise? Peter casually mentioned, the new contract has been signed. It's the same salary as the trading supervisor, 100,000 yuan a month. William heard this, his eyes widened. He didn't expect the salary to be so high. He immediately did the math. The company's annual turnover was only over 10 million, and its net profit was only over 400. How could it possibly pay such a high salary? The technical team has 12 people, and their monthly salary is more than 100,000 yuan. There are also 24 people in administration, logistics, human resources, business, and procurement, and each person earns 6,000 yuan. The salary expenses are already tight. William felt that Peter's current annual salary of 1.2 million was like giving it away for free. Peter didn't care. If I only make this much profit after working with me for a year, why would I stay with me? He ordered, put some pressure on Dongzi and Qi to see if they are willing to come. After that, the two continued eating, finished a big pot of braised beef, and then left. William returns to the company and faces a new position where he has to start stabilizing people's morale. Peter took a taxi home. He still had 50 million in cash left and did not plan to waste it. He planned to make a small profit in the afternoon. While waiting for the bus, he once again realized how inconvenient it was to not have a car and decided to buy a car tomorrow. After taking a taxi, he returned to Longting Jiyuan. As soon as he entered the house, everyone greeted him excitedly. Today's operations on Bakey Blue Valley and Northern Mining both hit their daily limit, almost confirming all his judgments. Bakey Blue Valley is expected to hit the daily limit for 4 consecutive days due to its successful battery development and can be held until next Wednesday. Northern Mining discovered rare earth mines in Montenegro. Although the stock price hit the daily limit, it was only a temporary market trend. Peter immediately sold all his Northern Mining stocks, with a cumulative profit of 8.39 million today. Including yesterday, His account has exceeded 10 million. The system prompt also popped up immediately. Congratulations to the host for exceeding 10 million in income. Reward: Master of Medical Skills. A large amount of medical knowledge instantly flooded into his mind, including traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, surgery and treatment, covering a wide range. After a brief adaptation, he realized that this reward was quite practical and much more practical than the vocal master. With just a quick glance, he could tell that several people in the family had minor health problems. Yuna had a cold uterus, and Grace had problems with her cervical spine. At this moment, Grace came over and asked, "Boss, what should we invest the withdrawn funds in next?" Peter thought for a moment and said, "Invest another 50 million to buy Motivation." Motivation is a chip company. The system prompts that it will announce the successful development of 5-nanometer chips and sign a rare earth mine contract on Monday. It is expected to rise by 43% in the next 5 days. This wave should not be missed. Grace did not hesitate and immediately bought the retail chips of Motivation as ordered. She estimated that in just 2 days, Peter had earned 26% of his 100 million, for a net profit of 25 million. As soon as the 50 million was added, she could foresee the bloody storm next week. But while some people make money, others naturally lose money, like Chloe. At this moment, Chloe was looking at the report on the computer with an anxious look on her face. She had made it through the end of the month, but what about next month? After selling the house, we finally managed to scrape together this month's salary and compensation to Peter, but the company's funds are still insufficient to cover expenses. Chloe is not incompetent, but lacks experience. She has spread her business too wide and has failed to maintain a stable cash flow. She is the daughter of the wealthy Feng Wanen, whose family assets exceed 80 billion yuan, but she does not want to be a tool for marriage, so she starts a business in college to prove herself. When she first started out, she relied on her family's resources to take on many large orders. She mistakenly thought this was her ability and expanded blindly. At its peak, the company occupied 3 floors of the Tianlong building, with loans alone exceeding 300 million yuan. At its peak, the company had 200 employees, with salaries alone exceeding 1 million yuan per month. The various costs, decoration, equipment, and network investments were huge, and her father no longer gave her money, so she had to continue to borrow money from the bank. The bank now owes 400 million yuan, but the company's valuation is only 130 million yuan. Its cash flow has been cut off, and orders have dropped sharply. Chloe gritted her teeth and laid off employees, but the pressure of monthly mortgage repayments was still heavy, so she had to find a way to sell assets. She sat at her desk, racking her brains for what else to sell. Since the building couldn't be moved, she had to find another way out. While browsing her moments, she suddenly saw the advertisement. Yuyun's Supercar Club welcomes you. She suddenly remembered that this supercar club was a gift from her to her good sister Li Haoyun, and it has been abandoned for more than a year. Thinking about how Peter had been taking taxis these days, she came up with an idea and decided to test whether he was interested. She immediately called, "Hello? Peter, it's okay if you don't want to invest in my company, but are you interested in supercars?" Peter was initially confused, but then a system prompt popped up. The land price will increase by 113% in 2 years. Investment recommended. When he heard this message, his eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. "Are you planning to sell it?" Chloe immediately replied, "I'll send you the address. Let's go check it out together tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Peter nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, he received the location information and was thinking about the feasibility of this deal. Chloe sat in the office, looking at the address on her phone, and breathed a sigh of relief. If the club could be sold, perhaps it would be possible to hold on for a while longer and not have to sell the house and get married. Peter got off the bus. He first bought a multi-grain pancake on the street to fill his stomach. Although he is worth hundreds of millions, he still has a special liking for this kind of snack. After finishing his pancakes, he pushed the door and walked into the bar. Someone was cleaning, setting tables, and moving drinks inside. It was obvious that the bar had not yet officially opened. A waiter saw him come in, stepped forward, and politely stopped him, saying that the shop was not open yet and asked him to come back later. Peter explained that he was a friend of the boss and was looking for someone, so the other party took him to the tidied bar area and sat him down. While scrolling through his phone, he sent a message to Lily to tell her that he had arrived, and then opened the chat group with William and the others. There are already 99 plus unread messages in the group. William has obviously started to show off and posted a photo of his contract with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan clearly written on it. There was also a company acquisition contract in the photo, which clearly stated that Peter invested $52 million to acquire William's company, which shocked Chi, E, and Jack. At first they thought Peter was bragging, but it turned out to be true, and he really became a rich man. At this time, William was still asking them in the group if they wanted to join and help Peter. Chi, E, and Jack were conflicted. They knew Peter would not treat his brothers unfairly. But the problem was that one of them was an employee of a machinery factory and the other was an IT programmer, and they knew nothing about finance. They were afraid of getting paid for nothing and feeling bad about it. So they made the excuse of asking Peter to treat them to a meal and a bath to get away with it for the time being. William immediately passed the buck to Peter, saying that he had not received his salary yet and it would be reasonable for the boss to treat him. Peter couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He was about to reply to the message and ask them to get together tomorrow when a figure suddenly appeared beside him. He thought it was Lily, but when he looked up, it was the girl he helped yesterday. Looking closer today, the girl looks even more beautiful, tall and pure, wearing a uniform, with a ponytail and a clear temperament. The girl recognized Peter and thanked him in a low voice, saying that she would always remember his help yesterday. Peter smiled and waved his hands, saying it was just a small favor, but the girl seriously said it was a great favor from her. He jokingly said, "Why don't you buy me a drink?" The girl nodded happily and agreed. At this moment, Lily appeared at the door and walked in slowly. She changed her style, wearing a shoulder-bearing t-shirt with a pleated skirt, black stockings with white sneakers, loose wavy hair, and a pair of glasses. She was full of charm. The girl saw Lily. She nodded and turned away. Lily walked towards Peter with a smile on her face. She glanced at the direction the girl left and said teasingly, "You haven't forgotten to flirt with the waiter even after such a short while?" Peter reluctantly explained that the girl was thanking him for helping her yesterday. Lily, upon hearing this, teased, "Do you want me to pass on a letter from her to you?" Peter rolled his eyes at her joke, thinking that the level gap between them was too big. While the two of them were joking and chatting, Diana on the other side had just returned home and was sitting on the sofa, looking tired. Her mother came out of the kitchen and immediately asked, "Where does Peter work?" Diana rolled her eyes. "He's a billionaire. Why would he need to work?" She was upset, and her mood completely broke down from the moment she saw Peter come back in the morning wearing the same clothes as last night. She once imagined that Peter would come to her to admit his mistake and that they could get back together. But reality made her realize that Peter had completely let go. Her mother disagreed. So what if he's rich? If he just lives on his wealth, he'll lose it all sooner or later. She continued, "You've been dating for 5 years. He should compensate you for the loss of your youth and give you half of his property." Diana was stunned. "We're not married. I was the one who broke up with him. Why should I ask for his money?" But the mother argued, "He owes you. You can spend what I can't get later. I'm doing this for your own good." Diana was amused by her self-righteous look and said sarcastically, "Then why don't you just look up rich people online and take all their wealth?" The mother glared at him and said, "If I knew them, of course I would go. Why do they have money, but we don't?" Faced with this unreasonable logic, Diana completely collapsed and hid back in her room with her bag. The mother was still roaring outside the door. "The Zhao family kid asked you out these past few days, but you didn't go out. If you dare not go to see the car tomorrow, I will break your legs." Diana sighed tiredly. At this moment, she just wanted to go back to Peter and eat spicy hot pot and watch a movie together. But she understood that everything was gone. She didn't know when she fell asleep until she was woken by a knock on the door and realized it was already dawn. She looked at the sunlight outside the window with a blank expression, as if her soul was no longer in her body. Peter on the other side was also woken up by his cell phone. It was a message from Yuna saying that the construction team had been arranged and asked if he wanted to come and check it out in person. Peter replied that it was up to her. As long as the quality was beautiful, the cost was not an issue. He put down his phone and was about to go back to sleep when Lily leaned her head on his chest and said lazily, "Are you still so busy on the weekend?" Yesterday, the two of them went on a date to eat hot pot, watch a movie, and finally went to Lily's house, which was considered their real first date. Compared to the impulsive behavior after drinking, this time they were more sober. They lingered until late at night before falling into a deep sleep. She had just slept for 6 hours when she was woken up again. Peter smiled and hugged her, saying that he had bought 3 flats and was planning to connect them. Would she like to live together? Lily shook her head. "I'll pick the bed. Why don't you come stay at my house?" Just as Peter finished speaking, his phone rang again. It was Chloe reminding him not to forget about today's house viewing. He replied, "No problem. and was about to close his eyes when he saw Lily looking at him with a half smile. He spread his hands and smiled helplessly. Go to sleep. No one should look for me anymore. Lily chuckled and shook her head. Forget it. I'll catch up on my sleep after you leave. Now, do you want breakfast? Or eat me first? After she finished speaking, she sat up and the sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains, hitting her body, and the towel blanket also slid down along with the light. Peter watched this scene, his Adam's apple rolling, and silently told himself, young people, skipping breakfast is an attitude. Chapter 29, Goodbye. I've arrived. Oh, I see you here. Peter took a taxi and arrived at the Rain Cloud Supercar Club. After getting out of the car, he saw Chloe leaning against her Panamera in the parking lot in the distance and waving at him. Is this also yours? As Peter walked over, he also asked Chloe in shock. In his eyes at this moment, the Rain Cloud Supercar Club was extremely big. This building covers an area of almost 1 square kilometer, is about 2 kilometers long and half a kilometer wide. It is surrounded by a circle of 2-story buildings. From the outside, listening to the roar of cars inside, it is not difficult to guess that there is a runway inside. Sure enough, the way these rich people play is different from that of ordinary people. Yes, I originally built this place for a very good friend of mine, but she's been abroad for the past few years, and I don't know if she'll ever come back. You know the company's situation, so I'm planning to sell it. Hearing Peter's shocked expression, Chloe couldn't help but laugh. Then he led Peter into the huge building, and when the two of them walked in, the first thing Peter saw was a row of cars. Most of these cars are sports cars, but there are also some SUVs and sedans. Peter is no stranger to the logos of these sports cars. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Maserati, Aston Martin, and Bentley, while Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi have to stand side. There are 3 SUVs here, one which is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, but the whole car is smoked black, and it seems to be called the Black Warrior or something. Next to it is a recently popular Tiaowong U8 and AG770. Next to these 2 cars, the Tiaowong looks much smaller, even though it is much more expensive than the Tiaowong. Next to the SUV, there are several sedans. A Bentley Flying Spur, a Maybach S-Class, a BMW M8, an Audi S8, and a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which should be used for normal receptions. But in Peter's eyes at this moment, all the cars were lined up with green arrows pointing downwards. Come to think of it, the current car market has been dominated by domestic cars. It would be a loss to buy this car, so Peter just glanced at it and looked away. Seeing that Peter looked away after just one glance, Chloe couldn't help but feel a little confused because in her impression, men all like cars very much. Peter looked away after just one glance? She was a straightforward person, so she asked curiously, What? There's no car you like here? I just don't like cars. Looking at Chloe, Peter smiled lightly and said calmly, so you want to buy my supercar club? Chloe asked with a puzzled look after hearing Peter's words. She clearly heard Peter say yesterday that he was interested in this place. I'm interested in this piece of land. Tell me, how much do you want for it? Looking at Chloe, Peter also smiled and then asked directly about the land price. It's just the land. I won't sell it. If you want to buy it, just buy it all. Chloe couldn't help but frown when she heard Peter say that. She had thought of all the possibilities, but she had never thought that Peter only wanted to buy the land and not the car. But what do I need these cars for? I just want to drive one. There's no use for them. And I don't even know how your supercar club makes a profit. What am I buying them for? Looking at Chloe's expression, Peter spread his hands and looked at her speechlessly. There are 2 main ways to make money. One is to collect membership fees. This is a supercar club, so I have quite a few members who come here to race on the track. If they want to try out other cars, such as mine, they will be charged a certain fee. I can't really make money, but I can basically make ends meet. After hearing what Peter said, Chloe began to explain how this supercar club operates. More than 70% of people who buy sports cars do so to show off. But some are for performance, for that feeling of speeding. On the roads outside, even on the highway, the fastest you can drive is 144. If you drive faster, your driver's license will be revoked. But it won't be the case here. There's a circular racetrack here, and driving over 200 kilometers per hour here is not a problem. Therefore, many people are willing to spend money to come here to experience the performance of the sports cars they bought. But if they get tired of driving their own sports cars or want to buy other sport cars to try out their performance, it is not realistic to buy them directly in this case. So you can rent these sports cars, even SUVs and sedans that Chloe has placed here. According to Chloe, the annual membership fee alone is 88,000 yuan. There are currently 39 members, and the annual membership fee alone can collect more than 3.4 million yuan. The cost of renting a sports car is about 200,000 yuan per month. They also sell things like lubricants, engine oil, tires, etc. It is conservatively estimated that there are 5 to 6 million yuan in revenue per year, but basically there's no leftover. Because the income here is high, the expenses are also high: security, staff, cleaning, car maintenance personnel, etc. The most important thing is the road paving, which is the real expense. The roads they use here are built according to highway standards. Because only a one-way 4-lane road needs to be built, the cost of building 1 kilometer of road here is 12 million. There are a total of 5 kilometers of road here, and it costs 60 million just to build a road. The current maintenance cost is about 600,000 per kilometer, which means that 3 million yuan is spent on this road every year. So basically there's no money left when it comes to Chloe. The initial investment will definitely not be recovered, and there will be no subsequent money at all. Listening to Chloe's words, Peter couldn't help but curl his lips. This is not worth it. He came here to invest, not to run around, but to make money. So after hesitating for a moment, he also spoke to Chloe. How much money are you going to ask for? I spent 230 million to buy the land, build this place, and even the runway. Plus these cars. I'll charge you 300 million. Isn't that too much? Goodbye. After hearing Chloe's words, Peter saw that the investment advice of the supercar club had changed from an upward arrow to a downward arrow. Although the downward trend was not much, it was still a loss of 7%. In other words, if the value of this place appreciates in 2 years, it will only be worth 279 million. Peter is not here to do charity, so he immediately opened his mouth and prepared to leave. But Chloe grabbed Peter's arm immediately. Don't leave, we can negotiate. You're asking for an exorbitant price, so why don't you pay me back right here? Looking at Peter, Chloe laughed awkwardly. Chapter 30. Class? What does it matter? 120 million. After looking around the land, mainly through the system's judgment, Peter knew that in 2 years, this piece of land would be worth 279 million. So at this time, he also quoted a price. Just kidding. All these cars of mine are worth more than 60 million. After hearing what Peter said, Chloe immediately started talking. Then just take the car away. I only want this land, 120 million. He took a look at these cars. Well, he basically didn't recognize any of them. So he started talking. No, don't be so stubborn. You don't like cars, but you guys must really like them. When the time comes, once you sell these cars. Okay, 250 million. Looking at Peter, Chloe gritted her teeth and lowered the price by 50 million. These cars are really useless to me. Just take them away. I'll increase the price by another 10 million. 130 million now, you can buy this land and this building, and you can take everything inside. Seeing Chloe's expression, Peter also quoted a real price. According to the system, the profit of this land is 113%. In other words, the land is now worth only 131 million. 130 million was already the highest price he offered. If Chloe didn't want to sell it, then forget it. After hearing what Peter said, Chloe couldn't help but look at him with some resentment. She knew that this guy wanted to buy the land right away, so he must know the price of the land. She wanted to sell this land and these cars, so she naturally knew the price of the land. If this piece of land were to be auctioned, it would be worth about 94 million. Although this supercar club he built cost 60 million. In fact, if the land was developed or purchased, the track would not be worth a penny. Only the building is estimated to be worth about 30 million. In other words, if she were to auction it or sell it to the public, this building would only fetch about 124 million yuan at most. Peter's current offer of 130 million is already a very reasonable price. Although she was still a little unwilling, she knew that this was the price of the land. It's just that she was still a little unwilling. I want all these cars, but I don't have anywhere to put them. There are nearly 40 cars here. Look at this Lamborghini Aventador. It was a nearly new car last year, with a total mileage of less than 200 kilometers. The car price was 6,294,994, and in total, I spent 6,997,040, including insurance. This Maserati MC20, I just bought it at the beginning of the year, and it has less than 150 kilometers now, and it costs 2,530,000. This Continental, convertible with a large V8, costs 3.8 million yuan for the car, and the total cost is 4,226,280 yuan. Let me take another loss, including the land and the car, 200 million. Looking at Peter, Chloe was ready to fight again. After hearing her words, Peter calmly opened a used car app. This Maserati MC20 was only worth 1.73 million, having lost over 700,000 in a year. The same model of Bentley Continental now only has 3.13 million left, a drop of more than 1 million. However, the worst hit one is the Lamborghini Aventador. Although the mileage of the same Lamborghini Aventador is about 6,000, the price has dropped to 4.99 million, resulting in a loss of nearly 2 million. Looking at the number, Chloe stopped talking. For those who have not bought a car, they should thank the volume of domestic cars, which have caused the prices of new cars to continue to collapse. But people who have already bought joint venture or imported cars really hate domestic cars, because their losses cause their cars to depreciate too quickly. If this had happened 10 years ago, these cars might not have lost this much money in 5 years. But now, in less than a year, it has dropped so badly. All right, fine, I accept it. Final price, 180 million. I'll sell you the car along with it. If it works, fine. If not, forget it. Seeing Peter's actions, Chloe finally endured it. Because she knew very well that the person who would take over her supercar club now either did not have the ability or did not have enough cash. In these days of tightening monetary policy, even her father might be in danger with 180 million in cash. Among the people she knew, perhaps only this mysterious Peter could produce it. After hearing what Chloe said, Peter also looked at the car here. To be honest, he really needs a car. If the price is 180 million, and these cars are only worth 50 million, and they are included, then it is not impossible to buy it. Because the most important thing is that Peter is not like Chloe. In his hands, he can actually make money back from these cars. He doesn't have the class sense of a rich person, which is different from people like Chloe. Cars are meant to be driven. Besides driving yourself, you can also lend them to people of the same level or to people in a supercar club to drive them. That's the limit. A man has a sports car, and when his friend gets married, it's not a big deal for him to help out with the car. But if you rent it to someone to show off, or rent it to someone for a wedding, you'll be expelled from their class. But Peter had no such concerns at all. According to his understanding, the price of renting a wedding car here. For cars like Maybach and Bentley, renting them for weddings on Saturdays and Sundays will cost you around 10,000 yuan per trip, while those sports cars will cost you 20,000 yuan per trip. This guy, 30,000 per trip, the price is very reasonable. I make 5 wedding trips a week, and with an average profit of 20,000 per car from these 40 cars, that's 800,000 in profit per week. With 52 weeks in a year, that's more than 40 million. Of course, this is just his calculation. In reality, one still has to pay taxes, determine the distance to travel, hire a driver, etc. It is quite troublesome, but getting 10 million is not bad. As for those members, whether they will feel that the 13 grids have been lost, it doesn't matter if they don't become members here anymore, because this money has already made up for the money these members spend on playing on the track. If no one plays on the track anymore, the money for maintaining the track can be saved, and the net profit can be more than 10 million a year. Then 2 years later, the land here can be sold for 280 million, and these cars can be used to set up a wedding company and continue to rent them out. It's perfect. Thinking of this, Peter nodded. Okay, 180 million, it's settled. Hearing Peter's decision, Chloe breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Peter decided to buy it. Then she smiled and said to Peter, "That's a deal then. I'll ask the manager here to come over and introduce you to him, and then we'll go sign the contract on Monday." No problem. Seeing Chloe say this, Peter nodded in response, and the matter was settled. Just as Chloe took out her phone to call the manager here. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Peter." Hearing the voice, Peter couldn't help but look over there, and then he saw Diana, her mother, and a man standing in the distance, looking at him. Chapter 31. Get treatment if you are sick. "Oh, what are you doing here?" Peter was stunned when he saw Diana and the other two here. He was not surprised that the three of them came out together. After all, Diana broke up with him because of this man. But in his impression, this man seemed to only have an M4. An M4 on the track? Not that it's impossible, but at least an M8 would be enough. So what are they doing here? "We're here to buy a car, of course." "What are you doing here?" "Ah, yes, I heard you're rich now. So why are you here to buy a car?" Listening to Peter's words, Diana's mother also looked Peter up and down. He was still dressed in the same rustic way. She had seen this set of clothes before. According to what Diana said, it seemed that he bought the whole set for $100. As expected, a poor person is still poor no matter how rich he is. Peter heard what her mother said. He couldn't help but frown. "Buy a car? Do you sell cars here?" "Of course, the manager here is my friend, so it's no problem for us to buy it. But as for you, I heard from Annie that you have some money, but there are no cars here that are less than 1 million. Can you afford it? You're not here to rent a car, are you? Hearing Peter say this, Zhao Yu couldn't help but speak immediately. In fact, his main purpose of coming here is to act cool. He has done this more than once. He would take the girl to see cars and then pretend to be 13 with the car worth millions, and then say that he had ordered one, which would probably take a while to arrive. Before that, he would get the girl a cheap car to drive first. Then by the time he gets the Porsche 911, Mercedes-Benz MG, Maserati GT, and other cars worth more than $1 million, after driving them for a while, he will probably get tired of playing with them, and then he will ask someone to tow the cars back quietly. Absolutely perfect. 13 is very comfortable. People have slept with it, played with it, and then all they have to pay is some rent. At this time, Peter appeared here. In his opinion, this guy was probably here to rent a car. So he mentioned first that the manager here was his friend, which meant that if Peter wanted to rent a car, he had to think it through. After hearing his words, Peter frowned even deeper because the implication of this guy's words was very clear. He could rent a car, and he could rent a car to go out. He had clearly heard Chloe say that just now. It is forbidden to rent out cars here, which makes things quite interesting. Just as Peter was looking at the three of them with some amusement, Diana, his mother, walked directly in front of Peter. Give it to me. Peter looked at the woman's actions with some confusion. He didn't remember what he owed her. Stop playing dumb. It's about the money. My daughter has been with you for so many years. Even if she hasn't done anything for you, she's worked hard. You should give half of your wealth to my daughter. Seeing Peter's puzzled expression, Diana, his mother, spoke as if it was a matter of course. Hearing her mother's words, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. How could she say such shameless words as if it were a matter of course? Especially Zhao Yu, who was still pursuing Diana. His expression was the most shocked. Fortunately, he didn't want to stay with Diana for long. After he had enough fun, he would naturally find a way to get out. As for Diana's mother, what did that have to do with him? Peter, though shocked, calmed down at this moment and looked at her and Diana, who was looking embarrassed behind her, with a playful look. Diana, even though we've broken up and can't be friends anymore, we're still classmates. Your mom's illness is getting worse, so hurry up and take her to see a doctor. You little bastard, you uneducated player, you're the one with the problem. Your whole family is sick. Is that how you talk to your elders? Peter had just finished speaking when Diana, his mother, jumped up and down and started scolding Peter. Hearing her words, Peter's eyes naturally narrowed. He hadn't argued with her before because he didn't want to make things difficult for Diana. But now, Diana has nothing to do with him, so why should he indulge this bitch? Peter directly retorted. Being well-mannered also means facing normal elderly people. When facing those shameless, despicable, and shameless old women who take advantage of their age, I didn't hit you. That's already a sign of my good manners. You, Diana, are you deaf or blind? He's talking about your mom, and you don't even have a reaction? Seeing Peter looking down at her, Diana's mother was sure that if she said another word, Peter might really hit her. Although this kind of wet woman may seem to be happy and complain all the time, she is actually very irresponsible and extremely afraid. When she saw this situation, she had no choice but to go to Diana. Diana listened to Peter's words. Although she agreed with him in her heart, she was her mother. So she had to stand up and said to Peter, Peter, we're just friends. It's too much for you to say that about my mom. Is it too much? I don't think so. You were the one who broke up with me, and then your mother came to ask me for money? I can't imagine that anyone with any sense of propriety and decency would say such a thing. What do you want from me that's not too much? Give you money or support your family? Although I am rich, my money did not come from the wind. If I throw it into the water, I can still hear the sound of water. If I give it to you, what can I get? Abuse. Listening to Diana's words, Peter also started talking with a smile. You. Diana also spoke up after hearing Peter's sarcastic words without giving any face, but when the words came to her lips, she really didn't know how to refute. Looking at the frustrated look on Diana and her daughter's faces, Zhao Yu felt that it was time for him to make his appearance. He took a step forward and came in front of Peter. Originally, he wanted to grab Peter by the collar, but he found that Peter was taller and stronger than him, so he turned from wanting to take action into a mouth cannon. Are you still a man? How can you treat the woman you once loved like this? Shouldn't you sincerely wish her well for finding a man who is more reliable than you? Trash like you, even in front of me, makes me feel dirty. Looking at Peter, Zhao Yu couldn't help but squinted his eyes and started talking. Just at this moment, he also saw Chloe walking towards him with a man in the distance, and then he couldn't help but smile. Boy, you want to rent a car and act cool, right? Unfortunately, you don't have the chance. Wu Zhong, throw him out. Huh, you too. Is there some misunderstanding? Was standing next to Chloe at this time, and Chloe, who had just arrived, were both stunned. How come Peter had a conflict with someone in such a short time? And why does it feel like this guy knows the manager here? Where's Wu Zhong? Chapter 32, You're Fired. What misunderstanding? I brought my girlfriend here to pick out a car today and ran into this poor idiot. Throw him out. After hearing Wu Zhong's words, Zhao Yu couldn't help but speak. When Wu Zhong heard him say this, his expression changed instantly, and Chloe's eyes also fixed. Picking a car? This isn't a 4S store. All the cars here are hers, not for sale. So what kind of car do these people choose? Thinking of this, she looked at Wu Zhong beside her in confusion. You don't talk nonsense. This is my friend. He was joking with me. Looking at Chloe's eyes, Wu Zhong forced a smile at this time, then glared at Zhao Yu and said seriously, but this Zhao Yu might indeed have some holes in his brain. Looking at Wu Zhong's gaze, he didn't react and continued talking. What are you afraid of? Aside from your boss, who hasn't been here for a few years, you're the one who has the final say here. Who dares to gossip about you? Call security and throw him out. Pointing at Peter, Zhao Yu still said with a relaxed look, Shut up right there. I think you're going to be thrown out. Seeing that Zhao Yu was getting more and more outspoken, Wu Zhong panicked and spoke immediately. After hearing Wu Zhong's disrespectful words, Diana, his mother, couldn't help but feel even more unhappy. She looked at Zhao Yu and said, Zhao, what's wrong with your friend? Will anyone buy a car with us? Is he worthy? Auntie, please wait a moment. I'll go talk to him. After listening to Diana's mother's words, Zhao Yu also said apologetically with a smile, and then came to Wu Zhong. You took the wrong medicine. Are you going to let me down like this today? I think you've taken the wrong medicine. This is my boss. Looking at Zhao Yu, Wu Zhong also whispered hatefully at this time. After hearing Wu Zhong's words, Zhao Yu looked at the woman next to Wu Zhong in surprise. He had just seen Chloe. To be honest, Chloe is very beautiful. Even compared with Diana, she is not inferior, especially her noble appearance and all the branded clothes. You can tell at a glance that she is either rich or noble. He originally thought that she was Wu Zhong's client. I never thought that he was his boss. He had heard from Wu Zhong that his boss had a big company besides the supercar club, and his net worth might be over 10 billion. 1 billion. It may not sound like much, but it seems like an astronomical figure to ordinary people. He had always thought that Wu Zhong's boss was a middle-aged man, but he never imagined that she was such a beautiful young girl. You could tell at first glance that he is also a rich second generation. If I could capture her, wouldn't I be able to take off right away? Your name is Wu Zhong? That's not a wrong name. Just as Zhao Yu was looking at Chloe with lustful eyes, Peter also looked at Wu Zhong and asked with a smile. This imposing man must be Peter. After hearing what Peter said, Wu Lu forced a smile and asked in a voice that was not much better than crying. Diana, his mother, also spoke at this time, pulling Zhao Yu. Hearing Diana, his mother's question, Zhao Yu didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only look at Wu Zhong, and Wu Zhong's face became even more embarrassed. Fortunately, Chloe stood up and said, Let me introduce you to Mr. Peter. He just spent 180 million to buy this supercar club. In other words, he is now the owner of this place. Also, as I recall, this is a supercar club, not a rental mall, and certainly not a car dealership. Wu Zhong, I need an explanation. Phone, Mr. Phone, no, this is what I think. Hearing Chloe's direct question, Wu Zhong's mind raced and he began to stammer. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Peter. What else is there to explain? He secretly rented cars for these second-generation rubbish to pick up girls behind your back. TSK, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be using him. But now, Wu Zhong, you are fired. You have 2 days to pay back the money you paid for renting the car privately. Otherwise, you will be misusing public resources and embezzling public property. I have a very strong legal team, and I think they will be very willing to fight this case. Patting Wu Zhong on the shoulder, Peter also started talking with a smile. Wu Zhong heard what Peter said, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground instantly. It was over, just as he had thought. It was over, all over. Then Peter turned around and looked at Diana and the others. After hearing Chloe say that Peter spent 180 million to buy this place, the three of them were completely stunned. Peter bought 3 large flats for nearly 90 million, and today he spent another 180 million to buy a supercar club. Diana originally said that her mother had no idea what was going on. But now, After hearing these words with her own ears, she felt a little apprehensive for a moment. If she hadn't persuaded her daughter to break up with Peter, does that mean all these cars will belong to them from now on? Suddenly, she felt that Xiaoyu beside her didn't smell as good anymore. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this time. Did he just call a person who could take out 180 million in cash trash and dirty? His memory was not very good, and he had forgotten. As for Diana, her expression was still very complicated. She really wanted to ask Peter to forgive her, but her pride would not allow her to eat him back after she had said she wanted to break up. Peter didn't bother to care about their attitudes and said at this moment, "Security, please ask the three of them to leave, and then follow your manager to pack up your things." Peter, give me another chance. Give me another chance. If you don't pay back the money, save this for the judge. Misappropriation of other people's property for profit is punishable by imprisonment of up to 3 years for minor offenses and more than 3 years, but less than 7 years for serious offenses. Judging from the look of this guy, he probably won't be able to escape even 7 years. But Peter had no intention of giving him another chance. He waved his hand, and the security guards who had already surrounded him split into 2 groups. One group drove away Diana, and the other group took Wu Zhong away directly. After Diana glanced at Peter, she turned around and left. Seeing Diana leave, her mother, who had originally wanted to express her regret, had to leave quickly as well. As for Xiaoyu, he wished Peter didn't notice him, because he felt that he might have brought a difficult existence into his home. Chapter 33. Manager Li, take office. I have no objection to you getting rid of Wu Zhong, but shouldn't the money Wu Zhong handed back belong to me? After all, it was my loss. Seeing that everyone here had finished dealing with it, Chloe couldn't help but come over with a smile and whisper to Peter, "Is your Panamera also registered in the name of this supercar club?" Hearing that Chloe even wanted to take the money, Peter couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "That won't do. That was a gift I bought for myself when I graduated." Fine, you stingy guy, you're so rich, but you can't bear to give a little to a poor guy like me." Rolling her eyes at Peter, Chloe also began to speak. "First of all, you are not poor. Secondly, I have already left the car to you. What else do you want?" Peter spread his hands and muttered speechlessly at Chloe, "I also want you to invest in my company." Hearing Peter say this, Chloe also put her hands behind her back, tilted her head to look at Peter, and then spoke with a smile. "Big sister, with this 180 million, you still have a shortfall of less than 100 million. If you can't make a living with this 100 million, then you should quit and go home to be a big lady." Looking at Chloe, Peter said helplessly, "Hey, how do you know I still have a shortfall of 100 million? Have you investigated me? Are you secretly in love with me?" As soon as Peter finished speaking, Chloe also spoke, but these words only made Peter look even more helpless. "Sister, is there a possibility that 4 days ago I was still your employee?" "Well, that's right." Okay, let's not talk about the company's affairs. You fired Wu Zhong here, so you need to have someone you trust to be the manager. Do you want me to recommend one to you? Only then did Chloe remember that Peter seemed to have been fired by her. Even though she and Peter had only met a few times, in her heart, she felt that her relationship with Peter had made rapid progress. She had basically been treating Peter as a being on the same level as her. You wouldn't be able to tell that Peter has been working in his own company for 3 years. Honestly, if you know the right manager, you should hand the company over to him. What does a manager here mainly do? Seeing Peter underestimate her operational ability, Chloe couldn't help but pout. However, although she was dissatisfied with Peter's words, she still talked about what the manager here needed to do. The manager here has 3 main responsibilities. First, managing the staff. Second, building good relationships with the members. And third, taking good care of the cars. They must be in top condition at all times when someone needs them. Counting on her fingers, Chloe also explained what the car here needed. "Yeah, I think I know." Thinking of this, Peter picked up his phone and called Jack directly. "Hey, Kaisi, what's going on?" The phone rang a few times before it was picked up, and then Jack's half-dead voice came through. "No way. It's noon, and you're still sleeping?" Peter asked hesitantly after looking at the time. "Hey, wasn't Black Monkey available for play yesterday? I played all night long when I got home, and didn't go to bed until after 3 in the morning. Tell me what you want to say." Jack said embarrassedly after hearing Peter's words. This guy's favorite thing to do is play games. Of course, Peter and his friends used to do that too. "I'll send you an address. After you wash up, come over quickly. I found a good job for you." After hearing what Jack said, Peter also stated his purpose. Brother, I'm not being sentimental. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm definitely not good at finance. I can't take advantage of you for nothing if I go there. Jack was still too honest, and when he heard what Peter said, he still spoke hesitantly. It's not finance. I just acquired a supercar club. You're here to be the manager. Your main job is to take good care of my sports cars, and you can sell some stuff as well. Hearing Jack say this, Peter also smiled. Sports car? That I can do. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Upon hearing Peter's words, Jack immediately responded, then hung up the phone excitedly, and then got up and washed up. After Peter hung up the phone and sent the address to Jack, he looked at Chloe beside him. Mr. Phone, do you have anything else to do today? No, the company is like a mountain pressing down on me. I don't have any free time to do anything else right now. Chloe spread her hands and said that she had nothing to do today. If you don't have one, come with me to test drive the car. With a laugh, Peter happily walked towards the Lamborghini next to him. Although he said he didn't have a car, he actually had a driver's license. When he was in college, he wanted to save money and took the driving test with his classmates. Driving seems quite easy to him because he always passes the driving test on the first try. But after getting in the car, he felt a little confused. First of all, this car is very uncomfortable to sit in, extremely uncomfortable. In order to reduce air resistance, sports cars are very short and low. When you get into the car, you are actually half lying down, and the visibility is very poor. At the same time, the seats of this sports car are very wraparound. Sitting in it is like being pushed into an operating room, with your body trapped inside, half lying down. Maybe it's okay if I'm used to sitting like this, but now my waist and neck are really uncomfortable. The second reason for his confusion was that there was no Chinese language in the car. Apart from the brake and accelerator, he found it difficult to distinguish other parts. Fortunately, Chloe understood this very well. Although her teasing expression made Peter a little unhappy, he still listened carefully to Chloe's explanation. Then he slowly drove the car and started the race. After running 2 laps, he changed to other cars and drove them one by one, first a sports car, then a sedan, and then the SUV. To be honest, his favorite car to drive is SUV. Among the 3 cars, the G-Class is the hardest, hard everywhere, while the Cullinan is the softest, soft everywhere. It drives like a big ship, not shaking, but soft. The Outlook is a more mid-range model. It is not as comfortable to sit in as the Cullinan, but if it comes to off-road driving, it is definitely much better than the Cullinan. The most important thing is that it can float if it falls into the water, which is very powerful. So Peter thought about it and decided to drive the car back himself. From then on, this car would be his own. Just as he and Chloe got out of the car, Jack also arrived. Chapter 34. No room. I'm so angry. This little beast, he definitely didn't get his money through good means. I want to report him, and tomorrow, put up a banner for me, and I'll come here every day to make trouble with him. All right, you're not ashamed enough. You want to take advantage of your seniority, but do you have the qualifications? If you go and make trouble, they won't call the police to arrest you. After leaving the Supercar Club, Diana, his mother, had a gloomy face and got into Zhao Yu's car and returned home. The first thing she did after getting out of the car was to pull Diana out, and then she went back home and started to go crazy. Hearing her crazy words, Diana's father couldn't help but speak. Catch me. Come on. I want to see who dares to catch me and see if I will make trouble for him. Diana's mother heard what her father said. Her eyes narrowed and she shouted loudly. Who are you bothering? The police station? She was originally going to be detained, but because of your disturbance, she was sentenced. Diana couldn't help but speak up when she saw her mother making a fuss. What's the point of sentencing? Just watch me get sentenced. Upon hearing what Diana said, her mother also came towards Diana. Stop yelling at the child. You've ruined his happiness. What will we do if we don't watch over him? We'll go and rescue him for you. Why don't you let us rebel? Looking at her mother's expression, Diana's father showed some toughness for once. Why can't we rebel? So many people in history have successfully rebelled. Why can't you? To put it bluntly, you two are just cowards. Seeing me being bullied, you don't dare to fight back? I've ruined our child's happiness. I gave her life. Who am I doing all this for? It's for her. This life is unbearable. I was bullied by outsiders outside, and now I have to endure the anger of you two when I get home. Seeing that Diana's father dared to talk back, Diana's mother immediately started crying. Hearing her mother say this, Diana and her father both showed disgust in their eyes. Come on, it's noon. Let's go out for dinner without her. This time, Diana's father was tough for once. After saying something to Diana, he took Diana downstairs. In a small restaurant downstairs, the father and daughter ordered 2 plates and 2 bowls of rice, and then started eating. When they were almost done, Diana's father also looked at Diana. Xiaoxi, are you and Peter still in love? Diana lowered her head and said after hearing her father's words. Hey, I understand. Actually, I've always thought that Xiaokai is a good person. He is filial and has a good personality. Most importantly, he is good to you. Although you didn't have much money before, it is not impossible to make money. In fact, it would be good if you could stay with Xiaokai forever. But with such a thing at home, no one could do anything. If you want to get back together but can't open your mouth, I'll tell you. From now on, you two should live a good life, and you don't have to come back to this family. Looking at Diana's expression, Diana's father finally spoke up. Hearing what her father said, Diana smiled bitterly. She really wanted to ask, why didn't you say this in the first place? If it weren't for everyone around me opposing it, I wouldn't have been so shaken as to break up with Peter. But now, even if there was a pill to regret, it's too late. Dad, it's too late. There's no place for me by his side anymore. He already has someone new. Looking at her father with a miserable smile, Diana took a deep breath and said, then continued to eat. After listening to Diana's words, her father opened his mouth and finally closed it. Yes, life is not a game. There's a place to save. Life is like this sometimes. Some things are over, and they are over. So at this time, Diana's father also lowered his head and started eating. On the other side, Peter and his friend were also eating. However, they did not go out to eat, but ate directly in the cafeteria of the supercar club. There are more than 40 employees in the supercar club, not counting the members. It is impossible for these more than 40 people to eat out all day or order takeout, because this place is located in the urban-rural fringe, outside the 4th Ring Road. Otherwise, the land would not be so cheap. So there must be a canteen here. To be honest, the chefs in the cafeteria are quite good. According to Chloe, she only booked 2 staff members here. One is Wu Zhong, the manager, and the other is the chef here. Although rich people may be taken advantage of, there is nothing wrong with their aesthetic taste. So Chloe also ate in the cafeteria with them today. While eating, Jack kept glancing at Peter and Chloe. He was a little confused. What was the relationship between his buddy and this girl who was always bickering with him? If that's the kind of relationship, then isn't my buddy moving too fast? He didn't even know that the goddess in their hearts, the bar owner, had already been won over by Peter on the first day. At this moment, they still had the leisure to watch Peter bickering with others. However, the two of them were bickering while eating. Suddenly, Chloe received a call. She did not hide the call, but answered it directly in front of everyone. After casually saying a few words, she hung up the phone. And Peter asked curiously at this time, "Who is it? Calling you in the middle of the day? Someone to collect a debt. How is that possible? Banks are closed on Saturdays and Sundays. Besides, I haven't reached the point where they need to urge me to pay back the money. It's from an auction, and they really don't do any background checks. I'm almost penniless now, and they actually called me." Chloe rolled her eyes as she picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork in front of her and threw it in her mouth. Auction. Peter seemed to have only seen this term in fantasy novels. In the real world, he had never heard of it or been to one. Interested, Chloe asked at this moment, seeing Peter's puzzled look. Peter touched his nose. He had never been there before, so he was a little curious. "There, this is for you. This is my membership card. There will be an auction tomorrow. If you want to go and have a look, go ahead. But there is nothing in it. You can change it to your name when you go." Seeing Peter say this, Chloe also took out a membership card from her bag and placed it in front of Peter. Peter took the membership card and looked at her. "I'm not going. I need to save money now. I'm afraid of spending too much money if I go. You go by yourself. Oh, and it's best to bring a female companion." Looking at Peter's eyes, Chloe said with some hesitation. Chapter 35, Female Companion. Female Companion. Sitting in the chairman's office of the supercar club, Peter also looked at his phone and muttered quietly. After lunch, Chloe left first because she still had to prepare the contract. Peter on Monday. Peter is not worried about the money at all. He still has more than 100 million in the bank. Tomorrow it will be more than 200 million, and the day after tomorrow, Monday morning, it will be more than 300 million. So even if he deducts Chloe's 180 million, he still has 120 million to use. As for the 200 million in the stock market, he will manage it and it will slowly grow, so there's no need to rush. That's why he wanted to go to this auction. But according to Chloe, he needs to bring a female companion to the auction, and his first choice is naturally Lily. So at this time, he also played Lily's video. The video was quickly connected, and then Peter saw Lily, wearing a white home dress, sitting at the dining table and eating fusilli noodles. The phone was held horizontally, and it was not difficult to tell that she was probably watching a TV series or something. Seeing Peter, she couldn't help but smile and asked, "Oh, you missed me so soon." "Yeah, I was just about to ask if you had eaten. If I hadn't made plans to go out for drinks with William and the others tonight, I would have gone back to see you right now." Listening to Lily's words, Peter also started talking with a smile. Lily rolled her eyes charmingly and spoke at this time. "No, I'll go back tonight. I promise. I'll just hug you and do nothing else." Looking at Lily's expression, Peter also held up 3 fingers and said seriously, "Bah, men's mouths are always deceiving. Even though you're my first man, I obviously don't trust you. And why did you come to me for nothing?" Peter with a grin. Lily also raised an eyebrow at him. "I have to say, this goblin is so ferocious, and every move he makes is really too charming. Fortunately, Peter has a perfect body, otherwise he is really afraid that he can't resist Lily. Even so, her every move is about to hook Peter into a black carp. He felt like a dog licking Lily's boots. She is beautiful, has a great figure, a perfect personality, is not clingy, and is caring. A woman like this is truly the embodiment of perfection. Bah, a dog licks a dog until he has nothing left. He will definitely not be a dog licker. You wouldn't just come and chat with me. Would you if you have something to say? Just say it now, and don't delay me from watching the show." Seeing that Peter's eyes were a little wandering because of what she said, Lily also supported her chin and asked him, "Well, it's true. There's an auction tomorrow, and I want to take you with me." Hearing Lily talking about serious matters, Peter also responded, "Auction? Forget it. I don't really like this kind of occasion. But if you want to attend, you do need a female companion. If you don't have one, I have quite a few beautiful girls in my shop. Would you like me to introduce you to some?" Seeing Peter mention the auction, Lily shook her head and said that she was not very interested in the auction, but she could introduce a few female companions to Peter. "Forget it. If you don't want to go, I'll ask my assistant." Hearing that Lily didn't want to go, Peter thought for a moment and decided to ask Yuna. If Yuna didn't have time, Grace would be fine. "Well, okay. Remember to greet them in advance and make an appointment. Also, you need to prepare some clothes for your assistant to attend the auction. It doesn't matter to you, but your female companion must wear a dress." After hearing what Peter said, Lily did not show any jealousy or reluctance at all. Instead, she smiled and gave Peter advice. After Peter chatted with her for a few more words, Lily hung up the phone and continued watching the show. As for Peter, he also called Yuna. "Brother Kai, do you have any instructions?" Peter picked up the phone. He heard the sound of an electric drill coming from the other end of the phone. Needless to say, he knew that Yuna was probably still working at home. "Yuna, are you still in my house?" "Yeah, otherwise I'd always worry about them working. Now the staircase from the 32nd to the 33rd floor is almost finished, and they're installing the handrails. It's made entirely of metal, solid wood, and tempered glass. It's quite beautiful. It looks pretty good to me." After hearing what Peter said, Yuna also started talking with a smile. "Well, okay. I trust you, just watch and do it, but there's no need to watch all the time. It's all smoke, which is bad for your health. You can take this opportunity to go out and buy some clothes." Hearing Yuna's happy voice, Peter also spoke. "What to buy?" "Clothes." Yuna asked in confusion when she heard Peter asking her to buy clothes. "Buy a dress. There's an auction tomorrow night, and you could be my date." "Huh? Auction? Dress? Brother Kai, am I not good enough?" When Yuna heard Peter asking her to buy a dress to attend the auction, she couldn't help but swallow and said a little embarrassedly, "Why not? You're my assistant. You'll definitely be attending a lot of events like this in the future. You'll have to get used to it. Okay, go buy some clothes, shoes, bags, and even some jewelry. Then send me a message and I'll reimburse you in full." "Oh." After hearing Peter's affirmative words, Yuna also said softly, Peter was right in one thing. As his assistant, she would probably attend more occasions like this in the future, so Yuna really needed to adapt in advance. But she doesn't know how to buy a dress. She picked up her phone and looked around. Among all the people she knew, the only one who might have something to do with the dress was Grace, so she called Grace at this time. After hearing what Yuna said, Grace was actually a little confused, because she was just a low-level financial practitioner before. She didn't know anything about dresses, but everyone has a certain mentality. Since others come to her for help, even if she doesn't know, she has to pretend to know a lot. So the two of them made an appointment to go shopping together. As for Peter, he started playing games in Chloe's office. Even though Chloe doesn't know much about computers, the mainframe computer she has is top-notch. The 4090 with a 4K screen seems to cost over 100,000 yuan. I just heard Jack talk about the black monkey, and Peter also placed one here. Then he started playing, but to be honest, his reaction speed was like cheating in this game. The boss's attacks seemed to be in slow motion to him, and there was no such thing as fast or slow swords or time differences. An initial chopping stick breaks everything. No matter whether he was fighting Guangji, Guangmo, Data, Xiushi, Baoyajlang, Ling Suzi, or others, he could defeat them in one go. By the time Jack had a general understanding of what he was supposed to do and the two were ready to leave, he had already defeated the hidden boss Jin Shi. Seeing Peter's progress really hurt Jack. He played until 3 in the morning and was still stuck with Xiushi, the Snake Man. Playing this game really depends on talent. Chapter 36, Classmates. As Peter and the other 4 gentlemen lay down on the bathing table, the bathing masters here couldn't help but start rubbing the mud off their bodies. The 4 of them closed their eyes comfortably, feeling the pleasure of taking a bath. Of course, there's another reason for closing your eyes and mouth, which is that you're afraid that mud will fall into your eyes and mouth, which is disgusting. Just then, when the 4 of them lay down, some of them started talking. No, Kaizi, how much money did you make? You bought a house, a company, and a sports car club. Looking at Peter, William also asked, Don't worry about this. Lao Luo, just help me look after the company, and Dongzi, help me take care of the supercar club. After I sign the contract on Monday, I can contact any wedding planning companies and rent them a car. As for directly leasing it, forget it. These cars are too new to just lease now. Feeling the strength of the uncle rubbing his back, Peter also started talking with a smile. Damn, Godfather, you've made arrangement for both of them, but what about me? If Peter had only arranged for William, there would be nothing to say. It just so happened that he acquired William's company, which is also normal. But now Peter has also set up a supercar club and arranged Jack to join it. Although Jack may not earn as much as William, a conservative estimate is that he earns at least 1 million a year. In a few years, it's enough to buy a house in full. This made Chi E a little anxious. I don't have any ideas for the time being, but you can go to Gangzi first. Anyway, the technical department of this company also needs people who can write code. I will arrange you when there are other companies in the future. After hearing Chi Yi's words, Peter also spoke. Yeah, okay, it's better than staying in this company and suffering. After hearing Peter's words, Chi Yi hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Hee, you Birdman, won't you be bullied now that you're working for me? You're too naive. After Chi Yi finished speaking, William also started talking with a smile. But all he got in return was Chi Yi's middle finger. Let's not talk about this anymore. After you finish your shower, do you want to go upstairs or go for a drink? After some laughter, Jack also started to ask. Of course, I went upstairs and drank. After hearing Jack's words, William also said something. Can you do it? After going upstairs, do you still have the energy to drink? Looking at William, Chi Yi also teased him with a smile. We're not going upstairs for anything, just a normal massage. Why don't you have the energy to drink? Don't you know there's a crackdown lately? After returning the middle finger to Chi Yi, William also spoke. Then the 4 of them decided on the steps for a while. After the 4 of them finished scrubbing and rinsing, they changed into bathrobes and went upstairs. Of course, they just found a large private room for a massage, massaging their shoulders, backs, and feet. Although the people doing the massage were girls who were dressed very simply, nothing that shouldn't have happened. And just as they were enjoying the massage, at this moment, William's cell phone suddenly rang. Then I saw him chuckle disdainfully, and then he started typing. What's wrong? Why does your tone sound so disdainful? Who has offended our manager Luo again? Looking at William, Chi Yi asked curiously. You're not in it, but someone in our junior high school group is acting like a jerk. After hearing what William said, Jack couldn't help but pick up his phone and started looking at it. Then he couldn't help but snort in disdain, and looking at the indifferent Peter, he couldn't help but speak. By the way, you didn't join the group, right? Do you still remember Lu Chifu's grandson? He got rich recently. His family's land was occupied, and he lost a lot of money. Then he opened a processing plant. It used to make pig feed, but now it's made cement and made a lot of money. I just picked up a new car today, and I'm showing off in a group chat. Peter did not join the classmates group, mainly because he had attended a class reunion when he graduated from college. He originally thought that attending a class reunion was a way to keep in touch. It turned out that there were basically only 2 themes in this class reunion. One was pretending to be cool, and the other was cheating. He saw with his own eyes that after the reunion, several couples who were not together left together hugging each other. And then those who had been at odds with each other in school, when they heard that someone was rich, they also tried to curry favor with that person. This really made him feel unhappy, so he no longer had any contact with these classmates. But William and Jack are still there. As for Lu Chifu, whom Jack mentioned, this grandson was a fool when he was in junior high school. He was always among the bottom 3 in the class. His family rented land for farming, so the teachers and classmates didn't like him. Later I heard that he didn't even finish high school. But sometimes it's like this, a person's fate is determined by heaven. The highway was rerouted and his land was occupied. He had to pay a one-time compensation of more than 10 million yuan. They used the money to set up a pig feed processing plant, and the business is booming. Now I work in a cement processing factory, and I can earn at least 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a year. Among Peter's classmates, he is already the best. Peter, William, and Chi need to be eliminated now. The reason why it was so lively here today was because he had just bought a BMW X5, and many people in the group were praising him. Seeing this, Jack also said to Peter, "Damn, he installed this 13. I'm going to use your cars. Is that okay?" "No problem, crush him." Hearing Jack's words, Peter also started talking with a smile. Then Jack directly picked a video and sent it to the classmates group. Young Master Lu is truly amazing. This BMW X5 must be worth 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. What do you mean by 600,000 or 700,000? This car costs over 800,000. Young Master Lu is truly a promising young man. Hey, it's nothing, just a few months' income. I originally wanted to buy an 8 Series, but sedans don't suit me. I still prefer SUVs. Yeah, this little money is nothing to young Master Lu. Jack shared a video. Jack, what did he share? A new tractor from his machine shop? No, it seems to be a car, a BMW. Is this a BMW? An 8 Series? Oldly, have you made a fortune? A BMW 8 Series? It's probably worth over $1 million. What BMW 8 Series? Look carefully, that's M8. This car costs more than 2 million. Looking at these people who suddenly appeared in the group, William just happened to cooperate. Chapter 37, A Fatal Blow. More than 2 million, 10,000? Ha, Lao Luo, are you crazy? I know you're close to Jack, and you're bragging about him. I'm not exaggerating. I checked, and this car is indeed worth over 2 million. Damn it, Jack. Don't tell me this car is yours. Jack shared a video. Seeing the doubts in the class group, Jack posted a video of another car, and this time, these people were furious again. Damn Mercedes? No, this is a Mercedes-Benz AMG. What the hell is this AMG? This is a Maybach. Jack, are you selling cars? Jack shared a video. Oh my god, this is a Cullinan? The one next to it is a G-Class? And there's also a VW. Jack, Dong brother, what have you been doing? Did you go to Jincheng Port to sell cars? Jack shared a video. Seeing these people's shocked expressions, Jack would occasionally upload a video of a car he had photographed this afternoon. The videos were not long, only about 10 seconds with him and the car in them, but they still made these people stunned. It is difficult to see these luxury cars together, even on TV, let alone normally. For a while, the whole class was wondering what Jack was doing. After a while, Jack finally spoke. Don't guess. These cars aren't mine. They belong to Peter. He founded a supercar club, and he bought these cars for fun. I'm his manager now. If any of my classmates want to experience luxury cars, they can come and see me. Jack looked at Peter as he spoke, and Peter waved his hand. He was pretending to be cool and even brought himself along. Well, it was actually quite cool. Peter? He's not in this group, is he? What is he doing now? There's a supercar club? He buys these cars for fun. Damn, could you guys stop bragging? That's right, a supercar club must be worth tens of millions at least. If I sell you 3, are you worth even a fraction of that? After hearing what Jack said, some people who disliked them naturally stood up in the group, ready to expose them with a righteous look on their faces. Jack shared a video. Hey, you guys are too timid, guessing too much. This supercar club is worth 180 million, and it was just confirmed today. William shared a video. That's nothing. He's my boss now. He bought our company. Like Jack, I'm a general manager under him. Jack had just finished speaking when William also shared video. It was a video of him walking into the general manager's office in the company. The nameplate above the general manager's office was his name, William. As soon as these 2 videos were released, the entire junior high school group was silent for 3 seconds. And then suddenly countless messages popped up. Oh my god, Peter is awesome. He seemed so ordinary when he was in school, but I never thought he would be so amazing. Brother Luo, Please help push Peter's message. Brotherly. Could you please ask Peter if he has any other work? Gongzi Dongzi. How much do you get paid under Peter? It's all the same. Base salary is 100,000 yuan a month, plus commission. Oh my god, two big guys. Please help me with this. We're all classmates. Please help me. Looking at the crazy messages in the class group, William and Jack tacitly went silent at the same time. As for Lu Fu, who would go to his old and broken X5 now, by the time they finished installing 13, Peter and the others had also finished the massage. Peter was about to pay the bill, but found that the bill had already been paid. Seeing this scene, Peter also smiled. Although he really didn't care about this small amount of money, and these people were teasing Peter to treat them, when it came to actually taking the money, they naturally wouldn't let Peter take it all. After all, the most important thing between friends is equality. If one person treats you every day, what's the point? Rich people treat you to expensive food, and poor people treat you to cheap food. These are all normal. If friends still have to calculate this, then they really can't get along. But it certainly can't be allowed to be taken by one person. So Peter didn't say much. After taking a shower, Peter drove the three of them to Lily's bar. As the four of them sat down, he couldn't help but speak up. Why is the boss lady dressed so conservatively after not seeing her for 2 days? Has she found a boyfriend? Indeed, Lily was dressed much more conservatively today than when Peter first saw her. She was now wearing a white puff-sleeve top and high-waisted jeans. Apart from a little exposure around her belly button, her style of clothing was completely different from a few days ago. Although her figure is so hot and sexy, the degree of exposure is indeed too little. In fact, Peter never told her that he didn't like her wearing too sexy clothes. But Lily clearly felt it. She had already changed to a pure style yesterday, and today she was even more tightly wrapped. Listening to Chi-Yi's words, Peter just smiled. It was really hard to say about this matter, but soon, Lily came over to confirm the relationship between the two. Because this time, before they even ordered their drinks, Lily saw Peter and the others coming and took the initiative to come over with 2 bottles of wine. After placing them on the table, she naturally walked behind Peter and put her hands on his shoulders. Peter's head just happened to be in the spot where countless people were paying close attention. Tina, you are. Tina is my girlfriend now. Seeing the surprised looks on the faces of the 3 people, Peter also said with a smile, "What girlfriend? I am at most his lover. I'm not going to take responsibility. When you 3 come later, there will be plenty of drinks, and it will be charged to his account." Hearing Peter's words, Lily also smiled and spoke, then waved her hand charmingly and walked back to the bar. As soon as she left, the eyes of William and the other 2 beside Peter instantly became burning. "You kid, you're so good. You've already seduced the boss lady on your first day here." "That's right. You're such a dishonest boy. We brought you here to see the boss lady, and you just took you home to keep as a treasure? I said we were being smug just now, and you ignored us. Turns out you were waiting here to deliver a fatal blow to us." Ah, as expected, outstanding people are outstanding wherever they go. Damn, he just finished work for you, and you're already flattering him? Gratitude is gratitude, help is help, and scolding him is scolding. Hearing Jack's obviously inappropriate words next to him, he couldn't help but look at him with contempt and said. Looking at their expressions, Peter also laughed. It really feels good to be envied by others. Chapter 38. Reason. I shouldn't have let you come over. Didn't we agree that we were just going to sleep? What are you doing now? Lily punched Peter weakly with her hand and couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Tonight, Peter took William, Jack, and Chi-E to the bar for a drink. Then he slipped away with Lily and drove back to Lilia's home. As soon as they came in, something happened between them, something that was supposed to happen. Haha, sleep now. Grabbing Lilia's hand, Peter also said with a smile, I'm all sweaty now and can't sleep well. I'm going to take a shower. Lily broke free from Peter's hand and struggled to stand up. Peter said immediately after seeing Lily's actions, No way. If we take a bath together, it will probably take more than an hour to finish. Although Lily said this, when her feet touched the ground, she felt her legs go weak. She really couldn't handle Peter alone. Peter was prepared and immediately picked up Lily. Then they went to the bathroom. The bathtub in the bathroom was already filled with water, and Peter and Lily lay down in it together. Lily leaning against his chest, Peter thought for a moment and spoke. Wife. Don't call me wife, call me sister. Lily suddenly interrupted Peter when she heard him calling her and said with a smile, Okay, Sister Cheen, can I know why you don't want to be my girlfriend? Peter couldn't help but ask in a low voice while hugging Lily. I thought you would wait a little longer before asking, but it's okay to tell you now. I don't want to be your girlfriend for 2 reasons. When Lily heard Peter finally ask this question, her body trembled, and then she gently scooped up a handful of water and poured it on her collarbone, and she began to speak. First, Joan, do you know? Joan? Never heard of him. After listening to Lily's words, Peter thought carefully for a while, then shook his head. He really had never heard of the name Joan. Yeah, it's normal that you don't know. He's my dad, but he's a big gangster involved in gangsterism. He was arrested 3 years ago and sentenced to death. He was shot more than a year ago. Hearing that Peter didn't know, Lily also explained with a smile. When Peter heard Lily say that her father was a big gangster, he was stunned for a moment, because he was also worried about how he would refuse if this guy used family affection to kidnap Lily or forced her to do something illegal. However, after hearing Lily say that he was dead, Peter was relieved, but then he was a little confused about what this had to do with him and Lily being together. Fool, don't you understand? I'm a criminal. Being with me won't benefit your future. Moreover, our children won't be able to take the civil service exam, join the army, or hold any position in a state-owned enterprise. This will affect 3 generations. So even for you, for our future children, I can't really be with you. Turning her head and holding Peter's face in her hands, Lily also smiled and said, Actually, after hearing what Lily said, Peter couldn't help but want to say that he actually didn't need any external force or help from others. He could do it on his own. Lily here spoke again. Secondly, it has something to do with my background. My mother is my father's first wife, but ever since I was a child, my father's attention has always been on his mistresses. Although his lovers always change, he always loves his lovers. My mother never got love until her death. So instead of marrying you, I would just stay at home and wait for the little love you give me. Lily said with a smile, gently stroking Peter's chest with her fingers. I'm not that kind of person. I understand, but just treat me as someone with PTSD. I won't interfere with you finding other women. If one day you get tired of me, just tell me and I won't pester you. Of course, if I'm in trouble and I come to you, you can't refuse to help me. Interrupting Peter again, Lily also started talking with a smile. Then can I ask you why you chose me? Seeing Lily say this, Peter really didn't know how to answer it this time. He might only be able to make Lily truly open her heart through his future actions. So at this time, he also asked his second question. The reason I chose you, maybe I'm getting older and want to feel the taste of love. Secondly, mainly because I am also very curious. You are so handsome, have such a good figure, are so rich and so talented, referring to music, have no bad habits, and have a very gentle personality. Why did your girlfriend break up with you? There's only one possibility, that is you can't. So I wanted to confirm it. While laughing, Lily came over and said in his ear. And Peter also looked at her at this time. So what has been confirmed now? It's confirmed that your girlfriend couldn't handle you anymore. So she ran away. Blinking, Lily also smiled and spoke to Peter. Then we'll see if you can handle it. Facing Lily as teasing, Peter also carried her out of the bathtub, and then the two of them returned to the room with a smile. The next day, Peter was woken up by a phone call again, but this time it was not Yuna. It was a strange phone call. Peter has a habit of answering unfamiliar calls. If it is a harassing call or something like that, he will hang up and add it to the blacklist. So at this time, although he had never seen this phone number, he still picked up the phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard a woman's voice. Hello, are you the owner of the 31st floor of Building 7? Long Ting Jun? It's me, what's going on? Hearing the woman's voice, Peter asked with some doubts. I'm the owner of 3001 downstairs from you. I'm asking you if you have any sense of righteousness. Don't you know that renovations are not allowed on Saturdays and Sundays? You get up early in the morning and start smashing down the wall. What on earth are you doing? After hearing Peter confirm her identity, the woman spoke directly. Hearing the dissatisfaction in her words, Peter was stunned for a moment. He picked up his phone and saw that it was just past 7 o'clock. Although his house is not being renovated, it is indeed a bit early. Chapter 39, Neighbors. Sorry, my house isn't being renovated. We're planning on adding a staircase. As for starting so early, I didn't expect it to start 9 o'clock. I think the person in charge will go back and take a look. Hurry up. The person on the other end was indeed a little less angry when she heard Peter's attitude was not bad. After she said, hurry up, she hung up the phone. Then Peter also called Yuna, who was rushing to his house at that time. But the bus was a bit congested today, so she hasn't arrived yet. Listening to her words, Peter also thought about it. How about giving Yuna a sports car? After all, She is my assistant. She might run around everywhere in the future. It's not a big deal to always take taxis or buses. Oh, by the way, it seems that there is still money left for buying clothes yesterday, and I haven't given it to her. This silly girl doesn't even know to take a picture of the invoice for herself. What's wrong? Did something happen at home? Seeing Peter lying down in a daze after hanging up the phone, Lily lazily lay on Peter's chest and asked, "Nothing. I bought 3 large flats and was planning to join one. The construction team was probably rushing to finish the project, so they started work early this morning before Yuna even showed up. The neighbor downstairs came to see me." "Oh, I see. By the way, is your assistant a young girl with little work experience?" After hearing Peter's explanation, Lily suddenly spoke up. "What? Are you jealous?" Looking at Lily, Peter licked her nose gently and said with a smile, "Eat your big head, ghost. I wish you could find a few more sisters to help me share the burden. I mean, a young girl like that would definitely be a little clumsy in handling things like this. You should go back and make sure your neighbors and the construction crew don't bully your assistant." Giving Peter a blank look, Lily began to speak. After hearing what Lily said, Peter thought about it and felt that it did make sense. "Then I'll go back and take a look. You go to sleep first, and then don't come for a while, and don't come tonight. I need a rest. Your house is decorated today, so go home and sleep. We'll talk tomorrow." Lily kicked Peter directly, and she couldn't help but wave her hand, hit him, and left quickly. "We had clearly agreed that I would just sleep yesterday, but when I came back last night, I was busy for 2 hours, and after taking a shower, I was busy for another hour." She really felt that if this continued, she might not survive. But Peter is like poison. When she is with him, even if Peter does not take the initiative, she cannot control herself. So the best way is to ask him not to come and rest for 2 days. Well, 1 day is better. She will miss him if she does not see him for 2 days. Seeing Lily's scared and reluctant look, Peter smiled, kissed her forehead, went to wash up, and then left Lily's house. Peter went downstairs to buy a tray of buns and ate them while driving back home. When he got home, Yuna was already there. After hearing the news, Peter couldn't help but quicken his pace, because he was really worried that these people would scold his assistant and make him cry. When signing the contract, Peter looked at Yuna's ID card. She was only 21 years old this year. Although for some reason she did not go to college, she was still a child after all. So it was normal for him to be a little worried, but it was obvious that he was overthinking it. Yuna is indeed 21 years old this year and started working after graduating from high school. But her 3 years of training in society were not in vain. She was a soft girl in front of Peter, but that didn't mean she was the same in front of others. So when Peter returned home, she had actually dealt with everything. The construction team temporarily stopped work and would talk about it after 9 o'clock. The neighbor had also been appeased by her. When Peter took the elevator up, the neighbor downstairs had a smile on his face. When Peter saw her, both of them were stunned. Don't get me wrong, they didn't know each other. What surprised Peter was that the girl living downstairs from his house was actually very beautiful. He looked to be in his 20s, probably older than me, but not much older, about 1.66 or 1.67 meters tall. Although he was wearing a loose t-shirt as pajamas, he had a good figure. His long brown hair was draped behind his head, making him look quite fierce. She looked at Peter with some surprise, because she knew that Yuna was just Peter's assistant, and Peter bought 3 large flats here. She lives here, so she naturally knows how much the building costs. She lived downstairs in a 125 square meter house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which had already made countless people envious. She didn't even know that there was the legendary large flat above her head. She originally thought that Peter would be an old man or a middle-aged man, but she never expected that Peter would be so young and handsome. "Are you the owner of this place?" After the two looked at each other, the woman spoke first. "Yeah, it's me. I'm so sorry for causing a little trouble so early in the morning." Hearing what the other party said, Peter also spoke politely. "Oh, it's okay. We are all neighbors. Let's be tolerant of each other in the future. I'll go down first." Seeing that Peter had a good attitude, was rich, and was handsome, the woman's last bit of anger disappeared. She waved her hand and went down the stairs. When she left, Yuna also walked to Peter's side. "Brother Kai, I'm so sorry that I can't even do such a small thing." Looking at Peter, Yuna said apologetically, "Hey, what does this have to do with you? It's obvious that the foreman is trying to rush the deadline. Come on, let's go and give him a lesson. By the way, did you buy the skirt I asked you to buy yesterday?" Patting Yuna's head, Peter spoke nonchalantly. "I bought it, but it feels a little weird. Yuna scratched her head when she thought of the skirt she bought yesterday. The dress was indeed a little weird. I'll know after you try it on. You bought the skirt, but didn't remember to send me a photo. By the way, can you drive? Peter smiled when he heard Yuna's words. Yes, I will. That's fine. Come with me to pick out a car first. Then we'll go back to your house to look at dresses, and then we'll go take a photo shoot. Seeing Yuna's hesitation, Peter laughed and agreed directly. Chapter 40, Dress. The foreman is still easy to deal with, because this foreman actually signed a contract with the sales office and property management here. If it were an ordinary resident, at most he would be fined if he failed to handle the matter properly. But if Peter can't handle it well, he will have to leave with just one word from Peter. Peter's big house is no joke, so it's not difficult to knock him down. He just wanted to hurry up and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish it by evening. It's better to come early in the morning than to be complained about for coming late at night. Now Peter, the real boss, came and said that if it couldn't be fixed, they could come back tomorrow. He was no longer in a hurry and waited until after 9 o'clock before he asked the construction team to start working on it again. After they started, Peter also drove Yuna to the Union Supercar Club. As soon as he arrived, he found that Jack had already arrived. Although he and Chloe have not signed a contract yet, the matter has been settled, so Jack can be said to have taken office ahead of schedule. Jack was a little dumbfounded when he saw Peter brought a new girl. Wow, it's different when you have money. Although Diana was indeed beautiful before, Peter only took Diana with him wherever he went. But now, he has already met 3 of them, Lily and Chloe, the original owner of this place yesterday. Not to mention that he and Chloe have no relationship. Even an outsider like him can see that there must be something wrong between the 2 of them. And then today, Yuna came again? Sure enough, if a man has money, he is no longer a man. And amid his puzzled gaze, Peter also started talking with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Jack, my childhood friend, classmate, and best friend. He will be the manager here in the future, and this is also my property. This is Yuna, my assistant. If I need anything in the future, I might send her. I'm telling you, be nice about your accounts. If she catches you, don't say I screwed you. Okay, you're the one talking nonsense. Hello, Miss Yuna. My name is Jack. Hello, Mr. Lee. You could just call me Yuna from now on. Jack looked at Peter with contempt and nodded as a greeting to Yuna, and Yuna returned the greeting. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Figure out all the twists and turns here for me. I'll leave this to you from now on. I'll take Yuna to pick out a car first. Okay, I got it. Listening to Peter's words, Jack also despised this duplicity guy in his heart. He was just an ordinary assistant, and Peter was willing to give him a car? It's because this soft girl named Yuna is pretty and he covets her body. How despicable. But Jack just muttered in his heart, and then went about his business with a smile, because he knew that if he had money, he would probably be much more unbearable than Peter. At this time, Peter brought Yuna to the front of the cars. Executive or performance sedans and SUVs are not suitable for Yuna. So Peter took her to pick out sports cars, and looking at these sports cars, Yuna was at a loss. Because these cars really cost over 1 million yuan, she really doesn't dare drive them. Finally, I chose a Porsche Boxsters, a 2.5T soft-top sports car. The original price of this car was 817,000 yuan, but now the price of a new car has dropped to 735,000 yuan. Including taxes and other things, the total price is only about 820,000 yuan. It is indeed hit hard by domestic cars. But this car is quite suitable for Yuna to drive. It has full insurance, so there's no need to worry about her crashing it. After taking her to the racetrack in the area for a few laps and testing the car's performance and switches, Peter also drove her car slowly to their community with her. Yuna's residential complex, well, it can't be said to be her home because it is actually the house she rented. It is an old residential complex, but it is not far from Longting Jiyuan. There are probably 4 bus stops. If you walk, it will take 20 minutes, but if you take a car, it will only take more than 10 minutes. This is also the reason why she came to Longting Jiyuan to work as a saleswoman, as it is close to home. However, in this old community, many of the supporting facilities are definitely not very good. For example, the cars here are parked in a mess, but fortunately, there are quite a lot of cameras nearby, probably because there were disputes here. You don't have to worry about anyone scratching it. It's just not very easy to park. In fact, Yuna is more suitable for cars that can park automatically. When she parked the car and got out, the child was so anxious that sweat was all over his head. He was really scared. Okay, just drive slowly from now on. This car has comprehensive insurance. If something happens, don't panic. If you hit someone, call 120 first, then call the traffic police, then call the insurance company. If you only hit one car, call the traffic police first, then call the insurance company. If you hit something fixed, like a flower bed, just file a claim with the insurance company. Brother Kai, can't you just hope that I'll be a little better? After hearing what Peter said, Yuna also pouted and said to Peter, okay, just remember it. Let's go upstairs to look at the skirts. Looking at Yuna's expression, Peter also smiled and then followed Yuna upstairs. Soon the two entered a room on the third floor. This room is a two-bedroom, one living room, but it is obvious that Yuna is sharing it with someone else. The living room looked very messy, obviously containing the belongings of two people. Both rooms had corresponding locks, but they were both locked tightly. Brother Kai, please sit down for a while. I'll go change my clothes. After letting Peter sit on the sofa, Yuna whispered to Peter and then went back to her room. Peter responded and started playing with his mobile phone. Soon, he heard the sound of high heels. When he turned around and looked at Yuna's door, Yuna also opened the door. Then in front of Peter, Yuna also walked out wearing a beige dress. The style of this dress was a hip skirt, but not that revealing. The skirt is above the knees. Although the collarbone is exposed on the upper body, no scars are exposed. It is a stacked style like the ancient Greek style, but it is obvious that Yuna has scars. Her lower body was bare-legged at this time, and she was wearing a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals. Her white and tender feet and calves looked like jade and were also very beautiful. The most important thing is that when she turned around, Peter discovered that the back of the dress was a hollow design. So it looked a little sexy, but the problem was that the back was hollow, which meant that if she wore tight clothes, it would be visible and a bit abrupt. Looking at this scene, Peter was also a little confused. Yuna, who didn't hear Peter's comment, couldn't help but ask, Brother Kai, doesn't this suit look good? Chapter 41, Auction. Well, it looks good, it does look good, but are you? Listening to Yuna's words, Peter scratched his head and then mentioned it in a low voice. Oh, there are breast pads inside. Sister Grace said that it's impossible to wear clothes like this. Wearing clothes, they're close to the body, so they use this. Hearing Peter's words, Yuna's face suddenly turned red, and then she spoke to Peter with a slight stutter. Well, that's right. By the way, how much is this dress of yours? I'll send it to you. Hearing Yuna say this, Peter also murmured something, and then asked Yuna about the price of the clothes. No need. This dress is only 170, and including this pair of shoes, it's only 200. I'm going to wear it anyway, so I don't need your money, Brother Kai. Hearing Peter say that the dress was good-looking, Yuna ran to Peter's side with a smile, then sat down and said to Peter. Peter couldn't help but smile when he heard her words. Girl, are you saving money for me? I don't need you to help me save money. You should buy something expensive. Peter smiled and said after gently touching Yuna's head. It's not that I want to save money. It's mainly because I don't know where to buy a dress. I asked Sister Grace, and she took me to a small shop, but I think the material is pretty good. Feeling Peter's movements, Yuna also started talking with a smile. Look at the person you're looking for, Grace, who wears formal clothes all day long. How would she know where to buy a dress? I guess if you asked her, she would be embarrassed to say she didn't know. So she found a store online. Peter smiled and looked at her and started talking. What he thought was actually right. Grace was a girl who wore formal clothes all day long. Although she was very beautiful, she had never wore a dress. But I don't know anyone else. Hearing Peter say this, Yuna also stuck out her tongue cutely and said with a smile, Yes, you'll get to know more people in the future. This one is fine, very beautiful. Go change it, and let's go eat. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Peter also said to Yuna, and Yuna stood up immediately after hearing Peter's words. Don't go out to eat. I'll make it for you. Peter had tasted Yuna's cooking on the first day of moving in. He liked the homely taste. Seeing Yuna's expression as if she wanted to show off, Peter smiled and nodded in agreement. Then Yuna changed her clothes and went to the kitchen to get busy. Soon the aroma of food wafted in. When Yuna called Peter, he saw quite a few dishes in the restaurant, including a large bowl of boiled pork slices, a plate of shredded pork with fish flavor, and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. They all looked delicious. Peter didn't hesitate and started eating with Yuna. As the first chopstick entered his mouth, Peter smiled and gave a thumbs up again. As long as you like it, eat more. Seeing that Peter enjoyed the food she cooked, Yuna smiled and said, and then she started eating. After finishing their meal, the two cleaned up and went to sit on the sofa in the living room to watch TV together. It must be said that Peter and Yuna actually have quite a lot of common topics. Especially on Thursday and Friday, when he was directing Grace and the others to operate the business, he became very familiar with Yuna, so there was nothing wrong with the two of them sitting together watching TV. In this way, time passed in a blink of an eye, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. After they simply heated up the leftovers from lunch and had dinner, they got in Peter's car and headed to the auction that Chloe had told Peter about. However, this auction is actually not like in the movies, where there is a special auction venue. Those are only found in special large-scale auctions. These small private auctions are usually held in temporary locations. For example, in some private estates or some private museums. For example, this auction is held in an art gallery. Peter and Yuna arrived here, handed the car to the doorman, and then they entered the auction venue. It must be said that the people who came to participate in the auction were basically all dressed in formal attire. Some elderly people wore zhongshan suits and tang suits, but young people basically wore suits. Only Peter was dressed more casually. Although their female companions were only wearing evening gowns, they were all adorned with jewels, unlike Yuna, who, despite being pretty and young, didn't even have a decent piece of jewelry on her. However, these people were also somewhat well-mannered. Although they might have looked down on Peter and the others in their hearts, they didn't say anything. As for Peter and Yuna, they also entered the auction venue together. To enter from here, you must have that invitation card. You also need to swipe the card to confirm that it is real before you can enter. Chloe gave him, but after entering, Peter also asked the receptionist how to change his name. He couldn't always use Chloe's name. The receptionist was very polite and asked someone to lead Peter to the office of the person in charge. "Hello, sir, madam. How can I help you?" Peter and Yuna, who walked in, the person in charge here also said with a smile. "This membership card belongs to my friend. She may not want to come here in the future, so she asked me to change the card to my name." After listening to the words of the person in charge, Peter also stated his purpose. "Actually, it's not that troublesome. Now you just need to verify your capital. If you have assets over 30 million, you can apply for a membership card here." After hearing Peter's words, the person in charge also spoke. Needless to say, this is definitely a change in the rules. After all, the current economic environment outside is not good, which has also affected the domestic situation. The 13 square meter requirement may have been very high in the past, but now anyone with assets can come. This has saved Peter a lot of trouble. He immediately called the bank and pressed the speakerphone button so that the other party could hear exactly that he currently had more than 200 million in cash deposits. The person in charge smiled even brighter. In just 5 minutes, a new membership card appeared in Peter's hand. As for the photo of Chloe, I will just return it to her when we meet tomorrow. As for whether she cuts off her hand or not, what does it have to do with Peter? Then he took Yuna with him and walked into the main venue. After they found a place to sit down, a waiter came over and gave them a tablet. After a while, they could use this tablet to bid on whatever price they liked. Just as Peter and Yuna were looking through what would be auctioned today, with the ringing of a bell, the auction officially began. Chapter 42, The Auction Begins. Welcome everyone to our auction today. Your presence really makes our place shine. As the bell rang, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo walked up to the auction table in front of Peter and the others, and gave his opening remarks with a smile. But after all, it wasn't a school opening ceremony or graduation ceremony, and the guests who came here to attend the auction were too lazy to listen to what he was saying. So he just briefly introduced their company and the art gallery that would be used for the auction today, and then he started today's auction directly. Today's first lot is a pair of earrings from Chopard. From the Red Carpet series, model 84979610002, the earrings are pear-shaped. The main material is 18K white gold. The total weight of the two main emeralds is 29.12 carats, and the white diamond carats are 22 carats. This pair of earrings is really suitable for ladies with fair skin. Its selling price was 6.46 million, but it has been discontinued for a long time now. It is a piece of jewelry with great collection value. The starting price for this auction is 4.8 million, with each lot increasing by 200,000. Please bid. As the auctioneer was introducing the items, a tall etiquette lady came up to the booth with a pair of earrings, picked them up, and showed them around. When Peter saw the two earrings, the situation about the two earrings appeared in his mind. Indeed, just as the auctioneer said, these earrings are quite collectible, because according to the system's valuation, it is already worth 7.2 million, which is about 800,000 higher than the launch price. The price will increase by about 3% every year. It is not high, but it is not very low either. It does have some collection value. Although it is not too expensive, if the price is right, you can buy it. At this moment, there were quite a few people in this venue who had this vision. Although they didn't know the final price of this thing, they knew roughly what it was worth. So many people started bidding at this time. At the same time, some auction numbers appeared on a large screen behind the auctioneer. Okay, buyer number 3 bid 5 million. Buyer number 12 bid 5.2 million. Buyer number 17 bid 5.4 million. Buyer number 21 bid 5.6 million. Buyer number 16 bid 5.8 million. And buyer number 3 bid again 6 million. 6 million. Is there a higher price? Okay, buyer number 8 bids 6.2 million. After a round of bidding, when a necklace slowly approached the asking price, the buyers began to hesitate. Bid the price. At this time, Peter also felt that he was about to make a bid. Huh? Brother Kai, if you bid any higher, it will be 6.4 million. 6.4 million for a pair of earrings. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna also lowered her voice and asked in a low voice. 6.4 million is enough for her to buy a house in Longting-Gun, but Peter just wants to buy a pair of earrings? Make an offer, it's worth it. Hearing Yuna's words, Peter also started talking with a smile. Then Yuna also pressed the bid at this time. Peter's number, 26, also appeared on the big screen behind the auctioneer. It was also the last number in the venue. Of course, there are actually not 26 people here because the organizers removed some numbers that seem unlucky, such as 4, 14, 24, 18, 7, and 13. But Peter, as 26, was indeed the last number in the game. As he bid 6.4 million, many people looked at him. His number was almost obvious because everyone else here knew who they were and what their number was. Peter was the only new face, and it seemed like he was here for the first time, so his number must be the last one. Originally, these people were still thinking that Peter was just here for fun. After all, he didn't look like someone who would participate in the auction. Now it looks really unrecognizable. Okay, guess number 26. Your bid is 6.4 million. Is there a higher price? 6.4 million the first time, 6.4 million the second time. Just as these people were observing Peter, the auctioneer also spoke at this time. Number 3, who was sitting in the front, looked at the number and couldn't help but frowned. Number 3 is a woman, and she came alone. She doesn't look very old, probably only a little older than Peter. As for her appearance, she is very beautiful, but not the kind of beauty that people think of as beautiful. Instead, she has an ultimate temperament and beauty. She has a melon-shaped face, a wide forehead, a pair of not very big eyes, and fair skin. When she sits like this, people will feel that she is an artist. It can be seen that she also likes this pair of earrings. But 6.4 million is 60,000 lower than the offering price. If she raises the price further, she will have to consider whether she will lose money. After thinking about it, she turned around and looked at Peter, then raised the price. Number 3 bid 6.6 million. Wow, I never thought the first item would be so competitive. 6.6 million. Are there any more bids? The auctioneer originally felt that 6.4 million was already a good amount and was about to bring down the hammer when number 3 made a new bid, which made him shout with excitement. The auctioneer's salary is directly linked to the profit of this auction. So the higher the sale price, the happier he is. After hearing what the auctioneer said, Yuna also looked at Peter, and Peter calculated in his mind that if he bid again, it would be 6.8 million. In this way, he would only make 400,000 from this item, which was a bit unnecessary. Thinking of this, he shook his head, made a gesture of invitation. Seeing that Peter had given up, the auctioneer immediately dropped the hammer. The first lot was sold for 6.6 million. After the first lot was sold, the subsequent lots fell silent. The second item for auction is an Hermes bag. This bag is made of crocodile leather and cowhide. Hermes platinum bag. The most important thing is this bag. 1.95 million. Peter couldn't understand it. This thing was indeed valuable because according to him, the bag was now worth more than 1.8 million. But he definitely won't buy it. In the end, the bag was bought by an old man. When the third item came up for auction, Peter suddenly understood why this was a private auction. Because the third item up for auction was actually an antique. The auctioneer was talking about a Yuan Dynasty Long Quan kiln double fish wash basin, but Peter's system description was Northern Song Dynasty Long Quan kiln double fish wash basin. Looking at this thing, Peter couldn't help but laugh playfully. Chapter 43. Painting. Brother Kai, what's wrong? Is this thing valuable? Seeing Peter's playful look at this moment, Yuna couldn't help but ask curiously. The money is okay, but these people are skirting the line here. This stuff is illegal. Listening to Yuna's words, Peter also started talking with a smile. Borderline? Illegal? Yuna was confused after hearing what Peter said. He looked at the etiquette ladies on the auction table. Although they were wearing cheongsams that showed off their figures perfectly, they didn't reveal anything. This couldn't be considered borderline, let alone illegal. Seeing her puzzled look, Peter also spoke in a low voice. Our country's laws stipulate that things made after the Yuan dynasty can be bought and sold, but things made before the Yuan dynasty, that is, during the Song dynasty, cannot be bought and sold. The Pisces wash basin on the auction table now is actually from the Northern Song dynasty, but the auctioneer and the people below pretend to be confused even though they know the truth, and they are bidding it as if it is from the Yuan dynasty. If it is a Longquan double fish wash basin from Yuan dynasty, the price will not be higher than 1.5 million, but the starting price here is 1.2 million, and now it has reached 1.7 million. Only those from the Northern Song dynasty can be sold for around 2.6 million. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna finally understood what Peter meant by skirting the line and breaking the law. For a moment, she couldn't help but blush a little. Then, Brother Kai, do you want it? Yes, they know the truth, but pretend to be ignorant. So, I will pretend to be ignorant too. Anything under 2.4 million is fine. After hearing Yuna's words, Peter also smiled. With a Pisces wash like this, the returns will definitely get higher and higher in the future. Even the system says that the annual increase in investment is stable at around 5%. In other words, this thing will increase by at least 100,000 every year. Why not? As Peter finished speaking, Yuna also started bidding. Soon, the price of this Pisces wash exceeded 2 million. When it reached 2.2 million, only Peter and number 9 were left competing, but it was obvious that he also felt that he had reached his limit. So in the end, he called out 2.3 million, which was then blocked by Peter at 2.4 million. Then, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s in the distance made a gesture of invitation, indicating that he would not bid anymore. At this time, the auctioneer called out 3 times and then brought down the hammer. From then on, Peter got the first piece of collection he had bid for today, a Northern Song Dynasty Longquan kiln double fish full wash basin. As for what this thing is used for, he doesn't know either. As long as he can make money, it's fine. After the Pisces bath was finished, 3 drinks were served in a row. They are the grand celebration of Mao Tai 158,888, but now they are only worth 100,000 per bottle. Only worth. Peter S. Hart is also wild now. Here this stuff is sold in boxes, 6 bottles per box, with a starting price of 500,000. Peter also joined in the fun and spent 620,000 to buy a box. Then the second wine was from abroad, Romanicani from 2009, priced at 168,000 yuan per bottle. It was sold individually, with a total of 10 bottles. Peter also bought 2 bottles. The last wine was Wuliangye's 2009 sealed jar wine, which was originally priced at 198,888, but is now only worth 140,000. Peter also bought 2 bottles. Although he doesn't drink it, can I put it at home for viewing? After the auction of these 3 kinds of wine, calligraphy and paintings began to be auctioned here. The first thing I photographed was a painting by Mr. Fanzung. Although Mr. Fan is still alive, he is very old now, so he rarely paints anymore. It is precisely because of this that the prices of his paintings have been rising over the years. For example, this painting of Laozi coming out of seclusion, although only 4 feet in size, has a starting price of 1.6 million at auction, which is more expensive than the Pisces wash basin from the Northern Song dynasty. But in Peter S. system, the real price of this painting is as high as 3.6 million. Moreover, according to the system's estimation, its price will increase by about 8% every year, and its collection value is very high. If we wait until the day when Mr. Fan passes away, the price of this painting will rise even higher. So Peter didn't hesitate at that moment. He came here to make money, so he also wanted Unit to take a picture. To be honest, if we calculate purely based on total assets, Peter should be the last in this room. But in terms of cash, the total assets of these people may not be as much as he has now. So when he bid 3.3 million for this painting, others were reluctant to bid. And in the end, he bought the painting. After taking this photo, Peter took a lot of photos of calligraphy and paintings. Likuhanes, Lin Fengmians, Pantiansois. Basically, as long as he sees that it is a calligraphy or painting and the investment price given by the system is higher than 6%, as long as it does not exceed its current price, Peter will buy it. Soon, he had bought 6 paintings, but after the paintings of these famous painters were auctioned, the auction entered a relatively peaceful state. Most of the paintings that will be auctioned next are from young artists. To be honest, people who bid for these paintings basically have two ideas. Either they really like the painting style of the owner of the painting, or they want to take a gamble to see whether this person will become a talented person in the future and whether the early paintings will sell for a high price. So the prices of these paintings are not high. Basically, the starting price for the cheaper ones is 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and the expensive ones are 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. The transaction price is unlikely to exceed 700,000 yuan. Peter had no interest in the paintings of these young painters. He doesn't understand calligraphy and painting. He just bought it purely for investment. But in his systematic analysis, it is difficult for these people's paintings to exceed 600,000, and they are really worse than each other. So at this time, he basically focused his attention on chatting with Yuna, but every time a piece of auction came on the market, he would just take a quick look. But just by this scan, he actually found a painting. Next up is a painting by the young artist Tang Mofan, titled Starry Sky. As everyone knows, Tang Mofan is a very famous Chinese-American writer. His masterpiece, The Weeping Woman of Notre Dame, once sold in France for a whopping 530,000 euros. Although this Starry Sky painting isn't as good as the other one in terms of brushwork, its artistic conception is just as impressive. The starting price for this painting is 450,000, and each bid must not be less than 20,000. Listening to the auctioneer's words, Peter also looked at the painting with interest, because at this moment, in his sight, there is an arrow pointing straight upwards above the painting. If he concentrates, he will see a line of small words. Starry Sky, currently worth 500,000, will be worth 3.3 million in a month, and its value will increase by 12% annually. Oh, I really found a bargain. Looking at the painting, Peter's eyes lit up at this moment. He didn't expect that he actually made a profit here. Chapter 44, Good Vision. 450,000. Number 6 bid 470,000. Okay, 49, 51, 55. Number 3 bid 610,000. Is there a higher bid? As the auctioneer's voice sounded, many people below offered their own prices. However, when it reached 610,000, the others could not help but put their hands down, because in their opinion, Tang Mofan's painting was only worth more than 500,000. If it exceeded 600,000, it would no longer be worth much. And number 3, the elegant beauty, sitting in the front, looked at the people around her who seemed to have given up the competition. She couldn't help but smile, and then looked at the painting in front of her with an obsessed look. In her eyes at this moment, this painting is not just a painting, it also contains her own feelings. But just as her memory was about to emerge, the screen suddenly lit up. Number 26 bid 630,000. As soon as number 26, who had bid several times today, made a bid, many people looked over, and the beauty number 3 did the same. However, despite looking at it, she did not forget to bid, because to her, this painting was not just a simple painting. So at this time, she also bid 650,000, but almost the moment she bid, Peter over there had already bid 670,000, which showed that he was determined to get this painting at this time. After hesitating for a while, she bid again 690,000, but Peter's bid immediately dropped to 71. Then 73, 75, 77, 79. After the price reached 810,000, the woman finally calmed down a little. Although this painting has different meanings to her. To be honest, if you put yourself in her shoes, this painting is actually only worth more than 500,000 yuan. Now it is 810,000 yuan, which is a premium of 300,000 yuan. As a businessman, she feels that she has suffered a great loss. But at this moment, Peter made another bid. 830,000, bid number 26. 830,000. Is there a higher bid? Listening to the auctioneer's words, number 3 also looked at Peter. After seeing his playful and serious look this time, the beauty number 3 couldn't help but take a deep breath. On the one hand, she was reluctant to part with the painting, and on the other hand, her reason told her that she could not add any more. After all, she had already bought a pair of very expensive earrings today. If she added any more, she might be in danger. Forget it. Mo Fan has drawn more than just this one anyway. After taking a deep breath, the beauty number 3 nodded, indicating that she had given up. Seeing that beauty number 3 was not going to raise the price anymore, the auctioneer began to speed up the frequency of hammering, and finally the Starry Sky was sold for 830,000. After taking this photo of the Starry Sky, Peter lost interest in the subsequent paintings by young modern artists. He is just here to make money, not to appreciate art. He really can't appreciate it. After these paintings, the auction started again for some jewelry, bags, and the like. It has to be said that the current economic environment is not very good, and these things are indeed very easy to sell. Peter naturally will not be polite. If he sees something with collection value and high appreciation value, he will buy it all. For example, the Van Cleef Arpels ruby wedding ring, which was originally priced at $5.55 million and can now be sold for $6.25 million. He bought it for $5.18 million. A large necklace from Chopard's Animal World series, originally priced at $497, can now be sold for $6.2 million. He bought it for $4.85 million. A diamond and platinum hairpin in Chamiba City, with an issue price of $4.452 million and now worth $5.02 million. He bought it for $4.35 million. But the most expensive thing he bought was actually a set of watches, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. These are 9 women's watches that look the same, but are made of different materials. The most expensive watch with a complete set of emeralds was issued at a price of $24,768,000. The second most expensive one is a set of rubies, with an issue price of $12,384,000. A full set of sapphires, $9,364,000. The price of Savorite and chrysoberyl is $5,893,000. $5.8 million 1,000 of spessartine. Tourmaline is priced at $5.46 million, and tanzanite and amethyst are priced at $5.203 million. In other words, the issue price of these 9 watches is $79,569,000. In the past, he always heard people say that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. He always thought that the watch might have a Chinese character for female on the side, but now he realized that he was too naive. With tens of millions, you could buy a large flat, but for truly rich people, it is just a small decoration on their hand. But the most important thing is that this watch can actually appreciate in value. The total value of these 9 watches is currently $87 million. That means the price has increased by more than $7 million. And after collecting it, the price will increase by 5.5% every year, which makes Peter quite interested. Anyway, he bought a bunch of things today and hasn't spent $20 million yet, so he didn't hesitate and started filming right away. These people also officially witnessed Peter's strong financial resources. By the time these watches were auctioned, Peter's spending for the day had reached $100 million, and he was satisfied with the sale. However, when he saw Eunice empty hands beside him, he also looked at the next bag to be auctioned. This bag is also from Hermes. It's called the Gold Buckle Emerald Green Crocodile Leather Bag. The issue price was $1,215,991, but naturally the price has plummeted now. But according to Peter's system evaluation, it is still worth $1.09 million. Although I couldn't understand it, I was truly shocked. Peter bought the bag calmly. After buying this bag, he didn't buy anything else. Until the end of the auction, a staff member from Peter's side came to Peter to settle the bill as soon as possible, for fear that Peter would run away. Peter naturally would not run away. He swiped his card readily and told them that they could send these things home to him tomorrow, because the contractor who installed the stairs had already called them when he and Una came. The stairs have been installed today. If you have any questions, you can always contact them. So it won't delay these people from delivering the goods tomorrow. After paying the money, he quietly asked these people to deliver the bag he had bought first. Una didn't hear him when he said this, so even though she didn't know why Peter had paid and was still waiting here, she naturally didn't have any objections. While he and Una were waiting for their bags, the artistic beauty number 3 came over. Do you like Tang Mofin's work too? You should know that you made a profit on everything else you bought, but you lost money on that one. Looking at Peter, the beauty also smiled and said, "Oh, maybe, but art is hard to distinguish 1, 2, 3, 4. Peter couldn't say that he had foreseen the future. As of now, he had indeed lost money on the painting. It seems that our artistic senses are quite similar. My name is Zhuo Mei, and I own an art gallery. If you have time, you can come and have a look at my gallery." As she spoke, the woman handed over a business card. After taking the business card, Peter felt a little embarrassed because he didn't have it. Chapter 45. Come up and sit down? I'm really sorry, I haven't printed my business card yet. If you don't mind, can you save my phone number? Seeing that the other party was still waiting for his business card, Peter couldn't help but say a little embarrassedly, then took out his mobile phone and asked her. Zhuomei obviously hadn't thought that Peter would actually say that. While she was a little surprised, she was obviously more interested in this older boy, Peter. His first impression was that he didn't seem to be a rich second-generation rich man, but his behavior at the auction seemed very mature. Apart from the Tang Mofin painting that he had his eyes on, the other items he bought were all quite safe. Ugh. Hearing her agreement, Peter called the number on her business card. After the two saved each other's phone numbers, Joumei nodded and turned to leave. Shortly after she left, the staff here brought over the bag he had photographed that was worth over 1 million yuan. After Peter checked it again and made sure there were no problems, he handed the bag directly to Yuna behind him. Ah, do you want me to hold it for you? Sure. Looking at the bag Peter handed over, Yuna asked hesitantly at this time. To be honest, just now she saw Peter taking pictures of bags, watches, and jewelry, and it was impossible for her not to envy him and want them. But she was very clear about her position. She was an assistant, not Peter's girlfriend, and these things were not bought for her. So even though she was a little envious, she could still control herself. But this bag is really beautiful. Help me get it? What I need it for? I bought this for you. Listening to Yuna's words, Peter also started talking with a smile. As he spoke, he threw the bag directly to Yuna, and then he walked outside. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna was a little numb and couldn't help but stuttered to Peter again. Huh? This is too expensive. What's so expensive? As my assistant, you must be fully armed. Here, keep it. When you don't want to do this anymore, just return it in the car to me. Peter said calmly, looking at Yuna's expression. Who would be willing to leave you? Looking at Peter's back, Yuna also began to mutter softly. Although she has not been with Peter for a long time, to be honest, Yuna now feels that she might agree even if she were to die for Peter. Of course, Peter would never let her die. He was very satisfied with his little assistant. Let's go. Okay. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna also ran with a smile and then quickly followed Peter out of the art gallery used for the auction. The doorman who had just driven away had already cleaned the car and parked it in front of the door. This auction did a pretty good job in these aspects. After Peter and Yuna got into the car, Peter drove straight to the downstairs of Yuna's house. As the car stopped, Peter also looked at Yuna in the passenger seat. Thank you for your hard work tonight. It's not hard. And what's more, there is such a valuable thank you gift. After hearing Peter's words, Yuna smiled and shook her head, then showed off her bag. Okay, it's time to go back to bed. We have to go to the new company tomorrow. Peter has two things to do tomorrow. One is to formally sign the contract to acquire Chloe's supercar club, and the other is to continue fighting in the stock market with Grace and others. He plans to play here for a few more days and then use his connections to exchange money with the bank to invest in the Hong Kong stock market. The domestic market is indeed a novice village. The price can neither rise nor fall much. For many novices, it is indeed very suitable, but for Peter, it is not so suitable. After all, he has a cheat. If he still follows the routine, it would be a waste of his cheat. But just as Peter finished speaking, Yuna didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, she looked at Peter, took a deep breath, and then spoke. Brother Kai, do you want to come to my house and sit down? Looking at Peter, Yuna mustered up the courage to speak frankly. When she first met Peter, although everyone in the sales office joked with her that she should take the initiative, she was actually unwilling to do so in her heart. This was also the reason why she slipped away immediately after she finished cooking for Peter, and Peter didn't keep her. But tonight, she felt that if she missed it, she might regret it. So at this time, she looked at Peter seriously and spoke. Peter heard her words. He was stunned. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and we are all adults. He knows very well what it means to sit upstairs at this time. Peter subconsciously wanted to refuse, because in his mind, he had a girlfriend, Lily. But after thinking about what Lily said to him last night and this morning, he swallowed the words of refusal. Yuna beside him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked, Are you sure? And your roommate? Wouldn't it be inconvenient? Brother Kai, has your ex-girlfriend ever told you that you're a real downer sometimes? Hearing Peter's cautious look, Yuna suddenly laughed. When Peter heard Yuna say this, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly, as if Diana had indeed said that before. Peter himself knew that he wasn't that smart in this area, but before he could answer, Yuna came over and cupped Peter's cheeks with both hands, then pressed against him. After a long time, the two separated, and then Yuna looked at Peter and said, I don't want to walk. Can you carry me upstairs? Okay, now that it has come to this, what else can Peter say? So at this time, he swallowed his saliva, got out of the car, and carried Yuna back to her home. However, as soon as they entered the door, Yuna had already kicked off her shoes, and then she and Peter fell on the sofa where they watched TV together in the afternoon. Peter's south face so close to her, Yuna couldn't help but swallow. She has dreamed of this scene many times in the past few nights. But this time she was sure that it was not a dream, but reality. I haven't yet. So, I'll trouble you tonight. Well, leave it to me. Hearing Yuna's words, Peter also looked at her at this time, and then took the initiative to move over. The wind tonight was really noisy. Chapter 46. Everyone loves to act like a thing. Hello, are you up yet? My lawyer is ready. Are you going to sign a contract at my company or somewhere else? Sister, it's just 7 o'clock. After checking the time on his phone, Peter also spoke to Chloe. This girl is really too impatient, and she must be born in the year of the rooster. In just a few days, Peter has been woken up by her twice. Yeah, it's only 7 o'clock. Hey, I was just worried you'd oversleep. Since you're up now, answer my question. Hearing Peter say this, Chloe also looked at her phone and then started talking with a smile. Sign it at my company. I've also called my legal team over. Listening to Chloe's laughter on the other end of the phone, Peter was speechless. Hey, you started a company. Chloe couldn't help but feel confused when she heard Peter say that he had started a company. Well, to make it easier to pay insurance and file taxes. After casually answering Chloe's doubtful question, Peter chatted with her for a few more words. After agreeing to meet at the company at 9 o'clock in the morning, Peter hung up the phone and sent Chloe the address of his company. Yuna, who was covering her face with a quilt, leaving only a pair of eyes looking at him blankly. Just like what a certain writer named Zhang from the previous dynasty said, the shortest way to a woman's heart is a good night's rest. At this moment, Yuna looked at Peter with extreme infatuation. Peter really met all her requirements for the opposite sex. At this moment, the sunlight from the gap in the curtains shone on Peter's body. His perfect face, equally perfect and strong body, and warm smile really made Yuna almost drunk, especially when she thought of what happened last night. Her eyes were a little blurred. The only pity is that the seat next to Peter is too dazzling. She knows very well that she is not qualified to sit there. And, through what she learned last night, she also knows that it is difficult for her to tie Peter down completely. So the best choice is to stay as she is and be a good assistant. Sorry for waking you up. Go back to sleep. I'll make you some porridge. Have a good rest today. Seeing Yuna looking at him, Peter sat down next to her, reached out and touched her hair, then smiled and said to her, I'm Fine. I don't want to delay your work. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna also spoke. But just as she finished speaking, Peter gently scratched her nose. What can happen to me? Just rest assured. After saying that, Peter also smiled and left the bed. He went to the kitchen first and cooked porridge for Yuna before he went to wash up. When he saw the toothbrush cup and towel that Yuna had prepared for him, he couldn't help but smile. This little girl seems to have had ideas about herself for a long time, and she has prepared everything very well. As for his current relationship with Yuna, the two of them had a tacit understanding and neither of them mentioned it. Just when he finished washing up and came out, the sound of a key opening the door of Yuna's house suddenly came. Then Peter saw a girl who looked a little less pretty than Yuna, but generally quite pure, walking in from outside yawning. But when she saw Peter, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was Peter who reacted first. Hello, I'm Yuna's friend. You're her roommate, right? Oh yes, hello you guys. Oh, Yuna hasn't gotten up yet? After hearing Peter's words, the girl also reacted and said in a somewhat overwhelmed manner. Not yet. Last night, she was a little tired, so I made some porridge. You can have some later. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at the girl's expression, Peter also smiled and said, originally, he was planning to accompany Yuna to drink porridge by himself, but now her roommate is back, and he feels a little awkward here, so after hesitating for a while, he decided to leave first. The girl was obviously a little embarrassed in front of Peter, so she nodded and gave up her seat at the door. Then Peter put on his shoes and left Yuna's house. As soon as he left, the girl quietly pushed open Yuna's door. Yuna was naturally not asleep at this time. She heard the conversation outside clearly, so when the girl pushed open the door, she looked at her with a blush. Okay, this is the boss you're talking about? He's so handsome. Looking at Yuna, the girl also raised her eyebrows and said, yeah. After hearing the girl's words, Yuna blushed and nodded. But being handsome can't make a living, right? You're so easily attracted to him. You haven't received your first month's salary yet. He said it was 50,000, but he hasn't paid it to you yet. Looking at Yuna's expression, the girl also sat on her bed and whispered, look at that bag. After hearing her roommate's words, Yuna pointed with her chin at the handbag hanging in the distance. Wow, it's so beautiful. Where did you buy it? Did he buy it for you? How much did it cost? Yuna's roommate saw the bag. Her eyes lit up. To Peter, it was just an ordinary pocket, but to her, it looked like the finest work of art. I bought it at the auction yesterday for over $1 million. After hearing what Eunice said, her roommate, who originally wanted to take the bag and take a closer look, couldn't help but tremble her hand for a moment, and then she took it back. This bag, more than 1,010,000? Did you see the Porsche downstairs? Looking at her roommate's shocked pupils, Yuna also laughed. Gurgle, I saw it. I was just about to tell you that there are people in our community who drive such nice cars. This car couldn't be yours too. After swallowing, Yuna's roommate carefully asked her at this time. The only thing that answered her was the car keys that Yuna picked up from the bedside table. Wow, this is okay. Looking at the car keys and the bag, Yuna's roommate didn't know what to say at this moment, and Yuna couldn't help laughing when she saw her roommate like this. No wonder so many people like to act smart. This feeling of shocking and making others envious is really great. She had never felt this kind of pleasure before. Apart from being pretty, she was not good at anything and her academic performance was not very good. Otherwise, she would not have started working right after graduating from high school. But now that she was with Peter, she felt the feeling of being a child of other people's families. Of course, for her, the pleasure at this time was just an additional benefit. What she likes most is the feeling she had last night. Chapter 47, Character Panel. There's no problem with the contract. I transfer the money directly to you. After Peter left Yuna's house, he went out to have breakfast before returning home to change his clothes. Then he arrived at his company, Ontai Financial, at around 8:50. When he got there, he found that everyone was already there. Chloe brought a lawyer from her own company, and William is now entertaining them. He has also arrived, but is now going through the onboarding process. However, he needs to wait a while because Grace and the other 14 people are more important at this time. Human Resources is working hard to get them on board, which is also the company's top priority right now. Of course, the company's legal advisor had also arrived at this time. At this time, Peter completed the transaction with Chloe. After the contract was signed in quadruplicate, one for him and Chloe, and one for each law firm, Peter transferred the 180 million yuan from his corporate account, and Chloe's supercar club officially became European-owned. Jack, on the other side, also officially started working and became the manager of the supercar club. At this moment, Peter's system suddenly popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 100 million. Reward. Character panel is opened, and the predictive ability is opened. Character panel. Peter had never thought that this super rich system also has a character panel, but he still subconsciously opened it and took a look. Then a translucent panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. Name, Peter. Gender, male. Age, 25. Height, 188 centimeters. Will grow to 192 centimeters slowly. Weight, 85 kilograms. Physical strength, 100. The average value of all attributes for ordinary people is 10. Charisma, 100. Wisdom, 47. Business, 33. Innovation, 39. Social, 9. Management, 37. Special ability, perfect body. Physical fitness will reach the limit of human beings. Skills, great compassionate hands, vocal master, medical master, basic cooking, basic driving. Properties under his name, 31st, 32nd, and 33rd floors of Building 7. Longting Jun, valued at 89 million. Ontai Financial Company, valued at 68 million. Yiyun Supercar Club, valued at 210 million. Stocks under his name, valued at 198.87 million. Sundries under his name, valued at 113.37 million. The things he just photographed yesterday. Current cash, 24,924,033.47 million. Total assets, 704.16 million. Looking at the detailed records on his character panel, Peter was surprised by 3 things. One reason was that he was unexpectedly good at basic attributes, such as physique, charm, etc., which must have been given by the perfect body. It doesn't matter if you don't mention it, business, or anything like that. What he was most interested in was that his wisdom was 47, which was not bad. If we calculate that the average person's IQ is 110 points and mine is 47, then my IQ should be at least 120 or 130. But why were my grades not that good when I was in school? In Social 9, well, indeed, I am a socially anxious person. Secondly, I was a little surprised by Chloe's supercar club. Wow, she really is not suitable to be a boss. She sold the supercar club worth $210 million to herself for $180 million. Although she needed the money, she was really getting a good deal at this price. But it was also because of this that the money he earned at this time exceeded $100 million. He originally thought that it might take a few more days for him to activate the $100 million reward. But unexpectedly, it was activated at this moment. I have to say, Chloe, you are really lucky. Of course, she is a candle, burning herself to illuminate Peter. The third is the character panel. Not only can Peter see his own attributes, he can also see the attributes of others. Chloe at this moment has this attribute. Name, Chloe. Gender, female. Age, 26. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Physical strength, 12. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 55. Business, 6. Innovation, 5. Social, 84. Management, 42. Favorability towards the host, 86. 50 or less is disgust. 60 is casual acquaintance. 75 is good friend. 85 is close friend. 95 or above is beloved relative. 100 is unwavering. Well, she is indeed beautiful and smarter than Peter, but she is really not suitable to be a boss. Growing up in a wealthy family makes her very suitable for socializing. In fact, she is more suitable for public relations. Her social level of 84 is definitely a very high attribute. But what surprised Peter the most is that her favorability towards him is 86. 86, this is not low. If I want to pursue her now, I guess she will not refuse. Of course, Peter will not pursue her either, because he has 2 women around him now. Apart from Chloe, Peter glanced at the people around him and found that their attributes were all average. Like William. Name, William. Gender, male. Age, 25. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Physical strength, 9. Charisma, 11. Wisdom, 32. Business, 42. Innovation, 8. Social, 45. Management, 36. Favorability towards the host, 93. To be honest, William is not really suitable to be a manager. His business and management skills are average, especially his management skills are not as good as mine. But he is loyal enough to himself. Peter doesn't care about the ability of the people he hires. He only cares about whether they are loyal to him and whether they listen to him. As for business and management, these are acquired talents that can be developed through training. This character panel is indeed very useful to him, but he is not quite sure what this predictive ability means. But now is not the time to study this thing because Chloe saw that the contract was signed and was about to leave, but at this moment, Peter's cell phone suddenly rang. When he picked up the phone, he realized that the call was from yesterday's auction. They were going to deliver something to Peter, but Peter had to direct Grace and the others to buy stock soon, so he couldn't leave for the time being. Thinking of this, he looked at Chloe. With 86 points of favorability, it shouldn't be a problem to ask her for a favor. So at this moment, Peter also looked at her with a smile. Are you busy later? A while? No, you want to date me? After hearing what Peter said, Chloe looked at Peter and said with a smile, no, I bought a lot of things yesterday and they're about to be delivered to my house. No one is home right now and I can't leave. If you have nothing to do, could you please pick up the goods for me? Looking at Chloe's expression, Peter said a little embarrassedly. After hearing what Peter said, Chloe couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy knew it was not good to trouble her so much, but for some reason, after hearing what Peter said about bothering her, Chloe was not angry, but felt quite happy in her heart. I must have solved most of the gap problems, so I'm in a good mood. Looking at Peter, Chloe muttered something in her heart, and then she agreed. Chapter 48, Precognitive Ability. Oh, madam, all the goods you ordered are here. After Chloe agreed to Peter, she drove her Panamera to Longtingjuan and saw several heavily armed trucks at the door, and even escorts. After all, this was cargo worth 100 million yuan, so they had to be careful. When Chloe walked over, connected with the leader, and confirmed her identity, the other party didn't know how to address her. But, generally speaking, the people who can make people feel at ease to accept goods worth 100 million yuan must be the closest people. If they're not relatives, then the only possibility is husband and wife. Chloe was obviously stunned when she heard the other party call her Mrs. O. She subconsciously wanted to argue, but stopped because she found that she was not very resistant to this title. Of course, what she was thinking about at this moment was her laziness in explaining. Then she took these people into the elevator and went straight to the 33rd floor. Peter did not change the combination of a lock on the 33rd floor, so Chloe could still come in directly. After the workers put down their things and left, Chloe also took inventory. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. She originally thought Peter was just going to the auction to have fun and buy a few things, but who knew he would actually buy so much? My goodness, the stuff here alone must be worth nearly 100 million. This guy really trusts me. Isn't he afraid that I'll run away with the stuff? If we sell these things, my company will be able to pay off its debts. Looking at the row of royal oak watches in her hand, she couldn't help but sigh and said, of course, she was just joking. After all, 100 million was a sum of money that ordinary people had never seen in their lives. But for her, it was just money that she could easily get by just going home and being humble. But it's impossible not to be jealous. Taking a deep breath, she also took these small, valuable jewelry and other items into the bedroom, where there was a safe that she had bought. But Peter had never used it, and the password was still the same as before. After she opened the safe, she put all the jewelry in it. As for the calligraphy and paintings, since they couldn't be put in, Peter would study them himself when he came back. After putting these things away, Chloe prepared to leave. But before she left, she saw the downward staircase that had already been built. For some unknown reason, she stopped and suddenly became interested in Peter's house. Then she walked to the 32nd floor, where Peter lived. Peter's house is very simple and clean, so clean that there is basically nothing in it. When Chloe saw that there wasn't even a single piece of women's clothing in Peter's closet, she couldn't help but smile for some reason. It looks like our young billionaire is still alone. Although there may be some lovers, there is no main person in the family. Having lived in a wealthy circle since childhood, she doesn't believe in love. Because her parents are like this, they are in love, but not in harmony. Maybe there was love between them at the beginning, but society is a big melting pot. Especially after she started her own company, she found that some things were indeed forced at the beginning. For example, when her company conducts business, it needs to hold a business banquet. After the banquet, the client asks to see the nightclubs or business nightclubs in this city. Can they refuse sternly? If you go to a place like this and see customers touching the girls, are your managers and salesmen just going to sit there like saints? Who are you slapping in the face? The four irons of men went to school together, carried guns together, shared the spoils together, and you have to get along with them, and then a lot of business can be negotiated. It may have been a casual play at first, but as time went on, it became real. So Chloe was very open-minded from the beginning, and her mother also taught her. If she longs for that kind of undivided love, then she should find a loser who loves her, but whom she does not love. Although this will make her very tired, and the other person will have no self-esteem, and they may even become enemies in the future, this is the only way for people like them to get love. If you want to find someone who is of equal status and whom you like, you have to learn to be open-minded, because he never knows how many lovers he may have. But there is only one mistress, and what she has to learn is to be a mistress. Obviously, Chloe didn't choose either of these two paths. She chose to start her own business. But it seems that she is really not cut out for starting a business. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then her mind couldn't help but think of Peter. What would happen if I were with Peter? At this moment, Peter naturally had no idea what Chloe was thinking. After he arranged what to buy in the stock market today, he came to the chairman's office prepared for him by William and studied his other ability, the ability to predict. In fact, this predictive ability does not mean that he can know what will happen 500 years in the past or 500 years in the future. The most important thing about this ability is that it supplements his original system. It's like before, he only knew that a stock or a piece of land would appreciate in value, but he didn't know why it would appreciate. But now that he has this ability, there will be a detailed introduction later. For example, why did the value of Longting Jiyuan, where his current house is located, appreciate by 62% after 3 years? This is because in 3 years, the city's education department will replan a campus. The current Longting Jiyuan is a single campus city, but in 3 years, it will become a double first-class campus. Not only will there be 2 T0 level elementary schools, but there will also be a T1 level junior high school, and there will also be a provincial key high school nearby. So house prices will indeed soar. As for the location of the supercar club, the Imperial Court will plan an industrial park there in 2 years. This will be much more valuable than the school, so the land price will increase by 113%. Obviously, for Peter, this supplementary ability is quite powerful, because after he knew this information, he could actually enclose land nearby, or even in some more remote places, get land and houses at a relatively low price. This is a great way to make money. At the same time, he would also make such additions when looking at stocks. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Peter was sitting here, studying his ability, suddenly there was a knock on the door of his room. When Peter called out, "Come in," he noticed Grace walking into his room at this time. Chapter 49, Different Thoughts. "Oh, Grace, what's going on?" Looking at Grace, Peter also smiled and spoke to her. Grace is probably the only reliable person under Peter at the moment. At this moment, in front of Peter, her attributes are as follows. Name, Grace. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical strength, 9. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 53. Business, 94. Innovation, 11. Social, 22. Management, 57. Favorability towards the host, 96. Her business ability is really strong, and her management level is also not bad. The most important thing is that she is really loyal to Peter, and her favorability towards him is sky high. Peter didn't know why her favorability towards him had reached 96, considering Williams was only 93. But anyway, this is good news for Peter. "Oh, boss, we have already bought the stocks you asked us to buy." Hearing the words of admiration, Grace gently pushed her glasses and spoke. "Okay, let's go and rest. I saw the lounge William built. It's pretty good." William has not been idle these 2 days. Even though Peter is running around, he has been supervising the transformation here. Peter took a look at their office, lounge, entertainment room, and tea room today. They were all quite good, even exceeding his expectations. The lounge not only has massage chairs, but also a capsule hotel-like area where you can lie down and rest. The entertainment room is fully equipped with billiards, TV, game consoles, etc. In the tea room, there are fresh fruits, new coffee machines, water dispensers, various snacks, etc. Of course, Peter did not let him favor one over the other. While he was working on this area, he also upgraded the original office area. Although there is no lounge, the tea room has a unified standard and there are massage chairs available, which makes the original employees here very satisfied. I remembered what you said about entering the Hong Kong stock market soon, so I sorted out the information of banks that are suitable for cooperation in the Hong Kong stock market. There's also a dynamic report on the Hong Kong stock market over the past month. If you have time, I can tell you about it. After hearing what Peter said, Grace took out a USB flash drive from behind her and started talking to Peter. "Well, okay, tell me." To be honest, Peter's investment. He doesn't actually need these things. After all, he didn't know how to trade stocks before. He learned these 2 skills from the system. However, he couldn't always remain ignorant in front of his subordinates. So recently, he had been learning how to trade stocks. There are also some financial industry rules and so on. By Grace is indeed of great reference value to him. Hearing Peter's agreement, Grace immediately walked to Peter's side and directly inserted the USB drive into the computer in front of Peter, which was displaying the stock market chart. Then I opened some PPTs familiarly. The first thing we see is the problem of cooperative banks. At the same time, Grace also spoke. "Boss, judging by the index holdings, the top 10 weighted banks in the CSI Hong Kong Bank Investment Index are Jianxi Bank, which holds 15.29%, and Hui Feng Holdings, which holds 14.73%. However, this bank has a very poor reputation, even though it is more proficient in local Hong Kong business. But he will betray his own people. ICBC's weight is 14.29%, which is actually no worse than his, but ICBC, as those who understand will know, is rather rogue, and one is afraid that they will find reasons to withhold the money earned from Hong Kong stocks. The next one is Bank of China with a share of 10.5%, but it is very good and rarely trades with private depositors. The following one is Agricultural Bank of China with a share of 6.14%, Bank of Communications with a share of 5.83%, CITIC Bank with a share of 5.49%, China Merchants Bank with a share of 5.46%, Bank of China Hong Kong with a share of 5.43%, and Hang Seng Bank with a share of 4.89%. My suggestion is not to cooperate directly with Hong Kong Bank. CITIC, Communications, or China Merchants Bank are all good options. I have contacts in China Merchants Bank and CITIC, and we can arrange for a meeting at any time. The following are the major trends in the Hong Kong stock market over the past month. After bringing up the PPT, Grace took the initiative to lean towards Peter, who was sitting in the boss chair. To be honest, Peter could hear what she said at the beginning, but as she introduced herself more, she leaned closer to him. Slowly, when a mountain blocked about 30% of Peter's vision, he realized that Grace had unknowingly leaned close to him. And when Peter looked at her, she clearly saw Peter out of the corner of her eye. But this only made her face blush, and her body had no intention of moving away. Looking at this scene, Peter was a little confused. Favorability level 96. Could it be that she likes him too? I have only seen her for 2 days, and today is the third day. On the third day, isn't this too fast? But actually, this is not fast. Grace had a good impression of Peter when she first saw him. After all, he was handsome, humble, and most importantly, rich. The most important thing is that he is willing to give himself a chance. The most important thing is that he is willing to give himself a chance, and he is also ridiculously strong himself. Many people, whether men or women, actually admire the strong. Maybe men also need to consider their pitiful self-esteem and say some tough words to show their respect. Women's admiration for the strong is much more direct. Peter, a man who destroyed Grace's self-esteem and professionalism in all aspects. Her original status at Tiani Securities was that she was not appreciated for her talent. She doesn't think she is any worse than those traders or stockbrokers. The only difference may be her qualifications and background. But with Peter, he taught her what true viciousness and true ability meant. She couldn't understand the stocks Peter bought on the first day. But all these stocks have reached their daily limit. The same thing happened the next day. After today's opening, it is obvious that Peter's stock is still rising strongly, and it is estimated that it is only a matter of time before it reaches the daily limit. In addition, Peter is handsome, has a good temperament, and his personality is pleasing to her. In this situation, Grace actually doesn't mind what happens between her and Peter. But this is the first time she has done something like this, and she doesn't know how to behave. From what she has seen so far, Peter doesn't seem to mind having contact with her. Just as she was thinking this, her hand suddenly slipped, and she fell into Peter's arms. Oops! When Grace cried out, "Ah!" and Manxiang entered his arms, Peter became even more confused. When she saw herself falling into Peter's arms, but he didn't push her away, Grace bit her lip lightly, and she stopped being anxious. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chapter 50, no misunderstanding. Hey, who is it? Peter, it's me. Hearing the knock on the door, Peter and Grace finally reacted. Grace immediately stood up, straightened her clothes, and stood aside. Then Peter asked, and then Yuna's voice came from outside. Yuna? Come in. Hearing this voice, Peter also said with some doubts at this time. Hearing Peter's words, the door opened and Yuna poked her little head in. After seeing Peter and Grace, there was clearly some inexplicable look in her eyes. Then, boss, please take a look first. I'm going out. Oh, okay. Feeling Yuna's gaze, Grace couldn't help but feel her ears turn red. In order to avoid embarrassment, she spoke first. Hearing her words, Peter nodded in agreement, and then Grace quickly crossed her lips with Yuna and left Peter's office. After she left, Peter also waved to Yuna, and then Yuna walked to Peter with a smile. It can be seen that her way of walking was still strange today. In this regard, she didn't recover as quickly as Lily. When she walked to Peter's side, Peter suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled gently, and Yuna sat in his arms with a small cry of surprise. Why are you here? Didn't we agree that you can rest at home today? Looking at Yuna, Peter and her eyes met, and then they couldn't help but get closer. After a long time, the two separated, and Peter asked her a question. I can't sleep at home, and today is my first day at work. I can't just skip work. Hearing Peter's words, Yuna also panted and said in a low voice, Have you finished your business? Seeing her like this, Peter also asked with a smile. Well, I'm done. Hee, you and I are now in an office romance, right? Yes, but should we make it public? Peter asked Yuna after hearing her words. But after hearing what Peter said, she immediately shook her head. No, I know I'm not cut out to be a boss's wife. I still prefer to be your assistant. Looking at Peter, she also said with a smile. Peter also took a look at her attributes. Name, Yuna. Gender, female. Age, 21. Height, 169. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical strength, 11. Charisma, 98. Wisdom, 33. Business, 31. Innovation, 6. Social, 62. Management, 20. Favorability towards the host, 100. Well, a perfect vase with a charm value of 98, which is a little higher than Chloe. I don't know if it's because of my relationship. As for her own favorability, she locked it directly at 100. It's understandable if you think about it. Grace's favorability level is already 96, just because she admires Peter, but Yuna has experienced Peter's strongest existence, so it's understandable that her favorability level is locked at 100. but her other attributes are really quite average. Only social skills are acceptable. I have no problem communicating with others as my own assistant. But the same thing goes, Peter's subordinates don't need to be too strong. They just need to be loyal enough. Obviously, she is already the most loyal person. Thinking of this, Peter also asked her, "By the way, do you want to move to my house? Your roommate doesn't come back until early in the morning. Will there be any, inconvenience at home?" "No, I live well here. As for how Mei you mentioned, she is not a messy person. She and I are sisters who met in the factory. She also dropped out of school after graduating from high school and came here to work. The reason she came back this morning was because she was working the night shift at a 24-hour supermarket." After hearing what Peter said, Yuna explained to her little sister that she didn't want to move to Peter's house just yet. "Oh, so that's the case. That's fine too. Just be careful." Peter nodded when he heard that Yuna didn't want to be separated from her little sisters for the time being. After being affectionate with her for a while, he saw a hint of sleepiness in Yuna's eyes, so he asked Yuna to go to the lounge to sleep for a while. Yuna also saw the PPT on Peter's computer. She naturally would not disturb Peter from making money, so she left Peter's office with a smile. However, she did not go to the lounge, but went directly to the traders area. Now, the three departments under Peter, Ontai Financial, Yin Supercar Club, and the traders' work areas all know that Yuna is Peter's assistant. You're not allowed to wander around in other parts. Even William cannot go to the difference between the traders, but only she can. After she entered, she naturally did not go to the room where the operators were working, but went to the tea room where she found Grace. When Grace saw Yuna, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Seeing that there was no one around, she pulled Yuna over as well. "Yuna, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I went to Peter's room to show him the PPT report I made." "Hey, Sister Grace, this is meaningless. Do you dare to say that you don't have any feelings for Brother Kai?" Seeing Grace eager to prove to herself that nothing had happened just now, Yuna interrupted her and spoke at the same time. Grace was speechless for a moment after hearing Yuna's words. Yuna said with a smile after taking a cup of coffee from the coffee machine next to her, "How did you help yesterday, you and the boss?" Looking at Yuna's smile, Grace thought about the strange way Yuna walked just now and the fact that she asked her to accompany her to buy an evening dress. She seemed to know what must have happened between Yuna and Peter. Well, last night, facing Grace's question, Yuna did not hide anything. As a result, Grace's eyes lit up even more, and she immediately asked, "How do you feel?" "Well, how should I put it? I can only say that it was well, as long as you understand, but I do remember clearly that I passed out 4 or 5 times. Brother Kai's ability is not something that 5 girls can handle. There will definitely be a lot of women around him in the future, and I am very satisfied with my current situation, so I am here to find an ally. Will you be my ally?" Looking at Grace, Yuna also extended an olive branch at this time. Hearing what Yuna said, Grace hesitated. Although she said that she didn't mind being Peter's mistress, she always felt a little weird when Yuna brought it up. Chapter 51, Talking. "Okay, everyone has worked hard. You can go back and rest now. Let's quickly adjust in the next few days, because we may go to the Hong Kong stock market at any time." As time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Peter looked at the funds in his stock market. It had increased from nearly 200 million in the morning to 221.88 million. He clapped his hands in satisfaction and then spoke to the 14 traders. For them, these are minor problems as long as the money is in place. You should know that Peter has currently invested a total of about 170 million yuan in A shares. In other words, in 3 days, excluding Saturday and Sunday, they have earned more than 50 million. According to what was written in Peter's contract, they will receive a 5% profit as a reward. In other words, these people have already earned more than 2 million. On average, each person would pay nearly 200,000. Not to mention that they will be busy with Hong Kong stocks in a while. It doesn't matter if they work overtime until 10 o'clock every day now. Judging from the current situation, money is the least of the problems. So they were all very happy now, but just when everyone else was packing up to go back, Grace found Peter. "Boss, have you read the PPT I gave you?" "Well, I've already looked at it. The suggestion is good, but I'll have to see how it goes when the time comes." After hearing Grace's words, Peter also smiled and said, he didn't lie. He did read it, but he didn't understand it either. Especially the stock analysis and policies at the end, he was really confused and couldn't understand them. He bought stocks through the system. He really couldn't understand this kind of professional stuff. But on the surface, he still had to affirm everything the other party did. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if this only talented person under his command developed a grudge. Otherwise, there is still time. I will tell you more. The A-share market only stopped trading at 3 in the afternoon, so it was still early for the others. So after listening to Peter's words, Grace also started talking. Tomorrow morning, when you have nothing else to do, come to my office and explain it to me. But Peter has an appointment this afternoon. Lilia's place yesterday, so I must go to Lilia's place tonight. Now I can have a date with Yuna, have dinner, and watch a movie. So let's forget about Grace's explanation. But at this moment, Yuna ran over from the side, smiling. How about we go together? We can't let personal matters interfere with official business. Looking at Peter, Yuna also suggested in a low voice. Together. Peter was confused when he heard Yuna say that. What are they supposed to do together? Aren't they going on a date? Is it okay to go on a date together? But looking at Yuna's expression and Grace's serious gaze despite a slightly red face, Peter felt as if the two of them had made an agreement. Then I really have no room for refusal. So he could only nod, which was considered as his agreement. Seeing that Peter agreed, Yuna and Grace breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, it was confirmed that Peter had no aversion to Grace. Then the three of them left the company together. As for William and Chi-E, they just had lunch with Peter at noon and then went back to work. Peter is off work now, and they can't do that. After Peter, Yuna and Grace went downstairs. Yuna pushed Grace into Peter's car, saying that her driving skills were too poor and she felt it was dangerous to carry another person. And Peter really couldn't refuse this reason. So he got into a car with Grace. This was the second time the two of them were alone in a space apart from this morning. However, when the car engine started, they found that the atmosphere was a little awkward because Peter didn't know what to say at this time, and Grace didn't seem to know either. However, she had heard from Yuna that Peter had a good personality, but he was indeed a bit introverted. So if she wanted to have any relationship with him, it would be better to take the initiative. So after thinking for a while, Grace also spoke first. Boss, do you have any hobbies? Hey, don't call me boss after work. Just call me Peter, or just call me Brother Kai like Yuna does. As for hobbies, I don't really have any. Listening to Grace's words, Peter also spoke hesitantly. When he was in school, he had many hobbies such as playing basketball, fishing, and playing games. But it seems that since I started working, these hobbies have gradually drifted away from me. When I am busy, I work 996 every day. It is a rare day off on Sunday, and I also have to go out and play and date with Diana, so I feel very busy every day. These hobbies require time and people to find, so they gradually disappear. Although he now has time and money, it is still a bit troublesome for him to pick up his hobby again. I heard from Yuna that you took a lot of photos of calligraphy and paintings yesterday. You must really like calligraphy and painting. After hearing what Peter said, Grace couldn't help but speak. Hey, I buy those things mainly to make money. To be honest, I don't understand them. His family is obviously not the kind of family that would let children learn calligraphy and painting when they are young. What a pity. I thought if you could, I could play the guzheng for you to entertain you while you were painting. Grace said with some regret after hearing what Peter said. Can you play the guzheng? But after hearing her words, Peter became interested. Well, I studied it for more than 10 years when I was a kid. Seeing Peter's interest in this ancient art, Grace immediately started talking with a smile. Oh, that's great. I can play it too. We could try it out later. As a vocal master, Peter can play all the musical instruments in the world. As long as it is mentioned, he can play it. Although Grace was stunned by what Peter said, it was still a way to start a conversation. Then the two of them talked about the fingering of playing the guzheng and some famous guzheng songs. Grace listened. The more surprised she was because she found that Peter was not just talking, he actually could do it, which made her more and more curious about Peter. As the two cars drove into the underground parking lot of a shopping mall one after the other, Yuna found that the relationship between Peter and Grace seemed to be much closer than when they left the company. So she walked over with a smile and took Peter's arm. At her glance, Grace hesitated for a moment. He also took the initiative to hold Peter's other arm. Although Peter was a little surprised by Grace's behavior, he still did not refuse. Then the three of them took the elevator and went directly to the cinema on the top floor. Originally, Peter wanted to buy 3 ordinary movie tickets, but Yuna bought 3 bed tickets. Chapter 52, A Variety of Tricks. Today's movie theaters are really full of variety. Peter has been to small halls, large halls, 3D halls, max halls, giant screen halls. He really hasn't been to the bedroom. In this cinema, the original seats have now become beds. Of course, they're all single-person rooms where people can lie down and watch movies, which is very comfortable. But it was obvious that Yuna and Grace were not prepared for the three of them to lie down separately. So, after getting their tickets and entering the cinema, Yuna and Grace naturally moved to the bed in the middle. This was originally Peter's position, and Peter was already lying here, so the two of them basically lay directly on Peter's left and right. Before the movie started, the lights were still on. So when the people who came and saw Peter holding two people, the women all had a shameless look on their faces, while the men all had a sure look on their faces. However, when they saw the appearance of Peter, Yuna, and Grace, their mentality changed at this moment. Women become, that's okay, while men become, you bastards. There's no way, Yuna and Grace, they're so beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good figure. Before, they didn't see her clearly, so they just watched for fun. Now that they can see her clearly, the flames of jealousy can't help but start burning in their hearts. And many girls think that such a handsome boy is not impossible. Peter felt very embarrassed facing the gazes of these strangers, but since Yuna and Grace were not leaving, he naturally couldn't say anything. Fortunately, the movie started soon. When the lights in the theater went out, the eyes around them went out as well. Although they were most likely still whispering to themselves, the fact that they couldn't hear or see them at all made Peter, who was socially anxious, feel a little calmer. But as his awareness of his surroundings decreased, he felt the presence of Yuna and Grace around him more and more clearly. At this time, the three of them were leaning against each other, especially their legs. Peter was wearing ordinary shorts today, very casual. Yuna and Grace were both wearing silk stockings, Yuna flesh-colored and Grace black. They were draped over his legs, and for a moment Peter felt his attention was almost out of control. He tried to divert his attention, but ended up being drawn back to her upper body. At this moment, his hands were being held in the arms of the two of them, one on each side. In addition, the three of them were squeezed together on this small bed that was probably only about 1.3 or 1.4 meters wide, and he felt like he was deeply trapped in it. Feeling the breathing of the two people beside him, Peter subconsciously raised his hand, and when he raised it, Yuna naturally leaned against his chest. Heaven and earth are witnesses that he originally just wanted to raise his hands. He didn't mean that. But when Yuna lay down, Grace next to her hesitated for a moment and then lay down on the other side. When their ears were close to Peter's chest, they could hear Peter's heartbeat that was like a drum beating wildly. Of course, Grace might be in the same situation at this time. After all, it was the first time for her to be so close to a man. At this moment, Grace suddenly heard some noises, and there was no way to describe the story that followed. I can only say that today's movie is very good. It is a comedy with a total length of 150 minutes. Everyone's laughter and the playful sounds that come from time to time in the movie really drown out a lot of sounds that might have been heard by other audiences. As for Peter, Yuna, and Grace, to be honest, they actually have no idea what the movie is about. Their attention was no longer on the screen shortly after the show started. However, through this movie, Grace also had a very clear understanding of Peter. I also understand why Yuna specifically asked me for help to become Peter's lover. At the same time, I also understood why Peter said Lily didn't mind. Based on her current understanding of Peter, it is indeed true that Yuna and Peter's girlfriend would not mind. They didn't feel anything. The movie ended and the three of them left the theater together. Then the three of them went into the bathroom and stayed there for a long time before coming out. When they met again, Peter was in good condition, Yuna was also fine, but Grace's face was red. Fortunately, Peter took the initiative to open the conversation and asked what the two wanted to eat. After thinking about it, the two decided to go eat hot pot. Then the three of them ate hot pot together, as if nothing had happened. After eating hot pot, Peter was about to go find Lily. Just when he was thinking about how to tell Yuna and Grace, Yuna took the initiative to speak first. It's getting late. Sister Grace and I will go back first. I'll take her home, and we'll continue tomorrow. Looking at Peter, Yuna also said with a smile. Grace also stood beside Yuna with a blushing face. Oh, okay, Peter said a little stiffly after hearing Yuna's words. Then you'll be the one to send Sister Grace off tomorrow. Seeing that Peter agreed, Yuna also spoke at this time. Of course, there was another meaning in her words. Sending Grace home was not just about sending her home. What happened after she returned home was the most important thing. After hearing Yuna's words, Peter nodded. Things have already turned out like this today. It seems like there's no way I wouldn't send him home. Seeing that Peter agreed, Yuna also pulled Grace away from here. After getting into her Porsche, she also drove away carefully. Peter, who was still a little dazed in the rearview mirror, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle, then looked at Grace, who was also a little dazed. Sister Grace, it's a pleasure working with you. Looking at Grace, Yuna also stretched out her hand to high-five her. When Grace saw Yuna's hand, she couldn't help but think of what she had done in the cinema just now. It seemed that she had used that hand. Then she took out her own hand, and the two of them patted it lightly. I'm not lying to you. Brother Kai is really amazing. A movie that lasts 150 minutes, 2 hours, TSK. Maybe neither of us can handle it. But fortunately, Brother Kai has another lover. As the high five was completed, Yuna also started talking with a smile. Listening to Yuna's words, Grace nodded. One-on-one love was indeed a luxury for Peter. After all, it could kill someone. Chapter 53, Class. What are you thinking about? Yuna here sent Grace home, and Peter also drove to Lilia's bar at this time. After parking the car, he also came to the bar. It's already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the bar has started to fill up. When Peter arrived, he saw Lily busy. After exchanging glances with Lily, he found a seat and sat down. At this moment, he was still very confused and didn't know what was going on in the afternoon. Just when he felt his brain was in great confusion, Lily came over to Peter and asked with a smile, "Oh, nothing. I'm thinking about investing in Hong Kong stocks." After hearing Lily say this, Peter also said something with a smile. "Oh, you're still trading stocks?" Seeing Peter say that he wanted to invest in Hong Kong stocks, Lily asked with some confusion, "My main source of income now is this." He smiled. Although Peter has many industries now, they are not making much money yet. If he wants to get the system's rewards, he currently has to rely mainly on stock trading. While chatting with Lily, Peter also took a look at her attributes. Name, Lily. Gender, female. Age, 31. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physical strength, 19. Charisma, 99. Wisdom, 78. Business, 72. Innovation, 11. Social, 97. Management, 85. Favorability towards the host, 100. Peter was really shocked when he saw Lilia's attributes. Peter was so overwhelmed. But what shocked Peter even more was that her other attributes were also so high. 78 for wisdom, 72 for business, 97 for social, and 85 for management. To be honest, if she wasn't trapped in this small bar due to family reasons, she would be a celebrity wherever she went. And her favorability towards me, needless to say, as experienced Peter, it is unacceptable if her favorability level is not 100%. Stock trading is risky, but I think you can handle it. Sniff. You have the scent of 2 perfumes, and they're so strong. Although I really hope you can find a few lovers, please don't go out and mess around and get yourself into some serious illness. Otherwise, I'll introduce you to a few. At this moment, Lily had no idea that Peter was checking her attributes. She just smiled after hearing what Peter said. However, as she sat down next to Peter, she also moved closer to Peter and smelled it, then asked with some doubts. I'm not messing around. This is the smell of my assistant and my trading manager." Hearing Lily's words, Peter's face turned red, and then he spoke in a low voice. He is really not good at lying, especially when facing Lily. There's a huge gap between the two of them in terms of rank. Assistant, trading manager. Well, you could tell they're serious people just by listening to them, but there are only 2 of them. This is not enough. Listening to Peter's words, Lily also counted on her fingers and spoke. Hearing her say this, Peter looked at her speechlessly. "I just didn't go back to her yesterday, and then I found 2 lovers, and she said that's not enough? How many more do I need to find to be enough? You didn't bring them here?" Seeing Peter's speechless look, Lily also said with a smile. Hearing her words, Peter became even more speechless. "Bring it? Bring it for what? To experience the Shura field? Don't worry, I think we are all very smart. We all just want to be your lover, not your wife, so we should be in the same camp. We will see each other every day in the future, and maybe even with you. So it's okay to get familiar with them in advance. Remember, bring them to my place to play tomorrow. By the way, what do you think of Olivia? Let me introduce her to you. Otherwise, what if the 2 of them are in cahoots and try to exclude me? I have to form a clique too." Seeing Peter's gaze, Lily smiled and gently touched Peter's face with her hand, then began to speak. After she finished speaking, she did not forget to point to Olivia, who was serving wine to the guests in the distance, and continued to speak with a smile. When Peter looked at Olivia, he found that she was also looking at him. Then, when she saw him looking at her, she immediately looked away. Seeing the girl's clear expression, Peter also said something with a smile. Stop joking. I'm a little overwhelmed by the number of you right now. Please don't delay the young lady. What do you mean by delay? You mean Olivia? She's only a sophomore this semester. I've asked around, and I've learned that her family is from the countryside and doesn't have much money. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been working here. Even if you graduate from college and find a job, you will only make 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. Find someone who also makes 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. Although life can go on. But the bad thing is that Olivia is too beautiful. It's hard not to be noticed by others. At that time, whether the second-generation rich wants to play with her or the first-generation rich wants to support her, as long as she has the slightest thought of leaping into a higher class, she will be on a path of no return. Listening to Lilia's words, Peter couldn't help but be speechless at this moment, because it seemed to be like this for him and Diana. A man with money is the same as a woman with beauty. It's okay if he doesn't experience society, but once he does, all kinds of temptations will come one after another. Diana. In fact, Peter knows very well that Zhao Yu is just playing with her. When she is playing with her feelings are also playing with her. In the end, there were only two possible outcomes. Zhao Yu got tired of her and kicked her away. She began to degenerate and became a plaything for those rich second generations for money. A better ending would be that she got hold of some of Zhao Yu's secrets, married him, and then Zhao Yu continued to play around outside, while she became a resentful woman in the boudoir. Maybe she can indeed rise in terms of money and social status. But for a woman, this is actually a road of no return, especially for a woman who once had aspirations for love. But it will be different if she followed you. Let me ask you, if she followed you, would you abandon her? Just when Peter was still thinking about him and Diana, Lily also propped up her chin, looked at Peter, and said with a smile, "Oh, no." After thinking about it, Peter was indeed not the kind of person who would abandon others. That is, by following you, her social status will be elevated. Your body won't give her the chance to be a resentful woman. Most importantly, she likes you. Love, money, social status, and people are all there. So why would she reject you? Lily gently touched Peter's chest and spoke with a smile. Chapter 54, Gift. That's a lie. Maybe they just want to thank me. Let's not talk about her anymore. Let's talk about the two of us first. Come home with me today. Grabbing Lily's hand, Peter kissed her gently and then began to speak. Go home with you? Okay, I haven't been to your house yet. But are my toothbrush, towel, and other things ready? Hearing Peter say this, Lily did not refuse, but said with a smile, Well, but I prepared a gift. After hearing Lily's words, Peter couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then said with a little embarrassment. The gifts he was talking about were the jewelry and other things he took pictures of yesterday. Then Lily can choose whatever she wants. Hearing Peter's words, Lily laughed even louder. You are so careless, but speaking of gifts, I have prepared one for you. After laughing, Lily took out a small box from a small bag beside her. You could tell at a glance that this small box should be a watch box, because yesterday when Peter was taking pictures of those Royal Oak watches, the boxes outside of those watches looked similar to this. Looking at the watch box, Peter took it with some doubts and opened it. Then there is a silver watch with a pink dial in the middle. To be honest, this watch doesn't look very good, at least in Peter's aesthetic sense. But when the system popped up, Peter's pupils couldn't help but shrink. As expected, he didn't know anything about watches, because according to the system's prompt, this watch is worth 218 million. Patek Philippe's super complex timepiece series, 6300A010 watch, is limited to one piece worldwide, with an issue price of 218 million and a current value of 232 million, which is worth investing. Peter couldn't help but muttered softly as he looked at the watch. Lily was a little surprised when she heard Peter's words. Okay, you know what's good? I originally thought you would think this watch is only worth a few million. Looking at Peter, Lily said with a smile. This is too expensive, Peter stuttered after hearing Lily's words, but Lily interrupted him again. If we still have to talk about money between you and me, then it will be meaningless. This watch was left by my father. After he went in and got arrested, he felt something was wrong, so he asked someone to buy the watch and quietly handed it to me, hoping to give it to the person above him in exchange for his life. But unfortunately, the person above him was also arrested shortly after him, so the watch was not given away. Now I can't sell this watch because too many people are staring at me. My dad's old subordinates, official people. If I suddenly sell this watch, do you think they will come to my door? Hearing Peter's words, Lily also spoke in a low voice. I can protect you. Peter immediately spoke up after hearing Lily say that. Hee hee, if I need it, I'll naturally need your protection. But now that I've paid my taxes properly, the police should protect me. Looking at Peter, Lily also smiled, then took out the watch, put on Peter, and then nodded with a smile. Yeah, just right. Listening to Lily's words, Peter couldn't help but open his mouth. To be honest, he didn't like wearing watches, but now that this watch was given to him by Lily, he really could not wear it. Looking at the watch on his hand, Peter couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm being kept? I was poor before, and no one was interested in me when I wanted to be kept by someone. Now that I'm not poor anymore, I'm still being kept by someone? Of course, Peter would not take the watch from Lily for free. He planned to allocate 200 million yuan to Lily when he went to make money in the Hong Kong stock market. However, he could not tell her for now. When he had the chance in the future, he could just give it to her directly. Miss, are you okay? Does it have anything to do with you? Get out of here. Call the police? I don't know them. Just as Peter and Lily were talking here, they suddenly heard a quarrel in the distance. Following the sound, Peter and the others saw Olivia, who was sitting in front of a table. On the other side of the table, there was a woman who seemed to be drunk and could not stand steadily. As for her, two men were supporting her. Of these two men, one looks to be in his 30s, tall and thin, and the other looks to be in his 40s, short and fat, wearing a big gold chain and with a fierce look on his face. Of the two, the short and fat man should be the more prominent one. When Olivia sensed that something was wrong, she tried to stop them immediately, but it was this short and fat guy who started threatening first. But they didn't expect that the woman was not completely unconscious and was actually struggling to speak. When they heard the woman say she was going to call the police, their faces changed drastically. Olivia on the other side also took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police immediately. When he saw Olivia was about to call the police, the fat man winked at the tall and thin man next to him. The tall and thin man came over and tried to snatch Olivia's cell phone, while the fat man took this opportunity to pull the woman away. You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Give me your phone. Just as the tall and thin guy came in front of Olivia and was about to snatch the phone, Olivia suddenly felt her body suddenly jump backwards. When she looked again, she found that Peter had appeared in front of her and directly blocked the two guys. Seeing that Peter was the first to speak out, the two guys couldn't help but change their faces. Because Peter is obviously not comparable to a beautiful waitress in terms of height or build. When they saw Peter standing up, they were both stunned, and then a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that Peter looked difficult to deal with, but they were reluctant to give up the beauty that was about to be in their hands. Just when they were hesitating, Lily came over and put her hand on Peter's shoulder. Leave it to me. After hearing Lily's words, Peter also stepped aside. He knew that Lily dared to open a bar here, and was dressed so sexily before she met him. She must have some means. Especially after seeing how Olivia handled these two incidents, it was clear that there were probably very few people causing trouble here under normal circumstances. Now, Peter beat the two guys like beating his grandsons, but he knew that if he continued to beat them, it would inevitably make a mess here and leave a bad impression on the guests. Most importantly, it would be troublesome if the police came. So at this time, he chose to let Lily solve this problem. Chapter 55. You know each other? You two have only just been out for a short time, right? You are quite brave to cause trouble here. Seeing Peter take half a step back but still standing by her side, Lily couldn't help but laugh. It was really great to feel protected. However, when she looked at the tall and fat man opposite her, her eyes became much gloomier. Joe, Tina, and I didn't cause any trouble. We just saw that she was drunk. We didn't do anything. We were just trying to help her. After hearing Lily's words, the two men who were originally a little drunk suddenly sobered up. One man was in his 30s, and the other was in his 40s, who were called Lily Tina at this time. They really didn't drink at all. While the fat man was talking, he also put the woman who was drinking so much that she could hardly stand back on the chair next to her. Well, do I need your help in my bar? Looking at the expressions of these two people, Lily sneered at this time, and then looked at them even colder. At this time, the two of them looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and then picked up the wine bottles on the table next to them. Seeing the actions of these two people, Peter subconsciously dodged and stood in front of Lily. But what he didn't expect was that these two people were not going to fight with Lily, but at this moment, they directly smashed the wine bottles on his head with two bangs. The bottle exploded instantly, and beer and blood flowed out of the two men's heads. However, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they looked at Lily with a smile. Tina, look, you are so magnanimous. Please let us go. Roll. After hearing what the two said, Lily raised her eyelids and said something with disdain and contempt, and then the two of them immediately ran away. After they left, Lily looked at Olivia beside her. Send someone to clean up. As for this girl, let her sleep here and take care of her things. Okay, Tina. Olivia responded immediately after hearing Lily's words, and then went to find the cleaner to come and pack up. At this time, Lily walked to Peter's side and said to him with a smile, "These two guys are just a bunch of idiots. They've been in jail several times for rape and theft, and were just released a few days ago. They're probably barely making it now, and they'd love for you to beat them up so they can extort some money from you." After patting the alcohol spots on Peter's body when the two men were fighting with each other, Lily also started talking with a smile. Shouldn't this be considered a courageous act, self-defense? And didn't these two guys drug me? After hearing Lily's words, Peter couldn't help but ask with some confusion. No, I took a look and it seemed like this girl was having a cocktail for the first time and she drank too much. As for the self-defense you mentioned, it certainly doesn't count. It is very difficult to determine self-defense. For example, if someone wants to kill you with a knife, you run first and then he chases you. You run to a corner and beg him, but he still persecutes you. In this case, you only have one chance for self-defense. If one strike fails to subdue him, then attacking again would be excessive self-defense. If you snatch his knife and start chasing him, that would be a fight. If you chase him and stab him a few times, that would be intentional injury. It was obvious that Lily was much more familiar with this aspect of criminal law than Peter. After hearing what Lily said, Peter couldn't help but curl his lips. Ever since he obtained the hand of great compassion, he has yet to test the strength of this skill, and he doesn't seem to know the limits of his own physical strength. He should find an opportunity to go to the gym and try it out. He remembered that there was a gym in their community, so he decided to go there when he had nothing to do. While he was talking to Lily, Olivia had already called a cleaning lady. When the cleaning lady was packing up the things here, Olivia also packed up the things of the drunk girl. When Olivia pulled the girl's hair apart, Peter was suddenly stunned because he actually knew this girl. He didn't know the girl's name, but he had seen this person yesterday. She was his neighbor downstairs. I have to say, this world is really small. But he didn't know the woman's name yet, and subconsciously took a look at her attributes and the attributes of Olivia next to her. Name, Olivia. Gender, female. Age, 19. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 44 kilograms. Physical fitness, 21. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 36. Business, 18. Innovation, 6. Social, 11. Management, 5. Favorability towards the host, 98. Name, Suya. Gender, female. Age, 29. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical fitness, 8. Subhealth. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 68. Business, 99. Innovation, 77. Social, 34. Management, 83. Favorability towards host, 71. Looking at the attributes of these two people, Peter was a little surprised. What surprised Olivia was that her favorability rating for herself was 98, which was much higher than Grace's, who wanted to be taken advantage of by her. You know, after watching the movie and having dinner this afternoon, Grace's favorability rating for herself was just 98. She has this value now. Although the plot of the hero saving the beauty seems old-fashioned, it does work. Peter was originally wondering if Olivia was just grateful to him. Now it seems that it is not. Suya's liking for him was average, which was understandable. After all, they didn't know each other before yesterday. What surprised Peter was that her ability was so high. 99's business ability is the best he has ever seen, no doubt about it, even better than Grace's. He just doesn't know what she does and why she has such strong business ability. What? Do you know her? Seeing Peter staring at the girl in a daze, Lily couldn't help but ask in confusion. She knew Peter. He was not the kind of person who could not move when seeing a beautiful woman. Moreover, Lily was quite confident in her appearance. Peter was stunned at this moment, probably because he knew each other. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Peter nodded. Well, it was my downstairs neighbor who called me yesterday morning and said that the renovations at home were too noisy. Looking at Lily, Peter told the truth. Oh, looks like we have to leave early again today. Lily couldn't help but laugh when she heard Peter say that. Since we know each other, we can't let her sober up here. We must send her home now. Chapter 56, Sisters. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Sorry, We were wrong. We won't do it again. Inside the city, on a small path in a certain village, the two men, one tall and one fat, who had been so arrogant just now, fell to the ground in a very embarrassed manner, looking behind them with horror on their faces. At this moment, under the dim street light behind him, a woman walked out from under the street light, swinging two dagger-like spears. If Peter was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize her. He had seen this woman before, because she was also one of the waitresses in Lilia's bar. One time Peter went to see Lily, and that was what she said to him. However, compared to her sweet smile in the bar, her eyes are now filled with bloodthirsty intent. Just as she walked in front of the two men and was about to raise her hand, suddenly a stone bounced from a distance and hit her in front of her. All right, just teach them a lesson. Are you really planning to kill them? Wouldn't that cause trouble for the young lady? Besides, these two guys are only on parole now and have to report back to the police station every month. If they don't go back, who do you think will be in trouble? As the stone interrupted the man's movements, another woman came out from the darkness. Peter also knew this woman. She was another waitress in the bar. However, compared to the first woman, she was more often responsible for loading goods in the warehouse. So Peter only had a slight impression of her. Get out. After hearing what the woman said, the woman at the beginning also snorted coldly, and then the two of them immediately shut up and ran away crawling. Looking at their pupils that were almost dilated with fear, it was obvious that they were really about to be scared to death. Because just now they almost became two corpses. They had no doubt that this woman would have any hesitation in killing them. Watching them run away, the woman retracted the two dagger-like spikes and then pinned them on her head, one on the left and one on the right, turning them into two hairpins. Then he looked at the woman. Why are you here, miss? And what about the bar? Jenny is watching. Nothing will happen. As for the young lady and the son-in-law, they are gone. After hearing her words, the woman gently played with the two long hairs hanging in front of her, then spoke with a smile. What son-in-law? I have never recognized him as my son-in-law. After hearing what this man said, the woman at the beginning said in a low voice as she walked out. It doesn't matter whether you recognize it or not. As long as the lady recognizes it, it's fine. But to be honest, my son-in-law is handsome, has a good figure, and is very rich. Why don't you recognize him? Looking at this person's expression, the second person also jumped to her side and asked her with a smile. Because this guy is also a piece of trash, he is not wholeheartedly devoted to the lady. Looking at the second person, the first woman also spoke. You're being a bit unreasonable. Wasn't it the young lady who gave it to you? Besides, you know that my son-in-law is really good in that aspect. It's understandable that he has more lovers. Maybe in the end, all three of us will have to become concubines. After rolling a look at this person, the second person also spoke up. After hearing this person's words, the first person couldn't help but stop and glared at the woman fiercely. Go ahead if you want to weigh through. After saying that, the woman quickened her pace and left quickly. Looking at her back, the second person who appeared at this time couldn't help but chuckle, with a complicated look in his eyes, but then he didn't say anything and just followed her away. Peter naturally had no idea what was happening here. At this time, he and Lily had already returned to the community, supporting the woman named Suya. After reaching the 31st floor, he carried her to the 30th floor and then followed the approximate direction to 3001 and then knocked on the door. Now the doors are all locked with passwords and fingerprints, and there are no keys, so if there's no one at home, it will be troublesome. Fortunately, there is someone at her home. Here you are, who is it? As the person inside heard the knock on the door, a girl who looked 70% similar to Suya also opened the door from the inside and saw Suya at a glance. Sister, after the girl screamed, she looked at Peter and the others warily. My sister was so drunk, and yet she was carried back by a strange man. This seems very strange and abnormal no matter how you look at it. Oh, she's your sister. I live upstairs from your house. I saw her yesterday morning. Coincidentally, she got drunk in the bar run by my girlfriend, so I sent her back. Looking at the girl's gaze, Peter immediately began to explain. After hearing what Peter said, and most importantly, after she saw Lily behind Peter, she tentatively took Suya over. Then she also took a look at Suya's clothes. Although there were some wrinkles, they were not messy, and there was no sign of having been taken off. The contents of the bag were also behind her. Then she politely spoke to Peter. Thank you so much for the trouble. You're welcome. It's nothing. You take care of him. I'll go upstairs and rest. Waving his hand, Peter also spoke to the girl. After the girl closed the door, Peter took Lily back to the elevator and went to the 33rd floor. As for the girl, she also helped Suya back to her room at this time. Looking at Suya, who was already drunk and unconscious. The girl reluctantly helped her clean up a little, then went back to rest. That was all she could do. Lily arrived at the 33rd floor and entered the house. Looking at the decorations in Peter's house, she couldn't help but look at Peter strangely. Didn't this guy expect that there are still some girlish hearts? I didn't renovate this room. I bought the 2 floors below. The upper floors had already been sold. They were renovated by the previous owner, but she didn't even get to live in them for a single day before the company went bankrupt. So they sold the house, and I just happened to buy it. Looking at Lily's gaze, Peter smiled awkwardly. Oh, you seem quite familiar with it. Why don't we just rest here tonight? Lily said with a smile after seeing Peter's explanation. Of course I'm familiar with her. I worked at her company for 3 years. She was my former boss. As for where you rest, it doesn't matter. I brought you here because the gift I want to give you is here. After saying that, Peter also pulled Lily into the room and opened Chloe's safe. Chapter 57, Negotiation. These are for you. Looking at the things in the safe, Peter spoke to Lily seriously. Huh? Give it all to me? Why would I need so much jewelry? Especially this watch. 1, 2, 3, $9, and I wear one every day. Hearing Peter say this, Lily also smiled. You can if you want. Looking at Lily, Peter also spoke seriously. However, Lily thought about it, shook her head, and took out a ruby watch from the 9 watches. This was the second most expensive one among the 9 watches, with a selling price of $12.384 million, and then put it on her wrist. Then I'll take this one, the most expensive one, the emerald one, and leave it to your future wife. As for me, I'll be the only one besides her big sister. Looking at Peter, Lily also started talking with a smile. Where is the wife? Listening to Lily's words, Peter said with a bit of a laugh. It will be there later. Come on, take me to your home. Lily smiled after hearing Peter's words, and then pulled Peter away from this floor and went downstairs. However, after a quick look around, the two returned to the 32nd floor, which was Peter's floor. Then the temperature between them quickly rose. But soon, just when Peter and Lily entered the room, Lily suddenly pushed Peter away. Wait a minute, I almost forgot. Stopping Peter, Lily immediately ran back to the living room, found her bag, took out a box of pills, and took out a pill from it. Oh, what are you doing? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Lily's actions, Peter couldn't help but stop her and felt her pulse. There was nothing wrong with her, but what medicine should she take? Needless to say, of course it's for protection. We don't like umbrellas. And besides, no umbrella can protect you from the rain. So I have to do some protection. After hearing what Peter said, Lily rolled her eyes at him and said. Hearing her words, Peter couldn't help but feel a little amused and a little hurt at the same time. Don't you want to have a baby with me? I do want to, but not now. I have to wait until you get married and have a firstborn son. An illegitimate child is older than the firstborn, so it's inevitable that he'll cause some trouble. After all, the Chinese have always honored the eldest son over the youngest, and the legitimate heir over the illegitimate son. There's no need to make things difficult for you. Hearing Peter say this, Lily also touched his head and comforted him. There's no such thing as elder or younger than the legitimate or illegitimate child. This isn't some female-centric story about abusive protagonists. Looking at her, Peter was speechless. Be good and listen to me. Hey, if you really don't want to get pregnant now, I have a solution. Don't eat this. It's not good for your health. Seeing that Lily was still determined, Peter sighed and started talking. Real? Of course you don't believe me. I believe it, but okay, then I won't eat it. Seeing Peter's serious expression, Lily also laughed. Then she hugged Peter and returned to the room. Peter was not lying to Lily. He really had a way. However, he had never expected that the first thing he would do after achieving the master level of medical skills would be this. However, Lily doesn't want to get pregnant so early, so Peter will still follow her wishes. Time passed quickly that night. The next morning, surprisingly, no one called him. After he and Lily finished washing up, they went downstairs to have breakfast together. Then he sent Lily back to her home and drove to the company. When he arrived at the company, Grace and Yuna had been waiting there for a long time. As Peter injected the $100 million he earned today into the stock market and asked the traders to buy new stocks according to his requirements, today's affairs came to an end temporarily. Then he, Grace, and Yuna returned to their office together. As soon as they came in, Yuna pulled Grace and sat on Peter's lap. Grace naturally opened the computer in front of him and showed yesterday's PPT. Seeing that Peter had indeed finished reading it, she smiled with relief. Then he asked Peter, Boss, since we must invest in Hong Kong stocks, have you decided which bank to talk to? Do you have any recommendations? Peter asked after listening to Grace's words. Although the equity weights of China Communications, CITIC, and China Merchants Bank are determined in this way, my top recommendation is China Merchants Bank, followed by CITIC, and then China Communications. Because investment promotion is the most professional in this area, while transportation is not the main business. Hearing Peter asking about herself, Grace also spoke. Okay, Yuna, contact the leader in investment promotion. Let's talk about investment promotion first. If that doesn't work, we can go to CITIC. As the old saying goes, trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you don't trust them. What's more, Grace's professionalism is extremely high. This is just a simple matter of exchanging money and guarantees. So Peter did as Grace said at this time. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna immediately left here with Grace and went to find the trader who was in charge of the investment promotion line. This trader used his internal connections to tell Peter that he was going to speculate in Hong Kong stocks and directly transfer 500 million yuan. The other party immediately attached great importance to him. Are you kidding? 500 million. That's 500 million. The other party immediately said that there was absolutely no problem and the leader had time now. After confirming the appointment, Peter took Grace and Yuna to the headquarters in their city, which was very good at attracting investment, and met the highest leader there. The talks between the two parties went very smoothly. The other party could provide Peter with a guarantee, allowing him to exchange money and enter the Hong Kong stock market, and at the same time provide him with 10 times leverage. However, there is no free lunch in this world. Peter also promised that if there will be any business dealings with banks in the future, he will first consider attracting investment. 500 million is indeed an outrageous amount of money for ordinary people. But for such a big bank, it is nothing. The deal was concluded and the contract was signed around 10:30 a.m., and Peter was told that he could apply for an account and deposit money at any time. But for Peter today, there are only about 330 million in the stock market. After the end of today, there will be about 360 million. Tomorrow, there will be 100 million new funds, which is 460 million. In addition to yesterday's operations, there will be at least 500 million in cash and A shares. Once they sell, 500 million can be invested in Hong Kong stocks. The closing time of Hong Kong stocks is more than half an hour later than that of his shares, which means they can go on Wednesday afternoon. Then on Thursday, he had another 100 million to operate with. Come to think of it, I'm a little excited. Chapter 58, Incomprehensible. Peter, it's been a pleasure working with you. President Lee, it's a pleasure to work with you. As Peter reached a consensus and signed a contract, he also left with Yuna and Grace. Next, Peter needs to go to the company and study Hong Kong stocks. Grace and the others are already starting to register accounts for Hong Kong stocks. Yuna did not go back with them. Peter asked her to help him take the contract signed between him and President Lee back home and lock it up. By the way, let her pick out a watch, because Lily picked one yesterday, and we can't stop Yuna from picking one. This was naturally not a problem for Yuna. She immediately drove back to Longting Jiyuan with the contract. However, because her car had not had its license plate recorded in the community, she was too lazy to register in the underground parking lot. Instead, she parked the car directly next to the square in front of the community. Then she got out of the car with the contract and walked towards Peter's house. Just as she was walking into the community, someone at the sales center near the main entrance of the square happened to see her with Yuna, and a few of them began to murmur at the moment. TSK, look, it's true that people have different destinies. Yuna is beautiful and has a good life. It's only been a few days, and she's already carrying a small bag and driving a jogging car. Oh, when will I have such a day? Looking at Yuna walking past the sales center, a woman also spoke up. Hey, that bag looks like it's from Hermes. It's so beautiful. Let me check how much it costs. After hearing what this woman said, a woman next to her also spoke. I estimate it's tens of thousands after all. It's so beautiful. Where did she get the money? Did the manager give her the commission? Hey, why would I need a commission? It must have been a gift from Mr. Peter. It's only been a few days, and he's already carrying this bag. Do you think Yuna has gotten promoted? Well, maybe it's fake. As soon as the bag was mentioned, many women came over and discussed in low voices. At this moment, next to these people, Diana was organizing a set of information. Diana could come here and be the manager was not just because of her father. At the same time, she is indeed very good at sales. Except for the first 2 days after she arrived, when Peter caused her to feel a little mentally broken, she had already sold a house just 2 days into this week. Although this house is the smallest here, only 80 square meters, it is still 4.8 million. At 0.03%, it is nearly 15,000, which is a good income for her. But just when she was in a good mood, she heard what these people said, and when she looked up, she saw Yuna in the distance. Looking at her, Diana's eyes turned gloomy again. But she didn't have to wait long for the gloom to set in, because suddenly a woman shouted, "Wow, more than that. That bag is worth more than tens of thousands of yuan. This bag, over 1 million." Hearing the woman's screams, the others looked at her in horror. "Over 1 million? 10,000? Are you sure you didn't mean $1?" "That's for sure. It's definitely fake. More than 1 million is enough to buy a house in a decent place. If this is true, wow, it's unimaginable, too exaggerated. Do you think this could be true? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuna is Mr. Peter's assistant now. It's not unlikely that she would go to a meeting with him with a fake bag. Well, it's impossible anyway. Okay, it's impossible for you women to stay here. Do you know what car Yuna drove here?" Just when these women were extremely surprised and confused, a security guard who had just returned from his shift outside spoke up. "What car? What we can see here looks like a sports car. Mercedes-Benz? BMW? Audi?" Upon hearing what the security guard said, the sales ladies also looked at him. "Porsche, although I don't know which model it is. It must be worth 1 million or 800,000. For these wealthy people, giving 1 million or 800,000 sports car and 1 million or 800,000 bag as a gift is nothing special." After hearing what the security guard said, the sales ladies couldn't help but fall silent, because in their minds, that bag is already real. Diana, who was sorting out documents at the moment, couldn't help but exert force with her right hand. Her fingernails dug deeply into her palm, but she didn't feel any pain. At this moment, her heart was beginning to collapse again. "Peter now, why? I have been with him for 5 years. What has he given me? We just broke up, and a little assistant bought me a bag worth more than 1 million yuan and a sports car worth more than 1 million yuan. Why? What are you all doing? Why are you all gathered here?" Just when Diana was feeling extremely unbalanced, the sales office manager came over and couldn't help but speak. After hearing his words, the sales ladies left reluctantly, and the security guard was on his normal shift, so he spoke to the manager with a smile. "What else can I do? Just envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yuna, you still remember that I came here just now, carrying a bag worth over 1 million yuan and driving a Porsche?" After hearing what the security guard said, the manager couldn't help but shook his head with emotion. It turned out that choice is more important than fate. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of Diana and immediately turned around to look at her, but he only saw Diana's back as she turned and left. He was now increasingly confused as to why Diana had broken up with Mr. Peter. Was it really, as he had said, simply because Peter had lied to her? But other people's affairs have nothing to do with him. He is now very curious and wants to go to take a look at the Porsche that Yuna drove back. It is really cool. At the same time, there was another person who was thinking about Peter. This person is none other than Suya. She drank too much last night and was sent home by Peter. When she woke up again, she found that it was already this morning. When she woke up, she was very scared, afraid that she would appear in a hotel or some unfamiliar environment, because she clearly remembered that she drank too much last night, and then 2 people wanted to pull her away, but were eventually stopped by a hazy man. She didn't know what happened next. Fortunately, when she opened her eyes, she found herself at home. It was only through her cousin Su Lele's description that she realized that the person who sent her home yesterday was actually the rich neighbor upstairs, Peter. But she was almost late at the time and didn't have the energy to care about these things. After washing up, he immediately changed his clothes and went to the company. Now that she had finished her work, she finally remembered Peter. Chapter 59, Treat. "Peter, I didn't expect him to be so kind." Muttering softly, Suya also tapped the pen in her hand lightly on her desk. Suya, even though Peter doesn't know who she is, her name is well known to everyone in the fashion circle. She has been a genius since childhood. At the age of 20, she graduated from the Yanhuang Academy of Fine Arts and was then admitted to the Royal College of Art in England for postgraduate studies with a full scholarship. After graduating from graduate school at the age of 22, she first joined Chanel and was called the girl kissed by the muse by Karl Lagerfeld, the boss of their circle. At the age of 24, she switched to Louis Vuitton and became the chief designer in the second year. At the age of 25, I chose to return to China and am now employed as the editor-in-chief of the country's largest fashion magazine, Quaner, and the kind of editor-in-chief who wants equity dividends. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her, who is only 29 years old this year, to drive a Mercedes-Benz and live in a house worth several million. However, although her life seems perfect to many people, she also has her own troubles. That is, her emotional life is very bumpy. Because her standards for choosing a partner are very similar to who Ife in Love Apartment. The man she likes must be either smarter than her or stronger than her. But the problem is, although there are such men, why would they look for her? Yes, she is very beautiful and outstanding. But the problem is that she doesn't like any man who can surpass her, or even an older entrepreneur. Otherwise, the young men trained by the family are all political marriages. So how could she have a place? That's why I drank so much yesterday. Yesterday, in her high school group, a classmate who had always been at odds with her got married. They had already obtained the marriage certificate, set the wedding date, and notified their classmates in the group. Then, as they were talking, someone mentioned that her boyfriend had pursued Suya when they were in school. The woman was jealous and didn't care about that. So, she started to say bad things about Suya, but the problem was that they thought Suya was not in this group. But in fact, Suya was always there. She just didn't say anything. Seeing that this guy dared to say bad things about her, Suya rushed out to argue with her. As a result, this guy couldn't win the argument with Suya and started to attack her personally. They scolded her for being the old center and for never finding a man in her life. After all, Suya was too civilized. She couldn't stand up to such personal attacks, so she left the group. She was already very angry in the mobile phone group, and when she came out, she found that her subordinates were also criticizing her, saying that she was too strong and would never find a boyfriend, and that she was so strong that she had gone through menopause, etc., which made her very angry. After scolding her subordinates, she went to drink alone. She hadn't imagined that the cocktails in that bar were so strong. When she realized she had drunk a little too much, she started to feel dizzy. At this moment, she found that someone was going to take her away, so she began to struggle. She vaguely seemed to have someone help her out, and it must have been Peter. But she had no memory of what happened next. Although she's still in a bad mood today, she's a person who will repay a favor. So she decided that when she went to pick up the car in the evening, she would look for Peter and his girlfriend, thank them, and treat them to dinner. After writing this down, Suya continued to devote herself to her work. In the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work in the evening. She usually takes a while to finish work, but today she got off work on time. This surprised her subordinates, but once she left, everyone else was able to leave on time. After she left the company, she took a taxi straight to the bar. She first found her car and made sure there was no problem, then she entered the bar. But it's still too early, and the people in the bar are still cleaning up. As she walked in, Olivia, who was busy at the time, saw her at a glance. "Miss, we're not open yet." "Hey, miss, it's you. You know me?" After hearing Olivia's words, Suya asked curiously. At the same time, she was also a little surprised, because with Olivia's beauty, looks, and figure, she was just a waitress here. You know, her appearance is more beautiful than many big models she has seen. It's such a waste for her to be a waitress here. "Oh, you drank here yesterday and drank too much. You were almost taken advantage of by someone. Miss, you must be more careful next time you drink." Looking at Suya, Olivia also said with a smile, "Well, I didn't pay attention yesterday. I'm really sorry. I came here today specifically to thank your boss. Is she here?" After hearing Olivia's instructions, Suya smiled a little embarrassedly and then asked, "Yes, she's here early today, which is rare. She's right over there at the counter. I'll take you there." Looking at Suya's expression, Olivia smiled and brought her to the counter. When Olivia called out boss, Lily, who was wiping the wine cabinet, also turned her head. If Suya was just a little surprised to see Olivia, when she saw Lily, even she was shocked by Lily's stunning appearance and charm. Today, Lily is wearing a green dress inside and a white blouse outside. Her hair is combed into a big braid, hanging casually behind her. With such looks, such dress, and such a figure, not to mention men, even women can't resist it. When Lily saw Suya, she was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "It's you. Don't drink so much alone next time." "Yes, I didn't realize yesterday that your cocktails are so strong. I came here mainly to say thank you. I wonder if you and your boyfriend have time. I'd like to treat you to a meal." Hearing Lily's words, Suya smiled awkwardly and explained her purpose. "You've come at a bad time. He won't be coming today. Don't you have his contact information? Just ask him directly. I'm available anytime." Looking at Suya, Lily also smiled. She remembered that Suya had Peter's number. "Well, how about I add you, and then you talk to him?" After hearing Lily say this, Suya also said something. What she thought was that it was indeed not good for her to add a married man on WeChat, but it was obvious that Lily didn't care. After Lily repeatedly stated that she would discuss the matter directly with Peter, Suya thanked her again, then left and returned to her car. I mustered up my courage, then dialed Peter's cell phone number, found Peter's message, and added him. At this time, Peter was having dinner with Yuna and Grace. Chapter 60, Statussymbol. Ding dong. I'm Suya, your downstairs neighbor. As his phone rang, Peter, who was eating barbecue at the time, also looked down his phone, and then, with some confusion, took up his hands that were playing with Yuna and Grace's calves. Peter was mainly there to buy things for Grace and Yuna. Peter doesn't care at all about what he wears, but he really likes buying things for his women. That was what happened today. After arriving at this high-end shopping mall, he took them to visit Door, Hermes, Donut, and other stores. Each person spent about 100,000 yuan and bought a lot of clothes. Then they went to a large barbecue restaurant in the mall to have dinner. Peter originally wanted to sit in the lobby. When I got here, I found that there was no lobby, only small cubicles. After the restaurant prepared the food and charcoal fire, Yuna and Grace sat next to Peter, one on each side. They naturally put their legs on Peter's legs and started grilling the meat with their hands. As for Peter, he only needs to play with the legs of these two people. When it comes to eating, they will feed Peter with their mouths. I have to say that this scene is indeed a bit too decadent, but Peter is very happy. Touching the white socks that Yuna is wearing today, plus the black socks that Grace likes very much, this feeling is very powerful. The message Suya sent at this time made Peter stunned. What's wrong? Yuna couldn't help but ask when she saw Peter frowning. You still remember the woman downstairs from my house? She added me as a friend. After hearing Yuna's words, Peter also responded. Hasn't the staircase in the house been installed? Why is she still looking for you? Didn't I tell her? If there's anything, just contact me. Hearing that Suya had found Peter again, Yuna said with some dissatisfaction. It's not about the house. I ran into her yesterday at the bar when she was drunk, and then I sent her home. I guess it's because of this. While explaining to Yuna, Peter chose to accept the friend request. Upon hearing Peter's words, Yuna and Grace looked at him in confusion. Last night, you and that person went to the bar? No, she runs a bar. She wants to meet you guys. Do you want to meet her? If not, forget it. Hearing Grace ask this, Peter also started talking with a smile. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna and Grace couldn't help but look at each other and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. They were terrified of meeting Lily. Lily was trying to assert her sovereignty, which would have been troublesome. But since the real boss had said she wanted to meet them, wouldn't it seem a bit weak if they didn't go? Well, although they were already a bit weak to begin with. But they also don't want to be afraid before the battle. We can meet. It won't be difficult for you to be in the middle. After thinking for a while, Yuna said in a low voice. Hearing her words, Peter also shook his head. No, her personality, should be compatible with you too. And to be honest, it was her who encouraged me to be with you. You'll know when the time comes. Oh, by the way, her name is Lily. She's older than me. You could just call her Tina. Just when Peter was talking to Yuna and Grace, Suya sent another message. In fact, the message was mainly to express gratitude to him, and then asked him when he was free and whether he could treat him to a meal or something like that. Peter naturally typed a reply at this time, being polite and saying that it was just a small favor and that they were neighbors and there was no need to be so polite. However, the other party was determined to treat Peter to a meal, and it was really hard to refuse. So after thinking about it, Peter also booked it for tomorrow night. Tomorrow his funds in the stock market will reach 500 million. He will start withdrawing from A shares in the afternoon and then inject them into Hong Kong stocks. He will start to be busy the day after tomorrow. The only free time is tomorrow night. So Peter also replied to Suya, and Suya naturally had no problem and agreed without hesitation. After agreeing on a time, Peter put down his phone and continued to eat dinner. After dinner, Peter and his group of 3 left together. Yuna drove straight home, while Grace took Peter's car back to his home. Because Grace still lives with her parents, this is obviously not a good place for a date. When they arrived at Peter's house, it was not the first time Grace came. Last week, on Thursday and Friday, they held business here, so she's not unfamiliar with this place. However, she had never visited the place in detail. Today, she followed Peter directly to the second floor, and Peter took her on a tour. When the two of them visited the bathroom, the temperature between them gradually rose. Seeing the look Peter was giving her, although she had been prepared for it, Grace still swallowed subconsciously and looked at Peter timidly. Silence is better than words at this moment. Looking at her eyes, there is no need to say what happened next. In short, the night passed quickly. The next morning came in a blink of an eye. Around 7 o'clock, when the two woke up, Yuna had just arrived. Peter had specially called her, and she also brought breakfast for Peter and Grace. Looking at Yuna, Grace felt a little embarrassed now, but when she thought about the possibility that the three of them would often be together in the future, and that such scenes were unavoidable, she didn't mind it. Carrying Grace to the bathroom to wash up, Peter and the other two had breakfast together. Then Peter took them to the third floor and opened the safe. Each of you can pick one of these watches. Huh? This watch is too expensive, this. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna and Grace couldn't help but look at each other, and then said with some concern, especially Yuna. She accompanied Peter to take pictures of these watches. She knew that the cheapest of these watches cost more than 5 million. More than 510,000. I'll give it to you, so just take it. This is what Tina meant. She said that my women should each pick a piece as a symbol of status. She picked out the ruby one and said she would leave the emerald one for my future wife, but I don't have a wife, so if you like it, any of you can take it. Seeing the two people's puzzled expressions, Peter also started talking with a smile. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna and Grace looked at each other and picked out 2 diamonds of the same price, one with Saverite and one with Chrysoberyl, both priced at 5,893,000. Then they smiled and put them on their hands. Chapter 61. Sharks are coming. Originally, Peter planned to let Grace rest today. However, because they both came back early last night, they also had time to rest early, and her physical condition was still good, so she still had to come to the company with Peter today. Peter didn't refuse. The three of them came to the company, and everything was as usual. They first bought the stocks, and then Peter took Grace and Yuna away. The three of them went to the Rain Cloud Supercar Club, where Jack was. I'm here to pick a car for Grace. Jack has been officially in office here for 2 days and has basically straightened out the situation at the club. This is mainly because the operation of this club is actually very mature. Many partners can just be directly transferred over. At the same time, Jack, unlike Wu Zhong, does not have the problem of taking kickbacks from both sides. At the same time, he comes from a machinery factory and is more proficient in automobile maintenance and repair. Therefore, whether it is the items sold or the quality of services, it seems that there has been an improvement. Peter also took a look at Jack's attributes, and what surprised him was that among Jack, William, and Chi-E, Jack's attributes were the highest. Name Jack. Gender male. Age 25. Height 178 centimeters. Weight 83 kilograms. Physical strength 16. Charisma 10. Wisdom 46. Business 79, referring to machinery only. Innovation 6. Social 43. Management 38. Favorability towards the host 94. The current attributes of Chi-E in the company are as follows. Name Chi-E. Gender male. Age 25. Height 180 centimeters. Weight 95 kilograms. Physical strength 9. Charisma 9. Wisdom 41. Business 39. Innovation 16. Social 33. Management 29. Favorability towards the host 92. Peter felt relieved to hand over the supercar club to him. Grace looked around here, and finally she chose a coupe, a Mercedes-Benz Claim. This car is a new car this year. The original price was $718,800, but now the price has dropped by more than $20,000. Of course, this refers to new cars. If it is a second-hand car, the price will be even worse. But as long as Grace likes it. But she couldn't drive today because her legs were still weak. This was because Peter wanted to take Yuna with him, so Yuna needed to give the car to Grace to drive back to the company first. Then at night, Grace drove home again. After chatting with Jack for a while, Peter, Yuna, and Grace returned to the company. They had a quick lunch, and as soon as the market opened in the afternoon, Peter arrived at the trading room and began directing the traders to sell stocks and close the day. Peter continued selling until about 2:30 p.m., and all of his A shares were sold. At this time, there was a total of $511.47 million in his stock market account. He then made a phone call to China Merchants Bank, and soon his traders converted the more than 500 million yuan in cash into Hong Kong dollars through China Merchants Bank. According to the exchange rate, this amount of money can be exchanged for more than 560 million Hong Kong dollars. After exchanging these Hong Kong dollars, the traders under Peter also injected the money into the 28 accounts they registered yesterday and today. They are operating 2 accounts by one person. If they were to follow the normal stock trading situation, they might be a little flustered, but judging by Peter's current command, there is no problem for one person to operate two accounts. While these people were injecting funds into these accounts under Grace's command, Peter was also looking at the situation of Hong Kong stocks. He quickly locked on three stocks. One of them is Oriental Selection. Peter knows this company. It is a transformed company of in Oriental. Now, it mainly engages in live streaming to sell goods. There's a big problem with live streaming to sell goods. That is, such a company rarely has a flagship product to push up the stock price. This is indeed the case. The stock even rose to more than 12 yuan at the beginning, but now it is only worth about 10 yuan, which is a lot of loss. But in Peter's eyes, it was written that this stock would start to rise in half an hour. It would rise by 3.4% today, and it would rise by another 7.8% around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, a total increase of 11.2%, reaching 12.12 yuan, making it the most worthwhile stock to buy at the moment. Of course, after reaching its highest point at 10 o'clock, it will fall back to 11.64 yuan. But before that, this was indeed the stock with the highest increase. However, he currently has only 9.14 million scattered shares outside, which is more than 100 million yuan. If he wants to buy more, it will attract the attention of the market makers, which will not be worth a loss. The second stock worth buying is Panzhou International, which is a shipping company. It also appears in the PPT that Grace gave herself. Because the outside world is very chaotic recently, and there's an important waterway that only Yinhuang ships can pass through, the stock prices of many domestic shipping companies have been good recently. However, the original total market value of Panzhou International was only over 800 million yuan, which was not very impressive. But in Peter's eyes, the company's stock price will soar by 17.71% at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. It turns out that the system has also given it. It is precisely because of the bullish outlook on shipping that they will receive an injection of 5 billion yuan, which will instantly push up the stock price. The reason why they are ranked behind Oriental Selection is because the company's current size is too small. Before they received capital injection, their size was only 881 million. Their total stock price on the stock market is only over 40 million shares, with a total value of 50.8 million. So Peter can only buy 50 million shares. Ranked third is a company called Jinfeng Technology, which is engaged in industrial engineering. It is very large and has a market value of 191.8 billion. There are 10% of scattered shares outside, which means there are nearly 2 billion scattered shares in total. Of course, Peter cannot buy so many scattered shares because if it exceeds 5%, he will have to raise his stake. But buying the remaining 400 million Hong Kong dollars is not a big problem. It will rise 10.46% tomorrow because they will announce at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning that they will officially cooperate with 7-Star. Although 7-Star's products are really useless in China, it is still the world's second largest high-tech company abroad. So their stock will still rise this much tomorrow. Okay, then I'll decide on these three companies. He calculated in his mind. Even if the 560 million was spent, he could increase his total assets by at least 10% tomorrow night. That would be nearly 60 million that day. Seeing this, Peter also smiled, but just when he was about to ask Grace and the others to buy Oriental Selection first, suddenly he saw the situation of some new stocks that were about to be listed on the screen next to him. Basically, when he glanced at them, these new stocks all had green downward arrows, which meant that they would break the issue price and fall in price as soon as they were issued. But among these stocks, there is one that is extremely popular at this moment. Chapter 62. The Future of Skyrocketing. Boss, all the funds have been injected. There is still more than 40 minutes before the trading ends. Do you want to do anything? Just as Peter was looking at the stock, Grace came over and asked Peter, set aside 100 million to buy Oriental Choice, 50 million to buy Fanzhou International, and then keep an eye on Jinfeng Technology. You can buy some today and then go all in tomorrow morning when the market opens. Yes. After hearing Peter's words, Grace immediately gave the order. When she finished giving the order and the traders began to operate, Peter also looked at her. Do you know what this gold and silver world is like? Peter said, pointing to the new stock. Because in Peter's eyes at this moment, it was clearly written on this stock. Gold and silver world was issued 43 hours later. 1 hour after the issuance, the price increased by 397%. The issue price was 0.53 yuan, and the highest price was 2.63 yuan. It fell back to 1.58 yuan within 2 hours. It is recommended to invest in it. Although the system has explained in detail the increase in the stock price, it has not explained the reason why the stock price has increased so exaggeratedly. A fourfold increase? Even for Hong Kong stocks, this is a bit too exaggerated. So at this time, he also asked Grace, well, this Jianxia is an industrial support company with several large enterprises behind it. But to be honest, I'm not too optimistic about it. Industrial support, to put it bluntly, still requires natural disasters or man-made disasters, and recently several battlefields abroad have not yet determined the winner. Although there have been some floods in China, they haven't been overly dramatic, so the stock price may rise after it's released, but the increase shouldn't be too significant. Industrial support can actually be called engineering support. Basically, whenever a natural disaster or man-made disaster occurs, they go in to rescue people and rebuild. Many of them are formed by large groups, such as energy groups and real estate companies. When something happened, the local court would contract the reconstruction work to them, and then they would carry out the construction. It is true that the past few years have not been peaceful, with natural disasters and man-made disasters constantly occurring, but it is not to the extent that a newly established company will skyrocket as soon as it goes public. So Grace is not optimistic. After hearing Grace's words, Peter also laughed. Stock analysts are just analysts after all. They cannot guess what the capital behind these companies is thinking. Peter, this 397% profit is yours. Want to make a bet? This company will skyrocket after it goes public. Looking at Grace, Peter also spoke in a low voice. Only he knows this news now, and he doesn't plan to tell outsiders. How to bet? Hearing Peter say this, Grace also looked at him and asked in a low voice, I'm betting on whether this stock will rise to 100% after it's issued the day after tomorrow. Peter thought about it and decided to be more reserved. 100% was already scary enough. If he told her directly that it could increase by nearly 400%, Grace would probably be scared to death. 100%? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What's the bet? Hearing Peter's words, Grace's pupils couldn't help but tremble. Then she lowered her voice and spoke to Peter. If I win the night after tomorrow, we'll do something fancy. Looking at Grace, Peter also spoke in a low voice. Hearing Peter's bet, Grace's little face couldn't help but blush. In fact, even if Peter didn't bet, as long as he made a request, she would definitely satisfy it. After all, her intimacy with Peter had already risen to 100 at this time. But seeing that Peter was very interested, she did not refuse, but spoke instead. What if I win? Tell me, what do you want? Peter smiled and said after hearing Grace's words, If I win, Yuna and I will deal with you together the day after tomorrow night. Seeing Grace's serious expression, Peter was speechless. Was this a punishment or a reward? Why did he suddenly feel like losing? However, the man's desire to win still played a role at this time, and he high-fived Grace, which was considered a deal. While he and Grace were whispering here, the traders on the other side had already purchased Oriental Select stocks. As a result, Oriental Select began to rise just after they bought them. Seeing this scene, these traders couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sure enough, my boss is a real genius, a super genius. I have just entered the Hong Kong stock market, and I have already started making money. This is too exaggerated. Looking at the rising stock price of Oriental Select, some of these people had other ideas, such as following Peter to buy it, or reveal Peter's situation, etc. But as soon as the thought arose, they suppressed it. It's simple, because the benefits are not equal. Peter said that the basic salary for these people is $60,000 per month, and the bonus is 5% of the monthly income. Judging from the current situation, they may have an income of at least $1 million per month, which is more than $10 million per year. It's still more than $10 million that you can earn without basically doing anything. What if they tell this story for some benefit? They signed a confidentiality agreement, and Peter will definitely sue them when the time comes. Moreover, their reputation is also ruined. No one would give up a bright future for a guy with average ability who had betrayed his previous master for that little bit of profit, unless they are crazy. However, if they become rich in the future and have a good relationship with the boss, they can ask the boss to take them out to play. Thinking of this, these people worked even harder. Soon, the Hong Kong stock market closed, and the Oriental Select shares they bought rose by 3.4%, making them earn more than 3.4 million Hong Kong dollars, which made them very happy. After the market closed, Peter and his colleagues also went off work. Grace and Yuna went back to their respective homes tonight, while Peter went to pick up Lily. He didn't forget that Suya would treat him to dinner tonight. After Peter arrived at Lily's house, he spent some time with Lily. Seeing that the time was almost up, Suya also sent him the location of the hotel she had booked. It could be seen that Suya was very thoughtful about this dinner of gratitude, because she booked a decent five-star hotel. Some people may say, how can there be anything improper in a five-star hotel? Of course, because some five-star hotels are open and some five-star hotels are private label. The services are indeed much worse. This hotel should be the best hotel in Lomi City. After confirming the location, Peter and Lily left home together and headed towards the hotel. Chapter 63, Confession. Hey, you didn't go to work today. As Yuna opened the door of her house, she saw her roommate, Hao Mei, sitting in the living room watching TV with a facial mask on her face. Hao Mei works the night shift in a 24-hour supermarket all year round. Unless she has something important to do or is sick, Yuna rarely sees her when she gets home. At most, they only interact in the morning when she goes to work or when she's resting. Yeah, hey, maybe I'm about to lose my job, but why are you back today? After hearing Yuna's voice, Hao Mei asked with some confusion. What are you talking about? I haven't moved out yet. I can't come back after I get off work. Seeing Hao Mei's puzzled look, Yuna also laughed and said, No, I mean, you're not with your boss. People say when you're just starting a relationship, you're just getting the hang of it. And as soon as you make eye contact, you will start thinking. The first 2 days were fine. At least we had dinner together and came back. Why did you come back so early today? Seeing Yuna joking, Hao Mei also spoke curiously. How do you know? We didn't make eye contact. If we wanted to, we didn't have to wait until night. Well, you know what? I'm just my boss's lover. The day before yesterday and today, he went to accompany another lover. Yesterday, I let him go with another girl who was in league with me. Seeing Hao Mei's curious look, Yuna also sat down on the sofa next to her at this time, and then said with a smile, This thing, it also has a concession? Guess, do I understand? Hearing Yuna say this, Hao Mei was completely confused. Lover, she could understand, but this gave up. Ally, what did another lover mean? Hey, things are very complicated here. It's mainly because of my boss. He's a bit too powerful. Even though he has 3 lovers including me, the 3 of us can't deal with him. Leaning on the sofa, Yuna spoke with emotion at this time. Stop talking nonsense. Are you bullying me because I've never had a boyfriend? They say there are cows that die from exhaustion, but no fields that are ruined. My boss can plow the earth apart. Seeing Hao Mei's disbelieving eyes, Yuna also said seriously at this time. Seriously, Yuna, have you ever considered leaving your boss? After all, I feel that love can't always be like this. Looking at Yuna's gaze, Hao Mei hesitated for a moment and then asked a question. After all, she still had some longing for love at this time. But at this time, Yuna looked at her. Hao Mei was honestly pretty. Although not as pretty as Yuna and the others, she was also a beautiful girl next door. Although the attribute chart had not been awakened when Peter saw her, her appearance was estimated to be above 90 points. The most important thing is that her figure is a bit exaggerated. Peter, Lily H has the hottest body, and she is even hotter than Lily. In addition, she works night shifts all year round and often buys skincare products and facial masks that are about to expire from supermarkets, which makes her skin particularly white. Almost as white as Peter S. To be honest, Hao Mei doesn't usually fight for money. Her figure is really too seductive. So, she should be able to... Thinking of this, Yuna ignored Hao Mei, who was still trying to persuade her, and stretched out her left hand, and Hao Mei saw the watch at the first moment. Wow, what a beautiful watch. Of course, more than 5 million. Yuna also smiled and said after listening to Hao Mei's words. Heard the price Yuna quoted. Her hand couldn't help but shrink. My goodness, why do you talk about millions and millions right away? Has the RMB depreciated so badly now? But it's really beautiful. Do you want it? Looking at Hao Mei's expression, Yuna also spoke. Are you going to give it to me? Hao Mei asked excitedly when she heard Yuna ask this. You're dreaming, but I can help you get one. Just think about it. A multi-million watch, a multi-million bag, a multi-million sports car. From now on, any problem that can be solved with money won't be a problem. And you'll also have a handsome boyfriend with a great body and a gentle and stable personality. Think about it. Do you want love or all this? Yuna propped up her head and looked at Hao Mei. After hearing what she said, Hao Mei couldn't help but open her mouth. Although she was eager to teach Yuna just now that Yuna said she could also help introduce Peter to her, she seemed to be at a loss for words. While Yuna and Hao Mei were chatting, Grace parked the car and returned home with the luxury goods that Peter bought for her yesterday. As soon as she came back, she found that her parents were actually at home, which made her a little uneasy. Although she had prepared herself mentally before going with Peter, now that the time had come, she really didn't know what to say. Xiao Nuo is back. Hurry up and wash your hands and get ready for dinner. You bought so many clothes again? How much did they cost? Oh, you said yesterday you were staying at a friend's house. Which friend's house? Seeing Grace coming back, her parents looked at her and asked questions, especially her mother, who couldn't help but speak with concern. Well, I stayed at my boss's house yesterday. Looking at her parents' concerned eyes, Grace thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and decided to tell her parents the truth. Maybe it is difficult for them to accept it now, but if we don't tell them, it will be like burying a bomb, which may explode at any time in the future, which will be even more troublesome. Your boss? Did he give these things to you as well? Upon hearing Grace's words, her father's smiling face instantly turned gloomy. He then looked at the things in her hands and asked, Yes, these things are worth about 100,000. My boss gave them to me. Besides, there's a Mercedes-Benz coupe downstairs, worth 800,000 or 900,000, and this watch, nearly 6 million. They were all given to me by him. As Grace spoke, she placed the clothes, car keys, and a watch on a coffee table. When her father heard her words, his gloomy face froze. And Grace continued, As for my job, it's officially a 100,000 yuan monthly salary with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. But in reality, I can earn at least 2 or 3 million yuan a month, or even more. And he's 25 years old. This is his photo. He's 1.88 meters tall, muscular, and has a nice, gentle personality. He's unmarried and doesn't have a girlfriend. That's all. Do you have any other questions? After saying that, Grace also looked at her parents, and at this moment they were indeed a little speechless. Chapter 64. Enemies meet on a narrow road too. Ichu. At this time, Peter didn't know that Yuna was developing a 4th lover for him, and Grace was playing a confession game with her parents. He was now sitting in the restaurant of this hotel with Lily and Suya. After the 3 of them ordered some food, they started chatting. Then that Peter learned that Suya was an editor of Time magazine. He has nothing to do with fashion. When he got his hair cut, he went to a barber shop outside the residential complex where he used to live. He felt that 25 yuan a cut was expensive. The vests he bought were all from Taobao, and if they cost more than 80 yuan, he felt they were black. He prefers tracksuits and overalls because they have more pockets, which is convenient for him to put his keys, phone, papers, etc. As for shoes, he only wears running shoes. This is the only brand he has some requirements for. He only wears domestic brands, such as Pike's Taiji, Lit Dajiao's, and Antan Nitrate. He likes them all. Generally speaking, more than 300 yuan is enough for everything. He doesn't like wearing watches or anything like that, but now he has one on his wrist. After all, it was a gift from Lily, so Peter wears all the time. What? This represents over 200 million? More than 200 million is just more than 200 million. It's nothing more than 2 days' pocket money. After a few days, the capital he earns will become more and more. By then, the more than 200 million may be earned back in 1 day. He doesn't need to care about these. So fashion and the like really have nothing to do with him. But Lily obviously understood this. She also knew the fashion magazine and had read Suya's article. When the people and the article were connected, the 2 of them had a very happy chat. Peter was also very happy watching them chatting because the food here was delicious, and watching 2 beautiful women chatting made him feel good too. But just when the 3 of them were enjoying their meal here, suddenly a group of people from a distance walked into the restaurant. As these people walked in, 4 of them saw Peter and the others instantly. To be honest, many people saw Peter and his friends. After all, the 2 beauties are so beautiful and Peter is so handsome, so it is normal to see them. But among these people at this moment, there were 2 men and 2 women whose eyes lit up when they saw them. One of the couple's eyes lit up when they saw Suya, and another man and woman's eyes lit up when they saw Peter. Especially the man, when he saw Peter, his eyes flashed with deep hatred. But before Peter could feel the hatred and look at the other party, the woman among the man and woman took the initiative to walk over and speak. Oh, the editor-in-chief is eating in person. I thought fairies like you were just living a life of idleness. Facing Suya, the woman said with a smile. Listening to what the woman said, Peter and Lily naturally knew that this person should be coming for Suya, and then they also took a look at this guy. But as soon as they saw him, Peter couldn't help but frown because it was obvious that this woman should have had surgery, and many times, and that big shoehorn face looked like it could really stab you to death. What's that smell? Did someone put in the wrong place? At this time, Suya also glanced at her and said with disdain, You rotten. When it comes to sarcasm, this woman is naturally no match for Suya. The only advantage she has is that she is vulgar enough. So she came up and prepared to make a personal attack, but was pulled back by the man next to her. Pay attention to your image. After hearing what the man said, the woman calmed down a little. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Suya was still full of viciousness. At this moment, the man coughed lightly and walked forward with a smile. Hey, Shia, long time no see. We're all classmates, so there might be some misunderstandings. There's no need to be so sarcastic. Since you're having dinner here, what a coincidence. Why don't you come together? I have a few friends coming over today, so we're going to get together. Although this man seemed to be trying to smooth things over. In fact, while he was saying this, his eyes were fixed on Suya. The strong possessiveness in his eyes almost swallowed him up. In fact, it is understandable that Suya is indeed far inferior to the guy next to him. But it is obvious that Suya would not be interested in him. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the expression on Suya's face became even more disdainful. Are you sick? Didn't you come here to cause trouble? Did I say something sarcastic? You can't see the quarrel between your wife and I in the group? Are you blind? Also, I know you well, right? Xiaoya? Is that what you should call her? Looking at Suya's completely ruthless words, the man's face turned red and white. Just when he was feeling a little embarrassed, a faint voice came from behind. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Uneducated people are only fit to play with uneducated people. Hearing this sarcastic voice, Peter and the others also looked over. Sure enough, Peter saw a familiar face in the crowd. Hey, isn't this Broke Shoe? Broke Shoe, has it changed again? But you're not as good as Diana. You weren't kicked by Diana too, were you? You're really fast. You weren't kicked before you even got started. Looking at this familiar face, Peter knew that he was being sarcastic to him, because this person was none other than Zhao Yu. The person next to him at this time was not Diana. In fact, needless to say, everyone knew that since that day when he directly humiliated Zhao Yu in the supercar club and fired his good friend Wu Zhong. Diana, his mother, is such a mean person. There's no way she would be nice to him. And this kind of rich second generation naturally wouldn't make such a big sacrifice for Diana and let her mother slap him in the face. So needless to say, it's probably hopeless, at least not now. That's why he brought a young model with him again at this time. Peter naturally didn't bother to be polite with him at the moment, so he just started talking. You fucking bastard. Zhao Yu's brows couldn't help but furrowed when he heard what Peter said, and he immediately started to curse. However, it was obvious that Peter would not tolerate him, as he was not as well-mannered as Suya. Fuck you. While cursing, Peter stood up and said, let's fight. Looking at Peter's height and build, the four men coming over here couldn't help but feel a little scared for a moment, especially Zhao Yu. He was only about 1.75 meters tall, and his body had long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Peter was almost half a head taller than him. When he saw that Peter was going to have sex with him, he stopped and took half a step back. But this is the best hotel in Longyi after all, and the people here have already noticed the conflict here. So a team of security guards rushed over immediately and separated the two sides. Chapter 65. Revenge will be taken on the spot. Everyone, there's no need to come out for dinner. No need. Mr. Liu, right? The private room you booked is over here. Please come this way. You guys please sit down too. Please sit down. As the two sides separated, the restaurant manager ran over and spoke to both sides. Seeing that the manager and security had arrived, Zhao Yu and the others also became arrogant and cursed, but when they saw Peter was about to move forward, they backed off and left. Sorry, I didn't expect to run into them while dining here. I should have booked a private room. Watching these people leave, Suya smiled bitterly and then spoke. It doesn't matter. I have a grudge against that person. It has nothing to do with you. Waving his hand, Peter also spoke with a smile at this time. The Diana you just mentioned? Your ex-girlfriend. Hearing Peter say this, Lily couldn't help but tilt her head and look at Peter. Well, yes, but she broke up with me not long ago. Looking at Lily's smiling face, Peter couldn't help swallowing and said, Hee hee, look how scared you are. I know, I just don't know her name. Hearing Peter say this, Lily smiled and waved her hand. Well, although I know it's not good to be nosy, did you break up because of that guy just now? Seeing that Lily really didn't seem to care, Suya asked with some confusion. Yes, it is. For this reason, Peter has no need to deny it. Then what does she want? Money? You are so rich. You are more handsome than him, taller than him, and I can feel that your personality is better than his. So why is that? Hearing Peter's admission, Suya looked confused and bewildered. Hearing her words, Peter couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He couldn't say that he had earned the money in the last few days, and the system's affairs must not be exposed. I'm telling you, because he's so innocent, that aspect of him is ridiculously strong. You studied abroad for so many years. You should be quite open-minded, so I told you. As for him, it takes more than an hour to start, and can't last more than 3 or 4 hours, and then he doesn't take the initiative to find a lover. I guess Diana broke up with him because she felt that if she didn't find a reason to break up, she might die. He has found several lovers outside now, and I urged him to find them. Lily suddenly smiled and spoke. Peter and Suya were stunned when they heard her words. Could such ruthless words be said directly? After all, the three of them had only met 3 times. Lily saying this now? After Lily finished speaking, Peter's face was full of embarrassment, and Suya's face suddenly turned red. She really didn't think about talking about this, but her eyes did inevitably sweep towards Peter's pants. Then she realized that although Peter was wearing loose clothes at this time, she could still vaguely see his amazing talent. Although she said she has never been in a relationship, she has participated in so many fashion shows abroad. When models walk on the runway, regardless of gender, they do not wear the underlying garment. So even though she said she hadn't come into contact with him, she had seen quite a bit. Judging from the current situation, it was clear that Peter was the one with the strongest talent. But urging her man to find a lover, even though she had studied in the West for many years, she still couldn't understand. Looking at Suya's expression, Lily also sat down next to her, and the two of them began to whisper in each other's ears. Although Peter was very curious about what they were talking about, it was obviously better to just focus on eating at this time, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Soon, dinner was almost over, and Peter was originally thinking of paying the bill himself. But when he got to the counter, he found out that Suya had already placed a deposit, so he didn't need to buy it. So Peter prepared to go to the bathroom before going back. But just when he walked to the men's restroom, he happened to see Zhao Yu staggering out of the men's restroom, reeking of alcohol. Obviously, these guys started drinking as soon as they entered the box, and they drank a lot. Peter at this moment, although he didn't dare to curse openly, his mouth shapes made it clear. Peter smiled at this scene. Then he instantly walked behind him, grabbed the guy's collar, and then, in front of his horrified gaze, he returned to the men's bathroom and was pushed heavily into a cubicle by Peter. With a bang, the guy also crashed into the wall of the cubicle. This collision hurt him badly, but just as he was about to scream, Peter put his hand on the corner of his mouth, then closed the door of the cubicle, and then a series of banging sounds came from inside. About 2 minutes later, Peter also breathed a sigh of relief, then walked out of the cubicle, urinated in the urinal outside, and then walked out to wash his hands. As for Zhao Yu, he had already fainted at this time. But don't worry, Peter is very good at hitting, with great compassion and master-level medical skills. He knows exactly where to hit, how to make it hurt, and how to avoid leaving any marks. After this guy wakes up, even if he wants to sue me or call the police to arrest me, he won't have any evidence. After all, even if there is a surveillance camera here, it can't be placed in the toilet. So the surveillance camera at most captured him pulling Zhao Yu into the bathroom, but there was no injury. How could he go to sue Peter? Thinking of this, Peter couldn't help but smile. It was okay. He had let out some of his anger, but there was still a lot left. When he had the chance in the future, he would meet him and beat him up. While thinking, Peter washed his hands. But just as he was washing his hands, he suddenly saw a woman coming out of the women's bathroom next door. Peter had some impression of this woman. It seemed that she was among those people just now. Although she was not Zhao Yu's female companion, they were in the same group. So Peter just glanced at her and ignored her, but when she saw Peter, she took the initiative to walk over, leaned on the sink in the men's bathroom, then looked at Peter with a smile and said, "Old classmate, long time no see." "Huh? You called me." After hearing the woman's words, Peter looked around in confusion. He was the only one here. She must have recognized the wrong person. "Peter, you really don't recognize me?" Hearing Peter's puzzled words, the woman couldn't help but laugh, then took the initiative to move forward and said, Chapter 66, Old Classmates. Well, seeing the serious look on the girl's face, Peter couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. The girl was very tall, even taller than Lily. She was wearing a pair of slim-fit jeans and a tight-fitting top that looked like a base shirt, which made her figure look perfect. As for her appearance, she has a standard internet celebrity face, with an oval face, big eyes, double eyelids, a high nose bridge, and small thin lips. Although it looks very natural, you can vaguely see some traces of plastic surgery, but overall, she is still very beautiful. Looking at this beautiful girl, If Peter had met her before, he would definitely remember her, but now he really didn't know who this girl was. Even Peter went straight to check her attributes. Name, Shinsisi. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physical strength, 14. Charisma, 94. Wisdom, 51. Business, 78. Innovation, 6. Social, 64. Management, 23. Favorability towards host, 87. Shun Cece, to be honest, this name looked a little familiar to him, but he really didn't know who she was. As for her favorability towards him, it was 87, which shocked him even more. She must know me, but I really can't remember who I am. Looking at Peter's confused expression, Shun Cece couldn't help but look at him with a reproachful look, then puffed up her face in front of him. As his face puffed up, Peter suddenly remembered who she was. Oh, Shun Cece, the Shun Cece who was originally sitting in front of me. I just recognized it. Heard Peter calling out her name, she smiled and said. No wonder Peter couldn't recognize who she was. When he was in junior high school, Peter's academic performance was okay, but he was a naughty boy. He often didn't listen in class and made mischief, which made his teachers very annoyed with him. So he was often punished and sent to the last row. It is said that the back row window seat is the king's hometown. He is a frequent visitor to his hometown. In front of him sat a girl. This girl was Shun Cece. It's no wonder that Peter didn't recognize her, because Shun Cece was already 1.75 meters tall at that time, and her weight was conservatively estimated to be 1-to-1 with her height. In their school sports meeting, Shun Cece was the shot-put thrower, and she was very fierce in a fight. Peter and his friends were in the 3rd grade of junior high school. They had 5 years of elementary school and 4 years of junior high school. They were robbed by local bad boys. Later, it was heard that at night, these bad boys also robbed Shun Cece. As a result, Shun Cece beat 3 of them alone and took them all to the police station. However, perhaps because she is too tall and strong, Shun Cece seems a little introverted and her academic performance is not good. She rarely communicates with other people at school. The only person who had a good relationship with her was Elon, the class beauty and study committee member in Peter's class. They were childhood friends and went to and from school together every day. However, after graduating from junior high school, we lost contact. Elon was admitted to the best provincial key high school in their area and went to a 985 and 211 double first-class university in the capital. But it seems like they got married when they were in school, and we didn't keep in touch afterwards. As for Shun Cece, she failed to get into a good high school, and no one knew what she did later on. Neither of them attended the junior high school reunion after graduating from college. So Peter really had no impression of them. I never thought that Shun Cece would appear in front of me in such a posture. Wow, I really didn't recognize you. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. I didn't expect to run into you here. Have you been doing well recently? After graduating from junior high school, I haven't heard from you since then. Seeing Shun Cece's reproachful look, Peter smiled and then spoke. Hey, don't mention it. I'm a model now. I'm so tall and my studies are not good. What else can I do? My grades were too bad during the high school entrance examination, so my family dropped me out of an art high school. After losing weight for 2 years, I became a model. Now I fly all over the world every day, busy as a jerk, but not making any money. Unlike you, old classmate, although I have never attended our class reunion, I am in our class group. Not bad, I'm a big boss now. Hearing Peter's words, Shun Cece also started talking with a smile, then took out a box of cigarettes from her pocket, opened it, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Peter. But Peter waved his hand and said, I won't. No way. Didn't I remember you started smoking in the 2nd year of junior high? What did you quit? Hearing Peter say this, Shun Cece couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Actually, I was just pretending to smoke at that time, so I wouldn't be addicted. Later, when I was in high school, my family had a bad trachea, so I just stopped smoking. But you can smoke as you like, I don't mind. Thinking about his youthful days in school, Peter also started talking about it with a smile. After hearing that Peter didn't smoke, Shun Cece put the cigarette back and then asked him, You broke up with your girlfriend from college? And now you're dating the girl who just sat next to you. Well, is the one next to you your boyfriend? After nodding in response, Peter also asked at this time, No, that was a young man who was chasing me. I'm a car model now, and his father is the manager of a 4S store here. We met at the auto show here, and he insisted on taking me out for dinner. Anyway, I can eat at home anyway, and it doesn't matter if I go out to eat. I didn't expect to run into you here. Hearing Peter ask this, Shun Cece rejected it immediately and then said with some emotion, Cece, have you seen Zhao Yu? But just when Shin Cece wanted to talk to Peter, Zhao Yu's female companion today also walked in from outside. When she saw Shun Cece chatting with Peter, she couldn't help but be stunned. You know, the two groups of people almost fought each other just now, so why is Shun Cece chatting with Peter? Oh no, then I'll look somewhere else. After hearing what Shun Cece said, Zhao Yu's female companion also turned around and left. At this moment, Peter remembered that Zhao Yu, who he had knocked unconscious, was still in the bathroom. He had to leave now, otherwise it would be troublesome if Zhao Yu woke up. So he also said to Shin Cece, Old classmates, you guys continue eating, it's time for me to go. Oh, okay. By the way, let's exchange contact information. Seeing Peter was about to leave, Shun Cece could clearly feel that she was a little reluctant, but she still smiled and shook her phone. After the two exchanged phone numbers and letters, Peter also left. Shun Cece looked at Peter's profile picture and couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 67, Start Operation. Peter didn't take this little incident in the bathroom seriously. After returning to the dining table, Peter and the other two left together. Then Peter and Suya also drove back to the basement of Longting Gun after another. Then the three of them took the elevator upstairs together. The only difference is that Suya got off at the 30th floor, while Peter and the others got off at the 32nd floor. Peter got off the elevator and returned home, and naturally, the experience could no longer be described in words. After Suya returned home, she saw Su Lele still watching TV. Seeing Suya coming back, Su Lele couldn't help but raised his head and asked with a smile, You're back from entertaining guests? You didn't even bring me any food. Hey, don't mention it. We almost had a fight while eating. After taking off her shoes, Suya walked to the sofa, patted Su Lele's little feet, and then slumped down on the sofa. What's going on? It's so exciting. Su Lele's attention was instantly focused when he heard that there was more fighting, and he asked curiously. And Suya also told her what happened tonight. Of course, forget about the lewd words she and Lily said. Su Lele is Suya's cousin, the daughter of her third uncle. She just graduated from college this year. It can be seen from the fact that Suya was able to study art at a very young age and then went to study in an art college abroad. Her family conditions are very good. So Su Lele is just like those typical post-00s who are now navigating the workplace. She is not really enthusiastic about work. She graduated in June, and by mid-August, she had changed 4 jobs. Finally, she couldn't stand her parents nagging anymore, so she ran here to find Suya, to eat and drink for free, and to see if Suya could find her a job that was easy, paid well, had few problems, didn't require overtime, and didn't have annoying colleagues. Suya also wanted to tell her that if she had such a job, please tell her. I have to say, these children have been taught since childhood that they want it all, and now they can't change it when they get to work. Okay, keep watching. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. After telling Su Lele what happened tonight, Suya patted her on the shoulder and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When she finished her shower and lay down on the bed in her pajamas, for some reason, the words Lily had said to her tonight kept lingering in her ears. It was as if her eyes had the ability of seeing through things, as if she could see what Peter and Lily were doing on the 32nd floor. This feeling is very strange. Suya, are you crazy? You're horny. After muttering softly, Suya also forced herself to fall asleep. But sometimes, the more you want to sleep, the more you can't fall asleep. She went to bed at around 9 o'clock in the evening, but she tossed and turned until 11 o'clock and still couldn't fall asleep. She didn't know how long it took before she fell into a drowsy sleep. Then she had a dream. In the dream, she went out on a date with a man whose face she couldn't see clearly. They watched a movie, had ice cream, and then played an escape room game. In the evening, the two returned to her house together. Su Lele was not there for some reason, so they were the only ones there. Then when the two were about to get together, she saw the man's appearance clearly. But why did this man look exactly like Peter? Peter naturally didn't know about Suya's dream. After returning home with Lily, he slept until dawn. The next morning, after washing up, they went downstairs to have breakfast. Peter sent her home first and then drove to the company. But today is different from A-shares. There are no daily price limits or daily price limits for Hong Kong stocks. Except for not being able to short state-owned enterprises, basically the same rules apply to the U.S. stock market. So after Peter arrived here, he started to get into work mode. Yuna and Grace naturally would not hold Peter back at this time. One prepared the logistics, the other directed the traders, and then they began to meet the challenge of Hong Kong stocks. The first thing was that at the opening of the market today, Goldwind Technology announced that they would cooperate with South Korea's Seven-Star Group, and the stocks on his side began to rise. At the same time, Oriental Select also began to raise its stock price. Seeing these two stocks start to move, Peter and his traders also began to look at the Hong Kong stock market seriously. At 10:27 in the morning, when the share price of Oriental Select officially rose to 12.12 yuan, with Peter's command, Grace and others began to sell. Of course, you can't sell all at once. You have to try it out, selling more or less. This time, he sells 300 lots. One lot equals 100 shares. The next time he sells 5,000 lots. And then after selling several lots of 200 or 300 shares in a row, he sells another big lot. Avoid selling too much and causing stock prices to fluctuate. Fortunately, Peter chose to sell when the market was at its peak. There were many people willing to take over at a high price at this time. Investors all have this mentality: buy when the market is high and not buy when the market is low. So, in this situation, it is very easy to become a leak. And after all, his own size is not big, 560 million. Oh no, it is now 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Perhaps for ordinary people, 600 million Hong Kong dollars is an astronomical sum of money. But for Hong Kong stocks, there is not even a trace of trouble, because the total market value of Hong Kong stocks is as high as 31 trillion. Let alone Peter's hundreds of millions, even if the system said to give him trillions directly. Well, that would still have a big impact, but it certainly wouldn't be hundreds of millions. After selling off the stocks on both sides, Peter asked Grace and others to buy 3 stocks: Fengtai Property, Wuxi Life, and The Fourth Way. Of course, he was planning to make a big move on Gold and Silver World, but the bell for Gold and Silver World would not be rung until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Before that, he needed to accumulate more wealth. I have another 100 million in savings today and another 100 million tomorrow. If I manage it well, today plus tomorrow morning, I may be able to turn the money in Hong Kong stocks into 700 million or even more. By then, with more than 900 million invested, the price will increase by 397%, which means that Peter can earn more than 3 billion in one wave. Not only did we complete the 1 billion task in an instant, but even half of the 10 billion task was almost completed. It's really exciting to think about it. And just when Peter was seriously operating the stock market here, Peter met last night, also found the other girl that Peter thought of when he thought of her yesterday in a cafe at this time. Helan, the school beauty in their junior high school. Chapter 68. Help me. Xiaolan. Cici, it's rare that you get up so early today. Seeing Helan walk into the coffee shop, Shun Cici waved to her, and then Helan walked over to Shun Cici and sat down opposite her with a smile. Compared to Shun Cici, who was wearing a halter top with a neckline, a pleated skirt, and white over-the-knee socks today, Helan was dressed much more conservatively. It's just a white dress, which makes her look extremely pure, but the ring on her left ring finger seemed a little too dazzling. Hey, I'm not going to nightclubs anymore. I am quitting. I'm going to wake up early every day from now on. Hearing what Helan said, Shun Cici handed a glass of juice that had been ordered long ago to Helan, and she took it with a smile and started drinking. Can you stop going to nightclubs? Why? Want to find someone to date? After taking 2 sips, Helan looked at Shun Cici with some confusion and asked, Well, a little bit. Guess who I ran into yesterday? Hearing Helan ask this, Shun Cici actually nodded, then asked her with a smile. Who is it? Helan looked at Shun Cici and asked with some confusion. Peter. Peter? The Peter who has been very popular in the classmates group recently. Helan was a little surprised to hear Shun Cici say this. A few days ago, William and Jack boasted in the class group that Peter was now a billionaire, and that if one person succeeded, they would all rise to heaven together. Recently, there were always people in the class group discussing Peter from time to time. Of course, it was mainly because William and Jack would post some messages from time to show off. But if someone asked them for Peter's contact information, they pretend to be offline. But it made the students in the group very angry. Unexpectedly, Shun Cici actually ran into him yesterday. This world is really small. But when he thought of this, Helan suddenly looked at Shun Cici with a strange expression. You're not. Are you still interested in him? Doesn't he already have a girlfriend? Looking at Shun Cici, Helan asked with some doubts. She should be the only person in the world who knows that Shun Cici has always liked Peter, mainly because Peter once helped Shun Cici out of a difficult situation when she was in junior high school. That time, Shun Cici accidentally knocked over the water cup of a very flirtatious girl in the class, splashing water on her, and then the girl attacked Shun Cici. At that time, Shun Cici was tall and fat, and her academic performance was not good, so she was very inferior. She didn't know how to fight back when others scolded her, and Peter, who was sitting behind her, might have been annoyed. So he spoke up for Shin Sisi and confronted the girl. One of the things he said was, "Compared to you, Shin Sisi is much prettier than you. If I were to find a girlfriend, I would definitely choose her, not you." It was because of this sentence that Shun Sisi had actually been secretly in love with Peter. The reason why she had been losing weight for 2 years was also because of Peter. But unfortunately, Peter got together with Diana in his second year of college. Because of this, Shun Sisi was depressed for a while. Since then, she has liked going to nightclubs, and she would no longer directly reject other people's pursuit. At the class reunion after graduation from college, Shun Sisi actually had time, but she did not go because she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself after seeing Peter. But unexpectedly, I encountered it again yesterday. Last night, after Peter left, she returned to the box and left. After returning home, she thought about it for a long time, but she still felt unwilling to give up, so she asked Elon out early this morning. Seeing Elan's hesitant look, Shun Sisi smiled and looked at her. He broke up, but now he's found a new girlfriend, a very beautiful and charming woman, who is probably no shorter than me. I didn't know Peter actually liked someone like me. Sisi already has a girlfriend. Hearing the meaning in Shun Sisi's words, Elon couldn't help but persuade her. "Xiaolan, you are my best friend. I want to try again. Will you help me?" However, Elon had just finished speaking when Shin Sisi also started talking. Looking at Shun Sisi's serious gaze, Elon couldn't help but open her mouth. How should she respond? "Don't worry, I won't keep pestering you. I just want to fight for it again. I can't just give up without even trying. If it doesn't work, forget it." Seeing Helan's shocked look, Shun Sisi spoke again. Seeing her determined look, Helan couldn't help but sigh. "Okay, how do you want me to help you?" Seeing that Helan agreed, Shun Sisi couldn't help but laugh, then immediately came over and discussed it with Helan in a low voice. Peter naturally had no idea what Shin Sisi and Helan were discussing. Today, his attention was focused on the stock market, and he didn't even have time to spend with Yuna and Grace. After they had lunch together at noon, they continued working in the afternoon. Hong Kong stocks closed at 4 p.m. At this time, the value of Peter's stocks and Hong Kong stocks had reached 630 million Hong Kong dollars. In other words, he earned 70 million Hong Kong dollars today. Looking at today's record-breaking profits, the traders under him were already astonished when they looked at him. They never thought that there could be someone like Peter who could know a lot of inside information without analysis or even asking anyone for help. It was not enough to just know what stocks to buy. He also knew when to buy and when to sell. This is really exaggerated. That is to say, some of them are men and some are not good looking. Otherwise, they would just follow Grace and Yuna's example and get close to her. As for Peter, it really is something that they don't need to think about at all. At this time, Peter's attention was completely on the overall market. If we inject another 200 million tomorrow, we will definitely be able to make another 70 or 80 million in the morning. By then, we will start with 900 million Hong Kong dollars in the afternoon, which will definitely be a sure thing. Seeing this, Peter couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. But that's all tomorrow's business. Their work today has been completed. As the traders got off work, Peter also left with Yuna and Grace. Peter accompanied Lily yesterday, and today it was their turn. The three of them went shopping and had dinner as usual. But in the evening, Yuna did not retreat on her own initiative. She had been home alone for 3 days, so it was her turn today. Grace also knew this, so after finishing her meal, she prepared to go home. But at this moment, Yuna grabbed her. Chapter 69. Find a nanny? Let's go together today. Why? After hearing Yuna's words, Grace couldn't help but look at her and Peter in surprise. You know, she and Peter had made a bet that if Jin and Xiangxia didn't have a return of more than 100% tomorrow, they would get together. Why did they do it early today? However, after hearing what Yuna said, Grace did not intend to refuse. Instead, she looked at Peter curiously. As for Peter, he was indeed a little confused and embarrassed at this moment, and asked in a low voice, "Well, the world won't collapse because of this, will it?" He was timid and was afraid that he would lose this world by accident. After hearing what Peter said, Yuna couldn't help but smile and speak. Peter, who was a little conflicted, and then she spoke. "Well, okay." Seeing Yuna said so, although Peter felt his heart pounding, he really had no reason to refuse at this time. So he nodded, and then the 3 cars drove back to Longting, Jiyuan. When the 3 of them took the elevator to the first floor, coincidentally, the elevator stopped here. Then the elevator door opened, and Peter saw Suya and her cousin Su Lele just walking in from outside. Suya saw Peter, Yuna, and Grace. She was stunned. Last night, Lily was still saying that Peter had several lovers, and today she ran into one herself? Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel a little confused. However, Su Lele didn't know these people, so she immediately pulled her into the elevator and greeted Peter with a smile. She didn't know what the relationship between these two people and Peter was. "Hey, brother, what a coincidence. You just finished your meal." "Well, I just came back from dinner." "Miss Sue, did you just finish eating too?" After hearing Su Lele's words, Peter also said to the two of them with a smile. At the same time, he also looked at Su Lele's attributes. Name, Su Lele. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 169. Weight, 52 kilograms. Physical strength, 12. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 47. Business, 13. Innovation, 11. Social, 42. Management, 8. Favorability towards the host, 78. Well, a very standard value for a recent college graduate. This is indeed a high level of charm. As for weight, although it is over 100, Peter can see that the nutrients are mainly concentrated in the right places. "Well, it's rare that my sister won't let me order takeout." At this time, Su Lele didn't know that Peter could see her attributes, so she smiled and started talking to Peter. "By the way, I just moved here not long ago. Are there any good restaurants nearby?" Peter had only had breakfast nearby. They usually ate at the shopping mall, but that was too far. They couldn't go to the shopping mall to eat when they had nothing to do and could just stay in bed at home. Peter saw Su Lele. He knew that this girl must be very knowledgeable about food, so he started to ask her. As soon as the topic of food was mentioned, Su Lele immediately became interested. It seemed to her that there were quite a few delicious foods nearby. The reason why the houses here are expensive is, firstly, because this community is indeed high-end, and secondly, because the supporting facilities around this community are very complete. Especially the restaurants, they have a lot of delicious food. There's a Sichuan restaurant nearby that cooks very well, 2 barbecue restaurants that taste very good, and a very famous yakitori restaurant, but she didn't think it was very tasty. There are 2 good stir-fry restaurants, and one that also serves iron pot stews. There's a seafood restaurant on the next street that is also pretty good. The spicy crayfish are especially delicious. You can also order takeout, and it tastes good when you take it home. "Okay, let's go." Just as Su Lele and Peter were chatting here, the elevator arrived at the 30th floor, and then Suya pulled Su Lele out of the elevator. Although Su Lele still felt a little reluctant, she still said goodbye to Peter and got off the elevator. As the 2 sisters returned home, Su Lele also looked at Suya. "Sister, why did you feel so distant from that guy just now? Didn't he help you fight yesterday? Why didn't he even talk to you today?" While changing shoes, Su Lele asked with some doubts. "You didn't see the 2 women following him." After hearing Su Lele's words, Suya rolled her eyes at her and spoke. "Oh, that brother's name is Peter. I see. They seem to live on the same floor with this brother." Looking at Suya's appearance, Su Lele couldn't help but say with some confusion, "What do you mean by living on one floor? The 3 floors above us are all Peter's home. I've seen one of them before. She's Peter's assistant, and the other one is probably his lover." With a sigh, Suya also explained the identities of Yuna and Grace. "Noah, just bring him home so blatantly." Su Lele was a little shocked when she heard Suya say that. Peter seemed quite gentle, but she didn't expect him to play so wildly. This, in fact, is also allowed by his girlfriend. His girlfriend told me that in that aspect of him, "Hey, you are still young. Why should I tell you this?" After taking a look at Su Lele, Suya also changed the subject at this time. "Fisk, I'm already 22. If I were in the countryside, I would have been married for several years. And sister, even though I've never been in a relationship, I have watched that kind of movie with my roommate. Tell me more about it." After hearing Suya's words, Su Lele also came over and asked curiously. At her age, she's the most curious. "I'm not talking to you. I'm going to take a shower." But it was obvious that Suya would not say this to her. After looking at her with contempt, she turned around and went to take a shower. Only Su Lele raised her head curiously, wondering what Peter and the other 3 were doing upstairs. As for what Peter and the other 2 did after going upstairs, naturally, he couldn't tell her. All I can say is that the night passed quickly. The next day came in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, when Peter and the other 2 got up, Yuna and Grace clearly felt that they still couldn't hold on. Originally, They were still thinking that no matter how strong Peter was, if the two of them went together, they might not be able to defeat him, but at least they could withstand it. It still seems too naive now. So at this time, Yuna also felt that it was time to mention her original plan. When the three of them finished washing up and went downstairs to have breakfast, Yuna also pulled Peter and whispered, "Brother Kai, your house is so big, you can't hire a cleaner to clean the house every day. Otherwise, you should hire a nanny who lives at home." Looking at Peter, Yuna also blinked her big eyes. Chapter 70, Forming Cliques. It's okay to find a babysitter, but do you have anyone you can trust? After hearing Yuna's words, Peter thought about his home. It's only been a few days since the house was cleaned, and there's already a lot of dust. It'd be nice to find someone to come and clean it, but there are a lot of valuable things in his house, and it would be too difficult to find someone trustworthy. "How is my roommate?" Yuna said with a smile after hearing Peter's words. When they heard her say this, Peter and Grace next to him were stunned. Peter was stunned because he remembered Yuna's roommate. She looked very fair, and although not as pretty as Yuna and the others, she was also pretty good. "I once misunderstood that the other person's job was a bit weird. I didn't expect that he was just working the night shift in a 24-hour supermarket. But would she be willing to be a nanny?" Grace, who was standing next to him, felt a pang in her heart at this moment, because she could sense that Yuna asked her roommate to come over as a babysitter. It's not as simple as you imagine, combined with what happened last night. She wouldn't want to introduce her roommate to Peter as a lover, right? Grace didn't mind having a few more lovers around Peter, because it was difficult for Peter to be satisfied with just the three of them. But what she was considering was that she was now on an equal footing with Yuna, and only the girl named Lily was half a head higher than them. But if Yuna keeps introducing lovers to Peter, then her status will undoubtedly rise. Although I have no intention of competing with Yuna for love, if possible, shouldn't I also find some women for Peter? Thinking of this, Lily couldn't help but narrow her eyes. As we all know, there are several majors that do produce beautiful women, like medical school, normal school, flight attendant, high-tech, design, art. In addition to these, there is another major, which is finance. Of course, these people who entered finance were basically girls who saw it through TV dramas or whose parents knew nothing about it. I thought that after I majored in finance, I could work in a bank or a securities firm after graduation. But I never thought about whether it is that easy to get into a bank. Go to the securities exchange and don't even consider why people would give real money to a newbie to trade and earn their commission. Does she know how to trade stocks and futures? Who will be responsible for the loss? So after graduation, these girls will understand one thing. That is, sometimes what they think is the real world is not the real world. In the financial industry, graduation is basically the same as being unemployed. Currently, girls in the financial circle basically have only 4 paths to choose from. Otherwise, I would change my career. Or maybe her family owns a mine, and their family directly gave her 3 or 5 million yuan so that she could have a foothold in this industry. The third reason is that in order to get promoted, they became corrupt and used their bodies in exchange for financial support from leaders and clients. Otherwise, it would be like Grace before she met Peter. Even if she had the ability, she could only be a small waiter, hoping that someone would like her and help her. Peter in this world, they have no chance. But now I can help them. Doesn't she have a class? Would you like to come and be my nanny? While Grace was daydreaming here, Peter also asked Yuna. Of course, her store is going to be renovated soon, and she might lose her job, so I asked for her. Looking at Peter, Yuna also said with a smile, "Is that so? But this is a 3-story building, over 1,000 square meters. Can she handle it all by herself?" Hearing Yuna say this, Peter was already a little moved, but also asked with some doubts. "That should be fine. After all, you don't need to clean the whole house every day. You could just clean it layer by layer. If she's too busy, I'll help you find someone new." After thinking about it, Peter's house was indeed too big. Even if Mei was asked to clean the house all day, it would be difficult to clean all 3 floors in one day. So Yuna also started talking. Hearing Yuna say this, Peter nodded. In that case, it would be okay to hire her. Then find a chance to tell her, how much does she earn a month now? I remember she told me it was 3,005. This way, I'll give her 5,000 a month, and then she can stay in the company, and I'll pay for her 5 insurances and 1 fund. Okay, I'll go back and talk to her. Seeing that Peter agreed, Yuna nodded and spoke with a smile. Then the 3 of them went downstairs together, got into their respective cars in the underground parking lot, and drove back to the company together. When they arrived at Ontai Financial, Peter and Grace immediately got to work. Peter first exchanged 200 million renminbi through investment promotion. 200 million renminbi was exchanged for 218.8 million Hong Kong dollars. In addition to what he earned yesterday, he now has a total of about 850 million in his account. There is no problem breaking 900 million this morning. But these things cannot be achieved by just talking. Peter still needs to put them into practice. He first bought Antas Sports and its other brand, Antas Sports R. These two brands will rise by 5.37% and 5.26% respectively shortly after the opening. These two waves are actually enough. But Peter can also buy Uepu Bio after selling these two stocks because it will rise by 4.15% in the morning. The busy morning passed quickly. When the time came at 11:30, Peter announced that he would start selling all the stocks he had and began to collect funds. When all the stocks were sold, Grace and the others were surprised to find that Peter's money in Hong Kong stocks had become 922.37 million. Looking at the profits, they couldn't help but gasp, because they knew very well that the night before yesterday, when Peter just entered the Hong Kong stock market, his capital was more than 560 million Hong Kong dollars. Even if he added 218.8 million today, Peter's principal would only be about 780 million. But now there are 922.37 million, which means that Peter spent half an hour the night before yesterday, the whole day yesterday, and the whole morning this morning, adding up to less than 48 hours, and he's earned more than 140 million. That's 100 million, 400 million, more than 10,000. They never thought that money could be made so easily. But they soon realized that the real chance to make big money had not yet arrived. At noon, Yuna ordered excellent meals, and Peter also had lunch with the traders in the trading room. Then we waited for 1 o'clock in the afternoon to prepare for the opening. Peter's cell phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was Jack calling, which made him frown. At this critical moment, Jack called him. Why? Chapter 71, Troublemaker. Hey, Dongzi, I'm very busy right now. If you have anything to say, tell me right away. After hesitating for a moment, Peter picked up the phone and spoke immediately. Oh, then I'll tell you right away. A woman came to our club and wanted to drive away the Neo. We stopped her, and she said she was the boss's friend, so I called to ask you. After hearing what Peter said, Jack knew that Peter was making millions or even tens of millions of dollars every minute, and there was no time to delay, so he immediately told him what happened. My friend? Who is he? What's his name? She said her name was Li Haoyun. Jack also said this when he heard Peter ask this. Li Haoyun. I don't know her. I guess she's here to scam me. I don't have time. You take full responsibility. If you can't convince her, kick her out. If you still can't kick her out, call the police. Looking at the time, it was almost 12:59. Peter really didn't have time to talk to him anymore. So after talking for a while, he heard Jack say that he understood, and then Peter hung up the phone. As he put the phone down, Peter clapped his hands and started talking. Attention, in a moment, 28 accounts fully invested will be fully invested in gold and silver world. Attention, it's gold and silver world 024XX, understand? Understood. After hearing Peter's words, the traders under him also responded at this time, and then immediately looked at the market in front of them. At this time, in the first building of the trading square of Hong Kong's Kangol Plaza, the legal representatives and shareholder representatives of Jining Tianxia have gathered here. Came to the small clock, waiting for 1 o'clock. At the same time, the bosses of several large companies with assets of at least hundreds of billions of yuan have gathered in their own company's offices, looking at the Hong Kong stocks in front of them with serious expressions. Jining Tianxia is not just a simple industrial support company. Behind are more than a dozen companies including Yinxin Energy, Chuanwu Technology, Luoshang Guofeng, Yinhang First Engineering Office, Hunan Energy, Tina Heavy Industry, etc. They launched Gold and Silver World, first of all naturally to make money from it in the future, but secondly, they also wanted to make some money by listing it on the Hong Kong stock market. The opening price of Jining Tianxia was extremely low, only 53 cents, but the stock prices of similar companies would be around $1. In other words, they could make about double the profit at this opening price. Of course, if the price was pushed higher, they would make more money, and they would mainly cheat the retail investors out of their money. For these companies, they don't care about retail investors at all. They're mainly concerned about the profits of their own companies. Therefore, when the market opened, they had already prepared 20 billion shares worth 10.6 billion Hong Kong dollars in order to reap a big harvest. For this plan, from the moment they started formulating it, all those who knew about it never left the company and never had their cell phones in their hands. In their opinion, this was foolproof. But what they didn't know was that someone had seen through their plan and wanted to get the biggest piece of the pie. As they watched the countdown on the screen getting closer, many people nervously wiped the sweat from their hands with their clothes, and some people were taking deep breaths. Finally, it was 1 p.m. Beijing time. As the legal representative of Jinyan gently rang the bell for listing, at the same time, Jinyan stocks also appeared on the market. At the same time as this stock appeared, people from more than a dozen companies and Peter began to buy this stock. Then, those investors who were paying attention to the new stocks were surprised to find that the price of gold and silver world was skyrocketing after its issuance, which made them a little confused. I have no idea what's going on. Industrial support. This section can be said to be an extremely unpopular section. Normally, it would be considered a sharp increase if it could increase by about 5%. How come it has already increased by 10% in less than 3 minutes after it was issued? Just when many people were watching and feeling confused. At this time, some quick-witted retail investors have already entered the market. When these retail investors entered the market, the growth rate of this sector obviously began to surge. Just 10 minutes later, the price of Jinyan, which had been issued at 53 cents, had risen by 36% to 72 cents. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but breathe faster. Grace and the others looked at Peter with even more shock and admiration. 36%, 922.37 million in principal. That is to say, Peter has already earned 332 million now, and this value is still rising. 7 cents for 6, 7 cents for 8, 8 cents for 2. In 20 minutes, the value of this stock has reached 64%. At this time, there were fewer and fewer scattered shares outside, and then the dozen or so companies discovered that there was a very powerful force sweeping up this stock. But they didn't care because, in their opinion, Peter was most likely one of the dozen or so teams. Otherwise, why would they start sweeping so early? This is one of the troubles with too many people. That is, it is difficult to know everyone's movements at the first time, which makes it easy for others to take advantage of loopholes. If these people knew at this time that Peter was the one who was going to get the biggest piece of the pie, they would have suppressed the stock price a long time ago, instead of letting it continue to rise like they're doing now. Half an hour after the market opened, the stock price of Jinyan finally rose to 1.08 yuan, an increase of more than 100%. Seeing this, everyone around Peter couldn't help but cheer. More than 100%. That means we have earned more than 900 million now. Peter promised them that they could get 5% of the profits, which means that they can now get 50 million. 50 million, 14 people. Each person can get 3.57 million. More than 3 million. Just one day, more than 3 million. While these people were excited, Grace couldn't help but think of the bet she made with Peter. Although Peter had already given her reward yesterday, she had clearly lost the bet now. This meant that they were likely going to have to play something more expensive. Why do I still feel a little bit of anticipation? However, Peter frowned at this time because he knew that the stock he was looking at could eventually rise by nearly 400%. It had just risen by 100%, and it was already a bit weak. Judging from this rate of increase, it would be difficult for this stock to rise by 120% today, let alone 397%. This was not right. Just when Peter was feeling something was strange, his phone, as well as the phones handed in by everyone behind him, all vibrated. When he looked down, he found that it was a message from a country. At 1:29 p.m. this afternoon, a 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck Noto Island. The tremors were felt significantly in coastal cities across my country. Chapter 72, An Outbreak. How's it going? Can I drive away? Just when Peter was making money in the company, Jack also came down from upstairs in the Rain Cloud Supercar Club and saw the woman leaning on the big bull cart. To be honest, this woman is pretty good looking. She seems to be in her 20s, with a small round face and big eyes. She looks very well behaved and cute, but she has a smoky punk makeup on. She is very tall, about 17 meters tall, and has a good figure, but the way she dresses, you can tell at first glance that she is a little gangster. He wore a black vest on his upper body, a black jacket on his body, and black leather pants, and a pair of black leather boots on his lower body. It's summertime, but she really doesn't mind the heat. There are tattoos on the back of her hands and neck, and her jewelry is all over the place. Her hair is the only thing that looks normal, long, and straight black, but the ends are cut very messy. Seeing Jack coming down, she prepared to drive directly. But Jack stopped her. "Sorry, miss. Our boss said he doesn't know you." Shaking his head, Jack also spoke to her. "You don't recognize me? Are you crazy? I doubt you even called. Do you know that the cloud in the rain cloud refers to me?" Hearing Jack say this, the girl named Li Haoyun couldn't help but scream, and the anger in her words was obvious. I don't know who this cloud refers to, but I did call my boss, and he clearly told me that he doesn't know you. So please leave. If you keep pestering me, I might call the police. Jack, judging from his characteristics, is not very good at socializing and management, so when faced with such things, his approach is very blunt. It was obvious at this moment that this woman was very irritable. If she were a qualified manager, she would have said something soft and asked for clarification, but Jack did not. He simply repeated what Peter had said to him. When the woman heard what Jack said, she became furious. Call the police, go ahead, damn it. Just get fired. Looking at Jack, the woman raised her middle finger at him and started cursing. Hearing what the woman said, Jack frowned even deeper. Security. Since he couldn't communicate with this guy, Jack didn't hesitate and called the security guard directly. As the security guards surrounded her, a flash of disdain flashed in the woman's eyes, and then she cursed. Fuck you. Then he turned around and kicked the bull directly on one of its headlights. The woman's shoes had metal parts, and when she kicked the car, the headlights of the big bull were blown off. Jack laughed when he saw this scene. She was really tough. This headlight costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, so there's no way I can't call the police now. You can do it. Just wait for the police to come. Seeing this, Jack immediately took out his phone and called the police. However, the woman acted as if nothing had happened. She sat on the front hood of the big bull again and waited with disdain. Although this supercar club is located in a remote area, it is still in the urban area after all, so the police arrived quickly. After more than 10 minutes, a police car drove here. The next thing was easy. A statement was taken. Because there were surveillance cameras and everything, the woman was not given any chance to refute. And it seemed that she didn't want to refute either. Just took her away directly. After the woman was taken away, Jack sent a message to Peter and told him what happened, but Peter naturally did not reply at this time because he was making money. At this moment, Peter was looking at the notice issued by the country and was a little confused. His sixth sense told him that since Jinyanxiangxia was an industrial support company, if its stock price was to skyrocket, it must be related to the reconstruction of such natural and man-made disasters. Therefore, the surge in Jinyanxiangxia's stock price is most likely related to this news. But the problem is that this company is a domestic company and is listed on the Hong Kong stock market. What does it have to do with the earthquake on the island? The earthquake on the island should have caused a surge in the island's industrial support company. But just when Peter was confused, Grace suddenly found him. Boss, we might be getting rich. Oh, seeing Grace's excitement, Peter also looked at her. When she saw Peter's gaze, Grace finally realized what was happening. Then she laughed at herself and continued. Hey, I'm just showing off my skills. I forgot that you must know the inside story, otherwise you wouldn't be so determined to buy it. After you told me about it, I checked the situation of this company yesterday. The largest shareholder of Luo Shanghua Phone behind this gold and silver world is actually Daozi SoftBank. So before the company went public, it had signed a contract with Daozi to provide industrial support for several areas, and they would be used for reconstruction. The area that is experiencing the earthquake is exactly where the Jinyanxiangxia contract was signed. Listening to Grace's words, Peter suddenly realized that's what it was. But on the surface, he just pretended to smile deeply. He couldn't show it too obviously. Looking at his smile, Grace and the traders couldn't take their eyes off Peter, especially Grace. At this moment, she really felt that she had found the right person. Peter is the one I want to follow. Amidst Peter's unfathomable smile, the world of gold and silver suddenly erupted with great power. The stock, which had risen to 1.08 yuan and then stagnated, suddenly surged in value after it was revealed that they had signed a contract to rebuild the island. It skyrocketed again, and this time it was even more exaggerated than the previous one. 1.2, 1.4, 1.7. In just over 10 minutes, the stock price had risen to 2 yuan, nearly 300% net profit, and seeing such an increase, those retail investors are going crazy. This is human nature. They are bullish on the market and not bearish on the market. After reaching 2 yuan, more investors entered the market. Peter's eyes were fixed on the increase. Finally, at 2:03 in the afternoon, the stock price rose to 2.6. The increase reached 390%. At this time, Peter's voice was heard. On sale. Yes. After hearing Peter's words, Grace and others responded loudly, and then everyone began to sell the stocks of Jinyanxiangxia. Looking at the rapidly recovered funds, everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Chapter 73, 90% off card. Ding, congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 1 billion. Reward, 90% off card physical. After watching the stock price of Jinshanxia rise to 2.63 yuan, it began to fall. At this time, Peter had already sold all the stocks he had. Don't underestimate it, as it only takes about an hour and a half. But when all these stocks were sold, Peter's balance in Hong Kong stocks became 4.52688 billion. Converted into RMB is 4.1 billion. And among this money, more than 3 billion was earned by him today. When he received more than 10 billion from selling stocks, a system prompt popped up in his mind. 90% off card? Listening to the system's prompts, Peter also checked the effect of this card in his mind. To put it simply, this card allows him to purchase a physical item at a 10% discount, such as a house, a car, jewelry, etc. But you can't buy stocks or anything like that. Looking at this 90% off card, Peter couldn't help but frown. Of course, he couldn't let this 90% off card be used for nothing, so he must use his maximum purchasing power to buy something. Currently, his total assets are more than 4 billion. In addition to some real estate, he has more than 4.1 billion available. In other words, he can directly purchase something worth about 41 billion. This price is not too much, but it is definitely not too little. But he really didn't know what he could buy. So he fell in a deep thought for a moment. Seeing Peter supporting his chin and looking at the market in deep thought, many traders behind him were also stunned for a moment in addition to their excitement. In their opinion, Peter was a little too awesome. Peter just made more than 3 billion. That's billions, billions. As a result, Peter just smiled briefly, and then he fell into deep thought again. It seems that these 3 billion are just a drizzle to Peter and not worth mentioning. Looking at this scene, many traders who had nothing to do at the moment began to murmur in low voices. As the old saying goes, if you remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses before you, you are worthy of being called a general. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Our boss is indeed not an ordinary person. Sister Sue, I finally found the right one this time. Hey, you said I have a sister. Does our boss like her? What does your sister look like? It looks just like me. Then, there's no chance. Just as they were whispering, Peter suddenly moved. There is no time limit for this 10% off card. He can wait until he sees a suitable physical item before buying it, but his money will not stay here. At this time, he also saw a stock in the Hong Kong stock market that would rise sharply. Yinwang Taiping Insurance. Although no one knows why it will rise, but according to the indication on it, it will rise by 13.2% on Monday. That's right, today is Friday. He's been very busy this week. On Monday, he officially bought Chloe's Club, looked at Grace SPPT, and decided to enter the Hong Kong stock market. He signed a contract on Tuesday and transferred the money into Hong Kong stocks on Wednesday night. On Thursday, which was yesterday, today is Friday. At this time, his assets have increased many times. The Hong Kong stock market is closed on Saturdays and Sundays, so Peter can have a good rest. However, even though Yinwang Taiping is a state-owned enterprise, its total market value is only more than 30 billion yuan, so it is naturally impossible to release too many scattered shares. So Peter only bought it for 1.5 billion. Then he bought 400 million shares of Jingtai Technology. In Peter's view, this stock will rise by 10.91% on Monday. Then he bought 300 million shares of Reconnecting Energy, which will rise by 9.8%. He bought 500 million shares of Qianwang Stock Industry, which will rise by 8.53%. He bought another 300 million for Shangqing Development. It said on the property that it would increase by 7.9%. The others all said they would increase by 5% or 6%, but Peter was too lazy to buy any of them. So after deciding which stocks to buy, Peter gave the order directly. Okay, everyone, buy 1.5 billion of Yinwang Taiping, 400 million of Jingtai Technology, 300 million of Reconnecting Energy, 500 million of Qianwang stock, and 300 million of Shangqing Development. Then, leave the remaining funds alone for now. Grace, withdraw 50 million SoftSoon coins and give everyone a bonus of 1 million first, and transfer the rest to Ontai Financial. Yes, boss. After hearing Peter's instructions, Grace immediately followed what Peter said and ordered the traders to start operating. When these traders heard that Peter actually gave each of them a bonus of 1 million, they became even more excited. It turned out to be the right decision to follow Peter. It had only been over a week, or to be exact, just 9 days, and they had already made 1 million. This seemed to them to be something that would never have happened in the past. Peter looked at the attributes of these people now. He would find that their loyalty was skyrocketing at this time, and basically everyone had reached around 90. although it is still a lot less than the 100 people like Grace. But 90% loyalty is basically a level that cannot be bought with money or anything like that. Obviously, for them, following Peter, they're very confident about their future. When these people finished what Peter said, Peter looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, so he didn't wait for the market to close today and gave these traders a day off. As for Grace and Yuna, they left together. Yuna is going back today to tell Hao Mei that Peter has agreed to let her be a nanny. Grace has to go home to take care of her parents. Even though Peter gave her watches, sports cars, new clothes, and so on, he never gave Grace any cash. Today, she finally got $1 million. If she doesn't go back and show off, wouldn't it be a waste of Peter's kindness? As for Peter, he's going to find Lily today. Although Lily mentioned that she wanted to meet Yuna and Grace, it was obvious that they were still a little timid and would talk about it later. Just as the three of them were about to leave the company, Peter saw the message from Jack on his phone. Seeing that the other party had kicked the headlight of his sports car, and then Jack called the police to arrest the other party, Peter couldn't help but chuckle. Why did you have to make such a fuss? Liu Yun. I really don't know her. Touching his chin, Peter was sure that he really didn't know anyone named Li Haoyan. Just when he was about to leave it at that and go find Lily, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was actually Chloe. Chapter 74. Catch me if you dare. Sorry. I originally started this supercar club because of you, my friend. I sold this place to you without telling her. I'm really sorry. When Peter drove to the police station, he saw Chloe standing there with an embarrassed look on her face. The moment she saw Peter, she bowed to him and spoke very sincerely. She has been very busy this past week. With the $180 million given by Peter, her company finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to the current situation, even if there is no income, her company can still survive for at least 1 year. After all, her current financial deficit is only about $100 million. For many companies, owing the bank $100 million is no different from owing nothing. However, although Chloe has now breathed a sigh of relief, it does not mean that she will sit back and enjoy all the benefits. So this week, she has been running around the country, hoping to get some orders to revitalize her company. But now, the economic environment is like this, and no one has spare money to support her, not to mention that they know that this is a big pit and she can't make any money back. So looking at Chloe's current situation, we know that she probably hasn't found any new orders, and the company is still in a difficult situation. But at this moment, her friend also gave her some eye drops. Oh, your friend. I remember you mentioned the one who lives abroad, right? Looking at Chloe's expression, Peter also smiled and spoke. Yes, it's her. I knew she would be back in the next few days, but I didn't know she would go to get the car as soon as she came back. The result, Hearing Peter ask this, Chloe said a little embarrassedly, "It's okay. Since we know each other, just compensate her according to the price." After hearing what Chloe said, Peter waved his hand. Although he had just made more than $3 billion today, it didn't mean that he would not want the money to repair the car. After all, he was not her father. Why should he indulge her? Chloe heard what Peter said. Her face twitched. She was a little embarrassed and was about to say something, but she found that the door of the police station was also opened, and then their company's legal officer came out with a girl dressed very rebelliously. As soon as the girl came out, she saw Chloe. Her eyes lit up, and she ran over and grabbed Chloe's hand. "Xiaoyi, you're here. What happened to the club? Why did you sell it?" Looking at Chloe, the girl said with some anger. At the same time, Peter also took a look at her attributes. Name, Li Haoyun. Gender, female. Age, 26. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical strength, 14. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 23. Business, 98. Innovation, 3. Social, 19. Management, 16. Favorability towards the host, 45. Looking at this attribute, Peter couldn't help but feel a little confused. It was understandable that she had a low impression of him. After all, Jack had sent her to the police station. It would be strange if she didn't hate him as Jack as boss. But her business performance was 98, but according to Chloe, she was just a street urchin. What kind of business ability did she have? No. What job did she do? The company couldn't continue, so they sold it to him for money. After hearing what Li Haoyun said, Chloe looked at Peter next to her and said, when Li Haoyun heard Chloe say that Peter next to her was the culprit who sent her to the police station, her face instantly became gloomy. "You're the club's owner. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you arrest me?" Hearing what Li Haoyun said, Peter was shocked. Her self-righteous and confident demeanor made Peter feel as if he had misunderstood. Did he damage her car? Peter laughed out of anger at that moment, and then looked at Chloe, whose face changed instantly when she heard her words. Mr. Foam, your friend is quite arrogant. If she speaks like that, I will file a criminal lawsuit against her. Looking at Li Haoyun, Peter also spoke at this time. He was not trying to scare her. According to the country's laws, if the amount of damage to other people's property is more than 5,000 yuan, it is enough to define the standard for filing a case. Heard that Peter was going to bring criminal charges against her, she became excited. Come on, come on. We're right at the door of the police station. Catch me. Let me see how you catch me. Hearing Li Haoyun shouting, Peter naturally wanted to satisfy her and immediately walked into the police station. But at this moment, Chloe immediately grabbed Peter. Peter, don't be impulsive. I'm sorry. I apologize to you on her behalf. I'm sorry. I will compensate you according to the price. See how you don't pull him. Let me see how powerful he is. I haven't been back for a few years, and he's still lawless? Let's see how many years he can sentence me to. Hearing Chloe say this, Li Haoyun also spoke with arrogance on his face. Look, you heard me, Mr. Fong. It's not that I'm unkind. It's just what they asked for. Seeing Chloe's desperate and confused look after hearing her words, Peter smiled and gently wiped Chloe's hand away, then walked straight into the police station. Then did Chloe look at Li Haoyun angrily and yell at her. Are you crazy? I think you're lawless. Do you think this is the American Empire? This is Yanhuang. Even if you're the son of the richest man in Yanhuang, if you hit someone, you will still have to go to jail. What are you doing here? After yelling at Li Haoyun, Chloe immediately chased after him. Hearing what Chloe said, Li Haoyun was indeed a little confused. In recent years, she has been staying abroad for so long that she is almost going crazy. For rich people, foreign countries are indeed a paradise. Why do so many rich people in China immigrate after they get rich? It's because in foreign countries, if you have money, you're the real boss. Capital is above everything else. In the United States, as long as you're rich and powerful, you could be released in 1 month after being sentenced to rape. And you can even easily escape if you kill someone because they have a jury system and can confess privately with lawyers and judges. For example, if someone kills someone and is originally sentenced to life imprisonment, but if he confesses privately, the sentence can be reduced to 10 or 8 years. If this person is powerful, he can use his connections to greet all the jurors, and then the 10 or 8 years may be reduced to 3 years. Then the judge can see that his attitude is good and change it to 2 years of probation. Since I haven't committed any crime in the past 2 years, I don't need to serve the 3 years of my sentence. Of course, the United States is not too evil. The islands in South Korea are actually even eviler, because the United States still has to go through a process, but there is no process at all over there. There is a profession in South Korea called prosecutors who have the power to decide whether to file a case or not. For example, someone killed someone, there was irrefutable evidence, and the police caught him in the act. But the prosecutor felt that there was no need to file a case, so the police would have to release the person without even sentencing him. An employee of a hotel on Jeju Island in South Korea broke into a Chinese tourist's room and raped him. This is how they sentenced him. The police arrested him, and then the prosecutor said, "No need, let him go," and then he was released. That is, the islands in South Korea are particularly exclusive to the wealthy people of Yanhuang. Otherwise, these wealthy people might go to these 2 places more often. At this moment, Li Haoyun still thought so, but she was obviously overthinking it. This is Yanhuang, not the United States, not the island of Gao, so she is finished? Chapter 75, Recovering the Unruly. Who are you trying to fool? He can still sentence me. How long can he sentence me to? Seeing Chloe running into the police station in a hurry, Li Haoyun also looked at the legal officer behind him and whispered to her. After hearing her words, the legal officer felt that she still didn't understand the current situation clearly. Ms. Li, I need to remind you that according to Article 275 of the Code, the crime of intentional destruction of property, if the amount involved is large, will be subject to a prison sentence of up to 3 years. According to the invoice they submitted for the headlight, that headlight was worth over 100,000 yuan, which is a considerable sum. Furthermore, the fact that you kicked the headlight and broke it wasn't a traffic accident, but something you did intentionally. And your attitude is so bad right now. If they were to sue you based on this, they'd be incarcerated for the maximum 3 years. You're not going to get away with it. Gently pushing his glasses, the legal officer spoke to Li Haoyun very seriously. When Li Haoyan heard that he would sentence her to 3 years, a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Although she said she was a little crazy and didn't know her place, she didn't want to go to jail. So at this moment, she lowered her head and walked quickly into the police station. When she walked in, she saw Chloe standing in front of Peter with a helpless look on her face. "I'm sorry. I apologize to you on her behalf. She, she became stupid while abroad. She's not a bad person, really. Please, please. Why didn't I realize before that you are such a scoundrel? Get out of the way, or I'll kiss you." Looking at Chloe, who was almost about to hug him, Peter said with a bit of a laugh and tears at this time. It was obviously that woman who was asking for trouble. What did it have to do with him? She was going to go to jail, and I was just fulfilling her wish. Why was Chloe still clinging to me? When he worked in her company before, Chloe was as cool and aloof as a goddess. Well, although she was similar originally, this was the first time Peter saw her being so shameless. He was speechless for a moment. "If I give you a kiss, you won't sue her?" But after hearing what Peter said, Chloe suddenly blinked and looked at Peter. Peter was a little amused when he heard her words. Is this the point? But it was obvious that Chloe was not going to give Peter too much chance to explain. Just when Peter was about to refuse, Chloe suddenly stretched out her hand, grabbed Peter's neck, then moved closer and kissed Peter directly on the lips. Seeing this scene, the policemen who were watching the excitement nearby were all stunned. Peter was also stunned, and, of course, Li Haoyan, who came in later, was also stunned. So at this moment, she ran over, pulled Peter away, and then blocked Chloe behind her. "What are you going to do?" Looking at Peter, Li Haoyan's eyes were wide open and his face was full of anger. Looking at her anxious look, Peter was dumbfounded. What had he done? What's especially weird is that this woman smashed her own car. What's not so weird is that Chloe suddenly kissed herself. Seeing Peter's confused look, Chloe pulled Li Haoyan away. "We agreed. If I give you a kiss, you can't sue her. I'll pay you back for the car repairs. Okay, let's go." After saying this, without giving Peter and Li Haoyan a chance to react, Chloe simply pulled Li Haoyan away. Peter was left standing in the police station, looking confused. "Sir, do you want to report a crime, or?" Seeing Peter standing there in a daze, looking a loss, the police in the police station also asked Peter. After hearing his words, Peter couldn't help but touch his lips. Damn, he really couldn't report the case now. After all, his relationship with Chloe was pretty good. "Sorry, it's okay." With a sigh, Peter left the police station. When he came out, Li Haoyan and Chloe were gone. Peter returned to the car and drove towards Lilia's house. At the same time, he called Jack and told him that the matter had been handled and the headlights would be repaired first. The repair money should be transferred to the company card in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Peter couldn't help but touch his lips. Is the peach blossom season a bit too strong recently? Peter looked at himself through the rearview mirror. He looked no different than before. Why was he so popular with women recently? Is money really the best medical beauty for men? Just as he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang again. He picked it up and found that it was another message sent to him by a girl. This person was none other than Shin Sisi, whom he met the day before yesterday. "Old classmate, do you have anything to do tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? I'll treat you to a meal. Elon happens to be free too, so let's get together." Looking at the message sent by Shun Sisi, Peter fell into memories. Speaking of Shin Sisi, he really had no interest in her. Although Shun Sisi was very beautiful now, she looked too worldly. Of course, it was possible that she was still a good girl, but there were too many pure beauties around Peter. Lily is very charming and is already 31 years old. It was her first time with me. The same goes for Yuna, Grace, and even Diana. So he wasn't very interested in Shin Sisi. As for Helan, he must have had a crush on her in the past. After all, she was the school belle. But Helan had been married for a long time, so Peter didn't have that kind of feelings for her. But looking at the message sent by Shin Sisi, he really didn't know how to refuse. So after thinking about it, he replied, "It should be possible tomorrow at noon. I'll treat you." "Okay, don't be polite. I'll reserve a seat and give it to you when the time comes." Seeing that Peter agreed, Shin Sisi immediately responded with a smile. Then after a while, I sent in the location of a private dish, and Peter replied with an okay. Then the two of them chatted for a while. They kept chatting until Peter arrived downstairs at Lilia's house, and then he stopped chatting. As Peter went to find Lily, Chloe also drove and took Li Haoyan back to her home. As soon as she came back, Chloe lay down on the sofa with a tired look on her face. After carefully looking at the situation in Chloe's home, Li Haoyan couldn't help but sit next to her and looked at her with a puzzled expression. "What's going on between you and that Peter?" Are you together? Your family is no different from when you left with me. After hearing what Lee Haoyun said, Chloe rolled her eyes at her. Chapter 76, Professional Team. What were you thinking about during your years abroad? Between me and Peter. He used to be my employee, but I laid him off during the layoffs a while ago. Who would have known that he was also a rich man? The global economic situation has been bad in the past 2 years, and my company was about to collapse, so I sold my house in Longting Jiyuan first. It just so happened that it was bought by him. The company had a big gap, so I sold the club. He was probably too lazy to change his name, which is why you made such a blunder. Looking at Lee Haoyun, who was looking curious, Chloe also started talking. Then why did you kiss him? Hey, seriously, you really have no interest in that pretty boy. After hearing what Chloe said, Lee Haoyun looked at her and said with a smile, not interested, not really. I've figured out that I'm not cut out for business. I'll have to marry someone through an arranged marriage anyway. Instead of marrying someone I don't know at all, I'd rather marry someone I'm a little familiar with. He is the one I find more pleasing to the eye. He's a low-key person with a good personality, good abilities, a good family background, and of course, good looks, so I consider him. Supporting her chin and thinking about Peter, Chloe also whispered at this time, hey, this is not bad. That is not bad either. I think you're attracted to that jerk. You said your face is so sallow from working so hard. Why don't you leave with me? I will quit the company and put up with this jerk. Looking at Chloe's expression, Lee Haoyun also spoke. But that only earned Chloe's second eye roll. I wish I were as carefree as you. If I were to pass away, there would be no inheritance to distribute to me every year. If I were to pass away, I would probably starve to death. Well, let's not talk about me. You came back this time saying that you wanted to check the accounts. I wonder if your stepmother and your brother will interfere. You have to be careful. Your father is unreliable now. You need to prepare early. Looking at Lee Haoyun's expression, Chloe also spoke in a low voice at this time. Yeah, I've been thinking about this too. I'm completely lost in the country right now, and you're the only one I can rely on. But your situation is probably even worse than mine, so I really need to come up with a solution. After hearing what Chloe said, Lee Haoyun pursed her lips. Now her family situation is even more complicated. At this time, Peter naturally didn't know what Chloe and Lee Haoyun were talking about. After arriving downstairs of Lily's house, he went to Lily's house as if he was familiar with the place. But what surprised him was that there were 3 other girls in Lily's family besides her. Peter also had some impression of these 3 girls. The one who had been looking at him with a sullen face was called Sang-won. Like Olivia, she was a waitress. There was another one with a smile on her face, named who was mainly in charge of the warehouse. There was also a foreign girl named Jenny, who was in charge of making cocktails. Peter was hanging out with Lily in the bar before. They always seemed to avoid him intentionally or unintentionally, so he didn't have close contact with them. Now it seems that these 3 girls have changed out of their waitress uniforms and put on casual clothes. They look really beautiful. Although Sang-won's face was ashen, she had a cute little round face, big eyes, and heavy bags under her eyes. Even when she looked angry, she looked cute. Hui is a person who is always smiling. In the past, Peter seldom saw her because she often worked in the warehouse. Now it seems that she has a good figure. Even if it's not as good as Lily, it's not much different. However, when it comes to figure, Jenny has the best. If you just look at the face, Shangwon and Hui are actually prettier than Jenny. But if you take the figure into account, these 2 guys are no match. My goodness, if you arrange them according to A, B, C, D, she might be ranked 12th or 13th in the alphabet. And coupled with her somewhat cute appearance, she is indeed extremely lethal. Now that he finally saw them, he subconsciously checked their attributes. Name, Sang-won. Gender, female. Age, 23. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Physical fitness, 88. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 35. Business, 99. Innovation, 1. Social, 8. Management, 9. Favorability towards host, 72. Favorability towards Lily, 100. Name, Hui. Gender, female. Age, 24. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Physical fitness, 78. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 67. Business, 99. Innovation, 11. Social, 69. Management, 45. Favorability towards host, 79. Favorability towards Lily, 100. Name, Jenny. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Physical strength, 81. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 11. Business, 99. Innovation, 6. Social, 62. Management, 58. Favorability towards host, 88. Favorability towards Lily, 100. Looking at the attributes of this character, Peter was very surprised at this time, because there was something wrong with the attributes of the three of them. Their physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people. Among humans, they were considered the top type, and their business abilities were all 99. They were just bar staff. What kind of business are they doing? Also, their favorability towards Lily, or you could say their loyalty to her, is a bit ridiculously high. What's going on? Just when Peter was a little shocked, the three people also saw Peter. The three of them obviously didn't want to have too much interaction with Peter. The three of them nodded to Lily and left Lily's house. When passing by Peter, Shangwan basically ignored him, while Hui smiled and nodded as a greeting. The only one who greeted Peter enthusiastically was Jenny. After these three people left, Peter also looked at Lily. Hee, it seems like Jenny likes you very much. What do you think? Do you want to make a date with her tonight? Lily raised her eyebrows and walked to Peter's side and asked with a smile. Auntie, stop joking. And I haven't even spoken a complete sentence. Looking at Lily's expression, Peter said speechlessly, Who are you kidding? These three were left to me by my mother to protect me. It's not an exaggeration to say they're my sisters. I once advised them to start their own families, but they will never leave me. If I stay with you forever, then these three will have to stay with you too. As she spoke, Lily looked at Peter and winked mischievously. Hearing Lily's words, Peter smiled awkwardly again, but he didn't know what the 99 business of these three people was. It was probably either killing or protecting. Fortunately, I'm also very strong. Otherwise, these three guys would be no better than the sword of Damocles on my head. As for taking them all in, well, at least for now, Peter has no such idea. Chapter 77, Being Targeted. No, the account is wrong. After Peter and Lily chatted for a while at home, Peter took Lily out for dinner. After they finished dinner together, they went to the bar. Listening to the band invited by Lily, drinking, chatting with Olivia from time to time, and flirting with Lily. To be honest, Peter was having a very comfortable time. He never knew before that he could have so much fun in a quiet bar like this. But he was happy, but at this time many people were not happy. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after the Hong Kong stock market closed today, the major shareholders behind Jining Tianxia also began to count their accounts to see how much they had earned today. Their money-making model today is to first sell all 20 billion shares of Jining Tianxia to push up the stock price, and then wait until the market is about to close and the stock price stabilizes, and then according to the ratio agreed upon by the major companies, they will leave about 2 billion shares or about 1/10 of the scattered shares in the market and then buy back the rest of the shares. Don't underestimate the simple in and out. There's a lot of money to be made from it, based on the estimate of the large model they made at the beginning. Because the original price of this company's stock should be around 1 yuan, and now they're selling it for 53 cents, it is bound to attract a lot of retail investors to scramble for it. According to the estimates of their experts, they only need to take out 15%, which is about 3 billion shares, which is enough to push the stock price to about 1 yuan. After letting it stabilize around 230, they can take out another 30%, which is about 6 billion shares. There's a high probability that the stock price can be pushed to about 1.5 yuan. At this time, they can sell out in large quantities, and the stock price will naturally fall. After they have sold all the stocks on hand, the stock price is likely to return to below $1, and then they will start to buy from retail investors at the original ratio. This is just right. At the closing time, they can complete the board of directors' equity restructuring with a share price of around $1. And you can make a lot of money. Think about it. There are a total of 20 billion shares, 5.3 cents per share, which is 10.6 billion. First, 15% was sold at 0.53 yuan, then 30% at 1 yuan, and finally 55% at 1.5 yuan. This 10.6 billion was converted into 24 billion and 90 million. At night, they bought back 18 billion shares at a price of 1 yuan, which means that they made a net profit of 6 billion yuan. There are more than a dozen companies with the least amounting to 200 to 300 million, and the most nearly 700 to 800 million. This is a considerable sum of money, but they never expected that there would be an earthquake on the island today, and it happened to be the area that Jining Tianxia had set their eyes on just to sign a contract and collect qualifications. All of a sudden, at its highest point, the stock price rose to 2.63 yuan. This is not a profit of 24 billion, but a profit of 36.5 billion. although the stock price was 1.53 yuan at the final closing, which made them spend a little more. But even so, they still made a profit of 9 billion. Profits increased by more than one-third. But when they calculated it, they found something wrong, because after more than a dozen companies finished their accounts, they found that they had only made a profit of more than 50 billion. If they had followed the original plan and wanted to make 6 billion, but ended up making more than 5 billion, it would be understandable. But someone saw through their plan, took advantage of it, and made a profit of it. But now, the profit that was supposed to be 9 billion has turned into more than 5 billion, a direct loss of more than 3 billion. This is a huge loss for these companies. Starting from the first reconciliation at around 5 in the afternoon, they reconciled the accounts 6 times in a row. It was not until around 10 o'clock in the evening that they confirmed that the largest piece of cake had been taken away. This was a huge blow to these dozen companies. In an instant, many valuable ornaments in the offices of the chairman and general manager were broken. Investigate it for me. Find out who did it. Find it for me. And conduct an internal investigation within the company. Don't let me know who did this, or I'll kill you. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents, not to mention that this involves billions, which is not a small amount of money. At present, many companies have received instructions to investigate thoroughly, but Peter didn't know this at the time. He was having a great time right now. In the evening, he returned home with Lily. After taking a bath together, they naturally returned to their room to rest. The next day came in the blink of an eye. Today is Saturday, and Peter has nothing to do. He and Lily slept together until dawn, and then spent more than an hour together in the morning. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning before they washed up together and went downstairs to eat. Peter didn't even want to eat breakfast, because he and Shinsisi had made an appointment to have lunch together. But Lily said that breakfast was not an option, so she forced Peter to have breakfast. But just when Peter was having breakfast, a phone call suddenly came in. Peter was not unfamiliar with this phone call, because the call was from the president of the local head office of the China Merchants Bank. When Peter signed a contract with him, the two exchanged contact information. But I never thought why he would call me today. Although he was a little confused, he still picked up the phone. Oh. Hello, is this Peter? Hello. I'm so sorry to call you on this weekend. Hey, what are you talking about, President Lee? Just let me know if you have anything else to say. After all, he was an official, so Peter was still very polite. There was no need to conflict with such a person. What orders? I just want to invite Peter for tea. Is that convenient? When Peter heard President Lee say that he wanted to invite him for tea, he raised his eyebrows. Could this be a Hongmin banquet? But after thinking about it, he realized that the money he had in Hong Kong stocks was still in the hands of China Merchants Bank. So even if this was a Hongmin banquet, he had to go. So after thinking about it, Peter agreed. President Lee wants to see you. I'm sure I have time. Just pick a place. Okay then, I'll send you your location. After Peter and President Lee exchanged a few more pleasantries, they hung up the phone, and then President Lee sent Peter a coordinate. Looking at the coordinates, Peter also looked at Lily. I'll take you back in a while, and then I have some things to take care of. I'll go with you, Lily said as she took Peter's hand and looked serious. It's okay. I'm going to eat with my female classmates. Why do you have to follow me? Seeing Lily's gaze, Peter also said jokingly at this time. But Lily smiled and spoke softly at this time. I definitely have no interest in having dinner with my female classmates, but is your female classmate's nickname President Lee? Chapter 78, Industrial Protection. President. Oh, Peter, this is my wife. No need to avoid her. Oh, hello, ma'am. Peter and Lily arrived at the tea house located by Mr. Li Xingfa. Peter also saw President Lee in a box here. But President Lee was obviously a little surprised that Peter brought Lily along. However, after Peter said that Lily was his wife, President Lee just smiled, nodded, and motioned for the two to sit down. However, only Peter sat in the guest seat, while Lily asked the tea artist invited by President Lee to leave and sat in the tea artist seat herself. President Lee naturally did not feel a bit abrupt, because he could feel that Peter and Zhou Xn were very wary of him at this time, so it was normal for them to be cautious. However, what surprised both Peter and President Lee was that Lily's level was quite good. After the two of them took a sip of tea, Peter spoke first. President Lee, I wonder what's the matter that you call me here today? You can't really come here for tea. Peter is not a serious businessman or politician. He doesn't like people who tell riddles, and he doesn't like people who are pretentious and mysterious. President Lee knows too well what kind of people like Peter are like. To put it simply, it is reckless. If it were an ordinary young person, being reckless would often be accompanied by danger. But Peter is different. Although this kid is reckless, he has the real ability to overturn the table. He is not a chess piece. He can be at the table. Whether it is personal strength or the strength behind it, it is sufficient. So at this time, President Lee also started talking with a smile. Peter, I'm being too arrogant to call you brother. I wonder if you know about the volatility in Hong Kong stocks yesterday. Putting down the teacup in his hand, President Lee asked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Peter's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He admitted that his ability to be cunning was indeed not good enough and needed more practice. His brain was working fast at this time. After thinking for a while, he still opened his mouth to speak. Okay, then I'll call you brotherly. The shock you mentioned refers to the world of gold and silver. Looking at President Lee, Peter was ready to speak directly. Hearing Peter point this out bluntly, President Lee also smiled. Yes, that's right. Yesterday's volatility was actually a major move by 16 companies. They were originally planning to reap some profits from the stock market, but they ended up stalking the mantis while the cicada was stalking, while the oriole was behind. The mantis and the cicada were everywhere, but they couldn't see the oriole clearly. Shaking his head, President Lee also stated his purpose with a smile. After hearing his words, Peter couldn't help but frown. He understood that what President Lee meant was that he knew he was the jackal. So what's his current situation? Is he planning to expose his information? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, so Brother Lee's reason for contacting me this time is to get me to return the money? Or is he planning to sell my information to them? Hey, brother, you misunderstood. We're in the banking business. If a bank did this, would it be in trouble? Look at Huifeng now. After that incident, its market value was halved, losing more than 700 billion yuan. Domestic banks are basically on the verge of closing down. There's also Swiss Bank, whose credit collapsed and its stock price fell by 30%. When working in a bank, integrity is the most important thing. So your information is only known to me and our boss within our company, and no one else can get your information. Of course, if you were a trader, that would be another matter. Seeing Peter's gaze, President Lee immediately spoke up, saying that he was not threatening Peter with his identity or anything like that. Hearing his words, Peter couldn't help but look at him with some confusion. Brotherly, as far as I know, there are state-owned enterprises among those 16 companies. So what if they're state-owned enterprises? The stock market is a free trading market. You can't just allow state-owned enterprises to make money and not allow them to lose money. If that were the case, the two oil companies would have gone bankrupt long ago. After taking another sip of the tea in front of him with a smile, President Lee also began to speak with a smile. Okay, Brother Lee, let's not beat around the bush. I wonder why you came to me this time. Looking at President Lee, Peter also spoke. There are two things. The first is the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Although it is one country, two systems, Hong Kong stocks are, after all, our country's own. If you play too aggressively, the impact will be too great. Listening to Peter's words, President Lee also looked at him and spoke slowly. This sentence is pointing at Peter, and the meaning is very clear. Peter is indeed a little too magical. In 3 days, he earned 4.1 billion renminbi from 700 million renminbi, nearly 6 times the profit. Does that mean that next week he can increase his income from 4.1 billion to more than 20 billion? Next week, will it increase from more than 200 times to more than 120 billion? The impact of this is too great. The country cannot and dare not take the risk. So if Peter wants to continue investing in Hong Kong stocks, he can, but this kind of thing should not happen again. He can still make money, but the intensity of making money should be reduced. Although it is said that people are selfish, everyone wants all the wealth in the world to be theirs. However, society doesn't think so. You can't just go up and eat the whole cake. You have to let others have some as well. Otherwise, if the other party overturns the table, no one will be better off. Of course, the government also meant that if Peter went to the US stock market and played around like this, the government wouldn't care, and he could do whatever he wanted. But the US stock market is not as easy to deal with as the Hong Kong stock market. They're like flipping the table with a bang. I see. What about the second one? After hearing what President Lee said, Peter nodded and then asked. Secondly, this is actually just a little suggestion from me. Do you know what the best amulet is? Seeing that Peter understood, President Lee nodded with satisfaction and continued. Being an official, owing a loan to the bank. Peter frowned when he heard what President Lee said, and then asked tentatively. However, this almost made President Lee choke. What you're talking about is from decades ago. The amulets nowadays are real industries. Looking at Peter, President Lee also spoke seriously. Industry. Hearing his words, Peter looked at him with some confusion. The money you earn now, even if you don't pay taxes on it, can't solve the employment problems of ordinary people. Our country's policy is to allow some people to get rich first and then drive other people to get rich together. Instead of letting a few people get rich first and become a privileged class, and then forcing ordinary people to try their best to get into this class. Do you understand? Seeing that Peter still didn't realize what the problem was, President Lee also spoke up. Chapter 79. Classmates Gathering. How much money did you make from them? Are they still searching for you all over the world? As Peter and Lily walked out of the tea house, Lily couldn't help but ask with some confusion. About 3 billion. When Lily asked this, Peter did not hide it, but directly stated how much money he earned. When Lily heard Peter's words, she was a little shocked. Over 3 billion? How much did it cost you to earn it? How long did it take? Looking at Peter, Lily's pupils trembled violently, and then she lowered her voice and asked in a low voice. It cost 700 million yuan, and it took 3 days in total. Looking up at the sky, Peter did some brief calculations. Shoo, 700 million. Over 3 billion earned in 3 days, a return of over 500%. This is terrifying. Oh, by the way, if that's the case, then you'll be in charge of the money from now on. After hearing what Peter said, Lily took out a bank card from her bag and put it in Peter's hand. This is... Looking at the bank card, Peter was also confused at this moment. This is my private money, a total of 500 million, and I'm giving it to you. Seeing Peter's puzzled look, Lily also started talking with a smile. Oh, didn't you just hear that? The higher-ups don't allow me to make any big moves anymore. I guess the upper limit they can accept in the Hong Kong stock market is around 1 billion. I still have over 4 billion, and I don't know what to do with it. And you've given me another 500 million. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Peter also smiled bitterly. Hey, it's useless to keep it with me. I'll just make some money from the bank. It's more useful to keep it with you. You can do whatever you want with it. Just use it as you see fit. Okay, I'm going home. Please take me home. Don't forget, you have an appointment with 2 classmates. After hearing what Peter said, Lily also laughed. The matter was finalized. After hearing what Lily said, Peter really didn't know what to say at this time, so he nodded in agreement. Then he drove Lily home. He looked at the time, and it was time for his appointment with Shun Cece, so he drove to the private restaurant where she had booked a table. When his car stopped here, he saw Shun Cece standing outside the door with a girl waiting for him. Needless to say, this girl must be Elon. Today, Shun Cece was wearing a flesh-colored skirt with bare legs. As a car model, her super long legs were indeed extremely attractive. Coupled with a pair of pointed flesh-colored high heels, her legs looked longer than many people's lives. With her long hair curled into big waves, delicate makeup and jewelry, it was obvious that she attached great importance to today's meal. Elon beside her was dressed more casually, wearing only a white slim-fitting long skirt. She had a delicate face and long straight black hair. She stood there quietly, like a fairy walking out of a painting. One of them is hot and the other is pure. When they stand here and talk frankly, they attract a lot of attention. Basically, no matter men or women, everyone will look back when they pass by here, but the men's eyes are filled with amazement, while the women's eyes are filled with vigilance. Faced with such a beauty, those who have girlfriends have no choice but to be pulled away. But these young men who don't have girlfriends are starting to feel a little bit tempted. Although they both looked cold, many people stopped here because of their beauty. Just as Peter parked the car, he saw a group of young people, probably college students, looking at the 2 people in the distance. So beautiful. He looks older than us. What's wrong with being a little bigger? She's so beautiful. I can accept her being a little bigger. As Peter got out of the car, he also heard the voices of these students. Do you want to go get a letter? I don't dare. Go ahead. You're the most handsome one here. Well, shall I try it? Hey. Look, they're smiling at me. Then I'll go. Just when Peter heard their voices, it was obvious that Shin Cece and Helan also saw Peter, so they also looked at Peter with a smile, but their smile caused several students here to misunderstand. Among these people, there was a boy who was indeed tall and handsome. He mustered up the courage to walk towards Shun Cece and Helan and took out his cell phone. Hello, 2 young ladies. Can you add me on WeChat? Oh no. Looking at the expectant look on the male college student's face, Shun Cece smiled and said firmly, while Helan next to her smiled and shook her head, and then the 2 of them jumped over him and walked to Peter's side. You're here. Did everything go smoothly on your way here? There's no traffic jam today. Looking at Peter, Shun Sisi naturally took one of Peter's hands. Ilan, who was standing next to him, naturally would not come up and take action. Instead, she stood beside Peter and looked at him with a smile. Looking at the appearance of these two beauties, many people here heard the sound of their own heart breaking, especially the boy who was instigated to come over to ask for a certain letter. He was really ashamed now and left in shame. Peter naturally didn't care about these people's actions. He now spoke to Shinsisi and Helan. Helan, long time no see. Everything went smoothly, but you guys came so early. Am I late? Wasn't it scheduled for 11:30? Haven't seen you for a long time. Yes, that's right. It's booked for 11 o'clock, but as the host, I can't rush the time, right? Let's go. We haven't ordered yet. After hearing Peter's words, Helan nodded and responded, and then Shinsisi took Peter into the restaurant. After ordering a few of the signature dishes, they came to a seat by the window on the second floor. After sitting down on three sides, they began chatting. When chatting with old classmates, there are only two things to talk about. Either they reminisce about their school days, or they talk about what they're doing now or what other classmates are doing now. However, Shun Sisi's purpose of coming this time was not to drink. So when the dishes were served and everyone had eaten for a while, she naturally turned the topic to their love life. Looking at Peter, Shun Sisi also asked at this time, "The girlfriend I saw that day was older than us." Chapter 80, The Drunkard's Aim. Yeah, it's definitely a bit older. The one Shun Sisi had seen was naturally Lily. Although Lily was well maintained, she looked like she was 27 or 28 years old. After all, her actual age was 31. Of course, Peter didn't think there was anything wrong. I heard before that you found a classmate from college, and others said that you had a very good relationship. Why did you break up? Elon couldn't help but ask in confusion when she heard Peter say this. Peter smiled and shook his head. Diana herself. It's just that the people around her have huge problems. Does she think you're poor? What kind of reason is that? Who does she want to marry? The richest man in the world. After hearing the reason given by Peter, Shun Sisi was confused. Now the whole class knows that Peter owns a supercar club and a company. No one knows how much money he has, but it must be at least hundreds of millions. He's worth hundreds of millions, so handsome, and has such a good personality, and yet you think he's poor? Shun Sisi and Helan couldn't understand it, but were deeply shocked. Hey, forget about me. Let's talk about you guys. Didn't Shun Sisi continue to have contact with that guy that day? And Helan, I heard that you got married very young. How is her husband now? Looking at the two of them, Peter casually waved his hand. He couldn't explain his story clearly, because if he did, it would easily involve system problems. So at this time, he naturally changed the subject. Hearing Peter ask this, Helan showed an embarrassed expression at this time, and gently touched the wedding ring on her left hand with her right hand, while Shun Sisi waved her hand and said, "What contact? I'm just going to have a meal. If you don't like it, I won't go there again." Supporting her chin, Shun Sisi also looked at Peter. Peter couldn't help but be stunned when he heard her words. He actually felt vaguely that Shun Sisi seemed to have impure thoughts about him. But he has always believed in the four major illusions: whether the window is not closed, whether the door is not locked, whether someone is calling me, and whether she is interested in me. Whenever he had such a feeling, he would deny his feeling in his heart. Unless the other party took the initiative to attack directly like Yuna or Grace, he would be sure of the other party's thoughts. When Shun Sisi said this, Peter was indeed a little confused. He wasn't sure at this moment whether the other party was joking or serious. If you are serious, what should you do? You know, he actually has no interest in Shun Sisi. Although she smokes, drinks, goes to nightclubs, and goes out to eat with boys, it is possible that she's a good girl, but it is obvious that such a girl is not Peter's type. Even though Peter only said, "ah now," this "ah" contains a lot of information. Shun Sisi naturally heard a lot of information from Peter's "ah," which dealt a bit of a blow to her originally happy mood. Fortunately, Helan was there, and she couldn't help but pat Peter on the shoulder. "You what? Our Sisi is not worthy of you." I didn't mean that. It's just that I already have a girlfriend." After listening to Helan's words, Peter knew that his was a bit abrupt, so he immediately explained. "Haha, I'm just kidding, but who can say for sure what will happen in the future?" Looking at Peter's expression, Shun Sisi also smiled and continued to speak. Then he asked Peter to continue eating. Soon, after lunch, Shun Sisi and Helan also separated from Peter. Looking at Peter's back as he drove away, Helan also asked Shun Sisi, "So, do you want to continue pursuing me?" I don't think Peter has any interest in this regard. Joey, I finally ran into him again. How could I let go at this time? He just has a girlfriend now, so I might not be without a chance. Even if he gets married, a man of his wealth would probably have a lover. I'm fine with anything. Listening to Helan's words, Shun Sisi took a deep breath, then spoke with a burning gaze. Seeing Shun Sisi's serious look, Helan couldn't help but sigh. Look at you, you're crazy. Are you young? How can you prove that you were young if you don't go crazy once? Xiaolan, have you ever been crazy? Looking at Helan, Shun Sisi smiled, then looked at her seriously. Seeing Shun Sisi's gaze, Helan couldn't help but feel her heart tighten, and her hand involuntarily clasped her wedding ring. It was obvious that she was struggling internally. As for Peter at this moment, he had no idea what Shun Sisi and Helan said after he left. Now he drove straight to his supercar club. When he arrived, not only Jack was there, but William and Chi were also there. Supercar clubs are different from ordinary companies and units. Places like this are mainly places for entertainment, so Saturdays and Sundays are when they're most crowded. William and Chi have never driven a sports car before. They had made an appointment to come here to play today. If Shun Sisi hadn't invited Peter to dinner, Peter might have come here early this morning. When he arrived, he found William running on the track, and Chi sat in each car for a while, taking photos and checking in. There was only Jack, who was squatting in front of the big bull, looking at the headlights with a distressed look on his face. Seeing his expression, Peter also walked over and patted him with a smile. What are you doing, Dongzi? I feel so bad. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. This imported headlight costs over 180,000 yuan each, and then there's the wiring inside and some other miscellaneous things. Altogether, it's around 260,000 yuan. I asked, if we go to Auto City, one headlight would cost 3,000 yuan, and the whole set would cost 3,750 yuan. Otherwise, Looking at Peter behind him, Jack also whispered, no, just follow the original manufacturer's specifications. It doesn't cost us any money anyway. If you use a different formula, the car won't be worth the price in the future. Do you understand? Peter bought this land not for fun, but to make money. So these cars are also his tools to make money. I don't understand. But it was obvious that what Peter meant was not something Jack had studied clearly. So he shook his head to indicate that he didn't understand. If you don't understand, just do as I say. Come on, let's go upstairs and play some games. Lao Chi, let's go upstairs. Looking at Jack's expression, Peter also laughed, then clapped his hands and called Chi, who was far away, to go to the second floor together. Let's take a rest today and don't think about these things. Chapter 81. What to do. What kind of real industry can we work in? After spending the whole afternoon at the supercar club, Peter, William, Jack, and Chi went to take a shower together. While having a massage in the lobby on the third floor, Peter asked the three of them that he had actually been thinking about what President Lee said all day. A businessman's amulet has never been politics or bank loans, but industry. This is true, but not entirely true. Because although industry is indeed a businessman's amulet, because it represents local tax revenue and employment rate, the biggest problem now is that industry does not make money. So at this time, after taking a shower and having a massage, Peter also spoke to William and the others. Although he did not expect to hear any answers from their mouths, he thought about it and thought about it. Anyway, there was no point in saying this. William was the first to react after hearing Peter's words, and then asked with some confusion, well, I have this idea, but I don't know what to do. Nodding, Peter also started talking. Today's real economy is losing money no matter what it does. If you look at this year's Fortune 500 companies, the first one is Walmart, the second one is Amazon, the third one is our country's power grid, the fourth one is Aramco, which sells oil in the Middle East, the fifth and sixth ones are the two oil companies, the seventh one is fruit, the eighth one is a soap seller, the ninth one is an insurance seller, and the 10th one is a fake medicine seller. Although there are physical companies, but oil, electricity, which one can you touch? After hearing what Peter said, Chi also spoke. After hearing his words, Peter indeed fell into deep thought. Just like the salt and iron patents in ancient times, there are also many monopoly companies in Yanwang today. Things like oil, gas, electricity, and cigarettes are not something that ordinary people can touch. Of course, there are some private gas stations, but they don't have a scale of tens of billions. So this is the current dilemma. If you want to make money, you can only work in IT or finance. You won't make money in industry. If you want to work in the medical field, the initial investment is huge and the returns are slow. Peter needs to use the money he earns to unlock new abilities. So this becomes a dead end. How about you study cars? Just as Peter was thinking here, Jack suddenly spoke up. Car. Looking at Jack, Peter also looked at him with some confusion. Well, it's very easy to get started with cars now. In the past week, I've seen many members riding their electric scooters on the track. Although their top speed isn't great, they do have a fast start. Cars that cost hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan are much faster than traditional million-level cars. Isn't that the scooter you're driving now also a small electric scooter? Just kick the accelerator and it goes off like crazy. After hearing what Peter said, Jack also spoke. Listening to what he said, Peter was indeed stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Cars, that seems to be a possibility. It can create a large number of jobs and is deeply tied to the local area. It can also collect a lot of taxes. Of course, the most important thing is that if the relationship is good, you can also get subsidies from the state. As for whether the car company has a flagship product, it doesn't matter. At worst, they could just do the OEM themselves. These are all minor issues. If one day they become a master designer or acquire some special technology, they will soar to success. This is indeed a good choice. So he immediately began to check the current market value of automobiles across the country. The first place is Biddy. There's no need to look at it. He has more than 700 billion. Even if Peter has a 10% discount card, it will take him a long time to save more than 70 billion. The second CC is also impossible. It's more than 200 billion. The third one is Shaoli with nearly 160 billion. The fourth one, Heike, has a similar number. The fifth one, CA, has more than 130 billion yuan. The sixth one, Xiaokong, also has more than 130 billion yuan. The seventh one, Geely, the owner of Volvo, the parent company of Mercedes-Benz, has more than 70 billion yuan. Guangdong Auto has 400 million yuan less than it. The ninth one, Future, also has more than 70 billion yuan. And the 10th one, Xiaoyu, has only 57.2 billion yuan. This is actually worth studying. The 11th ranked Blue Valley, with a market value of 50.8 billion, is actually more suitable, but it in the 12th ranked Geek, with a market value of 35.4 billion, both have parent companies, so there's no way to acquire them directly. Going down to Zero Pow, Li Fan, and the tape measure department, it goes without saying that using a 90% discount card wouldn't be appropriate, especially for the tape measure department, which is ranked 15th and has a market capitalization of only 7.2 billion. If Peter works harder, he can just buy it directly with his own money. Why would he need a 90% discount card? So children are indeed very suitable, but there is a huge problem with them. It's this car company that has been making losses every year. Peter is frowning at the losses. If he buys this thing, wouldn't it be like buying a father? So looking at this car company, Peter couldn't help but frown. In fact, to buy a physical industry, you don't have to buy a company. If you buy a community, a building, or a piece of land, it should also be considered a physical industry. While housing prices are low now, you can definitely do some research. It will also be cheaper for us to buy a house from you when the time comes. Seeing Peter frowning and checking the degrees, William also spoke at this time. After hearing his words, Peter was indeed stunned for a moment, and then felt that what he said seemed to make sense. President Lee only said it was an entity, but he did not say what kind of entity it should be. Setting up a factory is an entity, and enclosing land is also an entity. They also need to pay taxes and hire people. And the most important thing is that the real estate market is indeed not doing well now. But Peter is an exception. He can see whether a piece of land has potential. Therefore, if he buys a car for a child, he will probably lose money instead of making any profit. However, if he completes the above tasks, he will definitely make money if he buys land. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch his chin. As far as he knew, the developer of his current community had some problems with insufficient capital chain and held a lot of land. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. It's not bad. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel that he could take a walk around the community or nearby tomorrow to see where the semester 3 years later would fall, and then consider it himself. While Peter was thinking about this, William suddenly spoke up. Hey, do you know any good gyms? I've been feeling very weak lately and want to go for a workout. Bah, are you doing that for fitness? You're doing that to show off. Don't think I don't know that you have been getting along well with the girl at the front desk of the company recently. After hearing what William said, Chi-Yi couldn't help but smile and said. Peter heard Chi-Yi's words. He remembered a girl at the front desk of Ontai. She was not as pretty as Yuna and Grace, but she was also very cute. He noticed that William often ran to the front desk recently, and he had bumped into him several times. When he asked him, he said he was picking up a package or takeout. At that time, he was a little confused. As a general manager, didn't need to come out and get these in person? Now it seems that this guy is not interested in wine. But when it comes to gyms, he knows a good one. Chapter 82. Can't let go. It's really easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. When Peter opened his eyes on Sunday morning, he found himself lying alone in his bed. Looking at the empty space around him, Peter was a little uncomfortable for a moment. It was really funny to think about it. Last night, after they took a shower, they went to a food stall to have some drinks. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when they finished drinking. Peter didn't go to find Lily or ask Una and Grace to come over. He just took a designated driver to take himself home. As for why they didn't go to Lilia's place to drink, I guess William and the others were a little embarrassed. Everyone has a love for beauty, but brotherhood is also very important. They were worried that they would lose control and look at Lily a few more times. So, instead of causing some problems, it would be better to nip the problem in the bud. So after they took a shower, they found a place where they used to have barbecue and drink wine. We made an appointment while drinking that we would come to the gym near Peter's house today. Looking at the time, it was almost time, so Peter got up from the bed, went to the bathroom to wash up, changed his clothes, and prepared to go downstairs. But before going downstairs, he took a special look at his house and thought, well, it is indeed time to find someone to clean it up. The second floor is fine because Peter and his family also live there. Una, Grace, and Lily also help out a little bit to take care of it from time to time. But there was already a layer of dust on the ground on the first and third floors. I wonder if Una's roommate is busy enough to come over. Looking at the dust on the ground, Peter muttered softly, but then he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If she is too busy, he can just find a suitable babysitter himself. Anyway, according to the original agreement, Una will bring her over this afternoon, so she doesn't need to worry about it. Thinking of this, Peter changed his shoes and left the room. He originally planned to have breakfast outside the community and then wait for William and others to come to the gym. But when he was about to leave the community, he happened to see Diana, who walked in alone from outside the community. Like other service industries, property sales are busiest on Saturdays and Sundays. Generally speaking, people choose to take breaks when others are at work. Diana was the same today. She came in to look at the house. When she saw Peter, her expression was very complicated, but she still nodded to Peter as a greeting. Although Peter said that he didn't want to have any interaction with Diana at this time. Since the other party nodded, he nodded as well. But he didn't expect that after he nodded, Diana responded, and she actually ran over and stopped Peter. Peter, wait a moment. Is there something wrong? Seeing Diana stopping him, Peter frowned and spoke in a somewhat stiff tone. Hearing Peter's harsh words, Diana couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the rift between him and Peter seemed to be irreparable. But she took a deep breath and began to speak. I called you because I wanted to apologize to you on behalf of my mom. She's menopausal, and her temper is really getting weirder. I'm really sorry. Looking at Peter, Diana bowed to him and began to speak. She thought it was her mother's rudeness and apologized to Peter. As for her and Peter, it seemed unnecessary to her because it was normal for couples to break up. There is no question of who owes whom anything. That's what she thought, and that's what Peter thought too. Well, okay, but what I said is true. I actually know medical skills, and I'm quite good at it. Your mother must have some mental problems. You can take her to see a doctor. Seeing Diana's attitude, Peter accepted her apology and prepared to leave. Seeing Peter was about to leave, Diana opened her mouth. But in the end, she didn't ask the question she wanted to ask the most. But just as Peter was about to pass by her, Peter suddenly stopped. He suddenly remembered what he had talked about with William and others last night. By the way, you came here to sell the property. It was my uncle who ran it, right? Oh, yes, a classmate of my dad's who works in the head office of this company. After hearing what Peter said, Diana was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Can I ask about the current status of this company? Its market capitalization, how much land it owns, and its specific location, etc. Looking at Diana's expression, Peter also asked. I remember the market value peaked at over 120 billion, but it's been cut in half now, probably only around 45 billion left. I don't know exactly how much land it owns, but I can check it out. It's not a secret, and our internal computers can check it. Why are you asking? Hearing Peter ask this, Diana couldn't help but look at him with some confusion. I have over 40 billion yuan in spare cash, so I plan to invest in industry. Real estate, although it's not doing well right now, is still real estate, so it's not easy to lose money, so I wanted to ask. Faced with Diana's doubts, Peter did not hide the truth from her, but told her the truth. Upon hearing what Peter said, Diana's knees went weak, and she almost fell down. Wow, more than 40 billion spare money? Peter, who would feel bad for a long time when spending $400 on meal with him? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had really made a bad move, so bad that it was unbearable. It seems like it's not going to be easy for me to get used to you now. Okay, I'll go back and check it out and let you know when I'm done. Okay, thank you for your help. Listening to Diana's words, Peter nodded, and this time he turned around and left. Looking at Peter as back, Diana sighed again, shook her head, and continued walking into the community. She originally thought she had decided to let it go, but now she realized that she seemed unable to let it go at all. However, after Peter finished talking about this matter, he put it behind his mind. He went to a breakfast shop outside the community to have breakfast. At this time, William, Jack, and Chi also came over by taxi. Then the group of four came to the fitness center in the community together. Chapter 83, Physical Fitness. The fitness center in our community is the best around here, and it's ranked among the top 3 in the city. Not only can you do fitness, lose fat, and shape your body, but we also have MMA fighting classes to choose from. We have a swimming pool, badminton courts, basketball courts, squash courts, etc. We have everything here. After Peter and the other 3 walked into the gym that occupied a small building, they found that there were really a lot of things in this gym. There's a 25m x 10m swimming pool on the first floor with a basketball court and a badminton court next to it. There are also several squash rooms and table tennis tables in the distance. The locker rooms on the first floor have separate lockers and showers, which is quite nice. The main area on the second floor is fitness equipment. There's a large area of strength training equipment, and in the middle there is a hexagonal cage, which is used to train MMA techniques. In the distance are separate rooms for spinning, yoga, dance, etc. Peter really came to see these instruments, but William and the others have some impure motives. Maybe when William and his friends started Trinity, they wanted to go to the gym to show off or something. But when they saw the beauty and figures of the young ladies in this top gym, their purpose couldn't help but shift a little. There are actually people who come to top gyms to work out, but not that many. Most people come here just to show off. Not only William and his friends have such thoughts, but also various prostitutes and the like. Peter looks down on these prostitutes, but to Jack and his friends, they are all rare beauties. So after just a quick look around, Jack started asking, I say, if we do all 4 of them, is there any discount? Our gym is quite professional. If all 4 of you sign up, I can't offer much discount. The monthly membership card is originally $2,600, but I can give you a discount of $100, making it $2,500 a month. The annual membership card is originally $28,000, but if all 4 of you sign up today, I can give you a discount of $24,000. Of course, if you want to sell classes, I can decide to give you a few more classes. What do you think? Listening to Jack's words, the front desk clerk also started talking with a smile. The unspoken rule of the gym is that girls, especially pretty girls, will get much higher discounts when they come to the gym. If it is a man, no matter how handsome he is, the discount will be much lower. Now, upon hearing what the receptionist said, Chi, William, and Jack couldn't help but look at each other, even though they were all white-collar workers with annual salaries exceeding $1 million. But to be honest, their sales philosophy is still the same as Peter's, stuck in the days when they were poor. An annual card of more than 20,000 yuan is too much of a loss for them. You guys are so lazy, why don't you just apply for 4 monthly passes? We'll try them out first, and, if necessary, we can apply for annual passes next month. Seeing the 4 people struggling, Peter also started talking with a smile. Okay, what about the class? Need to know something? When Peter said they wanted to apply for 4 monthly passes, the receptionist smiled and let a few people over, asking some questions about the class. But forget about this. Peter has no interest in spending money to be scolded like a grandson, so he rejected it casually. The next step was much simpler. After paying the money and getting a locker and a handcard, the 4 of us went to the men's locker room to change into a set of vests and shorts that had been prepared long ago, and then went upstairs to work out. But it is obvious that the goals of these 3 guys are not pure. The 4 of them started jogging on the treadmill to warm up, but within 10 minutes, 3 of them found various excuses to run away and go see the girls. Only Peter ran here at a speed of 16 for half an hour. After sweating slightly, he went to the equipment to start training. Of course, he was not doing it to gain weight, but to know his limit at the moment. He first tested his squat. The current world record for squats without equipment is 525 kilograms, but the limit of this gym is only 360 kilograms. Peter first tried 200 kilograms, which was very easy. Then he tried 220, 260, 300, and increased it all the way to 360 kilograms. He still felt very relaxed. There is no problem in doing 20 or 30 squats in 1 minute. Next is to try bench press. The maximum weight of bench press without equipment is 270 kilograms, and the maximum weight of bench press here is only 200 kilograms, which is not too much pressure for Peter. He could do 17 push-ups in a row in 1 minute. With such strength, let alone in the gym, even if he goes to the NBA, he will probably be unique in terms of strength. Then he tried each piece of equipment one by one, using the highest weight, but it all felt very easy. It seems that his body is really strong. Just after he had played with all the equipment, William, Jack, and Chi came back with a few bottles of energy drinks. Looking at the three of them, with their wretched and unsatisfied looks, Peter also smiled and asked, "How did you know you were back? Do you have a target?" "No, there are so many beautiful women here. I fell in love with several of them as I walked by." After hearing what Peter said, William also said with a serious face, "Hey, you're pretty wild at heart, but you have to choose one to chase." Seeing William's expression, Peter also laughed. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, want them all. Upon hearing what Peter said, William narrowed his eyes and then started talking with a smile. "Can you do this, you little dog?" Seeing William's smug look, Chi started talking with a smile. Hearing Chi calling him a little dog, William kicked him, and then the others started laughing. But at this moment, a class in the yoga room in the distance was over, and then William and the others stopped laughing and stared at the girls who came out of the yoga room. To be honest, the girls coming out of these yoga studios are all top-notch in terms of appearance and figure. Even if some of them look older, their temperament is still quite impressive. Coupled with the yoga clothes, they're really amazing. Just as the three of them were looking at the girls with lustful eyes, suddenly, they saw a stunning girl looking at them, and then running towards them quickly, which made the three of them immediately look away. Then I felt my heart pounding, and at the same time I was expecting, could this girl be coming to see me? But unfortunately, they thought too much, because after the girl ran over, she immediately jumped over them and came to Peter, saying with a smile, "Brother O, come and exercise too." Chapter 84. Zhao Minglan. "Oh, it's Lele. Yeah, my buddy and I came here to play. Did you come here by yourself?" Looking at the girl who suddenly jumped in front of him, Peter, who was drinking a drink, couldn't help but put the water down immediately and said with some surprise, this girl was none other than Su Lele, who lived downstairs from him. At this time, Su Lele was wearing a pink yoga suit. This suit wrapped her figure very slimmingly and was also very seductive. The most important thing is that she had just finished doing yoga, so her body was still covered in sweat, which made the clothes look even more fitting. At the same time, the sweat on her neck and collarbone and her slightly messy hair all increased her charm index a lot. When William and the others saw Su Lele coming here, they went straight to Peter. They were all shocked. When did Peter become so popular with girls? How was that possible? I don't have any money. Of course I got it from my sister. However, the shock of William and others did not affect Su Lele. At this moment, she sat down next to Peter with a smile and pointed to the distance. Sure enough, when he looked in the direction she pointed, Peter saw Suya walking out of the yoga room with a woman. This woman is also very beautiful. She is about the same height as Suya, probably around 1.67 or 1.68 meters. She's probably about the same age, but her figure is more exaggerated than Suya's. Especially now that she was wearing yoga clothes, the swaying feeling when she walked made almost all the men around her swallow their saliva. Coupled with her oval face and gentle looks, she gives people the feeling of a top-notch young woman. Even Peter couldn't help but swallow when he saw her. When Su Lele saw the two of them, she couldn't help but wave. Sister Minglan here. Peter here, and walked over. Looking at Suya and this woman, William and the others were even more shocked. They unconsciously began to raise their heads and chests. Su Lele was already a stunning beauty in their eyes, but Suya and this woman were even more stunning. When the three of them came to the station, well, some of the women who originally seemed quite beautiful to them were no longer so pretty. But it was obvious that these two people didn't seem to notice them. As the two of them walked to Peter's side, Suya also spoke. "Mr. Peter, what a coincidence. Are you here to work out?" "Yeah, I came here to play with a few of my buddies." "Miss Su, do you often come here to work out?" Peter asked with a smile after hearing Suya's words. "No, this is our first time here too. My sister has been feeling very weak lately, so she wanted to come here and try to exercise. Sister Minglan happened to be practicing yoga here, so we came along. Before Peter could finish his words, Su Lele spoke first. Well, Miss Su's body is indeed very weak, but it should be mainly caused by excessive stress. Symptoms should include anxiety, insomnia, frequent dreams, dry mouth, and even certain problems may also be affected. Although fitness can have some effects, it really depends on mental adjustment. Peter, there are only two whose physical fitness is below average. One is William and the other is Suya. However, William has recovered through fitness, but Suya's main problem is stress. Fitness can indeed provide some relief, but if the root cause is not addressed, it will not get better. When Suya heard what Peter said, she couldn't help but be stunned, because what Peter said was actually true and quite accurate. This is her situation, and her period has not come for 3 months. If it weren't for the fact that she hadn't made her debut yet and had never had a boyfriend, she would have suspected that she was pregnant. At this time, after Peter finished speaking to her, she was also very shocked. She had never thought that Peter could actually treat patients. You also know how to treat patients? I understand a little bit. Seeing Suya's shocked expression, Peter also said something with a smile. I don't know, handsome guy, can you show it to me? Listening to Peter's words, the woman standing next to Suya also asked with a smile. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Mr. Peter. This is my classmate and the developer of our community, Zhao Minglan. Looking at Peter, Suya also introduced him and the woman to each other. After hearing Suya's words, Peter was a little surprised. This woman was actually the developer of this community? I just asked Diana to help me check it out, but I actually came across it myself. At the same time, he also checked the woman's attributes. Name, Zhao Minglan. Gender, female. Age, 29. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Physical strength, 48. Charisma, 98. Wisdom, 82. Business, 87. Innovation, 91. Social, 75. Management, 88. Favorability towards host, 74. Looking at Zhao Minglan's attributes, Peter couldn't help but be a little shocked. This was probably the person with the best and most balanced attributes he had ever met. There are basically no shortcomings, especially innovation, 91, which is the highest attribute Peter has ever seen. As for charm, 98, this is normal. Although judging purely by appearance, she is similar to Suya and Su Lele, but her figure is more seductive, so it is understandable that her charm is slightly higher. But now there is a problem in this situation. That is, since her attributes are so high, the difficulty of acquiring this real estate company will increase sharply. However, this is something to be discussed later. Peter also stood up politely. He originally wanted to nod as a greeting, but the other party took the initiative to extend his hand. Zhao Minglan. Peter, hello, Ms. Zhao. Hey, why call me madam? It's so formal. Since you know Xiaoya and Lele, just call me Sister Minglan like Lele does. By the way, you haven't told me yet. How am I feeling? Are there any injuries or anything like that? Looking at Peter, Zhao Minglan also asked with a smile. No, you're very healthy, especially healthy. Peter was not just saying this to please others, but Zhao Minglan was actually very healthy. As long as I'm healthy, otherwise my exercise would be in vain. After hearing what Peter said, Zhao Minglan also started talking. Just as she finished speaking, a man walked over from a distance. This man looked to be in his 20s, with bulging muscles, bulging temples, and wearing a tight body-shaping suit. To be honest, the more he looked at her, the more he looked like a bullfrog. At this time, she also walked to Zhao Minglan's side, glanced at Peter and the others, then moved her muscles and said with a smile, Sister Zhao, we have a game coming up soon, and I want to play too. Do you want to watch? I'll save a spot for you. Chapter 85. Introduce it to me? Oh, you want to play a game? Sure. After hearing what the muscular man said, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but smile and spoke. Seeing Zhao Minglan say that she would watch, the muscular man happily turned around and left. After the muscular man turned around and left, Zhao Minglan also looked at Suya, Peter, and others. We're going to have a game soon. It's going to be quite exciting. Let's go take a shower first. Don't catch a cold after all the sweat. See you later. Oh, okay. See you later. After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Suya and Su Lele stood up and prepared to leave. Peter nodded to them, responded, and watched the three of them leave together. After Peter left, William immediately went to Peter's side. What's going on with you? Why have you provoked two such beautiful women again? There are more than two. I think Sister Zhao is also very interested in this guy. TSK, TSK. Haven't they heard the saying? Pretty boys don't have good intentions. You're so pale, you're not reliable. I'm more reliable because I'm ugly. After hearing their clear self-awareness, Peter kicked each of them in contempt, and then the four of them continued their training. Although these three people like beautiful women, they are still self-aware. As I said just now, Zhao Minglan is the developer here, which means that he is worth hundreds of billions. There is no way that he would look down on them with hundreds of billions of dollars. And Suya's look of keeping strangers away made it clear that she was not someone to be messed with. As for Su Lele, her eyes never left Peter. So the three of them also knew that there was no hope in finding such a person. Instead of wasting time here, it will be better to set other goals. But there is no need to worry. They will come again in the future. There are so many beauties here. I still need to confirm it first. While several people were exercising here, Suya and others had already arrived at the women's bathroom on the first floor. As the three of them took off their clothes and went in to take a shower, Zhao Minglan pulled Suya aside and whispered to her, "Okay, when did you meet this handsome boy?" "What handsome guy?" After hearing her words, Suya changed the subject deliberately. "Among those four guys just now, only one can be considered handsome. Which one do you think it is?" But Zhao Minglan was not going to be polite with her and spoke directly. "Oh, Peter. He lives upstairs from me. I went out drinking a few days ago and got drunk. He took me back." Seeing Zhao Minglan's gossipy eyes, Suya also spoke simply. "You're upstairs? I remember there were 3 large flats upstairs. This guy's quite rich. Didn't you two develop anything?" Listening to Suya's words, Zhao Minglan also asked in confusion, "What's the point of developing this? He has several girlfriends. I've seen 3 of them." Suya rolled her eyes at Zhao Minglan and spoke softly. "Oh, so that's the case. Since you're not interested in him, introduce him to me." Hearing Suya say this, Zhao Minglan also looked at her with a smile. "Don't you understand? She already has 3 girlfriends, and there might be more." Seeing that Zhao Minglan actually asked her to introduce Peter to her, Suya was confused. Yeah, he already has 3 girlfriends, so he probably wouldn't mind having another one. Besides, this is even better. My status isn't suitable for remarriage, so I think we're a good match. Seeing Suya's shocked expression, Zhao Minglan also spoke with a smile. Seeing Zhao Minglan's expression, Suya shook her head. She often felt that she was not mature enough, so she felt a little out of tune with her good friend. Fortunately, Su Lele also came at this time, and Zhao Minglan did not talk about these things in front of Su Lele, so the topic was temporarily put aside. While they continued to wash here, the staff on the second floor also started to get busy. Soon they set up many step platforms around the hexagonal cage and placed many folding chairs in front. Obviously, these folding chairs were for VIPs and had nothing to do with people like Peter who had monthly cards. About 20 minutes later, as the stage was set up, 5 or 6 coaches gathered in the middle and started warming up. The boss, staff, and others also came over and started the final arrangements. Peter and the others naturally wanted to join in the fun, so they went to the stairs together and naturally sat at the highest position on the stairs. Just as they sat down, Zhao Minglan, Suya, and Su Lele had finished their showers, changed into casual clothes, and came up. Suya and Su Lele's styles were similar to usual. Suya was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and loose shorts with wet hair, which made her look really beautiful. Su Lele was wearing a similar outfit, but she looked very playful. As for Zhao Minglan, her clothes were much more exaggerated. At this time, she was wearing a white striped blouse, a one-step skirt, and even black stockings. As she walked by, she attracted the attention of the whole audience. When the 3 of them came over, the bullfrog who had just asked Zhao Minglan, the coach, also came over and signaled to the 3 of them that he had reserved a seat. However, Suya was used to being cold and didn't want to sit too far in the front. She happened to see Peter, so the 2 of them walked towards the back. Only Zhao Minglan was left sitting in the front row. When Suya and Su Lele came to Peter, William and the others were very considerate and took the initiative to make room for them. Then the 2 of them sat next to Peter, one on the left and one on the right. Phew, taking a shower after exercise makes me feel much better. As the 2 of them sat down, Suya also started talking. Your biggest problem isn't the exercise, but your mindset. You need to find a way to relax. It's easy for you to say that. You don't know how complicated our circle is. Hearing Peter say this, Suya also sighed and then spoke. Then find a way to relieve the pressure. You can also find a boyfriend. Having a place to vent will naturally make you feel more peaceful. After hearing what Peter said, Suya couldn't help but look at Peter. Has he found a boyfriend? For some reason, when Peter suggested that she find a boyfriend, the first person she thought of was him. This made Suya feel inexplicably panicked, and she immediately changed the subject. Looking at Zhao Minglan, who was sitting in front of her, and remembering what she had just said to her, Suya also asked. Chapter 86, Inside Story. Hey, what do you think of my classmate, Zhao Minglan? Looking at Peter, Suya gently bumped him and asked in a low voice. It's fine. After listening to Suya's words, Peter also looked at Zhao Minglan. At this moment, she was happily chatting with the people around her. Compared to the other girls around Peter, she can basically be regarded as a hexagonal warrior with no shortcomings at all, and seems to get along well with everyone. He has the ability, good looks, a good figure, and high emotional intelligence. For Peter, it's really good. Are you interested in her? But after hearing Peter's words, Suya raised her eyebrows and asked, I'm actually more interested in her company. Hearing Suya ask this, Peter also asked with his chin supported. Oh, you're planning to have both wealth and beauty. Although Suya could tell that Peter didn't mean that, she still asked him with a smile. Oh, what are you thinking? A woman like this is very smart. She won't give a man such an opportunity. I actually want to buy the real estate company behind her. After looking at Suya, Peter also stated his goal. Real estate company? The real estate company behind our community? Do you know how much that company costs? Suya couldn't help but ask with some confusion when she heard that Peter actually wanted to buy this real estate company. I heard it was worth over 100 billion before, but now it's only worth over 40 billion. I happen to have over 40 billion in cash, and I want to start a business. Nodding, Peter was indeed prepared. When Suya heard what Peter said, she couldn't help but gasp. She knew Peter was rich, but she never thought that Peter was so rich. With over 40 billion, if we were to rank them, Peter would probably be among the top 100 in the country. However, in addition to being shocked, Suya also fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, she also started talking to Peter. If you want to acquire her real estate company, I can talk to you about it. There shouldn't be any problem. Looking at Peter, Suya suddenly spoke. Hearing Suya's words, Peter couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. Can she handle such a big thing? No, her situation is a little special. In fact, this company is not hers, but was left to her by her husband. In fact, her own company is a lingerie company. Looking at Peter's puzzled eyes, Suya also spoke in a low voice. According to what she said, Zhao Minglan is actually Suya's college classmate. She is different from Suya. Although she is very similar to Suya and both are geniuses, she has high emotional intelligence and strong abilities. She wants money, she wants fame, she wants love too. So she got married a long time ago. And with the help of her husband's family, she founded an underwear company that now ranks among the top 3 in the country and the top 5 in the world. Her husband, actually her father-in-law, is actually the chairman of Tianlong Real Estate behind this community and holds 65% of the company's shares. But 5 years ago, just when the incident began, her father-in-law and mother-in-law died of illness, and the company was passed on to her husband. But her husband had an accident when he went abroad for an inspection 3 years ago and wanted to contract a project abroad. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't an accident, but he was infected with AIDS. He died not long after returning to China, and his guilt toward his wife made him hand over the company to Zhao Minglan. However, Zhao Minglan is now focusing on her own company, this real estate company. Even though she didn't say anything, Suya could feel that she was very disgusted with it, because Suya knew what she had paid for this family. She is beautiful, has a good figure, strong abilities, and a gentle personality. As a result, her husband went out to have an affair with a black man and ended up killing himself. It's like there is a plate of exquisite pastries at home, but he doesn't eat it, so he insists on going out to eat shit. And it turns out that the shit is poisonous, so he poisons himself to death. It's really hard to understand and accept. So maybe deep down, she doesn't have a good impression of this company. But as the old saying goes, no one can resist money. So even if she is a little disgusted with this company, it does not mean that she will not accept it. That's why if Peter wanted to buy her lingerie company, she would definitely not sell it. But if you want to buy this company, it's not a big problem. She might even be able to help Peter make the deal. After hearing Suya's words, Peter nodded at this time. This is fine. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Minglan. Coincidentally, he also saw Zhao Minglan looking at him, and then blinking at him. Seeing this scene, Peter also smiled and nodded to her. He thought Zhao Minglan winked at him because she knew that she wanted to acquire her company. I have to say here that Peter's thinking is a bit too simple. At this time, he was talking to Suya about his intention to acquire the company. So how could Zhao Minglan know about it? Zhao Minglan winked at Peter because she saw Suya talking to Peter and thought Suya was telling Peter that she wanted to get to know him. Peter really wanted to get to know her, so he smiled and nodded at her. Ever since her husband died because of that incident, Zhao Minglan has actually always been open-minded about her future. Although she has never dated other men, she will not stop other men from showing their affection to her. She knew very well how attractive she was to these men. With himself and the wealth he represents, people who want to gain both wealth and status can even line up from here to the imperial capital, just like the fitness coach who invited her to watch the game just now. But at this moment, when she saw Peter's handsome smile, she felt as if her heart beat slower. If it was Peter, she wouldn't mind giving him a chance. While Peter and Zhao Minglan were exchanging glances, this scene was naturally seen by many people around them, including the fitness coach. Obviously, he was one of Zhao Minglan's bootlickers here. When he saw the look between Zhao Minglan and Peter, his eyes were about to spit fire. But he couldn't really get into a conflict with Peter. Firstly, Peter was a member here, and Peter was a customer. If he got into a conflict with a customer, would he still be able to continue his work? Secondly, he is just Zhao Minglan's bootlicker, and he is not related to Zhao Minglan. He does not have the ability to stop Zhao Minglan from doing anything. Just as his eyes were burning with anger, a voice suddenly came from behind. Chapter 87. Go up and try. Brother Wong, it looks like Miss Zhao has a new target. Looking at this man's appearance, another fitness coach next to him also started to tease him. You know, when Zhao Minglan came here to work out, these fitness coaches had racked their brains to become Zhao Minglan's personal trainers. In the end, it was Brother Wong, who had practiced Sanda since he was a child and later switched to MMA. Although he didn't achieve any results, he was still a ceiling-level existence among ordinary people. So he forcibly seized this position and had the opportunity to become Zhao Minglan's bootlicker. Such a qualification of being a bootlicker is something that other coaches can only come across by chance. So at this moment, seeing that Zhao Minglan's attention turned to others, it would be strange if they did not come to stab him. After hearing what these people said, Brother Wong's face suddenly turned even paler. Looking at the guy who spoke, he also looked at him. What? You need to be punished? Do you want to change your opponent later? Come and practice with me. Upon hearing what Brother Wong said, a hint of fear flashed in the coach's eyes. Even though he dared to come over and stab this guy, he didn't dare to fight him. I was taught a lesson by him many times before, but this guy does have a trick to divert the trouble away. Don't practice with me. I'm convinced. You have to make that guy submit now. If you want to practice, you have to practice with him. Quietly pointing at Peter with his chin, this guy also spoke. I'm a member, and I'm here to work out. Why would I want to train with me? Brother Wong said angrily after hearing the nonsense he said. Hey, before the fight officially starts, how about adding some small acts? You can do this. Looking at Brother Wong's expression, the man came over and spoke in a low voice. The more he talked, the brighter Brother Wong's eyes became. After he finished listening, he couldn't help but chuckle. He felt that this was a really good idea. So at this time, he turned around and went to the microphone that was already connected to the speaker, talked to the owner of the fitness center, and then started speaking with the microphone. Everyone, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and watch our game. Before the game starts, I would like to say a few words. The main purpose of our competition is to promote fitness and sports. Although MMA has some entry requirements, we also hope that everyone can have a better understanding of this sport. I wonder if there are any handsome guys in the audience who would like to come up and spar with us and show everyone the charm of MMA. After listening to the coach's words, many people in the audience were eager to try. Most men actually have the gene of bravery and aggressiveness in their bones. After all, when humans still needed to hunt tens of thousands of years ago, they relied on this gene to survive. Now, although humans no longer need to hunt, but the gene was passed down. What's more, you can get some attention at this time. So even William, Jack, and Chi were a little tempted after hearing what this person said. Perhaps Peter was the only one in the audience who had no idea at all. After all, to Peter, these big coaches are actually no different from kindergarten children in his eyes. How many healthy adults would see kindergarten kids fighting and then get excited and rush in to beat them up? Isn't that pure insanity? So at this moment, he didn't care what this person was saying. He still sat in his original seat and chatted with Suya and Su Lele next to him. But the other party's target was him, so how could he be allowed to chat here all the time? So at this time, Brother Wong also pointed directly at Peter in the distance. Then let's go to the guy who is chatting with the beautiful girl. Stop chatting, come up and play. Peter, he's calling you. Hey, he's quite picky. Peter heard what the man said. He didn't take it seriously at first. It wasn't until William and Jack next to him called him that Peter noticed that the man was calling him. Although he was a little confused, seeing that everyone around him was looking at him, he didn't refuse. He pointed at himself, and after confirming that he was the one being called, he also walked down the stairs. Be careful. Brother Kai, come on. Watching Peter go down, Suya and Su Lele also started talking to Peter, and Zhao Minglan in front also smiled when she looked at Peter. Looking at these three people, especially the way Zhao Minglan looked at Peter, Brother Wang was really disgusted. With a forced smile, he led Peter into the hexagonal cage and taught Peter how to put on gloves, shin guards, a helmet, and body protective gear. Have you ever practiced this before, brother? Yeah, I practiced it for a while. After hearing what the other party said, Peter nodded, but what he practiced was the great compassion hand given by the system, not the fighting skills of this world. Hearing Peter say that he had practiced it, Brother Wang couldn't help but laugh. He actually hoped that Peter would say that he had practiced before. If Peter said that he knew nothing, it would be difficult for him to start. Now that he said that he had practiced before, he could start with the key points. Then let's spar first. I'll see what you're capable of, and then we'll show you. Sure. Looking at the other person's smiling face, Peter didn't say much and nodded lightly. Just after he agreed, the guy who had just given Brother Wang advice also ran into the hexagonal cage and acted as a referee. After explaining the positions that were not allowed to be hit, he separated the two sides and waved his hand to signal the start of the match. Then at the same time, Brother Wang also stepped on the ground and instantly exploded, throwing a straight punch from the backhand at Peter. Although this backhand straight punch was very fast, it looked like slow motion to Peter. However, what puzzled him was that this guy didn't seem to be demonstrating. He didn't hold back at all. However, he was not sure whether he should hold back in the demonstration or not. Anyway, it made no difference to him whether he held back or not. So at this moment, he looked at the coach who was attacking him, stepped back, gently pushed the coach's right straight punch with his right hand, and then pulled it away and squeezed the shoulder. Then, under the gaze of the entire audience, Coach Wang took off. Under the gazes of these people, Coach Wang flew straight to the side for more than 3 meters until he crashed into the hexagonal cage. He fell down and looked at Peter with a confused look on his face. He himself didn't know how he got there. Chapter 88, It's All Over. Wow. Looking at Coach Wang, who was instantly knocked out of the hexagonal cage, the spectators outside couldn't help but exclaim, especially Zhao Minglan. She looked at Peter with even more surprise. Hearing the shouts of the people outside, Coach Wang, who had just landed, looked at Peter in panic and couldn't help but ask, "What are you practicing?" The hand of great compassion, a kind of martial arts. Seeing Professor Wang ask this, Peter thought for a while and said, the reason why he hesitated was because he remembered a move among the 72 Shaolin Kung Fu skills, which seemed to be called the 1,000-leaf hand of great compassion, but it didn't have 1,000 leaves. Peter, Brother Kai, also knows martial arts. After hearing Peter's words, Suya and Su Lele outside couldn't help but ask in surprise. Hey, that's nothing. He can also play the piano, and it seems he can play some other instruments too. Yeah, he also trades stocks. You saw just now? He also has medical skills. I heard he also knows about calligraphy, painting, and antiques, Eunice said. Well, he can also write code. I can cook, but my cooking is just average. After hearing what the two girls said, William and the other two also started talking with a smile. But when they thought about it, it seemed that Peter knew a lot. After hearing what these three people said, Suya and Su Lele couldn't help but look at each other. This guy really knows everything. However, Suya and Su Lele's shock did not dispel Coach Wang's anger. You know, he originally asked Peter to come here to teach him a lesson and to highlight his own strength. But now he was pushed away as soon as he came here. Who is highlighting whom here? So at this moment, Coach Wang's eyes also became gloomy. Okay, since this gentleman has practiced before and is so strong, I won't hold back. After the words fell, Coach Wang moved his shoulders, then picked up the loose frame and slowly walked towards Peter. Just now, he threw a punch, causing his body's center of gravity to shift and get hit. So this time, he learned his lesson and started by testing with his legs. Looking at Peter standing there casually, he suddenly made a low kick towards Peter's calf, but Peter was faster. He gently stepped back with his legs, dodging the opponent's low kick. At the same time, while the opponent's legs were getting stronger, he also took advantage of the momentum to kick. Then Professor Wang felt that his right leg, which had been swept low, was suddenly carried away by a powerful force. His feet flashed, and he fell to the ground with a bang. After falling to the ground, he almost subconsciously performed the MMA ground defense movement, retracting his hands and feet like a flipped turtle to defend against the opponent's attack. There's nothing wrong with the action, but it's really ugly. The most important thing is that Peter had no intention of attacking at this time. He just stood there and looked at him. Looking at Peter's eyes and the faint laughter coming from all around, Coach Wong felt like his face was burning. After rolling and standing up, he also looked at Peter. Okay, then don't blame me for being rude. Peter, tentatively again. This time, he didn't dare to use his back fist or whip kick, so he used the jab tentatively. However, in Peter's eyes, his jab was like a slow motion. Peter easily dodged his 3 consecutive attacks, and looking at Peter's actions, his leg came up again, but this time it was a middle sweep, and he had already made up his mind that if Peter took his leg away again, he would use his other leg to sweep his head in the air. This move can be said to be both offensive and defensive, so there won't be any problems with my habit. But unfortunately, there was another problem, because at the same time as he swept over, Peter stepped forward immediately. Before he could exert force, Peter clamped his right leg with one hand, and then kicked lightly with his foot, just kicking the inside of Coach Wong's knee. The huge force instantly forced Coach Wong to do a split. But it was obvious that Coach Wong's flexibility had become a little stiff due to muscle training, so when he did the splits, he couldn't help but scream. Ah! Peter was startled by his scream. He immediately let go of his hand and stepped back. Then he saw Coach Wong kneeling on the ground with a thud, pressing his hands on the inside of his thighs. Sweat had already started to drip down. He wanted to scream now, but he couldn't because he knew that if he screamed, the tough guy image he had created in this fitness center for so many years would be ruined. So at this moment, he could only look at the boy who had given him advice with a pleading look, and the boy was looking at him with a smile at this time, with no intention of stopping. Seeing him like this, Coach Wong realized that he had been tricked. Indeed, for this kid, it doesn't matter who wins between him and Peter. He won the fight, and this guy helped come up with the idea, so he deserves the credit. If Peter wins, it will be a loss of face for him. So looking at his smiling face, Coach Wong felt extremely regretful at this moment. Especially when he looked at Zhao Minglan, who was sitting right in front of him. He realized that the goddess he had been licking now only had Peter in her eyes. It's all over. Oh, Coach Wong, you're so careless. The ground must be too slippery, and you must have gotten hurt. Hurry up and help Coach Wong down. Fortunately, after he squatted there for 5 or 6 seconds, the manager of the store finally reacted, opened the door immediately, and asked someone to help Coach Wong down. Coach Wong was still looking at Zhao Minglan when he left the store. As a result, Zhao Minglan didn't even look at him. There was only Peter in her eyes. Peter didn't actually feel anything at this time. He beat Coach Wong. In his opinion, this was normal. What was there to brag about? So after Coach Wong was helped away, he knew that this pre-match demonstration was no longer necessary. So he took off all the protective gear and returned to the middle of Suya and Su Lele. But just as he sat down, Zhao Minglan came over. Xiaoya, Lele, there's no point in watching them fight here. Why don't we go out and have dinner with your friend? Even though Zhao Minglan was talking about Suya and Su Lele, her eyes were only on Peter. Chapter 89, Meeting Li Haoyun again. I'm with my buddies. It's okay, we'll go out for a drink later. Just go do your thing. That's right, you're here. Even if a beautiful woman looks over here, she can only see you, not us. Go and do your thing. Peter doesn't think he is a person who is inhumane towards the opposite sex. So after Zhao Minglan spoke, although Peter was interested in acquiring her company, she still pointed to William and others around her, indicating that she still had friends here and she could not abandon them. But William and the others naturally wouldn't act as a light bulb at this time. He spoke directly. Then William said something in a low voice. Jack also added something and then pushed Peter to stand up. Seeing their attitude, Peter smiled helplessly. Well, in that case, let's go eat first. It's a good opportunity for him to ask tentatively about the acquisition. Then he talked to Suya and the others and went downstairs to take a shower. Compared to girls taking a bath, Peter takes a bath much faster. He just washes his hair, then takes the foam on his hair and washes his body at the same time. The speed of bathing depends entirely on the size of the water flow. Use a low flow for 10 minutes or a high flow for 5 minutes. And here the water flow is strong. When Peter was wiping his hair and leaving the gym, he saw Zhao Minglan, Suya, and Su Lele standing at the door waiting for him. It was obvious that all 3 of them were a little surprised that Peter washed so quickly. Brother Kai, are you clean? It takes me longer to go to the toilet than you do. Seeing Peter coming out, Su Lele also said with a smile. Look at what you're doing. Why don't I wash it again? Peter replied with a helpless smile after hearing Su Lele's words. Boys are really quick at using the restroom and showering. You'll understand when you get a boyfriend. What's for lunch? I know there's a new French restaurant nearby that's pretty good. After hearing what Peter and Su Lele said, Zhao Minglan also started talking with a smile. Then eat this. Peter is not picky about food. He simply doesn't eat raw food. When he was a child, he had enteritis and would have diarrhea if he ate raw food. Although this problem should have been solved now that he has obtained a perfect body, he still doesn't like to eat. So he basically doesn't eat island food and sushi. Let's go. That place is not too far away. We can stroll over and eat more. Hearing Peter's agreement, Zhao Minglan also spoke with a smile. Then the four of them walked towards the store together. But while walking, Zhao Minglan naturally walked to Peter's side and asked about his situation. Mr. Peter, what are you mainly doing now? Oh, I mainly run a company here, and I also have a supercar club. If you have time, you can come over to play for free. As for my main livelihood, I used to trade stocks, but now I want to switch to manufacturing. Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Peter also spoke frankly. Well, it's right to switch to industry. Although stock trading can make money quickly, it is risky. Secondly, you are like a rootless duckweed, and you never know when it will cause trouble. The only thing my father-in-law, referring to my husband's father, did right in his life was that he only went through one round of IPO and did not turn the company's equity into illusory stocks during the hottest years of real estate. So even though the company has been cut in half again and again, it's still surviving. Listening to Peter's words, Zhao Minglan also started talking with a smile. Hearing Zhao Minglan say this, Peter's heart couldn't help but tighten, and then he secretly glanced at Suya, and Suya nodded slightly at this time. Obviously, she had just told Zhao Minglan that Peter wanted to acquire her company. Although Zhao Minglan has some feelings for Peter, business is business. Even if she doesn't like Tianlong real estate, she won't sell it at a low price. Well, that's true, but hey, it's a long weekend. Why bother talking about the company? Forget it. Let's talk about other things. Oh, and how long have you been practicing martial arts? You seem pretty good. Seeing that Peter was about to say something, Zhao Minglan took the initiative to change the subject. After hearing her words, Peter swallowed his words. Because he's not clear about the specific situation of this company yet, it is okay to mention it later. So he turned the topic to his martial arts at this time, but he just briefly mentioned that he had been practicing it since he was a child. What he said was very general, but the other party did not delve into it. For a while, the four of them started chatting about all sorts of things. Soon, the four of them arrived in front of a restaurant. It was obvious that Zhao Minglan was a regular here. As soon as she arrived, the waiter took the initiative to lead the four of them to a table by the window with an excellent view. Peter and Su Lele sat on one side, and then Suya and Zhao Minglan sat together. But when they were ordering, Peter felt that the French food was very bad. When ordering food here, we ordered a set meal, which only has 3 sets in total. The main dish of meal A is filet mignon, the main dish of meal B is sirloin steak, and the main dish of meal C is Canadian cod. You're not allowed to order other dishes or add extra dishes. The only thing you can add is bread. This is ridiculous. You won't be full. However, it was his first time having dinner with Zhao Minglan and Su Lele, so Peter was too embarrassed to say anything and could only bite the bullet and start eating. As the dishes began to be served, Peter and the others chatted while eating. After chatting, Su Lele, Zhao Minglan, and the others realized that although Peter looked like a straight man, he knew a lot. Astronomy and geography, medicine, divination, astrology, Chiman and Bagua, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Well, mainly because he saw a lot when he went to auctions to buy things, so he remembered a lot, and now it has become his experience. Suya had known this for a long time. Otherwise, Peter would not have given her such a strong feeling, making her dream about him at night. Just when the four of them were chatting happily, the class started in the restaurant. Originally, because the tables were relatively far apart, they did not disturb each other. But sometimes, it's just a coincidence. Just when Peter and his friends finished their main course, 2 women came in from outside. Both of them were very beautiful girls. One of them was over 1.7 meters tall, very beautiful, with a melon-shaped face, fox eyes, and dyed brown hair that fell in big waves on her shoulders. She was really beautiful. But at this time, the other girl was equally beautiful. But when Peter saw her, he couldn't help but frown. Because he actually knew this person. This person was none other than Li Haoyan. Chapter 90. This is not over yet. Boss, come back. When Peter saw her, she also saw Peter, but she knew that her braid was still in Peter's hand. If Peter suddenly refused to compensate her and went to the police station to sue her, she might have to stay in jail for a few years. So even if she saw Peter sitting with three beauties, she could only curse inwardly, but did not dare to go forward. She also specifically told the waiter who led her to the table and went to a table far away from Peter and the others. "Baby, do you know that handsome guy?" When Lee Hao-yun and the woman sat down, the woman couldn't help but ask with some confusion. "Handsome guy? Ah, just a pretty boy. I had some conflict with him, and I kicked the headlight of his Neo." After hearing what the woman said, Lee Hao-yun also spoke in a low voice. "Huh? Why? You called him a scumbag. He has been a scumbag. That's not right. Don't you dislike boys?" Looking at Lee Hao-yun's expression, the woman lowered her voice and spoke, while looking at Peter curiously. "You remember my best friend, Chloe? He did have some connections with her. He hid his identity and went to Chloe's company. But after Chloe fired him, he bought Chloe's house and her supercar club, and finally caught Chloe's eye. Ever since Chloe told Lee Hao-yun that Peter was actually one of her candidates, Lee Hao-yun felt a little uncomfortable, especially when she saw Peter having dinner with the other three girls. She felt even more uncomfortable. Hearing Lee Hao-yun's words, the beautiful woman opposite couldn't help but smile. In fact, she knew very well the relationship between Lee Hao-yun and Chloe. They said they were best friends, but perhaps only Chloe regarded her as her best friend. Lee Hao-yun treats Chloe as her beloved. It was also because she knew that Chloe would never be with her. That's why she left Yanhuang and went to the United States a few years ago. However, it was also because she went to the United States that she got to know herself and became who she is today. So she knew very well that it would be better not to mention it at this time and just pretend that she knew nothing. So she just smiled and then looked at Peter again before picking up the menu and ordering the set meal. Peter fiercely at this time. Although she wouldn't have any conflict with Peter, glaring at him wasn't against the law, right? Peter didn't feel her gaze, but Suya next to him did. "What's going on with that girl? She's been staring at you. Is she one of your girlfriends?" Looking at Lee Hao-yun, Suya was also under the table. She gently kicked Peter's calf with her foot and then asked with some confusion. "No, her friend is my ex-boss. I bought a supercar club from him, but she didn't know about it. She just came back from abroad and wanted to go to my club and drive away the most expensive car. My friend, Jack, who you just met, is my manager there now, and he definitely doesn't want to do that. So she kicked the headlight of one of my cars and broke it, and then Jack called the police and arrested her. Even though it was a misunderstanding, it was obvious that she must have a grudge against me." After hearing what Suya said, Peter calmly talked about what happened between him and Lee Hao-yun. Hee. Looking at the way she dresses and her attitude, you can tell that she has always been angry. It'll be very troublesome to mess with such a rebellious girl. After listening to what Peter said about the grudge between him and Lee Hao-yun, Zhao Minglan also started talking with a smile. Looking at her expression, Peter spread his hands, indicating that he had no other choice. Fortunately, the two of them would not have any intersection because their dishes had not been served yet, and Peter and the others had already finished their main courses. After finishing their desserts, they were ready to leave. However, after the four of them went downstairs, there was no need for Peter and them to leave together, because Suya, Su Lele, and Zhao Minglan were going shopping, and Peter was going to have dinner. Well, the most important thing was that Yuna had also made an appointment with him to interview Hao Mei in the afternoon. "Let's exchange contact information." But just when the four were about to separate, Zhao Minglan also walked to Peter's side, holding the mobile phone, and said with a smile. Peter naturally would not refuse Zhao Minglan's invitation, and the two of them exchanged letters and phone numbers. Then Zhao Minglan and the other two waved to Peter and left. As for Peter, he stood downstairs of the Western restaurant, took out his cell phone, and prepared to look for any delicious food nearby. But just as he was looking through his phone, a glass of water suddenly fell from the sky. However, Peter reacted quickly and dodged to the side in the first moment. Except for some splashes on his shoulder, the water did not splash on him. But this is infuriating enough. When he looked up, he saw Lee Hao-yun sitting right above him, pretending to play with her cell phone. Needless to say, he knew that the water was poured by her. Seeing this scene, Peter couldn't help but frown. This little bitch deserves to be punished, right? Just when he was about to go up and cause trouble for her. At this time, the woman opposite Lee Hao-yun suddenly spoke. I'm so sorry, my hand just slipped, sir, I'm so sorry." Looking at Peter, the woman immediately took her empty cup, stood up, and started talking. Peter wasn't stupid. How could she possibly get to his side, given her position? She was obviously there to take the blame, but she had already come out to take the blame. If Peter still insisted, it would seem that Peter had no manners. Well, Peter, he really doesn't have any manners, but he has some dignity. It was in public, and it was not easy for him to argue with this woman. So he pointed at the woman, and the matter was naturally not over. Then he turned around and left to find something to eat. Seeing Peter leave like that, the girl looked at Lee Haoyun with some anger. Why did you mess with him? I just can't stand him. Hearing the girl's words, Lee Haoyun also muttered softly, but his voice became smaller and smaller. You have to watch it even if you don't like it. You want to stay in there for 3 years. After giving Lee Haoyun a blank look, the girl spoke. After hearing her words, Lee Haoyun sighed, then poured another glass of water for himself and the girl opposite. Sometimes it's just so inconvenient in China. You're clearly a privileged class, but you don't even have privileges. Chapter 91. Interview. Brother Kai, are you home? When Peter finished another bowl of authentic Changshan noodles from Anhui province, Yuna's message came, and it was obvious that she and Hao Mei were about to arrive. You haven't gone home yet. You guys go back first. I'll eat outside. Listening to Yuna's words, Peter also responded. Hey, didn't you go to the gym with Manager Luo and the others? Don't you have anything to eat? No, I met Suya and the others, and then had Western food with them. It tasted terrible, and I didn't feel full. Facing Yuna, Peter had no intention of hiding his whereabouts, and spoke directly. Hee, I was wondering why you didn't take us to eat Western food? People don't eat Western food to fill their stomachs. They eat for the atmosphere. Haha, take your time eating. We'll go upstairs first. After hearing the message sent by Peter, Yuna also laughed. She was a little surprised at first, because when she watched idol dramas before, those rich and domineering CEOs invited girls to dinner, and they were all candlelight dinners in high-end Western restaurants. When they got to Peter's place, he treated them to hot pot, barbecue, and crayfish. The food was delicious, but the romantic atmosphere was indeed a bit lacking. How come Peter didn't even consider the atmosphere? But after putting down her phone, Yuna thought for a moment. Was it more about the atmosphere or the food? Well, it seems that being full is more important than the atmosphere. But it's strange to say she has been with Peter for a week, and during this week, she has eaten very full meals. Unlike before when she needed to maintain her figure and control her diet. This week, she has not controlled herself at all. I eat breakfast, more lunch, and quite a bit of dinner. When we measured her today, we found that she was more than a pound lighter than usual. Her skin seemed to be better, and her bust seemed to be more muscular. It was really amazing. Maybe this is the power of love, in her opinion. What did Mr. Peters say? Seeing Yuna put down her phone, Hao Mei also asked her. He told us to go upstairs first so we can get ready. After listening to Hao Mei's words and seeing her nervous face, Yuna took her hand and talked with a smile. Then she pulled her out of the car and went straight to the elevator. Peter has already entered the license plate numbers of her, Grace, and Lily. Next time they come here, they can park directly in the underground parking lot without having to register or park outside, which is much more convenient. While Yuna and Hao Mei went upstairs, Peter finished his noodles and paid the bill. Then he strolled back to his home. When he opened the door to the 32nd floor, he immediately saw Yuna and Hao Mei sitting on the sofa in the living room. But Hao Mei was different from the last time he saw her. The last time I saw her, she had just finished her night shift. She hadn't put on any makeup or washed her face, and she looked very haggard. But now she is wearing full makeup. Her face, originally that of a beautiful girl next door, now showed a kind of charm. As for her advantage, her figure, it is fully demonstrated at this moment. In Peter's eyes, Hao Mei was not wearing normal clothes at this time, but a maid outfit. However, this maid outfit seemed to be a modified one. Her upper body was covered in a tight black dress with suspenders, revealing a large area of her collarbone and nearly 1/3 of her body, along with extremely deep wounds. Combined with her milky white skin, it was completely reflected in Peter's eyes. She was wearing a pair of very short pants on her lower body, paired with black hanging stockings and a pair of small high heels with red soles. When Peter saw her, he was stunned. This person is here to apply for the nanny position? Seeing Peter's dazed look, Hao Mei's originally milky white skin suddenly turned red, and her eyes towards Peter became evasive. Only Yuna reacted quickly. Brother Kai, why are you standing at the door like an idiot? Come in quickly. Oh. After hearing Yuna's words, Peter finally reacted and immediately closed the door, changed his shoes, and then came to the sofa. At this time, Hao Mei had already stood up, respectfully led Peter to sit on the sofa, and then stood quietly beside him. How's it going? My roommate is pretty good, right? Well, It's not a question of whether you have enough material to clean the house dressed like this. Peter couldn't help but ask with a bit of a smile after hearing Yuna's words. As soon as How Mei heard what Peter said, she spoke before Yuna could say anything. No problem, Mr. Peter. I'm good housework. I started helping my mother when I was 8 years old. I do laundry, cook, and anything else. Looking at Peter, How Mei seemed very nervous, but it was obvious that she really wanted this job. Peter also took a look at How Mei's attributes at this time. Nama, How Mei. Gender, female. Age, 21. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Physical fitness, 21. Charisma, 93. Wisdom, 28. Business, 92, referring to housekeeping. Innovation, 3. Social, 19. Management, 7. Favorability towards the host, 81. Peter was somewhat surprised and delighted by How Mei's attributes. 92% of her housekeeping skills were indeed extremely high, and most importantly, she had a high level of favorability towards him. So Peter started talking too. It's not a question of whether you can work. I trust your professionalism, but there's no need to wear this. How can you work in this? After finishing the work, can we do anything else? After hearing what Peter said, Yuna took the initiative to come over and then put her legs on Peter's legs. Looking at her seductive look, Peter couldn't help but swallow. Seeing Peter's expression, Yuna also waved to How Mei. I'll leave the hygiene of the house to you. Okay. After hearing Yuna's words, How Mei nodded with a blushing face and then walked to the 33rd floor first. Looking at Yuna's sweet smile, Peter also moved his cervical spine, then picked up How Mei horizontally and quickly returned to the room. Time always passes quickly. When Peter and Yuna regained consciousness, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Yuna like mud. Peter picked her up and went to the bathroom with ease. Then the two of them soaked in the warm water to recover their strength. But Peter was so preoccupied that he forgot that there was someone else in the house now. Just when he and Yuna were catching their breath, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Peter, Yuna, I'm going to prepare dinner. Do you want anything to eat? Chapter 92. I can do anything. After hearing How Mei's words, Peter, who was originally leaning against the wall of the bathtub, was stunned. Only then did he remember that there was another person at home. Only then did he remember that he did not bring in any spare clothes. Isn't this a bit embarrassing? Do you want to think of an excuse to get How Mei away first? But before Peter could speak, Yuna spoke first. It seems there's nothing to eat at home. Let's go out to eat later or get takeout. Come in and help us take a bath first. Hearing Yuna's words, Peter looked at her in shock. He was still thinking about how to get her out so he could go back and get his clothes, but Yuna actually called her in. Before Peter could say anything, he heard the door click and it opened from the outside, and then he saw How Mei walk in. Later, the reviewer said that you guys don't like the plot, so I just skipped it. If you want the details, you can ask the reviewer. When Peter, Yuna, and How Mei came out of the bathroom, it was already past 5 in the evening. After Peter ordered takeout, he lay down on the tidied sofa. It must be said that How Mei was a good housekeeper. In just over 2 hours, she had cleaned the house, and it looked brand new. The dust and water stains on the floor had been wiped dry. The bed sheets, quilt covers, sofa covers, etc. were also changed and washed. Looking at How Mei, who was wrapped in a bath towel like Yuna and leaning against him, Peter also reached out and played with her in Yuna's calves. The two of them had not actually completed the final chapter that needed to be reviewed. How Mei was really just helping Peter take a bath, but it took a long time. At the same time, she also understood firsthand why Yuna was so keen on finding a woman for Peter. Although she was not officially together with Peter at this time, she was already somewhat infatuated with him. Now, when Peter looked at her attributes, he found that her favorability towards him had climbed to 98, and it was only one step away from 100. Feeling Peter's movements, Yuna, who had recovered a little, suddenly sat up. How was the interview? We haven't even discussed salary yet. Looking at Peter, Yuna also asked with a smile. Yuna with some doubts. She remembered that Yuna had said $5,000 a month when she came back. Why did she say now that she had not negotiated? But just as she finished speaking, Yuna kicked her and then looked at Peter with a smile. You little girl, How Mei makes the same as you, $50,000 a month. After scratching her nose gently, Peter also started talking with a smile. By the way, there's one more thing. This place is so big after all. I'm worried that How Mei won't have enough time to clean up the room. Our house lease is about to expire. So why don't How Mei and I move in? After hearing that Peter had directly increased How Mei's salary tenfold, and of course, The most important thing was that her identity had been confirmed. Yuna also spoke to Peter. Oh, then you have to think about it. Lily will come too. Looking at Yuna, Peter also revealed his family. The current heroine is Lily. And Yuna nodded after hearing what he said. We have to meet sooner or later. I've figured it out. We have to meet in person anyway. Looking at Hao Mei, Yuna also spoke at this time. Yuna has a clear understanding of her own position. She knows that she is not destined to be Peter's wife. The reason why she and Grace did not dare to see Lily before was because they were afraid that if Lily looked down on them and had a conflict with them, who would Peter choose? But now, with Hao Mei added, it's 3 against 1, and the advantage is in my hands. At that time, the worst that can happen is that we will compete with each other. It's time to face things head on that we have to face sooner or later. As for Grace, she had already discussed it with her, so it wasn't a problem. Okay, then I'll take you to meet Tina tomorrow. Looking at Yuna's gaze, Peter smiled and responded. After a while, the takeaway arrived. Peter picked up the takeaway. The 3 of them started eating together. After the 3 of them finished their meal, they exchanged glances, and Yuna was the first to jump up. I'm going to bed first. As she said this, she ran into the next room. She was alone this afternoon, and she was about to fall apart. Thanks to Peter for showing mercy, otherwise she would not be able to bear it. As for the evening, it would naturally be left to Hao Mei. But Hao Mei is a newcomer who just debuted. How can she handle it? In just over an hour, just after 8 o'clock, Hao Mei could no longer bear it. Looking at Hao Mei's expression, Peter naturally ended the matter hastily. Just when Peter settled Hao Mei down, Hao Mei also grabbed Peter. Mr. Peter, do you want to take a shower? Let me help you. No, you can't even stand up. Just rest. Also, what did you call me? It's already like this, and you still call yourself Mr. Peter? After listening to Peter's words, Hao Mei hesitated for a moment and whispered, Owner. Peter almost choked on his saliva after hearing Hao Mei's words, but he had to admit, calling her like that was really exciting. Okay, master. Hearing Peter's emphasis on not calling him that in front of outsiders, Hao Mei naturally understood what Peter meant. She blushed and called him sweetly. When Peter saw Hao Mei fall asleep, he came out to take a shower, drank some water, and looked at the time. It was just past 8 o'clock, and he couldn't sleep either. So he started browsing on his phone in the living room. Peter doesn't watch live broadcasts. When he was using the small broken station before, he could only watch videos. But later on, TikTok became so popular. At work, a very important point is not to let others feel that you are different, so he also downloaded TikTok. Now he is bored, so he started to watch it. And in TikTok, there will be some live broadcasts interspersed in the videos. Usually at this time, Peter would just brush past it. The same thing happened today. He was watching a video, and while scrolling, he came across a live broadcast room where a PK game was going on. Peter was not interested in this, but just when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw that one of the 2 people who were piking was the girl next to Li Haoyan today, and the one who was piking with her was a girl wearing cute dinosaur pajamas and looked a little timid. In fact, the 2 of them did not attract Peter's attention. What caught Peter's attention was the girl number 1 who was giving rewards at that time, because her avatar was Li Haoyan's. Chapter 93, Being the Big Brother Again. Brothers, please help me. If we win this one, Henin will have won 100 games in a row. Thank you, Sister Yunyu Jiangnan, for the sports car. I love you. Looking at the sports car passing by in front of the screen, Tang Xuahan, who was live streaming at home at the time, couldn't help but gently touch Li Haoyan, who was lying next to her, with her foot, and then spoke sweetly to the screen. Hearing her voice, the tens of thousands of people in her live streaming room began to give her rewards even more crazily. Tang Xuahan is indeed beautiful, with a perfect oval face, fox eyes, a height of 1.72 meters, and long legs of nearly 1.2 meters. She is indeed extremely attractive. Of course, the most important thing is that these are natural because she was actually discovered by a scout a long time ago and went to South Korea to be a trainee after graduating from junior high school. After 2 years of training, she debuted on a South Korean talent show at the age of 17 and became the face of a girl group right from the start. But those who understand South Korea know that this is a country where chaebols are lawless. The only thing the chaebols need to worry about is the United States. So after Tang Xuahan became part of the girl group, their first stop was the United States. The chaebol behind them planned to use them to please the bigwigs in the United States. At the critical moment, Li Haoyan saved her. She then terminated her contract with the agency, but she could no longer go to South Korea to debut as a member of a girl group. She and Li Haoyan then stayed in the United States for 2 years. 2 years ago, her mother became seriously ill, so she returned to China and became a host. Because she is really beautiful, has a good figure, is a good dancer, and is also popular, she soared to fame after becoming a host. Now, in the country, she can even be ranked among the top 3 anchors in the dance area. And because of Lee Haoyun's financial support, her fame grew quickly. At present, she is considered the face of TikTok. In the recent annual awards ceremony of a certain audio platform, there will be a spokesperson position, and the inside information about this spokesperson will be decided by PK. If Tang Xuehan wins this round again, she will have achieved 100 consecutive hits. She is the spokesperson, and judging from the current situation, she is sure to win. Because the person who was competing with her at that time was a little-known person who had just graduated from a music college. Although she looks good, is quite cute, and sings well, she doesn't skirt the rules and doesn't ask for gifts. There are only more than 1,000 people in the live broadcast room. How can she compete with me? Thinking of this, Tang Xuehan couldn't help but smile even more happily. At the same time, he also glanced at Lee Haoyun next to him. At this time, Lee Haoyun was quickly calculating how to use the least amount of money to keep Tang Xuehan's first place. She had never lived such a frugal life before. Lee Haoyun and Chloe are childhood friends, which means that their two families are of similar financial resources. This is indeed the case. However, some changes happened in Lee Haoyun's family, which led to her money being withheld by her father, so she chose to return home. As for the money in her bank card at this time, it was naturally given to her by Chloe in the past 2 days. So, she had to be more careful with her money. But what she didn't know was that outside the phone screen, Peter's mouth corners were curled up. I originally wanted to teach Lee Haoyun a lesson, but I didn't expect that I could do it now. Is it just about making money and giving rewards? Peter lacks everything now, except money. Hee. I'll make an exception today. Muttering softly, Peter also entered the live broadcast room of this quiet little girl and then directly injected 1 million renminbi into his own account. The next step is very simple. Just swipe it. And when everyone saw that countless reward effects suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room, which was already a little overwhelmed and didn't know what to do, rewards came pouring in from the sky, shocking the little girl named Jing. Thank you, Brother Kai, for the reward. This is too much. I don't need it. Looking at the constantly refreshing rewards, the little girl couldn't help but feel a little panicked. She immediately stood up from her chair, waving her hands and looking puzzled. She didn't know when she got such an older brother. Looking at the PK bar above her head, which was almost instantly pressing towards her, Tang Xuehan couldn't help but feel a little panicked. The foot couldn't help but kick Lee Haoyun again. Lee Haoyun is now in the live broadcast room, so naturally she can't miss these special effects. According to her estimation, in such a short period of time, this guy called Brother Kai has already given away 50,000 to 60,000 gifts and is still giving away. What's going on with this guy? But I promised Tang Xuehan that I couldn't let her lose no matter what. So at this time, she also started to swipe the card for rewards, but there was only a total of 100,000 yuan in her card, which was definitely enough for daily life. How could the rewards be compared with Peter's 1 million? In less than 5 minutes, all the money on her side was used up in the tipping, while Peter was still doing it. 100,000, 120,000, 150,000. Looking at the little time left and the PK bar that was completely pressing on her, Tang Xuehan couldn't help but panic at this moment and looked at Lee Haoyun for help. Lee Haoyun also sat up at this time, and after thinking about it, he immediately called Chloe to borrow some money. But unfortunately, Chloe was taking a shower at this moment. Although the pressure on her company was relieved after Peter's more than 200 million came in, but the pressure is still there, so she's enjoying her life at home during her rare rest day. Her cell phone is not next to her, so she did not answer Lee Haoyun's call. Damn it! Looking at the phone that rang for a minute before being hung up by the system, Lee Haoyun cursed helplessly, then looked at Tang Xuehan. She really had no other choice now. When Tang Xuehan saw Lee Haoyun's expression, she also sighed. Although she is doing live streaming now, she's not like many other female anchors who have side jobs that take her all over the country. She only has Lee Haoyun as her big name. Now Lee Haoyun has no other options, so she really has no other tricks. As for the people at her live broadcast room, most of them are ordinary people who just apply for cards and don't give much rewards. It is unrealistic to expect them to compete with Peter. Under her resigned gaze, the PK time was officially over. Her popularity is over 120,000, which means she has received over 120,000 gifts in total, but Jing on the other side has received over 180,200 gifts. The 180,000 was paid by Peter, and the remaining 200 or so was paid by Jing's original fans. When the winner was decided, Tang Xuehan leaned weakly on the chair. It seems like I have no chance of becoming the spokesperson. Chapter 94, Refund. Congratulations, sister. Seeing the PK end, Tang Xuehan leaned weakly on the chair, but the live broadcast room was still open. After 2 or 3 seconds, she took a deep breath and pretended to be generous and spoke to the girl in another live broadcast room. Oh, thank you, but sister, I don't know what's going on. This. After hearing Tang Xuehan's words, and Jing, who was also confused at the moment, immediately waved her hands and spoke hesitantly. Hey, don't call me sister. Although I started playing online earlier than you, I'm probably not as old as you, so let's just call each other sisters. Although you claim to have beaten me, I've seen your winning rate is still too low. You might need to accumulate more experience. While it's still early tonight, if you keep winning, you might have a chance. Looking at Jing's appearance, Tang Xuehan also started talking with a smile. She was telling the truth. She started being a trainee at the age of 15, started participating in competitions to debut at the age of 17, and was sent to the United States at the age of 18. After being rescued by Li Haoyun, she stayed in the United States for 2 years and came back 2 years ago, so she's only 22 years old now. 22 years old is normally the time when a college student just graduates. This girl named Anjing has obviously graduated from college, so it's hard to say who is older between them. She just mentioned it casually to create a good relationship, and then both sides hung up the PK. Then Tang Xuehan here also said that he would not play PK tonight and quit early. As for the girl named Jing, she did not choose to continue PK. Of course, even if she hit him, Peter wouldn't give her any more rewards. Just kidding. Peter gave the reward just to please Li Haoyun. This girl called Jing, although she looks pretty on the phone, with a small oval face, big eyes, fair skin, and a figure that is hard to see clearly because she is wearing dinosaur pajamas, but she seems to have a good figure and a very pure feeling. But on the internet, those who know everything, such as face slimming, skin smoothing, and what kind of technology is not available. Maybe this woman's grandson can already help with cooking now. Peter couldn't see her attributes, so now that Li Haoyun was ready, he was ready to swipe over to continue watching the video. But at this moment, the girl named Jing also spoke. Sorry, everyone, I'm going to end the live broadcast first. After saying that, the girl also ended the live broadcast at this time. Seeing that she had also ended the live broadcast, Peter continued to watch short videos without caring. But he only swiped 2, and suddenly a private message appeared in the background of his account. Hello, Brother Kai. I'm Jing, the host of Room XXXXX. Could I add your contact information? Add my contact information? You're not trying to cheat me out of my money, are you? Looking at this message, Peter's eyebrows also raised. He had heard before that it seemed that these female anchors would privately add a big brother to the list and then use their rhetoric to cheat the big brother's money. Of course, there would also be some people who would privately accompany the big brother, but that was another matter. But in Peter's opinion, the latter is still better, because at least this big brother has also come into contact with a female anchor, so he can get something from it. As for the former, according to what was circulated online, it was all discussed among people in the guild. It's just like a pig-killing scam. If you believed what they said, it would be a waste of time. However, after seeing the message she sent, Peter felt the urge to add her. Of course, it wasn't that he was attracted to Jing, but he wanted to learn how these people use their tricks to get the big brother's attention. He didn't know where his weaknesses were before. Now that he has the attributes, he knows very well that social interaction is only 9. It didn't matter before. If he said the wrong thing, at most he would lose his job. But now, if he said the wrong thing, he would suffer a big loss. So after thinking about it, he decided to add the girl's WeChat ID. When he revealed his identity, the girl agreed almost immediately. Just when Peter was about to see what she would say, the girl's first words were, Brother Kai, I'm really sorry. Actually, you don't need to give me a tip. I didn't really expect to win the PK. My share with the platform is only 55, and I still have to pay taxes. When the money arrives, I'll return my share to you, okay? Peter was stunned when he saw what the girl said. He had expected the girl to say a lot of things after adding him as a friend, like calling him brother or boss, but he hadn't expected her to start by asking for a refund. Suddenly, he thought of a joke. If you're having a foot massage and the girl opposite you asks you, Brother, would you like to apply for a membership card? I can give you a 15% discount. I guess 90% of men will not do it. But if a girl says to you, Brother, don't come next time, save more money, and if you really miss me, then order the lowest set meal and I will cook for you normally. Save some money and marry a good wife, not someone like me. I won't do this job in my next life. I will marry you again. I guess a lot of men would max out their credit cards to spend extra time. So at this moment, Peter thought, is this anchor using this routine? So after thinking about it, Peter also started typing with a smile. No need. It has nothing to do with you. I have a grudge against the number one on the opposite side of the list, and I just can't stand her. You can keep this little money. Oh, I see. Then let me sing a song for you. Hearing Peter say that he didn't want the money, Song Jing on the opposite side couldn't help but pursed her lips. Song Jing, also known as Jing on the internet, but Peter was wrong about one thing, that is she is not ugly and is even more beautiful than in the live broadcast. She just graduated from the music college this year. But as we all know, those who study music basically have to have money at home in order to succeed in the early days. Song Jing's family was originally quite wealthy, but now her family has fallen on hard times. Her father has passed away, her mother is seriously ill, and she is unwilling to sell herself out to get ahead. So at this time, she could only make some money by singing online. This money is indeed very important to her. So after Peter said it had nothing to do with her and she didn't need to pay back the money, she felt a little relieved, but still felt a little sorry for Peter, so she suggested singing. Then let's sing Digimon version of My Desk Mate It. But what Peter said next made Song Jing feel a little overwhelmed. A Digimon version of My Desk Mate. What is this? Why? No. I really haven't heard of it. Seeing Song Jing was silent here, Peter also asked in a typing voice, and then Song Jing also replied sincerely. After a while, Song Jing suddenly saw a voice message. When I opened it, I heard, "Who married a sentimental person like you? Who read your diary? Who tied up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? You were always very careful in the past. Asked me to borrow half, an eraser. The teachers have forgotten that you used to be the one who loved to cry the most. My desk mate. Hey, why did this chair start spinning?" Chapter 95, Strike Fast. It was obvious that Song Jing's CPU had burned out at this time. It's not because Peter's singing is bad. Peter's singing was beautiful, even clearer and more perfect than her vocal teachers. But how did the two songs get mixed together? She really didn't understand. Seeing that there was silence over there, Peter smiled and stopped teasing her, then continued to watch the video. After watching for more than an hour, it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. Peter went to the guest room first, picked up the sleepy Yuna, and then returned to the master bedroom. She was still used to sleeping with two girls in her arms at night. Well, 3 was fine, 4 was fine, 1 was fine too. She didn't hug anything, just a blanket. He was a little uncomfortable with it. Although Yuna was startled by Peter, she couldn't help but chuckle at the way he was sleeping. In fact, she can't fall asleep at night without Peter. The night passed quickly. The next day came in the blink of an eye. When Peter woke up the next morning, he found that Hao Mei had already washed all the clothes from yesterday and prepared breakfast. Breakfast was simple, boiled porridge and scrambled eggs, because that was all he had at home. It was difficult for Hao Mei to show off her cooking skills. But doesn't matter, I can go buy some today. First, they took Hao Mei to the 3rd floor and asked her to pick out a watch, which meant that she had followed Peter. Then, they made an appointment with Hao Mei that they would come back to pick her up to find Lily after the market closed in the evening. Then Peter and Yuna drove away from home together. Soon, the two arrived at the company. As soon as he came in, Peter saw Grace, and Grace came over to greet him immediately. "Boss!" Peter was almost tearing up when he saw Grace looking at him. Peter for 2.5 days. Seeing her expression, Peter patted her hand gently, signaling her not to worry. But now is not the time to be gentle. We have to deal with the stock market first. Although President Lee told Peter that a tree that stands out in the forest will be blown away by the wind, this day is not a bad opportunity. So today, Peter is ready to make some good operations. While Peter was working in the company, Diana wrote down what she had found in a document. Peter told her yesterday that he wanted to acquire the company. Although Diana was in a bad mood, she was not slow in her actions. After returning to the company, she went through the internal documents and found out the current situation of Tianlong Real Estate. To many people, the profit of a real estate company is nothing more than spending money to acquire land, building houses, and then selling the houses to earn the difference. Indeed, this is indeed the main way for real estate companies to make profits. But in fact, if you look closely, in addition to this method, real estate companies have many other ways to make profits, such as property management companies. That's right, most properties actually belong to the developer, or you can say that the contract is signed with the developer. After all, property management is more than just cleaning, hiring security guards, and the like. The biggest role of property management is to repair houses. If there's a water leak, a problem with the pipeline, a problem with the wires, etc., these all need to be solved by the property management. How can the property management companies hired from outside have such capabilities and qualifications? Therefore, all properties of Tianlong Real Estate will hire a company called Sky Properties. Even Peter's community is like this, so it is the main source of subsequent income. The second is commercial real estate leasing. For example, the shops near Peter's community are all owned by Tianlong Real Estate. They're just rented, not sold to them, and the property rights are still with Tianlong Real Estate. According to Diana's investigation, Tianlong Real Estate currently has a total of 7 undeveloped lands, 2 of which are in this city, and the other 5 are located around other major cities. This is also the most valuable asset, conservatively estimated to be worth around 20 billion. There are a total of 41 residential communities in hand, spread across the country, and there are 2 in this city. Both are high-end residential communities, and the estimated value of the commercial shops is about 6 billion. There's a purely commercial building in Shanghai, but the location is not very good, with an estimated value of 12 billion. There are 3 shopping malls in total, 1 each in Daidu, Modu, and Pengcheng. The total valuation is 9 billion. Adding up some other miscellaneous items, the total estimated value is 47.9 billion. But at the same time, it also owes banks 12 billion in foreign debt. The company's net profit last year was 1.535 billion, which is an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. But for a businessman, this is really not a good investment project because its return ratio is only 3.1%, not much higher than the bank interest. Of course, this is only the case now. What if housing prices go up again? Those 8 plots of land cover a considerable area. If they are built into residential areas or commercial centers and sold at 120,000 yuan per square meter, these 8 plots of land can earn at least 30 billion yuan. By then, the company's market value will probably at least double. Peter is also involved. We can also see whether the value of these lands will increase in the future. By then, it may more than double. And now, if I don't compensate, it's still okay. Diana naturally didn't understand any of this. After sorting out all the information, she found a letter from Peter and sent it to him. However, the message failed to be sent, and a line of small text appeared below. You are not his friend yet. What? He actually deleted me. Diana was stunned by the message on her phone. Then she looked at Peter with anger. She had never imagined that Peter would be so decisive. It had only been a few days since they broke up. He actually deleted her. We've broken up. That's normal. Let's give a call and see. Taking a deep breath and suppressing her anger, Diana called Peter again. Well, Peter couldn't answer the call. This time, Diana's defense broke down again. Obviously, she was overthinking it. In fact, Peter deleted the post on the day they broke up. As soon as she got into Zhao Yu's car, Peter deleted her and blocked her number. This time when he asked her for help, he actually forgot that he had blocked her. To be honest, this is really Peter's fault. But speaking of Zhao Yu, he has been very honest in recent days. There is no other way. You have to be honest. On the day of the dinner, Peter beat him up badly. It was more than half an hour after Peter and the others left that he finally came to his senses and crawled out of the bathroom. As soon as he came out, he shouted to call the police. The police arrived and checked the surveillance footage. They did see him and Peter entering the bathroom one after another, but they did not see any conflict between the two. After sending him to the hospital for examination, the doctor found that apart from being extremely weak, he did not have any injuries, not even minor injuries. They couldn't just issue an injury report just because he was crying out that his whole body was in pain. It was even more impossible for the police to arrest Peter because he said Peter hit him, but they didn't even have any evidence. So in the end, he could only be sent home. After lying down for several days, I finally recovered today. So he couldn't wait to go out and have some fun. And at this time, several of his friends told him that they had found a very good bar. Chapter 96, Meeting. Leave 1.1 billion, equivalent to 1 billion renminbi, in Hong Kong stocks and transfer the rest of the money out. After a day of operations, Peter looked at all the recovered money, sighed, and said something. There's over 5 billion Hong Kong dollars in there, and over 4 billion has been transferred out. After hearing what Peter said, Grace couldn't help but walk to Peter's side and asked in a low voice. Last week's events have already attracted the attention of others and the higher-ups, so I can only keep a maximum of 1 billion here. The rest needs to be converted into real estate. Listening to Grace's question, Peter also spoke in a low voice. When Grace heard Peter say this, her first thought was, why? Peter makes money without stealing or robbing. So why shouldn't others and his superiors allow him to? However, as soon as this thought arose, Grace suppressed it because she knew very well that as adults, they had to survive in this society according to the system of this society. They were no longer at the age where they felt great when seeing the protagonist in novels bumping shoulders with someone on the street and then killing the other person's entire family, killing the Yamen runners who came to handle the case, killing the entire clan, killing the entire province, killing the entire province, killing the entire country, killing the entire country, and destroying the world. So when Peter said he wanted to buy a business, she understood. Indeed, no matter how much money you make in the stock market, it is still rootless. Only when he truly has industry, has tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people to feed, and pays a large amount of taxes to the country, can no one touch him. It's just like some of the current real estate tycoons who owe tens of billions of yuan, but are only restricted and cannot even file a lawsuit, because if they go to jail, tens of thousands of families across the country will be forced to death. The country cannot allow such a thing to happen. So indeed, industry is the real amulet. And most importantly, it's not like the higher-ups are forbidding Peter from doing this. They still have 1 billion left. With Peter's ability, this 1 billion will probably turn into several billion soon. But this time the cycle will probably be longer. Do you have a goal? Grace said softly after taking a deep breath. I think so for now, but I'm still exploring other things. Do you have any suggestions? Hearing that Grace seemed to understand, Peter smiled and said to Grace, how can I give any advice? I'm just an ordinary trader. I may know a little about finance, but other things. Looking at Peter, who was looking at her, Grace spread her hands at this time, indicating that she really didn't understand these. Then help me keep an eye on my stocks. Peter smiled at Grace, and then turned his attention to the A-share market, where the name of Tianlong Real Estate was. Today, Tianlong Real Estate's share price dropped another 1.3%, leaving it with only 47.3 billion. I wonder if it will drop further. Boss, it's out. Yeah, okay, I got it. Just as Peter was looking at the A-shares, the traders behind him also started talking. After hearing his words, Peter also took a look at his account. When he opened the market today, there was a total of 4.6733 billion Hong Kong dollars in his account. Then he added the 300 million he earned on Saturday, Sunday, and today, plus the 500 million renminbi Lily gave him on Saturday. The total opening price was 5.75232 billion Hong Kong dollars. And after his operations today, there were a total of 6.4 billion Hong Kong dollars in his account, not counting the decimals. TSK, I have to say, it is really arrogant when you have money. Tens of millions are just a decimal to Peter. There were 1.1 billion Hong Kong dollars left, and Peter exchanged all the remaining 5.3 billion. After paying the handling fee, a total of 4.8 billion was deposited into Peter's account. Combined with his 10% off card, it was enough to buy Tianlong Real Estate. Okay, everyone, take a break. It's time to get off work. Seeing that there was no problem with the information in the account, Peter clapped his hands and signaled that everyone could go home and rest. After these people left, Peter, Grace, and Yuna drove back to his house together. When Yuna and Grace parked the car downstairs of his house, Haomei had already come down. However, what surprised Peter was that Grace and Haomei actually knew each other. Come to think of it, Grace was also invited by Yuna. Naturally, if Yuna wanted Haomei to join them, she would have to inform Grace in advance. So in fact, Grace and Haomei had met more than once. The three of them even had several meals together, but Peter didn't know it. So when they met, it didn't seem awkward, but when the four of them got in the car, the atmosphere became a little subtle because the person they were going to meet was Lily. Lily, they have never seen it. But before going to meet Lily, Peter and his group of four went to the supermarket first. We bought a lot of food, including meat, eggs, milk, sausages, vegetables, various seasonings, and daily necessities. Because Yuna and the others said that they wanted to move in, but moving would take more than a day or two, so in addition to clothes, they also needed some other things. Grace had actually wanted to move out of the house a long time ago, so it was natural for them to move together. Everything in the house also needed to be prepared, and paper towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, etc. needed to be purchased. So the four of them filled the trunk of Peter's car to the brim before leaving and driving to the downstairs of Lilia's house. Peter had naturally told Lily a long time ago that Yuna and the others would also be coming today. Lily had wanted to meet Yuna and the others for a long time, so naturally she wouldn't refuse. So at this moment, after getting on the passenger seat, the first thing she did was look at the back row, where she saw 3 girls sitting in a row, looking at her obediently. Tina is good X3. Hello. Don't be nervous. I don't eat people. Looking at the nervous expressions of the 3 women, Lily smiled and turned to look at Peter. They're all beautiful girls. You are lucky. But when will you take in the ones in my bar? Lily said, tilting her head to look at Peter. Sister, how could I have so many? Peter felt a little amused and helpless when he heard Lily say this. Olivia and the Sangwon, who and Ginny you've met. After hearing what Peter said, Lily also started counting on her fingers. No, Tina, how many women are you going to find for me? You know, Peter used to be a pure man, especially pure. After he got together with Diana, he rarely even talked to other women. As a result, he already has 4 women, and Lily is still counting how many more to take in? This is too exaggerated. Chapter 97, Scoring Twice. Seeing Peter looking at her helplessly, Lily said, It should be at least 20. After all, we need to rest too. After hearing Lily's words, Yuna and the others nodded. Indeed, Peter is a little too scary in some ways. Although they say they are extremely obsessed with Peter, kissing, hugging, and lifting Peter up on a regular basis can also ease their obsession with Peter. For some things that will require audits, they personally feel that half an hour is enough, and even then, they still need to take a break. But if Peter is allowed to be more unscrupulous, he can easily work 5 or 6 hours a night. So if they only find about 10 people, then they will have no time to rest. Just like Lily said, we need to find 20 people before we have time to rest. Well, it has to be at least 20. Looking at the rearview mirror, the 3 girls nodded seriously. Peter was really a loss whether to laugh or cry. 20 more. Do you really treat yourself like an animal? Shaking his head helplessly, he decided not to continue the topic, and then drove to a mutton hot pot restaurant that Yuna found online. The best mutton in the whole of China, no, the best mutton in the whole world, is found in the area west of Mongolia and near Gansu and Qinghai provinces. To be honest, the best beef sheep are hard to come by. It is not easy for ordinary people to eat real Yuzhungshan sheep. Really good lamb must be freshly cut. The frozen lamb rolls really taste bad, and the freshly cut lamb must be able to stick to the plate and not fall off. Peter and his 4 companions enjoyed the hot pot meal very much. Of course, if you enjoy your meal, you will eat for a longer time. The group arrived at Lilia's bar. They found that customers had already started to come in. After arranging a seat for Peter and the others, Lily went away to do something else. When she came back, she not only had a bottle of wine in her hand, but also brought Olivia, who looked confused. This is Olivia. She also likes Peter because he helped her before. These 3 are Peter's women, just like me. They're also your sisters. You have to get along well with them. As she spoke, Lily pushed Olivia into her position. Everyone present, especially Peter, felt embarrassed and at a loss after hearing Lily's words. Just as he was about to explain to Olivia, Yuna spoke first. Hello, my name is Yuna. Hello, Sister Yuna. My name is Hao Mei. Hello, Sister Hao Mei. My name is Grace. Hello, Sister Grace, Brother Kai. After greeting everyone around, Olivia looked at Peter. She seemed to see that Peter wanted to explain something. Well, that's right. They are all my women, just like Tina. Looking at Olivia's eyes, Peter hesitated for a moment, then nodded in response. He originally hoped that Olivia would give up. He already has so many women, so she shouldn't join in the fun. But Olivia seemed to be overthinking it. After hearing Peter's words, she just nodded woodenly, then looked at Peter and asked expectantly, Then can I too? Ha ha ha, of course you can too. You're welcome to join us. It was obvious that Yuna and the others understood what Peter said. He was not showing off how many women he had. He really wanted to persuade as many women as possible. But Olivia is really inexperienced. However, Yuna still decides to accept Olivia as joining, because no matter what group it is, the most important thing is balance. Originally, among the 3 of them, she, Grace, and Lily, she thought that she and Grace were not as important as Lily in Peter's heart. Only after she and Grace were tied together could they be on par with Lily. Now with the addition of Hao Mei, she could slightly surpass Lily. But Lily, after all, is Peter's first woman among these people, and her power and status need to be consolidated. After she came over, she immediately pushed Olivia here to show them that she has someone else. So at this time, letting Olivia join is mainly to balance Peter's harem. As for whether Peter is willing or not, does it matter? Peter again, although he looks embarrassed and helpless, he doesn't object. Yuna knows Peter very well. This guy is a double-faced person. A typical two-thirds scumbag, because he really doesn't take the initiative and doesn't refuse, but he will take responsibility, which is why they are willing to be around him. Well, shall I go with you guys later? Hearing Yuna's welcome to join her, Olivia also spoke excitedly, but just as she finished speaking, Lily came back. After hearing what Yuna had said to her, she also patted Olivia on the shoulder. How can it be so fast? You have to make an appointment with Peter first. Are you free tomorrow? Go on a date with Olivia. After hearing Lily's words, Olivia looked at Peter blankly. Only May felt a little embarrassed at this time, because it seemed that she was the only one who got straight to the point. Okay, let's do it tomorrow, but I have a date with May the day after tomorrow. Seeing that Lily had made up her mind, Peter nodded, but then he saw May, who looked a little embarrassed, and then he also started talking with a smile. After hearing what Peter said, May also looked at Peter with a smile, then happily picked up the wine in front of her and sipped it gently. Damn it, I'm showing respect to you by letting you drink. How shameless. Just when Peter and the others were chatting happily, suddenly there was a shouting sound from a distance. Looking in that direction, they found that on the stage, the lead singer of the band invited by Lily, a pretty girl, was being pulled away by two people. The other people in the band saw it and naturally did not agree. But these people also had other younger brothers who separated them. At this time, Peter's old acquaintance, Zhao Yu, was sitting at a bar table with another young man dressed as a young man. There was a row of beers on the table. Peter also laughed when he saw these two people. This Zhao Yu really only remembers to eat and not to be beaten. He was beaten so badly by me last time, and logically he shouldn't have recovered yet. How dare he come out and cause trouble now? It seems that a brace is inevitable today. But just as Peter stood up and was about to walk over there, Sang-won, whom Peter had met last time, took the initiative to walk towards these people. Chapter 98. Want to lie down again? Hey, little girl, come and play with your brother. As Sang-won rushed onto the stage, the guy closest to her among the people blocking the band couldn't help but smile, then reached out and touched Sang-won. Seeing this man's actions, Sang-won couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Her hands twitched at this moment, and she subconsciously wanted to touch the two long spikes stuck in her head, but she held back. In this situation, using weapons and not using weapons were two different things. So at this moment, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her body instantly jumped forward, one hand pressed on the guy's forearm and the other hand directly on his elbow, and then she saw her suddenly exert force. The guy's hand, which was originally stretched out towards Sang-won, instantly came towards himself. He had never imagined that Sang-won had this trick. When Sang-won held his hand, he subconsciously clenched his hand into a fist, which turned into a weapon to attack himself. He heard a muffled thud. The guy's fist instantly hit his nose, and the blow was quite heavy. After the blow, the guy's head instantly tilted back, and two streams of blood spurted into the sky. However, Sang-won had already approached the others around him. Before these people could react, Sang-won punched and kicked them frequently. All she heard was a series of loud noises, and all the guys on the stage were knocked off the stage. The two people who were originally holding the lead singer were also knocked down by her. She snatched the lead singer girl back and threw her back to the band. Then she stood on the stage and confronted these people. At this time, after being knocked off the stage, these people were obviously a little drunk. Especially Zhao Yu in the audience and the man next to him, who was also dressed like a rich young man. Unlike Zhao Yu, this guy takes a different approach. This man's name is Lu Dajiang. His family is in the earth-moving business. As those who know about the earth-moving business know, it used to be a bit shady. Although he says he doesn't dare to do that now, he is still used to being surrounded by people. The reason why he has a good relationship with Zhao Yu is that Zhao Yu's family is a construction contractor and has 3 construction teams under him, so he has a close relationship with some bosses. The two families often used it together, so the two of them often hung out together. The younger brothers who follow Lu Dajiang are basically all nouveau riche second generations who are not good at anything and eat everything without leaving any residue. They were used to bullying others, so even when they went to some big nightclubs, no one dared to stop them. The main reason they came to this small bar was because one of Lu Dajiang's subordinates came here to play once and found that the quality of the waiters here was particularly high. So I brought them here today, but the waiters here probably sensed that their intentions were not pure, so the ones who came to serve them wine were all male waiters. So they also turned their attention to the band on the stage, because in their opinion, the girl with a charm value of 81 on the stage was enough to make them happy. So Zhao Yu and others here ordered several songs first, and then used this as an excuse to ask the girl to come down for a drink. The girl naturally didn't want to do that, and then the scene just now happened. Looking at Sang-won, who was confronting him on the stage, Zhao Yu also stood up shakily at this time. It was obvious that he had drunk quite a lot at this time. Looking at Sang-won here, he also smiled and licked his lips. Okay, a fiery horse, right? This young master likes fiery horses. Come on, catch her for me. Hearing Zhao Yu's words, Lu Dajiang next to him also shouted, catch her for me, come on. After hearing Lu Dajiang's words, those who had just been knocked off the stage were all ready to rush back onto the stage. Although they had just been knocked off, they were not actually seriously injured. In addition, these people had been drinking, so their reaction to pain was slow. They thought they were knocked down because they were careless and did not dodge. They were about to go up and cause trouble for Sang-won, but at this moment, Zhao Yu suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. When he turned around and looked at the person who patted his shoulder, he couldn't help but feel scared, because at this moment, Peter's face, which he had dreamed about every night in recent days and was scared awake by, appeared so close in front of him. Before he could say anything, Peter's voice came from the depths of hell. You're so brave to come to my girlfriend's bar and cause trouble. After saying this in a low voice, Peter didn't give Zhao Yu any chance to react or refute the next second. He immediately slapped Zhao Yu's chest with his right hand. Then Zhao Yu felt a huge force coming, and then the familiar pain that was worse than death also entered his brain at this time. But now he was beaten and couldn't retreat because Peter was stepping on his feet and pulling his shoulders. So his body only bent slightly, but the pain was no joke, and then he couldn't help but scream, ah! Lu Dajiang on this side also heard his voice. When he turned around in surprise, he saw Zhao Yu being beaten so hard that he was bent like a shrimp. This guy was also a brave and aggressive person. He immediately picked up the wine bottle next to him and was about to throw it at Peter. At this time, Peter smiled and stepped back, pulling Zhao Yu forward. Then there was a crisp sound, and Lu Dajiang's wine bottle instantly hit Zhao Yu's head. Good boy. The pain in his chest wasn't even severe enough yet, and his head was hit hard again. In an instant, Zhao Yu's head was opened by Lu Dajiang. Lu Dajiang didn't expect that his attack would hit Zhao Yu. When he subconsciously wanted to touch the wine bottle next to him, Peter didn't give him a chance. Letting go of Zhao Yu, Peter also flashed in front of Lu Dajiang and hit him with his knee. Lu Dajiang felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Lu Dajiang was lucky that Peter was taller than him, otherwise he might have been hit. Just when he felt a pain in his lower abdomen and bent his body before he could scream, Peter's shoulder hit his chest directly. Then, in the position seen by the surveillance camera, he exerted a force of inch with his left hand and hit his side abdomen. The pain this time almost made Lu Dajiang faint, but this blow finally made him scream. Oops. Chapter 99. A scammer? Master Lu, Master Zhao. Fuck, you're looking for death. Fuck him. Although Peter, Zhao Yu, and Lu Dajiang seemed to be fighting fiercely just now. In fact, it happened in a flash. Less than 2 seconds after these people heard Zhao Yu scream, they heard Lu Dajiang scream, and when they turned their heads, they had already seen Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang being knocked to the ground. At this time, these people couldn't help but turn around and roared. Some of them were impatient and were ready to rush over immediately. Meanwhile, Sang-won on the stage looked towards Peter, ready to rush down to help. But Peter waved his hand at her, stopping her. If she came down now, there would be a fight. Peter would definitely have a way to deal with these guys. So at this moment, looking at the people rushing towards him, Peter shouted first, Hey, everyone stop fighting. Calm down, calm down. As he spoke, he rushed towards these people. His gorgeous footsteps made him feel at ease in this small area. He made sure that he would not face more than 2 people at any given moment. If these 2 people faced him, they would be in trouble. Amidst the chaotic sounds of overturned tables and chairs and screams, in just 3 minutes, all these people fell to the ground and began to groan in pain. Watching this scene, Sang-won and the others on the stage were stunned. They really didn't know that Peter had such skills. Looking at their shocked looks, Peter asked Lily in the distance, Have you called the police? Well, report it now. Hearing Peter say this, Lily couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because she saw clearly that these people looked so painful at this moment, and it didn't seem like they were pretending. If we call the police, won't that just lead to a fight? But since Peter said so, she chose to believe Peter, so she picked up the phone and called the police. Her bar is located in the city center, near the police station. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the police arrived. When they saw the 7 or 8 people lying on the ground, they couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. While they immediately called for reinforcements, they also asked about what had happened. And Peter also told us what he knew. This bar is owned by my girlfriend. I came here today to drink with friends. Then these people got drunk and tried to rape the girls in the band. Our waiter couldn't stand it and pushed them off the stage. Then these people wanted to fight, so I went to stop them. I just dodged them. I didn't hit them. I just pushed them away sometimes, but as soon as they touched me, they screamed and fell down. This is clearly a scam. Officer, our surveillance camera captured it clearly. Heard Peter's statement. They had already checked the surveillance footage. Just like what Peter said, these people seem to be trying to scam people. The video was very clear. These people first forced the girls in the band to drink. When the girls refused, they rushed onto the stage. Two people forced the girls to drink, and some people stopped the band. At this time, the girl named Sang-won came up. They knocked these people off the stage in no time, but they were obviously not going to give up. When the two leaders were still clamoring to take them back, Peter appeared. Just like he said, he just came to stop the fight. He first said something to Zhao Yu, and then Zhao Yu suddenly screamed and was about to hit Peter with his head. At this time, Lu Dajiang picked up a wine bottle and smashed it at Peter. As a result, Peter stepped back, and Lu Dajiang's wine bottle hit Zhao Yu's head directly. In order to prevent him from hurting himself again, Peter just stepped forward and grabbed him. As a result, he started screaming and lay down directly. Then, those people did the same, rushing over to hit Peter. Peter just pushed them away or blocked them. But their performance was as if they were watching those legendary Tai Chi masters. They flew out with screams and jumps, which was so fake that it couldn't be more fake. Then they lay on the ground and started screaming. After everyone lay down, Peter, a little confused, asked Lily to call the police. Judging from the video, there was nothing wrong with Peter's behavior. It was just that these guys were drunk and not only failed to tease the girl, they also wanted to scam her. At that moment, the two policemen's eyes became gloomy when they looked at Zhao Yu and others in the distance. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. These guys are dressed so smoothly, but it turns out they are just garbage. Just as the two policemen understood what had happened, reinforcements arrived. When they saw so many people lying there, some with their heads opened and some bleeding from their noses, these people were a little confused. They thought some big crime had happened, so they immediately asked the two policemen who arrived first. What's going on? The facts are clear. These people were drunk and tried to molest the girls in the band. When they failed, they resorted to scamming people. The surveillance footage shows it clearly. After hearing what their colleagues said, the two policemen also spoke. The two policemen didn't speak loudly, but the problem was that it was too quiet here, so their words were heard clearly by the people lying here. When Lu Dajiang, who was less seriously injured, heard the police say he was a fraud, he couldn't help but shout, "Damn it, do you know how to investigate the case? What do you mean by fraud? Do you know who my father is? I don't need fraud." After hearing what he said, the police here became even more certain that the problem lay with these guys. At that moment, I looked at him as if he were trash. However, the police are there to serve the people. Since they said they were beaten, they must follow the procedures. At this moment, a police officer who seemed to be the leader also spoke up. "Okay, you said you were beaten. Let's go and take them to get their injuries examined. You three are also parties involved. Come with me back to the police station to make a statement." After that, these people took Zhao Yu and the others to the hospital for an appraisal, while Peter, Sang-won, and the young girl who was the lead singer of the band also followed the police to the police station. It was obvious that the little girl was very nervous and scared at this moment, but Peter and Sang-won were very calm because they knew that they would be fine. The ones who were in trouble were Zhao Yu and the others. At the same time, Peter also told the girl that there would be absolutely no reconciliation or private settlement. No matter how much money they offered, he would pay double. He was originally still thinking about how to deal with Zhao Yu, but he didn't expect them to actually give him the chance. Chapter 100, No Private Settlement. Sign here and you can leave. As for the follow-up plan, we will discuss it with you after these people sober up. The record-taking process was very slow because while taking the record, they had to wait for the injury assessment report from the hospital they designated. But no matter how slow the report is, it will eventually be completed. There were 8 people in total, including Zhao Yu. The most seriously injured was Zhao Yu. His head was cut open and he had to get 8 stitches, which was considered a minor injury. The others did not even have minor injuries. And the most important thing is that his injury has nothing to do with Peter. It was caused by Lu Dajiang. As for Lu Dajiang and the other 6 people, according to the hospital's examination, they were fine, not even with soft tissue contusion. Although they kept screaming in pain, nothing was found, so the doctor could only think that they were fooling around. After the injury reports for the 8 people came out, the police told Peter, Sang-won, and the band's lead singer that they could leave. When they were about to walk out of the police station, they saw two cars parked in front of the police station. Two middle-aged men were standing there, saying something to a well-mannered man next to them who was wearing a suit and tie. When they saw Peter and others coming out, the two of them patted the man on the shoulder, and then the man walked to Peter's side and smiled actively. "Hello, everyone. My surname is Sun, and I'm the attorney representing Mr. Zhao Yu and Mr. Lu Dajiang. Let's discuss compensation now." After hearing what this person said, Sangwon pulled the girl next to her and signaled her to keep quiet and leave the matter to Peter. Peter waved his hand and said firmly, "We're not going to settle this privately, so there's no need to talk about it." "Sir, why are you so decisive? Let's be merciful. My client is sincere in seeking a settlement. Let's hear the price we offer. It's absolutely worth it. Besides, they're just some young people who got drunk and started a disturbance. If you don't settle privately, you'll only be able to keep them for 8 or 10 days, and it won't have any impact on them once they're released. So, why not take this opportunity to demand some compensation?" Seeing Peter say this, the lawyer couldn't help but speak. Hearing his words, Peter couldn't help but laugh and raised his wrist in front of him. "Do you recognize this?" Listening to Peter's words, the lawyer also looked at his watch. As a result, his pupils shrank involuntarily because, in his view, this watch seemed to be Patek Philippe, and it seems real. Although he didn't know what kind of watch it was, he knew that if it was real, the price of this watch would be terrifying. "Patek Philippe," the lawyer said in a low voice after swallowing his saliva. "Well, the 218 million won, I have plenty of money. I'm going to put them in jail, and they won't be in jail for just 10 days. The 8 of them drank, caused a disturbance, attempted rape, and were also involved in organized crime. My girlfriend's bar lost more than $5,000 because of the things they smashed and the customers they scared away. So they're still destroying other people's property. If they're sentenced for multiple crimes and we don't ask for compensation, they will be in prison for at least 3 years, or even longer." Patting the lawyer on the shoulder, Peter also smiled and said. After hearing what Peter said, the lawyer's pupils flickered. He knew the law very well, so he knew that if Peter filed a lawsuit like this, no matter whether the verdict would be according to what Peter said during the trial, they would definitely not be able to escape criminal detention, and they would even need to spend time in the detention center before the trial. This is equivalent to staying there for half a year or a year for no reason. And this is an obvious plan. He has no way to stop it. Peter deeply. He nodded to Peter and then ran back to the two of them quickly. "How about Lawyer Son? How much do they want?" As soon as they saw Lawyer Son coming back, the two of them immediately started asking. The other party doesn't want money. They have a lot of money, at least not tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions that could be given away. The other party just wants to sentence the two young men. There is not much room for maneuver. Looking at the two people, Lawyer Son also spoke. Upon hearing what Lawyer Son said, the two middle-aged men couldn't help but look at Peter, their eyes full of resentment. What will happen if the other party is determined to judge? While looking at Peter, another middle-aged man spoke gloomily. "It's hard to say what the court sentence will be, but there's a high probability it will be around 3 years. And most importantly, if they are to be sentenced as criminal suspects, they will first be detained in a detention center for an unknown period of time, and they will definitely have a criminal record. At that time, if you two want to help your two sons enter the company or go through official means, cooperate with state-owned enterprises, etc., you will face great resistance. Therefore, we must obtain a letter of understanding from the other party and not post this matter on the internal website, turning it into a criminal case." Looking at the two people in front of him, Lawyer Son also spoke quickly and firmly in a low voice. Upon hearing what the other said, both of them couldn't help but feel sad. At this moment, they missed their childhood, that is, the 1980s and 1990s. At that time, these people were lawless. Not to mention fighting because of drinking too much. Even if they crippled or killed someone, they had a way to deal with it. But now, as the times progress, if the son of the richest man in the country beats someone, he will have to go to the police station and humbly ask others to sign a letter of apology. Even if he doesn't sign, he will still have to go to jail. What's more, it's them. At this moment, they really hated their son, but there was nothing they could do. Peter and his generation are all only children. Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang do not have any second-hand children. They have to be saved whether they want to or not. Peter and the other two coming out of the police station, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other, then immediately put on an ugly smile and walked over. "Mr. Peter, right? My name is Zhao Lei, and I'm Zhao Yu's father. My name is LV Wanqing. I'm LV Dajiang's father. We are truly sorry. We apologize to you on behalf of our children. We are willing to compensate you for the trouble we have caused you. Any compensation is fine, as long as you ask for it. Yes, yes, after all, you're all young people with a bright future. There's no need to ruin them because of a misunderstanding. Looking at the two smiling middle-aged men in front of him, Peter also laughed. Chapter 101. Go in. Peter has never been a qualified businessman. He was a little too self-willed. If he were a qualified businessman, he might have gained some benefits from this, but he didn't need to. So looking at the smiling faces of the two middle-aged men in front of him, Peter also smiled, and then prepared to say he disagreed. But before he could open his mouth, two police cars suddenly drove over from a distance. Then Zhao Yu and others, whose wounds had been treated, were also escorted down from the police car. As soon as they came down, these people saw Peter, Zhao Lei, and Lu Wanqing. At this time, these people have not yet figured out the current situation. When Zhao Yu saw Peter standing with his father, he screamed fiercely, "Dad, it was him. He was the one who hit me. Help me kill him, Dad. You son of a bitch. Just wait, just wait. Dad, find someone for me. I'm going to take him and his bar down." Hearing Zhao Yu shout, Lu Dajiang also started shouting angrily. They still don't understand what they are going to experience. Looking at Peter's face, whose smile was getting brighter and brighter, Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing were also sweating coldly. The two men immediately rushed in front of Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang. Zhao Lei slapped Zhao Yu in the face, while Lu Wanqing kicked Lu Dajiang and shouted at the same time, "Shut up. You bastards. You're causing trouble, and you think you're right? Dad, you hit me. He was the one who hit me, and it hurt all over my body. Why are you still hitting me now? And you're blaming me? Dad, you're crazy. You're going to kill him." Feeling the punches and kicks from Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing, Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang were almost feeling aggrieved. They bullied others, and that was what they deserved. But now they were being bullied by others, and their whole bodies were in pain. And now their own father wanted to beat them? But Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing had no idea how badly their child was beaten by Peter. They just used their connections to watch the surveillance footage and confirmed that their child was not injured. The cut on Zhao Yu's head was also made by Lu Dajiang. The hospital report also showed that the 8 people were not injured at all. They were just trying to scam people. So after hearing the two people's aggrieved voices, they became even more angry. You too. You have to teach your children. There will be plenty of time in the future. When they get out of prison, they must be good people. Looking at the expressions of the two men, Peter smiled and said to them, then prepared to leave. "Bah, you're the one who's going to jail. Damn it, if this isn't over, I'm going to kill you. Lawyer son, sue him for me. I want to sue him." After hearing what Peter said, Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang couldn't help but scream, while Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing were too lazy to care about these two idiots at this time. They immediately stepped forward and wanted to say something to Peter, but Peter waved his hand to stop them. "I'm definitely going to send them to jail. Stop wasting your time. You two might as well spend more time with your son. After all, it won't be easy to see him in the future." Looking at Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing, Peter also smiled, then left with Sang Wan and the girl from the band behind him. Listening to Peter's words, Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing opened their mouths, as if they had aged a dozen years in an instant. Looking at their son being taken to the police station and Peter and the others who had already walked away behind them, they couldn't help but feel a little confused at this moment. They had to find a way to save their son, but how? They were also desperate. When Peter and his friends came out of the police station, they saw Lily, Yuna, Haomei, Grace, Olivia, Jenny, Hui, and several members of the band waiting for them opposite the police station. As soon as they saw these people, Peter and the others quickly came to them. "Do we still need to go back to open the store?" After looking around and making sure that Peter and the others were fine, Lily and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. And Peter also asked Lily, "Why open a store? All the customers have run away, and things are smashed everywhere. But we have just cleaned it up, so it won't delay tomorrow's work. As for today, let's go home first." After hearing what Peter said, Lily also smiled and said. Then she also looked at Olivia beside her. "Sang-won, please take Olivia home first. Olivia, remember your date with Peter tomorrow." "Oh, I see, Tina." After hearing Lily's words, Olivia blushed and looked at Peter. She really likes Peter more and more. This man is capable of taking responsibility. Meanwhile, Sang-won on the other side nodded to Lily and glanced at Peter. If Peter had checked her attributes at this moment, he would have known that Sang-won's favorability towards him had risen from 72 to 84. Tonight was a day that changed Sang-won's view of Peter. She also never thought that Peter was so good at fighting. This was somewhat beyond her expectations, so her feelings towards Peter actually increased a lot. After arranging everything, Peter and others drove back to their respective homes. This little incident tonight did not prevent Peter from doing his work. What's the matter? Of course, those who understand will understand. Before I knew it, the time had passed from around 9 in the evening to around 12 o'clock. Tonight, Lily and the others were in much better condition than usual. Usually, whether it was her, Yuna, or Grace, they were all like mud, unable to move or even lift their eyelids. But today, they could even take a bath with Peter. However, when the 5 people entered the jacuzzi, the bathtub, which was originally spacious enough for 2 or 3 people, now seemed small. It's already a bit crowded with just 5 people. What if there are 10, 20, 50, or 100 people? How are we going to take a shower? Lying on the edge of the bathtub, Lily suddenly spoke. 10, 20, 50, 100 more, you might as well just kill me. Peter rolled his eyes when he heard Lily's words. Where could he find so many beautiful girls? 50 or 100 is still too far away. But right now, there are Olivia, Sang-won, and the others. It's indeed a bit crowded, and there aren't enough beds to lie down. Listening to Peter's words, Grace also spoke up. I took a look at the beds in the other rooms. They're all joined together. Tomorrow I can dismantle the 2 side beds next to it and put them together in the master bedroom. Seeing Grace say this, Hame also said, Hey, why don't we renovate this house? Yuna on this side suddenly smiled and said after listening to everyone's words. Chapter 102, Decoration? Ugh. Okay. Sure. The women all seemed very interested in designing their own new homes. When they heard Yuna's words, Grace, Hame, and Lily beside them nodded in agreement. Then the 4 of them talked about what they wanted to design. I think the second floor can be completely cleared out. We don't need these rooms anymore. We could just make it into one room and put a big, thick latex mattress on it. Then we can go straight back to the bed. Looking at everyone, Grace spoke first. There's no need to be so extreme. This place is over 500 square meters. Are you really planning to find him over 200 wives? We can divide it up into 3 parts, a huge bedroom, a huge bathroom, and a huge dining room. I want a swimming pool. Seeing Lily say this, Hame also raised her hand and said, Well, a swimming pool would be fine, but I guess it can't be too big. Heard that Hame wanted a swimming pool. She thought about it and felt that it was not a big problem to make a small swimming pool about 1 meter deep and 5 meters by 10 meters. What for can't bear it? This can be built on top, so it's not a big problem. Then, after discussions among several women, the 32nd floor was quickly changed. In their plan, the more than 500 square meters here were divided into 4 parts. A bedroom of more than 200 square meters, with only a bed. Then there's a restaurant of about 100 square meters, a bathroom of about 150 square meters, a large pool for bathing in the middle, and a swimming pool next to the window of 50 square meters, and the 500 square meters of space disappears. The remaining 20 square meters can be turned into several bathrooms. Except for the 32nd floor, the 31st and 33rd floors are also somewhat different in their planning. From Lily's perspective, the overall decor on the 33rd floor was quite nice. Peter was completely bewildered. Did they really like that light pink color? What the hell? In Lily's plan, she plans to partition the 33rd floor into 30 small rooms with their own bathrooms, so that they will have a space of their own in the future, and they can rest here if they feel unwell. Of course, that perfect fitting room cannot be moved. The 31st floor can also be modified. Several rooms can remain unchanged, but only 2 can be left as guest rooms. The other rooms can be converted into study rooms, game rooms, and living rooms. Then the halls were merged and turned into a huge hall, so that people could come to the house for parties and the like. Of course, the sound insulation materials needed to be reinstalled, otherwise the neighbors would have a hard time living. The girls became more and more excited and happy as they talked. For a moment, they wanted to find someone to do it right away. Peter could only let them do it. He doesn't care anyway, as long as they like it. They kept discussing here until after 1 in the morning, and then went to bed together. There was no conversation that night. They were silent, but there was an uproar in Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang's family. Their only son was arrested. Originally, the police station should have uploaded the case tonight, but they used all the connections they could to postpone it for a day. Peter's forgiveness before midnight tonight. Their son would go straight to jail. Of course, this has nothing to do with Peter. He slept happily. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. When Peter and the others got up around 8 o'clock, how May had already prepared a rich breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Peter and his group left together. Peter and Grace still have to go to the company. Although there are only about 1.1 billion left in the Hong Kong stock account, Peter still has to operate as usual, but he doesn't need to pay so much attention. Even though he had only obtained the system for more than 10 days, he already looked down upon the speed of making about 100 million a day. To him, 100 million was just pocket money. Lily wants to go home and pack her things. Since Yuna and the others decided to move in, Lily was ready to move in as well. The main reason was that she tried it last night and found that it was indeed much easier for them to do it together, and it felt better. As for Yuna, she drove the car and took Hao Mei to Jack's place to pick up the car. Although Hao Mei's main identity is a nanny, does she also need a car to buy groceries? So Peter also said hello to Jack, and she would go to pick up the car with Yuna. It was quite a coincidence because Hao Mei got her driver's license together with Yuna, and now they both picked up their cars at the same place, and they both own the same car. Just as Peter was taking the four of them in the elevator and going downstairs, the elevator door opened. To Peter's surprise, Diana actually appeared in the elevator. She was really angry yesterday. She spent a day and a half searching and wanted to send the information she found to Peter, but Peter deleted her. Diana was really furious at that time, but after thinking about it, she decided to come and wait for Peter in person. If she couldn't wait for Peter today, she might even go and knock on Peter's door in person to deliver the gift. Diana, who was originally so arrogant when she was with Peter, is now constantly breaking her own bottom line. Think about it. Even when we had just broken up, I found out that Peter was actually a billionaire. Diana's idea was that if Peter came to her and begged her to reconcile, she would agree reluctantly. But now, Peter asked her to help with something, and she was extremely proactive. After finishing the task, she was still thinking about sending it to him or even sending it home. But when the elevator opened and she saw the four women chatting and laughing with Peter, she felt a little overwhelmed. Originally there was only one place next to Peter, and that was his place. But at this time, that position had become the other four people. Even if she and Peter reconcile in the future, who knows how many more people will be around Peter. Of course, she can only blame her and her mother for this. After all, she was the one who started it. As Diana saw Peter, Peter and others also saw Diana, and then Peter called her with some confusion. He actually didn't know what Diana was doing here. Doesn't she work at the sales center? Why is she driving to the garage? Oh, Peter, I have prepared the information you want. I'll get it to you. As she spoke, Diana took out a USB flash drive. Chapter 103. The culprit. Why are you giving this to me? Just send it. Oh, by the way, I deleted you. Sorry, it's my fault. I forgot. Looking at the USB flash drive, Peter subconsciously wanted to ask Diana to send it to him in a certain message, but he only remembered halfway through that he had deleted Diana. It's okay. Well, could you please approve my application now? That way I can contact you if anything happens in the future. Hearing what Peter said, Diana suppressed her anger, then gently stroked her hair and said to Peter with a smile, "Okay." Peter did not refuse Diana's request. In front of her, he added her letter back. However, this time, her note was not wife at the top, but became Diana. Thanks for the information. I will take a look. If I succeed in acquiring it, I'll promote you to manager. After saying this to Diana with a smile, Peter also walked towards the parking lot with Yuna and others who were surprised beside him. Looking at Peter chatting and laughing with them, Diana felt her heart begin to bleed again, but fortunately, she finally added the person back. Looking at the cartoon avatar on the phone, Peter had changed it. That was the one Diana had chosen for him, but he was so determined to change it. Maybe I hurt him too badly. Diana murmured softly as her fingers gently stroked Peter's profile picture, which had already changed to a realistic one. At this moment, suddenly a video call of a person named Yo-Yo in a certain message lit up. Looking at the message sent by this person, Diana couldn't help but frown, because this person was one of the culprits for her breakup with Peter. In Diana's opinion, she was indeed the main person responsible for her breakup with Peter, accounting for about 10%. Her mother accounted for 50% of the remaining 90%. If her mother had not forced her to make a choice, she would not have made the final decision. There's another person who accounts for 35%, and that is this person named Yo-Yo. She is Diana's best friend. Just like William, Jack, and Peter, she is also Diana's classmate from junior high school to high school, but she is a poor student. She was a little gangster in high school and started to hang out in society after graduation. So in her mind, women just have to deceive men. They don't need to give any emotional input. They just use their sweet words and bodies to attract rich men to spend money on them. This is the right way, finding a stable job, marrying an honest man. Those are things she would do when she's 40 years old, can no longer play, and no one wants her. She wasn't lying to Diana, but that was just what she did. Diana knows she has had more than 30 boyfriends, and she has open relationships with at least 100 men. She had slept with no less than 70 people. Of course, in her eyes, these people were just her ATMs, nothing more. So she really felt that it was a pity that Diana, who was so beautiful, was tied to Peter. Even if Peter was a rich man, it would still be a pity. She really felt that Diana should be dating 100 rich men at the same time, going to nightclubs every day and attracting men. This was the life she should live. Diana had indeed been attracted by her life of feasting and drinking every day, with men lining up to treat her to meals and buy her luxury goods. But after all, due to her upbringing and different personalities, Diana still couldn't be that kind of person. Especially after breaking up with Peter, Peter slapped her in the face with both hands. In her heart, Yo-Yo has become the second biggest criminal after her mother. So, she has not contacted her recently. What? She was responsible for 10% of the breakup, her mom was responsible for 50%, and Yo-Yo was responsible for 35%. So what about the remaining 5%? Of course, that's Peter. If Peter had told me earlier that he had plenty of money, would I still break up with him? Peter in her heart now. So Peter still only has 5%. Looking at the video call on her phone, Diana looked very unhappy at this moment. This guy caused her to break up with Peter, and now he dares to call her. She really deserves to die. But after hesitating for a moment, she still picked up the video. As soon as she picked up the video, she saw Yo-Yo's face with heavy makeup and long wavy hair. Next to her, there was a man who seemed to be massaging her legs. As for Yo-Yo, she didn't care at all whether the man would be seen or not. As soon as she saw Diana's face, she immediately started talking with a smile. "Hi, Diana, what are you busy with? You haven't asked me to go shopping lately," Diana said sarcastically after listening to Yo-Yo's words. But it was obvious that Yo-Yo didn't understand the sarcasm here, and still said with a smile, "Fisk, you're just being unreasonable. You're taller and prettier than me. All you have to do is flirt, and there are plenty of men to pay for you. Hey, look at my bestie. Isn't she pretty?" As he spoke, Yo-Yo patted the man next to him and said, "Well, beautiful, but I still like you better." Diana in the video, and his eyes lit up, but he knew very well what to say at this time. So he smiled and came close to Yo-Yo and said, "Go away, you bastard. But speaking of it, you were really patient. Even after Zhao Yu was arrested, you were still able to go to work." He kicked the man with a smile, and then Yo-Yo continued to speak. "Zhao Yu was arrested? What does it have to do with me?" Diana frowned when she heard that Zhao Yu was arrested, but this matter really had nothing to do with her. "Hey, aren't you with him? I heard that it was Peter who arrested him this time. His father is almost going crazy. He sent out a message saying that he is willing to pay 200,000 yuan as a reward to anyone who can get Peter's letter of apology. That's 200,000 yuan. I called to ask if you were still in touch with Peter. If you don't make the money, who will?" Looking at Diana on the screen, Yo-Yo also smiled and said, but when she heard her alarmed words, Diana just laughed disdainfully. 200,000? Although she didn't know how much money Peter had now, Peter had said that he would acquire Tianlong real estate in full. He might be earning more than 200,000 a day now. I have to say, Diana still underestimated Peter. Peter now earns a lot in a day. It's 1,200,000. Chapter 104, Purpose. Sell DG Financial and Sino-Ocean. Today's earnings will be divided into 5 parts. 200 million will be used to purchase Rongchuan Yanhuang. 300 million will be used to purchase Shermao Group. 300 million will be used to purchase Suhui Holdings. 200 million will be used to purchase Yite Group, and the remaining funds will be used to purchase Green Yanhuang. After sending Lily away, Peter went to work with Grace. He then controlled the traders to sell the stocks they had purchased yesterday, and buy the stocks he was optimistic about today. Among the 5 stocks he's optimistic about today, the lowest one can rise by 9.83%, and the highest one can rise by 11.58%. The average increase is about 11.3%. Currently, there are a total of 1.1 billion Hong Kong stocks in his account, which means that when he sells them tomorrow, the total value of these stocks will reach 1.2243 billion. It's not a particularly large amount, but more than 100 million a day is fine. In addition to the 100 million yuan that he deposits into his bank card every day, his daily cash income of more than 200 million yuan is something he is quite satisfied with for now. Peter now has other ways to make money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch the USB flash drive in his pocket. And then he was about to go to his office to take a look, but when he turned around, he saw William waving at him outside like a monkey. You take a look here, I'll go take a look at this first. Good. Saying something to Grace, Peter also walked out of the area. As soon as I walked over, I saw William walking towards me with a smile on his face. You're laughing so happily. Did you pick up a girl the day before yesterday? Or did the lady at the front desk leave you a message? Looking at William's expression, Peter also said with a smile, forget about picking up girls, but that girl at the gym has a really great figure and looks. As for the girl at the front desk, I already have her contact information. Otherwise, who would I take pictures of at the gym for? But it's you, how are you? The day before yesterday, I went out with 3 beautiful girls. Did you get any? Looking at Peter, William also smiled and spoke. You're just thinking about it. I just ate a meal. Besides, I don't lack women here. Glancing at William, Peter also started talking with a smile. That's right. Women nowadays are too superficial. They only see handsome looks and wealth, but are completely blind to the greatness and righteousness in a man's heart. Shaking his head with emotion, William also said with a sad face, if you have something to say, let's talk about it. If not, get out. I still have things to do. Seeing his funny look, Peter also said something to him, and then prepared to go back to the office. William suddenly remembered what he was doing here. Something's up. Your former boss, Ms. Fong, is here. I brought her to your office. I'm rushing over to find you. Chloe is here. Peter muttered in confusion after hearing William's words. He really didn't know what Chloe was doing here, but he still quickly returned to the office. When he got here, he found Chloe sitting on the sofa in his office, and the girl at the front desk was making tea for her. When the little girl saw Peter coming, she immediately bowed respectfully to Peter, called him chairman, and then turned and left. Is this your assistant? She looks average. As the little girl left, Chloe put down her teacup with a smile and spoke to Peter. This was the first time they had met since she kissed him at the police station. Chloe didn't see anything wrong with it, but Peter was still a little embarrassed. So at this moment, he sat on the sofa opposite Chloe and looked at her. She's not my assistant. She just happened to be away today. Miss Fong, you're not here to see my assistant, are you? Of course not. I'm here to give you a check. Hearing Peter say this, Chloe also smiled and said, then took out a check from her bag and put it in front of Peter. The total amount of the check was $228,891, which was exactly the amount Jack spent on repairing the car lights. This was something she owed him, so Peter naturally didn't want to be polite and just accepted it. At the same time, he also said, why would you just transfer the money to me directly? Why bother making such a special trip? Hey, I wanted to come and see you too. Hearing Peter say this, Chloe also supported her chin and said with a smile. Seeing Chloe's expression, Peter couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. He always felt that Chloe had some ulterior motives towards him. Seeing Peter's defensive look, Chloe rolled her eyes at him. Look how scared you are. I'm a man-eating tiger. You're so scared. It's okay if you're tiger. I should be able to beat a tiger, but I'm not sure I can deal with you. Shaking his head, Peter looked at Chloe and said seriously. He wasn't kidding. Tiger, he really should have been able to beat him. The terrifying Homo erectus is no joke. But when facing Chloe, he always felt that he could not guess what this girl was going to do. Fisk, look at what you're capable of. I'm not here to eat you today. I'm here today, firstly, to give you some money, secondly, to say thank you, and thirdly, to ask you to do me a favor. Looking at Peter's guarded look, Chloe curled her lips, but Peter was right about one thing. She came here this time because she really wanted to trouble Peter with something. We're so familiar with each other. If there's anything, just tell me directly, isn't this related to your friend? Seeing Chloe pretending to be sincere, Peter also started talking. Hey, your guess is right. It is indeed related to her. And you're the only one who can help me with this. Let me first introduce you to the identity of my friend. Her name is Li Haoyan. She's the same age as me, 26 years old. Her family situation is a bit special. Her mother passed away a long time ago. But before he died, he left her shares in a company. Originally, even if she only had the company's dividends, she could live a good life. But recently there have been some changes in the company's board of directors, which allowed China Merchants Bank to intervene in the company's accounts, and then her father deducted her share of the dividends. I feel that it is very likely that her father, her stepmother, and her brother wanted to take advantage of this property. Then she was forced to return from abroad, but to be honest, I know her bad temper too well, and even if I went back to talk to her, I wouldn't be able to resolve the issue, so I had to let someone else do it. Peter couldn't help but frown as Chloe told him so much. You don't want me to help her get this property? Of course not. I'm the one who should ask for it. But my current status is very embarrassing. You know very well what a mess the company has become. So I need you to do me a favor. There's a cocktail party this weekend, and I want you to be my date. Listening to Peter's words, Chloe also smiled and talked about her purpose. Chapter 105 Date. A cocktail party. Peter hesitated a little when he heard Chloe say that. Just look at his attributes, and you'll know that Peter is an I person, very I, very I. He actually doesn't like too much useless socializing, nor does he like being in a crowd. If there is something to do at a cocktail party, he will go. But if there's nothing to do, or, to be more precise, something that has nothing to do with him and his woman, then he is too lazy to go. But the problem is, although Chloe is not his woman now, the relationship between them cannot be said to be unrelated. So after hesitating for a moment, he nodded and agreed. When? You won't need me to wear a suit, will you? Apparently, Peter's resistance to cocktail parties is not as great as his resistance to suits. It's scheduled for this Sunday night. You don't seem to like wearing suits. How about I order you a casual suit? Hearing Peter's words, Chloe also mentioned the time, then scratched her head in embarrassment. She could tell that Peter didn't seem to like wearing suits. In her impression, Peter didn't seem to have worn that thing. Other bosses always pursue the feeling of a thug in a suit. Only Peter wears either sportswear or outdoor mountaineering clothes all day long, and he likes SUVs. He doesn't have the slightest impression of being worth billions. Forget it. Since everyone agrees, let's go. I have a suit that I can wear. Instead of getting another plywood suit, Peter might as well wear his own custom-made one. Oh, and a car. Don't drive that Wong Wong anymore. It'd be better to get that Maybach or even a Bentley. And we'll need a driver. Hearing Peter agree, Chloe also smiled and said, You have a lot to do. I need to prepare the car and the driver too. Seeing Chloe roll her eyes, Peter said something speechless. There's no other way. You're the only reliable friend I have right now. Otherwise, how about I give you some compensation? Seeing Peter's speechless look, Chloe blinked and spoke to Peter. You're practically broke now. What kind of compensation can you give me? Peter knew Chloe's current financial situation, so what kind of compensation could she get? But just as Peter finished speaking, Chloe suddenly stood up, leaned over the coffee table in front of her, held Peter's face with both hands, and then moved closer. As for Peter, he was instantly controlled at this moment. Although this was not the first time Chloe had attacked him, Peter was still a little overwhelmed. Chloe held her in place. Compared to the last time at the police station, this time Chloe controlled Peter for a longer time. About 5 minutes later, Chloe raised her head, looked at Peter with a smile, and said slowly, Is this reward enough? If not, I can pay more. All right, that's just scratching the surface. Didn't I already agree? Looking at Chloe's delicate face in front of him, Peter swallowed his saliva, then waved his hand, broke free from Chloe's hand, and said with a blush, Oh, you want to sleep with me? As expected, you have a crush on me. After hearing Peter's words, Chloe smiled and returned to her seat, then looked at Peter and said, But all he got in return was another eye roll from Peter. Chloe didn't stay here for too long. Although she seemed crazy sometimes, she was very dedicated to her company. Peter today, she also has 2 other companies to discuss cooperation. So after chatting with Peter for a while, she left. After she left, Peter also took the computer to check the information Diana prepared for him. Unexpectedly, the information Diana prepared for herself was quite complete. Peter muttered softly and followed the satellite map of the current Tianlong real estate plot marked by Diana to check it online. Seeing this, Peter couldn't help but frown. He frowned not because these plots of land were bad, but because these plots of land were too good. At this moment, in Peter's eyes, among the 7 plots of land owned by Tianlong Real Estate, 3 are excellent, and the remaining 4 are not bad either. The best one is a piece of land near the 4th ring road of Didi. The land is currently worth 3.5 billion yuan, but after a year and a half, the land is worth 8.9 billion yuan, a full increase of 154%. The reason is naturally due to the regulation in the imperial city. They plan to plan a new district here, and the location is set here. So the price of this land will double in a half. And when the house is built on this piece of land, the land price will at least double. That is to say, a plot of land worth 3.5 billion may be worth about 28 billion after the house is built. This increase is no joke. The second valuable plot of land is in Hangzhou City, Zhejiang Province. It was originally an ordinary plot of land, but the Hangzhou government plans to expand Shoshi Lake in 2 years, and this area is next to the expansion area. In other words, this land will become a lake scenic area in 2 years. This piece of land is worth 2.8 billion, but in 2 years, it will be worth 6.3 billion. If a villa area were built, the conservative estimate would be over 15 billion. The third valuable piece of land is in Shanghai. There is no other reason for this. It is just the simple expansion of the city, but the land can also increase from 2.5 billion to 4 billion. If you want to build a house on it, it will cost at least 10 billion. The other 4 plots of land are also not bad, with an increase of at least 30%. Seeing this scene, Peter became more and more troubled about acquiring this company. There are talented people in this company. Just as Peter was thinking here, Yuna and Haomei also came back. Haomei has already chosen a car, and now she has to go through the onboarding process here so that Peter can pay for her insurance. However, Peter doesn't have much time to be intimate with them because he has plans to go shopping with Olivia today. Seeing that the time was almost up, Peter said hello to them in grace, then drove to a shopping mall where he had an appointment with Olivia. When he parked the car in the basement and arrived at the door on the first floor, he saw Olivia, who had already arrived and was waiting for him. Today, Olivia finally didn't wear the waitress's uniform. Instead, she wore a JK suit, a small white shirt, a small plaid skirt, knee-length white socks, and a pair of black leather shoes. It really showed her advantages and youthful aura to the fullest. The only thing that was a little surprising was that there was a boy around her at that time. Olivia obviously didn't like him, and she was looking at her phone with a frown. Chapter 106, The Sound of a Broken Heart. Olivia, I know a great coffee shop here. I'd like to buy you a cup. Olivia, there's a new escape room here. Do you want to go? Olivia, the person you're waiting for hasn't come yet. Making a lady wait is not what a gentleman should do. Olivia, listening to the constant noise of the man next to her, Olivia also hoped for the first time that Peter could come earlier, but at this moment, suddenly a voice different from the one just now came from behind Olivia. Sorry, am I late? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Olivia turned her head immediately and looked at Peter with surprise. Brother Kaino, you came just in time. After hearing Peter's words, Olivia ran over immediately and took Peter's arm very naturally. Although the two said this was their first contact, their movements were extremely natural. Looking at this scene, the boy standing here was completely stunned, as if Peter heard the sound of something breaking. Who is this? Looking at the boy's expression, Peter asked Olivia at this time. Oh, this is the president of our school's student union. We just happened to meet him here. I guess he has an appointment with someone else. Let's go and don't disturb him. After hearing what Peter said, Olivia smiled, then pulled Peter up and prepared to leave. Seeing Olivia walking so resolutely, the boy opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Since he didn't say anything, don't blame Peter. Peter and Olivia went to the second floor and came to a teppanyaki restaurant. Speaking of teppanyaki, many people probably think it is related to the island. But in fact, this way of eating can be traced back to Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries. The Westerners at that time invented this way of eating because they were floating on the sea all day. Well, it's not right to say that it was invented, because Yin Huang had already eaten this way earlier, but they just didn't know it. Later, this way of eating was spread to America. It was not until the 20th century that it was brought back to the island by an American of Japanese descent, that it began to be promoted around the world in this way. But it's in the territory of Yin Huang, so this teppanyaki restaurant still serves French teppanyaki. After ordering and waiting for the chef to prepare the food in front of them, Peter and Olivia started chatting. In addition to the initial pleasantries, Peter also asked about her current situation. Although Peter had seen her attributes, he really didn't know much about her situation because Lily only told him that her family was from the countryside and her conditions were average. So I don't go home during summer or winter vacation and work here to earn tuition. He is now a sophomore, but he really doesn't know the details. Hearing what Peter said, Olivia also told him about her situation. Olivia is 20 years old this year and will be a sophomore when school starts in a few days. She is currently studying at a comprehensive university in this city, majoring in sports health and rehabilitation. Peter was a little surprised when he heard her words. Sports health and rehabilitation. Can you give a massage? Peter's master level of medical skills includes not only Chinese medicine, Western medicine, massage, acupuncture, etc. So he was also very surprised at this time. Well, but we are studying treatment, not health care, so it will be painful when pressed. Brother Kai, do you want to try it? When Olivia heard that Peter was interested in her major, she also spoke with a smile. Ugh. Hearing Peter's agreement, Olivia took Peter's hand and pressed it on Peter's ulnar nerve. Peter felt that her hand was quite strong and she was good at finding the acupoints. It felt numb and tingling, which was quite comfortable. Hey, Brother Kai, you look good. Seeing the look of enjoyment on Peter's face, Olivia couldn't help but speak. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes that if the circulation is unobstructed, there will be no pain, and if there is pain, there is obstruction. Young people nowadays are either playing with their mobile phones or working on computers, so there are some problems with the ulnar nerve and wrist. So when pressing here, many people would feel pain, but Peter seemed very comfortable at this time. Yeah, very comfortable, not bad. There are no problems with the technique, strength, or finding the acupoints. Looking at Olivia, Peter also said with a smile, "Oh, Brother Kai, you also know this?" Olivia asked in surprise when she heard Peter's professional words. "Of course, I know a lot about you, Brother Kai. How about I press it for you?" After hearing what Olivia said, Peter also took her hand and spoke with a smile. Feeling Peter's actions, Olivia's face only blushed slightly, but she did not refuse or struggle, and just let Peter play with her hand. Watching the interaction between Peter and Olivia, others might just feel a little envious and jealous. But some people feel more broken than ever. At this moment, the boy who was leaning against the wall at the door of the store was almost biting his teeth when he saw Peter and Olivia in the store. This guy is a member of the student union of Olivia's school. He fell in love with Olivia at first sight when he was welcoming new students last year. He pursued her for a whole year, but she didn't even let him hold her hand, and she didn't even give him the friend status on WeChat. He now licks Olivia, and he has to rely on a girl in the dormitory next to Olivia who he bribed to provide information. This summer vacation, he did not go home and lived in school. He wanted to pursue Olivia, but Olivia went out late and came back early every day and slept during the day. He didn't know where she went. Finally, today, he received a message. He said Olivia was dressed very beautifully and went out during the day, so he followed her out immediately. But when he came out, he found out that Olivia was actually dating Peter. He is now truly broken beyond repair. But he couldn't bear to just go back and give up like this. He followed Peter and the others to the front of the hotel for some unknown reason. However, looking at this scene, he felt that his heart, which was already broken, became even more broken at this moment. But there are still many things that he cannot accept. After they finished their meal, they went to the movies, played arcade games, went shopping, and had a seafood dinner in the evening. The two of them went to the underground garage and got into Peter's car. Under his gaze, Peter also fastened the seatbelt for Olivia, who was sitting in the passenger seat. However, after the seatbelt was fastened, Peter did not go back, but parked directly next to Olivia. Chapter 107, Negotiation. Tina, this is... Peter didn't know whether Olivia's bootlicker senior was broken into pieces or not. He just knew that after he tasted Olivia's flavor, the two of them drove away directly. Peter was originally wondering where to go, but Olivia said she wanted to go to Lily's bar and then go back to Peter's house with Lily in the evening. Olivia, of course, knew very well what the two of them might do after today's date. To handing herself over to Peter, but she was a little confused about where to do it. Going to the hotel, she didn't want to. She felt that going to a hotel always felt a bit unprofessional. But I couldn't go back to my dorm, so the only option was Peter's house. As for being with other people, she didn't care too much. So since Olivia had said so, Peter drove her back to Lily's bar, but as soon as they arrived today, they felt that the atmosphere was a little off. Lily had already arrived. Sang-won and the others were packing up the bar, preparing for the opening. However, the band that usually arrived on time, or even late, had already arrived today. However, the atmosphere between them and Lily was a little off. As Peter and Olivia came over, Olivia also asked Lily, "Oh, nothing. Why are you here? Didn't you go to the candlelight dinner?" Looking at Olivia and Peter, Lily asked them with a smile, "I ate it, but I still want to come back and be with you." Listening to Lily's words, Olivia also pulled the corner of Lily's clothes. "Silly girl. Okay, go change your clothes first." Looking at Olivia's expression, Lily patted her head and sent her to change her clothes. After she left, Peter also looked at these people. "What's going on?" "I'm here to say goodbye." Hearing Peter say this, Lily also replied in a low voice, "Because of what happened last night? I'm really sorry, Tina." Mr. Peter, Zhao Yu's father, Zhao Lei, offered 200,000 yuan to buy my letter of apology. Lu Dajiang's father, Lu Wanqing, also said that no matter who it is, if they take the letter of apology to him, he will give the money. Hearing Peter's question, the lead singer of the band also said with some concern, "Tina, Mr. Peter, you are not afraid, but we can't. Two groups of people have found us today. Hey, Seeing that the girl seemed unable to continue speaking, the guitarist behind her also spoke helplessly. Oh, their hands stretched out quickly. Did you sign? Peter asked with some confusion after hearing the girl's words. No, Sister Sangwon is here. She sent those people away, but shaking her head, the girl glanced at Sangwon in the distance with some gratitude. Okay, I got it. Give me your bank card. Wait here for a moment. I'll call my lawyer over and have you sign a full power of attorney agreement. Then you can leave. I'll buy you the nearest plane ticket. You can go out and play for a few days, then go to another city to continue playing with the band. Or whatever you want. Leave it to me. After listening to the girl's words, Peter waved his hand, then asked for the girl's bank card. Peter directly transferred 500,000 yuan into it. As for how they divided the money, that was their business. Peter then called his legal affairs officer and asked him to come over immediately with the power of attorney agreement. Looking at the 500,000 yuan that had just been deposited into the bank card, the people in the bands couldn't help but be shocked, even though Peter had said that he would pay double the amount given by the other party. But they really didn't expect that Peter actually gave so much money. The few people were very grateful and waited here for a while. The lawyer came over and they signed the agreement. Peter also asked Sang want to drive his own car and take these people to the airport. They bought the nearest flight directly. It didn't matter where they went. He would pay for it. After everything was arranged and the band members left, Peter sat down at the bar and started drinking with Lily. Alas, now that they're gone, I have to find a new band again. Lily sighed and then started talking. Don't look at me. Even though I can play the piano and stuff, I'm just one person and I can't handle it. There's really nothing I can do about this. Spreading his hands, Peter had money in ways, but he really didn't have a band. You look so scared. Don't worry. I already have a backup here. You can come to work tomorrow, but today I'll trouble you to be the singing king. Seeing Peter's shocked expression, Lily also started talking with a smile. Although the band members have left, the instruments they use here were all bought by Lily, so they naturally stayed. So today, Peter has to take over. Hearing Lily say this, Peter couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, he was drafted into the army. However, he didn't refuse. Instead, he went straight to the stage and began to tune the instruments according to his own habits and pitch. As time passed around 8 o'clock in the evening, people started to come to the bar, and Peter began to play the guitar. At first, people who came to the bar were a little confused. Why was Peter the band on the stage instead of the one they were familiar with? But when Peter started playing, they couldn't help but be stunned, because even if they didn't understand music, they knew that Peter's playing level was much better than that of the band. So for a while, the atmosphere in the bar was relatively normal, until around 9 o'clock, when 3 people walked into the bar. As soon as these 3 people came in, Peter on the stage, Lily at the bar, Olivia, Sangwon, and Jenny couldn't help but stare at them, because they all knew these 3 people. It was Zhao Yu and Lu Dajian's father, Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing, who I met at the police station door yesterday. After they came in, they walked to the bar with gloomy eyes. Seeing this scene, Peter put down his work on the stage, walked over, and stood next to Lily. Peter and Lily in front of him. Zhao Lei also started talking. We've checked your background. Fine, we admit defeat. Tell me what you want in exchange for letting our son go. Are you mistaken? It was clearly your 2 sons who were causing trouble here. Why are you saying it as if I've tricked them? Listening to Zhao Lei's words, Peter also started talking with a smile. Chapter 108. Fight to the death? Stop talking nonsense. I want you to sign a letter of understanding and give me some conditions. After hearing what Peter said, Lu Wanqing looked at the time. It was getting closer and closer to 12 o'clock, and they had no time now. As expected of a dirt worker, the banditry in his mouth could no longer be contained and burst out. No conditions, no opening. Listening to Lu Wanqing's words, why should Peter indulge him? Boy, I think you are looking for death. You should be thankful that we live in a society ruled by law. Otherwise, you would be lying here. And niece, your father and I are more or less friends, so you're being a bit unethical. Seeing Peter's decisive words, Lu Wanqing slapped the bar and stood up. He spoke to Peter first and then looked at Lily. Seeing that he dared to threaten them and Lily, Peter and Lily, who were originally smiling, couldn't help but look gloomy at this moment. If you didn't mention that rubbish, maybe I would consider it, but now, there's nothing to talk about. Lily spoke first at this time. After hearing Lily say so, Peter still had an expression that he was determined to do so. At this time, Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing also pointed at the 2 of them, and then the 2 of them immediately left the bar. What should we do now? Although the 2 men had just left, their eyes revealed a sense of fatigue and helplessness as soon as they came out. As soon as they came out, Zhao Lei also asked, "Go take care of it and say hello. Detention is inevitable, but we still have a chance to resolve this matter before the trial. This also requires a letter of understanding from them. However, there is still some time before the trial, so we can still make some arrangements." Wiping his face, Lu Wanqing also spoke. He had a lot of people inside, so it would not be a problem to take care of Zhao Yu and Lu Dajiang. Operate? How do we operate? I don't know where they sent the band members. My people couldn't find them even after calling them. They both refused to listen. What should I do? Listening to Lu Wanqing's words, Zhao Lei also sighed. Now he really didn't know what to do. Prepare for both scenarios. I know this Lily. Her father was a big thug who was shot 2 years ago. Now he relies on this little bar to make a living. Find a way to make her unable to run it. As for that Peter, his identity is very mysterious. I only found out that he and your boy were jealous of each other over a woman. He is so determined this time. It must be related to this matter. So, Lao Zhao, you have to solve this problem. Contact everyone you can. He has a company called Ontai Finance, which is engaged in big data. It has cut off all his income. I just don't believe that without income, they won't come to us and ask us to write a letter of apology. Looking at Zhao Lei, Lu Wanqing also spoke at this time. After hearing his words, Zhao Lei wanted to say something to him. If it weren't for Lu Dajiang insisting on bringing Zhao Yu here to drink and make trouble, Peter would not have had the opportunity to target his son. Of course, now is not the time to shirk responsibility, so Zhao Lei decided to endure it. So the two of them nodded, and then immediately made arrangements. At this moment, Lily and Peter, well, they didn't feel anything at all. Just do what you should do. Don't they know that Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing will retaliate? Of course they know, but the question is, do they care if they know? Suppressing Ontai Financial? If it wasn't for finding a shell company and a place to work, Peter wouldn't even buy this thing. A useless company with a net profit of over 1 million yuan a year, using its pathetic performance to suppress himself? Isn't that crazy? As for causing trouble for Lily, haha, let's see if they have the ability to do so. So at this moment, the singing and dancing continued, and everything was the same as before. As time came to around 10 o'clock in the evening, Peter, Lily, and Olivia drove home together. When they got home, Grace, Yuna, and Haomei were all at home. They were obviously a little surprised. They didn't expect Peter and Olivia to come back, but since Peter chose to come back, the next things were much easier. Just when Peter was having fun at home with Lily, Olivia, Grace, Yuna, and Haomei, Zhao Yu, Lu Dajiang, and others who were originally detained in the police station were officially put online and escorted to a nearby detention center to begin their formal detention. As the night passed quickly, the next morning, everyone went about their business as usual. Yuna and Grace followed Peter to the company. After Haomei prepared to clean up the house, she went on a date with Peter at noon. As for Olivia, she went home with Lily and prepared to help Lily pack her things. As for Olivia, she doesn't need it. Firstly, she is still a student and will go back to school in a few days. It is too troublesome to apply for day study. However, although the university she attends is not a fake university, it is not a famous brand either, so the inspection at night is not strict and she can come and live with Peter at night. But I have to go back 2 or 3 days a week at least, so I don't need to take anything with me. Secondly, when the two of them were shopping yesterday, Peter bought her a lot of clothes, shoes, bags, etc. Except for Lily, Peter bought clothes, shoes, and bags worth 100,000 yuan for each girl. He treated them all equally, so at least they had some clothes to change into. So she just needed to get some spare underwear. And with Peter, her old underwear and other things naturally couldn't fit in anymore. As for Haomei, she completed the joining procedures yesterday afternoon. She and Yuna had already returned to their rental house and packed a lot of things, and she and Grace had already come over in the evening. As for the remaining large pieces of luggage, Peter would move them when he was free. As for Grace, it's a bit troublesome because I may have to meet Grace as parents. As for today, after cleaning up the house, Haomei didn't stay at home for long. Peter today, after she tidied up the house, seeing that it was almost noon, she took a taxi to Peter's company. By then, Peter had already asked Grace and the others to buy today's stocks. Then he left the company and went out to play with Grace. But compared to Olivia, Haomei was much more direct. When Peter was having dinner with her, he asked her where she was going to go, and her answer was, "Let's go to the hotel." Chapter 109, Drinking. Ding dong. As Haomei lay weakly on Peter's chest, Peter's cell phone beside him suddenly rang, which made the two of them stunned. It's almost 5 o'clock now. Who would come to see me at this time? When Peter picked up his phone, he found that the person who sent the message was Shun Cece. After opening it, he found that the message from Shun Cece was only one sentence. "What's up? Come out for a drink." Then, as if he was still afraid that Peter wouldn't come, he sent another address. This address is not far from the back of their former school. It is a barbecue restaurant. Peter and his friends often go there to eat. The barbecue here tastes really good. "Is there a job?" Still Tina or Yuna. Seeing Peter staring at the screen in a daze, Hame also asked. "No, it was my classmate, female classmate, who asked me to go out for a drink." Shaking his head, Peter chose to tell the truth. "Oh, then go ahead. I need to take a break." After hearing Peter's words, Hame waved her hand and rolled to the side. No, I didn't say I was going. We both have to have dinner, right? How could I leave you here and go out for a drink by myself?" Peter was so angry that he laughed after hearing what Hame said. "It's okay. I need to rest for a while. I'll ask Yuna and Grace to pick me up later, and then the three of us can go eat." Seeing Peter's helpless look, Hame also struggled to prop herself up and then blinked at Peter and said. Hearing her say this, Peter couldn't help but scratch his head. "What kind of link is this?" "Okay, go ahead. I need to rest." Seeing Peter still in a daze, Hame couldn't help but kick him. "Then shall I carry you to take a bath?" Seeing Hame's attitude, Peter said hesitantly. "No, I'll take a shower with you. I don't even know when I'll be done." "Go." But this time, Peter didn't listen to her. Instead, he picked her up and walked into the bathroom. Half an hour later, the two of them left the hotel neatly dressed. Putting Hame in the car of Yuna, who came to pick her up, Peter also returned to his own car. However, when he looked up and saw Yuna's car that had disappeared, Peter couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do these girls think he is a sex-crazed devil? Besides, I really don't have any thoughts about Shin-Cece and Helan. But now, seeing that they had left and shunned Cece's message on his phone, Peter thought for a moment and replied with an okay. Then the other party replied immediately. "Waiting for you." Looking at the message sent by Shin-Cece, Peter really couldn't not go this time. So he drove towards the barbecue restaurant. But it's time to get off work, and in this situation, Peter's view is obviously not as impressive as those of supercars. Although the cars in front, behind, and on both sides of him often open their windows to look at his car, they will not show mercy when they try to cut him off. Unlike those supercars, it is rare to find people who dare to cut off these cars. After all, if they are hit, the third-party insurance may not be enough to compensate. But considering that sitting was indeed uncomfortable, Peter didn't have anything to worry about. When he drove to the barbecue restaurant, it was almost 6:30. As soon as the car stopped, he saw Shin-Cece and Helan sitting by the window waiting for him. When they saw Peter get out of the car, they both smiled and waved. Then Peter immediately entered the store and said apologetically, "Sorry, the traffic is so bad. You must have been waiting for a long time." "It's okay. We usually diet at night and eat less, so we're not hungry. Sit down." After hearing Peter's words, Shin-Cece smiled and said to Peter, "But when it comes to sitting, Peter feels a little embarrassed. Because in this kind of small restaurant, people sit on both sides of the table, and the other two sides are narrow, and they have to serve the food, so there's no room for people to sit. The last time they had dinner, Helan and Shin-Cece sat on the same side. But this time, they sat facing each other. There was only one chair on Helan's side, but there were two on Shin-Cece's side. The meaning was very clear. Peter wanted to sit next to Shin-Cece. Looking at this scene, Peter hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. Everyone was already here, so it would be a bit pretentious to worry about these things now. Seeing Peter sitting down, Shin-Cece also smiled and took the initiative to hand over the menu. "Let's see what we want to eat. Have you ordered yet?" "It hasn't been ordered yet. We're waiting for you. Hurry up." Hearing Helan say this, Peter didn't hesitate and called the boss to start ordering dishes: 20 beef skewers, 20 lamb skewers, grilled oysters, beef kidneys. He ordered quite a few dishes. After he finished ordering, Shin-Cece also spoke. 2 more plates of smashed cucumbers, a plate of peanuts, and what would you like to drink?" Peter couldn't help but laugh at the snacks Shin-Cece ordered. Did she really ask him to come drink with her? So he also spoke. "I can do anything." "Then let's have draft beer. 2 drafts to start. More if not enough." After hearing Shin-Cece's domineering words, the boss took the order and went to get some draft beer. Soon 2 large drafts of beer were served. A large draft beer is equal to 4 bottles and is drunk from a draft beer cup, 1 cup for each bottle for a total of 4 cups. Looking at the frost still hanging on the big beer cup, Peter couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In this summer, drinking a glass of this is really refreshing. However, when he saw Shin Sisi, she took a shot. He took a shot, but Helan ordered a bottle of Dayo. He couldn't help but be stunned. Helan doesn't want to drink. Wife, if you come home drunk, your husband will be unhappy. If you want to drink, come to my house on Saturday, and we'll drink at my house. Hearing Peter say this, Helan also showed her ring. Indeed, they are already married, so there is no need to force them to drink. Peter is not that kind of person, so after saying that he understood, he also poured beer with Shin Sisi. Soon, the skewers and dishes began to be served, and the three of them started drinking. I have to say, Shin Sisi's alcohol tolerance is really good, at least better than Peter's. Peter has a perfect body now. His alcohol tolerance is only okay. Soon, each of them took 2 shots. Before Shin Sisi felt anything, Peter was already a little shaky and was not as cautious in his words. As he was talking, he mentioned that he now has 5 girlfriends. He originally thought that after he finished speaking, Helan and Shin Sisi would despise him. But he never expected that after he finished speaking, Shin Sisi's eyes looking at him became brighter and brighter. Chapter 110, Confession. Hey, let's sit in the back. After Peter and Shin Sisi drank 4 bottles each, Peter felt that he couldn't drink anymore because he had reached his limit. Although he was still conscious at this moment, he knew that the root of his tongue had begun to harden. If he drank any more, he would not lose his memory, but some of his actions might become uncontrollable. Peter really didn't like the feeling of being out of control, so he decided to stop drinking here today. Just when he was about to settle the bill, Helan paid it first. Then, the 3 of them left the barbecue restaurant. Peter returned to his car. He originally planned to call a designated driver, but Helan said that she didn't drive and he could drive herself, so Peter agreed in a daze. He was originally planning to go to the passenger seat to give directions, but Shin Sisi pulled him directly to the back seat. As the 2 sat in the back seat, Helan started the engine and drove towards Shin Sisi's house. Sitting in the back seat, with the window open to enjoy the fresh air, Peter's alcoholic effects were rapidly wearing off. Just when his consciousness returned, Shin Sisi suddenly touched him. Peter, you know what? I've actually liked you since junior high school. Peter was stunned when he heard Shin Sisi's sudden confession. But Shin Sisi acted as if she didn't hear anything and continued talking. But at that time, I was just a chubby girl with low self-esteem, so I went to art school and high school, lost weight for 2 years, and then became a model. Just when I was about to confess my love to you, I heard that you found a girlfriend. Looking at Shin Sisi, sitting next to him, with a somewhat depressed look in her eyes, Peter was confused. It was obvious that this sudden confession made Peter a little at a loss. You know what? After graduating from college, there was a class reunion. Helan and I both had time, but we didn't go. Helan was worried about the rumors, and I was worried that if I saw you again, I wouldn't be able to control myself. Facing Peter's confusion, Shin Sisi was obviously prepared. At this time, she turned her head and looked at Peter with a serious face and said, "But luckily, you broke up, so I don't have to control myself anymore." After saying that, Shin Sisi smiled and suddenly came over, holding Peter's face with both hands, and then kissed him directly. Feeling Shin Sisi's actions, Peter subconsciously wanted to hide back, but this was in the car, and even though the view was wide, there was no way he could hide away. So at this moment, Shin Sisi just pressed directly on Peter, holding Peter's face with both hands, and her mouth was already pressed against it. As a cool touch came, Peter's consciousness was completely restored. So when Shin Sisi took the next step, he pushed Shin Sisi away and sat up straight. "Sisi, you're a good girl, but I have a girlfriend now." Looking at Shin Sisi, Peter also spoke. "I know, but didn't you say there were 5 of us? One more or one less won't make much either." After hearing what Peter said, Shin Sisi also spoke. But after she finished speaking, seeing Peter's evasive gaze, she suddenly asked a question. "Do you look down on me? Or do you dislike me?" No, you're a good girl, there's no need." Peter's emotional intelligence is indeed low. This actually shows his attitude. After hearing what Peter said, Shin Sisi's mood obviously became depressed. As for Helan, who was still driving at the time, he suddenly spoke. "Peter, don't be fooled by Sisi's smoking, drinking, and nightclubs, but she has never had a boyfriend." Peter smiled and said after listening to Helan's words. What he meant now was very clear, didn't believe it. A very beautiful 25-year-old model who smokes, drinks, hangs out in nightclubs, and agrees to go out to dinner with other men. And now you tell me she hasn't made her debut yet? No one would believe this. Although Peter didn't mean that, Shin Sisi obviously understood what he meant, so she immediately said it to Helan. You don't believe it? Helan, pull over. Let's go and verify it now. After Helan heard what Shin Sisi said, she actually pulled over. Shin Sisi also got out of the car, opened Peter's door, and prepared to take him to a hotel on the roadside. No, that's not what I meant. Looking at Shin Sisi's crazy look, Peter was really drunk. He subconsciously pulled Shin Sisi's wrist and pressed his fingers on her pulse. Peter was really stunned by this press, because he could really feel it. Shin Sisi had actually never lived that kind of life. For women, that kind of protection is actually not very accurate. In ancient times, people paid attention to the loss of blood because people got married at a young age, 14 or 15, 16 or 17 years old, and their development was not yet complete. In addition, in ancient times, ladies from noble families were expected to stay in the main house and not step out of the back door. This was indeed a kind of guarantee. However, as technology becomes more and more advanced, girls are more active, and their hair may fall off when they are exercising or sick. When they debut in their 20s, they may not bleed because of their maturity. At the same time, technology from decades ago can be used for forgeries. So this kind of thing is not a guarantee, but the pulse will not lie. So at this time, Peter also held Shin Sisi's wrist and said, I believe it, I really do. Because he was telling the truth, he was indeed very sincere at this time. When Shin Sisi heard Peter say that he believed it, she couldn't help but stand there. She originally thought that Peter would not give up until he saw Huang He, but she didn't expect that he actually believed it now. Thinking of this, she couldn't help laughing. You can't believe it. I'm going to have you today. As she spoke, she pulled Peter's hand and stuffed it directly into her clothes. This time, Peter had no way to resist. If he pulled out forcefully, Shin Sisi's clothes would definitely be torn. Besides, the position of his hand was really awkward. They could only look at Helan helplessly, while Helan waved at them. I'll be waiting for you here. Hurry up. After saying that, she got out of the car, closed the back door, and sat back in the passenger seat. Little did she know that she had been waiting for a really long time. Chapter 111. Another one? Huh. Now I understand why you have so many girlfriends. Peter beside her, Shin Sisi said to him with a tired look on her face. Hearing her words, Peter smiled a little awkwardly. Heaven and earth can bear witness that he really had no intention of doing anything to Shin Sisi. I don't know what happened, but it became like this again. How about taking a shower and I take you back? Looking at Shin Sisi's expression, Peter also spoke in a low voice. No, I'm not ready to meet your girlfriends now. You go back first and then ask Helan to come up. After hearing Peter's words, Shin Si thought for a while, but shook his head and rejected Peter's suggestion. Hearing her say this, Peter nodded, took a shower, put on his clothes, covered Shin Sisi, and then went downstairs. But when he got his car, he found that Helan had fallen asleep. There was a gentle knock on the window, and Helan woke up with a start. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the time. Wow, 2 hours had passed without her realizing it, and it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Peter. Did you go upstairs with her to play games? Did you play a couple of rounds of Honor of Kings? Oh, it's true that we played games, but there was only one game. Touching his nose, Peter also spoke. Go ahead and blow it. By the way, where's Sisi? Why didn't you come down with us? She can't get out of bed, so I asked you to get up. Hearing Peter say this, Helan couldn't help but look at him with some doubts. Is this guy really that powerful? But Shin Sisi asked her to go up, so she must go. So he got out of the car at this time, but then closed the door. Call a designated driver. I don't want to have to go to the police station to get you back. Okay. After listening to Helan's words, Peter obediently went to the passenger seat and directly ordered a designated driver. As for Helan, he quickly walked into the hotel. Then he went straight to the room where Shin Sisi was. Hearing the sound of Helan knocking on the door, Shin Sisi finally went to open the door for her with her tired and sore body. After confirming that it was her, she walked straight into the room and threw herself onto the bed. Looking at Shin Sisi's appearance, Helan couldn't help but walk to her side in surprise and patted her. I say, is it really that serious? Did I give you such a hard time? Oh, now I understand why he has 5 girlfriends. Oh no, it should be 6 now. He's like a perpetual motion machine. He hasn't stopped for more than 2 hours. I can feel that it's still a long way from his satisfaction. If he hadn't seen that I really couldn't hold on any longer, he might not have let me go. Rolling her eyes, Shin Sisi rolled onto the bed and spoke weakly. After hearing her words, Helan couldn't help but touch the ring on her hand. Is Peter so powerful? Although she was a little turbulent in her heart, she still looked at Shin Sisi. How is it? Can you still move? No, Take a video for your husband and stay here with me tonight. Holding Helan's hand, Shun Sisi also spoke to her. This wasn't the first time the two of them had lived together. Seeing Shun Sisi's exhausted look, Helan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she responded. She then covered her up, picked up her phone, and made a video call to her husband. Then, an old man with white hair and beard appeared on the phone screen. Just when Helan was calling her husband, Peter had already called a designated driver. After the driver parked his car, the two of them drove towards Longting Jeyuan. There were not many cars on the road at night. Soon the car drove back to the underground parking lot of Longting Jeyuan. But what surprised Peter was that when his car stopped, he paid a bill and was about to leave. He suddenly saw Suya's car driving over. He was a little surprised at first. Did Suya just come back from overtime? As soon as the car stopped, he saw Suya staggering out from the passenger seat, and a designated driver also got out from the driver's seat. Peter came over and said with a smile as he saw Suya leaning against the car door, paying the bill, and preparing to stagger upstairs. Seeing Peter coming, the driver who was about to leave couldn't help but stop, and then looked at Peter with some confusion and nervousness. To be honest, he has been working as a designated driver for many years, and Suya is definitely the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. And looking at her temperament in the car, you can tell that she is not only beautiful, but also a rich and beautiful woman. If Suya reveals even a little bit, the driver will have to rush to send Suya upstairs. But although Suya looks a little drunk, she is not drunk too much. Consciousness, thinking, everything was online, so he didn't have the slightest chance. Just because he didn't have a chance didn't mean he was willing to see others have one. So when he saw Peter coming, he couldn't help but become alert. Smiled when she saw Peter, then took the initiative to walk over and hugged Peter directly, and said sweetly, "Why did you just come back?" "I drank it too." Feeling Suya's movements, Peter smiled and helped her up. Mississippi. Seeing that Peter actually took action, the designated driver also spoke. "It's okay, this is my boyfriend." Suya smiled and said after listening to the driver's words. After listening to what Suya said, the driver nodded, then turned around and rode away on the electric scooter, but he also sighed as he walked. Sure enough, beautiful women still need to be paired with handsome men, especially when this handsome man is a rich man. After all, he also saw Peter get off the overlooking car. As for myself, I should go back to bed early. At this moment, Peter didn't know what the designated driver was thinking, because his attention was completely focused on Suya. When this guy saw him, he might have let down his guard and was a little unsteady on his feet. Fortunately, Peter was familiar with the route, so he immediately picked her up like a princess and walked towards the elevator, going straight up to the 31st floor. He then walked back to the 30th floor, ready to take Suya home. However, when he knocked on the door, no one opened it. "Lila went home today, and I'm alone at home. Password is..." Just when Peter was hesitant, Suya also whispered. After hearing Suya's words, Peter also opened the door of her house. After changing her shoes and carrying her back to her room, Peter was ready to leave. He was a little tired now and needed to go upstairs to rest. "I'm fine physically, but I'm a little tired mentally." But just as he was about to leave, Suya suddenly grabbed his hand and then pulled him directly on her bed. When Peter looked at Suya again, he found that Suya's originally blurry eyes had opened at this moment, looking straight at Peter. Chapter 112, Self-Doubt. "Sister, I'm back." "Hey." He seemed to be K-Swiss. As the night passed quickly, it was the next morning in the blink of an eye. When Su Lele opened the door with an unhappy look on her face, she couldn't help but be stunned, because at this moment, in front of her house, in addition to the pair of transparent high-heeled sandals worn by her sister Suya, there was also a pair of sneakers. She had seen this pair of sneakers before. They seemed to be Peter's shoes. Longting Jian, as I have said more than once, is the best high-end residential area in the city. Therefore, even if people here were running shoes or sneakers, they're all worth thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. Shoes like Peter's that cost only 200 or 300 yuan may only be worn by security guards and cleaners, but security guards and cleaners have their own designated clothes and shoes. Peter might be the only one in the entire community who wears such shoes. When Su Lele saw this pair of shoes, her heart suddenly tightened. Then she immediately ran to Suya's room. When she pushed open the door of Suya's room, Suya and Peter woke up immediately. Then the two of them who were leaning against each other saw Su Lele at the door. At the same time, they looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. "Brother Kai's sister, Lulu, you go out first. We have to get up too." After listening to Su Li's words, Suya took a deep breath, suppressed the tension in her heart, and spoke. Peter deeply, then turned and left the room. After he left, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, really, left him a little overwhelmed. I first went on a date with Hao Mei, and then we went to a hotel. Then I went to drink with Shun Cece and ended up going to the hotel again. After finally returning from the hotel, he ran into the drunk Suya again, and then the two of them. Hey, Peter was a little confused. What was the reason for them yesterday? Seeing Peter looking a little confused, Suya couldn't help but smile. In fact, the main reason why Suya went out to drink yesterday was because there was an Olivia next to Peter. She had actually been telling herself that she should not fall in love with Peter, but Peter was sometimes like a dose of poison, which really made her a little unable to extricate herself. So yesterday, she went to another bar to drink, but this time she didn't drink too much. She originally thought she was going to drown her sorrows in alcohol, but when she came back, she happened to run into Peter. The pent-up desire in her heart was constantly amplified by the alcohol, and when Peter carried her upstairs, it constantly stimulated her consciousness and body. So last night, she took the initiative. Now seeing Peter's somewhat confused look, she couldn't help but laugh. Peter gently on the face. Go upstairs first. We'll talk later if you have anything to say. Then, I'll go upstairs first. Feeling Suya's movements, Peter muttered softly, then quickly put on his clothes and left the room. When he walked out, he saw Su Lele sitting on the sofa in the living room in a daze. When she saw Peter coming out of Suya's room, she opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Peter smiled awkwardly, turned around and left their house, and went upstairs quickly. When he got upstairs, Lily and the others had already gotten up and were having breakfast. When they saw Peter walk into the house dejectedly, they couldn't help but laugh and talk. Hey, you're back, busy man. Why didn't you bring your classmate back? He's worked hard this evening. Oh, don't mention it. It's not just my classmate. I also slept with Suya downstairs. Seeing the teasing looks from Lily and the others, Peter didn't hide it. After sitting down, he wiped his face and spoke. Suya, I knew there was something wrong between you two. That's right. I was the one who added her on WeChat. Why didn't she contact me first if she had any problems? After hearing what Peter said, Lily and Yuna also started talking with a smile. Suya, I remember, she has a younger sister named Su Lele. Didn't she participate last night? Grace asked with some confusion after listening to Lily and Yuna's words. What the hell? How could two sisters? Su Lele has something to do at home tomorrow, so I'll go home first. Seeing Grace say this, Peter subconsciously wanted to refute, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly remembered Su Lele's somewhat tangled look just now, and then he swallowed the words back. He was also a little unsure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus Su Lele, 8 of us are here. You don't have enough watches anymore. Go to the auction and buy some more. Seeing Peter speechless, Lily counted the number of people and spoke with a smile. Hearing her words, Peter sighed. It was indeed not enough. But he hadn't heard of any auctions recently. Should he buy a few more watches? Hey, what's going on? Why does he still feel like 8 isn't enough? Just as Peter was doubting himself and eating upstairs. At this time, Suya downstairs also endured the pain, changed her clothes, asked for leave first, then walked out of the room and looked at Su Lele on the sofa. But when Su Lele saw Suya, she was not as conflicted as Peter. Instead, she just sat there with a sullen face and looked unhappy. I've finished my housework. What do my uncle and the others say? Looking at Su Lele, Suya also sat next to her and asked with a smile. But her words to change the subject did not elicit a response from Su Lele. Seeing that Su Lele didn't say anything, Suya thought for a while and asked directly. Why? You like Peter too? Sister, you didn't say you liked Peter at the beginning, and you even said you wanted to stay away from him. Hearing Suya mention Peter, Su Lele also said with a look of complaint. Yeah, but this guy is like a poisonous being. After getting in touch with him, it's really hard to get over it. I can't help but like him. If Lele, you also like him. I don't mind, but Lele, are you really ready to like him? Today you only saw me and him together. You should know that there are 5 sisters upstairs, and we don't know if he has anyone outside. If you're jealous like this, then you're really not suitable to be with him. Looking at Su Lele, Suya also started talking with a smile. When Su Lele heard her words, her expression dimmed, but then she glared at Suya hatefully. I'm not jealous. I'm just wondering why I'm behind you and why I wasn't there last night. You should have called me sister. Little girl, you're dreaming. I'm going to be your big sister, and I'll keep you under my thumb for the rest of your life. Seeing Su Lele's indignant look, Suya also laughed. Chapter 113. Invitation. Hey Minglan, what are you doing? What else can I do? I just woke up and did yoga at home. After talking with Su Lele for a while, Suya sent Su Lele downstairs to buy breakfast. She knew that Su Lele must be feeling bad right now. After all, what girl doesn't look forward to sweet love? But if she really likes Peter, then the love she expects is actually a little unlikely. After all, Peter has had many women before her. And she knew very well that Peter was extremely caring towards his women, and he would definitely not choose Su Lele alone and give up all his lovers. So if Su Lele chooses Peter, she needs to adapt in advance. Of course, in Suya's opinion, Su Lele not choosing Peter is the best choice. But this choice depends on what she does. While letting Su Lele go out for some fresh air, Suya also picked up her cell phone. Originally, she wanted to see Peter's dialogue box and Peter's circle of friends. But just as she was looking at it, she suddenly saw a circle of friends posted by Zhao Minglan. In the circle of friends, Zhao Minglan posted a selfie at this time. In the photo, she was wearing a very sexy yoga outfit and posing in front of the mirror. The caption was "Self-discipline makes me happy." This photo was just posted not long ago, but when Suya saw it, there were already dozens of likes and comments below. Most of them were from people they both knew, such as classmates. Of course, women just want to fawn over her, and men just want her body and her money. After all, this is a chance to soar to the sky. Who would give it up? At this time, Suya had already entered the identity of Peter's woman, so after thinking about it for a while, she also sent a message to Zhao Minglan. Zhao Minglan, on the other side, also replied to the message almost immediately. What do you think about the acquisition of Tianlong real estate that I told you about last time? Oh, how did you become a lobbyist? Didn't you say you didn't care a few days ago? After hearing the message from Suya, Zhao Minglan also replied with a smile. The past few days were the past few days, and now is different from the past few days. Looking at the message sent by Zhao Minglan, Suya also sent a message in a low voice. What? You slept with him? Okay, how was it? When Zhao Minglan heard Suya say this, she immediately asked, and it was obvious that she was very interested in the fact that Suya slept with Peter. I just feel tired and exhausted. He's like a wild animal. No wonder he has so many girlfriends. I'm like a small boat in a storm. Hey, why am I telling you all this? Just tell me if you're interested in selling it. If there is, I will write him a letter. If not, I will ask him to change his target. After all, they were very close, so when Zhao Minglan asked Suya about Peter, Suya almost subconsciously started talking about it. However, after she finished speaking, she reacted and immediately spoke, asking directly whether Zhao Minglan would sell the company. Sell it, of course I will, but don't get involved in this matter. Let me talk to him. Listening to Suya's somewhat embarrassed and angry words, Zhao Minglan on the other side couldn't help but smile, although she didn't quite believe that Peter was as powerful as Suya said. She thought that Suya just had never had a boyfriend, and it was her first time, so she was no match for Peter. But she is married, and Peter may not be her match, especially since she also practices yoga and usually does long-distance running and cycling. Her physical strength is far beyond Suya's reach, so she is quite confident in dealing with Peter. Peter on Sunday, and then sent a message. Handsome boy, are you busy? I'm having breakfast. Does Sister Zhao have any instructions? Hearing the ringing of his phone, Peter, who was eating the fried, glutinous rice balls that Hao Mei had just made, called back immediately. Because just after Zhao Minglan and Suya sent the message, Suya immediately sent a message to Peter telling him that if Zhao Minglan contacted him, it might be to discuss the acquisition of Tianlong real estate. Now he has prepared 5 billion, and the 10% discount card means 50 billion. He really wants to spend the money quickly. What else can I do for you? I want to meet you for coffee. Do you have time? Okay, when Peter heard Zhao Minglan asked him out for coffee, but didn't mention company matters, he frowned, but immediately made up his mind. Around 10 o'clock, go ahead and do your work. I'll send you the address then. No problem. Looking at the message sent by Zhao Minglan, Peter also responded, and then they both hung up the phone. Is it Zhao Minglan from Tianlong Real Estate? Has she relented? Seeing Peter put his phone down, Lily finally asked. She accompanied Peter to meet President Lee, so she naturally knew that Peter was going to enter the industrial sector. Tianlong Real Estate is Peter's current target company. Not yet. We just made an appointment for coffee. Shaking his head, Peter didn't really like this kind of business negotiations. It seemed that he would need to find someone specifically to negotiate in the future. Drink coffee, then find a way to sleep with her. I believe no one will stay with you after sleeping with you. After hearing what Peter said, Lily said seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuna, Grace, How May and Olivia beside her all nodded. If before sleeping with Peter, these women still had some ideas in their hearts that they followed Peter for money, fame, work, and status, then after sleeping with Peter, these ideas collapsed. Indeed, the closest road to a woman's heart is the gym, and what Peter is best at is building roads. But after hearing what Lily said, Peter looked at her helplessly. She really thought of himself as a stud. Zhao Minglan was indeed good-looking, but he was not an animal with a lower body. Was it really that necessary? But when he thought about it again, he already had 7 women, and there was also Chloe with whom he had an ambiguous relationship. Su Lele was still waiting behind him, and according to what Lily said, Sang Wan, he and Jenny were also eyeing him covetously. It seemed that he was really a scumbag. Although many of these people did not take the initiative, he did not refuse. Do I really have to sell my body? Thinking of this, Peter muttered softly, but then he shook his head. Let's talk about it first. If we can't come to an agreement, let's talk about it later. If it doesn't work, just change another company. Chapter 114, Negotiation. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, I'm just watching. I'll call you if anything happens. After Peter finished his breakfast, he took out 2 watches from the safe on the 3rd floor. One was for Suya, and the other was for Shun Sisi. This is also a symbol of one's own womanhood. How May and Olivia have already put them on. According to Lily's words, just take the remaining 3 pieces and give one to Su Lele, leaving only the most expensive emerald piece. But Peter didn't dare to be so abrupt, so he only took 2 pieces. After handing a piece to How May, Peter ran away dejectedly under Su Lele's resentful gaze, and then went to the company with Yuna and Grace. Once I arrived at the company, things were simple. I just bought stocks as usual. At 9:40, he had bought all the stocks, and Zhao Minglan over there also sent him a location at this time. Peter gave Grace some instructions and then prepared to go see Zhao Minglan, but just as he was about to go out, he saw William coming again. Compared to his relaxed look yesterday, he looked a little ugly today. What's wrong? I just received news that 2 companies I was cooperating with suddenly announced the termination of their cooperation. Looking at Peter's expression, William also came over and said in a low voice, "It ended suddenly? Did they give any reason?" Even though the amount of money Ontai earns in a year is more than what Peter can see through his fingers, it doesn't mean that he doesn't take it seriously. No one said it explicitly. Later, I asked a friend who used to work with me, and he seemed to say that he was asked by someone. Shaking his head, William was not sure what had happened, and he spoke in a low voice. "Oh, I understand then. Blacklist these companies. When I have other companies in the future, I will inform the entire company not to have any business dealings with them. If our partners have business dealings with them, they will cut off all ties." Peter heard that he was entrusted with the task. He understood. There are only 2 people who have grudges against him. One is Zhao Lei, the other is Lu Wanqing. They must have found out about my background and are now forcing me to sign a letter of apology so that I can get my son out when the trial begins. But unfortunately, they still underestimated me. Since they are playing a business war, don't blame me for being rude. We're in the service industry. William now has no idea what other company ideas Peter has, because at the moment, he knew that Peter only had 2 companies. One is Ontai Financial, and the other is Yuyun Supercar Club. How can these 2 threaten others? Haha, you'll know after a while. Patting William on the shoulder, Peter left the company and drove to the coffee shop that Zhao Minglan had sent him. The environment of this cafe is obviously completely different from that of ordinary cafes and milk tea shops. Both the decoration and the atmosphere here are quite good. Even the seats are separated by small partitions so that people can sit without disturbing each other. Peter also went to the location Zhao Minglan sent, and soon found Zhao Minglan in front of a window. Today, Zhao Minglan wore a blue floral one-shoulder top on the upper body and a slim leather skirt on the lower body, paired with shiny black stockings and a pair of dark green stiletto heels. The hair that was tied up and the messy hair in front did give off a strong scent of a beautiful woman. Jing Kai suddenly empathized with Boss Chow. At this moment, no matter whether it was the man in the store or outside the window, as they walked by, it seemed that their eyes were difficult to take their eyes off her. Looking at her, Peter also walked over at this time. When many people in the store looked at Peter walking over, they couldn't help but sneer, thinking to themselves, another one. Obviously, many people had tried to strike up a conversation with him, but all they got in return was rejection. To them, Peter was just another. Just when they were feeling a little gloating, they discovered that Peter walked over and actually sat down. This made everyone a little shocked. Could it be that Peter was the one she was waiting for? But that shouldn't be the case. Look at Peter's cheap clothes. How could he attract women's attention? And it is said that Peter just happened to catch up with this point. This woman doesn't want to refuse. Thinking of this, the men couldn't help but look over there with grief and anger. Some people who thought they were elites and very good were eager to try it out, while Peter and Zhao Minglan were already chatting. Sister Zhao, you've been waiting for a long time. It's okay. What would you like to drink? Zhao Minglan laughed when she heard Peter's words and called the waiter next to her. Have a smoothie. Any smoothie will do. Peter didn't bother looking at the menu anymore and just spoke. Sorry, sir, we don't have smoothies here. Then juice. Any juice will do. Okay, sir. After hearing Peter's words, the waitress turned around and left. As she left, Zhao Minglan also asked with a smile. Don't like coffee? Well, I'm not very interested in bitter things. For tea, I only drink jasmine tea. I'm a person who only eats sweet things and not bitter things. Just be your little tiger? Listening to Peter's explanation, Zhao Minglan also smiled and blinked. I'm not a tiger, I'm a dragon. Looking at Zhao Minglan's sweet smile, Peter spread his hands and started talking. Ma'am, could we be friends? Just as Peter and Zhao Minglan were chatting here, a man suddenly walked over. This guy was wearing a suit, a tie, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like a gentleman, and without even looking at Peter, he took out his cell phone and looked at Zhao Minglan. Peter, who raised his eyebrows, then suddenly smiled and shook her left hand. You're so brave. You dare to flirt with me in front of my husband? Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, this guy couldn't help but look at Peter. Peter was actually the husband of this beautiful woman? What was going on? But now, even for the sake of face, he can't just give up. At this moment, he raised his head proudly and spoke confidently. A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. When it comes to love, I don't mind competing fairly with others. As he spoke, he pulled up his sleeve, revealing a Rolex underneath. Chapter 115, 3 Conditions. Wow, a Rolex! Looking at the man's actions, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but smile and talk. Then she gently lifted Peter's sleeve in front of him and gestured with her hand. Seeing Zhao Minglan's actions, the man couldn't help but glance at the watch on Peter's hand. When he saw the watch for the first time, he felt very disdainful. A grown man wearing a small pink watch. So shameless. Moreover, the dial was a mess with several dials. But when he carefully saw the letters written in the middle of the dial, he couldn't help but gasp. Patek Philippe? Patek Philippe. Although he didn't know which model this Patek Philippe was, no matter which one it would be more valuable than his Skye Dweller. Normally, his watch worth $157,000 is indeed rare to see. But in the eyes of real watch lovers, Rolex is not considered a top luxury brand. After all, the most expensive Rolex, Greenwich, is only $4.5 million. If you want a truly top-notch watch, even if you don't buy Patek Philippe, you have to buy Richard Mille, Audemars Piguet, Roger de Busspied, or even worse, you have to buy a Vacheron Constantin. After all, there are still a few watches that cost more than 10 million yuan. A watch worth several million is at best worth having fun. But a watch worth hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, is that even worth having fun with? It's not even as good as a smartwatch with 13 dials. Sorry to bother you. Looking at the watch, the expression of this originally elite man could not help but change. It was obvious that he had not thought that Peter's casual dress was not casual, but low-key. If a rich person doesn't like to drink coffee or just likes to eat smoothies, he has no right to stop him. Even the person wearing this watch can't afford to offend him. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhao Minglan has actually made it clear that Peter is her husband, and she has even rolled up his sleeves, which means that she has rejected him. If Zhao Minglan showed interest in him, then it would be fine for him to confront this rich man head-on. But it was obvious that the couple just treated him as a clown, and it would be too embarrassing for him to stay here. So he lowered his head, said something, and immediately left in shame. As for Peter, he was also a little amused and helpless at this time. Why has he always been someone else's significant other these past few days? Chloe found me and asked me to be her male partner at the cocktail party. Yesterday, Suya hugged him and said that she was his boyfriend. Of course, the two of them did the kind of interactions that only boyfriends and girlfriends would do afterwards, so he didn't suffer any loss. And now Zhao Minglan said that he was her husband, which made Peter a little embarrassed. Do I really have to use this method to talk to her about acquiring the company? I'm sorry for borrowing your name. Just when Peter was daydreaming, Zhao Minglan suddenly said, It doesn't matter. These are all minor issues. It's my honor to help sister Zhao solve her troubles. After listening to Zhao Minglan's words, what else could Peter say? He could only respond with a smile. Then, do you want to have this honor all the time? Zhao Minglan suddenly said with a smile after hearing Peter say this. Then Peter felt that she had taken off her shoes without knowing when, and the instep wrapped in stockings was now resting on his calf. Feeling Zhao Minglan's actions, Peter said with a bit of a laugh and tears. Sister Zhao, how about we talk about the acquisition first? I really want to sell Tianlong real estate because, in my opinion, it's not clean. But who would think money is dirty? Even though Tianlong real estate is half dead now, it still has more than 10 billion in revenue every year. The most important thing is that I am very satisfied with the land they have hoarded. You're in the stock market, so you naturally understand that everything has its ups and downs, and the same is true for real estate. In 1998, the real estate market in Yanhuang collapsed. When it was cheap, houses in Yasen were more than 100 yuan per square meter, and you could buy a very good one for 10,000 yuan. But by 2003, it had slowed down. In 2008, it collapsed again, but it recovered by 2013. It collapsed again in 2014, but this time it recovered in 2017. Then this wave of dividends continued until the year before last. It's true that the government's regulation of housing will only become more stringent, but the market for houses in the city center, school districts, and with scenic views still has great prospects. What do you think? Looking at Peter, Zhao Minglan also spoke with a smile at this time. Hearing her words, Peter laughed at himself. Sure enough, he was still too naive. How could a hexagonal figure like Zhao Minglan not know that her company has a good future prospect? When she just took over the company, the real estate market had just begun to collapse, but had not collapsed completely yet. If she had cashed out at that time, she could have cashed out at least more than 70 billion, unlike now, when she only has more than 30 billion, almost half of it. She has the confidence that can make the company's value rise again. Looking at Zhao Minglan's playful eyes, Peter shook his head. Reality is not a novel. In novels, one often encounters some idiots. The protagonist goes to an antique city and can pick up bargains worth hundreds of millions for just a few dollars. He can rent a piece of land at random, and the local court will hold a meeting the next day to designate it as school district housing. He can point to a stone and get imperial green jade. In the real world, there are such bargains, but there are really not many fools like that. Well, even if the deal doesn't work out, we still have friendship. In that case, let's just make friends. After a long sigh, Peter picked up the strawberry juice brought by the waiter in front of him and began to speak to Zhao Minglan. Hey, you're not going to try again? Are you giving up? Hearing that Peter had already started to speak politely, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and then said with some amusement, I'm not a serious businessman. I don't like to procrastinate or drag things out. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So forget it. Peter smiled and said that he never forced others to do anything. After hearing what Peter said, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but smile even more happily. She really likes Peter more and more. TSK, you're really cute. If you want to buy Tianlong real estate, it's not impossible, but you need to agree to my 3 conditions. Zhao Minglan pursed her lips slightly and then moved her foot from Peter's calf to his thigh. At the same time, she supported her chin and watched him make the number 3 gesture. Peter frowned as he watched her actions. Why do beautiful women always like to make 3 conditions? But he still suppressed his complaints and ignored Zhao Minglan's feet. Please speak. Chapter 116. Money and People, 100 gold tickets plus. I said, I like money, but I don't like this company. So if you want me to sell my shares, or even the entire company, to you, you need to let me make more money. Zhao Minglan also said to Peter, supporting her chin. Why don't I quite understand? Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Peter said with some doubts. Not long ago, the Hong Kong stock market incident was caused by you, right? Looking at Peter, Zhao Minglan lowered her voice and spoke softly. Peter couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard what Zhao Minglan said. This except myself, Grace, the 13 traders, and President Lee. How did Zhao Minglan know about it? Don't worry, no one knows that you want to acquire my company, so I have to check it out. Combined with the timing and your determination to have a business to protect you, I was 70% sure it was you, but now it's 100%. Looking at Peter's actions, Zhao Minglan also cast a coquettish glance at Peter at this time, and then spoke with a smile. As expected of a super hexagonal warrior, she dared to cheat me based on just this little information. So what? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Peter looked at Zhao Minglan and spoke directly. I can help you acquire Tianlong real estate in full, but you don't need to give me my share of the money. I want to keep it with you temporarily, and I want an annualized return of 15%. Looking at Peter, Zhao Minglan took off her other shoe and put it on Peter's leg. While moving, she looked into Peter's eyes and said seriously, 15? Ha! Buffett only dares to guarantee 9% now. Enduring Zhao Minglan's offensive, Peter looked at her seriously and said, in my opinion, you're better than Buffett, at least in this respect. And you're asking for an exorbitant price, but you're paying it back right now? You can even name a number. Hearing Peter say this, Zhao Minglan also started talking with a smile. After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Peter also pondered for a moment. Currently, the market value of Tianlong real estate fluctuates between 47 billion and 48 billion. Even if he acquired 50 billion, Zhao Minglan's 65% stake would be 32.5 billion, with an annual rate of 15%, which means he would need to pay her 4.875 billion every year. I have to say, her plan was really sound. Because for Tianlong real estate, even if the value of those pieces of land skyrocketed and its market value doubled in half to 100 billion, its annual revenue and net profit might only be around 4 to 5 billion. After all, Yida was such a big empire back then, with a total market value of nearly 700 billion at its peak, but their net profit was only 30 billion at that time, and they had to rely on Yida films to launder money and provide blood transfusions. As for Tianlong real estate, it would be good if it could reach a level of 100 billion in a few years. A net profit of 4 billion a year is very high. Based on the 4 billion, Zhao Minglan's share would only be 2.6 billion. Now she just opens her mouth and says 4.875 billion, which is an extremely high number. But for Peter, is 4.8 billion a lot? Not to mention the Hong Kong and US stocks. Even if it was the A shares, this amount of money would only take him 2 days. So after thinking about it, Peter also grabbed her foot that was making trouble. 15% annualized? I agree. Would you like to sign a contract? Hearing that Peter agreed without cutting a penny, Zhao Minglan's eyes turned even more moist when she looked at Peter. As expected, I was not wrong about this man. He was confident, domineering, and most importantly, he was very capable, no matter what kind of ability he was in. This is my second point. Between men and women, a contract is the least legally binding. The best contract between us is this. As she spoke, Zhao Minglan took out a room card of the hotel next door from her bag, placed it on the table, and then tilted her head to look at Peter. As expected, it still has to be like this in the end. Just go ahead and talk about the third point. Looking at the room card, Peter also sighed at this time. As for the third point, I can only talk about it after I have tried your second condition. Let's go. Don't waste time. Seeing Peter ask this, it was obvious that he had already agreed to the second point, and then Zhao Minglan also spoke at this time. Then she took her foot back, put on her shoes, stood up, and waited for Peter. As for Peter, he tilted his head back and drank all the juice, then went to the hotel next door with her. Zhao Minglan had already booked a presidential suite here, so it saved a lot of trouble. After the two of them took the elevator to the presidential suite on the top floor and opened the door, Peter instantly pushed her next to the closed door. Looking at Peter as heavy breathing, Zhao Minglan's eyes at this moment seemed excited and expectant, but there was also a hint of worry. Should we go through the formalities first? Zhao Minglan swallowed and looked at the wine in the wine cabinet next to her. Sister Zhao, this isn't your style. Peter laughed as he listened to Zhao Minglan's words. Zhao Minglan glanced at him sideways, then took a step forward, her hand already reaching into Peter's clothes. What's my style? Well, should it be more wild than now? Looking at Zhao Minglan, Peter thought for a moment and asked in a low voice, but Zhao Minglan laughed at this time. Didn't Xiaya tell you? What? Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Peter couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. You are actually me, the first man. Seeing Peter's puzzled look, Zhao Minglan also spoke. However, after hearing her words, Peter couldn't help but mutter in his heart, the first man of the day. But when he took her hand, he unexpectedly found that her pulse was the same as Shun Cece's last night, which made him a little confused. What's going on? A girl who smokes, drinks, and hangs out at nightclubs, but ends up not making her debut. A woman who has been married for several years has not made her debut? My husband actually likes men. Otherwise, why do you think he contracted that disease? He doesn't dare to have an illegitimate child. Even if he goes out to find a woman, would he dare not use a raincoat? Seeing Peter looking at her with some shock, Zhao Minglan also spoke at this time. And when he heard her words, Peter subconsciously continued. Then your every move. Because I really want to find a man. I didn't look for one when he was alive, and now that he's dead, how can I possibly be a widow for him? After giving Peter a blank look, Zhao Minglan also started talking with a smile. Well, that makes sense. So, Sister Zhao, are we just going through the motions now, or? Scratching his head, Peter also spoke in a low voice. What procedures are needed? Just do as you say. Chapter 117, the third condition. Sister Zhao, it's time to eat. As Peter pushed the dining cart into the room, he looked at Zhao Minglan, who was lying there, and couldn't help but smile as he sat down beside her and patted her gently. Feeling Peter's slap, Zhao Minglan opened her eyes a little tiredly, and the look she gave Peter became more resentful, but more of it was full of deep love. She was still thinking just now that even if Suya said that Peter was particularly powerful, but she is different from Suya. She started exercising a long time ago, and her physical fitness is far beyond Suya's reach. Just because Suya can't bear it doesn't mean she can't do it either. But it turned out that she really couldn't do it. She still had the strength to resist for the first hour, but after an hour, she couldn't bear it anymore. In the next 2 hours, she felt what Suya said, the feeling of being a small boat in the storm. Until just now, when Peter asked her what she wanted to eat, she said whatever and fell asleep. She didn't wake up until the late lunch was served. How about I feed you? Looking at Zhao Minglan, who still looked lazy, Peter also spoke to her. No, but you can hold me and eat. After hearing Peter's words, Zhao Minglan, a strong woman, naturally didn't like to be fed by others. When she had the energy just now, she tried hard to take the initiative, but unfortunately, Peter did not give her such an opportunity. He was still very strong and was suppressed by Peter. Hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Peter picked her up, and the two of them sat on the bed and started eating lunch. Soon after finishing the meal, looking at Zhao Minglan in front of him, Peter became restless again, but Zhao Minglan pushed him away at this time. That's all for today. Go take a shower first. I have a third condition to tell you later. Hearing Zhao Minglan say this, Peter shrugged his shoulders and started talking. Then he went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out after washing up, Zhao Minglan went to the bathroom to wash up. Then the two of them put on their clothes and left the hotel together. I have to say that Zhao Minglan's physical fitness is indeed strong. Even though this is her and Peter's first time, she has only taken a break for a meal, and now, when she walks slowly, there is no problem with her steps. When Zhao Minglan followed Peter to his car and sat down, she also extended her hand to Peter. Give it to me, Peter asked with some confusion after hearing what Zhao Minglan said. A watch. Xiaoya has been showing off for a long time. Seeing Peter's dazed look, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but speak. What Zhao Minglan said about Suya being so proud for a long time was naturally referring to the morning when Suya posted something on her moments shortly after Peter gave a watch to her. Peter originally thought that Zhao Minglan didn't want it, but he never expected that she also needed it. Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, Peter also responded, then went to the trunk and took out the watch he was going to give to Shinsisi. If I give this one to Zhao Minglan, there will only be 2 watches left in my safe. One is the most expensive emerald one, and the other is the third most expensive sapphire one, if Lilius' word are true. If he wanted to leave the emerald to his first wife and give the sapphire to Shinsisi, he would not have a watch anymore. Then what would happen to Su Lele, Sang Wan, Hu Yi and Jenny? Well, I am indeed a scumbag, so I have to start thinking about the issue of keeping a balance. I remember Audemars Piguet still has a few Royal Oak models. I'll go check them out sometime. Muttering quietly, Peter returned to the driver's seat with his watch. After putting the watch on Zhao Minglan took a photo holding Peter's hand and posted it on her moments with a caption. The beauty has a boyfriend. Obviously, after this photo was posted, it instantly shattered the hearts of countless fans. But Zhao Minglan no longer cares about these lickspittles at this time, because at this time her favorability towards Peter had already reached 100. What are we going to do next? And what is the third condition? Seeing Zhao Minglan put down her phone, Peter looked at her and asked, Feelings are feelings. Business is business. Peter is still thinking about the acquisition. Now I'll take you to the place where the third condition is triggered. Come on, I'll show you the way. Looking at Peter's expression, Zhao Minglan also spoke something at this time. Then she pointed the road and led Peter to drive away. But they didn't walk too far. After driving for about 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a building with 4 big words written on it. Jinai Group. Peter knew about Jinai Group. He had heard about it from Suya. This is Zhao Minglan's own unique property. But why did she bring herself here? Because according to Peter's understanding, this company actually specializes in making clothes-fitting clothing for women. When Victoria's Secret was at its peak a few years ago, its market value was nearly $30 billion. That is more than 20 million renminbi. It was precisely because of this company that many people learned that this thing was so profitable. So in those 2 years, similar companies sprang up like mushrooms after rain. However, Zhao Minglan's company is not like that. She found it earlier. It seems that she registered the trademark when she was in college. Later, after she married her husband, she took advantage of the power of Tianlong real estate to set up this company. So far, no one knows how much the company is worth because it has never been listed, but according to industry estimates, the company is worth no less than 8 billion. After all, the building where this company is located is worth 5 billion, and this building also belongs to Zhao Minglan. But no matter what the company said, Peter didn't quite understand what he was doing here. Under Zhao Minglan's instruction, Peter parked the car, and then the two of them got out of the car. Zhao Minglan took Peter's arm and walked into the building. As she walked inside, she started talking to Peter. You know what? This company is my true passion. I've been discriminated against since I was a child because of my well-developed chest. Even when I was in the 3rd grade of junior high school, I couldn't buy suitable underwear. My underwear was all altered by my mother. From that moment on, I was determined to create a plus-size underwear brand. Well, congratulations, Sister Zhao. You succeeded, but I still don't quite understand why you asked me to come here. Peter asked hesitantly after listening to Zhao Minglan's words. At this time, Zhao Minglan just smiled and looked at Peter. Next, I'm going to take you to my secret garden. Chapter 118, New Job. As Jianyang arrived at the top floor, Zhao Minglan also came down with Peter. Then a large door appeared in front of Peter. After Zhao Minglan opened the door with the password, a small room appeared inside, and there was a large door on the other side of the room. To open this door, you need to use your fingerprint. After opening this door, there is another door that is unlocked by face. When the 3rd door was opened again, the new space that appeared was much larger than the previous 2 spaces. On the walls here, there were many wardrobes like those for bathrooms, and there was also a larger door. In front of this door, Peter also saw 4 girls. These 4 girls look average. According to the system's appearance score, they are all around 65, which is average. But you can see that they are quite strong and powerful. When Peter glanced at them, he found that the professional abilities of these 4 girls were all around 95. It was obvious that they were bodyguards, and their skills were not much worse than Sang-won and the others. Of course, the appearance is much worse. When they saw Zhao Minglan, they all stood up immediately, nodded respectfully, and then stood on both sides of the gate. At the same time, Zhao Minglan also looked at Peter. Take off your clothes. Peter couldn't help but feel confused after hearing what Zhao Minglan said. What did it mean to take off clothes? You're not allowed to wear clothes behind this door, nor are you allowed to bring mobile phones, watches, etc. You can put your mobile phone in the box here. If the phone rings, they will come in to notify you. Seeing Peter's puzzled look, Zhao Minglan had already started to take off her clothes. Seeing that Zhao Minglan had taken off her clothes, Peter couldn't help but hesitate. He looked at Zhao Minglan, then at the 4 women. He gritted his teeth and started taking off his clothes. Soon, the 2 of them were ready to continue, and Zhao Minglan also pulled Peter to the front door. At this time, the 2 female bodyguards near the door also slowly pushed open the door. At the same time, Zhao Minglan's voice also rang out. Welcome to my place of inspiration, my cherished secret garden. Listening to Zhao Minglan's voice, Peter also looked into the room at this time. The first thing that caught his eye was people. There were at least 200 or 300 people in this space. Some of them were writing and drawing on some operating tables, or cutting some fabrics. Some were sitting in front of computers in the distance, drawing something. Some people were laughing and playing beside a huge, still steaming pool in the distance. Among these people, there are Chinese, foreigners, and some people from exotic regions. But without exception, these people are all women, and they are all very beautiful women with extremely explosive bodies. At a glance, none of these women has an appearance score below 85, and there are even several women whose appearance scores are above 95. She could be compared with the beauties around her. Most importantly, these women were in the same state as Peter and Zhao Minglan. When Peter was pulled into the room by Zhao Minglan with a stiff body and a confused look on his face, the women in the room also looked at Peter and Zhao Minglan. Their eyes lit up at once, and then they tacitly put down their work and gathered around immediately. Sister Zhao, this. Seeing the girls looking at him, Peter subconsciously wanted to shrink back, but the door had been closed again at this time, and he could only look at Zhao Minglan for help. What's going on? He's a little confused now. Don't be afraid. You will be working with them in the future. Some of them are designers I hired. and some are models I hired. The third thing I want to talk about is also related to them. My third condition is that you come and help me when you are free. But how can I help? I don't know how to design. Peter said in confusion after hearing what Zhao Minglan said. You don't need to know how to design. You know what we do here, right? Looking at Peter and his children, a woman who looked to be in her 20s came over, looked Peter up and down with satisfaction, and then started talking. This is Mi Li, our chief designer. Apart from me, she is the most effective person in speaking. After hearing the woman's words, Zhao Minglan also spoke with a smile. Peter said softly while shielding his body. We make this kind of clothes, although it is also intended to please women, but it is mainly for men to see. So you have 4 jobs in total. The first is to review our designs and see if the clothes look good and whether you like them. Secondly, sometimes we need to simulate the sense of touch to select fabrics and see if the selected fabrics are comfortable. So we need you to provide the sense of touch to make the selection. The third is that it is too hot and dry here, which is not good for the skin, so you need to apply moisturizer. The fourth one is the models. Well, we need them too. You need to remove our hair. Seeing Peter's puzzled look, the woman named Mealy also spoke. After hearing her words, Peter's head was full of question marks. First, shouldn't we use more men for the sample? Just asking yourself, isn't this too subjective? Second, why does he feel that this is more like an excuse? Third, wouldn't it be better for you to change to a normal working environment? Is it necessary to ask myself to apply moisturizer? Fourthly, shouldn't this be solved by going to a beauty salon? If they don't want to go to a beauty salon, they should go to their own boyfriends. Why are they looking for him now? Seeing Peter's confused and puzzled look, Zhao Minglan smiled and talked to him. Originally, many of these tasks were done by female employees, but there are some things like touch that female employees can't do. It also feels weird to have women apply lotion on us. After all, I have PTSD in that area, so everyone unanimously decided to find a boy to do these things. But no one was willing to ask anyone else's boyfriend or relative, so we finally decided to let my boyfriend do this job. So this job is tied to me. Since you've accepted me, you can't go on strike. As she spoke, Zhao Minglan shook the watch on her wrist. Listening to her words, Peter was completely stunned. Chapter 119, Tired. With a dull thud, Peter's body fell helplessly in the back seat of his car, his right hand covering his eyes. It's already past 5 in the afternoon, and Peter has been there for more than 3 hours. If it wasn't for the time to get off work, he might not have been able to leave. Seeing him look so haggard and exhausted, Zhao Minglan, who was forced to sit in the driving seat, couldn't help but push him with a smile. Hey, what's wrong? That's not okay. How can a man say he's not okay? Really, I can't handle it. You saw what they did just now. Am I helping them? It's clearly them. Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Peter's voice began to sound tearful. He had never suffered such injustice in his life. Just now, when Zhao Minglan finished talking about what she was going to do, these women rushed up and said they wanted to teach Peter how to do it. But in the end, they were the ones who took action. Peter's body, from his hair to his toenails, no longer had any secrets. Hey, you're just too nervous, and they're really curious about you. In our industry, basically all the men are effeminate, 9 out of 10. So they probably haven't seen a decent man in a while. And those models are all special exclusive models that I sign from home and abroad, and they usually don't go out. They're just a bunch of resentful women in the boudoir. You don't have to be polite with them. If you like any of them, just come directly. I believe you will conquer them. Hearing Peter's voice, Zhao Minglan smiled awkwardly, then stopped pushing Peter and started the engine. She walked towards Longting Jiyuan while comforting Peter. But the more I listened to her comforting words, the more uncomfortable I felt. Peter wiped his face and looked at Zhao Minglan with some resentment. Do you know how many people there are? Including me today, there are probably 227. After calculating in her mind, Zhao Minglan also spoke. If this starts, I'll die in your secret garden. Hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Peter also spoke through gritted teeth. Hey, we're just getting started. Today, only the design department and the models are here. At other times, people from the administration department, human resources department, sales department, and public relations department may also come up. Together, there are more than 500 people. In our company, there are only men in the security department, warehousing department, and transportation department. Their offices are all outside. These are the only people in the company. I may have to trouble you in the future. Even if there are some who are married and have children, it's fine if you like them. I have confidence in you. Winked at Peter, and then Peter laid down exhausted again. He likes beautiful women, but he still wants to kill himself. The car drove all the way to Longting Gun, but did not drive directly into the garage. When he drove to the side of the road, he saw Suya and Su Lele waiting for them. After the car stopped, the two originally wanted to go to the back seat. As soon as I opened the door, I found Peter lying there. Then Suya's eyes lit up, and she jumped up immediately and put Peter's head on her lap. As for Su Lele, she could only sit in the passenger seat with a pout. What were you doing? Didn't you say you were going to drink coffee? Why did you end up drinking wine? As the two got into the car, Suya gently pressed Peter's head and spoke to Zhao Minglan curiously. He was fine when I left this morning. Why is he emo now? Hey, let me make you feel weak. Don't look at him blowing the whistle all the time. He only has some ability when facing us. This afternoon, I took him to my secret garden for a walk, and he was like this when he came out. Listening to Suya's questioning, Zhao Minglan said with a bit of guilt, "Ah, Sister Minglan, your secret garden? Oh my God, he can still come out alive. I think it's a miracle." When Su Lele heard what Zhao Minglan said, she was a little shocked. It was obvious that she and Suya had been to Zhao Minglan's secret garden. The girl found it very fun there, and the boy was very envious of it before he went there, but after he went there, he was likely to die. Minglan, you are really going too far. After Su Lele finished speaking, Suya also said with a frown, "Hey, it's really my fault. I underestimated these guys' love for men, or rather, their love for Peter. You know, designers tend to be a bit of a misophobia. We wouldn't look down on 9 out of 10 men in our field. As for those models from Europe and Southeast Asia, even though I helped them with their visa issues, they didn't come from such a good place after all, so they didn't dare to go out. So they did go a little crazy, but it doesn't matter. Once Peter plays games with them for a while, these guys won't be so crazy anymore. Your company has over 500 people, and I'm still waiting. This will take forever." Hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Su Lele couldn't help but pat her, and then spoke. Hearing Su Lele say this, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but look at Suya and Su Lele with some surprise. She knew that Suya and Peter were together, but she didn't expect Su Lele to be together too. Don't look at it anymore. I was the one who fell in love with Brother Kai first, but my sister got there first. Really? When Su Lele saw Zhao Minglan's gaze, she also sat beside her with a pout. Hey, you're different from them. They are just my employees, and their interactions with Peter are simply based on desire. But you're different. You're going to be with us. Listening to Su Lele's words, Zhao Minglan also started talking with a smile. After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Su Lele thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. He had to admit, this girl was really easy to deal with. Afterwards, the four of them went to a high-end barbecue restaurant and had a barbecue meal. After finishing the meal, Peter recovered a little, then thought about it and decided to go to Lilius Bar. Zhao Lei and the others attacked him today, and he was a little worried that something might happen in Lilius Bar. Moreover, today was the day when a new band was coming, so he also wanted to go and help. After hearing what Peter said, Suya and Su Lele decided to go and take a look together. As for Zhao Minglan, she originally didn't want to go. After all, it was she who made Peter so weak. If she went, wouldn't it be very embarrassing when the other party asked her? But Suya still forced her to go with him. If she, the culprit, doesn't go, she and Su Lele won't be able to explain it clearly. Chapter 120, New Band. Hey Xiaoya. Tina, Yuna, Miss Su is here too. Why are so many people here today? Peter and his group of 4 arrived at the bar. As soon as I came in, I saw Lily, Yuna, Grace, and Haomei all in the bar. Of course, Olivia was there too, but she had changed into a waitress's uniform and was helping out. After greeting each other, Lily and the others also looked at Zhao Minglan. This was the first time they saw the woman. As soon as their eyes met, they could tell that this woman was no ordinary person. She was very smart, very domineering, and seemed to be in good health. But for some reason, her eyes revealed a guilty conscience. Is she worried that she and others won't accept her? That's impossible. It wasn't until they saw Peter that they seemed to understand. Seeing Peter's exhausted look, Yuna and the others were all shocked. The look he gave Zhao Minglan also became one of fear. Peter was. Even if the 5 of them attacked him together, they couldn't beat Peter alone. But Zhao Minglan alone beat Peter into this state? Don't get me wrong, Sister Minglan doesn't have that much ability. Sister Minglan has a company, and the top floor of the company is a secret garden. Looking at the shocked eyes of these women, Su Lele also whispered about Zhao Minglan's past. When these people heard that Zhao Minglan had found more than 200 women, their eyes couldn't help but become smart. Although they always like to find women for Peter, they have never thought of killing Peter. For a moment, they did have some resistance to Zhao Minglan in their hearts. Sisters, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Although Peter is very tired, it's more of a mental exhaustion. I can be 100% sure that what happened just now, although it will definitely not pass the review, it's not the most serious kind of failure. If you don't believe me, we can go together tomorrow, and you can supervise us. Seeing the gazes of the other women, Zhao Minglan, a smart person, naturally gave in. At the same time, she raised her right hand and swore that she had indeed not hurt Peter physically, but had only caused him a lot of trauma mentally. She's right. There's really nothing out of the ordinary. I was just scared. Looking at their eyes and Zhao Minglan's pleading look, Peter sighed and started talking. He was a stubborn person. Since he had already promised Zhao Minglan, he would try his best to see things through to the end. Don't force yourself. Has the Tianlong real estate issue been resolved? Hearing Peter say this, Lily also walked behind him, gently pressed his head, and asked in a low voice. They only knew that Peter and Zhao Minglan went to the hotel, and they really didn't know the specific situation. Well, she agreed to help me buy the entire Tianlong real estate. She didn't ask for money. She plans to invest the money with me and collect interest every year. More than 30 billion? Lily couldn't help but say in surprise when she heard Peter's whispered answer. Peter nodded and confirmed it. Hearing Peter's words, Lily's gaze towards Zhao Minglan softened slightly. Although this woman's actions were a bit excessive, it was obvious that she was wholeheartedly devoted to Peter. There was nothing wrong with her fundamental approach, but her approach was questionable. However, it wasn't impossible for her to survive. Brother Kai. Just as Peter was enjoying Lily's massage, Olivia came back. After whispering something to Peter, she quietly went to the counter to get beer. Peter was stunned by her actions. What's wrong with you? Seeing Olivia acting like a thief, Peter asked with some confusion. The lead singer of the band I invited today is her teacher. Hearing Peter's doubtful words, Lily also started talking with a smile. Following Lily's gaze, Peter indeed saw a new band on the stage. The band consisted of 2 men and 2 women. The guitarist was a fat boy, but he played the guitar quite well. The keyboard player next to him was a tall and thin middle-aged man. He was wearing a woolen hat in the middle of summer and had very long and messy hair, but it was understandable since they played rock music. The drummer was also a girl who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. She was quite big, but looked quite fierce. As for the lead singer, she had red hair, thick smoky makeup, a black jacket with a black tunic underneath, and a pair of flimsy trousers and a pair of silver high heels. Seriously, this outfit is even more punk than punk, teacher. She's not like this normally. She's very quiet. I only confirmed it was her after seeing her registered ID card. The hair is probably fake, and the tattoos are probably taped on. Seeing the confusion in Peter's eyes, Olivia also whispered. Hearing her words, Peter also took a look at her attributes. Name, Yuan Xiaowei. Gender, female. Age, 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical strength, 28. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 33. Business, 81. I don't know if it refers to singing or teaching. Innovation, 19. Social, 27. Management, 22. Favorability towards host, 61. When Peter saw that her charm value was 96, he believed that this girl must be Olivia's teacher. Because according to his current opinion, this woman's current charm value is 80, which is a great achievement. I just don't know if she paints herself like a grandma because she is afraid of getting in trouble, afraid of being recognized, or if she just likes this style. I guess she is all 3, otherwise she wouldn't be a good teacher and come here to sing rock music. But I have to say she sings pretty well. I'm leaving first. Call me when you leave. Seeing that Peter believed her, Olivia whispered something and then went to deliver the wine. As for Peter and others, they drank the wine mixed by Jenny and listened to songs. They stayed until about 10 o'clock in the evening, and then Peter and others went home together. Of course, Zhao Minglan and Suya did not go home with Peter. Suya wanted to go home with Su Lele because Su Lele was not Peter's woman yet. As for Zhao Minglan, it was obvious that she had just dealt with Peter today. Although Lily and the others did not have a quarrel with her, it was obviously not a good idea for her to live with them today. So she also returned to her own home. However, their homes were within the complex, so it wasn't far away. Especially since Suya lived downstairs, it was convenient. Peter decided not to challenge the review with Lily and the others tonight. Peter was indeed a little tired today. So after they took a shower, Lily and the others went to bed. Peter couldn't sleep, so he went to the sofa outside again and started browsing his phone. As a result, he unexpectedly came across the live broadcast room of the girl named Xiao Jing, who was practicing a song in the live broadcast room. But what she practiced was actually the Lust Plateau version of Until the End of the World. Seeing her unable to find the rhythm, Peter couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 121, Facing Fear. User Kai, I gave you a carnival reward. Oh, Brother Kai, you're here. I'm sorry, I'm so stupid. I've been learning these songs these past few days and wanted to sing them for you, but I still haven't learned them. Looking at Song Jing's silly and cute look on the screen, Peter also smiled. He had deposited 1 million and couldn't withdraw it, so he just gave out a carnival reward. As soon as the special effects here started, Song Jing reacted and immediately spoke. It's okay. Take your time to learn. I'm waiting to listen. Listening to Song Jing's words, Peter also said calmly. Seeing Peter say this, Song Jing smiled happily and nodded, then continued to learn these difficult songs. After watching her learn for a while, Peter quietly rode away. Peter doesn't like watching live broadcasts. He used to occasionally watch some dancing videos of female anchors who were a little bit on the borderline, but now there are so many girls around him that he doesn't need to watch them anymore. So he prefers to watch funny shows, or shows about eating or fishing. Just like that. After browsing here for a while, Peter went back to sleep with Lily and the others. Song Jing in the live broadcast room looked up after studying for a while and found that the number 1 position on the list was empty, which made her feel a little emotional. She really couldn't figure out what Peter liked. Peter naturally didn't know what Song Jing was thinking. He only knew that he didn't sleep well tonight. Since he got the system, he had not suffered from insomnia or had any dreams. Of course, everyone dreams when they sleep. However, he always slept straight through until the next morning, and his sleep quality was extremely high. He didn't even remember his dreams, but tonight he did dream. I dreamed that I was tied up in Zhao Minglin's mysterious garden, and then there were thousands of women surrounding me, constantly challenging me. He wanted to struggle, but he was bound. When he woke up from the nightmare, he found that Lily and Yuna were leaning on his shoulders, and his hands were held by Olivia and Grace. As for his legs, they were naturally sandwiched between them. No wonder you feel constrained. Seeing this scene, Peter slowly pulled out his hand, and then while shaking his arms and legs, he left the large spliced bed in his master bedroom and went outside. As soon as he walked out, he saw Hao Mei making breakfast. This morning, she made steamed dumplings. The dough had already risen last night, so it was just right this morning. She seasoned the beef filling, wrapped it in large chunks, and then placed it in the steamer. A strong aroma of flour wafted out. It smells so good. Looking at Hao Mei, who was busy, Peter also walked over and hugged her from behind. It smells good, right? If it does, eat more later to replenish your energy. Hearing Peter say this, Hao Mei also started talking with a smile. Peter asked her with a smile, putting his head on Hao Mei's shoulder. I've prepared it, but I can't eat it in the morning. Do you have anything to do tonight? Hearing Peter's words, Hao Mei also asked with a smile. Well, I had originally planned to meet Shinsisi last night, but so I can only meet her tonight. After thinking about it, I realized that the downside of having too many women is that you always have to manage your time. Oh, then let's eat it tomorrow. I may not have time tomorrow. I have to help you and Yuna move in the morning, and then help Grace with the housework. I have an appointment with Shun Cece to have lunch at Elan's house at noon, so I probably won't be able to make it back in the evening. Looking at Hao Mei's expression, Peter also spoke awkwardly. Then the day after tomorrow. Oh, by the way, you have to accompany Chloe to that cocktail party the day after tomorrow night, so you should have time at noon. I'll make you fried kidneys. Hearing Peter say this, Hao Mei spoke without caring. Yeah, okay. Looking at Hao Mei's expression, Peter also responded with a smile. Oh, seeing you two showing off your affection here so early in the morning. Just as Peter and Hao Mei were chatting here, Lily also walked out of the room, yawning and speaking to them with a smile. After hearing Lily's words, Peter and Hao Mei laughed without caring. After all, they and Peter had so many ways to show their affection. If they blushed every time they were teased, how could they live together? They had already gotten used to it. Good morning, Tina. Lily asked Peter while drinking water, waving her hand. Oh no, I had nightmares all night. Facing Lily and Hao Mei, Peter had nothing to hide. He smiled bitterly and told them about the dream he had last night. When Hao Mei heard that Peter was dreaming, she couldn't help but look at her with some worry. Otherwise, forget about this job. Hey, I've already promised Zhao Minglan. I can't go back on my word. Peter sighed and shook his head. He was still ready to continue with the work. Actually, you just have a problem with your mentality. After hearing what Peter said, Lily also spoke. Mentality? Peter couldn't help but feel confused after hearing what Lily said. Yes. Love is like a spring. If you're weak, she's strong. Basically, you're afraid. It's the same when you're with us. You're basically passive. Have you ever tried pursuing someone else? Have you ever tried to be more assertive? Lily supported her chin, looked at Peter, and spoke at the same time. Sister, more than 200 old women suddenly rushed up to me, touching and kissing me. Anyone would be scared. Who would be willing to do such a job? If you don't believe me, just ask all the handsome guys in front of the screen. I guess everyone would rather be single than do this kind of work. Looking at Lily, Peter rolled his eyes and said weakly, So, you have to be more assertive. You have to conquer them instead of letting them treat you as a plaything. Let's go with you later, and I'll teach you how to do it. After hearing what Peter said, Lily hesitated for a moment and then started talking. Looking at Lily's serious expression, Peter couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Was she going to fight? There were only 5 of them, Lily and her group. Were they going to fight with more than 500 people? Do you have to be so aggressive? Although he was still a little nervous, Peter nodded in agreement. Chapter 122, Delisting. After breakfast, Peter and his group went to Ontai Financial together today. As soon as he arrived, William came over and told Peter that another company had terminated its cooperation with them. Peter just asked him to write down the name of the company. Then, as usual, he went to the trading room to trade today's Hong Kong stocks. While he was managing things in the company, the entire board of directors of Tianlong Real Estate gathered in the conference room of Tianlong Real Estate's headquarters on the other side of the city. Peter and I came out of the hotel yesterday. Zhao Minglan had already issued a notice for today's board meeting. In fact, it only took one afternoon and one evening. Under normal circumstances, many people might not have time to come. After all, many of these directors are out playing or have other companies, but Zhao Minglan just said that it is related to equity, and these guys have to get to Tianlong Real Estate before 9:30 today, even if they take a rocket. When Zhao Minglan walked into the meeting room, she was very satisfied, because all the stock events in her memory have arrived. Tianlong Real Estate, except for 10% of the shares floating outside, the remaining 90% of the shares are controlled by 7 shareholders. The largest one is Zhao Minglan's family, which owns 65% of Tianlong Real Estate shares. In addition, the other 6 companies have the largest share of 5% and the smallest share of only 3%. And these people are here today. In addition to them, some senior executives from the company also came. For example, the current general manager of the company, Manhwa. Manhwa is a talented person. At the beginning, he followed Grandpa Zhao Minglan and was an old man in the company. It has been more than 20 years now. He is quite capable, has good reputation, and means. When the old man was alive, even though Zhao Minglan's husband was the chairman of the board, Manhwa was actually in charge of the company's operations. Such talents naturally cannot be let go easily. Therefore, his annual base salary in the company is $5 million, and the old man also took out 5% of the dividend from his own equity and gave it to him as dry shares. That's why he works so hard. Because the company earns more, it means he earns more too. So when he heard today that Zhao Minglan was going to hold this board meeting to discuss equity issues, his brows were furrowed. He didn't understand what this woman was going to do. As the time came to 9:30, the assistant to the chairman of the company whispered a reminder to Zhao Minglan, and then Zhao Minglan knocked on the table lightly and looked at these people. Everyone, logically speaking, you are all my uncles and aunts, so I won't beat around the bush. I'm planning to sell the company. What? The company's recent financial report is pretty good. Why are you selling it? Hearing Zhao Minglan's words, the 6 directors here all spoke in shock. Manhwa in the distance frowned even deeper at this time. He didn't quite understand what was going on. Someone has offered me a price that I'm very happy with, and his requirement is to buy out the company in full. In other words, not only does the company have to be sold to him completely, but it also has to be delisted. Of course, I won't make things difficult for you. This person is willing to buy the company at the market price, or even at a premium. I understand your feelings towards the company, but feelings cannot be eaten. In this day and age, cash is king. The other party is willing to pay nearly $50 billion in cash at one time to purchase the company. I really can't think of a reason to refuse. Listening to the noisy sounds below, Zhao Minglan knocked on the table again, then smiled and started talking. After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, that the other party was willing to spend nearly $50 billion in cash to purchase the company, the 6 shareholders all shut up. Indeed, the company is still able to survive with an annual revenue of about 1.5 billion, but 1.5 billion is only a few tens of millions in their hands. Although it seems that the few plots of land left by the company may appreciate in value in the future. But that is a matter for the future after all. You have to know that this wave of housing price bubble has just been burst. Who knows when the next housing and land prices will rise? In this day and age, cash is king. With billions in hand, you could do other things. And the most important thing is, don't forget, Zhao Minglan is the chairman of the company and she owns 65% of the shares. In other words, she has absolute control. If she is determined to buy or sell, even if it means losing face, they will not be able to stop her. Now that Zhao Minglan is sitting here and willing to negotiate with them, it means that the price may be able to be raised. Thinking of this, their eyes couldn't help but focus. If that's the case, they can accept it. Thinking of this, the second largest shareholder, who owns a total of 5.13% of the shares, also raised his hand at this time. If that's the case, I agree, but he has to pay a 5% premium. After all, our annual net profit is still 3%. No problem. Does anyone have any questions? After hearing this person's words, Zhao Minglan also spoke with a smile. She had already discussed this issue with Peter yesterday. Peter said that the total value can be below 52 billion. Currently, the market value of Tianlong real estate is 47.6 billion. A 5% premium is only an additional 2.38 billion, or just 50 billion. He can afford it. Hearing that Zhao Minglan agreed directly, everyone here looked at each other. In fact, as long as the money was in place, everything else would be a small problem. After several shareholders confirmed that they could sell their shares, Zhao Minglan asked the legal department to bring over several equity transfer consent forms. As long as they sign, the equity transfer is complete, and Peter can then make the payment. As for the sold stocks, there will be a 30-day liquidation period, but there is no need to rush because the stockholders are not considered shareholders. After seeing that there were no problems with the contracts in front of them, the 6 shareholders also signed. After everything was done, the 6 people were ready to leave, and Yongwo was also ready to leave at this time, but just as he was about to leave, Zhao Minglan stopped him. "Boss, wait a moment. Director Zhao, is this about personnel changes?" After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Yongwo spoke directly. He understood the principle that a new emperor requires new ministers. Since the other party had acquired the company in full, they would probably place their own people in important positions in the company. "I might have to give up my position as general manager." "No." But Zhao Minglan shook her head and said with a smile. Chapter 123. Fight. "Bossy, is the company going to be sold?" As Yongwo returned to his office, his secretary served him a cup of coffee and asked hesitantly. "Yes, it has been sold." The other party acted quickly and seemed to trust Zhao Minglan very much. As soon as the contract was signed, the money was already in place. A total of 50 billion in cash was sent as soon as it was said. Then they just have to wait for the equity to be divided so that they can share the money. But at this time, the company had already been named O. "Bossy, can you take us with you? Wherever you go, I will go." Hearing Yongwo say that the company had changed hands, the secretary couldn't help but speak hesitantly, his eyes full of determination. "Me? Haha, don't overthink it. I'm not going anywhere." Listening to the secretary's words, Yongwo also smiled and then began to speak. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of what Zhao Minglan said when she asked him to stay. "There will be no personnel changes at the company. You will remain in the same position as before, and you will receive your stock shares as before. Your salary will be increased by 10%. "Why?" Yongwo was confused when he heard what Zhao Minglan said. "Because it's my man who bought this company, and he just needs the industry to protect himself, not to make a big move." Seeing Yongwo's puzzled look, Zhao Minglan also revealed some information about the new boss. Yongwo then understood and nodded and left the meeting room. Indeed, a new emperor appoints new ministers. But if the emperor of this dynasty simply changes hands, there's no need to worry so much. Just when the dust had settled on Tianlong real estate side, Peter on the other side also received a system prompt. "Ding, consume a 10% discount card. Congratulations to the host on completing the acquisition of Tianlong real estate." Ding, it was detected that the host owns the first company with a market value of 10 billion. The system has now officially started. From now on, every time the host earns 10 billion, the system will give extra rewards. The host's current earnings are 3.87791 billion. Oh, the 90% off card doesn't count as my earnings. Looking at the system prompt, Peter couldn't help but curl his lips and muttered softly. Then he also opened his character panel. Name, Peter. Gender, male. Age, 25. Height, 189 centimeters. Weight, 86 kilograms. Physical strength, 100. Charisma, 100. Wisdom, 51. Business, 42. Innovation, 41. Social, 9. Management, 45. Special ability, perfect body. Skills, great compassionate hands, vocal master, medical master, basic cooking, basic driving. Property under the name. Longting Gun Building 7, 31st, 32nd, and 33rd floors, valued at 89 million. Ontai Financial Corporation, valued at 68 million. Raincloud Supercar Club, worth 210 million. Stocks owned, valued at 1.27523 billion Hong Kong dollars, 1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Sundry items owned by the owner, valued at 113.37 million new Taiwan dollars. Tianlong Real Estate, valued at 50 billion, 5% premium. Current cash, 224.48 million new Taiwan dollars. Total assets, 49.5 billion. Amount earned, 3.87791 billion new Taiwan dollars. This string of numbers is really comfortable to look at. He looked at the current property under his name with emotion. Who would have thought that not long ago, he was an ordinary person who earned a few $1,000s a month and was despised by his girlfriend? As expected, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. As for my own attributes, there have also been some obvious improvements. Height, weight, business, innovation, management, all of these have improved. But if it's just social interaction, it's still 9. As expected, social anxiety is too much to bear. Although the money was good, Peter couldn't help but frown when he thought of his girlfriend, because at this moment, he was about to arrive at Zhao Minglan's company. Let's go. As several cars stopped in the parking lot of Zhao Minglan's company one after another, Lily patted Peter on the shoulder and started talking. Phew, it's a blessing in disguise, but it's a disaster that can't be avoided. Let's go. After listening to Lily's words, Peter took a deep breath and got out of the car. When he got out of the car, Yuna, Jaume, Olivia, Grace, and even Sang Wan, and Jenny were all called over from other cars. Peter told Lily about the above situation, and Peter listened carefully when Lily called, but Sang Wan, and Jenny did not refuse and came anyway. But now that we're here, let's go. At that moment, Peter also took them to the company in front of them. The security guard at the company's entrance naturally wouldn't stop Peter, because Zhao Minglan had already told everyone in the company yesterday that Peter was the company's deputy general manager, and his authority was the same as hers. He could come and go anywhere he wanted, well, except for the women's room. In addition, he can fire anyone he wants. His power is so great. So when the security guard saw him, he saluted and then let Peter and the others in. Taking the elevator, everyone soon arrived at the top floor. After entering the password, scanning the fingerprint, and recognizing the face, Peter once again came to the room where the 4 female bodyguards were. Although the other party was a little surprised that Peter brought 8 women with him, they didn't say anything. After everyone put away their clothes and mobile phones, they opened the door, and then the 9 of them walked into the room together. As soon as they walked in, Lily and the others couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Although they had heard about the situation in the secret garden from Peter and Zhao Minglan yesterday, they were all shocked when they saw the situation here. Yuna also pulled Lily in shock. Lily, this place looks pretty much like the renovation plan we talked about, except there's no bed. Indeed, this place is actually very similar to the renovation plan that Lily and the others talked about while taking a bath. A huge bathroom, a swimming pool in the distance, and the bed turned into a workbench and computer desk. Let's find a chance to ask Zhao Minglan and ask her to lend us the blueprints and the decoration company. We can live here while the house is being renovated. Listening to Yuna's words, Lily also spoke in a low voice. Hey, dear, come to work, these are. Just as Lily and Yuna were talking, Mili, the person in charge of Secret Garden and the chief designer of Janai Company, also came over and asked with some confusion. Upon hearing her words, Peter immediately began to explain. Oh, Sister Me, these people are all my girlfriends, just like Sister Zhao. Oh, are you afraid we'll ruin your men? So you're here to watch. After hearing Peter's words, everyone here put down their work and came over, their eyes turning towards Lily and the others with a bit of hostility. Chapter 124, Head-On Confrontation. Currently, there are 4 people in charge of this secret garden. Mili is the chief designer. She specializes in designing clothes. Chayuka is the chief stylist. She's responsible for the matching of clothes, makeup, and jewelry for models on the runway. Kongrue is the company's chief director. During the fashion show, the rankings, stage design, etc. are all finalized by her. Meng Xin is the model manager, and all the models here are under her management. The attributes of these 4 people are not bad either. The current attributes of these 4 people are as follows. Name, Midi. Gender, female. Age, 32. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Physical strength, 19. Charisma, 94. Wisdom, 57. Business, 93. Innovation, 98. Social, 35. Management, 61. Favorability towards the host, 92. Name, Chayuka. Gender, female. Age, 29. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physical strength, 20. Charisma, 93. Wisdom, 37. Business, 89. Innovation, 93. Social, 55. Management, 88. Favorability towards the host, 93. Name, Kongrue. Gender, female. Age, 29. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Physical strength, 22. Charisma, 93. Wisdom, 76. Business, 91. Innovation, 92. Social, 85. Management, 76. Favorability towards the host, 91. Name, Meng Xin. Gender, female. Age, 28. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Physical strength, 31. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 27. Business, 94. Innovation, 17. Social, 76. Management, 75. Favorability towards the host, 93. Seeing these people here gathered with these 4 people in the lead, Lily couldn't help but look around with a smile and then asked, I'm not worried about getting hurt. If we really want to play, who knows who will get hurt? Didn't you say yesterday that there were more than 200 of you here? Why are there so few today? Looking at Mealy's expression, Lily also asked, There's a fashion show next Monday, and some people went to prepare and rehearse today. After hearing Lily ask this, Kongrue also spoke. So there are only 70 or 80 of you here today. Looking around, Lily asked curiously, That's about right. Do you have any advice? Mealy also spoke up after hearing Lily say this. Well, you guys are touching him because you want to investigate him, right? So why don't you just go through all the trouble and just come directly? Seeing Mealy targeting her, Lily also started talking with a smile. Upon hearing her words, the remaining women's eyes lit up, while Peter looked at her in shock. Is this what Lily meant by confronting head-on? And seeing Peter's shocked look, Lily put her hands on her shoulders. You don't want to give up what you promised, but you also don't want to be bullied passively every day, so the best way is to convince the other party. Peter was shocked after hearing what Lily said. Are you serious about this? Are you sure? If it really breaks, we will take responsibility, but you will be the saddest ones. Looking at Lily's eyes, Chayuka couldn't help but licked her lips, then asked her with shining eyes. I'm sure. 5 minutes each. How about that? Nodding, Lily also raised a hand at this time. 5 minutes. Who are you looking down on? After hearing Lily's words, many women here raised a look of disdain on their faces. Indeed, many of these people have not experienced anything, but many of them have been married and have dated. But obviously, they don't know how powerful the perfect body is. You guys just hold on for 5 minutes first. Lily looked at them with disdain and spoke. Upon hearing this, Mealy was the first to stand up. Little handsome boy, if you want to blame someone for this, blame your wife. Mealy walked over with a smile, and under Lily's encouraging gaze, Peter sighed, but his eyes became firm. Although escaping is shameful, is useful. However, sometimes you really cannot escape. Then you must face your fear. When 2 brave men meet on a narrow road, the braver one wins. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after Zhao Minglan had arranged everything on the Tianlong real estate side, she returned to Jinai Company with the equity confirmation agreement. But as soon as she came back, she saw two girls at the front desk chirping there. What's wrong? Looking at their expressions, Zhao Minglan asked with some confusion. Director Zhao. Well, it's about the vice president. After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, the two girls looked at each other and said hesitantly, What's the matter? Is it about him bringing a few women with him? I already knew that. Zhao Minglan thought they were hesitating because they were afraid she would know about Peter's infidelity. If they were to talk about infidelity, it seemed like she would be the last one. No, it's, Hey, Mr. Zhao, just go upstairs and you'll know. The two girls at the front desk looked at each other. Then one of them swallowed and said in a low voice. Looking at the two of them, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but frown. I hope nothing will go wrong. Thinking of this, she immediately took the elevator to the top floor. When she arrived here, she found that everyone was there except Peter. But she was sure that something must have happened here today. So she found it, and Lily, who was resting in the distance, asked, Where's Peter? He went on a date with his classmates today. That's it, we're still on a date? Zhao Minglan looked at Lily in confusion when she heard her say that. Hey, that's nothing. I think we can find a time and call all the women in our company. We can have fun from Friday night to Monday morning. Seeing Zhao Minglan's puzzled look, Mealy next to her also smiled and started talking. But after hearing her words, both of them rolled their eyes. Did she completely stop treating Peter as a human being? At this time, Peter, looking tired, drove to the downstairs of Shen Cici's house. As soon as Shen Cici got in the car, she took the initiative to put her hand on Peter's leg. But when he saw this, Peter couldn't help but gasp. Don't touch it, it hurts. What's wrong? What did you do? Why are you rubbing yourself red? After hearing what Peter said, Shen Cici also took a look and asked with some confusion. Just now, after hearing Shen Cici say this, Peter did not hide it from her and told her what had happened just now. After hearing what Peter said, Shen Cici couldn't help but laugh. I was originally planning to introduce you to my car model friends, but now it seems that you're also unable to cope with it. Stop joking, big sister. You drive. I need to take a rest. Looking at Shen Cici's gloating look, Peter couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that being a hero comes at a price. Then he prepared to switch places with her. But at this moment, Shen Cici stopped Peter. My car model friends are all pretty girls, so it doesn't matter if I introduce them to them or not, but Helan, are you interested? Chapter 125, Past Events. Helan? Isn't she married? After listening to Shen Cici's words, Peter asked with some doubts after changing seats with her. TSK. What do you mean by direct confession? You can't have an affair when you're married. Looking at Peter, Shen Cici also started talking with a smile. And looking at Peter's speechless expression, she couldn't help but laugh even louder. Oh, looking at your eyes, of course it depends on the person. I definitely won't do that. After all, I've liked you for so long, and you're so amazing. But isn't Helan's situation a little special? What's so special about it? You want me to sleep with her too? Looking at Shen Cici's eyes, Peter asked with some doubts. After hearing what Peter said, Shen Cici also talked about Helan's situation. The main reason why Helan got married was that when she was in her sophomore year, her father's business failed. Not only did the family company go bankrupt, but it also owed more than 30 million yuan. Her father had no choice at the time and was planning to divorce Helan's mother and then jump off the building to commit suicide. But Helan found him and rescued him. In order to fill the hole in her family, Helan found a rich second-generation man named Nie Jiang who had been pursuing her in her school. She said that if Nie Jiang helped her family pay back the debt, she would agree to marry Nie Jiang. Nie Jiang was naturally very happy. He really liked Helan, but he couldn't make the decision on 30 million. So he went home and discussed it with his father, and his father said he wanted to meet Helan. When Nie Jiang's father Nie Hui saw Helan, he couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. As a result, Nie Hui married Helan. Helan didn't care about it, because no matter whether she married Nie Jiang or Nie Hui, all she wanted was money. Nie Hui kept his word. After marrying Helan, he gave Helan's father 30 million yuan to help him get through the difficult times. Since then, Nie Hui has taken good care of Helan. But when Nie Hui married Helan, he was already 57 or 58, and now he is over 60. He is no longer able to function, but Helan still looks at him very strictly. When Helan was taking care of Shen Cici in the hotel that day, Shen Cici clearly saw the complicated look in Helan's eyes when she looked at her. Considering that Peter is indeed a good person who could be trusted, after thinking about it yesterday, Shen Cici also told Peter about her thoughts. Oh, so that's the reason. Listening to what Shen Cici said, Peter nodded. If Shen Cici hadn't told him, Peter wouldn't have known there was such a story. but it's no use telling me. Even if I agree, Helan may not agree. After clarifying Helan's situation, Peter also spoke to Shin Sisi. Fisk, as expected, you have feelings for Helan. Don't worry. Didn't we make an appointment to go to her house for a drink tomorrow? I'll help you create an opportunity then. Listening to Peter's words, Shin Sisi also looked at Peter with contempt and then said with a smile. After hearing her words, Peter was even more speechless. Did he say this? Oh, by the way, this is for you. At this moment, Peter suddenly remembered the watch he had prepared for Shin Sisi, so he took out the watch. What? There was a red light ahead, and Shin Sisi now focused her attention on the thing Peter gave her. When she saw the watch box, she couldn't help but be surprised. She could naturally tell that it should be a watch box. And she also recognizes this brand. Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak. Oh, you know him. Peter was a little surprised when Shun Sisi called out the model of the watch immediately. Because from Shun Sisi's clothes and living environment, he knew that although she was a model, she didn't seem to have access to such high-end things. Have you never seen a pig run or eaten pork? I'm a model after all. Besides going to car shows, I also occasionally go to fashion shows. But this a gift for me? It's so expensive. This watch must be worth 4 or 5 million. This, more than that. It's made of sapphire. This watch seems to be worth more than 9 million, almost 10 million. Giving Peter a blank look, Shun Sisi took it tremblingly. Then she opened the watch box and took a look at the watch inside. She couldn't help but gasp. After hesitating for a moment, she handed the watch to Peter, but Peter didn't take it. Here you go, keep it. My women all have one. Doesn't that mean that you just gave out more than 80 yuan? Looking at the watch in her hand, Shun Sisi asked Peter with a smile. Well, they don't count. In fact, except for a few people, I don't know the names of most of them. Between us, it's more like we each get what we need. They need a man, and I need Zhao Minglan, their boss and one of my women, to help me do something. There are only 9 watches in total, except for the emerald one, which was not given to Tina. Oh, Tina's name is Lily. She's the first one among those who followed me, so she is also the eldest sister. She said that this watch would be given to my future wife, so she didn't touch it. The other 8 were given away. After listening to Shun Sisi's words, Peter also explained the whereabouts of these watches. What about Helan? If you sleep with her tomorrow and don't give it to her. Hearing Peter say that everyone had one, Shun Sisi also put the watch on her hand and then asked Peter with some confusion. I'm also having this headache. I don't have enough watches to share. When I bought them, I didn't think I would have so many women. Peter smiled helplessly and spread his hands to indicate that he really didn't know. He checked online and found that there was no store specializing in this kind of watch in their city. Moreover, this kind of watch cost several million yuan each, so online stores did not dare to ship it. If you want to buy it, besides going to auction houses, you have to go to the specialty stores in first-tier cities. Peter really didn't know where to buy it. After hearing what Peter said, Shun Sisi suddenly laughed. Hee, if you ask me about other things, I might not know, but among all the women you have, I might be the only one who knows this. Raised her eyebrows at Peter. Do you know where I can buy it? Of course. I'll take you there after dinner. When Shin Sisi heard Peter ask this, she smiled and started talking, then took out her cell phone. Without saying anything else, she wanted to take a picture of her watch first. Chapter 126. Licking each other. Time to get off work. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are weekends, so I can rest now. Actually, I don't really want to rest. Will I not be able to see Brother Kai if I take a break? Yeah, I never knew that being with a boy could be so happy. Just as Peter and Shin Sisi drove to eat seafood, Janai Company also got off work. As the girls on the top floor changed their clothes and left the company in 2s and 3s, they also gathered together to chat. The center of the topic was naturally Peter. They never thought they would be so happy with Peter, regardless of whether they have had a boyfriend or not. Who had never had sex before, Peter let them know why there are differences between men and women. For those who have met him before, Peter showed them what the door to a new world is. Lily is right. Let's hold on for 5 minutes first. And none of them lasted more than 5 minutes. At this moment, their only thought was how great it would be if Peter was their boyfriend, even if they had to share him with others. But the problem is, Peter isn't one, and he already has plenty of girlfriends. And most importantly, these women are so beautiful. Even their president Zhao and the 4 managers are not as good as them, just like the woman who is obviously Peter's first wife today. Whether it is appearance or figure, it is impeccable, so beautiful. So maybe he and I can only maintain the status quo. But even if the status quo is maintained, these women are now very willing. What do you think? I asked Brother Kai to come out to play tomorrow. Will he come? As we walked forward, a girl started talking. This girl is a model signed by Zhao Minglan. She is 1.75 meters tall, has a figure of alphabet level 6, and looks pretty good. Normally, she is definitely a super goddess. According to Peter's system, her score is as high as 88 points. Normally, he's extremely confident, because since she was a child, she has been the focus of everyone. After all, she had only seen 7 people in real life who were prettier than herself. Zhao Minglan, Mili, Chayuka, Kong Rue, Meng Exen, Suya, and Su Lele. The others are at most at a similar level to mine. But today, 8 more suddenly appeared. But even so, she still maintained her confidence. I guess not. After hearing her words, a girl next to her also said with a smile, "Why? I invited him to dinner, to the movies, and to play with me, and he still doesn't want to?" Hearing her words, the girl couldn't help but speak. Firstly, he has plenty of hot girls around him who can play with him for free. You can't even get a spot. Secondly, will he need your money for food and movies? Thirdly, I just heard from Tina that he has something else to do tomorrow. It seemed like he had to move those 3 beautiful girls and also go to the house of another woman of his. Fourthly, and most importantly, do you have his contact information? Looking at the girl, who counted to 4 on her fingers, the woman couldn't help but open her mouth. Well, the 4th point is really fatal, and it's funny to say it. Peter and they have challenged the review, but the contact information is still not available. But in the secret garden, you're not allowed to bring your phone, so it's normal that you can't exchange. Beep. Just when the girl was feeling emotional, her cell phone suddenly rang. When she picked it up and looked at it, her brows couldn't help but frown. Because the person who sent her the message at this time was her nominal boyfriend. Zhao Minglan does not forbid the people in her company from dating or getting married. As long as it's normal, it's fine. However, it is expressly prohibited to have gold diggers, escorts, etc. They will have an experience every 3 months. Those who smoke or have certain infectious diseases will be directly kicked out of the company and will also face high compensation demands. Because Zhao Minglan is very rich, with a net worth of tens of billions, she does not need too much profit from Janai Group. So she basically distributes all the money she earns to the employees in the company. But the problem is that this kind of company is really profitable. As we all know, this kind of clothes, how much fabric can be made in total? No matter how good the silk is, the raw materials for a set of clothes will only cost a few $dozen at most. And they sell clothes like this for a few $1,000s. No matter how cheap it is, it will cost at least several hundred. Therefore, Janai Company's annual revenue is quite terrifying. Their net profit last year was 527 million. The entire company has more than 700 people, and with an average of more than 500 million yuan, each person can get more than 700,000 yuan. Of course, it is not so evenly distributed. Security guards and cleaners, for example, only earn 6 or 7,000 yuan a month, but this is already the highest salary in the city. People in charge like Mi Li and Chai Yuka naturally earn 1 to 2 million per year, and on average, girls who work as models or designer assistants earn more than 20,000 per month. Sometimes when there are many shows, such as the spring and autumn press conferences, they can even earn 30,000 to 40,000 per month. The average annual salary is about 400,000 yuan, and they also have 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, everything. They go crazy and become gold diggers, so now they are rich, beautiful, have good figures, and keep themselves clean. This has led to a large number of bootlickers gathering around them. After being licked for a long time, and occasionally needing someone to carry their bags when they go shopping, some lickers take over. Like the one now, he is this woman's bootlicker, but he didn't know that his goddess was now someone else's licker. Trying Peter today, she no longer has any interest in this liquor. But even if they wanted to break up, she had to let him initiate it. So at this time, she patiently answered the voice call from someone in Xian. Then she heard the voice of a man from inside. "Baby, are you off work? I made a restaurant reservation and bought movie tickets tonight. I'll pick you up." "Baby, I'm sorry, I cheated on you." After listening to what the man said, the woman also sent a message in a slightly apologetic voice. After receiving this message, the woman waited for a long time but did not receive any reply from the man. Although she seemed to hear the sound of heartbreak across space, she did not care. Just when she was about to put away her phone. At this time, another letter came in. "Oh, are you a fan of some celebrity again? Who do you like? Do you want me to buy concert tickets?" Hearing the man's trembling voice, the woman couldn't help but chuckle. Now it was time for him to face reality. Chapter 127. Of course I forgive her. Time goes back a few minutes. Outside a billiard hall, several young men in their 20s came out arm in arm. They were originally discussing which ball was better to play today. But soon, someone started cursing with his cell phone. Damn, that damn Jack. Normally he's hesitant when asking for Peter's contact information, but now he's acting like a smart guy and is even better than two others. Jack and William, to put it nicely, they are Peter's dogs. You're just a dog, yet you're so arrogant. What are you pretending to be today? After hearing his words, someone next to him asked. It should be Cullinan's Darth Vader. This starry sky roof, wow, it's so beautiful. Actually, I still prefer the G-Class. It must be Daniel who is beautiful. Doesn't anyone like Ferraris? I love that Ferrari. Hey, this Peter is also stupid. He has so many luxury cars, but he doesn't drive them. I heard he drove a domestic car. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. That is, when Jack was mentioned, these people couldn't help but start talking with a smile. If Jack and William were here, they would definitely recognize that they actually know these people. They're all their junior high school classmates. But judging from the situation, none of them are doing very well. When it comes to Peter and the others, these people can only feel jealous. After all, for these people, not letting them take advantage is almost the same as killing them. So what they say at this time is really unpleasant to hear. Well, Peter has so many cars, but he doesn't drive them every day, so he lets Jack take care of them. Shouldn't we think of a way to contact him and see if we can borrow a few of them to drive around? Then, once we park them at the entrance to the university town, that girl won't have to chase after her anymore. After criticizing Peter, William, and Jack for a while, these people wanted to borrow Peter's car so that they could pick up girls. When they mentioned this, they couldn't help but laugh. They hadn't considered why Peter wanted to borrow their car. No need for that. It's getting late, buddy. I have to go first. Just when these people were why-whying, one of them couldn't help but laugh and talk, and then when they heard his words, many people around him showed obscene expressions. There's really no need for that. Our brother fan is naturally different. He found a big model. Even Peter, who is so rich, may not be able to play with her. That's right, brother fan. Please ask your sister-in-law to come over and introduce us to any good colleagues you have. Of course. I'll ask her first if she's off work. They collect cell phones at work, which is very troublesome. Listening to these people praising themselves, the man called Brother Fan also laughed. This man was called Guan Yifan, and if Peter was here, he would have an impression of him. He was the study committee member of Peter's class, the teacher's eyes and ears, a top lackey, and particularly liked to tell tales, but to be honest, there was no problem with his studies. Peter and his classmates took the high school entrance exam. He scored over 450. The total score of Long Yiqing's high school entrance examination was 480, with 120 points each for mathematics and Chinese, 100 points for English, and 140 points for physics and chemistry. So, with a score of over 450, he was admitted to the best provincial key school here. During the college entrance examination, he performed well, scoring more than 670 points, and successfully entered a 985 plus 211 university. But the truth is indeed a bit cruel. After entering university, perhaps due to external distractions, his academic performance plummeted. He took the postgraduate entrance exam for 3 consecutive years, but failed. Finally, after graduating from university, he returned to Longyi City and his father found him a job. Not bad now, isn't it? With this diploma from a 985 plus 211 university, he works as a team leader in a company, earning 7 or 8,000 yuan a month, which is pretty good in Longyi City. Not as good as the best, but better than the worst. To put himself in Peter's shoes, he naturally didn't accept Peter's success. But there was no point in not accepting it, because he really couldn't be arrogant in front of Peter. If there was anything he could be excited about, it was that he had a very beautiful girlfriend. He pursued this girlfriend for a long time before he finally got her. Although the only contact between the two now is when he accompanies the girl shopping and the girl asks him to help carry things, they may touch hands unintentionally. But his friends and classmates didn't know this. They thought Guan Yifan had already taken him down. Guan Yifan naturally just smiled and didn't explain what they said. Since he mentioned his girlfriend at this time, Guan Yifan took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the other party. Baby, are you off work? I made a restaurant reservation and bought movie tickets tonight. I'll pick you up. After sending the message, Guan Yifan didn't care when he saw his buddies jealously imitating him and calling him baby because he knew that these people were just envious. But just as he was thinking about it, his girlfriend's message came back. He originally thought that the other party had agreed to his words, so he released it publicly. But when these words came out, Baby, I'm sorry, I cheated on you. Hearing this voice, Guan Yifan couldn't help but be petrified at this moment, and the other people around him also became embarrassed at this time. Shouldn't they listen to this? But unfortunately, now that he had heard it, it was a huge double blow to Guan Yifan. He held the call button on his mobile phone, pressed it and released it, and then pressed it again. After a long time, he felt that he had adjusted his breath and asked, "Oh, are you a fan of some celebrity again? Who do you like? Do you want me to buy concert tickets?" After hearing Guan Yifan say this, many of his friends realized that he had fallen in love with a celebrity. Was this considered mental infidelity? Apparently, it wasn't. But after that, Guan Yifan didn't dare to play the voice message sent by this girl publicly. While giving everyone a look that indicated he was leaving first, he picked up his cell phone and answered a message from the other party. "No, it's a physical affair. I had an affair with a boy." Hearing the confirmation from the other end of the phone, Guan Yifan, who was walking, felt his heart almost break. He pressed his chest and asked while still managing to force a smile, "Baby, stop joking. I'm not kidding, it's really comfortable, but I'm a little worried now whether I will get pregnant." You don't even have a raincoat?" Guan Yifan almost shouted this sentence at this moment. "No, he doesn't like it. I was honest with you. We said that once we're together, we can't lie to each other. So I kept my promise. Baby, you won't be angry, will you?" Listening to Guan Yifan's low growl on the other end of the phone, the girl who had just come out of Jinai group also asked him with a smile, "No, no. Why would I be angry with you? If you get pregnant, I'll go with you to get the abortion. If you want to give birth to the baby, I can also help you raise it." Listening to the girl's words on the other end of the phone, Guan Yifan also spoke humbly. When the girl on the other end of the phone heard what Guan Yifan said, veins started popping out on her head. Chapter 128. Acquaintance? "Guan Yifan, are you still a man?" Hearing the sound coming from the phone's receiver, the girl's eyelids began to twitch wildly, and she couldn't help but shout into the phone, "Baby, don't be angry. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Hearing that the girl on the other end of the phone was angry, Guan Yifan panicked and asked immediately, "I told you this so you'd break up with me and save your face. Now you're telling me you'll support me? Do you deserve it? It's over between us." Seeing Guan Yifan's humble appearance, the girl couldn't help but speak. After that, she deleted her account and blocked him. Then she let out a long sigh, muttered, "You're sick," under her breath, and turned to walk towards her home. What she didn't know was that after hearing what she said, Guan Yifan on the other side was almost going crazy. After hearing what the girl said on the street, he immediately sent her a video and voice message, but none of them could be sent. Even the call showed that it was busy. He knew that this was not a real call, but that he was blocked. For a moment, Guan Yifan completely collapsed. "Baby, baby, baby, even when we broke up, you still had to consider my face. I know you have me in your heart. Baby, know why." Seeing Guan Yifan crying and wailing on the street, many people subconsciously moved aside, fearing that he might be infected with some disease. At this time, Peter and Shin Sisi on the other side also drove over and saw this person. The restaurant they booked was nearby. Peter looked at this guy and couldn't help but muttered softly, "This guy is sick." After hearing what Peter said, Shin Sisi, who was driving, couldn't help but look at him. "He looks familiar. Maybe a classmate of ours?" "Classmate? Oh, by the way, the study committee member, Guan Yifan." Peter met him at the class reunion 3 years ago. He was quite full of vigor and vitality back then. How come he has become like this now? Peter said in a low voice while looking at Guan Yifan. "Yeah, it does smell like a dog. Stay away from it. If it recognizes you and bites you, you'll be in trouble." Nodding and agreeing with Peter's impression of Guan Yifan, Shun Sisi turned the steering wheel and went to the other side of the restaurant. After parking the car, the two of them went in together and ordered food. Peter is not very interested in clothes or cars. The only thing he was interested in was food. Even though it was just him and Shin Sisi today, they ordered a lot of food. Typhoon Shelter fried king crab, 3 ways to cook rock dragon, spicy crab, king prawns, spicy fried clams. The two ordered 5 main dishes and then began to eat happily. As for seafood, those who know will understand. Although they ordered 5 dishes, there's actually not much meat in these 5 dishes. Especially since Peter believes in the principle of eating vegetables to fill you up, then try not to eat rice. They finished all 5 dishes. Peter was very satisfied with the meal. The food here tasted really good. At least it's much better than the French food, even though the prices of the two are about the same. Soon, the meal was over, and Peter and Shin Sisi left the restaurant happily together. Then Shin Sisi took Peter and walked around a lot before arriving at a photo studio called Wei Xian. The area of this photo studio was indeed quite large. But Peter didn't understand why Shin-Sisi brought him here. Didn't you say you were going to buy a watch? Are you sure you're not here to buy a wedding dress? Seeing Peter's somewhat puzzled look, Shin-Sisi took his arm and started talking to Peter as they walked inside. You don't understand, right? Even though Longyi is not as good as Demon Emperor Yangpeng, it is still a provincial capital. Every year, many celebrities come here to hold concerts, endorse products, shoot commercials, walk the runway, watch shows, and cut ribbons for commercials. You don't think that every time they come, the watches, jewelry, and other things they bring from home, do you? This watch is worth millions, and you just brought it here? Aren't you afraid of losing it? So, basically, all the things they bring are picked up locally. If there is a local head office, they will naturally be delivered by the local head office. If there is no local store, they naturally need to find a place to store it. And this is where our Longyi stores these top luxury goods. They also shoot a lot of their studio commercials here. The Audemars Piguet Royal Oak you gave me is divided into 3 generations, namely the Royal Oak Offshore, and the Royal Oak Concept. The offshore type seems to have no spokesperson at the moment. The concept is now in China. Huang Zitao has worn it. The Royal Oak of the original generation, Jia Siding's wife, Haley Baldwin, has worn it. Looking at Peter, Shin-Sisi also started talking. It must be said that Shin-Sisi knew quite a lot about these gossips. If she followed him and stopped being a car model, she could also go to Suya's fashion magazine. Peter is not the kind of person who does not support female entrepreneurship. For example, Lily, Sure, Grace, Suya, Zhao Minglan. These people, Peter has never said that they cannot work. But forget about being a car model. Peter is not used to his wife being photographed in revealing clothes, so discovering other jobs that Shin-Sisi can do is also a good choice. Sure enough, after Peter and Shin-Sisi walked into the studio, Shin-Sisi took Peter to the back of the studio. The front was indeed full of people taking photos, some for weddings, some for their 100th-day weddings, some for their golden wedding anniversaries, and some who just came for fun. But the part behind the studio is a huge exhibition hall with all kinds of bags, Hermes, donkey, various jewelry, watches, everything you can think of here. But just as Peter was staring at these things, he suddenly saw an acquaintance. And this acquaintance also saw him at this time, and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Mr. Peter? Ms. Zhua." That's right, the person Peter saw here at this moment was Zhua Mei, whom he had met once at the auction. As the people on both sides approached, Peter also asked with a smile, "Miss Zhua, what a coincidence. Miss Zhua is also here to buy something." "No, this is the one I opened." "Mr. Peter, you haven't looked at my business card carefully." Hearing Peter ask this, Zhuomei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and then spoke. "Well, I did see it, but don't you run a gallery?" Peter was a little confused when he heard Zhuomei say this. This was inconsistent with his memory. Chapter 129, Shopping for Groceries. My business card doesn't say Weixin Gallery, but Weixin Group. Besides galleries, photo studios, and luxury goods, I do all kinds of business. Hearing what Peter said, Zhuomei also took out another business card and pointed to the title on her business card. It was indeed Weixin Group, not Weixin Gallery. After hearing her words, Peter nodded. Indeed, if she only had a gallery, it would not be enough for her to spend millions to buy things at auctions. Tell me, since you're not here for me, what are you and your girlfriend here to buy? Seeing Peter's look of sudden enlightenment, Zhuomei also started talking with a smile. When Shin-Sisi heard Zhuomei mention her, she couldn't help but tighten her hand around Peter's arm, then smiled and nodded to Zhuomei. Maybe in Peter's eyes, Zhuomei is just a gallery owner, but Shin-Sisi knows who Zhuomei is. This woman is not simple. She was born into an artistic family. Her family was one of the first to engage in the luxury goods and art industry in China. Her ancestors even painted stamps in that special era. Although they are not particularly famous, they have served as vice president of the Yanhuang Calligraphy and Painting Association and have a high reputation in the calligraphy and painting circles. She has been immersed in this big tank since she was a child and can be said to be a genius. After she showed her talent for oil painting at the age of 15 or 16, her family sent her abroad for further studies. However, a few years ago, something happened in her family and her parents died unexpectedly. She then returned from abroad and inherited the family business. I originally thought that after she came back, the family would decline a little. After all, she had never shown any talent in business. But when she came back, she shocked everyone. Relying on the assets and confidence left by her family, She quickly reached an agreement with major foreign luxury brands and became the general agent of Longyi and even several surrounding provinces. As long as there were no large-scale direct stores in the province, the jewelry, accessories, and luxury goods would be stored with her, in addition to the outside studios and her family gallery. Ordinary people may not know her situation, but in the entertainment industry, she is well known to everyone. Shin Cece is a car model, and she also has to walk the runway on weekdays, so she knows this place. But she didn't dare to come in and see before, and today she was able to do so thanks to Peter. Unexpectedly, Peter actually knew this Miss Joie. Yes, I came to buy some watches for my girlfriend, Audemars Piguet, and it seems that you are the only one who has them. Peter said with a smile after listening to Miss Joie's words. After hearing what Peter said, Germaine naturally remembered that Peter bought 9 Audemars Piguet Royal Oaks at the auction. Then she looked at the sapphire one on Shin Cece's hand and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that they had all been divided up. However, she was too lazy to ask about other people's affairs, so she just smiled and replied, "Of course, I think I'm the only one who has this brand of watch. Please come this way." As he spoke, Joai led Peter and Shin Cece to a counter nearby. At this moment, all the watches on this counter are Audemars Piguet watches. There were even several Royal Oaks in there that were exactly like the 9 pieces Peter bought. However, the most expensive emeralds, rubies, and sapphires are not available. But Savorite, chrysoberyl, spessartine, tourmaline, tanzanite, and amethyst are all available here, but the most expensive one is not one of these watches. It is a piece of pure diamond. This is the one worn by Hailey Baldwin, the wife of Jia Siding and Bobo. And this one is also the most expensive. In Peter's eyes, the issue price of this watch is 6.051 million yuan, and the current selling price here is 6.23 million yuan, an increase of 180,000 yuan. Of course, there is some premium, because in Peter's current situation, it is only worth 6.2 million. Peter doesn't care about the 30,000 yuan. What surprised him was that the Royal Oak had many other models, and the range was huge. In addition to the models he mentioned, there were also some cheaper ones, such as 3.13 million, 2.4 million, 1.95 million. The cheapest one was even only 59,000. The price is almost the same as its most low-key Millennium series. Peter didn't know this before. After looking at the Royal Oak, Peter also saw the other 2 branches of the Royal Oak mentioned by Shin Cece. These 2 branches did not have as many watches as the Royal Oak. The offshore type and the conceptual type are placed in one counter. The offshore models are mainly made of diamonds, and the most expensive one is even more expensive than the Royal Oak with sapphire that Shin Cece is wearing on her hand now, worth 9.476 million yuan. The piece next to it is worth 8,377,000. However, the ones after that are much cheaper. The third one is 5.373 million. The fourth one is 4.12 million. The fifth one is 2.451 million. The sixth one is 2.072 million. And the seventh one is only worth 1.337 million. According to Peter's aesthetic taste, he thinks the best-looking one is only worth 876,000. It can be seen that this offshore model is probably not as high-end as the regular model. Next to it is the Royal Oak concept. This one is slightly worse than the offshore model because the most expensive one is only 4.256 million, which is the one Huang Zitao wore. There are 3 models in total. The next one down is only worth 2.458 million, and the next one down is 2.037 million. The cheapest concept model is 1.63 million, but it's only $9 in total. Which one do you like? I'll give you a small discount then. Seeing Peter looking at these watches with a dazzled and somewhat overwhelmed look, Jaume also asked with a smile, "How many of these Royal Oak 1247 BC01S do you have? No matter what gemstones they have, or even the diamond ones, are left. I want them all." Then these models 1222 or 01, 1248 BC01, 1259 or 01, 1258 or 01. Add them together, give me 100 yuan first. How many? Not only Jaume, but also Shin Cece almost fell down when they heard what Peter said. Jaume didn't know what Peter wanted so many watches for, but Shin Cece probably guessed that Peter was not only planning to give watches to himself and his other official girlfriends, but also to those who had had sex with him today. How much money do I have to give out? $100. $100 to buy a watch worth $1 million? Is this buying a watch or buying groceries? When Shin Cece's family buys cabbages in autumn, they won't buy 100 cabbages at once. But for Peter, it doesn't matter. Problems that can be solved with money are not really problems, because now he is so poor that the only thing he has left is money. Chapter 130. The Truth. Are you sure? The watches you want are worth nearly 170 to 180 million in total. After a pause and looking at Peter, Jaume also spoke. Sure, I'll give you cash directly. Oh, by the way, bags, give me some too. They don't have to be too expensive. Cece, can you help me take a look? 100 or 200,000 will be fine. Can you give me 300 first? After thinking for a while, Peter pointed to another counter in the distance and spoke. At this moment, Jaume and Shinsisi were even more certain that Peter was buying groceries. But for Jaume, it didn't matter. After all, it was business that came to her door, and Peter had just said that it was paid in cash, so she didn't need to worry about not getting the money back. She immediately began to determine the number of watches, as well as the styles and quantities of bags, with Shinsisi and several waiters. But after they picked for a while, they found that Peter was sitting here browsing his phone boredly. He had no interest in watches or luxury goods at all. Seeing him like this, Jaume couldn't help but laugh, then walked to his side and patted him. If you're bored here, why don't you go to the gallery first? I'll show you the goods when they're ready. Things worth at least hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars naturally need to be inspected by the buyer, but Peter doesn't need to stay here now. Gallery, sure. How do we get there? Hearing Jaume's words, Peter nodded and looked at the painting. He thought it was okay. I'll ask a waiter to take you there. Seeing that Peter was indeed more interested in painting than these things, Jaume was also very happy, because for her, whether it was a photo studio or helping to store and sell these things, it was actually for a living and to make money. What she loved most was still painting. Now she sees that Peter also likes painting, so she is also very happy. Of course, if she knew that Peter was looking at paintings just to see if there was any chance of finding a bargain, she would probably kick Peter out. But unfortunately, she didn't know what Peter was thinking. After calling a waiter to lead Peter to the gallery, she also got busy. As for the waitress, she was also a young girl. When she led Peter away, she was constantly exuding her charm. Her hips and waist were twisting so much that Peter was afraid she would herniate her lumbar disc. Actually, this girl is pretty good looking. The system determines that her charm value is 81, which is considered to be top-notch among ordinary people. But unfortunately, Peter didn't like it. His current bottom line is that his charm value must be 86 or 87. 81 is still far from enough. So Peter rejected her temptation. Even after arriving at the gallery, she wanted to introduce the paintings to Peter, but Peter refused. Then he looked at them alone. And after taking a look, Peter found that there were quite a lot of good things in Jaume's gallery. Her gallery is divided into 3 parts. The largest part is all oil paintings. Because she is talented in oil painting, she also likes to collect oil paintings. These paintings are all created by some very famous masters, such as Klimt, Babik, Henri Matisse. There are also several domestic masters, Zhao Taiji, Li Tiefu. Peter even found a Monet painting among them. In his eyes, this painting is worth 127 million, which is quite impressive. The second area is for paintings by some masters of traditional Chinese painting. Peter also saw paintings by Mr. Qi here. In addition, paintings by Su Beihong, Zhang Daqian, Fu Shuxi, Guan Shanyue, and other famous artists are all here. However, compared to the oil paintings, the paintings here are basically small paintings or essays. As we all know, when it comes to paintings, the first thing to look at is the originality. The second is the artist's state of mind when painting, and then the size of the painting. Paintings are sold by the foot. Therefore, these paintings are indeed much less valuable than those in the oil painting hall. The most expensive is a painting of a magpie by Su Beihong, valued at 33 million yuan. After looking at these paintings, Peter came to the third area. Although the third area was not big, it only had a painting of one person hanging on the wall. Peter also knew this person. It was Tang Mofan, the owner of the painting that he had snatched from Jaume. It can be seen that Jaume likes Tang Mofan very much, and probably loves him to the core, because there are a total of 33 paintings of Tang Mofan, large and small here. At this moment, in Peter's eyes, each of these paintings by Tang Mofan had a very red upward arrow, but unlike the last time he saw this painting, he just knew that the painting would increase in value. This time, Peter knew why it would increase in value. The girl looking in the mirror is currently worth 450,000 yuan. In 17 days, it will be worth 2.9 million yuan, and its value will increase by 12% every year. It turns out that the painting was actually created by a man named Horace Chapman. He was poor and destitute at the time and met Tang Mofin's agent. Because he had experienced a fire when he was young and had a congenital heart disease and was an alcoholic, he could not be pushed to the front and could only become Tang Mofin's ghostwriter. He started taking drugs 2 years ago, so he is now dying. He will die in 10 days, but will not be discovered until 4 days later. He left behind a suicide note and evidence proving that these paintings are his works. They will be made public by his friends at his funeral. From then on, Tang Mofin will be ruined, and the value of his paintings will soar. Oh, so that's the reason. Peter couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the reasons why these paintings were valuable. Although he knew that ghostwriting was a very normal thing in the art circle. But he didn't expect that Tang Mofin's luck was so bad that he actually found a madman. Do you want to buy a large number of Tang Mofin's paintings to make some money? Thinking of this, Peter couldn't help but touch his chin and mutter. But after thinking about it, he gave up because Tang Mofin didn't actually have many paintings. Apart from the most famous painting of the girl from the monastery, probably 70% to 80% of the others are here, and seeing how much Zhuo Mei likes these paintings, she can't give in. The most important thing is there are 33 paintings here in total. Assuming that each painting can earn 2.5 million, 33 paintings is only 82.5 million. His daily income is more than that. You are here. Just when Peter decided to give up on purchasing Tang Mofin's paintings, Zhuo Mei walked in with a smile, and then looked at the paintings around her with a happy face. Chapter 131, Going Home. Mo Fan's paintings are beautiful, aren't they? Standing next to Peter, Zhuo Mei also smiled and spoke at this time. Looking at the paintings around her, Zhuo Mei's eyes flashed with a very complicated expression. On the one hand, she really admired these paintings, but in Peter's opinion, in addition to appreciation, there were many emotions in her eyes, just like when Grace looked at him. Yes, that's right. Does Miss Xuan know this Tang Mofin? Yes, he almost became my husband. After hearing what Peter said, Zhuo Mei also smiled and spoke. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing Zhuo Mei's words, Peter also responded. As expected, it was unlikely to get these paintings from Zhuo Mei. He and I were classmates. Unlike me, he was of British-Chinese descent and grew up in England, so he took good care of me when I went to school. We spent a few wonderful years together until something happened at home and I returned to China. I actually wanted him to come back with me, but he was an artist and he wouldn't accept my invitation. Looking at these paintings, Zhuo Mei also started talking. Well, actually, I feel like if you invite him, he might come back. As the old saying goes, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. It is obvious that Zhuo Mei is a little in love. Peter knew that Tang Mofin had no talent at all, and all of his paintings were drawn for him by others. But he couldn't say it so clearly. The most taboo thing in making friends is to talk too much with someone you just met, especially for a girl who is in love. No, I originally wanted to invite him, but when I went to see him, I saw him and a girl checking into a hotel, so I returned to China alone. It wasn't until 2 years ago that I realized he was afraid I wouldn't want to go back, so he deliberately played a trick on that girl to make me give up on him and return to China alone. After hearing what Peter said, Zhuo Mei also spoke. Looking at Zhuo Mei's serious expression, Peter really wanted to persuade her that it shouldn't be a show, but real. But looking at Zhuo Hai's determined eyes, Peter also smiled and thought, well, let's not mention it. So Peter changed the subject at this point. Ms. Zhuo, the things I want are already prepared. Of course, please come this way. When Zhuo Mei heard Peter mention the serious matter, she immediately started talking with a smile, and then led Peter back to the hall they had just been in. But at this time, the place was already filled with watch boxes and various bags. Peter took a quick look and had to say that Zhuo Mei was quite reliable and there was nothing wrong with these things. There are 113 watches in total. There are 2 pieces of royal oak 9179 BC with pure diamonds worth 6.05 million. There is 1 piece of tsavorite, 2 pieces of chrysoberyl, 2 pieces of spessartine, 2 pieces of tourmaline, 2 pieces of tanzanite, and 2 pieces of amethyst. These 13 watches are worth a total of 73.17 million. The other 100 watches had an average price of 1,073,500, so the total price of the watches was 180.52 million. In addition, the 300 bags had an average price of 152,000, so the total was 45.6 million. In total, Peter spent a total of 226.12 million here. Of course, if Peter paid this price, he would still be a little short. Now, he only has 224.48 million in cash, but Zhuo Mei was very generous and gave Peter a man who shared the same aesthetic taste as her, a small discount. The decimal points were just deducted, and Peter only needed to pay 220 million. So after making sure there was no problem here, these people also helped Peter load the watches and packages in his car, filling up the trunk and back seat. Peter also directly transferred 220 million to the other party's account. If there's anything you want to buy in the future, or if you want to see paintings, feel free to come to me anytime. After the money was in place, Zhuomei also said with a smile. Then Peter and Shun Sisi also said goodbye to Zhuomei and got in the car together. After getting in the car, Shun Sisi was still a little confused. Her man had just spent 220 million to buy more than 100 watches and 300 bags? Hey, what are you looking at? Let's go. Seeing Shun Sisi in a daze, Peter also started talking with a smile. I don't dare to drive anymore, so you should drive? Looking at Peter, Shun Sisi's hands are shaking. Your mentality is not good. Okay, I'll drive. By the way, where are we going tonight? After such a long period of relief, Peter no longer felt much pain. After all, the recovery ability of a perfect body is not a joke. Then he switched seats with Shun Sisi, shifted gears, and drove the car forward. Shun Sisi looked at Peter, hesitated for a moment, and spoke. Go back to your home. Don't you want to meet my other women so early? Peter had naturally told Shun Sisi that he lived with all his women, but Shun Sisi was obviously not ready to meet Peter's women so early. In her opinion, it would still take some time. Then what can I do? There are 220 million worth of things in the car. I'm going to the hotel with you? What if they are lost? After listening to Peter's words, Shun Sisi rolled her eyes. She was really worried about the safety of these things. Hearing her words, Peter couldn't help but smile. Well, he had never thought that buying these things would have such an effect. Peter was naturally the one who got the advantage by taking her home, so he didn't say anything more. He turned the steering wheel and drove Shun Sisi back to the downstairs of his house. But before going upstairs, he specifically called Lily and asked her whether she was in the bar or at home. After all, with so many things, how long would it take the two of them to move them all? Fortunately, Lily had returned at this time, so Peter asked them to come down together to move things. However, when they all came down, Peter unexpectedly discovered that it was not only Lily, Olivia, Grace, Yuna, and Haomei who came down. Zhao Minglan, Suya, Su Lele, even Sangwon, Yi, and Jinny were all there. When these people saw Shun Sisi, she was somewhat embarrassed, but they seemed to have gotten used to the fact that Peter would bring people back. So I'm still very enthusiastic about Shun Sisi. Seeing Lily and the others' attitude towards her, Shun Sisi finally felt relieved. Then these people hurriedly moved the watches, bags, and other things that Peter bought to the elevator and then delivered them to the 33rd floor all at once. Chapter 132. Make a reservation. You can pick out these bags first and take the rest to Sister Zhao's company on Monday. Sangwon, Yi, Jinny, Lilu come over and pick out watches first. After all the stuff was moved to the 33rd floor, Peter looked at everyone and started talking. Hearing what Peter said, Yuna, Haomei, Grace, and Suya came over with a smile and started picking up bags. Lily and Zhao Minglan, watching their actions, also came over with a smile and started picking up bags. Olivia and Shun Sisi were a little embarrassed at first, but were also pulled over. Suddenly, only Su Lele, Sangwon, Yi, and Jinny were left there. Looking at them, Peter also smiled and waved to them, although Peter did not have any substantial relationship with these four people. But when Sangwon, Yi, and Jinny followed him to Zhao Minglan's company today, they had all been frank with each other and were considered as women. At this time, their liking for themselves has reached over 95. Although Sangwon still looked arrogant, her eyes when she looked at Peter were full of affection. As for Su Lele, she had wanted to be with Peter for a long time, so let her pick out a watch today and settle this matter. Seeing that Peter was willing to give her the watch, Su Lele couldn't help but jump over first with a smile and chose the Savorite one because this watch was most similar to the emerald one. Well, this little girl still has a lot of ambitions. After she finished choosing, Sangwon, Yi and Jinny also chose their own watches, and Peter put them on them one by one. Okay, you guys go pick out your bags too. Okay, master. After hearing Peter's words, Jinny suddenly leaned forward, gently kissed Peter on the lips, and then jumped to Lily and the others. As for this way of addressing her, it goes without saying that it was taught by Haomei. She is the only one who likes to call herself master. After hearing Jinny's words, Yi and Sangwon exchanged a glance, then walked over. Yi first nodded gently in front of Peter, then smiled and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, master." Then it was Sang-won's turn. She came over, but she kissed him much longer. After the kiss, she looked at Peter and said, "Don't even think about asking me to call you master, but I can call you sir." After saying that, Sang-won turned and left. Then Su Lele also walked to Peter's side with a smile and asked him in a low voice, "Brother Kai, what do you want me to call you?" "It's up to you." After hearing Su Lele's words, Peter spread his hands, indicating that he didn't care. "Then can I call you senior?" Looking at Peter's expression, Su Lele also came over and whispered in Peter's ear. Peter couldn't help but hesitate after hearing what Su Lele said. Senior, of course he could, but he and Su Lele didn't seem to have gone to school together. Just when Peter was hesitating, Su Lele came over. She, Sang-won, Hu-ee, and Jenny were all more unfamiliar than the other, but that was fine. Men, after all, liked the training system. After a long time, the two separated and Su Lele also went to pick bags. Each of the 12 people picked out 4 or 5 bags they liked, hung them on the partitions of the cloakroom they had already divided, and then went downstairs together. When we got to the 32nd floor, we saw that Peter was wondering why they all gathered at his house, but now they were drinking here. Today is Friday night, and tomorrow is the weekend. Everyone is off. The only thing to do is move, and Peter is the main person responsible for this. So these girls are ready to relax. There were takeout barbecues, various small seafood, crayfish, and in the distance at least 5 or 6 kinds of beer and foreign liquor, including a large bucket of draft beer. Needless to say, this must have been from Lily's shop. Peter even suspected that Lily had gone back to the bar today just to get some beer. In fact, it was almost the same. In addition to getting some wine, they went back mainly to see if anyone was causing trouble. After all, Zhao Lei had already taken action against Peter, and she was not sure whether Lu Wanqing would deal with her bar. Although those thugs in the street might not dare to target her bar, she still wanted to be safe, so she went back to take a look and only came back after making sure that nothing was wrong. Looking at all this food and wine, needless to say, let's get started. With Lily, Yuna, Zhao Minglan, and Suya taking the initiative to show goodwill and take the lead, Shun Sisi soon became friends with them. Of all these people, the one who was most familiar with Peter was naturally Shun Sisi. She was Peter's junior high school classmate, so she became the focus of the girls at this moment. They kept discussing some of Peter's interesting things during his school days. Peter didn't care and just laughed and drank with them until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Everyone felt they had drunk enough, so they went to take a shower together. But when they got to the bathroom, they found that the small bathtub could not accommodate so many people, and they had to wash in batches. At this time, Zhao Minglan also laughed and muttered, "This place is too small. Yes, so we want to renovate this place, make the upstairs into separate rooms, and then make a big room here, a big bathroom, a swimming pool, and a restaurant." After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Lily also spoke. "Hey, doesn't that look like my garden?" Hearing Lily's words, Zhao Minglan also said with a smile, "Yes, so I also want you to introduce the construction team." Looking at Zhao Minglan, Lily also spoke. "Hey, Tianlong Real Estate. It's his now. He can just ask 2 construction teams to come over and have the renovation done in a week." After hearing Lily's words, Zhao Minglan also started talking with a smile. "Then where are we going to live this week?" After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, everyone realized, yes, Tianlong Real Estate is now owned by Peter. If Peter wants to find a few construction teams to renovate his home, is that a big deal? Or we can just live in the secret garden and rest right away. I have over 3,000 square meters there, which is enough for us to live in. At night, those employees who don't want to go home can live with us. Zhao Minglan looked at Peter while speaking, and Peter was confused by her gaze. What the hell? Employees who don't want to go home can live together? Damn it. Are you sure you don't want to kill yourself? Chapter 133. Moving. Brother Kai, good morning. When the morning sun shone into Peter's master bedroom, Peter also opened his eyes drowsily from his sleep, and the first person who caught his eye was Su Lele. This girl, Sang-won, Hu-ee, and Jenny did not go home last night, but lived with Peter and the others. Early this morning, she began to study Peter. Peter woke up because he had to urinate. It also had something to do with her. "Girl, I have to get up and go to the bathroom." After touching Su Lele's head, Peter also sat up and yawned. "Brother Kai, when will you be with me?" Seeing Peter get up, Su Lele knelt beside him, rested her head on Peter's shoulder, and spoke in a low voice. "Are you still anxious?" "Well, I originally thought I would be ahead of my sister, but now you have 12. There may be 13 women today, not counting the hundreds of people in Sister Mingland's company. If the queue continues, there will be no room for me. After hearing what Peter said, Su Lele also started talking with a pout. I'm going to help Yuna, Hao Mei, and Grace move later today. I'm going to have lunch at Helan's house. Tonight, I might not be back. There's a cocktail party tomorrow, and Sister Zhao's company is having a fashion show the day after tomorrow. I should be there tonight. Well, the earliest I can get time is Tuesday. Peter didn't realize how busy he was before. Okay then, remember, it's time for a date with me on Tuesday. Su Lele said helplessly when she heard Peter talk about Tuesday. Then she made an appointment with Peter to go on a date with her on Tuesday, and then she let Peter go. After Peter went to the bathroom and washed up, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Hao Mei. There were originally only 5 or 6 people, so Hao Mei could naturally prepare by herself. But today there were more than a dozen people at home, so Peter wanted to help. But it was obvious that there were many people who had this idea. When he arrived at the kitchen, he found that in addition to Hao Mei, Yuna, Olivia, and Hui were also there. Seeing them happily making breakfast, Peter also laughed. I have to say that although there are many women around him, they get along quite harmoniously. He originally thought that having too many girlfriends would be a hell of a situation. But in fact, it seems that the relationship is not particularly difficult to get along with. In fact, this is mainly related to Peter because Peter can satisfy all their needs for love at the same time, including money, status, honor, ability, and some needs between the two that will be monitored by the reviewers. These Peters have exceeded their targets. They naturally don't need to fight for anything. Otherwise, if they are unable to do so and cannot satisfy any one of them, and still find so many, they will naturally start fighting for their own happiness, and then it will be a surer field. Soon, everyone woke up one after another. After everyone finished breakfast together, Peter and the others left home and went to Yuna and Hao Mei's house first. The two of them had already packed up their things in the past few days, so today all Peter needed to do was move everything down, stuff it into the car, and drive it back. The only problem was Grace's house, because Peter was a little scared when facing Grace's parents. If the two were just in a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Peter had been to Diana's house before, so at most he would be nervous. But now Grace came up and told her parents directly that she had become one of Peter's lovers, so it was somewhat awkward for Peter to come to her house. Lily had already considered this problem for him. That's why Sang-won and the others didn't go home yesterday. According to Lily, Sang-won and the other two were planning to help Grace move. Peter will attend the cocktail party tomorrow, and Sang-won will be his and Chloe's driver. But after hesitating for a while, Peter just thanked Lily for her suggestion and did not hide away. After all, he and Grace were not just playing around. He would be with Grace for a long time in the future, and it was impossible for him to never meet her parents. So after hesitating for a while, he took 2 bottles of Mao Tai's Grand Celebration, then bought a box of Wuliangya and another box of Huazi, and then went home with Grace. Grace had already told her parents that she would be back to move today, so when the group arrived at Grace's house, the expressions on Grace's parents' faces were somewhat strange. Especially after seeing Peter, Grace's father's face remained gloomy, while her mother's face had only an awkward smile. But considering Grace and the gifts, they didn't make things difficult for Peter. They just watched Peter and his group help Grace move all the things away. Just as Peter and the others went downstairs, Grace's mother couldn't help but hold her back. Everyone knew that Grace's parents probably had something to say to her, so no one stopped and watched everyone walk away. At this time, Grace's mother also whispered, "Xiao Nua, that was the Peter you were talking about. Yeah, it's pretty good looking." Listening to her mother's words, Grace also smiled and spoke. You look good, but you only know how to cause trouble to women." Seeing Grace say this, her father's face darkened, and then he started talking. "Dad, don't worry, he didn't harm us. We all want to do it. And as for those 2 boxes of cigarettes and alcohol, you can do whatever you want with them, give them to others, or drink them yourself. But don't give these 2 bottles of wine to others. It doesn't matter if you drink them yourself. These 2 bottles are for Yu Tai's grand celebration, more than 100,000 yuan each." Looking at her father's gloomy face, Grace also said with a smile. When Grace's parents heard that the 2 bottles of wine were worth hundreds of thousands, they were stunned. Peter was really willing to spend so much. "Okay, Mom and Dad, they're still waiting for me. Come back when I'm okay." Seeing her parents looking a little confused, Grace also started talking with a smile. After all, they were in the same city and not far away. When she had nothing to do, she could get off work at 4 in the afternoon and go home anytime she wanted. So although her parents were still a little worried, they did not stop her. Looking at Grace's back as she left, and the gifts worth hundreds of thousands, Grace's parents couldn't help but feel a little dazed at this moment, because they don't know whether Grace's decision is a blessing or a curse for their family. Well, judging by the current situation, the probability of it being a blessing is higher. Chapter 134. Helan's Family. Tina, we're leaving first. Well, go ahead. Will you be back for dinner tonight? I probably won't come back for dinner, but I'll probably come back to stay. As Peter and his friends moved Hao Mei, Yuna and Grace's things back home, they looked at the time and saw that they were ready to go to Helan's house. After saying goodbye to everyone, Peter and Shun Sisi also drove to Helan's home. Unlike Peter and other young people who cannot live without houses and like to live in large apartments in the city, Helan married an old man named Nyahui. In the eyes of the elderly, a villa is a symbol of a person's status. Moreover, the villa must be a standalone one, not a townhouse. This results in such places being generally far away from the city center. This is the case now. When Peter and Shun Sisi drove to Helan's house, it was already noon. They drove here for nearly an hour. It's nearly 70 kilometers from the city center. It must be difficult to order takeout under normal circumstances. All I can do is hire a nanny to cook for me every day. When Peter and his friends followed the navigation into the villa area and arrived in front of the villa, they found that Helan had been waiting there for a long time. Sisi, Peter, you must be exhausted after driving for so long. Come in and have a rest. Dinner will be served soon. Looking at Peter and Shun Sisi, Helan also spoke at this time. Then Shun Sisi took the initiative to walk in with Helan, and Peter followed behind. After the three of them came in and changed their shoes, Helan also took Shun Sisi and Peter on a tour. Of course, this was not Shun Sisi's first time at Helan's house. She was very familiar with the place. Only Peter was here for the first time. But to be honest, Peter was a little hard to compliment about the decoration style here. Helan's family's single-family villa covers a large area of 500 square meters in total, with the house covering more than 300 square meters and having 2 floors, which means it covers an area of more than 600 to nearly 700 square meters. There's a lawn in front and a garden in the back. It looks quite beautiful. This is the decoration style. It's really very old. The decoration style of government buildings in the 1990s. Solid wood everywhere. The stairs are made of solid wood. The sofa is made of solid wood. All the cabinets are made of solid wood, and the floors are made of solid wood. At first glance, it is bright and sunny, but it gives people a sense of history. People over 50 years old will love this kind of decoration, but young people will find it depressing no matter how they look at it. Fortunately, it didn't need to stay here. After a brief tour, an aunt came over and said to Helan, "Ma'am, lunch is ready." "Okay, Aunt Wong, thank you for your help. You can go back and rest. We can clean up tomorrow." After all, he would be drinking soon, and it would not be good if the servants at home saw him drunk, so Helan smiled and sent away the servants at this time. Then he went to the kitchen with Peter and Shun Sisi and started eating lunch. The meals cooked by the nanny in Helan's house are just ordinary home-cooked meals. They are not as delicious as those cooked by Hao Mei and Yuna, but they are light and very suitable for the taste of the elderly. Even though I knew I was inviting young people to dinner today, I specially made a few meat dishes, but the soup was watery and didn't taste good. Of all the dishes on the table, the most delicious ones are actually the pickles. So after having a simple meal, Helan took out the wine that had been chilled in the refrigerator, and then the three of them sat together and started drinking. It can be seen that Helan is very worried at this moment. Come to think of it, she is in her prime years of life, but she has to stay in such a place, facing an old man in his 60s all day long. Anyone would probably feel depressed. Shun Sisi and Peter said that although Helan was willing to marry Nyahui on her own initiative, she must still hate her parents in her heart. After all, after she decided to do so, her father took the 30 million yuan from Nyahui without any hesitation. So after getting married, Helan basically didn't go home, not even during the Chinese New Year or other holidays. Nyahui also knew that it was not easy for an old man like him to take care of such a beautiful girl, so he did not let her go out casually on ordinary days. She could not go to work, and she had to have a reason to go out. Her only chance to relax was to occasionally go and play with Shun Sisi. It would have been nice if it had continued like this. But the problem is that Shun Sisi found Peter at this time. I am afraid of comparison in everything, especially with my best friends. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I'm also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Everything is afraid of comparison. Looking at Shun Sisi's happy face at this moment, Helan was genuinely happy for Shun Sisi, But at the same time, she felt even more lonely in her heart. When you're in a bad mood, it is easiest to drink too much. In addition, Ilan is a housewife and usually drinks only a few times a year. My tolerance to alcohol is really poor. So soon, after 3 or 4 bottles, Ilan had almost finished drinking. Her face flushed, her eyes wandered, and she nodded from time to time. Sure enough, when she had just finished half of the 5th bottle, she fell drunkenly on the table with a bang, her head tilted. Seeing that Ilan was drunk, Shun Sisi, who was just a little drunk at this time, also glanced at Peter, who was in a similar state next to him, then kicked him lightly and said with a smile, "It's up to you. No way. Your plan is to get Ilan drunk and then let me pick up the body?" Looking at Shun Sisi's expression, Peter raised his eyebrows. He would definitely not do such a thing. You know, this is illegal. What are you thinking? I mean, it's time for you to show your special skills. Follow me. As she spoke, Shun Sisi put her hands on Peter's neck and whispered at the same time. Listening to Shun Sisi's words and feeling the smell of alcohol from her mouth sprayed on his face, Peter still didn't quite understand what Shun Sisi was going to do, but at this moment, under the influence of alcohol, he would not refuse. So at this time, he picked up Shun Sisi, looked around, and went to the guest room on the 2nd floor. Shun Sisi used to stay here when she came to accompany Ilan when her husband was not at home. Ilan also said just now that if the two of them drank too much, they could rest in this room. But I never thought that they would actually rest in this room. Chapter 135, Shun Sisi's Plan. Ugh, I'm so thirsty. Not knowing how long she had slept, Ilan sat up from the table in a daze. When she took in the surroundings, she couldn't help but feel confused, because she found that Peter and Shun Sisi were gone, and the wine bottles on the table and on the ground clearly showed that the two did not seem to continue drinking after she passed out. This made her feel a little confused, but she didn't care about these things at the moment. She staggered to the living room, then poured a glass of water and drank it. After drinking the glass of water, she felt much more sober. She looked up at the clock and realized that she had slept for about 2 hours. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, just when she was wondering where Peter and Shun Sisi had gone. Suddenly, she heard a peculiar sound. She seemed to have heard this voice in some film and television works before. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a step forward with some doubt and walk towards the 2nd floor. As a result, as soon as she reached the 2nd floor, she felt that the sound became clearer. Listening to the sound, he slowly walked towards the guest room. When she rubbed her head over here, her pupils couldn't help but shrink. At this moment, she felt that she should actually leave and pretend that she didn't know. But for some reason, she found that her feet could not move and she couldn't leave. Just stood in front of the guest room door. At this time, Shun Sisi in the guest room naturally could no longer pay attention to Ilan's whereabouts. But Peter caught sight of Ilan's figure at the first moment. But Ilan didn't leave, so he didn't say anything. Another half an hour passed, and as Shun Sisi fell into a deep sleep, Peter turned his head and looked at the door. When their eyes met, Ilan finally reacted, and then he left the guest room door in a panic and walked downstairs. At this time, Peter went to the bathroom in the guest room to take a shower. After covering Shun Sisi with the quilt, he put on his clothes and went downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Ilan in the kitchen, running the faucet, as if washing something. Peter remembered that there were some apples there, but weren't they already washed? What was she still washing? Ilan. "Oh, Peter, Sisi, are you asleep?" When Ilan heard Peter calling her name after walking into the kitchen, her body trembled involuntarily. Then she forced a smile, turned off the faucet, and turned around to look at Peter. But it was obvious that she could no longer look directly at Peter in front of her. Well, she's exhausted and has fallen asleep. Looking at Ilan's expression, Peter also walked over and reached out to take the washed fruit by the sink. But when Peter and Ilan got close, Ilan's hand suddenly rose up unconsciously and grabbed Peter as close. Although her eyes were avoiding Peter, her body moved closer to him. Feeling Ilan's movements, Peter, his hand holding the fruit, couldn't help but stop at this moment, and then he tilted his head to look at her. "Sisi told me everything about you. Sisi wants you to join us." Looking at Ilan, Peter didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Don't joke, I'm already married." After hearing what Peter said, Ilan couldn't help but avoid looking more frequently, and couldn't help but start talking to Peter. But Peter grabbed her wrist at this moment and felt it gently. "You know, I'm a doctor. Your pulse tells me that Manhwa hasn't touched you yet. But that's true. I heard he was already 58 or 59 when he married you. A man like that who took advantage of the wind and took off early and whose wife died early must have ruined his body a long time ago. It's impossible for him to touch you. Peter, don't do this. I, I. Hearing Peter's words, Helan struggled with Peter's arm and then spoke in a low voice. When she said this, she was already wondering whether she should just give in half-heartedly, but at this moment, Peter took the initiative to let go of her hand. Phew, don't worry. Even though I had a crush on you in junior high, I won't force you. You can make the choice you want. As he spoke, Peter took an apple, sat down at the dining table, and continued to pick up some food with his chopsticks and started eating. Looking at Peter's back, Helan felt extremely confused. On the one hand, she felt that this was not a good thing for her. On the other hand, when she saw Peter, she kept recalling the scene just now and Peter's words, asking her to make the choice she wanted to make. Did she have a choice? She has been a good girl since she was young and has always been making the choices her parents gave her. Which high school to attend, which university to apply to. She had always thought that she would have a choice after graduating from college. As a result, her father's business failed. It seemed that she made a choice to sacrifice herself to save her parents, but in the end, she had no choice. Nie Hui married herself instead of Nie Jiang, and Nie Jiang didn't even dare to fart. Her parents, seeing Nie Hui, who was older than them, becoming her husband, accepted the check handed over by Nie Hui with a smile on their faces. But now, Peter suddenly told her that she still had a choice. Thinking of this, Helan couldn't help but chuckle. There were two options before her. One was to continue being Nie Hui's canary, locked in this cage, caring for Nie Hui until his death. As for what would happen to her and Nie Jiang after Nie Hui's death, no one knew. But recently, Nie Jiang has been said to be in contact with girls from other families. Who knows? Maybe I'll become Nie Jiang's plaything in the future. The second way is to choose to follow the man in front of her and become one of her women. Judging from Shun Cece's current situation, following him may not be a bad thing. Oh, you said you would give me a choice, but I still don't have a choice now. With a self-deprecating laugh, Helan raised his head and glanced at the sky outside and the increasingly dim light in the room. At this moment, as if she had made a very important decision, she walked behind Peter and then slowly leaned his head against her chest. Their eyes met. Peter seemed to have seen Helan's choice, and at this time, Helan also spoke slowly. Will you protect me? Peter nodded firmly after hearing what Helan said. Then Helan came over directly. Chapter 136. Thoughts. Hehe, you're awake. When Helan's consciousness returned to her body again, she found that she had returned from the kitchen to the master bedroom. Beside her, Shun Cece was in the same state as her, leaning her head and looking at her. Seeing Shun Cece's look, Helan couldn't help but blush, and then immediately covered half of her face with the quilt, leaving only a pair of big eyes exposed. She searched around, then looked at Shun Cece with some confusion and asked, "Where's Peter? He want to get you a token of love. Look, this is it, but yours is made entirely of diamonds." Hearing Helan's question, Shun Cece also showed off her watch. When she saw the watch, Helan realized that Shun Cece was actually wearing such an expensive watch. Although Nie Hui married her and raised her like a canary, in fact, neither Nie Hui nor Nie Jiang ever regarded her as the mistress of the family. She usually had pocket money and living expenses, but they were not enough to buy such expensive things. However, she had accompanied Nie Hui to many celebrity gatherings, so she knew about this watch. It was extremely expensive, such as Audemars Piguet and Royal Oak, which cost millions. You'll get one too later. It's a symbol of being his wife. Seeing Helan's shocked expression, Shun Cece also spoke at this time. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside. Peter returned to the master bedroom and took a look at the wedding photo of Helan and Nie Hui hanging above the bed. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He had never imagined that one day he would actually do something like this in front of someone else's wedding photo. But obviously this is not the time to think about these things. Peter then turned his attention to Helan and handed her a watch box. With the encouraging gazes of Shun Cece and Peter, Helan took the watch box. After opening it, an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watch covered in diamonds appeared in front of her. This is too valuable. If I take it, I'll be discovered. After hearing Helan's words, Shun Cece couldn't help but look at her with some surprise. No, you're still planning to stay here. Originally, according to Shun Cece's idea, Helan had no feelings for Nie Hui anyway, and now that she was with Peter, she might as well just leave and then file for divorce. But judging from Helan's expression now, It seems that she is not ready to leave just like that. I, I still need to think about it. Don't worry. You will be my only man. However, I can't make up my mind yet. Hearing Shin Cece's words, Helan shook her head slightly, then looked at Peter and started talking, with a clear message in her eyes. Peter just said that he would respect her choice. Looking at Helan's gaze, Peter and Shin Cece were both a little surprised, but then Peter hesitated for a moment, took out the watch and put it on her. If you're afraid of being discovered, you don't have to wear it normally, but this watch is yours now. I'm waiting for the day you make up your mind. I said I would protect you at any time and any place. Well, you guys should leave quickly. My husband will be back soon. Looking at Peter's eyes, Helan nodded, looked at Peter, and then looked at her watch, only to find that it was already past 5 o'clock. 2 hours had passed without her realizing it. Nyehui has to come back tonight. Okay, I'll help you clean up. Originally, in Shin Cece's plan, she would first seduce Helan and make her see herself and Peter together, which would arouse the little devil in Helan's heart. Then, after she had sex with Peter, the three of them would run away directly, so she did not consider the issue of time. Who would have known that Helan actually didn't want to leave like this? So at this time, Shin Cece could only say helplessly. Then the three of them changed the sheets and other things in the master bedroom and the second bedroom. There were blood stains on the bedsheet in the master bedroom. Originally, Shin Cece wanted to just throw it away, but Helan was reluctant to do so, so she cut off the blood stains and gave them to Shin Cece for safekeeping. Then she threw the bedsheet into Peter's car and asked him to take it to the city to throw it away. After everything was done, it was already 5:30. Peter and Shin Cece drove away. After they left, Helan once again supported her exhausted body and went to the kitchen. She tilted her head back and drank 2 more bottles of beer. Then, under the influence of alcohol, she returned to the master bedroom and fell asleep. About half an hour later, a Bentley drove into the villa's garage. At this time, an old man with neatly combed hair came out of the car. After greeting the driver, he also entered the villa. As soon as he came in, he saw the leftovers in the kitchen. This scene made him frown slightly, but he didn't say anything because he knew that Helan had invited her car model friend Shin Cece to come to her house for a small gathering today. It seemed that there was also a male classmate who was Shin Cece's boyfriend. Although he didn't like Shin Cece, he was still relieved. She could be allowed to appear next to Helan, because he knew very well that if you want to strangle a person's life, you cannot completely erase all the light around her. At least there needs to be a ray of light representing hope that can shine on her. Otherwise, when she breaks down, she can do anything. And Shin Cece is the light that Nyehui left for Helan. Ignoring the mess in the kitchen, Nyehui returned to the master bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Helan, wearing her home clothes and lying drunk on the bed. Seeing that she was dressed neatly, Nyehui smiled, then took a set of pajamas and went to another bedroom. Nyehui really likes Helan. After all, Helan is so beautiful. Men are the most loyal animals in the world. From the age of 8 to 88, they all like young, beautiful, and energetic girls. Helan's attributes are as follows. Name, Helan. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 169. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical strength, 11. Charisma, 98. Wisdom, 42. Business, 25. Innovation, 6. Social, 56. Management, 15. Favorability towards the host, 100. Nyehui naturally likes Helan, whose charm is as high as 98, but liking her is not love. The reason why he married Helan was actually entirely because of his son. At first, his son was obsessed with Helan, and his son was bound to marry a woman of equal status in the future. At that time, he just happened to need a beautiful woman to serve as his wife in diplomacy. So instead of letting his son be obsessed with Helan, he might as well marry her himself. He knew his own body very well, and he knew that he was not good enough. So he was particularly nice to Helan, but he also forbade her to go out to work and socialize with others. Trap her and make her a canary that belongs to you alone. Before today, his plan was successful. But unfortunately, there's always a loophole. Chapter 137, All Vegetarian. Boss, give me 20? No, 30 skewers of beef kidneys, leaner ones. As Helan fell asleep at home, Peter and Shin Cece also came to the barbecue restaurant downstairs from his house. They called Lily to ask and found out that they had all finished eating, so only Peter and Shin Cece needed to have dinner. So Peter and Shin Cece also came here directly to eat. As soon as Peter sat down, He ordered 30 skewers of beef kidneys. As for the boss, he looked at Peter and then at Shun Cece, who had such a perfect figure and was so beautiful, and couldn't help but reveal an expression that every man could understand. Understood. I'll be right there. Anything else? Give me another 20 lamb skewers, a pot of hot pot tripe, 12 grilled oysters, 2 grilled sausages, and 10 large fried noodles. Listening to the boss's words, Shun Cece also ordered some other food for her and Peter. After writing down the food the two wanted, the boss went to prepare the grilling. As for Shun Cece, she took 2 bottles of Dayo, opened one for Peter and one for herself, and then asked Peter with a smile, "Do he Lon and I put so much pressure on you? Do you want to eat 30 skewers of kidneys?" Tina and the others at home haven't had a good rest in several days. I guess there will be a fierce battle tonight. Listening to Shun Cece's words, Peter also started talking. Hee hee, I can't fight tonight, so I'll let you go. By the way, I remember eating kidneys. You have to eat the fat ones. Why are you picking the lean ones? Supporting her chin, Shun Cece had rested enough this afternoon, so she didn't need to rest at night. At the same time, she also supported her chin and looked at Peter curiously and asked, "You don't understand, right? The fat outside the kidneys is not actually the kidneys themselves. That circle of fat is actually wrapped in sheep's tail fat. The reason is that the kidneys will become a little tough when dry roasted, so they are wrapped with sheep's tail fat, which makes them more fragrant when roasted. The real kidney is the middle piece." Looking at Shun Cece's gaze, Peter also explained to her. Hearing Peter say this, Shun Cece nodded. After the two chatted for a while, the store owner finished grilling the barbecue and served them one by one. The first one to be served was the 30 skewers of kidneys. Just as Peter was about to start eating, he saw Shun Cece's curious look, so Peter took a string and handed it to her. "Want to eat?" "No, I'm not eating anymore. I want to lose weight tonight and can't eat too much oil." After hearing Peter's words, Shun Cece touched her flat belly and started talking. "You don't understand this again, right? According to the National Bureau of Statistics calculations, all offal, including the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, luncheon meat, various sausages such as starch sausages, ham sausages, red sausages, and tripe, as well as all starchy foods, fried chicken fillets, chicken tenders, even sweet and sour pork, braised pork slices, and sweet and sour pork tenderloin, all dishes with bones such as large bone sticks, and bones with meat attached, are all vegetarian dishes. Oh, and by the way, all fish and seafood are also considered vegetarian dishes." After hearing what Peter said, Shun Cece couldn't help but look at Peter with a look of "Guess, do you think I believe it?" while Peter was eating kidneys and pointing at her phone with a smile. "If you don't believe me, check it out. The National Bureau of Statistics calculates per capita meat consumption in the Yanhuang region, but only counts net meat, and that's from livestock and poultry. That means if you eat beef or mutton skewers, those count as meat. Other things you order like tripe, oysters, grilled sausage, or fried pork belly, none of them are included in the average meat consumption of the Chinese people. As for food, it's either meat or vegetables." Hearing Peter say this, Shun Cece picked up her phone with some confusion and started checking. Sure enough, she found out that when the National Bureau of Statistics calculated the per capita meat consumption of the Yanhuang people, it was indeed only the net meat. Even for canned food, only the net content of the canned pure meat was counted. Luncheon meat does not count. She then discovered that the data discrepancy was enormous, as the National Bureau of Statistics calculated the national per capita meat consumption to be 46.3 kilograms. However, the United Nations calculated that the per capita meat consumption is 62.09 kilograms, which is 25% less. However, this is not the most exaggerated, because according to the rankings of many Western countries, according to the statistics released by the country 2 years ago, the total consumption of livestock and poultry meat was 97.32 million tons, which is 68.93 kilograms per capita, and the total consumption of aquatic products was 69.17 million tons, which is about 50 kilograms per capita. The two items add up to 118.93 kilograms. Produce eggs, milk. The per capita consumption was 183 kilograms 2 years ago. But the National Bureau of Statistics reported 46.3 kilograms, which made the neighboring countries, which even consider kelp and canned food skin as meat, very angry. If that's the case, then our meat intake isn't lower than that of the Americans, right? After putting down the phone, Shun Cece asked with some doubts. "Yeah, even if I'm not as tall as them, it's not much different." Peter nodded and spoke while eating kidneys. "Then why is the quotation so low?" because we have to remain among the developing countries. You have to know that in terms of PPP, purchasing power of world currencies, we have been number one for a long time. If it were to be exposed again that we eat so much meat, it would cause strong protests from those countries. Of course, this is just Peter's own guess, and he has no idea about the country's trends. But for now, he is quite satisfied with the current situation. After hearing what Peter said, Shun Sisi picked up a bunch of kidneys and started eating. Looking at her, Peter asked with a smile, "No weight loss this time. Since it's vegetarian, why lose weight?" After looking at Peter, Shun Sisi also started talking. In fact, Peter has recently felt that his perfect body seems to be beneficial to his women. Yuna and the others have said that they have been eating and drinking well every day recently, but their weight is decreasing. The only difference from usual is that they often have meetings with Peter, that's all. Peter couldn't be sure about this matter, nor could he say that his woman, at least in terms of eating, would not need to be restricted in the future. After the two of them finished their dinner with a smile on their faces, they went back upstairs together. After going upstairs, Peter found that the lineup was the same as yesterday, but he was powerless yesterday. Tonight, he was going to take charge as a husband again. Of course, you need to be careful when revitalizing. Don't get carried away and directly revitalize Su Lele, Sangwon, Yi, and Jenny. Peter still hopes that his women will have a perfect debut stage, so you need to be a little careful about this. Chapter 138, Cocktail Party. There was no conversation that night. Even if I wanted to say something, it was impossible. Last night, they kept hearing someone knocking on the door and shouting, "Audit, open the door." Peter and the others ignored him, so 10,000 words were automatically deleted here. As the sun rose, Peter and his family also woke up in a daze. After breakfast in the morning, Peter and his friends were not idle either. They started moving again. Zhao Minglan and Lily are both examples of decisiveness and efficiency. On Friday night, they said they wanted to renovate the house, but they had to wait until Peter went to Tianlong Real Estate to take over on Monday to find a construction team. But today they are planning to move to Jinai Group. After breakfast in the morning, the people here split into two groups. Zhao Minglan took Suya and Su Lele to buy beds first, and then Peter and the others moved together. In fact, there was nothing much to move, so they just moved the things on the 32nd and 33rd floors to the 31st floor, which did not require large-scale renovation. Then just grab a few pieces of clothing and go over there. Because a week is enough for the transformation, and they usually don't need to wear clothes in the secret garden, they only need to prepare a few outer clothes. And just like that, the vigorous moving operation began again. It was not until after 2 in the afternoon that Peter and his friends finished packing their things, and then they came to Jinai Group with their luggage. When they reached the secret garden on the top floor, they saw that Zhao Minglan and the others had already made a huge bed there. The bed was almost 20 meters wide and 5 meters long. Not to mention the 13 of them. Even 50 people could lie down there. Even so, Zhao Minglan was still a little dissatisfied because this was already the largest bed she could buy. Otherwise, according to her idea, she wanted to get a bed of 1,000 square meters that could easily accommodate 500 people. Peter was speechless. Did she really intend for him to wipe out her entire company? Of course, that was impossible, because in a company, it is impossible for all women to want to sleep with you. And he wasn't picky. He definitely couldn't accept older women. He could still accept women in their 30s, but Peter didn't have such good teeth in their 40s or 50s. It's definitely not okay if you're not pretty. At least your charm value must be above 85. Those who are rebellious will definitely not be able to do so. If his current behavior were to be exposed, it would be considered as gathering for that, and he would be sentenced. So if we exclude all of the above, there are probably only about 300 people left in this company, and more than 200 of them are people I met on the first day. With so many people around, Peter might be able to handle it if he grit his teeth. After taking a short rest in this secret garden, Peter prepared to go to the cocktail party. Sangwon, and who he had just driven to the Union Supercar Club, and then Sangwon drove the Bentley over there. Peter changed into his custom-made suit, which was still uncomfortable to wear, and went downstairs. He sat in the back seat and went to Chloe's house with Sangwon to pick her up. Chloe has 2 homes in this city. One is her parents' home, and the other is where she lives now. Of course, her best place has now been sold to Peter. However, the place where she currently lives is also a luxurious community. As Peter and Sangwon arrived at the gate of the community, Peter also called her, and then not long after, he saw Chloe walking down. Chloe is dressed very beautifully today. Now she's wearing a green slim dress with some gold decorations on it. When she turns around, there is some golden glitter, and the irregular hem of the skirt also looks very elegant. She is wearing a white outer layer and a pair of transparent crystal high heels on her feet. She looks really noble, lively, and cute. But when she saw Peter getting out of the car and opening the door for her, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is there any problem? Seeing her teasing look, Peter also looked at himself. There's no problem. Didn't he say he should wear a suit? How can you wear a suit with sneakers? Seeing Peter's confused expression, Chloe couldn't help but smile and patted Peter, then pointed at the pair of running shoes on Peter's feet. Well, I can tolerate suits, but I really can't tolerate leather shoes. They're too uncomfortable to wear. Peter spread his hands and expressed his helplessness. Okay, you've convinced me, let's go. Looking at Peter and his children, Chloe didn't care. After all, for Peter, being able to wear a suit was enough to save his face, so there was no need to worry too much about it. As she got into the car, she saw Sang-won driving in front. Hello. Thank you for your presence tonight. Chloe was well educated. As soon as she saw Sang-won, she took the initiative to greet her. You're welcome, Miss Fong. After hearing Chloe's words, Sang-won nodded and said. And Chloe couldn't help but whisper to Peter at this time. You're such an amazing driver. You're so pretty, and you wear an Audemars Piguet watch. Chloe's eyes were sharp enough, and Peter smiled when he heard her words. What driver? This is my girlfriend, Sang-won. Oh, hello, Miss Sang. Hello, how many girlfriends do you have? Although she hadn't had much contact with Peter, she was certain that Peter had more than one girlfriend. There was his assistant Yuna and the trader. The relationship between them is obviously abnormal. As of now, there are 13 in total. He looked up and counted Lily, Olivia, Sang-won, Hu Yi, Jenny, Grace, Yuna, Ameshin, Cece, Hilan, Suya, Su Lele, Zhao Minglan. As of now, there are 13 in total. 13? Can you handle that? Hearing Peter say this, Chloe looked at him in surprise. As a man, how can you say you are not good enough? Seeing Chloe's puzzled look, Peter also spoke at this time. Hee. Okay, let me learn someday how you deal with your harem. After hearing what Peter said, Chloe also spoke up. At this moment, Sang-won, who was driving in the front of the car on her way to the reception, spoke up. If Miss Fong is interested, you can come to Janai Group when you have free time in the next few days. Then you'll see how Peter handles us. Chloe's eyes lit up when she heard Sang-won's words. She looked at her and Peter with some confusion. Peter, on the other hand, was stunned. Why come to Janai Group? What are you looking for? To see yourself taking on 300? To see yourself taking on 1,000? Chapter 139, All Acquaintances. Well, don't listen to her nonsense. By the way, Mr. Fong, I have something to ask you. Seeing the curious look in Chloe's eyes, Peter took the initiative to change the subject. Oh, go ahead. Although she was more interested in the Janai Group, Chloe still spoke to Peter. I'm looking to buy a bunch of cars recently. When you bought your cars, did you pick them out one by one yourself? Or is there any way to buy a lot of cars at once? Looking at Chloe, Peter also spoke at this time. He was planning to upgrade his women's cars. Yuna and the others could upgrade to cars worth 2 or 3 million. As for the women from Janai Group, if she were to have a relationship with me, I could give her a car worth hundreds of thousands or around 1 million yuan and a watch worth around 1 million yuan. Of course, Peter is not stupid. He can earn millions just by sleeping with me? That's impossible. This car and watch are just symbols of my women, not even gifts. If they leave me in the future, I will naturally have to take them back. Of course, if things go well after a while, it wouldn't matter if I gave it to them. I have to have channels. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to do anything else these past few years if I had to test drive every car. But I do have a few sisters who test drive and buy every car, and then they become car reviewers. By the way, how much do you want to buy? The initial plan is to buy about 100 to 200 vehicles, but we may buy more than 300 at most. So many. Chloe couldn't help but mutter in shock when she heard Peter's words. Then he started counting on his fingers. Even if the average price of each car is 1 million, and there are 300 cars, that would be more than 300 million. TSK, you are indeed a rich man. Well, when you have time, I will take you to buy some. After looking Peter up and down, Chloe did not ask Peter what he wanted to buy these cars for. She just agreed and then asked Peter about the time. Peter was also thinking in his mind. Yesterday, Monday, he had to go to Ontai Financial to do trading in the morning, then go to Tianlong Real Estate to meet Yi Yonghua to confirm the equity, and then go to Janai Group to fulfill his responsibilities and give watches and bags to the girls he had been with that day. In the evening, Janai Group also had a catwalk show. He definitely wouldn't have time tomorrow. On Tuesday, in addition to his regular duties at Ontai Finance and Jinai Group, he also had a date with Su Lele, which he had arranged. Tuesday is Su Lele, so naturally Wednesday is Sangwon, Thursday is Hu E, and Friday is Jenny. This group is already planned for next week. Just when Peter was hesitant, Sangwon couldn't help but speak. Peter in the rearview mirror. Upon hearing Sangwon's words, Chloe immediately agreed. Okay, I'll keep Wednesday free. After hearing Chloe's confirmation, Peter looked at Sangwon speechlessly. He didn't know if this girl was trying to help him or embarrass him. Why did she think so and drag Chloe into this? Seeing Peter's helpless look, Chloe seemed very happy at this time, and then she started chatting with Sangwon. What surprised Peter was that Sangwon actually told Chloe everything she knew. She not only told Chloe the identities of Lily and the others, but also told her everything. Even Peter told her about his hobbies and the renovation of their house. This surprised Peter greatly, because in his impression, Sangwon didn't like to talk so much. It was just between the two of them asking and answering each other. The car slowly drove to the venue of the cocktail party, a manor. When the car arrived at the main gate, Chloe got out first, and then Peter quickly asked Sangwon when he got out. Why did you tell her so much? Tina ordered that it's time for you to have a mistress. Okay, I'm leaving first. If you won't leave early, remember to call me. Looking at Peter's gaze, Sangwon said with a smile, and then drove away without giving Peter time to react. Then Peter smiled silently at Chloe and let her take his hand and walk into the manor. When they entered the lobby of the manor, Peter saw that there were 40 or 50 people gathered here in groups of 3 or 4, and most of them were in pairs or with their families, talking with people they knew. Peter just took a quick glance. In his opinion, there shouldn't be anyone he knew here. But to his surprise, he actually saw 3 acquaintances here. First, it's Elon. That's right, Elon is also here with a white-haired old man. If outsiders didn't know that this was her husband, they would think he was her grandfather. And just as Peter saw her, she also saw Peter. Although Elon knew that Peter was rich, she had never thought that Peter would come here to attend this party. She couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. Seeing her look, Peter subconsciously prepared to go over, but was pulled by Chloe beside him at this moment. Peter could only use his eyes to tell Elon that he would come to her later. Then, he and the anxious Chloe went to the vicinity of 2 other people he knew. He was also familiar with these 2 people. One was Lee Haoyun, the main reason why Chloe came to find him this time, and the other one, to Peter's great surprise, it was President Lee. At this time, there were 4 people sitting here. In addition to President Lee and Lee Haoyun, there was a beautiful woman sitting next to them, and a boy who looked about 17 or 18 years old and looked a bit like President Lee. President Lee, Lee Haoyun, he can't be her father. Just when Peter was confused and surprised, Chloe spoke first. Uncle Lee, Aunkin, oh, it's Xiaoyu. Brother O is here too. What are you guys doing? After hearing what Chloe said, President Lee also stood up on his own initiative and looked at Peter in surprise. Brother Lee, otherwise I'll just follow Xiaoyu and call him uncle. After hearing what President Lee said, Peter also started talking with a smile. Old Lee, this is... Hearing President Lee and Peter addressing each other so intimately, the beautiful woman sitting next to him also started asking, Oh, this is Peter, brother O, young and promising with great abilities. He just acquired Tianlong real estate the day before yesterday. After hearing what the woman said, President Lee also smiled and said, Chapter 140, Inside Story. After hearing what President Lee said, Chloe, Lee Haoyun, and the beautiful woman couldn't help but gasp. Tianlong Real Estate, these 3 people all know what it is. A large company with a market value of nearly 50 billion. Peter, a young man who looks to be in his 20s, acquired the company in full, which means he paid cash for it, 50 billion in cash. With such strength, we are currently ranked among the best in the country, no, in the world. And what's going on with him and Chloe now? Are they together? Not to mention this beautiful woman and Chloe. Lee Haoyun was also confused at this time. She didn't know that the person she offended was so powerful. It was a bit too exaggerated. Hey, let's talk about our own things. I heard that brother O just took over Tianlong real estate. Do you need some cash flow? I can lend you some at a low interest rate. While these people were shocked, President Lee also took a step forward and asked. After hearing what President Lee said, the others were even more shocked. You know, usually when businessmen come to President Lee for loans, President Lee is very arrogant and looks quite proud. But now, he seems to be begging Peter for a loan. What's going on? This is, of course, because President Lee knows how terrifyingly Peter makes money. He talked with Peter last week. Although he said he had not told anyone about Peter's situation, his attention was still focused on the stocks Peter held in Hong Kong. Today, or to be exact on Friday, Peter has increased the value of his Hong Kong stocks from 1.1 billion Hong Kong dollars on Tuesday to 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. In just 1 week, I made a profit of 36%. When lending money to him, President Lee naturally had no worries about the debt becoming bad because he was so good at making money. And now he has listened to his own advice and bought a real estate company worth about 50 billion as an industry. He is indeed becoming more and more stable. Not for the time being, President Lee, you know me. I am not short of cash. His current account is still supervised by President Lee's China Merchants Bank, so he naturally knows it. Hey, I'm just asking. If you need anything in the future, you can always come to me. After hearing what Peter said, President Lee also started talking with a smile. Seeing that Peter and President Lee actually knew each other and seemed to have a good relationship, Chloe thought for a moment and then spoke. Uncle Lee, I came to see you this time mainly because of Xiaoyu. I'm a little hungry. Let's go find something to eat. At this moment, Li Haoyun suddenly stood up, interrupted Chloe, then walked to Chloe's side, pulled Chloe over, and walked towards the cold dining table in the distance. Seeing the two of them leaving, Peter couldn't help but be stunned. As for President Lee, how could he not know Chloe's little thoughts? President Lee is no ordinary person. His attributes are as follows. Name, Li Jinwei. Gender, male. Age, 48. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 88 kilograms. Physical strength, 8. Charisma, 7. Wisdom, 81. Business, 91. Innovation, 36. Social, 87. Management, 95. Favorability towards the host, 89. It can be said that he was able to sit in the highest position in a provincial bank, not by relying on connections, but by relying on his abilities. So at this time, he also spoke to Peter. Brother O, shall we go for a walk too? Okay. After hearing what President Lee said, Peter nodded and then walked to the side with President Lee. Just as they walked away, the beautiful woman and the boy next to President Lee turned their eyes. Mom, is this guy's sister Xiaoyu's boyfriend? Even if it's not, it's almost the same. Hearing the boy's words, the beautiful woman here couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Then there's no hope for Sister Xiaoyu and me? Hearing the beautiful woman say this, the boy couldn't help but speak anxiously. Originally, I never thought that you two could be together. She is 8 years older than you. She is the only child in the Feng family. All the property of her dead father will belong to her in the future. Otherwise, I would not let you contact her. Since she can't do it, and the old man probably has other plans for your sister's property, we need to think of another way. Listening to the beautiful woman's words, the boy couldn't help but have a flash of resentment on his face. That bitch is such a nuisance. Why doesn't she just die out there? That money originally belonged to me. She's a woman. She should just get married. Why would she need so much money? Shut up and pay attention to the occasion. After hearing what the boy said, the beautiful girl couldn't help but glance at him. He really dared to say anything. At this time, Peter and President Lee had no idea what the two were talking about. The two had already come to a seat near the window. President Lee also knew Peter's character, so he went straight to the point and spoke. Brother O came with my niece this time. Is it because of the property left to her by her mother? Well, yes, but I don't know what's going on here. I just came here to accompany Xiaoyu. Nodding, Peter directly stated the reason for his visit. Hey, this is originally my family affair, but since my younger brother is involved, I'll talk to him about it too. Those two people just now, one is called Qin Lu, my wife, and the other is called Li Haoyong, my son. I actually know that they have always been thinking about the property left to Hao Yun by her mother. The reason I withheld the money I was going to give to Hao Yun this time was actually to get her to come back and give her her mother's money. Looking at Peter, President Lee also spoke at this time. President Lee and Li Haoyun's mother actually have no feelings for each other. It is a political marriage, which is also normal. President Lee's family has always been in the banking industry, and the earliest time can even be traced back to the previous dynasty. Li Haoyun's mother's family has always been in the political and business circles. But during the time of Li Haoyun's grandfather, because he chose the wrong side, he lost all his political resources. In order to prevent his family from being wiped out, he distributed all his business resources to his children. Li Haoyun's maternal family was now in name only. Li Haoyun's mother was assigned to a company called Donji Machinery. This company is not listed, and its current estimated market value is 12 billion. Her mother holds 10%, or 1.2 billion shares. The annual net profit of this machinery factory is about 500 million, so she can get 50 million, which is enough for her to live a life of luxury. However, after all, Li Haoyun's mother passed away too early, and she was only a few years old, so she could not inherit the shares, so the shares are actually in her own name. But last year, he discovered that someone actually wanted to use the shares left to Li Haoyun by her mother as collateral to withdraw money, which made President Li a little vigilant. After checking, he found that the man was actually Qin Lu's younger brother. So they suppressed the matter and withheld the money that was to be given to Li Haoyun this time, forcing Li Haoyun to come back and inherit the shares. After hearing what President Li said, Peter finally understood. Wow, there was such a secret. Chapter 141, Plan. This matter, you don't care? Peter couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw President Li telling him what happened. Alas, when people reach middle age, they're afraid of everything. Trouble, their wives, losing their integrity, family disharmony, the younger generation being too aggressive, and their superiors being too oppressive. You're still young and don't understand. Hearing what Peter said, President Li also sighed, then spoke with a wry smile. Come to think of it, if this matter were to be exposed, it would be a huge scandal for their Li family. When they divorced, Qin Lu would have to take half of his property. Besides, Li Haoyun was his son, so he might not even be able to keep half. Then, because of this scandal, he would definitely not be able to continue his job as the president of the provincial bank. There are too many people staring at me below. And most importantly, Li Haoyun hated herself very much. She had always felt that her mother's death was caused by her extravagant life outside. Well, in fact, there was indeed a problem in this regard. So, she basically had not returned home since she turned 18. If it weren't for the money and inheritance involved this time, she probably wouldn't have come back. Even if she was dying and called her, she probably wouldn't come back to see her. So if this matter were to be exposed, he was completely finished, his career was over, his family was over, he had no wife, his son ran away, his daughter hated him, and he wouldn't even know how he died. So he could only find a way to suppress this matter and then solve it in his own way. Looking at President Li's expression, Peter opened his mouth. He imagined himself in President Li's shoes. Well, he really wanted to die. I was originally planning to find time to look for you, but I didn't expect to meet you here today. Shaking his head and choosing not to think about those things, President Li also spoke to Peter. Looking for me? Brother Li, is there something wrong? Peter couldn't help but ask with some confusion when he heard that President Li was looking for him. The main issue is my daughter's inherited shares. I know my daughter very well. She is very stupid. If I give her these shares, she will not be able to manage them. I am worried that she will be cheated. I want her to sell these shares for money. I'm also worried that she'll spend all the money quickly, leaving her with nowhere to live when she gets old. With a sigh, President Li understood his daughter quite well. Peter still doesn't know what her business is, but her other attributes are indeed too low. Her intelligence is only 23, innovation 3, social 19, and management 16. With these attributes, she will starve to death if she goes out to work. She can't even do the simplest job, and she has a bad temper. So there's a reason why President Li is so worried, but why does he come to me? My original idea was to ask you if you wanted the shares. If you did, I'd sell them to you, but you wouldn't have to pay for them. You could just pay her 48 million yuan a year at an annualized rate of 4%. I know your abilities, and with this 1.2 billion yuan in your hands, you could make even more. But I don't want it. I just want this 4% interest so she can have something to eat. Seeing the confusion in Peter's eyes, President Li also spoke. I have to say that President Li is very smart and can be said to be a person who sympathizes with the love of parents. The reason why he was not afraid that Peter would run away with the money was mainly because Peter was now a partner of China Merchants Bank, and China Merchants Bank could monitor all the flows of his funds. So if Peter as capital chain is not healthy, or he wants to run away, he will be the first to know. Although he may have retired by then, as long as the person is not dead, the relationship will still exist, so he feels that he can still protect his daughter for another 20 or 30 years. By then, she will have retired, and it won't matter if Peter returns the money to her. After listening to President Li's proposal, Peter thought for a moment and then spoke. I'll think about it. Besides, you may trust me, but she may not. Smiling, Peter looked at Li Haoyun, who was wearing a normal beige, strappy evening gown in the distance. She might not agree. Are you very familiar with my daughter? After hearing what Peter said, President Li asked in confusion. We met a few times, but generally speaking, we have some grudge against each other. After thinking about it, the two of them had met twice, and it seemed that both meetings were not very pleasant. Haha, I believe this. My daughter has always been talented in making people angry. After hearing what Peter said, President Lee also laughed. But just when the two were chatting happily here, the whole lobby suddenly became noisy. Then, in Peter's sight, he saw two pairs of people walking in from the distance, and as soon as they appeared, they instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Many people walked over immediately, wanting to make themselves known, but President Lee naturally didn't need that. Instead, he asked Peter, "Do you know these two?" I don't know him." After taking a look at the two of them, Peter shook his head. He really didn't know them. That old man's surname is Dang, and his name is Dang Hanchio. You may not know him, but you must know Huaning Media. After hearing what Peter said, President Lee also spoke. Upon hearing the name, Peter said, "Oh." He knew this company, a top domestic film and television company. At its peak, its market value was nearly 200 billion. But now, there are only more than 20 billion left, which is not even half of Peter's wealth. But his influence in Yanhuang is naturally not comparable to Peter's. After all, these film and television companies are affiliated with the propaganda department and are not counted together with the agency. So this person is indeed a big shot. He's the one who hosted today's banquet. Although Huaning Media's headquarters is in the capital, this is his home. The woman next to him is currently his most popular female artist. I know this guy, and I Chiyu a big star. Hearing what President Lee said, Peter also added that Enai Chiyu should be around 37 or 38 years old this year. But she still looks like a little girl, and her figure is really top-notch. Actually, her name is Yin Lirong. Seeing Peter say this, President Lee couldn't help but speak. After hearing his words, Peter also took a look at her attributes. Sure enough, the name column did not say Enai Chiyu. Name, Yin Lirong. Gender, female. Age, 39. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Physical strength, 18. Charm, 92. Plastic surgery. Wisdom, 57. Business, 86. Innovation, 13. Social, 99. Management, 78. Favorability towards the host, 50. Chapter 142, Hanhai Manufacturing. Goodness, not only did she have plastic surgery, her name is fake, and her age is also false. Looking at Enai Chiyu, oh no, Yin Lirong's attributes, Peter couldn't help but mutter with a smile, but he didn't say it out loud. Look at the man next to you. In fact, today's dinner is held for him. Seeing that Peter seemed to understand something, President Lee pointed to another couple next to the two of them. For some reason, this couple looked righteous at first glance. To be honest, they were more like soldiers than businessmen. A couple, the man was about 1.75 meters tall, in his 40s, with a stern face and a serious expression, while the woman was about 1.62 or 1.63 meters tall. She was not good looking, but she had a strong aura. Who are these two people? After taking a look, Peter also said to President Lee, "You know it's made in Hanhai?" Made in Hanhai? Not sure. Shaking his head, Peter really didn't know this company. Originally, it was a state-owned enterprise, but later it was restructured and became a private enterprise. But now the top executives of the company are basically all from the higher-ups. After hearing what President Lee said, Peter suddenly understood. No wonder the man looked like a soldier. But what was he doing here this time? Seeing the confusion in Peter's eyes, President Lee also introduced this person. That man is called Chui Mingshua. He is the Deputy General Manager of Hanhai Manufacturing. Hanhai Manufacturing is currently working in Annan with the Annan governor. All the machinery used in the construction of the Annan Canal was provided by Hanhai Manufacturing. These machines were actually used to build our overseas bases before the canal was dug. Do you know which 3 types of businesses are the most profitable in this world? Looking at Peter, President Lee also held up 3 fingers and then started talking without waiting for Peter to guess. Human trafficking, drugs, and arms. We definitely won't do the first 2. Dealing with drugs in this country is a sure death sentence, and human trafficking is also a serious crime. But we can play with weapons. Building a platform for arms display is a huge business. This time, when Chui Mingshuo returned to China, he was said to be looking for businessmen, material suppliers, manufacturers, and developers who could cooperate with Hanhai Manufacturing. He was interested in all of them. Then what does this have to do with Dang Hanxiu? Peter nodded after hearing what President Lee said, but what does this have to do with Dang Hanxiu, who works in an entertainment company? he can establish this connection. If he hadn't brought people together, who would have had the opportunity to profit? So if someone at this reception received benefits from Hanhai manufacturing, and he then asked to invest, who would refuse? In business, besides making money, the most important thing is social skills. President Lee heard Peter ask this. He knew that Peter was not one of them. He was a little too naive sometimes. While Peter and President Lee were chatting here, Chui Mingxua and Deng Hanxiu in the distance also saw them. To be exact, after seeing President Lee, the two of them couldn't help but walk over. For a moment, Peter and the others became the focus of everyone present. Of course, in the eyes of these people, the focus is naturally Deng Hanxiu, Chui Mingxua, and President Lee Jinwei, and Peter is just an ordinary young man. But they soon realized that they were a little too naive. President Lee, long time no see. The party chairman is so polite. President Chui, thank you for the hard work and the long journey. Brother Lee, you're welcome. Given our relationship, it's a bit far-fetched to say that. Is this the nephew of Brother Lee's family? Compared with Deng Hanxiu, President Lee's personal relationship with Chui Mingxua may be worse. After all, Deng Hanxiu was able to invite him, but President Lee admitted that he did not have the face to do so. But at this time, President Lee represented China Merchants Bank, and Chui Mingxua represented Hanhai Manufacturing. The relationship between these two state-owned enterprises was very close, so he had to be much more polite and mention Peter by the way. But after hearing this, President Lee immediately waved his hand. No, 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 no. Our family can't produce such a talented child. Let me introduce you to Peter, Brother O, the current full owner of Tianlong Real Estate. After hearing what President Lee said, the whole audience couldn't help but gasp. For a moment, it seemed as if the temperature of the entire lobby could not help but rise. Tianlong Real Estate, not to mention the wealthy people in Longyi City, even Chui Mingxua and Deng Hanxiu are well known about it. When this company suddenly announced its merger and delisting on Friday, everyone was confused and wondered what had happened to them. As a result, news came on Saturday that a force had acquired Tianlong Real Estate in full. They never imagined that this force was actually just one person. At present, the personal wealth of everyone in this room cannot be compared with that of this young man. Even if they are added together, they may not reach such a height. This couldn't help but surprise everyone. Hello, Mr. Peter. Deng Hanxiu here is in the entertainment industry after all, so he is much more tactful. He reacted immediately and immediately stretched out his hand. Seeing Chui Mingxua next to him also reacted, he took the initiative to shake hands with Peter. Brother O, it's true that heroes emerge from youth. You're too polite. I'm still young. You and Brother Lee are in your prime. I still have a lot to learn from you. Listening to the two people's flattery, Peter shook hands with them neither arrogantly nor proudly, and then spoke very humbly. After hearing Peter's words, it was obvious that the people around him had a much better impression of Peter. Although this sentence was just an ordinary sentence, it naturally sounded different when it came out of Peter's mouth. People have different social status, and the degree of recognition they receive is also different. For example, if an ordinary employee successfully negotiates a project worth $20 million and says such a polite remark, the directors and bosses in the company will be somewhat happy, but they will also know that you are just flattering them and should be more careful in the future. But if it was the chairman who made the project happen, and he said this again, then these people would think that the chairman has recognized me, and a gentleman will die for his confidant. Of course, at this time, Peter and these people were not in a superior-subordinate relationship. But being praised by Peter, a tycoon with a net worth of over 50 billion, even Chui Mingxua couldn't help but smile. Chapter 143. Where does the face come from? Fisk, being rich is such a big deal. Look how happy those people are talking to him. Just when Peter was happily chatting with President Lee, Deng Hanxiu, and Chui Mingxua, Li Haoyun, who was sitting far away, couldn't help but curl her lips and said to Chloe, Don't you know that Peter is an introvert? Who did he have to come to the cocktail party for? You solved the problem here, but you didn't even tell me. Listening to Li Haoyun's words, Chloe couldn't help but roll her eyes at her, then gently tapped Li Haoyun's arm with her fingers. I didn't expect it either. My dad told me when I got home last night that he and I have already signed the equity transfer agreement, and we're just waiting to have it notarized on Monday. Looking at Chloe's gaze, Li Haoyun spoke a little embarrassedly. But I think what your father said is right. You can't keep these shares in your hands. Sooner or later, you'll squander them all. Otherwise, why don't you invest in my company? There was a light knock on the table when Chloe suddenly spoke. Ah, I'd rather donate this money to children in the mountains and hear a few more sincere thank yous than have you cry and tell me that you lost all my money. Chloe and Lee Haoyun are the same. With a score of 6 in business and 5 in innovation, he mysteriously believed that he could definitely start a company. An intelligence of 23 is above the average of ordinary people. But to be honest, if she can pass the college entrance examination on her own, she will be very lucky if she can get a score of 450. These two people are really like a crow landing on a pig. No one should blame the other for being black. Just as the two were bickering here, a figure walked over. Good evening, ladies. I wonder what the two ladies are talking about. Why are they so happy? As the figure spoke, Chloe and Lee Haoyun noticed him. The man didn't look very old, about 24, 25 years old, wearing a well-fitting suit. He was not short, about 1.8 meters tall, tall and thin, with shiny hair. When Chloe and Lee Haoyun looked at him, he showed a smile that he thought was very charming. Who are you? Do we know you? But it was obvious that his confident smile was greasy in the eyes of Lee Haoyun and Chloe. Lee Haoyun and Chloe will not tolerate him. Especially Lee Haoyun asked directly at this time. Oh, my name is Nie Jiang, Nie Hui from Huiyao Industrial. He's my father. I see we're about the same age, so I came over to get to know him. Hearing Lee Haoyun's question, Nie Jiang also signaled with his eyes to Nie Hui behind him. Chloe knew Nie Hui, who is also a figure in Longi City. I wouldn't dare say how much he is worth, but it's definitely worth several billion. But to be honest, just having a net worth of billions doesn't qualify you to get into the circle of Chloe and Lee Haoyun. Chloe's father, Feng Wenyu, is engaged in import and export trade. At the peak of his career, his net worth exceeded 100 billion yuan, and now it is around 70 to 80 billion yuan. Although Lee Haoyun's family does not have much money, the financial power in President Lee's hands is far beyond the reach of a small boss with billions of dollars. So after hearing what Nie Jiang said, the two did not give face to Nie Jiang and his father Nie Hui. Looking at Nie Jiang, Lee Haoyun also laughed, then looked at Chloe. Xiao Yu, it seems like you're really becoming more and more rebellious. All sorts of people dare to come and get to know you. After hearing what Lee Haoyun said, Chloe smiled and shrugged. On the other side, Nie Jiang's face turned red when he saw that the two of them did not take him seriously. I just came here to get to know you too. If you don't want to, then forget it. Why are you mocking me? Looking at Lee Haoyun and Chloe, Nie Jiang also spoke with an unhappy look on his face. Get to know each other? Are you worthy? Are you blind? Didn't you see who Xiao Yu came with? Did you see that person over there? His name is Peter, and his personal net worth is over 50 billion. Note that it is his personal money, not his father's money, nor his family's money, but his money, over 50 billion. Only people like this are worthy of playing with us. Seeing Nie Jiang's humiliated look, Lee Haoyun also started talking with a smile. After hearing Lee Haoyun's words, Nie Jiang's face became more and more ugly. He naturally saw Chloe and Peter coming together. Because before this cocktail party started, his target was actually Chloe, Lee Haoyun, and others. The main reason why Nie Hui married Helan was to allow Nie Jiang to marry someone of equal status or even someone more powerful than their family, so as to have a political marriage. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Nie Jiang had already memorized all the daughters of families in Longi City whose family background were similar to theirs, or even better than theirs. His original target today was only Lee Haoyun, but he never expected Chloe to come. Although he saw that Chloe had a companion, he still wanted to come over and give a try. As a result, I encountered such humiliation. Hearing Lee Haoyun's words without giving him any face, Nie Jiang gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and turned away. He was indeed a coward. His beloved woman was snatched away by his father, and he didn't dare to speak out. Now that he was being scolded by Lee Haoyun in front of her, he didn't even dare to say a harsh word. Seeing Nie Jiang leave like this, Lee Haoyun and Chloe didn't care. They continued to chat about their own things. On the other side, Nie Jiang opened his mouth after returning to Nie Hui, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After finishing his conversation with the acquaintances around him, Nie Hui also looked at his son. Waste. Listening to Nie Hui's words, Nie Jiang also lowered his head helplessly at this time, but the corner of his eyes was obviously still looking at Helan. It could be seen that even though Helan is now nominally his mother, he still has evil intentions towards Helan. But unfortunately, Helan's attention at this moment was not on Nie Hui and Nie Jiang at all. She was drinking a glass of champagne and looking at Peter among the crowd with her peripheral vision. She was also very shocked at this moment. Although she knew that Peter was rich and Shun Cece even told her that she had just accompanied Peter to buy luxury goods worth $220 million. She had never imagined that Peter's net worth was actually more than $50 billion. That's billions. Moreover, his relationship with President Lee is surprisingly good. It seems that when Peter said he could protect himself, he was not just talking. Thinking of this, Helan's eyes widened and her legs clamped together involuntarily. For a moment, her thoughts were really confused. Chapter 144. Dancing? Phew. Finally, I'm done greeting. I'm still not good at dealing with this kind of environment. After a round of greetings, President Lee, Chui Mingxuo, and Dang Hanxiu finally let Peter go. Then some other people also took this opportunity to greet Peter and meet him so that they could become familiar with each other. By the time Peter returned to Chloe and Li Haoyun from the crowd, almost an hour had passed, and the cocktail party officially began. Only Peter said, lying on the table like a dead dog, "TSK, you can't do this. How can you find so many girlfriends?" Listening to Peter's words, Li Haoyun also spoke. "What? If you don't agree, you can try." Hearing Li Haoyun's teasing voice, Peter glanced at her and said, "Xiaoyu, look at you, you don't care about him, he teased me in front of you." Peter finished speaking, Li Haoyun pointed at him and started talking to Chloe. After hearing this, Chloe just shrugged. Hearing Chloe's words, Peter couldn't help but look at her in surprise. Because to Peter, why did what she said sound so much like what Lily and the others would say? Could it be Chloe is really interested in me? But come to think of it, she has kissed me twice on her own initiative, although she used Li Haoyun as an excuse both times. But it is impossible to say that she has no interest in me. Does she really want to be her own wife and the mistress of her own family? Chloe said. Li Haoyun couldn't help but curl her lips. In her heart, Peter's reputation as a scumbag was confirmed. As the three of them were chatting here and there, the music from the cocktail party started playing and everyone came down to the stage to start dancing. But Peter can't do it, and Li Haoyun obviously can't do it either. Although Chloe received such education when she was young, she is too lazy to dance. She is Peter's female companion today, so if Peter doesn't dance, she naturally won't be interested. But at this moment, Dang Hanxiu's female companion, Yin Lirong, and Chuyu couldn't help but walk over and looked at Peter with a smile. "Mr. Peter, do you want to dance?" Looking at Peter, Chiyoyu's eyes were shining with golden light. "Don't look at her now. She is a top star named Only, and everyone in the entertainment industry calls her sister. But in fact, in the eyes of these rich people, she is just an actress. No matter how famous or rich she is, she can't sit at the table. In the eyes of these people, she is just an insignificant plaything. In the entertainment industry, there are countless women like this, just like the fish in the river. Therefore, Chiyoyu has always wanted to change this outcome. She gambled with capital and wanted to become capital, but she won first and then lost. Now she is almost 40 years old, but still has not been qualified to sit at the table. Female stars have a short blooming period. For Chiyoyu now, there are only two paths in front of her. Either give up completely and find someone in the same circle who is infatuated with her, or marry an old rich man and then retire from the circle to become a full-time wife. But you also have to be on guard against your husband looking for a younger and more beautiful woman at any time. In the end, she became a miserable, yellow-faced woman. Otherwise, I'll just try my best to see if I have a chance to get a seat at the table. She came to this cocktail party with Dang Hanxiu today for this purpose, but who knew that she would have an unexpected gain? Peter, a young man with a net worth of $50 billion, instantly gave her some ideas. So after her first dance with Dang Hanxiu, she went straight to Peter. Of course, she was not naive enough to think that Peter would be infatuated with her, a woman more than 10 years older than him. But her only available resources were a number of young and beautiful girls who were full of expectations of stardom. He may not be interested in himself, but he may not be uninterested in these people. But unfortunately, looking at her, Peter just waved his hand at this time. "I'm sorry, I can't dance." And Chiyu couldn't help but say hesitantly after hearing Peter's words. What kind of reason is this? After all, in her understanding, rich kids like Peter have to learn these etiquettes since childhood. Although it seems that these Western etiquettes are rubbish, and there's no need to learn them now. When Peter was young, more than 10 or 20 years ago, in that era when knowledge was young and reading was rampant, what foreigners said was the truth. So it is impossible that they did not learn it when they were young. He really can't. He is different from us. He didn't experience these things when he was young. Looking at Chiyu's expression, Chloe was also thinking about not letting Peter make enemies as much as possible. So she also started to explain. Heard what Chloe said. Although she still didn't believe that Peter was self-made, she guessed that he should be a new noble and wealthy person, so the child might not have learned it when he was young. What if I don't have the chance to teach you? And I Chiyu said to Peter with a smile. After hearing what the other party said, Peter opened his mouth and looked at Chloe, actually asking her what to do now. But this time, Li Haoyun did something bad again. That's perfect. I don't know how either. Xiaoyu, come and teach me. After saying that, Li Haoyun pulled Chloe into the dance floor, leaving Peter alone. He could only smile awkwardly, then nodded to Enai Chiyu with a stiff upper lip. When the two walked into the dance floor, Enai Chiyu took the initiative to put her hands on Peter's shoulders, and then took Peter's hands and placed them on her waist. I have to say that Enai Chiyu is still quite good. Although she's almost 40 years old, her waist is really thin and her skin is really elastic. However, Peter had touched many of Tan's skins, so even though he felt a little embarrassed, he still asked. When I saw it on TV, wasn't it like they had one hand on their waist and one hand holding their hands? The dances you mentioned are dances that you learn after you've learned them. Now you're a beginner, so we need to learn the steps first. After listening to Peter's words, Enai Chiyu put her hand on Peter's shoulder and started to dance the basic steps with Peter. Peter, it's true that he can't dance, but he is a master of martial arts, and he has a perfect body and extremely strong memory of his limbs. After just a few minutes of learning, he could dance quite well. But despite being shocked, Enai Chiyu didn't change her dance moves. Instead, she got closer and closer to Peter. Chapter 145. Want to invest? Miss and I, are we too close? Seeing that Enai Chiyu was almost sticking to his body, and that sturdy body was slightly squeezed, Peter couldn't help but take a half step back and spoke. But just as he finished speaking, Enai Chiyu smiled and took the initiative to move closer again, then started talking. Mr. Peter, I am your teacher, so you have to listen to me when dancing. Winked at Peter. Peter said with a little embarrassment after listening to Enai Chiyu's words. It's okay, I like your boldness. By the way, Mr. Peter looks very young. How old are you? Seeing Peter's slightly shy look, Enai Chiyu leaned close to Peter's ear and asked Peter in a low voice. In a few months he'll be 25. Peter's birthday was very young, at the end of November, so he was actually still 24 and 9 months old. Oh, you're really young and promising. By the way, Mr. Peter, do you have any interests or ideas in the film and television industry? I think we could collaborate. When she heard Peter mention his age, she originally thought that Peter just looked young and might actually be in his 30s. After all, who would believe that a young man in his 20s could control a fortune of more than 50 billion? But I never thought that Peter was really just young. To be honest, I don't know much about the film and television industry, and the return on investment doesn't seem to be very high. In Peter's memory, sometimes investing money in making movies can make money, but most of the time it is not profitable. The main purpose of this thing is actually to launder money. Of course, it is not ruled out that some small productions can make a lot of money, but there might not be one of those among tens of thousands of movies. So he really has no interest in investing in movies or anything like that. After hearing what Peter said, Enai Chiyu couldn't help but laugh. Investing in a movie does involve a lot of risk and investment, but if you invest in a TV series, the risk and investment are much smaller. Besides, Mr. Peter probably has a favorite female celebrity. I can invite her out to chat and have tea with Mr. Peter. As she spoke, Enai Chiyu gently stroked Peter's chest with her finger, then gave Peter a seductive look, the meaning of which was very clear. I'm not that kind of person. Looking at Enai Chiyu's expression, Peter said with some guilt, Don't worry, we're just making friends. Ms. Phone won't be angry. And I just want to get to know you, not really invest. When Mr. Peter has time to go to the capital, I can take him to have a look first. Mr. Peter, can we exchange contact information? Seeing Peter's somewhat erratic look, Enai Chiyu also spoke. After hearing what Enai Chiyu said, Peter thought for a moment, nodded, and then took out his cell phone. Enai Chiyu also waved outside at this time. Soon, an assistant holding her small bag quietly ran over, took out her cell phone, and after the two exchanged numbers, the dance music ended at this time. But just as Peter was about to leave, Enai Chiyu suddenly, as if carelessly, slid her hand down from Peter's body, from his shoulder, all the way to his leg. When she slipped, Peter couldn't help but be startled, especially since they were so close to each other just now. Even though Peter was not very interested in Enai Chiyu, the elder sister, she did have a good figure after all, and she was so close to him just now. Now that he was stimulated, Peter couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The problem now is that he is currently wearing a suit, and suits are always slim-fitting, so this makes Peter feel a little embarrassed. Seeing Peter's face change and then turn and run away, and Chuyu couldn't help but smile, then gently adjusted her dress. It seems that I have maintained myself well. Looking at Peter's back as he left, and Chuyu also swayed her waist and went far away. After dancing 2 songs, she also wanted to take a break. At this time, Peter went straight to the bathroom here. However, this manor was Dang Hanchio's home after all, and he would live here when he was here. So although there were many bathrooms, they were not like hotels or public toilets, and there were separate men's and women's toilets. It's almost like home here, with one bathroom for both men and women. Just as Peter arrived in front of the toilet, the door opened. What surprised Peter was that the person who came out of the toilet was none other than Elon. When Elon and Peter met each other's eyes, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Have you finished dancing? I just saw that Chuyu was about to meld into your body. Elon looked at Peter with some anger, and at this time, she couldn't help but say with a little jealousy. She didn't mind what Peter, Shun Sisi, and his women did together, but the old woman Chuyu was clearly seducing Peter, which made her very unhappy. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I'm too shy to refuse her, and now this is what happens. Peter said with a helpless smile after hearing what Elon said. Hearing Peter say this, Elon lowered her head, took a look at Peter's suit that was inflated, and her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Come in, I'll help you. But then she spoke, then turned sideways and pulled Peter into the bathroom. After they locked the door, the next thing was an hour later. An hour later, Peter came out of the bathroom first, and more than 10 minutes later, Elon came out. When Elon came out, the party was almost over. At this time, she also quietly returned to Nyehui's back. Hey, what were you doing just now? When Nyehui saw her, he asked with some doubts. I drank a little too much just now, so I found a place to lean on for a while. Hearing Nyehui's question, Elon also spoke up. Nyehui did not doubt it. Because Elan's alcohol tolerance is really not good, and she doesn't like noisy places, so it is normal for her to find a place to rest. Seeing that Nyehui did not become suspicious but continued to talk with others, Elon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked at Peter, Chloe, and Li Haoyun who were about to leave in the distance. But she didn't notice that Nie Jiang next to her was staring at her intently. Chapter 146. The Sky is Falling. Left with Xiaoyu and that. Mr. Peter. Oh, I see. After Peter came out of the bathroom, he quietly found President Li, Chui Mingxuo, and Dang Hanxiu and told them that he was leaving first. Then he slipped away with Chloe and Li Haoyun. After seeing them leave, Qin Lu came to President Li and asked, Don't you have something to talk to Haoyun about? We've already discussed it. Seeing President Li's indifferent look, Qin Lu also asked, Yes, I have transferred the shares her mother left to her. Seeing Qin Lu's concerned look, President Li also spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking calmly, Qin Lu felt a skip in her heart. You know, she had been planning to take Li Haoyun's money for many years. She had been planning even after her son was born, but till now, all she had done was to no avail. She had originally thought that Li Jinwei would still be somewhat hesitant. After all, people are selfish, and there are more than billions of them. She didn't believe that Li Jinwei could be so indifferent. This represents the difference in family background. Although Qin Lu is beautiful, she comes from an ordinary commoner family. At that time, he was a good student and was admitted to the bank staff and became his assistant. As time went by, he got involved with Li Jinwei and had an illegitimate child. But her vision limited her to what was before her. More than $1 billion is indeed a lot, but for Li Jinwei, who controls a provincial bank, it is nothing. After all, the money a person can spend is limited. The real wealth in this world actually depends on how much financial resources a person can mobilize. Li Jinwei controls the flow of funds worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars. Although it is not his, it is available to him. He does not need to embezzle 1.2 billion yuan from his daughter. This amount of money, let alone him, even people from families with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan would not be greedy. But in Qin Lu's opinion, this money belongs to their family. Now that it is given to Li Haoyun, it is just given away for free, even if this money was left to him by Li Haoyun's mother. So at this moment, after hearing what President Li said, the smile on her face became extremely stiff. Although she thought that President Li might touch the money, she did not expect that the other party would act so quickly. Hearing this news, Qin Lu really felt like the sky was falling. What? Do you have any opinions? Looking at Qin Lu, who was standing stiffly beside him, President Lee tilted his head to look at her and asked, No, no, I'm just worried that Haoyun doesn't know how to manage money and will squander all the money. Qin Lu now really wanted to grab President Lee's clothes and ask him, You gave all the money to Li Haoyun. What should Li Haoyun do? Li Haoyun is a daughter, and she will get married sooner or later, so this money should be left to her son. But she knew she couldn't say this. If she said it, President Lee would get angry. After all, the money had nothing to do with them, mother and son. They just wanted to take more. You don't have to worry about this. I've left her a way out. Looking at Qin Lu's embarrassed look, President Lee spoke calmly. Then he turned around and walked away. Looking at President Lee's back, Qin Lu gritted her teeth in hatred. This matter will definitely not end so easily. While she was still thinking about how to deal with Li Haoyun had already gotten into Peter's car with Chloe and left the party. Of course, after leaving, Peter originally wanted to send Chloe and Li Haoyun directly home, but they kept saying they were hungry and wanted to eat. Although there was a cold table at this cocktail party, to be honest, it was really hard to feel full with so many sausages, cakes, and other things. None of it was as good as the food the Dang family gave to the drivers. That is, the food Sang Wan and the others ate outside. According to Sang Wan, the lunchbox she ate outside was quite good. It was a 3-layer box with 4 meat dishes for vegetarian dishes, 2 staple foods, and fruit and yogurt. Peter felt as if he had known this earlier and just slipped out to get a free lunch. It's not like now where they have to find their own food. But finding food was not difficult. Soon, under Peter's instructions, Sang-won came to the bar and found a restaurant serving grilled cold noodles. He had eaten the grilled cold noodles in his house before, and the taste was quite good. So he bought 4 servings and added an extra bowl of cold noodles to his own. Then he took the 4 bowls of grilled cold noodles into the car. As a result, when Li Haoyun saw the grilled cold noodles, she started to act like a spoiled brat. We're both wearing evening gowns, and you're giving us this to eat. Eat it or not. If you don't want to, I'll eat it all. Listening to Li Haoyun's words, Peter also spoke directly. Eat. Although Li Haoyun wanted to be tough as possible when facing Peter, she really couldn't be tough because she knew that Peter would never indulge her. Besides, she was really hungry now, and the grilled cold noodles were really delicious, so when Peter was about to take the grilled cold noodles back, she snatched it away first, and then imitated Chloe, picking up the grilled cold noodles, and started eating. As soon as she took a bite of the grilled cold noodles, her eyes lit up. Delicious, sour and sweet, and the chewy texture of the cold noodles. Hee, there are a lot of delicious food here, but I guess you haven't tried them. Listening to Li Haoyun's words, Chloe also spoke. Chloe and Li Haoyun are indeed from wealthy families. The two of them received the most elite education since childhood, so naturally their family did not allow them to eat any junk food, let alone street snacks, KFC, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, and other foreign fast food, which they hardly ever ate. Later, Chloe was admitted to university normally, and then started her own business after graduation. Naturally, after gradually coming into contact with society, she had tasted all these foods. But Li Haoyun didn't even take the college entrance examination at the age of 18 and went abroad. He would only come back to play with Chloe occasionally during the winter and summer vacations. Due to some things, he has not been back in the past few years. So she really has been eating white people's food, and she has never eaten many of these things. It's okay. I'm not planning on leaving anymore. I'll just stay here. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat. He smacked his lips with emotion. Then Li Haoyun laughed and spoke. Yes, although she had just returned not long ago and was still very angry with Peter and her family, she could indeed feel the difference between China and abroad this time. Now, compared to abroad, China is naturally much more comfortable. Li Haoyun doesn't have any sentimental feelings. She stays wherever she feels comfortable. Now that she is comfortable in China, naturally she has no plans to go abroad again. Chapter 147, Big Party. After we finish eating, Xiaowan, you can take them home. Tina and the others are probably at the bar, right? I'll go find them later. Li Haoyun goes abroad in the future has nothing to do with Peter. At this moment, he talked to Sang-won while eating grilled cold noodles. Bar? Are those girls of yours hanging out in bars? After hearing what Peter said, Chloe suddenly asked, Well, I have a girlfriend who opened a small bar. It's a vegetarian bar, not a nightclub. There's no DJ music, and there aren't any booths or private rooms. I guess your friend might not like it. Looking at Chloe's interested expression, Peter said calmly, TSK, who said I'd go to nightclub? I hate going to nightclubs the most. They're just like music festivals, where everyone's just flying green onions, and it stinks. Hearing Peter's words, Li Haoyun also frowned and said, Have you been so quiet these past few days since you returned? Haven't you been out having fun? In the country, selling this stuff would result in death, and flying this thing would result in detention. Looking at her, Chloe also smiled and spoke. Don't mention it. Forget it, I won't say it. Li Haoyan couldn't help but be speechless when she heard Chloe's words. If it were usual, she might have gone out to play after returning to China, but the problem was, didn't she meet Peter? Last Friday, she kicked Peter's car headlights and then stayed at Chloe's house on Friday and Saturday. On Sunday morning, Chloe gave her 100,000 yuan, and then she went to find her girlfriend, Tang Xuehan. But that night, when she was helping Tang Xuehan to get on the list, she met Peter. Not only did she lose, but she also lost all her money. So these days, she has actually been living with Tang Xuehan. Tang Xuehan was naturally very obedient to her and provided her with delicious food and drinks, but at night, it was Tang Xuehan's time to go on air. She was always embarrassed to ask Tang Xuehan to live broadcast at home and then give her money to go to nightclubs, so after she came back, she really never went out to play. Of course, as she said, she really doesn't like going to that kind of nightclub. Even if there are no people playing with onions in China, it is still not safe. It's still early. Why don't we go to your girlfriend's bar and have some fun? Seeing Li Haoyun seeming to want to say something but hesitated, Chloe smiled and spoke. Well, okay. After hearing what Chloe said, Peter did not refuse. After that, the four of them finished eating the cold noodles, threw the boxes away, got back into the car, and drove to the door of the bar. When Peter and the others entered the bar, they found that there were quite a few people in the bar at this time, but the eyes of these people were basically focused on the bar because Peter's women were sitting there in a circle. Lily, Grace, Yuna, Haomei, Shun Cici, Suya, Su Lele, and Zhao Minglan were all there, while Olivia, Hu Yi, and Jenny were busy. Seeing Peter coming back with Chloe, Li Haoyun, and Sang Wan, Lily immediately waved to them. Then Peter's women quickly made room for 2 seats. After Sang Wan arrived, she went about her business, while Peter walked directly to Lily's side, poured himself a glass of beer, and started drinking. At this time, Lily looked directly at Chloe. Although she said she had never seen Chloe, she had heard of her. Chloe and Li Haoyun's temperaments were easy to distinguish. Then she also spoke to Chloe. Hello, Miss Feng, I'm Lily. I heard Peter mention it. Hello, Tina. I'm Zhao Minglan. After watching Lily and Chloe shake hands, Zhao Minglan also looked at her. Although Zhao Minglan had just joined not long ago, she was definitely the second most important person among Peter's women. Zhao Minglan? Zhao Minglan from Tianlong Real Estate. You are not. When shaking hands with Zhao Minglan, Chloe couldn't help but feel confused. She was just saying that Peter had acquired Tianlong Real Estate in full, but now, Zhao Minglan, the largest shareholder of Tianlong Real Estate, appeared and became Peter's woman. This made Chloe hesitate. I was the one who sold Tianlong Real Estate to him. I was planning to get both the money and the beauty. Listening to Chloe's doubtful words, Zhao Minglan also said with a smile, Mr. Feng, I'm Yuna. There's no need for introductions. I know you and this Grace, Miss Su. After Zhao Minglan finished speaking, Yuna also started talking. But before she finished, Chloe interrupted her and pulled her in Grace's hands. In that case, let me introduce her. Haomei is my friend and is now Brother Kai's woman. Hello, Miss Feng. After listening to Yuna introduce herself, Haomei immediately spoke up. She had heard from Lily that Chloe might be the mistress of the family in the future, and she was a little afraid of Chloe from the bottom of her heart. Chloe was very calm. She smiled, shook her hand, and said hello. This is Shun Cici, Peter's classmate. Hello, Miss Feng. Hello. This is Suya. Oh, I know you. I subscribe to your magazine. Miss Feng, you're too polite. This is my cousin, Su Lele, who is with us now. Hello, Miss Feng. Hello, Lele. This is Olivia. That's Sang Wan. You met her just now. This is Hu Yi, and this is Jenny. Watching Chloe greet everyone, Lily introduced Olivia, Sang Wan, Hu Yi, and Jenny to her. They all came over to say hello to Chloe. Olivia was like a thief because her teacher was still rocking on the stage. Everyone, since we are all family, don't call me Miss Feng or the general manager anymore. Just call me Xiaoyu. After everyone had greeted each other, Chloe also spoke with a smile. After hearing her words, Peter really wanted to ask, what does it mean that they are all family members? Do you have any substantial relationship with her? Or is it just a verbal agreement? But it seems that he has no room to speak on this issue now. Of course, besides her, Li Haoyun was also very shocked. She never thought that Peter's women were so outstanding and beautiful. And it seems that now they have become a family, and I have become an outsider. How is it? Are you done with your work? Just as everyone was chatting with Chloe and Lee Haoyun was confused, Lily looked at Peter and asked, Actually, there's nothing to be busy about because the other party has actually solved everything. After all, this is Lee Haoyun's family affair. Since President Lee has already solved it, Peter didn't go into too much detail. After hearing what Peter said, Lily didn't ask any further questions. As long as things are resolved, that's fine. Chapter 148, Enrollment Expansion. In the early morning, when the sunlight shone directly on Peter's face, he opened his eyes speechlessly. Except for him, everyone else around him also woke up at this time. Looking at the ventilation window in the distance, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Because of the special nature of Zhao Minglin's secret garden, the windows around it are all reflective windows, and you cannot see inside from the outside during the day. Of course, at night, you can't see outside from inside, but it's very clear to see inside from outside, so she installed curtains specially. However, in pursuit of beauty, her windows are all huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Except for the heavy walls, the entire first floor and surrounding areas are covered with huge floor-to-ceiling windows. This leads to a problem, which is that the curtains cannot be installed properly. The morning sunlight always shines through the gaps and wakes them up by force. Now that you're awake, forget it. Get up. We still have a lot to do today. Looking at the time, it was only 6:30 in the morning. Peter muttered something under his breath. Then the girls around him also got up. Last night, they didn't hang out for long at Lilia's bar. When they sneaked out of the party, it was around 7 or 8 in the evening. They arrived at the bar and left a little after 10. Of course, Chloe and Lee Haoyun were still sent home by Sangwon. Only Peter and the others returned to the top floor of Janai Group. They had originally thought that since it was close to the company, they could sleep in until 8 o'clock, but unexpectedly they woke up at 6:30. While getting up and washing up, Peter went downstairs to get his takeout breakfast, and then everyone ate breakfast together. After a hearty breakfast, everyone felt a little better. Just when Peter, Yuna, Grace, Suya, and Su Lele were getting dressed. At this time, Lily, Olivia, Sangwon, Hu Yi, Jenny, Shun Sisi, and Zhao Minglan simply lay back down on the bed. They don't need to go to work now, and now that the sun is setting, they can go back to sleep. Looking at their expressions, Peter and the others couldn't help but sigh. Especially Peter, who said that when he had no money, he worked like a dog every day to earn a little money for food. But now he is worth 50 billion. This morning, another 100 million was withdrawn from his bank account, making it 300 million already. And yet he still has to work. I am really speechless. But no matter how speechless you are, you have to leave. Hey, Peter, Grace, wait a minute. But just when Peter and the others were about to go to work, Zhao Minglan called them and quickly came to Peter and the others. The company should be delisting today. The money will probably be deposited into my account in the next few days, and then I will transfer it directly to you. Oh, okay. Hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Peter responded and left with Grace and the others. But after getting on the elevator, Grace pulled Peter's sleeve. Where are you going to put the over 30 billion from Sister Minglan? Hong Kong stocks or shares? A shares, even though I'd rather invest in US stocks. I'm more worried about not being able to switch back. As for Hong Kong stocks, even though I have a business now, I'm still worried some people will take the risk. Indeed, Hong Kong stocks and US stocks make more money, but A shares are still safer. As for A shares, there are only 14 of us, but we can't handle over 30 billion in cash. So, boss, you need to hire someone. After hearing what Peter said, Grace also spoke. Hearing her say this, Peter also touched his chin. Indeed, even these people did not need to make their own judgments. They only needed to follow his instructions and buy some stocks. But more than 30 billion is divided among 14 people, which means that each person needs more than 2 billion. For many stocks, the purchase limit is only tens of millions, so the 2 billion must be divided into at least 200 accounts, with each account holding 10 million. If they want to buy or sell quickly at that time, even if they find tentacles, they will not be able to operate more than 200 accounts at the same time. Well, sure. How many do you want to recruit? Hearing Grace say this, Peter naturally would not refuse and immediately asked, well, just hire 100 traders. That way, even if your business grows from over 30 billion to over 50 billion, you can still keep it under control. After thinking for a while, Grace also spoke up. Generally speaking, it is best for a trader to control 3 to 5 accounts. If there is an assistant to help, he can control 8 to 10 accounts. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people show off their skills and control 66 accounts or 145 accounts by themselves, but basically the final results for these people will not be very good. One mistake and the sky will fall. Peter S. traders do not need them to choose which stocks to buy. You just need to follow Peter S. arrangements, so the difficulty of operation is greatly reduced. You just need to be fast enough and avoid making mistakes. Therefore, one person can control more than 30 accounts. Once you are familiar with it, there will be no problem increasing it to 50 accounts. It's calculated based on putting 10 million in an account. 50 billion, that is 5,000 accounts, can be divided among 100 people. As for the current 13 people of Ontai Financial, they will continue to stay in the Hong Kong stock market. Well, okay, sure. If you have time, you can recruit. Office space, computers, internet. I'll give you the highest degree of freedom. You can use any of my companies as you like. Just discuss it with Yuna. The monthly salary is raised to 100,000, but only 0.02% of the profit will be shared with them. Peter gave 5% to Grace and the others because he really had no one at that time, and these people had no confidence in themselves. Now that I have grown bigger and stronger, there's no need to give away so much profit, but even if it is only 0.2%, it is still very high. Of course, the 13 people will also be adjusted after their salaries are paid this month. Otherwise, they would earn more than Zhao Minglan. Even in the A-share market, if it is impossible to buy more than 30 billion, Peter can still guarantee a daily return of about 6%. Note that he said every day. Based on 30 billion, 6% a day is 1.8 billion. Even if a month consists of 20 days, the capital can be doubled to 96.2 billion without changing the principal. The profit is 66.2 billion, and 0.2% is 132.4 million. Divided equally among 100 people, each person would receive 1,324,000. You're $1 million a month? What else do you want? And this is only the first month. The time will get longer and longer. Of course, there must be a limit, otherwise Peter would have lost all the money in the world. But conservatively speaking, he would have no problem earning $1 million per month. After hearing Peter's words, Grace nodded. However, she and Yuna looked at each other and saw a hint of inexplicable excitement in each other's eyes. Chapter 149. Go to Tianlong Real Estate. Spend 200 million to buy Aishin Creation. There are 300 million to buy National Destiny and Life. 130 million to buy Reading Management. 500 million to chase the Championship Hotel. The rest are all invested in Hengyuan Real Estate. After Peter and his 3 companions arrived at the company, they also got down to work. But in just half an hour, his work was finished. After he asked everyone to buy the stocks, he and Yuna prepared to leave. His main job today was to go to Tianlong Real Estate. But as soon as he walked out, he found William standing at the door again. 2 more companies have terminated their contracts with us. Spreading his hands, William said speechlessly that he had not been idle this Saturday and Sunday. He had been running around with these companies, hoping to recover some losses through his own actions, but it was obvious that the other party did not take him seriously. They offended a company with a market value of more than 60 million yuan. So what could they do? After all, in their opinion, Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing were even more difficult to offend. So today, William was actually ready to resign after talking to Peter. Sure, as the old saying goes, if one person succeeds, everyone around him will prosper, but there must be some use for me as the general manager. If I can't do anything well and lose money every day, isn't that a waste of time? Okay, I understand. Send someone to Tianlong Real Estate and Jinai Group later. We will be responsible for the background data and CNC maintenance of these 2 companies. By the way, call Chi over to me. After looking through the documents of the termination of cooperation between the 2 companies, Peter also said to William, Kaizi, otherwise I will, Tianlong Real Estate, Jinai Group. At first, William really didn't listen carefully to what Peter said, but then he reacted. He knew these 2 companies, Tianlong Real Estate, which was one of the top 10 real estate companies in the city, no, in the province, no, even in the whole country, and Jinai Group. Although he did not know much about this company, he knew that it was a large company with a net worth of billions. How come Peter managed to get these 2 companies done in just 2 days? Mr. Luo, Tianlong Real Estate will be like this place from now on. It will all belong to Brother Kai's company. Brother Kai has acquired this company. As for Jinai Group, it belongs to our sister. Naturally, this kind of network big data management work will be handed over to us. Seeing William's confused look, Yuna couldn't help but smile and talk. William's eyes almost popped out when he heard Una say that. Although he had known for a while that Peter had suddenly become rich, he hadn't considered how he got so rich. He had originally thought that acquiring Ontai Financial and Raincloud Supercar Club in full was already impressive, but today Peter told him that that was just pocket money. Well, actually it's about the same. The 100 million he makes a day is indeed pocket money. Well, okay, no wonder you're not worried. By the way, Chi E went to Tianlong Real Estate as a manager. After being stunned for 3 seconds, William finally reacted and let out a long sigh. He suddenly understood what Peter had said at the beginning. If the company followed him, would it only make more than 1 million a year? Thinking of this, William laughed. Well, his vision was too narrow. But then he asked Peter with some confusion why he was looking for Chi E. But after hearing this, Peter couldn't help but look at him speechlessly. You don't even know how much you weigh. I'm handing over a company worth tens of billions to you. Are you going to drive it into bankruptcy within 3 months? Ask him to be the manager of the IT department and help me monitor the company's developments. That's right. Even if you give it to us, we wouldn't dare to take over such a big company. Hearing what Peter said, William smiled and ran to find Chi E. Not long after, Chi E came over. It was obvious that William had already told him what to do, so he was both excited and a little confused at this moment. He really didn't know what he was going to do. Okay, let's go first and talk in the car. Seeing his expression, Peter also smiled, then drove him and Yuna to Tianlong Real Estate. When his car stopped at Tianlong Real Estate, he found that a group of people were already waiting for them at the door of Tianlong Real Estate. The leader was Yonghua, whose photo Zhao Minglan showed to Peter. However, Yonghua and others don't know who Peter is. According to common sense, the chairman would definitely ride in an executive sedan, but instead, he arrived in a Chiaowang U8. Then, among the 3 people who got out of the car, one was definitely a female secretary. But there are still 2 people who are not sure who will be the new chairman, because the 2 people who came down looked about the same age. There was a man in a suit sitting in the back row. Logically speaking, he should be the chairman, but this man's temperament was indeed lacking, and he even revealed some vulgarity. The other man in casual clothes was sitting in the front row with the female secretary and was even the driver, but his aura was much stronger. For a moment, these people were confused and puzzled. Seeing these people still standing there at a loss when he was almost 10 meters away, Peter understood what they were hesitating about. However, he did not explain, but continued to walk forward with a playful look. But at this moment, Yonghua's eyes fixed, and he took the initiative to walk towards Peter. Peter, welcome to Tianlong Real Estate. Oh, General Manager, he has met me. Looking at the hand extended by Yonghua, Peter shook hands with him gently and asked with some confusion. No, but the driver won't be half a foot ahead when talking to the boss and speak from a high point to a low point at the same time. Listening to Peter's words, Yonghua also began to explain at this time. After hearing his words, everyone understood. Then the senior executives of Tianlong Real Estate came forward to shake hands with Peter and introduce themselves, but Peter didn't have the time to remember their names. After a simple greeting, the group went to the chairman's office. After Peter signed the equity confirmation letter in front of Tianlong Real Estate's legal department and confirmed that there were no problems, Tianlong Real Estate was officially named O. At this time, Peter also asked all the senior executives except Yonghua to leave. Peter, what do you want? Peter, Yuna, Chi E, and Yonghua left in the huge chairman's office. Yonghua also asked Peter directly for his instructions. As for Peter, he didn't beat around the bush and extended a hand at this moment. I'm here for 5 things. Chapter 150, Peter, small-minded. You say. After hearing Peter's words, Yonghua also spoke very respectfully. First, it was to determine the equity, which has been completed. Don't worry. Although a new emperor appoints new ministers, I won't do anything to you. All the senior management remains unchanged. The only change is the second thing I came here. His name is Chi E, my confidant. Although his ability is average, he is someone I trust, and he is my spy, so I plan to arrange him as a manager in the network technology department. The monthly salary is 100,000 yuan. You can ask the HR department to do it later. Pointing at Chi E, Peter also spoke frankly at this time. Yonghua's ability is indeed strong, especially strong. His attributes at this time are as follows. Name, Yonghua. Gender, male. Age, 43. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Physical strength, 31. Charisma, 72. Wisdom, 82. Business, 99. Innovation, 87. Social, 95. Management, 99. Favorability towards the host, 86. Eonwa's attributes are indeed quite terrifying. No wonder he can become the backbone of Tianlong Real Estate and hold 5% of the shares. For Peter to send someone to supervise. He originally thought it would be the Human Resources Department or the Finance Department, but who knew it was just the Network Technology Department? Naturally, he had no objection and immediately took the initiative to look at Chi. Manager Chi. Hello, General Manager E. The two shook hands, which was considered a greeting. The third thing is that our company's future big data analysis and data reorganization work will be handed over to another company of mine, Ontai Financial. That's certainly no problem. After Eonwa heard the third point mentioned by Peter, Eonwa naturally agreed. Because this matter was originally outsourced. Now that the boss has his own company, why should he give it to an outside company? Of course, if the company does not perform well and problems arise, it is also the boss's responsibility. Fourthly, I think the plots of land you circled are pretty good. You can circle a few more plots based on this. I'll set a certain range for you, and you can buy any plots within this range. Not only the plots belonging to Emperor Demon Yang Peng, but also those belonging to Long E. Peter, I'm also optimistic about these plots of land, but the company doesn't have much spare money, and we still owe the bank a 12 billion loan. Hearing Peter's affirmation of the value of the land he had hoarded, Eonwa gently pushed his glasses. At this time, he looked up to Peter. It seems that his new boss is not a fool. At least he is very accurate in judging the land. You don't have to worry about the money. Tianlong Real Estate is now wholly owned by me. After the delisting is completed, I will inject capital again. I will pay back the 12 billion yuan to the bank, and you don't have to worry about the money for buying the land. Money. For Peter, the most unimportant thing is money. So he spoke calmly at this time. After listening to Peter's words about being rich and powerful, it was obvious that Eonwa's favorability towards Peter increased again. He liked this kind of boss who trusted his employees and would not employ them if he was not sure, and who also had plenty of money so that he could show his talents. No problem. I'll send people to various parts of the country to investigate the areas near these plots of land. Hearing Eonwa's happy agreement, Peter nodded. Now that we have finished our business, the fifth reason I am here is a personal matter. Please go ahead. After hearing Peter finish his business, Eonwa also spoke politely. There are two people, one named Zhao Lei and the other named LV Wanqing. One of them is a construction contractor and the other is in the earth-moving business. Their two sons caused trouble in my girlfriend's bar, and I sent them to jail. Then Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing used their connections to cut off 5 of my partners at Ontai Finance. I now request that Tianlong Real Estate issue an internal document to blacklist these 2 people and these 5 companies. As for all the companies that have cooperated with them, they have 2 choices. Either cooperate with us or cooperate with them. They only have 1 day to make a choice. If they haven't severed ties with each other by tomorrow, we'll block them immediately. Looking at Eonwa, Peter said the above words very calmly. Hearing Peter's words, Eonwa's eyes couldn't help but shudder. He had to say that Peter's decision was very cruel. He wants to kill Zhao Lei, Lu Wanqing, and these 5 companies. You know, Zhao Lei, Lu Wanqing, and these 5 companies are basically related to the construction industry, and Tianlong Real Estate in Longyi City is not only the dominant one, but also the only one. No one will offend Tianlong Real Estate for these 5 companies. However, Eonwa did not feel there was anything wrong with Peter doing this. The business world is like a battlefield. If you can't win and refuse to admit defeat, you deserve to be punished. If Peter chooses to be soft-hearted at this time, then he's actually unworthy of being the chairman of Tianlong Real Estate. So at this time, Eonwa also nodded to Peter. I see. Seeing Eonwa express that he understood, Peter couldn't help but smile and then looked at Eonwa. This man seemed to be more in tune with him than he thought. Okay, I'll leave it to you from now on. Standing up from the chairman's position, Peter patted Eonwa, said something to Chi-E, and then left with Yuna. Of course, if he wanted to talk to the construction team, he could just go directly to the manager who was in charge of the construction. As for Eonwa, he was also very clear. After sending Peter away, he immediately took Chi-E to the Human Resources Department to arrange for Chi-E to join the company. From this moment on, he was the manager of the Computer Technology Department of Tianlong Real Estate. The second thing is to organize people to investigate near the land they own and prepare to purchase more vacant land. Of course, this is not something that can be solved in a few days, so take your time and don't rush. The third thing was to notify the administrative department and postpone the fifth task arranged by Peter. Naturally, these people did not dare to disobey Peter's orders. After all, Tianlong real estate now belongs to Peter alone. If Iyonhwa and Peter had any conflict, they might still choose sides, but the problem is that after Iyonhwa and Peter met, not only did they not have any conflicts, but they seem to have a good relationship. Under such circumstances, whoever jumps will die at Tianlong real estate. In this way, the power transfer of Tianlong real estate went smoothly. But at this moment, Zhao Lei, Lu Wanqing, and the bosses of the five companies truly felt Peter's full malice. Oh my god, they really collapsed. Chapter 151. This time it's really over. Old Zhao Yu, this is really not nice of you. Don't you know what's going on with that, Peter? You're trying to kill me. I originally thought we were brothers, buddies. Is this how you treat your brother? Brother Zhao, I've already transferred the balance to you. From today on, we no longer have any relationship. Mr. Zhao, we have discovered some irregularities in the project you bid for our company and are terminating your contract. Before Peter returned to Jinai Group, Zhao Lei's cell phone started ringing continuously. As Tianlong Real Estate conducted an internal investigation, almost all the construction sites, builders, and contractors in Longyi City became active in an instant. He checked his partners to see if Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing were among them, in which five companies had chosen to terminate their cooperation with Ontai Financial because of Zhao Lei. When the people from these five companies received the news, they felt their blood run cold. Just like William's feeling of despair after receiving the news. No, they were more desperate than William. Because Ontai Finance does not only have these 5 clients, it now has a total of 12 clients. The loss of 5 of them is indeed a serious blow to Ontai Finance. The annual net profit is at least lost by 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. But William knew that with Peter around, he didn't have to worry too much. And even if Peter is not there, the remaining net profit of 700,000 or 800,000 is enough for the company to keep running, but it may require layoffs or salary cuts. But there is no need to worry now. The size of Tianlong real estate alone is enough to increase Ontai Financial's net profit 7-fold or 8-fold. This is especially true for Jinai Group. Although Jinai Group is much smaller than Tianlong real estate, don't forget that most of their sales are online. Therefore, they're more dependent on data and naturally pay more. It is estimated that by the end of the year, Ontai Financial's net profit will not be less than 10 million. Ontai Financial is alive, but these people are completely finished. After all, 99.99% of their business is related to the construction and real estate industries. Now Tianlong Real Estate has decided not to cooperate anymore, and they have lost all their business in an instant. Now, in addition to calling to scold Zhao Lei, the 5 of them are also trying to find ways to smooth over the relationship. But the problem is, how can they possibly succeed? This order was given personally by Peter, the chairman of Tianlong Real Estate. If they wanted to lift the ban, there were only 2 ways. Either they went to ask Peter in person, but they had already offended Peter so much that there was no way Peter would give in. The second option is to find Iyonhwa and ask him to show mercy and let them go quietly. But there is no way Iyonhwa would go against Peter for them. So this is a dead end. Their only option may be to sell their company at a low price and then develop overseas. They will probably have a hard time in China. After all, which real estate company in the country is willing to offend Tianlong Real Estate? The situation abroad is so chaotic now that they don't want to go there anymore. So even if everything goes black and they feel like life is hopeless, they're still prepared to find a way to survive. Zhao Lei's face was as pale as paper at this moment. Now he finally understood what it meant to be the ultimate scumbag. Now, if he didn't even think about saving Zhao Yu, even he himself might be doomed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Lu Wanqing, who was sitting in his office at this time. Lu Wanqing had just put down his mobile phone. Lao Lu, how about you? Although Lu Wanqing's expression was not much better than his own, Zhao Lei still asked with anticipation, but the only person who answered him was Lu Wanqing, who shook his head helplessly. At the beginning, the two had a clear division of labor, one dealing with Peter and the other dealing with Lily. Zhao Yu used his connections to deal with Peter, cut off his financial resources, control him, and force him to write a letter of apology, while Lu Wanqing used his connections to find someone to shut down Lily's bar, even though Lu Wanqing knew that Lily's father was a top gangster. It probably wouldn't be easy to find someone to embarrass her. But as the old saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. There will always be some desperate people who choose to cause trouble for Lily for money, but he didn't expect that after searching for several days, no one dared to take on this matter. Finally, a group of people from outside the place took it on. As a result, when I replied to him in the evening, he called me early the next morning to say that he had changed his mind and took the earliest train to leave Lomi. I heard that when these guys left, they didn't even pack their luggage, and they were beaten so badly. It was obvious that someone was protecting Lily in the dark. From then on, Lu Wanqing knew that playing dirty wouldn't work, so he decided to do something rogue. Yesterday, he found his bulldozer driver and told him to shovel a load of dirt and dump it in front of Lily's bar. If he couldn't get Lily, he would at least disgust her. The forklift driver didn't know who Lily was, but he accepted the money because it was so much. But last night, before he even left the house, someone found his home and gave his son a small toy forklift. This scared the bulldozer driver crazy. He didn't dare go out all night. He just called Lu Wanqing and told him that he would return the money and didn't want the job anymore. After receiving the call, Lu Wanqing couldn't help but feel a sense of despair in his heart. It was useless. There was no way to play this game because Peter and his team had not done anything illegal and everything was legal. The business world is not fun. The other party is as big as an elephant. What's the point of finding more ants? The black one can't play. The earthworks guy is indeed the local tyrant, but he's half gray and half white. How can he play these things with Lily? He can't play with a scoundrel either, because when it comes to being a scoundrel, the other party is much more ruthless than him. This time, it might really be over. Lu Wanqing picked up a cigarette from the coffee table with his trembling hands and lit it 4 or 5 times before finally lighting it. This time, let alone saving their son, they were all trapped. What? Peter isn't afraid of them both being destroyed? Peter would rather they were destroyed than tore each other apart, so that he could wipe out the root of the problem. Now we live in a society ruled by law. They want their family to be reunited in prison. Why doesn't Peter meet their expectations? And what kind of fish can break the net? Just these 2 little white fish managed to break the net and break the fishing line, which was a great achievement for them. So these 2 guys are doomed to be eaten, and even Jesus cannot stop them. As Peter said, let them enjoy this breath of despair now. Chapter 152, Gossip. Hey, have you heard? The CEO of our group has been replaced. Mr. Peter, who lives in our community and bought 3 large flats a few days ago. TSK, I really envy Yuna. I originally thought she'd be lucky to make a few million as an assistant, but now it seems like even millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions are just a drop in the bucket for her. There's no point in being envious. Who told us not to introduce them to others in the first place? To put it bluntly, we are just looking down on others. We should correct our attitude. By the way, have you heard? The company issued a directive, refusing to cooperate with a contractor named Zhao, a land mover named Lu, and 5 other companies. I saw it too. The manager is still checking our information to see if anyone has any information about those 7 companies. If anyone does, they will probably be fired. How do you think these 7 families offended Mr. Peter? I heard that it was one of their sons who bumped into Mr. Peter on the street. No. It seems like someone teased Yuna. No, I heard the conflict started at the hotel, and quite a few people knew about it. Anyway, I guess these rich guys are just after women. It should be, oh, how I wish I could be the woman they fight over. It would be so happy. You're dreaming. Hurry up and clean the sandbox. People outside naturally don't know how desperate Lu Wanqing and Zhao Lei are at this moment. But in the sales hall of Longting Jiyuan, several sales ladies had already started gossiping about the latest gossip in the company. Listening to them, Diana couldn't help but bite her lip lightly. She was originally wondering when Peter would take action to take over the company. In her imagination, if Peter took over the company, it would undoubtedly be like a snake swallowing an elephant. It is necessary to make preliminary arrangements first, and then slowly buy off shareholders, and finally confront the largest shareholder head-on, and then win with a slight advantage, drive the other party out of the board of directors, and successfully swallow up Tianlong real estate. But the real world is indeed different from novels and TV dramas. Peter didn't have so many complicated ideas, so he just paid a premium of 50 billion in cash to acquire the entire Tianlong real estate. The transaction was completed in 1 day. There was no business war, conspiracy, or bribery. It was just 50 billion. Do you want it or not? If not, I will find another company. Then the people from Tianlong real estate were stunned and agreed. Of course, outsiders don't know the role Zhao Minglan plays here. To others, it seemed just as Diana had thought, that Peter took over the company with a single wave of 50 billion. 50 billion. Peter, thinking of this, Diana sighed helplessly. It has been almost a month since the two broke up. Whenever she thought about how she accepted the instigation of her mother and best friend and broke up with Peter, her heart still ached. Peter's doing now. He just started a new company, and he must be very busy. Looking at the sky outside, Diana also spoke at this time. As for Peter at this moment, he was indeed busy, but he was busy with other things. After leaving Tianlong Real Estate, Peter and Yuna returned directly to the upstairs of Janai Group. When they came back, the things he had bought from Joie May had already been distributed. Mi Li and the others looked at the watches and bags that Peter had given them, and their eyes were shining brightly. To be honest, they didn't actually think about getting any economic benefits from Peter. To put it bluntly, they just wanted Peter's body. After the battle on Friday, they went home for 2 days on Saturday and Sunday. Almost the first thing they thought of when they closed their eyes was Peter. Compared to these material things, they actually wanted Peter to be more extreme with them in some aspects. So when they arrived today, they looked for Peter, but when they found out that Peter was busy, they felt a little disappointed. But then when they learned that Peter would stay here for a few days, not only the more than 80 people that day, but even the remaining more than 100 people who were not here on Friday, many decided not to go home tonight and stay in the company. Not even going back this week. Just when they made up their minds, Lily, Zhao Minglan, and others started giving them gifts on behalf of Peter. Looking at the watches and bags on these women's hands, it is impossible for them not to be envious. This makes these women, who are already coveting Peter's body, even more covetous. So as soon as Peter came back, all the girls in the secret garden surrounded him and looked at him blankly. Vice President O is back. Seeing Peter looking a little overwhelmed, Chayuka couldn't help but smile and said, "Why call me Vice President O? Just call me Peter, right, Sister Minglan?" After hearing her words, Kong Rue also spoke up. "Or just call me Dear. I still prefer calling you Dear." After Kong Rue finished speaking, Meng Xian also spoke with a smile. "Hey, there's no need to have a specific title. Just call me whatever you want, right, husband?" But just as she finished speaking, Mealy also spoke. After hearing their names, the other girls also started shouting. Some called him husband, some called him dear, some called him brother, some called him Brother Kai, and some followed Hao Mei in calling him master. Peter even heard a few people calling him daddy. Listening to their words, Peter couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, before Friday, he would have panicked facing such a situation. But just like Lily said, the best way to face fear is to overcome it. One punch is enough to prevent 100 from coming. Well, although this saying was not originally used in this context, but on Friday, after Peter suppressed Mi Li and the others, they were indeed much more well-behaved today. They were all soft and cute. Although they would still touch themselves from time to time, they were not like crazy women like on Thursday. It was obvious that at this moment, Peter had taken the initiative when facing them. Of course, taking the initiative doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Don't forget, there is a fashion show tonight, so Peter still has work to do at this time. Peter always takes his job seriously, including shaving the models and taking care of their skin. Chapter 153, Show. At around 3 p.m., several buses slowly drove away from Jinai Company and headed towards the show venue of Longi Art and Creative Industrial Park. As for Lily and the others, they were not idle either, but came along to help. When Peter and his team arrived, there were still quite a few industrial park staff outside, arranging stools and chairs and adjusting the lights. At this time, the people under Zhao Minglan were divided into two groups. One group was sorting clothes backstage and putting all the clothes that the models would wear today according to the positions where the models would put on makeup later. Then, these models were wearing normal clothes and walking the show twice, remembering their positions and order in the show later. When it was past 5 o'clock, Zhao Minglan also delivered lunchboxes. Everyone had a simple meal together. Of course, the models were not allowed to eat too much. At most, they could only eat some fruits to avoid fainting from hypoglycemia. As for the celebration party after the show, Zhao Minglan and Lily had already arranged it. After the performance, everyone went back to the secret garden, where they had drinks and food. Everything was ready. At 7 o'clock in the evening, many people who wanted to watch the show began to enter the venue one after another. Peter really didn't know how many people would watch such a show before. Today, when he glanced forward from backstage, he found that there were quite a few people coming. They placed more than 300 chairs around the T stage, and these chairs were already full of people. 70% of the people here were women. There were some wealthy women who looked very luxurious and extravagant, Some women who looked gorgeously dressed but had average temperaments, and some men, with their wives, mistresses, secretaries, etc., also sitting down below. Of course, there were also some people from the media. In Peter's sight, he saw Su Ya and Su Lele sitting right opposite him. Originally, Su Lele didn't go to work, nor did she go to Su Ya's company. Today, she was forced to work as a soldier by Su Ya. At the same time, Su Lele was holding a camera in his hand, ready to take pictures to be published in the magazine that Su Ya worked for. While Peter was watching here, suddenly he found that Shun Cece, who had finished helping and had already sat down in the audience with Lily and others, actually stood up at this moment and trotted to a seat in the third row at the back. She sat down there, and Peter was stunned when he saw him because he actually saw Zhuo Mei here. Wasn't Zhuo Mei still thinking about that Tang Mofin and didn't have a partner? Why did she come and watch this show? What are you looking at? Anyone you know? Just when Peter was a little confused, Zhao Minglan suddenly spoke to Peter. Well, that person is called Zhuo Mei. The watches I bought from Li and the others were bought from her. Pointing at Zhuo Mei in the distance, Peter also spoke. Oh, Zhuo Mei, I know. I bought a few bags from her. But she doesn't usually come to watch shows. Even though she's an artist, she's a very traditional woman. I once ran into her at a bathhouse, and she was wearing very old-fashioned, flesh-colored underwear. What is she doing here today? After hearing what Peter said, Zhao Minglan couldn't help but ask with some confusion. It was obvious that Zhao Minglan also knew Zhuo Mei. I don't know. Maybe she's found a boyfriend? Huh. By the way, why are there so many people here? I thought such shows weren't watched by many people back home. After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Peter changed the subject. What happened to Zhuo Mei had nothing to do with them. What Peter was more curious about now was why so many people came. Most of these people are our members, and some of these members are legitimate wealthy women, whether it's from their families or their husbands' families, but they all have their own money. But most of them are actually internet celebrities and girls. Listening to Peter's words, Zhao Minglan also explained. Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Peter couldn't help but feel confused. Internet celebrity and Yuan? What the hell? Li, give me the other phone. Seeing Peter's puzzled look, Zhao Minglan said something to Li, who was also busy next to her. Then Li handed her phone to Zhao Minglan. Zhao Minglan quickly opened Li's message and went to her moments. She saw that there were already more than 70 messages about tonight's show in her moments. He only saw in this circle of friends that in front of him, many internet celebrities, or some beautiful girls, were posing and taking photos of themselves with the catwalk. The accompanying text is all like this. I'm so happy to be here today to see the lingerie show. Are there any nice new styles today? Is it lace or hollow or something else? Otherwise, it's like, my waist is too thin. I hope there will be some nice looking strappy bras tonight. I like the person I love to use his mouth to help me tear it apart. Also, I heard that good underwear is like a man's palm, warm and comfortable, but I have never encountered it. Will I encounter it tonight? Frankly speaking, looking at these copywritings and their coquettish poses, Peter felt a little bit intoxicated, not to mention the fish they raised. These girls' moments now have thousands of likes and 700 or 800 comments. Suddenly, Peter understood. When this girl takes a fancy to a set of underwear, she will probably receive hundreds of transfer messages as long as she sends it out. It's really, her business is booming, and Zhao Minglan can still make money. Looking at this scene, Peter couldn't help but shook his head with emotion. Which one do you like? I can wear it tonight, or we can each have one. Seeing Peter's expression, Zhao Minglan also started talking with a smile. I like not wearing it. Looking at Zhao Minglan, Peter said calmly, Fisk, that's boring. Okay, it's almost time to start. It's your turn to work. Peter with contempt. Zhao Minglan pulled Peter into a room. There was a chair here, which was Peter's seat, and next to the chair were a lot of lubricants. These were all to be applied to the female models to moisturize them and increase the glossiness of their muscles. Just as Peter was about to continue, the first model walked in. She hung her bathrobe aside with ease, and then it was Peter's turn. Chapter 154, Devoted. Welcome everyone to the first act of the cherished 20XX Autumn Conference. Today's theme is Autumn Frost. Showtime, now please welcome the model. As the DJ roared, the powerful music came. At this time, on the side curtain, the first model who was ready next to Zhao Minglan also took a deep breath. When her eyes met Zhao Minglan's, Zhao Minglan also spoke. Chulin, it's up to you, get on stage. Yeah. After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Chulin also took steps and walked towards the T stage in rhythm. Behind her, a blonde, blue-eyed girl, also prepared, came up. She would be the second to go on stage. Chu Lin is the most beautiful one among all Zhao Minglan's models. Well, that's not quite right, because the most beautiful one under Zhao Minglan is actually Meng Xn, with a charm value of 97. However, because she is older, she's 28 this year. So last year, she was promoted by Zhao Minglan to be the person in charge of models. The top model among all the models now is Chu Lin. Chu Lin's attributes are as follows. Name, Chu Lin. Gender, female. Age, 21. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Physical strength, 19. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 29. Business, 94. Innovation, 16. Social, 13. Management, 15. Favorability towards the host, 100. It can be seen that Chu Lin's attributes are quite similar. He is not smart, and his innovation, social skills, and management skills are all poor. But he is indeed pretty and has a good figure. And the model's ability is indeed strong. The models under Zhao Minglan are different from the big models at other fashion weeks. For the models at Fashion Week, appearance is not very important. The most important thing is to highlight the style of the clothes. Therefore, many models look like skeletons, tall and thin, with big frames, flat chests, and no buttocks. But Zhao Minglan's company is a clothing company. So the criteria she was looking for in a model was that the model had to have a pretty good figure. This is the only way to bring out that sexy feeling. And it has to be natural, not a product of technology, and there must be vibration when walking. It is precisely because of this that none of the nearly 100 models under Zhao Minglan are from South Korea or Venezuela. Basically, there are no models from any country that likes plastic surgery. Her models mainly come from 3 regions. First, she would send people to some impoverished mountainous areas in the country and may every year to select some beautiful, tall girls with good figures from major mountainous areas and impoverished areas across the country. Select them for formal model training, and then sign contracts with them to let them stay in the city. The second is from Southeast Asia, also some relatively poor areas, where they select some beautiful girls with good figures and recruit them to be trained in the country. Another group comes from Eastern Europe. Europe, although all of them are called developed countries, in fact, only a few countries in Western Europe are truly developed. Eastern Europe is in the midst of war, and many girls there have to endure the troubles of war, with no food, no clothes, and unable to study. The most important thing is that it is also the place where human traffickers are most rampant in the world. Every year, hundreds of thousands of girls from Eastern Europe and West Asia are captured by human traffickers and sold to Western Europe and the United States. There have been quite a few news reports about this in England in the past 2 years. Many English masters still keep slaves in their homes, and this can be found everywhere. So when Zhao Minglan extended an olive branch to them, they were basically very happy to come to Yanwan. Not only can you make money here, but it's also safer and has more delicious food. And the most important thing is that Zhao Minglan is not a prostitute. She prohibits the models under her name from having affairs with wealthy people. If it is a normal relationship, marriage is fine, but if you're an extramarital affair, you will be directly fired by Zhao Minglan. It is precisely because of this that their self-esteem can be protected here. If there is anything that cannot be guaranteed, it is that there is no channel to contact men. Those rich people use their connections to get their phone numbers and messages, and basically they were looking for them to be their lovers or mistresses, which was not allowed. But there aren't any decent men. They don't want to date security guards or warehouse managers. There are male designers in several departments of the company, but they are all effeminate. They usually grab the security guards, but when they enter the company, so their only appeal may be men. And now Peter is here. Peter, a man who satisfies all their fantasies. He has money, he has good looks, and his body. Wow, his body is the most amazing. So at this moment, they are really a million satisfied. Even when walking on the runway, the smile on her face was full of happiness. They were happy, but Peter behind them was so busy that he was almost fuming. He really likes beautiful women, but when his hobby becomes a job, he no longer has time to appreciate the beauty of the beautiful women in front of him. Now his place is like an assembly line. After rubbing oil all over a girl's body, he will help her put on her clothes, and then she will leave wrapped in a bathrobe. In and out, 40 times. There were a total of 40 models on the catwalk this time. Then a break, and then it was time for their second round of shows. After 3 rounds, 2 hours had passed. The show is coming to an end, and Mealy, the chief designer, will go out with them. Of course, Mealy is wearing a normal dress, and she is not a model. After thanking the audience, she will talk about the design inspiration. The show was officially over, and Peter's work was also over. Then he washed up, left the backstage, and came to the parking lot in front, where Shin Sisi and Zhuo Mei were waiting for Peter. When Peter saw Shun Sisi find Zhuo Mei, he remembered that he already had 100 watches, but that was definitely not enough. He should buy a few hundred more. He has generated a total of 300 million in pocket money in the past few days, which is enough to buy another 300 yuan. So he also asked Shin Sisi to call Zhuo Mei. Now seeing Peter coming out, Zhuo Mei also looked at him. Congratulations, Mr. Peter. Your exhibition is really well organized. Thank you. Miss Shua, do you have anything you like? I can give you a few sets. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Listening to Zhuo Mei's words, Peter subconsciously said something, but after he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. It seemed that no stranger would send this thing out. It's okay. I just came over to take a look. Maybe I'll need it someday. Mr. Peter, you must be looking for more than just teasing me this time. Tell me, what do you want from me? Seeing that Peter was suddenly speechless, Zhuo Mei also started talking with a smile. Chapter 155. Accompany me to discuss business. Well, I'm going to buy some more bags and watches. Looking at Zhuo Mei, Peter stopped beating around the bush and directly stated his purpose. After hearing what Peter said, Zhuo Mei couldn't help but say with some surprise, "You still want to buy bags and watches? Haven't you already bought more than 100 watches and several hundred bags?" Looking at Peter, Zhuo Mei asked with some confusion. Well, maybe a little bit, not enough. Scratching his head, Peter muttered softly, Mr. Peter, take care of yourself. You are still young. Looking at Peter's appearance, Zhuo Mei said with some emotion. Although she had never had a boyfriend or girlfriend, she still understood these common sense. But at this time, Shun Sisi smiled and rescued Peter. Don't worry, Miss Zhuo. Hundreds of women can't defeat him. He is ridiculously strong. As she spoke, Shun Sisi leaned close to Zhuo Mei's ear and said with a smile. After hearing Shun Sisi's words, Zhuo Mei looked Peter up and down, then smiled and nodded in response. Okay, I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. After all, it's about making money. There's no need to care about these things. Okay, I'll trouble sisters within. You're welcome. After all, I make money too. I'll give you a small portion when the time comes. Okay, Sister Zhuo, we'll leave first. After saying goodbye to Zhuo Mei, Peter and Shin Sisi nodded at this time, and then left together. Zhuo Mei's eyes flickered as she watched Peter and Shun Sisi leave, but then she got back in her car and drove away. After meeting with everyone, Peter and Shin Sisi took a car back to the upstairs of Janai Group. At this time, Sang Wan, Hu Yi, Jenny, Olivia, and others had already decorated the secret garden. When they returned here, they found that there were 3 long tables in the garden. One of them was filled with wine. No, only wine, no water. Beer, white wine, red wine, whiskey, brandy. There were many kinds of wine, and many of them were now placed in ice buckets. The table next to them was filled with cold dishes, including sausages, tripe, various braised dishes, smoked sauces, and a variety of fruits, which were perfect side dishes for drinking. On another long table were other hot dishes that had been ordered, including barbecue, crayfish, spicy stir-fried seafood, shredded pork with fish flavor, and kung pao chicken. For a moment, looking at the food, even Peter and his friends who had finished their dinner couldn't help but salivate. Not to mention these models who have nothing to eat. At that moment, they couldn't help but cheer and then ran to eat. Peter and the others had eaten something. They naturally started drinking wine at Lilia's instigation. The alcohol, the lively atmosphere, and the fact that they were already greedy for Peter's body caused the atmosphere in the whole room to heat up quickly. I don't know who was the first to pounce on Peter, and then this night began to become something that cannot be described in words. The reviewer found me and said that you guys don't like the later plot, so I skipped it. Soon, nothing happened that night, and the next day came in the blink of an eye. But obviously, everyone played too hard last night, and they couldn't get up the next day. Peter, with his perfect body, could endure the burning sensation on his skin from excessive friction and the slight pain in his head caused by alcohol and crawl up. At the same time, he comforted Yuna and Grace and told them not to get up. Then he told Su Lele to wait until she woke up, and then he would come pick her up. I drove to Ontai Financial. Compared to the previous time when he came to Ontai Finance is obviously much busier than usual now. Yesterday, when they signed 2 orders with Tianlong Real Estate and Janai Group. This is more than just signing 2 contracts. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. After all, Peter has no habit of finding a legal person to take the blame. He is the legal person of his company. So with just a quick check, you can find out that the boss of Tianlong Real Estate and Ontai Financial is the same person. Therefore, many companies now choose to cooperate with Ontai Financial. Some people come directly to talk, while others will send someone to understand the situation first. When Peter arrived at the company, he found that there were at least 4 or 5 groups of people busy at the front desk. So much so that the receptionist, who was usually very relaxed and had William's fancy, was almost as busy as an octopus at this time. Seeing this situation, in order to avoid trouble, Peter quietly slipped into his own trading room. He began to direct his subordinates to buy stocks. However, before buying stocks, Peter first took out the extra 500 million yuan in Hong Kong stocks. On Friday morning, he had a total of more than 1.27 billion yuan in Hong Kong stocks. After Friday and Monday, he currently has a total of 1.56889 billion yuan in Hong Kong stocks. Although he now has the protection of industry, there are still some red lines that are better not to cross. Leave 1 billion renminbi, which is 1.1 billion Hong Kong dollars, and continue to invest in Hong Kong stocks. The remaining money can be used to buy a watch or a car. His current balance is a total of 400 million yuan. Including the money withdrawn from Hong Kong stocks, he currently has more than 990 million yuan, nearly 1 billion yuan. At least it's enough for him to buy a watch and a car. Although last night, he didn't know how many women he had gained. Thinking back to last night, no, this is a bit too much, it will be reviewed. When everything was done, it was already past 10 in the morning. Peter also received a letter that Su Lele had prepared, so he drove to pick up Su Lele. It was obvious that Su Lele was extremely happy today. When Peter drove to the downstairs of Jinsho Group, he saw that Su Lele was already ready. As soon as she saw Peter's car coming, she jumped over. After all, according to the original plan, she would officially become Peter's woman today. So after she got in the car, Peter also asked with a smile, "Where do you want to go today?" "Come to my house." Good guy, another how may type, but think about it. Going out to play, eating, etc. are all fine at any time, but they will not let go of the opportunity to be alone with Peter easily. Just when Peter was about to tease Su Lele with a smile. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and when he answered the call, he couldn't help but look at Su Lele. "Before going to your house, please accompany me to discuss business." Chapter 156, Construction of Annan. "Brother O, here we come." Brotherly, Mr. Chui. It was still the same tea house. When Peter brought Su Lele here, he found that President Li and Chui Mingxuo had been waiting here for a long time. He immediately stepped forward and shook hands with the two of them, then sat next to the somewhat confused Su Lele. This time, Lily did not come pour tea. The person who made tea here became a serious tea doctor. After she asked the three to choose the tea, she also started to make tea. Of course, while making tea, Peter and the others were not idle either. Instead, they were chatting and exchanging pleasantries, talking about all sorts of things. This time, Peter was not so anxious to ask the other party's intentions, because he now understood two things. First, it is a small talk before talking about serious matters, and it is not actually a real small talk. This is a way to find out the other party's intentions. Through the small talk, some useful information is obtained indirectly, such as whether this person is short money, what his personality is like, whether he is bragging, and whether he is reliable. These are all when both parties are not very familiar with each other. All of this is discovered through initial greetings. Peter has major shortcomings, one of which is his poor diplomatic skills. In the business world, his introversion often means he cannot negotiate well. The second reason is that he has not received any education in this area since childhood, which leads to his shallow sophistication. Although because of the system, his self-confidence is overflowing, allowing him to remain calm even when faced with a crisis. But the more he talked, the more he leaked, especially when he was in a hurry. Therefore, whenever he negotiates business, he would just go up and state his conditions directly. If it works, then it works. If it doesn't, forget it and just change companies. This way of handling things is not what a real businessman should do, and he is now learning to be a serious businessman. As for the second reason why he was not in a hurry today, it was because he probably guessed what President Li and Chui Mingxuo wanted to do with him. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Annan's project. It is naturally impossible for Yanhuang to build a canal for Annan for free, so the supporting facilities around the Annan Canal must be built by Yanhuang. At most, it would just mean hiring more local people, but the leading company must be Yanhuang, and it must be a large company. At the same time, The most important thing is that in order not to cause the local situation to escalate, it is best if this company is private rather than linked to a state-owned enterprise. Of course, some people may be hesitant. After all, Southeast Asia is extremely chaotic. Who knows whether my safety can be guaranteed after I go there and whether I can get the project payment. After all, it is not a state-owned enterprise. If the other party refuses to pay, it will only be a civil dispute, which will be very troublesome. But as long as you can get the money, working on projects abroad can make you much more money than in China. Originally, Cui Mingshua's idea was to have Hanhai Manufacturing take the lead and then integrate domestic builders to do this. He had not considered directly finding a contractor, because in their consideration, there are no contractors in the country that meet their requirements. Peter at Dang Hanchio's manor last Sunday, he suddenly realized that it seemed that going directly to Peter was a good option. First of all, Peter is a Chinese citizen and has no political problems. He is young, has a good family background, and there is no foreign capital flowing behind him. And the most important thing is that Tianlong Real Estate is one of the top companies in the country. But he fully owns the company, which has now been delisted and is in the process of buying back shares. In other words, Peter does not have any other conflicts of interest and can directly do point-to-point communication without any other trouble. So he checked Peter's situation yesterday and then told his story to Governor Annan, who also expressed his willingness to try cooperation first. So today's meeting took place. After the team master poured tea for everyone, she took the initiative to leave. At this time, Cui Mingshua had finished his test and then began to speak to Peter. I'm also going to be so kind as to call you Brother O. I think you're well aware of the reason I've called you here this time. This is the plan for the development of the Annan Canal. We're considering you contracting the construction of several future settlements for our Yanhuang people on both sides of the canal. Do you have any interest? As he spoke, Cui Mingshua took out a stack of plans and handed them over. Although Su Lele didn't quite understand what was going on, she knew that it was her turn to show her abilities. She immediately stood up, respectfully took the plans, and handed them back to Peter. Peter also opened the plan and started reading it. When he looked at the plan, the system instantly formed a very detailed list in front of him. It is naturally impossible for the Annan Canal to be completely handed over to Annan after it is dug. The two sides say that they are cooperating, but in fact the main body is still Yanhuang. Therefore, after the canal is dug, Chinese businessmen will inevitably be introduced to develop the area. And when these people come here, they naturally need to buy houses and land. It is naturally impossible to outsource the military, but residential buildings and the like do need people to build them. According to the plan, there are more than 300 square kilometers of land near the canal that need to be built, including roads, green areas, parks, public stations, docks, power plants, water plants, etc. Peter doesn't need to worry about it. If he were to take it over, he could probably build a residential area of about 80 square kilometers. Based on 40% of the building area, buildings need to be built on 32 square kilometers. 1 square kilometer is 1 million square meters. For building a building, the design fee is about 15 yuan per square meter. The supervision fee is 9 yuan, and the cost of preliminary exploration, three-way connection, and fence is 16 yuan. The supporting fee is 230 yuan per square meter. The construction cost can be greatly adjusted because labor costs can be adjusted, and Hanhai Manufacturing can directly provide machinery, saving small contractors from making profits. So it can be compressed to about 1,200 yuan per square meter. Of course, if you look closely, you will find that the price varies greatly. Because according to what is written in the plan, high-rise buildings are only planned to be built near the riverbank and the road, and the community will basically be dominated by 7-story multi-story buildings. On average, if we build a 13-story building, the construction area of 32 square kilometers is 32 million square meters, and 13 floors is 416 million square meters. If the price is 1,200 yuan per square meter, the construction cost of the entire area is 499.2 billion yuan. Of course, if you want to sell it outside, it will cost at least 3,000. By then, these houses will be worth at least 1.248 trillion yuan. Even after deducting all taxes and paying salaries, Tianlong Real Estate can still make at least 300 billion yuan in profit. Of course, this is assuming that everything can be sold. And in Peter's eyes, the benefits of this project are not just 400 billion. The arrows in front of his eyes were now red and purple. Chapter 157. 3 requests. The Annan Canal Settlement Project, with an investment of 513.5 billion, and some other expenses can be invested in installments. After 7 years, it will increase by 475%, and the final return will be 243.91 billion. And with the imperial court as a guarantor, there's no need to worry about not getting it back. This a 475% profit. That means it wasn't sold for 3,000 yuan, but nearly 6,000 yuan. So my profit, after deducting taxes, is at least 700 billion yuan. Oh, by the way, I forgot something very important. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Peter began to think in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered something important. He still has a narrow vision. He forgot the biggest problem, which is the purchasing power of foreign exchange. Annan is indeed poor, but don't forget that what they earn there is foreign exchange, which is linked to the US dollar. According to the purchasing power of the World Bank, $1 can now have a purchasing power of 2 renminbi and 50 cents compared to the first-tier cities of Yanwang, including Emperor, Demon, Sheep, and Peng. In a second-tier city like Longyi, $1 can only be equivalent to 1 renminbi and 50 cents in purchasing power. However, the exchange rate for this thing is more than 7 yuan. When selling a house in Annan, it is naturally necessary to sell it in foreign currency according to the exchange rate. Just like now, in the capital of Annan, the housing price is about $1,400, and the most popular small house of 38 square meters sells for $53,000, which is equivalent to more than 300,000 to nearly 400,000 renminbi, and nearly 10,000 renminbi per square meter. When the canal is opened, there will naturally be a large number of Yanhuang merchants who rely on the canal to make money, as well as local tycoons, and even merchants from nearby countries such as Siam coming here to buy houses. Not to say that this place can be compared with their capital, but such a commercial property with a river view is sold at around $1,000 per square meter, which is very cost-effective and reasonable. Thinking of this, Peter's eyes lit up. This was indeed a huge cake, but he was not sure whether he could eat it or not. So at this time, he looked at Cui Mingxia. I'm interested, so what do I need to do? You need to do 3 things. First, Tianlong Real Estate cannot go public or change its legal representative during this period. You need to withstand this pressure. Listening to Peter's words, Cui Mingxia also stretched out 3 fingers and said seriously. Originally, they were not planning to let the big domestic construction companies share this pie, because these large construction companies are basically listed companies, and it is difficult to say whether there are any foreign forces behind listed companies. Just like Ollie and Penguin, such big companies, but actually all of them are foreign companies' equity. They don't want the money generated from the development here to be given to outsiders. The most important thing is that I'm afraid these guys will bring in smuggled goods. I can handle this, it's okay, but I also have a request. The court must guarantee the personal safety of me, my family, and the construction workers outside. Of course, I won't go abroad and seek death on my own. Listening to Cui Mingxia's words, Peter also put forward his own request. This is natural. We will ensure your personal safety. You can rest assured. Don't worry about the money. I have this project as my guarantee, and I have great confidence in you. I can approve any loan you want. Seeing Peter make the request, Cui Mingxia and Li Jinwei also spoke up. But after hearing what President Li said, Peter just smiled. He had no interest in loans. A mere 500 billion yuan. If he couldn't earn it in 3 years, what was the point of living? So he did not respond to this conversation. Then he looked at Cui Mingxia, indicating that he could make the next 2 requests. The second requirement, and it's a reasonable one, is quality. It must be guaranteed. This is the court's first project in Annan, and it must be the best inside and out. That's no problem at all. After learning that the houses here might be sold for 6,000 or 7,000 per square meter, Peter's price began to rise. 12,000 per square meter was not enough, but 14,000 was acceptable to him. Seeing that Peter agreed so confidently, Cui Mingxia nodded and started talking about the third request. The third requirement is that we won't interfere with your private life, but your significant other must be a complete Yanhuang person and must not have any political connections. In fact, the third requirement is also very simple. Many Yanhuang people are relatively patriotic, but they inexplicably marry a wife who hates their country. For example, the second best player in the history of the Yanhuang men's basketball team immigrated to the United States with his family. Many wealthy people are also like this. Pillow talk is so strong. The country can allow Peter to make a lot of money, but Peter must keep the money in the country. It cannot be transferred abroad quietly. The fact that there can't be a political background can be easily understood. After all, when a family has trillions of wealth and then pushes an official to power, it's not far from the country becoming the family's. Peter naturally did not say that he wanted to be emperor, nor did he have the idea of going abroad to become a superior person above the law, so Peter had no objection to Cui Mingshua's request and nodded immediately. Sure, no problem. Okay, in that case, you can send people to Annan to prepare for contact. We have already dug dozens of kilometers. You can start construction in the designated area on the shore at any time. Hearing Peter say that there was no problem, Cui Mingshua, who was a former soldier, was also very decisive and immediately said that the deal had been reached. Then Peter stopped drinking tea with them. Taking this extremely important plan, Peter and Su Lele left the tea house together. It wasn't until they got in the car that Su Lele reacted. She gently nudged Peter and asked in a low voice, "Brother Kai, is this deal a done deal? How big of a deal is this?" Su Lele, who just graduated from college this year, has not had much contact with society. At this moment, there is still a hint of clear stupidity in her eyes. Over 2 trillion, right? The most important thing right now is this plan in your hand. It's top secret. If I lose it, not only will I lose this business, but I might also be sentenced for leaking secrets. Looking at Su Lele's words, Peter also started talking with a smile. Of course, he was lying to Su Lele. Although the plan was important, since Cui Mingshua dared to let Peter take it out, it meant that it was definitely not a secret. But Su Lele didn't understand any of this. When she heard Peter say that the plan in his hand was worth more than 2 trillion yuan and that he would be sentenced, she was so scared that she almost fainted. Then he held the plan tightly in both hands and looked at Peter with horror. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, to quickly hand herself over to Peter. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would be silenced. Chapter 158. Very interesting. Peter, you're here. Peter did not go home directly, but drove to Tianlong Real Estate first. Shortly after he arrived at the chairman's office, Yonghua had already come to his office. "Brother, sit down. I have something to tell you." Hearing Yonghua's voice, Peter motioned him to sit down first, then took the plan from the nervous Su Lele's hand and placed it in front of Yonghua. After Yonghua opened the plan, he couldn't help but frown. Of course, he also knew about the construction projects around the Annan Canal. Although this plan is very rare, if he uses some means, he may have a chance to get it, but it is unlikely to be as complete as the one Peter got. However, although he could tell from this project book that Peter was indeed well-connected and had strong skills, he was actually not very optimistic about this project alone. Overseas projects, especially those in Southeast Asia, are very chaotic, because Yin Huang's national policy was not to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. Under the interference of Western forces, the entire Southeast Asia could be said to be in disarray. Such construction projects cannot be completed in 1 or 2 years. It would take 3 to 5 years, and for general senior leaders, it is possible that they would get nothing out of it, just like Fei Ho. It was obvious that the previous leader was pro-yen, so many Chinese businessmen went there to invest. As a result, the new president became extremely pro-American, and the investments of these Chinese businessmen that were instantly wasted. They are really good at using the system of changing the emperor to a new minister and changing the national policy to a new election. So for the construction projects in Southeast Asia, although Yonghua can see profits, he actually doesn't want to take the risk. The main reason was that Tianlong Real Estate was not yet dangerous enough to take such a risk. Looking at his expression, Peter just smiled and said nothing more. He had a system, so he knew that this project would not fail. Of course, when he came back, he also analyzed that the main reason why this project would not fail was probably because next to this canal was Yin Huang's base in Annan. At the same time, Yin Huang also gave Annan 2 ships. Although those ships are now used as Coast Guard ships by Yin Huang, they're already invincible in Southeast Asia. 2 ships, suppressing the world. The main source of chaos in Southeast Asia comes from warlords fighting each other. But once the canal is completed and these 2 ships can enter the canal, it will ensure that the current pro-yen forces will remain in power for a long time. At least there will be no problems in the next 6 or 7 years. So Peter spoke immediately after Yonghua finished reading. As long as we can ensure that the money will not be wasted and the other party's political situation is stable, is there any hope? Looking at Yonghua, Peter also said seriously. When Yonghua heard what Peter said, he was stunned for a moment. Then he pondered for a moment and spoke directly. "It's quite promising, and the profit margins are huge. But there is still a problem now. That is how to get the initial money. Don't worry about this. I'll take care of it. If there's no problem, you can send someone to explore now. He waved his hand. Money has never been a problem for Peter. Hearing Peter say this, Ionwa immediately nodded in agreement. Money is not a problem, collecting the money is not a problem, and political stability is not a problem. Then there will be no problem. After he left, Peter locked the plan in the safe in his chairman's office, where his equity confirmation and other documents were placed. Currently, only he and Zhao Minglan know the password of this safe, so he is still quite relieved. After arranging things here, Peter also looked at Su Lele. At this moment, after seeing the plan put back into the safe, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was finally not responsible this time. I'm just kidding. This information is indeed very important, but not so important that it requires sentencing. Now that we're done with our work, shall we eat first or go home first? He stretched out his hand, pulled Su Lele over, let her sit on his lap, and asked her, "First, let's go home, and then we'll order takeout." Okay. Seeing Su Lele's expression, Peter also smiled and picked her up, and then the two of them drove directly back to Su Lele and Suya's home. Just as they were going home, Grace had calmed down and called Ontai Company first to make sure that there were no problems with today's work. Then she and Yuna found Lily. At this time, Lily was discussing with Hao Mei what to eat for lunch. After seeing Yuna and Grace coming over, she couldn't help but look at them with some confusion. "Is there something wrong? You're just like thieves," Lily said with a smile as she looked at the two of them. "Tina, it's like this. Sister Zhao will be transferring over 30 billion yuan to Brother Kai for help in running the business soon. The current operators are not enough, so we need to recruit at least 100 more people." Brother Kai handed this matter over to Sister Grace. Looking at Lily, Yuna briefly explained the situation. "Yeah, that's good. I still have 500 million with Peter." Lily was naturally aware of this matter, so if she wanted to recruit people, she would just do it. "I was thinking, should we also recruit some pretty girls? Because following Brother Kai doesn't require any specialized skills." As she spoke, Grace came closer and glanced at Zhao Minglan in the distance. Don't think that when they are with Peter, everyone calls each other sisters and sisters, but when Peter is not around, these women start to operate in a certain WeChat group with 4 or 8 people. Are there a lot of pretty girls in the financial industry? After hearing Grace's words, Lily asked with some doubts. Grace laughed and talked about it when she thought of her former classmates and the people she met after work. The most difficult majors for girls: foreign languages, finance, e-commerce, Chinese language, law, philosophy, psychology. If you have a grudge against a girl, make sure they apply for these majors. After graduation, I really couldn't find a job. If I did, it was extremely competitive, tiring, and unprofitable. It sounds good, second only to journalism and teacher training. After hearing Grace's words, Lily thought about it for a while. Then she stood up and took the initiative to find Zhao Minglan. She was much smarter than Grace and the others. Sometimes competition had to be done openly, not in secret. If they openly recruited people, Zhao Minglan wouldn't be able to say anything. Chapter 159, Help. Recruiting people is naturally no problem. Do you need me to reserve some space for you in this area? After Lily finished talking to Zhao Minglan came over and said to Grace and Yuna with a smile. Obviously, Zhao Minglan didn't care about Grace and Yuna's little thoughts, because she is extremely confident in herself and her status. So when she came, she spoke directly and frankly. "That's fine. Just allocate about 300 square meters for me in the office area." Grace thought for a moment after taking a look at the area and spoke. "Okay, I'll take care of the internet, seating, and everything else, but you'll have to take care of the rest, like the staff, computers, and screens." Grace responded after hearing Zhao Minglan's words. After everyone finished lunch, Grace left with Yuna in the afternoon. Because Peter said there is no limit to the purchase of these office equipment, so the two of them didn't deliberately save money for Peter. The computer chairs are all made of genuine leather, and each one costs thousands of dollars. The same goes for the desks, which are all smart computer desks that can be raised or lowered. As for the computers, they're all the best laptops. As for why you should choose a laptop, it is because the laptop has a backup power supply. If the internet is suddenly disconnected, you can turn on the graphics card or hotspot to keep the computer running. Grace is an expert in these things, and Yuna is just responsible for paying. After setting a delivery time, they went to Ontai Financial and found William. Now that we have the things, the most important thing is people. The recruitment information, naturally, needs to be released by William. Otherwise, it would be weird for a Genai group to recruit traders. just when Grace and Yuna were posting recruitment information here and selecting traders. At this time, Peter and Su Lele also returned to the room. Peter, every day these days, it doesn't mean that her physical strength will be increased. After returning to her home from Tianlong Real Estate, the two ordered takeout first. While waiting for the takeaway, Su Lele couldn't control herself anymore and took the initiative to pester Peter. As a result, she was defeated as soon as the takeaway arrived. After the two of them had a simple meal of pizza to regain some strength, she challenged him again, but still lost miserably. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. After taking a quick shower, Peter leaned back on the bed and played with his phone. It's rare that I have some free time today, but he hadn't played for long when his cell phone suddenly rang. When she picked it up, she found that it was a message from Zhuomei. I told him that the watches and other things were already prepared, and I had prepared another 300 yuan worth for him. This time, the Audemars Piguet watches were priced around 1 million yuan, and they were out of stock nationwide. If he wants to order it again, he can only order it from abroad and have it made immediately. As for bags, since Peter didn't have any specific requirements, it was easy for him to collect 1,000 bags with an average price of around 150,000 yuan. The total amount is 451.27 million, the same as last time, but this time Zhuomei is more aggressive in rounding off the amount. Just say 450 million and Peter won't bargain. Peter directly asked her to contact Shin Sisi and let Shin Sisi connect with Zhuomei. After the goods arrived, she would ask Shin Sisi and others to bring people to pick them up. As for the money, he could just transfer it directly to Zhuomei now. 450 million, it turned over very quickly, and Zhuomei over there collected it just as quickly. Just after the money was collected, Zhuomei also sent a message. I'll take the money, but now I have to trouble you to do me a favor. Peter asked with some confusion after hearing Zhuomei say this. I want to buy a pair of stockings. Can't you just go to any store and buy this thing? Peter was stunned when he heard Zhuomei say this. Why did she need his help? It's different. I got my eye on a pair of white silk tights called Castles in the Air that were on Jin AI's runway show yesterday, but I went to Jin AI's official website and found they're not on sale yet. I need to wear them this Friday, so I'll have to trouble you. After hearing what Peter said, Zhuomei also spoke. Seeing Zhuomei say this, Peter was also full of questions. He really didn't understand these things. However, he knew that many of the clothes on the models were actually unique, so he did not dare to agree directly at this time. Instead, he asked Zhuomei to wait for a moment and asked Zhao Minglan himself. Zhao Minglan quickly replied to him and said that such socks were still available, and when Zhuomei came to deliver the things later, he could give her a set directly. After confirming this, Peter hugged Su Lele and continued to rest. They rested until after 5 o'clock in the evening. After Su Lele woke up from hunger, she helped Suya pack some clothes, and then the two of them left their home. Of course, before leaving, Peter went upstairs to take a look. At this time, his house was being built by 4 construction teams. The renovation of the 33rd floor is almost complete, but it will probably take some time for the 32nd floor. But conservatively speaking, it will be completed this week. Afterwards, he went to have dinner with Su Lele, and when they returned to Jinai, they found that Zhuomei and the others had just arrived and were transporting goods here. Although it was already time to get off work, at least the girls from Secret Garden hadn't left. Having tasted the sweetness of Peter's company last night, they naturally didn't want to miss out on it tonight. Only Lily, Olivia, Sangwon, who and Ginny were not there. They had gone to the bar, but they would probably be back soon. In addition to the girls who were moving things, Peter naturally also saw Zhuomei, who was with Zhao Minglan at the time. There were quite a few stockings placed in front of them. To be honest, Peter really didn't understand these. In his opinion, stockings only came in a few types: black, white, normal, and fishnet. Only now that he's here, he realizes that these things have different types of tights. Half-length, shiny, strappy, fishnet, and they come in different densities. Looking at these things, his head felt heavy and he really couldn't understand them. Zhuomei wanted to buy a pair of white shoes, but the hollow patterns on the legs were very artistic. Well, at least that's how it looked to her. Chapter 160. Wisdom. Your childhood sweetheart is coming back on Friday. After watching Zhuomei make her choice, Zhao Minglan went to ask someone to get it for her, and Peter also said something casually. Although he and Zhuomei had only met 3 times in total, it was definitely not enough to call them friends, but they were acquaintances after all, and he could see that Zhuomei was not very smart. This can also be seen from her attributes. Nama, Zhuomei. Gender, female. Age, 27. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical strength, 11. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 28. Business, 99. Innovation, 73. Social, 94. Management, 72. Favorability towards the host, 92. She was a perfect artist. Her business appreciation score was 99, the highest possible. Her innovation score was 73, which wasn't too high, but not too low either. Her social skills score was 94. It was precisely because of this that she was able to represent so many luxury goods. But the biggest flaw is that his IQ is too low. The average IQ of humans is 100, which is equivalent to 10. Einstein's theoretical IQ was 160, which is equivalent to 100. According to this classification, each point of IQ is equivalent to 1.5 points of wisdom. In other words, an IQ of 110 is reflected in the system as 25, 120 is 40, 130 is 55, 140 is 70, and 150 is 85. Of course, it is not that precise because IQ is multifaceted. This is also somewhat influenced by social, emotional intelligence aspects. Peter, the one with the lowest IQ, should be Jenny, who only has an IQ of 11, which is just over 100. She's like this most of the time, never talking or making a sound, and always doing her own things silently. Apart from Jenny, Li Haoyan has the lowest IQ, 23, which is equivalent to 108.6. Although they're not stupid, they're definitely not that smart. Apart from them, the only ones with an IQ of over 20 are Zhuo Mei, Hao Mei, and Meng Xian. However, Hao Mei is mainly responsible for cooking and cleaning, so she doesn't need too much intelligence. Meng Xian only needs to manage models, so she also doesn't need to be too smart. Her successor Chu Lin has an IQ of only 29. Their IQ is good enough for doing something like this. But if you want to do business or something, well, it's really not suitable. Just like now, when Zhuo Mei heard what Peter said, she still spoke with anticipation. Yes, and he might stay for a long time this time. If you also like MO fans' paintings, I'll invite you out for dinner when I have time. Okay. Seeing Zhuo Mei still looking expectant at this moment, Peter hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything that would be too discouraging to Zhuo Mei. He planned to wait for Zhuo Mei to leave and then send her a message. As for whether she would believe it or not, he didn't know. Soon, Zhao Minglan brought a new pair of stockings to Zhuo Mei, and then Zhuo Mei left happily. After Zhuo Mei left, Peter was lost in thought and went back upstairs with everyone taking the things. When everyone returned to the secret garden, Zhao Minglan and Suya, who was off work, naturally noticed that Peter was worried. Asked Peter when the girls went to distribute these things. What's wrong? You seem to be worried. Well, I do have some concerns. Zhuo Mei, who just delivered something, has a childhood sweetheart named Tang Mofan, a painter. But he's actually a liar. I accidentally discovered that his paintings were actually copied from another painter. So now I'm a little hesitant about whether to tell Zhuo Mei about this. As for our relationship, we've only met 3 times. We're not friends, but we're acquaintances, so I'm a little torn. Looking at the two of them, Peter sat down on the edge of the bed and spoke to them. Actually, it's better to mention it. After all, you know each other. As for whether she believes it or chooses to break up with you, that's her business. That's what I thought. After hearing what Peter said, Suya and Zhao Minglan basically held the same opinion. After hearing them say this, Peter nodded. After waiting for a while, and seeing that the girls who had stayed here last night had divided their watches and bags, and their attention shifted back to himself, Peter also picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhuo Mei. He didn't explain it very clearly. He just said that he accidentally saw a painting whose style was very similar to Tang Mofan's, but the author was named Horace Chapman, and it was published earlier than Tang Mofan's. Whether Tang Mofan borrowed the other person's painting style or what, he didn't know. He just mentioned it to Zhuo Mei, and if Zhuo Mei was interested, she could check it out. After I sent this message, Zhuo Mei sent a thank you message half a while later. I understood. I don't know if she really cares about it. But Peter no longer had the energy to care about her, because the girls here had already surrounded Peter again. Honey, let's play a game. Honey, the watch you bought me is so beautiful. Bitch, don't seduce my brother. Brother? You're almost 30, old man. Why don't you call our Kai Kai brother? My brother doesn't care. He even likes me to call him dad. Actually, Brother Kai prefers to be called master. You can call me anything, anything, anything. Looking at the girls who had come over, Peter also laughed at this time. As for Zhuomei, Tang Mofin, and the like, he had already forgotten about them. The night passed quickly, and when Peter was woken up by the glaring sunlight again, it was already Wednesday morning. With great perseverance, he crawled out from the jungle of countless long-legged, strong people. Peter still ate and washed with everyone as usual. After that, Peter took Grace, Yuna, and Sangwon to leave Janai Group. I drove straight to Antai Finance. Today's procedure is the same as usual. After arriving here, I began to direct these traders to buy stocks. After buying the stocks, he left with Sangwon. According to the original plan, he was going to go on a date with Sangwon today, but Sangwon gave up her time to Chloe because Peter wanted to buy cars for his women. So for Peter, today's schedule is quite tight. As the two of them got into the car in the underground parking lot, Peter looked at Sangwon. Now, where are we going? We have things to do later, so let's hurry up. Listening to Peter's words, Sangwon also looked at the watch Peter had given her. Then, she tossed her twin ponytails and smiled as she pulled Peter to the back seat. Chapter 161. Wang Zhe. Are you done for the day? Hey, Xiaowan is here too. Yes, good morning, Miss Feng. Hello. Do you mind if I take the both with me? At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Peter drove to the downstairs of Chloe's company. He is very familiar with this place. After all, he has been studying here for 3 years. When he arrived downstairs at Chloe's company and called her, 3 people came down at once. Chloe still had her long, straight black hair today, with exquisite makeup. She wore a double-breasted blue women's suit, a dark blue short skirt, and a pair of long boots made of nylon. She didn't even know what a straight man like Peter was called, but it does make her look very tall and her skin very white. As for Li Haoyun, today she returned to the punk style she wore the 2 previous times Peter met her. He wore overalls on the lower body, a long-sleeve shirt that exposed his belly button on the upper body, a coat on the outside, and a small hat on his head. As for the last girl, Peter had also seen her. She was the girl who came with Li Haoyun when he was having dinner with Zhao Minglan, Su Ye, and Su Lele that day. But today, she is wearing a JK outfit. I have to say that this girl has a really good figure and a sweet look. In terms of appearance, she is a bit amazing. As the 3 of them got into the car, Peter also learned her name, Tang Xuan. And her attributes are really not low. Name, Tang Xuan. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physical strength, 31. Charisma, 98. Wisdom, 24. Business, 86. Innovation, 22. Social, 87. Management, 13. Favorability towards host, 83. This girl is really very beautiful. Of course, apart from appearance, only the social aspect is worth watching. But after Feng Shui introduced Tang Xuan, Li Haoyun's behavior surprised Peter a little. He really didn't realize that Li Haoyun was actually what? Of course, Tang Xuan didn't care about Li Haoyun's actions at this time, because she was indeed Li Haoyun's girlfriend in name. At this time, she was actually more curious about Peter. Obviously, she also knew that Peter was worth 50 billion. She didn't quite understand. Although Peter was indeed handsome and had a good figure, she really couldn't tell that he was worth over 50 billion. Peter didn't care about this. After greeting them, Peter looked directly at Chloe, who was sitting behind him. Where are we going now? Let's go here. Seeing that Peter was too lazy to argue with Li Haoyun, Chloe smiled and then sent Peter a coordinate on her phone. Peter took a look and found that this was actually a used car dealer. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown and looked at Chloe with some confusion. Don't be fooled by the name of a boutique car dealership. In fact, these cars are all first-hand. Many of them even require a markup. Otherwise, most of the cars you want to buy are pure imported cars. God knows how long it takes to import them. So they first import cars from abroad under their own names and then sell them as used cars. It's convenient. Chloe understood what Peter meant without Peter saying anything, so she explained it to him right away. After hearing her words, Peter finally understood and then drove straight to a place called Zhihui Boutique Car Dealership. After arriving here, Peter believed Chloe's words even more because this car dealership is really quite large, covering an area of about 10,000 to 20,000 square meters. And the most important thing is that the cars displayed here are indeed new cars, and basically all of them are sports cars. In Peter's size, there are all kinds of colors and models. Just as Peter was looking at the car here, a man walked out from inside. When he saw Chloe and Li Haoyun, he smiled and took the initiative to greet them. Hey, Miss Feng, Miss Li, long time no see, long time no see. Come and pick a car. No, Brother Wang. We are here to accompany this person to buy more than just a few cars. After listening to this person's words, Chloe also spoke. At the same time, she whispered to Peter. This guy's name is Wang Jia. He has powerful connections. He can get things cleared first at customs, and his business spans the entire northern region. After hearing what Chloe said, Peter understood and then shook hands with the person who took the initiative to extend his hand. Oh, this is not because I didn't recognize the real person. I delayed the main person. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Hey, young man, what's your last name? Hey, no need to bother. My last name is O, and I'm Peter. Brother Wong, right? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Seeing Peter's politeness, Brother Wong was also very happy. After shaking hands, he took the initiative to lead Peter into the exhibition hall and asked, what car are you going to buy this time? Let me introduce it to you. Basically, they're all run by young girls, and they can be worth over 1 million or 2 million. But I want a large quantity, about 300 units this time. Listening to Brother Wong's words, Peter also expressed his needs at this time. After he gave Zhua Mei the money yesterday, plus the extra 100 million in pocket money he received today, he still had more than 570 million in cash on him. Buying 300 cars is not a big problem. When Brother Wong heard that Peter wanted so much, his eyes lit up instantly. He was already very enthusiastic, and at this moment he became even more enthusiastic. He pulled Peter forward and said happily, at this price, the top 3 cars I would recommend to a girl are definitely the old 3, Porsche, Maserati, and Aston Martin. This Porsche Carrera, also known as 911, was just delivered in the past 2 days. The 3.0T model costs 1.468 million yuan. The one next to it is a high-end model, 1.668 million yuan. If you want a 3.6T, we have it here too. The cheapest one is 1.968 million, and the most expensive one is 2.198 million. But seriously, brother, there's no need to do that, because these two things are basically the same. There's no way a little girl can use it to play 0-100 to 100-mile games. Nowadays, a small electric scooter is faster than a car, so buy a 3.01. It's more than enough. As for Maserati, I don't recommend you to buy the Quattroporte, Griga, or the like. To be honest, the sedans and SUVs made by this brand are not much better than Land Rover. Basically, he is a regular customer of the repair shop, not to mention that he drives for a girl. The 23 model, also 3.0T, Medina GT, 1.46 million, and there is a discount. This car has been selling badly for used cars recently. The price was cut in half as soon as I got it. I won't cheat you. If you want more, I can give it to you for 1.26 million. As for Aston Martin, last year's DB11, despite the current suggested retail price of 2.358 million yuan, I'm selling it for 2.058 million yuan. If you want more, I could go for 1.88 million yuan, including license plates and taxes. Looking at Peter, Brother Wong also raised his eyebrows. It can be seen that luxury cars nowadays are indeed worthless. When Chloe came, she even said that she wanted to increase the price. Now it seems like it's good enough if we don't lose money. Chapter 162. Wholesale. Mercedes-Benz AMG GT50 for MATTC Plus version. 4-door coupe, 30 units. Suggested retail price 1,141,800. Now 868,400, including tax and registration. Porsche 911 3.0T, new model, price 1,468,000 yuan, 100 units, tax and registration included. Maserati 3.0T, Medina, price 1.46 million, 100 units. Aston Martin DB11 4.0T, large V8, original price 2.358 million, now 2.058 million, including registration and tax. 50 cars. Lamborghini Huracan EVO RWD 2.02 million, 20 units. A total of 463.95 million. A total of 300 cars. After Peter bought a lot of cars here, he only had about 100 million left in his hands. However, he didn't plan to keep it anymore. Instead, he set his sights on more expensive cars. Now these 300 cars were just for the models and designers of Genai Group. He planned to give better ones to his own women, like Lily and others. Currently, there are 13 confirmed women of his. Lily, Olivia, Sangguan, Uji, Jenny, Grafe, Juna, Aomei, Sensisi, Elan, Suya, Sulelian Thaominglan. If the remaining 100 million is divided equally among them, each person can get more than 7 million. However, there are no cars worth more than 7 million here. There are only 2 that are close to it. a Ferrari 12-cylinder, and a Lamborghini Aventador, which Li Haoyun is very familiar with. Ferrari has two versions of these two cars. One is the Spider version, priced at $6.5868 million, and the other is the coupe version, priced at $5.988 million. The Spider version has a convertible top, and that one has a hard top. There is only one model of the Daniel, the PHEV standard version, which costs $6,294,994. However, both types of vehicles are subject to tax. Looking at the two types of cars in the store, Peter also looked at Sang-won next to him. Which one do you like? And Tina, who, and the others. After hearing Peter's words, Sang-won thought for a moment and then spoke. If it were me, I actually prefer SUVs. I really like the one you have. Tina, Sister Minglan, and Sister Suya would probably prefer sedans. After all, this car is so heavy that it's hard to even pull a dog. It's not for non-players. As for Su Lele, you don't have to think about it. She can't drive and has almost no driving talent. If you ask me, my suggestion is that you buy 5 cars and whoever wants to drive them can drive them. Then you can buy us a few of these Taiwangs and a few Mercedes-Benz SS for the rest. Oh, and there's no need to buy these. The ones in your supercar club should be enough for us. If you like sports cars, the Chaowang U9 and Haobai SSR over there are also good. Looking at Peter, Sang-won also spoke. Indeed, people who can drive probably rarely like to drive a sports car. It's like driving a sports car on the highway without any experience. Not only does it waste fuel, but it's also really uncomfortable to sit in. So after listening to Sang-won's words, Peter also called Brother Wong and did what she said and ordered 5 Ferrari 12 doors and 5 Mavericks. Then there's also a Tiaowang here, and we directly ordered 5 Tiaowang U8S and 1 U9. He has completed his purchase of the car today. Because Brother Wong has the car in stock, there is no need to pay a deposit first, and then wait for the car to be lined up. Peter, you sign the contract first, then inspect the car, pay the money, and then you can go. The insurance policies of these cars can be checked online. They're indeed new cars, just a little older, but this is normal. After everything was done, Peter also called Lily and asked her to come and receive the car. At this point, his affairs came to an end. To be honest, although Chloe, Li Haoyun, and Tang Xuahan all knew that Peter was a super rich man, they also knew that he was coming here to buy hundreds of cars. But when they actually saw Peter spending more than $500 million to buy hundreds of cars, they were still very shocked. Chloe was thinking if this money was given to her, wouldn't her company survive? She never thought that even if she was given the money now, she would just continue to live off the savings. Without new ways to make money and the company's transformation, she would be in trouble. But if Chloe can understand the transformation, then Chloe will not be Chloe. As for Li Haoyun, he was thinking about another thing at this time. Her father signed the equity transfer agreement with her on Saturday. On Monday, she went to confirm that the shares worth 1.2 billion yuan now belonged to her, Li Haoyun. So at this time, she was actually considering another problem, which was what her father said, that it was not easy for her to keep the 1.2 billion yuan. Her best option was to sell the shares and deposit the money with Peter, so that Peter could give her living expenses every year, but she felt a little unhappy about it. Although she had met him several times now, especially when she saw that Peter actually agreed to Chloe's request to help her, her dislike for Peter had gradually disappeared. But this doesn't mean she will obey Peter. Li Haoyun's family situation made her naturally distrustful of men. But now, when she saw Peter actually using half of his wealth to buy cars for his girls, an idea came to her mind. With this little money of mine, he might not even be interested in it. As for Tang Xuahan, she was simply shocked. Are you kidding? It's hundreds of millions, and you could spend it just like that? If this were in an ordinary family, it would be enough to last for many lifetimes. If you buy a lot of buildings and collect rent from them, as long as your descendants don't gamble or start a business, it will be enough to pass down the family business. But at this moment, this money was really just pocket money. Peter directly bought a car with it, which was a big shock to Tang Xuahan. By this time, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Originally, Brother Wong was planning to treat everyone to a meal, but seeing Peter bringing 4 girls with him, he was very considerate and didn't join the fun. Peter and the others on the pretext that I still had to inspect my car. He just said that the meal was on his behalf, and then quietly gave Peter 20,000 yuan. I have to say that Brother Wong is an open-minded person. Otherwise, Chloe would not have come here to buy cars so often in the past. So Peter and his group of 5 went to a restaurant that Chloe had found for dinner. After dinner, Chloe originally wanted to go to Janai Company, but it was obviously not convenient for her to bring Li Haoyun and Tang Xuahan with her. So Sang-won took the opportunity to go to the bathroom to tell her about the situation upstairs at Janai Group. Of course, whether she still wanted to go was up to her to decide. Chapter 163, Mixed Feelings. You guys wait for me. Looking at the sincere Sang-won in front of her, Chloe couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then she whispered something to Sang-won, and then turned around to find Lee Hao-yoon and Tang Xuan. At this time, Peter, Lee Hao-yoon, and Tang Xuan naturally didn't know what the two had just said. As for Peter, he didn't think that Chloe would really go back to Janai Group with them. He thought this was just Chloe's joke. After all, she brought Lee Hao-yoon and Tang Xuan with her today. So according to Peter's estimation, Chloe was most likely going to go out and play with Lee Hao-yoon and Tang Xuan after buying a car for him today. Now, after seeing Chloe and Sang-won coming out of the bathroom together, Peter, who had already paid the bill, was ready to take Sang-won away. Although Sang-won didn't need to be taken out by herself to make up for this date, but he still planned to take Sang-won out for some fun. But just as the two of them got into the car, Sang-won stopped Peter, who was about to start the engine and leave, and turned to look at Chloe and the others who were still in front of the restaurant in the distance. Xiao-yun, I have something to do with Peter later, so you and Shui-han can go play first. You don't have to wait for me. Seeing that Peter and Sang-won had already gotten into the car and started the engine, Chloe also spoke to Lee Hao-yoon and Tang Xuan. No, Xiao-yu, have you really decided to be with Peter? Seeing that Chloe was actually going to leave herself and Tang Xuan and go with Peter, Lee Hao-yoon couldn't help but hold her back. Chloe didn't want to bring Lee Hao-yoon and Tang Xuan today. It was just that when Lee Hao-yoon and Chloe were chatting at the banquet that day, she accidentally heard Chloe say that she was going to take Peter to buy a car today. Lee Hao-yoon is very scared now. I'm afraid that my best friend, the person who holds the most importance in my heart, really falls in love with Peter, this scumbag. So early this morning, she brought Tang Xuan to Chloe's house and forced her to bring her with her. So far, her plan seemed quite successful. But with what Chloe said now, she felt that her plan might be ruined. Oh, that's all nonsense. At least today, I'm looking for him for something serious. Peter, who was sitting in the driver's seat with some confusion. At this time, Chloe hesitated for a moment and then smiled and started talking. Serious matters? Looking at Chloe's expression, Lee Hao-yoon's reason told her not to be afraid of Chloe's words now, but her brain was still willing to believe what Chloe said. Well, serious business. I'm going to one of his companies with him later. It's really serious business. Maybe Peter and I will be together, but at least not today. Facing Lee Hao-yoon's gaze, Chloe also said firmly at this time. After hearing what Chloe said, Lee Hao-yoon took a deep breath and nodded, then took the initiative to let go of her hand. Chloe then waved to her and Tang Xuan, then ran back to the back seat of Peter's car. Peter was stunned to see Chloe coming back. Where are you going, Miss Fong? I'll take you there first. Chloe in the rearview mirror, Peter asked with some confusion. Let's go to Janai Group. Isn't that what we agreed on? Let's drive. After hearing what Peter said, Chloe took a deep breath and then spoke to Peter with a smile. Seeing her serious look, Peter couldn't help but turn his body from the driving seat. Was she sure she was right? Let's go. Stop looking. Isn't this what we agreed on? Seeing Peter's shocked expression, Sang-won couldn't help but give him a light push, then smiled and spoke. Seeing Sang-won said this, Peter pursed his lips and sat back in his seat. After taking a deep breath, he slowly prepared to start. At the same time, he also glanced at Lee Hao-yoon outside the window. He noticed that Lee Hao-yoon's eyes were fixed on him. Aren't you going to stop, Miss Fong? There are many kinds of serious business. Getting engaged might not be considered serious business, but discussing marriage is. Looking at Lee Hao-yoon and Peter, Tang Xuan also spoke. Tang Xuan was very smart. She could actually see at a glance the little bits of affection between Chloe and Peter. Even though Tang Xuan was always called his girlfriend by Lee Hao-yoon, she knew that the person Lee Hao-yoon really cared about was actually Chloe. Of course, this kind of care is definitely not enough to be called love. There is no impulse between them that needs to be vented. But if it is called friendship, it is definitely above friendship. After all, when Lee Hao-yoon was most helpless, bored, and vulnerable, it was Chloe who stayed by her side. She was willing to hide Chloe and live happily with her forever, but she understood that Chloe didn't want to. In her view, family and parents are all things that can be abandoned. Chloe's parents wanted her to take care of the family and find a political marriage. If she didn't want to, she could run away and abandon everything here, just like herself. But Chloe didn't want to. She had parents who loved her, she had a relatively perfect childhood, and she enjoyed the honor and financial resources brought to her by her family. She was unwilling to betray her family, so she chose to resist within the rules. Create a company and prove your abilities. But unfortunately, this one now seems to have failed. But she didn't want to escape. In this case, it seems that there's only one way left for her: marriage. But just like she said, it is very important to marry a man you have never met or to marry someone you like very much. It was obvious that Peter was the one she had chosen. So after hearing Tang Xuehan's words, Li Haoyun just opened his mouth and sighed somewhat dejectedly. Let's go, I want to go. Have a drink. Okay, I'll call a few sisters out. Although it was only noon, Tang Xuehan did not refuse Li Haoyun. Instead, she smiled, picked up her phone, and made an appointment. Meanwhile, Peter brought Sang Wan and Chloe to the downstairs of Janai Group. When he parked the car, took the two of them into the building, and got on the elevator, Peter couldn't help but look at Chloe. Chloe also looked at him at this time and smiled. Mr. Phone, Sister Phone, Chloe, you may not know what's going on upstairs, right? Let me introduce it to you. No need. Sang-won has already told me. Chloe interrupted Peter after hearing what he said. Chapter 164. The Perfect Other Half. Sang-won, have you said that already? Looking at Chloe's determined expression, Peter also looked at Sang-won. What did she say that? After catching Peter's gaze, Sang-won gently spread her hands and continued to stand where she was, staring intently at the floor that was moving upwards. Seeing Sang-won's silence and Chloe's serious expression, Peter pursed his lips awkwardly. He really didn't know what Sang-won had said, but now he is not in a good position to ask. In this way, with anxiety all the way, the three of them finally arrived at the top floor. After passing through the first few gates, Peter came to the gate guarded by 4 female bodyguards. And at this time, Peter also looked at Chloe. Ms. Fong, if you leave now, we can pretend nothing happened. How could nothing have happened? Keep going. Hearing Peter's words, Chloe couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Then she looked at Sang-won, who had already changed her clothes. It was obvious that Sang-won had already explained to her the essentials of entering the secret garden. So, she took a deep breath and began to follow the rules. Although her hands were shaking and her body was flushed, this was the first time she had done such an intimate act in front of the opposite sex. But she suppressed her inner fear and shyness and acted step by step. Watching her movements, Peter swallowed his saliva. Well, she was already like this. If he said anything more, it would seem like there was something wrong with him. So he gritted his teeth, put the clothes in his closet, and handed the phone to one of the bodyguards. A group of 3 people walked into the secret garden together. When they came in, Chloe was really shocked. Although she had been mentally prepared that the secret garden would be very exaggerated, when she walked in, she still underestimated the impact of this scene. At this time, the people in the secret garden were actually very confused. Peter said he was going on a date with Sang-won today. Why was he back so late this afternoon? As for Chloe, they didn't pay much attention to her. After all, the entire Janai group knew about Peter's situation these days. Everyone knows that Peter is not only handsome and in good health, but most importantly, he is very generous. He will give away watches worth millions and bags worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at will. So these days, in addition to the more than 200 people here, some young and beautiful girls from other departments would also find an opportunity to come up every now and then. Sometimes I even run into Peter and the others. So they don't care about Chloe's identity at all. But after seeing Peter coming back, they took the initiative to surround him. Honey, what do you think of the new style I designed here? Honey, my skin is a little dry. Please apply some moisturizer on me. Brother, which lace pattern of these socks do you think looks better? Brother, what color socks are suitable for my leg shape? Seeing these women dragging Peter away, Chloe finally reacted, took a deep breath, and expressed her shock. At this time, 2 more people came over. These 2 people were none other than the big sisters of Peter's group of women, Lily and Zhao Minglan. Miss Fong, have you thought it through? Tilting her head and looking at Chloe, Lily also asked. It's hard for someone like me to make choices. My parents originally gave me a chance to choose my life, but unfortunately, I couldn't grasp it. So if I don't want to live a routine life, then I can only take an unconventional approach. Listening to Lily's words, Chloe smiled and winked at her. Although I have no right to ask you not to take advantage of Peter, I don't want to see Peter get hurt. After Chloe finished speaking, Zhao Minglan also spoke. Well, of course I won't let him get hurt, but what you said is indeed a bit shaky. Do you think he is hurt now? Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Chloe pointed at Peter in the distance a little embarrassedly. Then Zhao Minglan couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Lily smiled along and then leaned back on a chair. She knew very well that for someone like Peter, His significant other must not be an ordinary person. Maybe there are some people who are still dreaming about a domineering boss who dotes on his little wife. But novels are novels, and reality is reality. Lily and the others, Peter's other half, at least cannot hold Peter back. There are only two possibilities for his other half. Either he is an extremely outstanding person in his professional field, such as a sports star or a scientific researcher. But unfortunately, there is no such person among them. Otherwise, they must be from a prominent family, which can make up for Peter's poor background and give him a layer of human connection and background. Among the people around Peter now, Lily is naturally not suitable. She has told Peter about her situation, and she is naturally not suitable to be Peter's wife. Zhao Minglan, her husband, is dead, so a second marriage is naturally not suitable for her. Yuna, Grace, as of now, they are just ordinary people and are not suitable. Shin Sisi, although she and Peter were junior high school classmates, they were childhood sweethearts and knew each other very well. But Shin Sisi's family only has a little money, and she is also a model. She was also not suitable to be Peter's first wife. So after choosing and choosing, Chloe is really the most suitable candidate at the moment. Lily knew about Chloe's situation. Well, Peter didn't know anything about it, but they investigated the person thoroughly. Chloe's father is Feng Wenyu, who is engaged in import and export trade. Because of her father's relationship, Chloe and her friends got in touch with Wang Zhe and bought a car from him. Feng Wenyu did not start from scratch. His father, Chloe's grandfather, was a Navy soldier in his early days. After retiring, he went to work as an ordinary clerk in the customs. When the reform and opening up began, he discovered business opportunities, so he quit his job and started doing business, trading things both domestically and abroad, doing whatever could make money. Later, Feng Wenyu followed in his father's footsteps and started engaging in import and export trade. There is no political background in the family, so it meets the requirements. Feng Wenyu, 47 years old this year, is in his prime and has a net worth of approximately 34 billion yuan. Chloe's decision to find Peter was a well-considered one because Peter's wealth just surpassed her father's. For them, the identities of both parties can be described as a perfect other half. Chapter 165, Talking Business. You guys take a rest first. I'll go see her off. The afternoon passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was 5 o'clock and time to get off work. However, it was obvious that there were many people in Jinai Group who wanted to work overtime. But unfortunately, Zhao Minglan obviously didn't want these girls to work overtime here today. Because the beds in the secret garden were not big enough, they hadn't slept well these past few days. So today, as soon as she got off work, she sent all the girls back home. Suddenly, only Peter, Chloe, Lily, Olivia, Sang-won, Yuna, Aomei, Shun Sisi, Zhao Minglan, and Suya, Su Lele, and Grace, who had rushed back after work, were left in the secret garden. Oh, and Ginny had also gone to the bar to watch. After all, the bar is Lily's hard work. If Lily doesn't go, there must be someone to watch over it. As for the girls here, they actually didn't want to leave. Although they had only been with Peter for a few days, in fact, they really wanted to stay with Peter in their hearts. I just don't know if I can work overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. When there were only a dozen of them left, Peter and his friends also booked dinner. After dinner, Peter looked at Chloe, who was looking at her watch. He guessed that she also wanted to leave, so he started talking. Oh, will you come back tonight? Hearing Peter say this, Lily also asked curiously. You should come back. If I don't, where will I live? Seeing Lily's puzzled look, Peter asked hesitantly. Chloe next to her blushed instantly. Is there even any need to ask where to go? Just find a place yourself, and see if there's a young lady who can take you in. Hearing Peter's hesitant words and Chloe's blushing face, Suya also smiled and spoke. That's right, Brother Kai. You are so capable. You must have a place to live. Seeing that Peter looked even more embarrassed after hearing Suya's words, Yuna also showed up at this time. When you leave, I'll bring all the elevators to the top floor and lock them. If anything happens, we can take the elevator and run. Don't come back at night. As Yuna finished speaking, Zhao Minglan also covered her mouth and smiled. Listening to these people teasing them, Peter and Chloe were really a little overwhelmed, so Peter left first in shame. As for Chloe, she waved to everyone, nodded, and followed Peter out of the secret garden. Then the people outside also changed their clothes. To be honest, while they were changing clothes, Peter was actually looking at Chloe out of the corner of his eye. In the summer, boys' clothes are really simple. Peter wears 5 sets of clothes, including socks and shoes. So he quickly dressed and then kept watching Chloe out of the corner of his eye. Of course, he is not the kind of person who is blinded by lust. Right now, lust may really be the least tempting thing for him. After all, in his current state, he is indeed unable to do anything about sex. He was quietly observing Chloe at this time, mainly because he was wondering why Chloe came today and what was going on with her relationship with him now. Fisk, haven't you seen enough? If you want to see, just look openly. What are you peeking at? You're like a thief. Help me button my shirt. Although it was obviously out of the corner of Peter's eye, it was still a little too obvious to Chloe. After all, no matter who changed their clothes, sat in their original position, and looked at her secretly, they would be discovered. She walked over and kicked Peter on the back. She sat next to Peter with a red face and started talking. Looking at the buttons on her shirt, Peter swallowed his saliva, but still turned around to help her button it up. While doing so, Peter's hands inevitably touched her back. The moment their bodies touched, they both felt like they had been electrocuted and instantly jumped away. But after a while, seeing that Chloe didn't refuse and didn't show any sign of speaking, Peter buttoned her shirt again. After finally buttoning his shirt, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. What? Are you tired? I saw you helping them change clothes this afternoon, putting on and taking off socks and so on. You were very skillful, weren't you? Hearing Peter's heavy breathing, Chloe suddenly came over and looked at Peter and asked, You are different from them. Hearing Chloe ask this, Peter couldn't help but look away. Oh, how am I different? Am I not as pretty as them? Or am I not as good-looking as them? Seeing Peter looking like an ostrich, Chloe couldn't help but come closer again and said with a smile, No, you're very beautiful and have a great figure, but after all, we are not in that kind of relationship. What relationship? Lovers. Chloe interrupted Peter and turned her head completely to face Peter and continued to ask. Although she still had a smile on her face at this moment, Peter saw a hint of seriousness and determination in her eyes. Peter knew that now was not the time to retreat and hide. Sometimes you just need to be firm. So after hesitating for a moment, he took another deep breath. Yes, you're different from them. What you want is not just the status of a lover. Peter is not stupid, although his IQ is not particularly high. But Chloe is willing to take the initiative to go back to the secret garden with him. So it is impossible to say that she has no feelings for him. But she is not like the others. Her identity determines that she cannot be a lover. So what she wants is a position by his side. That's right. If I became your lover, my parents would beat me to death. So, will you be my husband? Chloe has always been a person who does what she thinks of, and this has never changed. So at this time, she took the initiative to lay all her cards out to Peter. Peter looked a little shocked when he heard her words. But besides being shocked, he actually felt a little relieved, because he knew that if he were asked to say it, he probably wouldn't be able to say it, because at this moment, Lily still played the largest role in his heart, followed by Yuna, Suya, Shun Cece. Chloe, who is not even his woman now, is indeed the weakest one in his heart, even weaker than Chu Lin and the others. Chloe to be his wife for the sake of his own future or the interests of his family. He really couldn't say it. Now that Chloe said this, it meant that she had already discussed it with Lily, Zhao Minglan, and the others. All she had to do was accept it. Looking at Chloe in front of him, Peter nodded, and then saw Chloe approaching him. Chapter 166. Still a master? We are the stars of the village. We have no feelings for each other. And you said you would tell fortunes together? Until the day you left, I went to work in another province, and we started a long-distance relationship. Who is it? Just when the atmosphere between Chloe and Peter was getting a little heated, a cell phone suddenly rang shrilly and kept ringing with no sign of stopping. This made Chloe speechless, and she picked up her phone to check, only to find that it was Li Haoyun calling. So she suppressed her frustration and answered the phone. As soon as she picked up the phone, a man's voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Miss Chloe Phone? Li Haoyun, do you know her? Yes, I'm her friend. What can I do for you? Listening to the man's voice, Chloe couldn't help but look puzzled. Isn't Li Haoyun a bit of a man-hater? Why was her phone still in a man's hand? For a moment, many images flashed through Chloe's mind. Li Haoyun's cell phone was lost and picked up by a man. Li Haoyun drank too much, and the bartender called in to pick him up. Li Haoyun was drugged, and some videos were taken. These people asked him to pay money to redeem him. Well, I have to say, in Chloe's mind, Li Haoyun is indeed up to no good. And in fact, it's almost the same, because at this moment, the man's voice was heard from the other end of the phone. This is the XX Street police station. Miss Li Haoyun was arrested for fighting with someone while drinking. She said that you are her emergency contact. So if it is convenient for you, Please come and cooperate with our investigation. Upon hearing the other party's words, Chloe and Peter couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, nothing good happened. Okay, I'll pick her up now. Officer, may I ask your name? No need to bother. My last name is Lee. Hello, Officer Lee. We'll be right there. Chloe sighed and hung up the phone, then looked at Peter with amusement, and Peter spread his hands. Then the two of them stopped dawdling, quickly put on their clothes, and went downstairs together and got in the car. However, when driving to the police station, Peter asked Chloe with some doubts, is her good relationship with Lee Haoyun just because they're childhood friends? Because if you put yourself in his shoes, if you have a friend who does this, there's a high possibility that Peter will break up with him and will not continue to give to him like this. This is only possible if the relationship between the two is really close and strong. Chloe looked at Peter's puzzled expression, and she also spoke. Are you curious about the relationship between me and Lee Haoyun? Honestly, I'm a little curious. Peter explained after listening to Chloe's words. Well, since you're going to be my husband, I naturally need to tell you about my best friend. Lee Haoyun and I are not only friends who grew up together. Her mother and my mother were college classmates, and they had a very good relationship. I have been in poor health since I was a child, and Lee Haoyun's personality is like a boy. So she protected me since I was a child. If I was bullied by boys, she would rush over and beat those boys. But the best opportunity for our relationship came when I was 9 years old. The school organized a swimming trip, but our teacher was busy flirting with the lifeguard. I almost drowned, and it was Lee Haoyun who saved me. Later, we went to junior high school together, and then high school together. There was no one-sided giving between us. Our hearts were sincere to each other. Looking at Peter, Chloe also briefly introduced her relationship with Lee Haoyun. After hearing this, Peter understood. They are relatives of 2 generations, and he even saved my life. We also have similar values. No wonder Chloe and Lee Haoyun have such a good relationship. In this regard, Peter's hostility towards Lee Haoyun was slightly relieved. Peter didn't say anything more at this time. The two of them drove and soon arrived at the police station. When they got there, they found Officer Lee, who had just called Chloe. Then Officer Lee took them to see Lee Haoyun, who was still squatting in the detention room. In addition to her, there were 3 men with gauze wrapped around their heads, also sitting in the detention room with dejected looks on their faces. Looking at this scene, Officer Lee also spoke with some emotion. Your friend is quite loyal. We saw through the surveillance that they were a group of more than 10 girls. But when something happened, she let the other girls go first and stayed behind. And she was ruthless enough. She beat 3 alone and beat 3 grown men like this. Looking at the situation of the people stranded in the room, Officer Lee spoke with some emotion. He then introduced what happened to Lee Haoyun today. In fact, after lunch, she was in a bad mood and said she wanted to go for a drink. Then Tang Xiuhan invited a few young anchors from the same city who she used to get along well with to go to KTV for a drink together. But as for the anchor, those who know what she wears, so what? It just so happened that 3 people in a nearby box were drunk. When they went to the toilet, one of them touched the butt of one of the young anchors who was also going to the toilet. The young anchor naturally didn't like it, so she started arguing with the other person and scolded him. The other party was already drunk, so he could only endure it after hearing this. They wanted to take action and scared the young anchor so much that she ran back to the box. The 3 of them rushed in relentlessly and were then beaten by Lee Haoyun with a wine bottle. A melee ensued, and those girls must have also fought, but Lee Haoyun knew that if they were exposed for participating in the fight, their live broadcast career would be over. So she let these people go and took the matter upon herself. The KTV then called the police, and the police arrested all 4 people. The course of events was easy to investigate, and the main faults lay with these 3 people who molested women and provoked trouble. But the problem is that Lee Haoyun and the others beat them badly, enough to cause minor injuries. So this incident has to be defined as mutual fighting. But the other party is the main person responsible. If they don't settle privately, he will have to go to jail for 15 days, and Lee Haoyun will also have to go to jail for 5 days. So the police called Chloe to see how to solve this problem with the accompaniment of family members. After hearing what the police said, Peter and Chloe here didn't say anything. Suddenly, there was a burst of crying and wailing outside the police station. Oh, my son, that damn guy actually beat you up and put you in jail. Oh my God, is there any justice left in this world? Chapter 167, Invincible. Hearing this voice, Officer Lee couldn't help but slap his head, then looked at Peter and Chloe, turned around and left, while Peter and Chloe also walked out of the police station at this time. Then I saw an old lady who looked to be in her 60s, kneeling at the door of the police station, holding a big injustice sign in her hand. Many female police officers from the nearby police station were trying to help her up, but she just wouldn't get up. At this time, several people in the crowd in the distance were filming with their mobile phones. Seeing this scene, Peter and Chloe were shocked. Wow, I only saw scenes like this online before, but now I can see it here too. Although it's not a good idea to just watch the fun from here right now. But apart from watching the fun, they really can't help much. But maybe Officer Lee didn't want Peter to be too gloating, so he whispered quietly at this time. This is Wang Xian's mother, one of the 3 people injured today. After saying that, he also walked over and spoke directly. Auntie, your son has broken the law. You making a scene here won't change anything. Bah, your son is the one who broke the law. Your whole family has broken the law. You conscienceless bastard. My son is so good. He's been so obedient since he was young. He would never break the law. It must be you who framed him. I will report this to the court, to the imperial capital. After hearing what Officer Lee said, the old lady also started cursing angrily. Auntie, we have clear evidence here from the surveillance cameras. He was the one being a hooligan, and he was the one who took the initiative to provoke. Looking at the little old lady, Officer Lee frowned deeply. It was obviously not the first time that he had been insulted by such a guy, but as a policeman, he could not get angry with the public like this, so he continued to explain patiently. But before he could finish his words, Wang Xian's mother interrupted him and started to act like a rogue. Impossible. This surveillance video is fake. He wouldn't act like a hooligan. It's clearly those bitches who seduced him. You guys are just shielding the murderer. You accepted bribes. I don't care. Release my son immediately. I want that woman who beat my son to pay with her life. I want her to die and compensate my son. Listening to Officer Lee's words, the old lady also shouted angrily. Seeing the old lady acting so shameless, Peter nudged Chloe next to him with his elbow and whispered, "It seems that it's not easy to settle privately. Yeah, I don't know how much money I'll have to pay this time." Chloe was speechless after hearing what Peter said. Pay compensation? Are you sure? This time, I stand on the Haoyun's side. She did nothing wrong. Why should she pay compensation? Looking at Chloe's expression, Peter looked at her with some surprise. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones. The hard ones are afraid of the desperate ones. The desperate ones are afraid of the shameless ones. What we care about most is our face. If others knew that Li Haoyun was in jail, would she still be able to survive in the future? Rolling her eyes, Chloe also spoke at this time. How can she not survive? Do you think her current condition is any better? Besides, this is just administrative detention, not a criminal case, so there will be no criminal record. Letting her go in for 5 days is actually not a bad idea. Touching his chin, Peter smiled and spoke to Chloe. After hearing what Peter said, Chloe was indeed stunned for a moment, and then she began to ponder. It seems it's true. Li Haoyun's reputation now is no different from when he was detained. Besides, she didn't have a company, she didn't start her own business, and she wasn't the kind of lady waiting to get married. So, reputation was not something she really cared too much about. Perhaps the only person who will be affected is President Lee, but President Lee has reached the top of his career now. He will not be promoted to a higher level because of his good performance, nor will he be demoted because of some stains. On the contrary, it might be better for him to have some unimportant stains on him now. But as a friend, Chloe naturally didn't want to see her good friend go in. So after hearing what Peter said, she was still a little hesitant. We don't need to be anxious. The initiative is in our hands now. If you are too anxious and give it away, it will cause trouble later. First check the background of those 3 people, and then we can talk. Looking at Chloe's appearance, Peter couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chloe is very beautiful, has a good family background, and is very social. She is a perfect candidate for a wife, but her biggest problem is that she is indeed lacking in strategy. Peter is not very smart, but even so, he knows that he needs to take the initiative now instead of blindly meeting the other party's demands and getting Li Haoyun out. But Chloe didn't notice. Fortunately, she now trusts Peter very much, so she nodded slightly at this time, then picked up the phone and made a call. Soon, the information about these 3 people appeared in Chloe's mobile phone. Peter also took a look. The leader of the 3 was called Wang Xian. He was 42 years old this year, but still single and had no wife. It was understandable that it was difficult for his mother to get married. Now, he was working in Yaoi Industrial as a team leader in the sales department. Peter couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the company name. Isn't this Near Huey's company? Come to think of it, I haven't seen Elon for several days. Well, now is not the time to think about this. Then I continued watching. The other two people, one is called Sun Shi and the other is called Zhang Hao. One is 37 and the other is 39. Both are from the sales department of Yaoi Industrial. To be honest, the consumption in the KTV that Li Haoyun went to was definitely not low. This place was clearly not something Wang Xian and the other two could afford. So their spending here today must have been done on a company account. This is definitely not the first time they have done this, and there will be even more incidents like taking kickbacks. Just think about it. If the company knew about this, and they used the company's funds to spend money on a lavish life, and then they were detained for 15 days, and then they dug deeper, then it is very likely that their time will go from 15 days to more than 10 years. Compared to Li Haoyun, who went to jail for 5 days and only had a worse reputation, the other party was obviously even more unable to accept going to jail and letting the company know about this matter. Looking at the situation of these three people, Peter can be said to be invincible at this time. Chapter 168. Take it away. Okay, the family members are all here. Now let's talk about what to do. As the police here finally persuaded the old lady to stop making trouble at the police station door, several people who were originally recording videos with their mobile phones came out from the crowd nearby. They were the family members of the other two people. When the family members arrived at the mediation room, the police also brought Li Haoyun and the three men out. When Li Haoyun saw Chloe and Peter coming to rescue her, she couldn't help but open her mouth, then sat down next to Chloe somewhat helplessly, but her eyes looking at the opposite side were still very sharp. When the police finished speaking, Li Haoyun spoke first. How much do you want? Hearing Li Haoyun's words that revealed an air of wealth, the eyes of the people opposite couldn't help but light up. They felt that this matter might be a good thing. But before Li Haoyun could finish her words, Chloe suddenly pulled her. He motioned for her to shut her mouth and then looked at Peter. What we mean is, no matter how much you want, we can't give it to you. Just arrest them. We refuse mediation. Looking at the gazes of these people, Peter spoke calmly. Boy, do you know what you're talking about? After hearing what Peter said, a woman in her 30s, who should be Zhang Hao's wife, couldn't help but speak with a gloomy face. Couldn't help but look at Peter in shock after hearing what Peter said. At this time, she was very suspicious whether Peter was taking revenge on her own. Indeed, she had provoked Peter in the beginning, but she thought it was over. However, she never expected that Peter was quite sinister and was actually waiting for her here. He actually wanted to send himself in? Fortunately, Chloe held her down firmly at this moment. Otherwise, she might have confronted Peter first. Being controlled by Chloe at this time, Peter also smiled, and then said, Of course it is clear that your son, a man, is indecent and provoking trouble. According to the laws of Yanhuang, he should be detained for 15 days. My friend, although they suffered some minor injuries due to carelessness, they were at fault after all, so he will be sentenced to 5 days in prison. 5 days in exchange for your 45 days is quite a good deal. And the most important thing is, she is an unemployed vagrant, and you all have jobs, right? Have you thought of a reason for disappearing for these 15 days? Looking at Peter's smiling face, the three people who were sitting here and thought they could escape the disaster couldn't help but shudder. They clearly saw something special in Peter's eyes. Even if Peter had no other intentions, the three of them had to think carefully about his words. After disappearing for 15 days, it is impossible for the company not to hold me and others accountable. When they investigate the cause, they find out that they were imprisoned for 15 days for fighting in a KTV, and the money was used to pay the company's bill. If this gets out and is investigated, they'll be finished. So at this moment, a drop of cold sweat dripped down the heads of these three people. But the families of the three of them did not think so. In their eyes, no matter whether it is public or private accounts, as long as it goes into the pockets of their sons or husbands, it is their family money. So at this time, these three people did not speak, and the others here started arguing. What? This little bitch beat up my son, and all she got is 5 days in jail. Impossible. My husband's head was broken. Only 5 days. They must have been paid. That's why they're protecting these people. Expose them, expose them. Hearing their shouting, the two policemen couldn't help but feel their eyebrows twitching. It is true that the police need to remain restrained and polite when facing the people, but this does not mean that they need to swallow their anger to this extent. Everyone has a temper. Since Peter has already said that if they don't cooperate, they will be detained directly, there is nothing more to say. The two of them no longer intend to listen to what these women are shouting. It is true that having these people outside complaining about their unfair handling of the case will indeed have an impact on the police station, but it can be said that they handled this case without any problems at all. Whether it is the injury reports of the three people or the surveillance of the KTV, there is absolutely no problem. Even if these people cause trouble, their superiors cannot hold them accountable. They immediately stood up and spoke directly. Are you sure it's not compatible? Fine, then, let's go through the process. As they were talking, the two policemen were about to get the detention order. Seeing this scene, Li Haoyan couldn't help but look at Chloe. She was really panicked at this moment, but Chloe kept following her because she believed in Peter's judgment. Sure enough, just as the two policemen were about to leave, the three people over there shouted almost at the same time. Wait a minute, we want to reconcile. We are willing to make compensation. Listening to the words of the three people here, their mothers and wives looked at them in shock. You guys are crazy. You got beaten up and your head is bleeding, and you still want to pay them money. That's right, this world is so unfair. Even if I risk my life today, I will protect my son. Let's see who dares to take him away. Looking at their family members, several people here shouted. But now, looking at these people who were protecting them, Wang Xian and the others really had something to say, but they couldn't say it directly. They could only speak out immediately to temporarily persuade these people. Mom, don't worry, I have my reasons. Wife, let's talk about this when we get back. Now is not the time to talk about this. You loser woman, are you really going to send me to jail? So the three of them immediately followed them and started talking. Sun Shi and Zhang Hao's wives were easier to deal with, as they were temporarily intimidated by their husbands. But Wang Xian's mother was no ordinary person. She was an old shrew. Now, when she heard Wang Xian's words, she wanted to blow up the temple first and shouted loudly. Don't be afraid, kid. Did they threaten you just now? I don't think these three guys are good people. They're bastards who have no fathers. They bully others and actually bully us. Did they pay these policemen to make you admit your mistakes? Why? You can't admit this. As she spoke, Wang Xian's mother slammed the table hard, stood up and shouted. Looking at Wang Xian's mother's aggressive behavior, Peter suddenly said softly, You sharp-nosed, monkey-faced old bitch, you're cursing so harshly. You should be talking about yourself. You were born by a mother, but not raised by a father. Not only you, but your son is too. Hearing Peter's casual words, everyone present was shocked. Chapter 169, Strong. You, how can you curse? You little freshman, how do you talk like that? Do you have any tutoring? That's how you talk to your mother at home. Hearing Peter's words, Wang Xian and his mother came towards Peter. I just scolded her, so what? Call the police to arrest me. This is the police station. How I talk to my mother at home has nothing to do with you, an old bitch. My mother is a decent woman, unlike you, who is a slut. Not only do you want to be a bitch yourself, but you also want to drag your whole family into being bitches. If you give birth to a daughter, she will be a bitch, and if you give birth to a son, you will sell your ass. Your son is a team leader now, right? Did he sell his ass to get there? Looking at the mother and daughter coming towards him, Peter opened fire and spit it all over their faces. But listening to Peter's harsh words, Wang Xian's face turned pale and blue, because he was also wondering, why did Peter know that he was a team leader? As for the harsh words he cursed, there was nothing we could do about it. According to the laws of Yan Huang, cursing is at most an insult because he did not publicly slander others. So even if he sued Peter in front of him, he would only be fined less than 500 yuan. 500 yuan is indeed a lot of money, but in this day and age, is it difficult to accept? Compared to what he said and what he just said, it means that he is very likely to know his background. If he were to go to jail because of this matter, it would be a big trouble. So at this moment, when he saw his mother, who was a little mad at Peter for scolding him, he pushed his mother back to the chair. His mother looked at Wang Xian's actions and thought that Wang Xian wanted to avenge her. But unfortunately, facing his mother's hopeful eyes, Wang Xian backed down. We are civilized people, and we won't argue with people like you. Let's talk about compensation now. Tell us how much you want before you're willing to settle this privately. When saying this, Wang Xian didn't dare to look at his mother any longer. He was afraid that his mother's eyes would be full of disappointment, and in fact, it was so. But in order to avoid being caught, Wang Xian now has no other choice. Zhang Hao and Sun Shi, who were standing next to him, couldn't help but give Wang Xian a thumbs up in their hearts after hearing what he said. As expected of Wang Xian, even if it was considered as scolding his mother, Wang Xian could endure it. No wonder he could become the team leader, while they could only be team members. Was stunned to see that such a strong Peter could actually make the other party give in. To be honest, she dreamed of being as strong as Peter and forcing the other party to give in. Although it was difficult for her to understand how Peter did it, there was no doubt that Peter's image was constantly rising in her heart. You guys are still considered civilized. Listening to Wang Xian's words, Peter couldn't help but say something disdainful at this time. But just after he finished speaking, the policeman next to him coughed lightly. Well, let's start talking about compensation. The duty of the police is to maintain local public order, although they also look down upon the actions of Wang Xian and his mother. But if they can solve the case without alerting the detention center, it is indeed a good choice for them. So they also reminded Peter at this time that it's time to quit while you're ahead. After hearing the two policemen's implied meaning, Peter shut up at this time, then looked at Chloe and left the rest of the communication to her. With Chloe's ability, it would be easy to negotiate such compensation. So soon, she negotiated a compensation of 100,000 yuan with Wang Xian and others. 100,000, 100,000. To be honest, Peter originally thought that Chloe could negotiate a compensation of 20,000 yuan, but she never expected that she would directly ask Li Haoyun for 100,000 yuan. This also shows from one side how much these three people embezzled in Ye Hui's company. But none of this has anything to do with Peter and the others. Since they have agreed to invest, the next step is to pay the money and sign the agreement. In the end, the three decided that Wang Xian would pay 40,000 yuan and the other two would pay 30,000 yuan each. When the families of these three people reluctantly returned to the police station with the money, their eyes looking at their sons and husbands were filled with resentment. They had just agreed on the price, and when they quietly asked these people to go and get the money, they also implicitly explained the reason why they gave in this time. Compared to paying tens of thousands of dollars, it is definitely easier to accept for your own son or man to spend more than 10 years in prison. The person who is finding it most difficult to accept right now is actually Li Haoyun. She was originally wondering if Peter was seeking revenge and was planning to put her in jail. As a result, not only did he not get in, but he also got 100,000 yuan. 100,000 was just a drop in the bucket for her. Her daily pocket money was usually more than 100,000. But after all, it was Peter who helped her get this 100,000. So when the few of them left the police station, Li Haoyun was still a little confused, until Chloe pulled her into Peter's car and left. Meanwhile, Wang Xian and the other two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They could just consider this as a loss to avoid disaster. Although Zhang Hao and Sun Shi's wives were unwilling and reluctant, they could only endure it since the patient was fine. However, Wang Xian's mother kept looking at Peter's car, driving away with her eyes. When the two of them left the police station and walked towards home, Wang Xian's mother couldn't help but pull him. Don't worry, son. This matter is definitely not over yet. What are you going to do again? Looking at his mother's appearance, Wang Xian couldn't help but look at his mother with some worry. He was really troubled by her now. If she hadn't gotten involved, maybe I wouldn't have to pay so much money today. After all, in his opinion, Li Haoyun doesn't seem to be someone who is sure of money. Maybe then they will admit they were beaten and they can get out without spending any money. As a result, he has to spend 40,000 yuan for nothing. You know, even if he eats and takes money, it will take him half a year to save the 40,000 yuan. Do you remember that you have a cousin? The one who is even crazier and more powerful than you? Looking at his mother's mysterious look, Wang Xian asked speechlessly. It's her. I heard her daughter recently found a wealthy man, so I asked her to help me. I want to investigate these people and make sure they don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, they will be in trouble. Looking at his mother's determined look, Wang Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of dismay. Suddenly, he felt that having such a mother, it wasn't easy for her to live to this age. Chapter 170. I'm downstairs in your house. I'm leaving today. Who are you going on a date with tomorrow? According to the date, it's Hu Yi. The day after tomorrow, it's Jenny. And then there's nothing else. Then I'll see you again on Saturday. Ugh. Peter drove the car and took Chloe and Li Haoyun to the downstairs of her house. Chloe looked at Li Haoyun, who was holding a stack of money, with a confused look on her face and still not recovered. She didn't want to just leave Li Haoyun there, so she also started talking to Peter. After Peter learned that the two had a life-and-death friendship, he naturally didn't say much. After making an appointment to go out together on Saturday, Chloe also left with Li Haoyun. Li Haoyun seemed to react only when he entered the residential complex and took the elevator. Seeing Chloe chatting with Peter on her phone right after she left, she couldn't help but ponder for a moment before speaking. Xiaoyu, are you and Peter officially together? Well, I guess so. After thinking for a while, Chloe did not avoid what Lee Haoyun said, but answered her directly. But he has many women. Can you tolerate this? Hearing Chloe say this, Lee Haoyun immediately started talking. What's so intolerable about this? I have many lovers, but I only have one wife. After all, if I didn't find Peter, I would end up marrying a guy whom I didn't like, but who also had a lot of women. Rather than staying alone in my empty room like a resentful woman, not daring to take even a single step out of bounds, I might as well pick one I like. And today I had some contact with his women again. What should I say? I think these people are pretty good. He tapped his chin with his finger, recalling Zhao Minglan, Lily, Yuna, and others whom he met again today. Although these women were not all in one, generally speaking, Peter was strong enough to suppress them. It is precisely because of this that she feels that this kind of life is actually not bad. Looking at Chloe's sweet expression when she recalled what happened today, Lee Haoyun couldn't help but open his mouth and then lowered his head. She actually really hopes that Chloe can abandon her family, her parents, and everything like herself. Even if she doesn't have a penny, they can live a peaceful life with her own money. But she knew that she had no right and no reason to persuade her like this, especially when she has made up her mind. Looking at Chloe's appearance, Lee Haoyun took a deep breath. She had been hesitating because President Lee had told her to sell her shares and give the money to Peter, but she had never done so. The main reason was that she was worried that Peter would use the money to threaten herself or Chloe. But now it seems that my caution is meaningless. At this time, Peter naturally had no idea what Chloe and Lee Haoyun were talking about. After watching the two of them enter the community, he drove his car and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to go to Jinai Group, he remembered that Zhao Minglan from Jinai Group had said that he would not be allowed to go back tonight. Although he knew that if he called and begged them to let him go upstairs, they would definitely agree, but he would inevitably be ridiculed by them. So at this time, he was also considering whether to return to Jinai Group. Chloe tonight? To be honest, Lee Haoyun fought and then went to help negotiate. The people who were beaten were from Nye Hui's company. No, Nye Hui's company? I haven't visited Helan for several days. Let's go see her. As this thought arose, Peter muttered something quietly, then turned the steering wheel and arrived at the community where Helan lived. However, although Peter doesn't like this community, it is the best villa area in the city after all, and there's no one better than it. So the access control here is extremely strict. As a result, Peter's car could not get in, and he did not want to alarm Helan at this time. So he parked the car on a small road outside the community, then found a blind spot of the surveillance camera and climbed into the community. This is not a difficult thing for him. Soon, he arrived outside Helan's villa. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he quickly saw Helan sitting on the bed in the master bedroom of the villa, seemingly browsing her phone or reading a book. Then he took out his phone and sent a message to Helan. What are you doing? I'm reading a book. Why do you think of asking me at this time? Are your girlfriend's relatives coming? Just a few seconds after Peter's message passed, Helan also sent a text message. It can be seen that although she was complaining, she was happy from the bottom of her heart that Peter could send her a message. No, I just simply miss you, literary girl. What book are you reading? Lend it to me when you have time. Looking at the text sent by Helan, Peter also responded with a smile. Oh, how come I didn't know that you also like reading? Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil was just reprinted a few years ago. It's the prelude to future philosophy. Are you interested in it? Seeing Peter's words, Helan also sent a message and a book cover. Well, just by looking at the cover and title of this book, Peter was already not interested. Nietzsche? The only thing he knew was that he had a saying, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." I'm not interested. I'm just interested in what you're interested in. I can't wait any longer. Lend it to me now. Looking at the message sent by Helan, Peter also replied with a smile. Now. This time, Helan replied instantly. Well now, I'm downstairs in your house. After Peter finished typing this, he saw a figure in the master bedroom of the villa. He immediately ran to the window and opened it. At this time, Peter also turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone and waved it in the direction of Helan. Peter standing by the woods under a distant streetlight. Even from such a distance, Peter could see the shock in her eyes, and then he saw her close the window immediately. In just a few minutes, she quietly ran out of the villa and came to Peter's side. After making sure that no one else around saw her, she immediately rushed into Peter's arms, greedily breathing in the scent of Peter. Chapter 171, Overnight. Why are you here? My husband is still at home. About 5 minutes later, Helan raised her head with some dissatisfaction and then spoke to Peter. I miss you, don't you miss me? Peter gently stroked Helan's face and said with a smile. After hearing what Peter said, Helan couldn't help herself any longer. She stood on tiptoe, gently hugged Peter's neck, and moved closer. After a long time, the two separated, and then Helan seemed to have made up her mind. She pulled Peter and walked into the woods again, and then opened her coat. At this moment, she was wearing a white windbreaker and a very conservative gray nightgown underneath. However, under such circumstances, the conservative nightgown seemed extremely tempting. My husband is taking a shower. We don't have much time. Let's talk about it after we get back to the room. Although Peter felt a little impulsive when he saw Helan like this, it would be better to choose a good place instead of being stuck in a mess. Go back to the room? Although Hui and I have always slept in separate rooms, there are many cameras in the room, and there are servants on the first floor. After hearing what Peter said, Helan said hesitantly, "It's okay, just open the window, trust me." Listening to Peter's words, Helan nodded hesitantly, then hugged Peter again for a while before turning around and leaving, then returning to the villa. When she entered the villa, she saw Hui wearing a bathrobe, wiping his few remaining hair, and walking out of the bathroom. Chloe, who had returned from outside, Hui couldn't help but ask with some confusion, "What were you doing out so late?" "Nothing. I was reading on the second floor and felt a little stuffy, so I opened the window. As a result, the book accidentally fell out, so I went to pick it up." Listening to Hui's questioning, Helan seemed very calm and showed the book in her hand. Hearing what Helan said, Hui nodded and then continued to walk directly to the side. He was not worried that Helan was lying, because there are a lot of surveillance cameras in this house. He knows exactly when Helan went out. As long as the time matches, there will be no big problem. Seeing Hui leave like this, Helan breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the master bedroom. She also opened the window. As her window opened, she saw Peter in the distance suddenly accelerate, and then in the blind spot of the surveillance in the community and villa, he suddenly stepped upwards, and then his body jumped in the air, and then instantly came to her second-floor window. While his right hand grabbed the windowsill, he flipped his body and landed lightly in the room on the second floor. Looking at this scene, Helan was dumbfounded. How come she didn't know that Peter had such skills? When he was in school, Peter was not a sports student, but Peter ignored the shocked Helan. He carefully took a piece of paper and wiped off his handprints on the windowsill, then looked at Helan with a smile. I'm going to turn off the lights first, and then, be quiet, the servants' quarters are downstairs." Looking at Peter's smile, Helan couldn't help but take a deep breath and immediately said in a low voice. Then she closed the window immediately, and then turned off the lights immediately, and then came to Peter. Seeing her eyes flickering, Peter smiled even more happily. It seemed that there was no need to elaborate on what was going to happen. The nighttime always passes quickly. Hui didn't sleep well tonight. He always felt his neck was uncomfortable, as if something heavy was pressing on his head, making him feel a little uncomfortable. He slept until 6 o'clock the next morning. After getting up, he returned to the master bedroom for some unknown reason. However, when he entered, he didn't find anything wrong. He even inexplicably walked to the trash can by the bedside, only to find that there was nothing inside except some toilet paper, which he was very familiar with. Turning his head, he also saw Helan lying on the bed. Now, Helan was sleeping soundly in bed. Even when he entered the room, she did not wake up. It seemed that she had a nice dream at this moment, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Looking at Helan's appearance, Hui couldn't help but sigh. "You are truly a stunning beauty. Unfortunately, it's impossible for you and Jiang to be together, and I'm powerless to do anything about it, so I can only let you remain true to yourself." After chuckling, Hui returned to his side bedroom to wash up. And just after he left, Helan, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. When she looked towards the door, her eyes were filled with deep disgust. But when she looked out the window, that hint of disgust turned into joy. Peter had actually just left not long ago. Thinking of what happened last night, Helan also buried her head in the quilt. This feeling was so special. "I don't know when he will come again. No, I have to take the initiative and ask Cece when he is free." After muttering softly, Helan fell asleep again, and Peter had returned to his car at this time. Of course, he was still very careful when he left and cleaned up his footprints on the wall. After confirming that everything was correct, he returned to the car and looked at the time. It was already past 6 o'clock, so it was unnecessary to find a place to sleep. So he turned the steering wheel and went straight to the store where they used to buy breakfast. After bringing breakfast for Lily and the others, he returned to Jinai Group. This time the elevator has been restored. When Lily and the others saw Peter coming back with breakfast, Many people came over and asked Peter with a smile, "You stayed at Chloe's house last night." Chloe and I even left. We received news that our friend, Lee Haoyun, was in trouble again, so we went to rescue her. That night, we weren't together. In response to their questions, Peter told the truth. "Where did you live then?" Heard that Peter was not with Chloe, they were all a little confused. "I went to find Elon. Helan's husband is not here." After hearing Peter's truth, Shin Sisi asked in confusion, "Yes, how did you find her? You tied up her husband? A minotaur? Or her husband actually likes this?" After hearing what Peter said, Zhao Minglan and others became even more confused. "This is unreasonable. What are you thinking about? Ask Elon for details." Seeing that they were getting more and more biased, Peter waved his hand. It was difficult for him to explain this matter. Anyway, they all had a letter from Elon, so let them ask Elon. Chapter 172, I Think a Lot. Janai Group was bustling with activity early in the morning, and it was filled with the atmosphere of daily life. After washing up and having breakfast, Peter took Grace, Yuna, and Hui away. Grace and Yuna were going to Ontai Financial, and after Peter arranged the stock matters, he was going to go on a date with Hui. Hui was still looking forward to this date. Unlike the bustling morning at Janai Group, Diana's home on the other side of the city was deserted. Ever since that conflict between Diana and her mother, Diana and her father have formed a united front. Although Diana's mother is crazy, she is not stupid. Although in her opinion, the breakup between Diana and Peter was Diana's own responsibility and had nothing to do with her. Things like pretending to take poison and forcing Diana to break up have been automatically deleted from her memory. In the final analysis, it was Diana who was not capable. But, as the old saying goes, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Now that Diana and her father have formed a united front, she has gone from being the leader to being isolated at home. So she has become much more restrained in recent days. But she doesn't think she is wrong at all, so it is absolutely impossible for her to say anything soft or admit her mistakes. Basically, the family of three is not in a Cold War now. But to be honest, if it gets colder like this, Diana and her father would be happier. Today was just an ordinary Thursday for Diana. But this morning, when she got up, she unexpectedly found that her mother had made a lot of breakfast. When she saw her, her mother greeted her warmly. "Hey, Xiaoxi, get up. Go wash up and come over for breakfast." Looking at her mother's kind face, Diana felt like she had traveled through time for a moment, but although she was extremely dissatisfied with her mother now. But after all, this was her mother, so when she showed her kindness, Diana still came to the kitchen after washing up and looked at her with a puzzled look. "Just tell me what you have to say. I don't accept these sugar-coated bullets." "Hey, how did the matter between mother and daughter become such a bomb? I made these specially for you. Come and try them." Her mother also smiled at Diana, escorted words. Looking at her mother's smile, Diana, who was about to pick up her chopsticks, put down her hands at this moment. She was sure that she definitely had something to ask her. So at this moment, she also spoke. "If you have something to say, just tell me, otherwise I'll leave. I have other things to do today." Seeing Diana turning around and about to leave, her mother gritted her teeth and spoke. "Well, you remember you had a cousin who was a few years younger than me. He now works in the marketing department of Yaoi Industrial, and he even brought you some cosmetics. He was bullied yesterday, and your great aunt was furious. I just said your boyfriend is quite capable, so she came to me last night for help. I hope you can help your cousin and get back at him. Do you think Xiao Zhao can help?" Looking at Diana, her mother also spoke with anticipation. "You're just crazy. How do you get back at him? Find someone to beat him up? Will you send your daughter in then?" Listening to her mother's words, Diana shook her head helplessly. She knew that her mother was mentally ill. How could she agree to such a thing? "And they sent you in? Sending you in means you are incompetent. What if we beat him up? If we beat him up, he will still come over and give us gifts. That's what you call being capable. Just tell me whether you want to help or not." Hearing Diana's words without giving any face at all, her mother's eyes narrowed and her unreasonable look came out again. "No help." But this time, Diana was tough and directly retorted. "All right, you're getting cocky now. You and your dad can bully me like this. If you don't help, I'll go talk to Xiao Zhao myself." Diana, tremblingly, Diana's mother also shouted angrily. "Go find him. Zhao lays in jail, and his father's company is about to go bankrupt these days. Go find him." Diana couldn't help but smile at her mother's words. She knew too well the miserable state of Zhao Yu's family. Having offended Peter, Zhao Yu is now directly sent to the detention center. The case is being prepared for trial. Zhao Lei's company is also on the verge of collapse due to an order from Peter. At this time, all partners severed their cooperative relationship with their family. Moreover, Peter's sphere of influence even extends to the banking industry. Now, the bank that they borrowed money from has simply stopped lending to them and is even preparing to sue them for repayment. I am currently researching how much their company is worth and whether it will become insolvent. Recently, Diana heard that Zhao Lei and another person named Lu Wanqing were very busy, trying to find connections all over the world and submit their letters of surrender, but no one dared to take them up. Are you kidding? That's Peter. Although the project he and Cui Mingxua discussed has not been leaked yet, just based on the name of Tianlong Real Estate, no one would offend him for Zhao Lei and Lu Wanqing. As for looking for Peter, let alone his mother, even she doesn't have the qualifications or the nerve to do so now. Although she had added Peter back on a certain message board, she was too embarrassed to ask him anything proactively. So at this moment, she looked at her mother with disdain, then turned around and went back to the room to change clothes, and then left the house without looking back. To be honest, if she hadn't had a place to live outside, she would have moved out long ago. Looking at Diana's resolute back, her mother's expression changed from gloomy to bright. She remembered that her cousin had said that the young boss of their company was also very handsome and not married yet. Why not? Give it a try. At this time, Diana naturally didn't know that her mother was up to no good again. Now, after taking the subway to the sales center, she adjusted her mood and then walked into the sales center. She was about to start work. As a result, just as she stepped into the sales center, she suddenly heard a burst of popping sounds of firecrackers, and then in a cloud of shredded paper, people from the sales center gathered from all directions. Chapter 173, No Chance. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, Manager Lu. As soon as Manager Lu arrived, I knew he was definitely someone special. Look, he hasn't even received his first month's salary yet, and he's already been promoted to manager. Sister Lu, please take good care of me from now on. Diana looked at the people who were gathering from all directions and saying congratulations. At this moment, she was confused and bewildered. She understood every word these people said, but why couldn't she understand when they were put together? Seeing her puzzled look, the manager seemed to have guessed something, so he pulled Diana over and whispered, "The group has transferred me back to the headquarters. I'm now the deputy manager of the administration department. The higher-ups have specifically issued an order that after I leave, the sales center and the property management of this residential complex will be under your management. You have taken my place now and are the manager here." Huh? When did this happen? And why me? Hearing the manager's words, Diana couldn't help but be startled. Then she pointed at herself in surprise, her face full of disbelief. Because according to the situation here, even if this manager is transferred back to the headquarters, he should be replaced by the deputy manager here, or the deputy manager of the property's finance, or the property supervisor. These people should be ranked higher than the newcomer himself. But now, she suddenly became the manager here, which really shocked and surprised her. But suddenly, she seemed to think of what Peter had said. If he acquired Tianlong Real Estate, he would promote her to be the manager here. To be honest, she didn't really take these words to heart, but now, Peter is indeed the boss of Tianlong Real Estate. So, is this how she became the manager? Seeing that Diana seemed to understand something, the manager smiled and said to her, "Do your best. I might need you in the future." After hearing what the manager said, Diana also shut up, then held her mobile phone hesitantly, took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her state, and then went through the celebration with the manager. After handing over her work to the manager, she officially moved into the manager's office here. It has to be said that Diana is still very capable. Her attributes are as follows. Name, Diana. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical strength, 12. Charisma, 98. Wisdom, 31. Business, 84. Innovation, 7. Social, 73. Management, 45. Favorability towards the host, 99. Looking at Diana's attributes, you can tell that, apart from having basically no innovation and a not very high IQ, her business and social skills are not bad. After all, she is in sales, and her management level is also pretty good. So Peter didn't just casually ask her to be the manager, but because she really has the ability in this area. Just like now, after the handover is completed, she is handling the affairs of the sales center and property very well. There is not much sense of unfamiliarity. Both the sales center and the property management are continuing to operate normally at this time. After everything here was sorted out, Diana finally reacted. She picked up her phone and turned to Peter's avatar. Looking at Peter's changed avatar, she hesitated for a moment, then opened the dialog box and typed a line of words on it. "I'll become the manager of our community. You recommended this for me, right? Thank you." After sending this line of text, Diana waited anxiously. But unfortunately, Peter will never be the same as before. Whenever she sends him a message, he will always reply to her immediately. She waited for almost half an hour before Peter replied with a message. "Oh, it's okay. This is what I promised you, and you are capable enough. Come on." A sentence followed by a cheering expression. Although this sentence was a bit formal, Diana showed a happy smile on her face. After taking a deep breath, she sent a message again. "Are you busy? I understand my situation. Maybe when I'm 30, I'll be able to do it, but right now, your words are definitely the main reason. I wonder if you have time. I would like to treat you to a meal." After sending this message, Diana held the phone in both hands, waiting for Peter's reply. But this time Peter didn't let her wait too long. It was only about a minute before Peter replied. "I'm telling the truth. You have the ability to be a manager. No problem. Forget about eating. I'm shopping with my girlfriend right now, and I'm going to have dinner with her later." When Diana saw Peter's reply, her pupils couldn't help but dilate. Girlfriend. Although she had known for a long time that Peter already had a girlfriend, she had never heard it from Peter's own mouth. She always had a glimmer of hope in her mind, but now this glimmer seemed to be completely extinguished. "Yes, Yuna." After hesitating for a moment, Diana sent another message. "No, it's my other girlfriend, but Yuna is indeed my girlfriend too." Peter did not hide the answer from her, but replied immediately. Looking at the message sent by Peter, Diana's mouth opened involuntarily. Does he have more than one girlfriend? Just as she was still figuring out how to ask Peter, Peter sent another message. "Work hard and don't think too much. You became a manager because of your own ability. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. Even though you kicked me out, I don't blame you. We are all adults, and we have to take responsibility for the choices we make no matter what the consequences are. Someone once said that a good ex should be as good as dead. So don't worry that I will harass you or suppress you. Just keep doing your best." Looking at the message sent by Peter, Diana opened her mouth weakly. She wanted to tell Peter that she regretted it, that she was forced by her mother and deceived by her best friend. But what was the point of saying it now? She saw Peter say, "A good ex should be as good as dead." She felt like she was about to die. If she told Peter now that she regretted it and still wanted to be with him, she would probably get Peter to block her again. After all, it's not like he hasn't done this before. Right now, their relationship is just chatting, and she can't even see Peter's circle of friends. Seeing this, Diana's phone fell helplessly onto the table. For some things, if you take a wrong step, there will be no room for maneuver. Chapter 174, Finance Major. Time always goes by quickly without us noticing. No matter what Diana thought at this moment, life went on. Just when Diana was extremely regretting her original choice, a group of people selected by Manhwa from Tianlong Real Estate had already boarded a plane to Annan. As for Peter, everything remains the same. Now Peter had finished shopping with Hu Yi and had lunch. In the afternoon, the two of them naturally went to Hu Yi's house. Hu Yi actually bought the house together with Sang-won and Jenny. It's in Lily's neighborhood. After the two of them naturally went to the master bedroom and stayed there for 3 hours, Peter hugged Hu Yi and started chatting. Sang-won, Hu Yi and Jenny, the three of them are childhood friends. They were actually adopted by Lily's mother in order to protect Lily. Everyone knows that Lily's father is a big gangster, and her mother is actually not an ordinary person. In fact, her father relied on her mother's family to get by. It's just that her mother's family fell into poverty and was later absorbed by her father's family. But even if it is absorbed, the other person's foundation is still there. Lily remembers that when she was young, there were several uncles and aunts in her family. These people all had special skills and were the elderly people left by her mother. But later on, some left, some dispersed, and some died. As for Sang-won, Hu Yi, and Jenny, they were the assassins specially trained by her mother for her. Sang-won was a Yanhuang person and was born into a very poor family in a mountain village. Her grandmother was a son-in-law, so after she was born, her grandmother quietly abandoned her. Later, she was picked up by an old lady and raised as a granddaughter. However, when she was 5 years old, she was abducted by human traffickers. Because she was very stubborn, she was kept in the hands of the traffickers for 2 years, but could not be sold. When she was 7 years old, The traffickers sold her to a group of professional beggars. Just when the professional beggars were about to break her hands and feet and force her to beg, she was bumped into by Lilia's mother. Lilia's mother rescued her, and because she didn't know where to go back, she was adopted by Lilia's mother. Lily, who was already a teenager at the time, and to train her to be an assassin. Hu-Yi's situation was somewhat different from Sang-Won's. When Hu-Yi was 6 years old, her parents died unexpectedly, and her relatives wanted to take over her family. However, Hu-Yi was very smart at the time. After all, she had an intelligence of 67, so she decided to sell the house left by her parents and then go to an orphanage. But he happened to be met by Lily's mother, who was also there to transfer the ownership of the house. Then Lily's mother adopted her and protected her family, and she willingly became Lily's death warrior. As for Jenny, this girl was even more miserable because she was actually sold by her parents to human traffickers. Just when these people were about to take her to England to sell her, she quietly sneaked onto another merchant ship heading to Yanhuang. Then she drifted to Yanhuang, and on that ship happened to be carrying the smuggled goods of Lily's father. So she appeared in the Zhou family and was adopted by Lily's mother. Although the three girls all have tragic life stories, fortunately, the ending is still quite good at the moment. At least in their eyes, Peter is indeed a person worthy of trust. After having dinner with Hu-Yi, Peter and his companions returned to Zhenai Group. Nothing happened that night, and in the blink of an eye it was Friday. Today is a busy day. First of all, Peter is going on a date with Jenny, which was already arranged a long time ago. Secondly, Olivia is about to start school. Today is the last day of August, and she has to go to school. Although she was extremely reluctant to leave Peter at this moment, she still had to go to school. Fortunately, their school is not very strict, so they can come out and play with Peter whenever they have nothing to do. The third is that Grace has been recruiting for a week and will start interviews today. Fourthly, on Wang Zhe's side, the cars Peter ordered have arrived. Peter seemed very busy early this morning. Olivia to school first. Then go to Ontai Financial and buy all the Hong Kong stocks today. In the morning, we will go to the Yuyun Supercar Club with everyone, because these cars will be registered under the name of this club, because doing so can save you a lot of trouble. While Peter and his team were inspecting the cars one by one, Grace and Yuna also started their selection process in the interview office of Ontai Financial. To be honest, even William had never thought that there would be so many beautiful girls studying finance. To be honest, those TV dramas and the like have contributed greatly to this. In the minds of the Yanhuang people, there has always been a kind of workplace prejudice. For example, when talking about teachers, kindergarten teachers, flight attendants, and train conductors, everyone thinks of girls. When people think of professions like engineer, foreman, driver, policeman, etc., they all think of boys. So when these students go to college and have to choose majors, their parents will subconsciously choose majors that suit them. Girls are studying normal schools, foreign languages, tourism, finance, law. But when they finish their studies, they will find that many things are completely different from what they imagined. Studying in normal school does not mean that you can become a teacher after graduation, because the loss of teachers is not as great as imagined. A teacher can teach students for at least 20 years, and those who graduated from normal schools over the past 20 years have no jobs. Those who study foreign languages have good ideas. After graduation, they can become translators, work in an embassy, or at worst become foreign language teachers. After graduation, I found out that teachers can only work in those institutions. Translators? There are translation softwares everywhere now, and even many foreigners learn Chinese to grab the market. Embassies. Is it something that ordinary people can get into? There are only a few red circle law firms in the whole of China. Some old lawyers are in their 60s and 70s and are still active on the front line. There is no shortage of people in the profession of lawyer. If you want to take the civil service exam, you need to graduate from a prestigious university, and the competition is even tougher. However, studying finance and getting a job in a bank is as difficult as climbing to the sky. If you want to enter a financial institution, as I said before, as a newcomer, why would they give you money and ask you to trade stocks for them? Unless you have a mine at home and bring your own resources. Otherwise, boys have to rely on drinking and making others happy to have a chance to attract investment. Girls, you always have to give something. So there are plenty of beautiful girls in this profession. It is already September, and these students who just graduated this year have already suffered setbacks from society. If we recruit people now, especially only recruit pretty girls, then these people probably already knew before they came that the purpose of this recruitment is not so simple. Chapter 175, Recruitment. I graduated from a 985 university with a major in finance. I was awarded the Outstanding Student Award every year while in school, and even served as the vice president of the student union until I was admitted to graduate school. Professor Triple X of Finance is my teacher. Well, that's enough. Please go back. You're not the person we are looking for. Looking at the talkative woman in front of them, Yuna and Grace started talking directly. Hearing the two's decisive words, the woman here couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then a hint of anger flashed across her face. Don't think I don't know what kind of people you're looking for. Are you looking for someone to operate the market and engage in financial investment? You're looking for some ladies who are specifically used to attract customers. Looking at Yuna and Grace, the woman growled angrily. First of all, you slandered us without any evidence, so we can sue you. Secondly, our company doesn't need to attract customers, but I don't need to explain this to you. Third, the main reason we eliminated you is because of your character flaws. Listening to the woman's angry growl, Yuna gently sorted out her information, then raised her head and looked at the woman. To be honest, this woman's resume can be said to be extremely excellent. I just graduated with a master's degree in finance. I am a student of a very famous professor at a 985 university. I have been in the student union for 3 years and have won 5 awards for outstanding students. But a woman like this has not found a job, even though it has been almost 3 months since she graduated. There's only one possibility. That is, she is neither high nor low, and there may even be some problems with her academic qualifications. Of course, this does not mean that her academic qualifications are forged. After all, she is from a 985 university, and it is too difficult to forge academic qualifications. But there are some unspoken rules in some schools. For example, if you have a good relationship with the tutor or are very capable and energetic, especially girls, it is easy for them to be admitted to graduate school, even if they have done something wrong. For example, some girls are addicted to stealing. If they take other people's things and are exposed, as long as they say they are jade, there's a great chance that they will be admitted to graduate school. Of course, Yuna and the others are not saying that this girl became a graduate student in this way, but she was definitely not the one they were looking for. The person they're looking for is not someone who is very ambitious and wants to be the best in everything. It would be fine if such people were just hired as ordinary employees. But if we recruit him to work and live with Peter and the others, there will be big problems. He is ambitious, has a strong personality, and cannot keep secrets. None of this is within their consideration. But I have to say that girls are really badly cheated by the financial industry. Even after such careful selection, the two of them still picked out quite a few girls who met the requirements. So for a girl like this one, they could just pass it directly. Ew, why do you have to say that I have character flaws? Are you a doctor? Are you my mother? Even if you're a doctor, even if you're my mother, you have no right to say that I have character flaws. I'm going to sue you. Hearing Yuna's words, the girl couldn't help but scream at this moment. But at the door, Sang-won, who had come to help today, had seen this kind of scene many times. Without saying a word, he walked in with 2 female security guards and took the woman away. At the same time, Grace's voice came from the speakers. Next, hello, leaders. This is my resume. As footsteps were heard, another girl walked in from outside. Compared to the person in front, this girl seems much more guilty. After all, she had just heard the girl talk about how outstanding she was. In her opinion, that girl was so outstanding, but she was not selected. She, a fresh graduate from a third-rate university, had even less chance. Now, she really wanted to escape, but since she was already here, she walked in anyway. However, looking at her appearance, Yuna and Grace's eyes lit up because based on their first impression, they were quite satisfied with her. This girl is very beautiful, about 1.7 meters tall, which is quite good-looking, although she has long, straight black hair that looks a bit rustic and wears a pair of rimmed glasses. But you can see that she has a good figure and fair skin. Even though she wears glasses all year round, her eyes have not been deformed and are still big and beautiful. The only difference is that her nose is not that straight. If we go purely by appearance, she can almost compete with Mealy and the others. Then they also took the resume she handed over. This girl, named Sien, is 22 years old and just graduated from college. Her resume, there's almost nothing eye-catching about it. She can be said to be a standard vase that cannot be more standard. Even if a girl like this wants to use her body to exchange for resources, she probably doesn't know how to do it. Such a pure girl is exactly what they need. Grace said after gently sorting out her information. I know this. I've traded A shares, Hong Kong stocks, and US stocks, but I used accounts set up for us by my internship unit in our school. Heard Grace say that she met their requirements. He couldn't help but be shocked. What happened to her? How did she meet their requirements? But now is not the time to ask these questions. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she immediately expressed that there was no problem in operating the business. Okay, come here and show me. As she said this, Grace made way for Xian and let her sit in her chair, while giving her the codes of several stocks. Although Xian did not have any advantages, she had no problem with these professional skills. She easily used several software in the computer to find several stocks in the stock market and enter the trading interface. Of course, she did not know how to trade. After confirming that there were no problems in the professional field, Yuna also spoke. Well, that's right. Let me explain first. The salary here is from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Of course, it depends on whether you are assigned as shares or Hong Kong shares. You can leave when the market is closed. We basically don't have meetings here. We don't need you to raise funds, nor do we need you to decide what to buy, because all our capital comes from one person, so there is no question of asking you to solicit customers. All you have to do is buy and sell stocks according to his instructions. The basic monthly salary is 50,000 yuan, including 5 insurances and 1 fund. Then, the 100 or so people you recruit will receive an equal share of 1/1,000 of the money you earn as your reward. Don't underestimate this 1,000th. It's a huge sum of money. Of course, there are requirements for getting these treatments. First of all, you have to be obedient and keep your mouth shut. You have to sign a confidentiality agreement, and you are not allowed to tell anyone about anything that happens during work. The second thing is that we require that you cannot wear clothes when you go to work. Chapter 176, Special Requests. Huh? Can't. Listening to Yuna's words, Xian looked at her in shock. Originally, she was still excited about the generous benefits of this job. Just kidding, 50,000 yuan a month, that's 50,000 yuan, 600,000 yuan a year, and 5 insurances and 1 fund. You can buy a house after working for a few years. As for the 1,000th, she still didn't know what it meant. But the $600,000 this year alone made her very excited. There's no pressure of performance, no need to attract customers, no need to worry about funding issues, no overtime, no meetings, etc., working for 9 to 4. Where can you find such a good job? At this point, she almost feels that this is a scam. As a result, Yuna's 2 requests made her stunned for a moment. The first requirement is very simple, because many stock market trends are based on inside information, and this information cannot be easily revealed. Signing a confidentiality agreement is normal. But I can't wear clothes to work. What does this mean? Don't worry about not wearing any clothes. We won't release your photos or videos or anything like that. You can sign this in the contract. Besides you, there are 200 or 300 people, including us, all of whom are naked, and among these people there is only one man. The rest are women. Seeing Xian's shocked expression, Yuna continued to speak. But even though Yuna said this, Xian was still a little shocked and confused at this time. Her little head couldn't bear such a worldview. I used to work in this field, even though I've been doing it for a few years longer than you. But I can tell you very clearly that there are only 2 paths for girls to take in the financial industry. Otherwise, you have minds and resources at home. Otherwise, you have to humble yourself and seek resources. How should I do it? I think you have graduated for more than 2 months and have been interning for more than a year, so you know the answer. Now here, for you, this is a particularly good opportunity. Of course, we will not force you. You can make whatever choice you want. Looking at Xian's hesitant eyes, Grace also spoke. After hearing Grace's words, Xian couldn't help but fall into deep thought, because her mind told her that Grace was right. She had always thought that only the entertainment industry had unspoken rules, but she never expected that when she entered the financial circle, she found that the rules here were even more chaotic. But people will only hesitate unless they have no other options. Xian was the same at this time. After Yuna and Grace finished talking, she sat back in her seat, lowered her head, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Otherwise, forget it, go back. This society isn't suitable for you. Otherwise, try getting a master's degree and go back to school. Seeing that Xian remained silent at this moment, Grace also spoke. Yuna was also ready to call the next person at this time. Although Xian did meet their standards, there are many girls with the same standards now. Will you force me to receive someone else? Or give me the man you're talking about? But at this moment, Xian suddenly spoke. Haha, what are you thinking? The 200 or 300 people I just mentioned are all this man's women. We can't even snatch them all away by ourselves. So why would we offer you to him? Just don't throw yourself into my arms when the time comes. Looking at Xie An's expression, Eunice suddenly smiled and started talking. Okay, remember what you said. When can I go to work? Hearing Eunice say this, Xian suddenly raised his head and spoke seriously. She can't wait any longer now. In fact, even if she is not good at studying, it should not be a problem for her to pass the postgraduate entrance examination. The reason why she chose to come here to work, knowing what a financial company is like, but still chose to come here for an interview, is mainly because she is short of money now. Her mother was diagnosed with cancer not long ago, although according to current medical knowledge, she can survive. But to survive, a lot of money is needed. Her father is just an ordinary employee, and the family does not have that much income. She came here this time with all the preparations made. If it doesn't work, she will be mentally prepared to attract customers herself. But now she can earn 600,000 yuan a year without doing that. So she took the job. Meet downstairs at Jinai Group on Monday morning. Seeing Xie and agreed, Yuna also responded with a smile and then stamped the red seal of acceptance on her resume. While Yuna and Grace were recruiting traders and Lily and the others were checking out the cars Peter had bought, Olivia returned to her dorm. She hadn't been back home in the past few days. She worked at Lilius Bar. She would come back to sleep during the day, but in recent days, she didn't need to come back to sleep anymore. As for a change of clothes, Peter has always been generous to his women. Even for those people who originally lived on the top floor of Janai Group, he would give them watches worth millions, sport cars worth millions, and bags worth hundreds of thousands. He gives more to his woman. Olivia was now wearing all the branded clothes that Suya had helped her match. It was really a walk and a pass, killing the entire school in seconds. Person she was thinking about was Peter. I have to say, Peter is indeed a toxic person. After being with him for a long time, Olivia wanted to take a leave of absence from school or even quit studying more than once. She really wanted to stick with Peter every moment. Even if they didn't do anything intimate, just looking at each other, she would be happy even if she saw him with another girl. But her idea was dispelled by Peter and the others. Although a diploma doesn't mean anything, since she has already started school, she might as well finish it first. With this thought in mind, Olivia returned to her dormitory. As soon as she pushed the door open, she found that her 3 roommates had all returned. Olivia's 3 roommates are Jiang Yitong, Zheng Fei, and Yuan Shua. Jiang Yitong used to be a sports player, but later he got injured and could only do some sports-related jobs. Zheng Fei's parents are both coaches, so they also hope that she will become a coach. As for Yuan Shua, her family was well off, but they didn't know why she came to this school. When Olivia pushed open the door and walked in, the 3 busy people couldn't help but look at her. When they saw Olivia's current outfit, they couldn't help but flash a look of shock in their eyes. Chapter 177, Rumors. Hey, it's pretty, right? Let me tell you, this is the work of a master. Olivia proudly raised her sunglasses in response to the shocked looks of the 3 people. When she came back today, she found that almost everyone who passed by, regardless of gender, would look at her. Women are filled with envy, while men are filled with admiration. But unfortunately, she doesn't like these guys now. At this time, looking at the shocked eyes of her 3 roommates, Olivia also smiled and spoke. It was obvious that she was quite satisfied with her outfit. It's beautiful, but look at Hermes' Donkey Chanel. You really went into the sea. After hearing what Olivia said, Jiang Yitong in the dormitory walked over with a look of shock on his face, and then spoke with disbelief. She knew that Olivia's family conditions were average, but even if they were, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. After hearing what Jiang Yitong said, Olivia also became angry. What did you do? You don't know yet? I guess you haven't seen the walls of our school recently. Someone hung you on the wall, saying that you're going to be a prostitute. Seeing Olivia's angry look, Jiang Yitong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's okay to be angry. That means this is fake news. Then she took out her phone and opened a forum, which was their school's forum. At that moment, a very popular post on the forum was about Olivia. There was a post from a hidden account with intimate photos of Olivia and a man. Needless to say, the man whose face cannot be seen in the photo is none other than Peter. Then this post also indicated that Olivia went out to work part-time. At this time, this post was extremely popular in the forum. It can even be ranked in the top 3, with more than 30,000 views. At the same time, there are many people commenting below, some of whom are earlier, and they're all saying that they have seen that Olivia will take this step, and some people are attacking Olivia's family. Some people just posted. In the post, there was a photo of Olivia getting off the bus today. Olivia in the photo is young and beautiful, which naturally attracted a lot of people's attention again, especially some wretched boys who even asked the price directly below. There are also some people who are sarcastic and say that you can make a lot of money in this industry. In such a short period of time, he's already wearing all branded clothes. Some knowledgeable people are also trying to figure out how much Olivia's outfit is worth now. Now Olivia's outfit is worth more than 40,000 yuan. Obviously, this money is not something Olivia's family can provide. As for the watch on Olivia's hand, she didn't wear it. After all, the watch was too expensive. Although Peter gave it to her, she was reluctant to wear it. Now it has become evidence that she might be working part-time, because more than 40,000 yuan a month can indeed be earned by working part-time. Looking at this scene, Olivia was now shaking with anger. Olivia, what are you going to do now? What else can we do? Call the police. Seeing Olivia so angry, Zhang Fei asked Olivia in a low voice, and after hearing her words, Olivia also spoke with a serious face. Call the police. It might cause some trouble. When Yuan Shuo heard Olivia mention calling the police, he couldn't help but speak hesitantly. What's the big deal? I didn't buy all this. My boyfriend bought it for me. I only have one boyfriend, and he bought me a lot of clothes and a watch worth millions. So, is it illegal to have a boyfriend? After hearing Yuan Shuo's words, Olivia also spoke angrily. When they heard Olivia say that she had a boyfriend, Jiang Yitong, Zhang Fei, and Yuan Shuo also looked at her with curiosity, and then Yuan Shuo started talking directly. Don't come at me. This is a very troublesome matter, because even if you call the police and your boyfriend comes to testify for you, at most they will just delete the post, and the person who spread the dirty rumors about you will still be at large. What I mean is that we must find a way to catch these people once and for all. But seriously, are you dating someone? What's he like? Is he handsome? A man who is willing to spend money on so many luxury goods for you must be much older than us. Looking at Olivia, Yuan Shuo asked with a puzzled look. No, my boyfriend is tall, handsome, and strong. He will come to pick me up when he has time, and you will know then. As for arresting him, don't we have his IP? Even with the IP, why can't we arrest him now? Hearing Yuan Shuo's words, Olivia rolled her eyes at them, then angrily slammed the table and started talking. Before you came back, we had already researched it. You see, this IP is from our school network, and it seems to be from the study room. Although if you really want to check, you can definitely find it. But the school will not allow you to continue investigating. After all, the school still has to focus on maintaining stability. The school's top management will not allow such a bad incident to happen in the school. So there's no way they'll cooperate with the police to catch this bitch. After hearing what Olivia said, Jiang Yitong also started talking. But you have to call the police. Kind people are often bullied, and kind horses are often ridden. If you don't call the police, the instructor might consider expelling you. If you persist and write some short essays online, the school might compensate you by giving you a place in graduate school or something. After Jiang Yitong finished speaking, Zhang Fei on the other side also spoke up. Listening to their words, Olivia's face was terribly gloomy at this time. Who the hell wanted to be admitted to graduate school? She didn't even want to go to school now. But not going to school didn't mean that she had to leave with such a stigma. But she really didn't have many options at this time. But just because she has no solution doesn't mean others have no solution either. So at this moment, she also took out her phone, found Lily's number, and called. Now the only one she can rely on is Lily. At this time, in the other boys' dormitory, Lu Dongji, the Olivia's bootlicker senior whom Peter had met that day, was sitting in the dormitory, looking gloomily at the beautiful photos of Olivia taken after entering the school on the computer. Olivia in the photo is so beautiful, so happy, and so sunny. But she didn't consider her own feelings at all. I liked her so much, but she turned around and threw herself into that man's arms. Since I can't have you, no one else can have you. Looking at the information above, Lu Dongji lowered his voice and growled angrily. Chapter 178, Russian Food. This matter is easy. You go and report first. There's no need to call the police now. Come to the bar later, and I'll help you solve this matter once and for all. After Olivia made a phone call, Lily couldn't help but smile and talk to her. Olivia still trusted Lily very much. Then she hung up the phone, talked to her 3 roommates, and went to report as if nothing had happened. In fact, logically speaking, you only need to report, confirm your academic status, and register as a student in your freshman year. It is not necessary in your sophomore year. But Olivia's school is a little special because it is a quasi-fake university that mixes junior college and undergraduate programs. So every year there are some students who disappear after one semester, without saying whether they will come back or not, and they cannot be contacted. Therefore, the school requires sophomores, juniors, and seniors to sign in at the beginning of the semester to confirm that they will continue to attend classes this semester. On the way to report, when she saw the classmates around her secretly taking out their mobile phones to take pictures of themselves, Olivia was already unhappy because she knew that some of these people took pictures of themselves because they really felt that they were beautiful, but most of them actually had dirty intentions. This is the human heart. Olivia's shoes. If she knew that a very beautiful girl in the school, who could be called the campus belle, went out to work part-time during the summer vacation, I guess I would also watch the fun with a gloating attitude. It's just that now that this excitement has happened to her, she can't accept it. But when she thinks that she can slap them in the face later, she suppresses the thoughts in her mind. Then she pretended nothing had happened and went to the teacher's building, found her counselor, and after confirming that her student status would continue, she left the school directly. Although it was not evening yet, she could no longer stay in school. As for Lily, after comforting Olivia, she found Zhao Minglan and asked her to borrow the legal team of Zhenai Group. She had no intention of disturbing Peter and Jenny's date for such a small matter. She could just handle it herself. So while Peter and Jenny were playing outside, Lily had already made her plan. In a blink of an eye, the lights came on and Peter and Jenny left Jenny's house. I have to say, Sang-won, Hu E and Jenny, these three girls are worthy of being the death squads trained by Lilia's mother. They may really be a little allergic to romance. Confirmed her relationship with Peter right in the car. Peter home directly after lunch. Peter looked at cars in the morning, had lunch together at noon, and then took Peter to her house in the afternoon. Peter's suggestions of watching a movie, playing video games, going to an escape room, or going to an amusement park. He was so straightforward. Peter didn't refuse this. He went on a date with them just to follow their advice. Whatever they said was what he had no reason to refuse. But even if you don't go out to play, you still have to eat. When Peter and Jenny had rested and left her house, Peter took her to a famous Western restaurant in the city. But don't get me wrong, this time it was not the French restaurant he went to with Zhao Minglan, Suya, and Su Lele last time, but a very famous Russian restaurant. Told Peter about the situation of the three of them yesterday. Sang-won and Hu Yi were both from the Yenhuang ethnic group, so it was not difficult to say. As for Jenny, she was actually from Eastern Europe. She could no longer remember which country she was from, but her taste for food was indeed inclined towards Russian cuisine, so Peter specially booked this restaurant for her. As the two of them arrived at the restaurant, Peter started ordering dishes. He quite likes Russian food because it is one of the few Western cuisines that can make you full. So after arriving here and finding a seat, Peter started ordering food. Canned shrimp, canned beef, and borscht are the three must-orders. You can also have some grilled meat skewers. As for steak and the like, don't order them. Russian steak can be said to be the most unpalatable steak. There is no other one that can compare to it. It's just to fool people who don't understand. As for caviar, you can try this one, because there are three types of caviar in Russian cuisine. One is salmon caviar. The taste and texture of this caviar are a bit worse, but the price is quite cheap. The second is locust caviar. This kind of caviar is similar to real sturgeon caviar and tastes better, but it is also not expensive. The third type is the real caviar, which is from sturgeon, and is divided into hybrid sturgeon and white sturgeon. The white sturgeon is naturally the best, but to be honest, it is actually difficult for everyone to tell them apart. Nowadays, more than 90% of the caviar in Western restaurants around the world comes from Yenhuang, Zhejiang province. Those foreigners still enjoyed their meal very much. For drinks, you can order fresh kvass, which Peter strongly recommends. This fresh kvass tastes very similar to draft beer, but without alcohol. It tastes sweet and delicious, and has a malt aroma. It's delicious. It tastes even better than the bottled ones. Just as Peter and Jenny finished ordering and sat here listening to music while waiting for dinner, a waiter appeared in front of Peter with a playlist and said with a smile, "Sir, would you like to order a song?" Looking at the waiter's smiling face, Peter also looked at Jenny across from him. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't order it, because ordering this thing also costs money. At this time, this person probably saw Peter with a beautiful foreign girl, so he came over and asked Peter if he wanted to order a song. Although Jenny is a foreigner, she was sold by her mother when she was young. She can hardly even speak her original words now, so she naturally won't be anxious to listen to any song. So she immediately said, "Hey, we're here to eat. No need to listen to music. That won't do. We're out here to eat, but we're also out on a date. We need to create some atmosphere. How about I'll play a song for you?" Seeing Jenny's embarrassment, Peter took the playlist on his own initiative, and after thinking for a while, he also started talking. Jenny was one of the few people who knew that Peter could play an instrument. Xiangyu once said, "If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking in brocade clothes at night." Well, I can show off a little today. Hearing that Peter was going to show off his skills, Jenny naturally didn't want to embarrass Peter, so she smiled and nodded. After talking to the waiter, as the song finished, Peter also sat down in front of the piano in the restaurant. Chapter 179, Walking in Brocade Clothes at Night? As Peter tested the sound, he glanced at Jenny in the distance. Although Jenny said she was not interested in romance today, she changed into a beautiful dress in order to have this meal. Jenny now has short hair that reaches her ears, golden hair, fair skin, and blue eyes. She is truly beautiful. She was wearing a black and red floral dress with black stockings, which was irresistible. Songs suitable for her were racing through his mind. He soon made up his mind. Although it was pretentious to play a classical piece here, he was very sure that Jenny would not understand. Although he was showing off his skills, he was not going to let Jenny not understand. So he chose a popular piece of music now. As the light sound of the piano rang out, many guests noticed the sudden change in music style and looked at Peter, but Peter's eyes were always on Jenny. As the prelude ended, Peter's singing voice appeared perfectly in this space. Coffee on the left bank by the Seine. I hold a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. A mouth that leaves lip prints. When Peter's voice clearly reached the ears of everyone in the store. At this moment, the women in the store couldn't help but cheer up. Everyone is familiar with this song, Confession Balloon. Jade Chow's song. But when Peter sang this song, it seemed as if it was his. That perfect piano, paired with the perfect voice, and Peter's eyes only on Jenny, really made everyone feel their blood pressure rise. As for Jenny, who originally thought she was immune to romance, she couldn't help but look at Peter with a more and more intoxicated look. She didn't agree with Peter and Lily being together at the beginning, because in her opinion, Lily seemed to have given herself up too early and too hastily. They didn't know what kind of person Peter was or what his family looked like. Lily was very decisive and took Peter home the first time she met him. Later, she also warned the three of them not to attack Peter or investigate him, which made the three people, led by Sang-won, feel bad about Peter. But now, she found that she seemed to have fallen in love with this guy. Is this sweet feeling in my heart love? Jenny looked at Peter with her chin propped up and couldn't help but mutter softly. But Peter did not stop at this time, but continued to play and sing. The flower shop rose. The name is written wrong. Who? The confession balloon was blown across the street by the wind. Smiles are flying in the sky. You said you were a little hard to pursue and wanted me to give up. The gift doesn't need to be the most expensive as long as the leaves are falling. My dear, since that day, falling in love with you has been sweet and easy. Darling, don't be willful. Your eyes are saying I do. Listening to Peter's highly sugary voice, almost all the audience, the female audience, started to have stars in their eyes when they looked at Peter. Fortunately, after finishing the first paragraph, Peter did not continue singing, but changed the style and played a piece of Wedding in the Dream. To others, it looked like Peter had successfully confessed his love and then got married straight away. Suddenly, the gazes towards Peter and Jenny became even sweeter. When the last note of this dream wedding fell, many people around applauded enthusiastically, including the waiters in the distance. Just as Peter stood up, greeted everyone around him, and prepared to leave, he suddenly saw an acquaintance standing at the door of the restaurant, looking at him with a smile. This acquaintance was none other than Juemei, whom he had just met a few days ago. At this time, she was wearing a deep V gray dress and the white Gothic or something style stockings that Zhao Minglan gave her, paired with a pair of silver high heels. Her face was also delicately made up at this time. When she saw Peter looking at her, she couldn't help but smile. Peter nodded to her, then left the stage and handed the piano to the pianist hired by the store. Just as he walked down the stairs and was about to return to the dining table, Juemei came over, and with her came a man. This man looked to be in his 30s. Hard to tell, because he had a beard and long hair, which was braided at the back of his head. Although his face was full of smiles, Peter saw a hint of gloom in his eyes. Although he looked like he was looking at himself at this moment, he was actually staring at Jenny. Sure enough, this guy was not a good person. Although he said that this was the first time he had seen this person, he had found him on the internet. Tang Mofin, the guy who used Horace Chapman as a ghostwriter. He did remember Juemei saying that he would be back soon, but he never thought it would happen today, and if he remembered correctly, Horace Chapman also died today. The fact that he hired someone to write for him might be exposed soon. I don't know if he can still smile after knowing the news. Mr. Peter, you are a very talented person. I didn't know you were also a pianist and singer. Regardless of Tang Mofin's attitude, Zhuomei took the initiative to speak to Peter after arriving in front of him. Well, it's not really a home. It can only be considered as a place for fun. After hearing what Zhuomei said, Peter waved his hand, indicating that he was just playing around. Your skill is no joke. With your piano skills, you could easily become the principal in some music parks. And your singing skills are at national level. Zhuomei's appraisal skill is 99, and she is quite confident in her level. She was sure that Peter's level was definitely top-notch. Xiaomei, I haven't introduced you yet. This is... Seeing Zhuomei and Peter chatting happily here, Tang Mofin couldn't stay any longer, so he took the initiative to interrupt and ask Zhuomei, "Oh, this is Peter, Mr. Peter, and this is his girlfriend. If I remember correctly, it's Miss Jenny." "Hello, Miss Shua." I have to say that Zhuomei has a good memory. She had only seen Jenny once when she went to buy stockings, but she had already remembered Jenny's name. At this time, Jenny naturally stood next to Peter and greeted Zhuomei with a smile. "This is my friend, the young and famous painter Tang Mofin." "Mofin, Mr. Peter is also a fan of your paintings. He even spent a lot of money to buy one of your paintings." After introducing Peter and Jenny, Zhuomei looked at Tang Mofin beside her and introduced him. Chapter 180, Bad News. "Really? What a coincidence, Mr. Peter. Thank you for your support." Hearing that Peter was the financial sponsor, Tang Mofin officially withdrew his gaze from Jenny and then spoke to Peter with a smile. "You're welcome. I just happen to like this style of painting." After nodding to Tang Mofin, Peter also looked at Zhuomei. He didn't know whether Zhuomei went to find Horace Chapman after hearing what he said. I decided to continue trusting Tang Mofin. These have nothing to do with Peter. When making friends, the most taboo thing is to talk about deep things with someone you just met. What's more, Zhuomei and I are not very good friends, so I just mentioned what I should mention, and the rest has nothing to do with Peter for the time being. Oh, Mr. Peter also likes this style of postmodern, realistic art. After hearing what Peter said, Tang Mofin continued to speak with a smile, without any hesitation. At this moment, if his acting skills were not particularly good, he had hypnotized himself and believed that those paintings were drawn by himself. That's why he is so confident now. I actually like the style of painting that can make money. Looking at Tang Mofin's expression, Peter also smiled and spoke. Haha, that's right. Because of the realistic style of postmodernism, paintings in this field are becoming more and more popular, and their value is constantly rising. If Mr. Peter is interested, you can go to Europe in the future. I know many masters of postmodernism. Hearing Peter say this, Tang Mofin nodded in agreement. In fact, it can be seen from here that Tang Mofin is not actually a painter, because real painters would not be so lighthearted and directly link their works with money. You can say that they are whining or that they are protecting their reputation. Truly famous painters would not publicly discuss their own paintings or the value of their own school of painting, but Tang Mofin was not like that. So he actually doesn't care about linking these works with money. Oil painting is divided into two major schools, namely the schools based on objective expression represented by Baroque, Rococo, Neoclassicism, Academicism, and Impressionism. People like Van Gogh and Monet are representative painters of Impressionism. There are also schools of thought that mainly focus on Fauvism and Abstractionism, which are based on subjective expression. Romanticism, realism, photorealism, etc. all belong to this genre. Postmodernism also belongs to the latter. It was born after the Second World War, when modernism underwent some evolution. Its painters had a pessimistic and desperate thought about the entire capitalist world full of contradictions, where people could not see the light, could not see the way out, and felt that everything around them was dark. Therefore, the postmodern style is mainly based on depression and pessimism. This just fits in with the concerns that foreigners have about the current political situation. It is precisely because of this that such paintings have become very popular abroad recently. According to Tang Mofin's understanding, investing in this kind of paintings is indeed profitable now. Peter didn't care about what he said, but it was obviously a bit harsh to Zhuomei, so she took the initiative to speak. "We can discuss the painting later when we have time. Let's not disturb Mr. Peter and Ms. Jenny's date today. And Mo Fan, let's go to the side." "Okay." After hearing Zhuomei's words, Tang Mofin nodded. After responding to Peter again, he left here with Zhuomei and went to the dining table next to them. Looking at their backs as they left, Peter shook his head and then sat back. "Are you interested in Miss Zhua? Do you want me to expose him as a liar?" As the two sat down again, Jenny asked with a smile. "No, I wouldn't dare have any thoughts about such a literary youth. As someone I know, I've already reminded him of everything I should have. The rest has nothing to do with me. Listening to Jenny's words, Peter waved his hand and then spoke with a smile. Seeing that Peter didn't seem to be lying, Jenny sat down in her seat obediently, and then the waiter started serving the dishes. The first dish served was beetroot soup. If you look up the beetroot in beetroot soup online, you should look up beetroot. This vegetable looks like a radish, but it is not a radish. It is a vegetable of the beet family. It tastes crisp and sweet, and the beetroot soup made here is indeed delicious. There's a lot of beef in it, and it is covered with cream, which makes it delicious. Peter and Jenny were obviously very satisfied with the dish. The canned beef and canned shrimp that came later were also quite good. That can of beef and shrimp, even though it's not big, it's stuffed full of beef and shrimp, and paired with the sweet and sour soup, it tastes really good. Just as Peter and Jenny were having a happy meal together, Tang Mofin and Zhuomei, who had returned to their original seats, had also finished ordering their dishes. Zhuomei then noticed that Tang Mofin would always look in Peter's direction from time to time. But it seemed like he wasn't looking at Peter, but at Jenny. Although Zhuomei and Jenny both have a charm value of 96, their focus is different. What's outstanding about Zhuomei is her temperament and her delicate face. As for Jenny, her pure appearance is actually not as good as Zhuomei. She has a very obvious disadvantage of foreigners. That is, her pores are a bit large. Although, because she has lived in Yanhuang since she was a child, she does not have the problem of heavy body hair and strong body odor. But in terms of refinement, it is indeed a bit lacking. But she also has the advantages of Westerners, with fair skin, tall stature, and most importantly, a really strong body. Jenny is 181 centimeters tall, with legs about 1.3 meters long and weighs 58 kilograms. Her figure, if calculated alphabetically, would be at level 12. So at this moment, even though she was wearing a very tight little dress, she still looked very white. Obviously, for Tang Mofin, he likes a foreign girl like Jenny more than Zhuomei. At this moment, Zhuomei also noticed it, so she smiled and asked, "Why? Like it?" No. I was thinking about that, Mr. Peter. Where does he come from? Why would he be so polite to you? Is he very familiar with you?" Listening to Zhuomei's words, Tang Mofin also smiled and spoke as if nothing had happened. "You'd better think of him, because this Mr. Peter is not an ordinary person. If he wants to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. Of course, the most important thing is that you will never be able to succeed in pursuing that lady." After gently placing the knife and fork in front of her, Zhuomei also started talking with a smile. Chapter 181, Exposure. How is that possible? You know, you're the only one in my heart. I came back this time to find you wholeheartedly. If some of his friends asked him this, Tang Mofin would probably brag that there was no corner that he couldn't poach and that he had to try it himself. But now it was Zhuomei who spoke, so he could only pretend to look at Zhuomei affectionately and then spoke with an emotional face. As he spoke, he also stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhuomei's hand, but Zhuomei leaned back at this time and pulled her hand back first. "Really? I'm quite touched when you say that. And Mo Fan, we have known each other for over 10 years, right?" Looking at Tang Mofin, Zhuomei also recalled and spoke at this time. "Well, to be exact, it's 12 years, 7 months, and 11 days, or 7 hours if you count the hours. I still remember that it was an afternoon after the rain. A beautiful girl was walking on the school road, holding a book in her left hand and a drawing board in her right hand. Her eyes were full of curiosity and fear about the unfamiliar environment. But no matter how surprised she looked, it could not conceal her natural beauty. At this time, I walked up to her and asked, 'Beautiful lady, is there anything I can help you with?' Ha ha. If you had said that at the beginning, I would have been scared away." Listening to Tang Mofin's words, Zhuomei also laughed, and her gaze became less sharp as she smiled. It must be said that Tang Mofin was quite good at this. Although these words sounded rather greasy to others, for Zhuomei, they indeed brought back memories and solidified his image in her heart. At the same time, the slight dissatisfaction that Zhuomei might have felt towards him just now disappeared at this moment. However, what he didn't know was that Zhuomei knew more than he thought. "Really? Ha 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 ha. It seems my memory is distorted. It's possible that what I'm saying now is what I was thinking at the time." Hearing Zhuomei's laughter, Tang Mofin pretended to be a little silly and touched his head. Then he also started talking with a smile. "Mo Fan, speaking of your inner thoughts, I'm finding it increasingly difficult to understand you. Your heart is like a fog, completely confusing to me. Looking at Tang Mofin's expression, Zhuomei retracted her smile, then gently touched the plate in front of her and said with some emotion, "No, I don't think I'm hard to guess." Tang Mofin lowered his head and looked at himself, then spoke with a smile. "Paintings often represent a person's true state. I originally thought you would be in pain, very helpless, confused, and depressed right now. But I don't find any overlap between you and your paintings." With her head lowered, Zhuomei gently touched the dinner knife with her hand and muttered softly, "Hey, when I'm creating, I naturally enter another state. It's like comedians. On stage, they're crazy. If they were just as crazy in their daily lives, they wouldn't be actors, but lunatics." It was obvious that Tang Mofin had already found a reason, and he spoke seriously at that moment. Listening to Tang Mofin's words, Zhuomei also looked at him seriously at this time. Feeling Zhuomei's gaze, the originally confident Tang Mofin couldn't help but feel a little guilty at this moment. But he still held on, looking at Zhuomei with a smile, and trying hard to make his eyes become firm. After a while, Zhuomei finally spoke. "Mo fan, you know me well. What I like has never been the young painter Tang Mofin, but the Tang Mofin who can cry with me, laugh with me, and paint with me. If you have anything to say to me now, I will sit here quietly and listen to you." Looking at Tang Mofin, Zhuomei also spoke seriously at this time. After hearing Zhuomei's words, Tang Mofin couldn't help but open his mouth. He hesitated for 0.01 seconds and almost said it out loud, but at the critical moment, he held back, and a scene from more than 10 years ago popped up in his mind. At that time, he was still Zhuomei's senior, and at that time, he also thought that he could rely on Zhuomei for food with peace of mind. But later, he found that this kind of life was not what he wanted, and his ambitions were stronger and bigger. He not only wants wealth, power, and women, he also wants status. He didn't want to be like a grandson, always cautious in front of Zhuomei. After being with Zhuomei for several years, he rarely even held her hand. Even when he saw his favorite foreign horse on the street, he didn't dare to look at it directly. "Whenever I get together, people always treat me like Zhuomei's little handbag. He needs to release his nature. He is an artist who is not recognized by the world, not a gigolo." If he told Zhuomei about his current situation, what would he be in Zhuomei's eyes? Liar? Trash? Loser? He couldn't accept such a thing. So at this moment, he put on the fake smile he had practiced for a long time, looked at Zhuomei, and spoke. "You asked me to tell you the truth. Do you want me to confess my feelings to you? You don't need to say this. I will do it, but you have to give me time." Listening to Tang Mofin's words, Zhuomei's eyes couldn't help but become a little gloomy. Peter mentioned Tang Mofin to her. How could Zhuomei, who cared so much about him, not investigate? Although Tang Mofin was very careful, he still left some clues. So before this, Zhuomei had already roughly determined in her heart that these paintings of Tang Mofin were very likely not his paintings. After meeting Tang Mofin today, this feeling became even stronger. Because a person's appearance can be disguised, but personality or heart cannot be faked. Tang Mofin does not have the heart that he shows in his paintings. But she still hoped to give Tang Mofin a chance, but unfortunately, Tang Mofin did not cherish it. Thinking of this, Zhuomei took a deep breath, and now her heart was a little confused. She didn't know how to face Tang Mofin. And at this moment, suddenly, Tang Mofin's cell phone rang. When Tang Mofin answered the phone with a confident smile on his face, a burst of rapid English voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dawn, it's over. Horace Chapman is dead, and he left behind evidence. Your ghostwriter scheme has been exposed." Chapter 182, Revenge. Walter, hearing the voice of his agent on the phone, Tang Mofin's originally confident smile paused at this moment, and then he looked at Zhuomei in front of him. "Sorry, Xiaomei, I need to take a call." "Go ahead." After hearing Tang Mofin's words, Zhuomei also gestured with her hand. Although she was still looking at Tang Mofin with a smile, her words revealed a sense of stiffness. But at this moment, Tang Mofin no longer had the time or the desire to care about these things. Before he heard what Zhuomei said, he had already stood up, went to a deserted place in the distance, and spoke anxiously. "Mary, what's going on?" "It's Horace Chapman. This guy, who was raised by his cousin, has a backup plan. He secretly left his name in every painting, recorded the message, and hid it in his home. He died in his apartment early this morning. When his good friend went to check his belongings, he found clues to the news and also found the USB drive just now. Then his good friend exposed the news. You need to come back right now, and let's see if there's any chance to fix this." Listening to Tang Mofin's words, his painting agent on the other end of the phone who was also the girl he had cheated with, also spoke to him seriously. After hearing her words, Tang Mofin couldn't help but feel his eyes go dark, and his steps couldn't help but stagger. Fortunately, after holding on for a while, he held on to the handle next to him. He looked at his phone, then at Zhuomei behind him, and for a moment he hesitated. He is now unsure whether he should go back or find Zhuomei and then hide in Yanhuan. Because his own people knew his situation, he knew that he actually had no talent, and those paintings did belong to others. If he went back now, he could probably settle it with money, but if money couldn't settle it, then he would be finished. And even if he settled the matter with money, he knew that it would be difficult for him to produce paintings in the future. After all, Horace Chapman was dead, and who knew when he would find the next guy with the same talent and style as him. But he was still unwilling to stay in Yanhuan. It took him so long to muster up the confidence to return to Zhuomei's side. He wanted to turn the passive into active in front of her and become the man who controlled Zhuomei. The result, isn't this the same as it was more than 10 years ago? The reluctance was so strong that it made him feel like he was having difficulty breathing. After thinking for a while, he took a deep breath and picked up the phone again. "Mary, wait for my call." After saying this, Tang Mofin also raised his confident smile, then returned to the dining table and looked at Zhuomei. "Huh, I'm really busy. I originally thought that this time I came back, I could confirm my relationship with you, Xiao Mei, and even maybe we could get married. But now something over there has asked me to go back. But, Xiao Mei, I just want one thing from you. If you don't want me to leave, then I'll stay." Looking at Zhuo Mei in front of him, Tang Mofin also spoke confidently. "How could you possibly say that I would marry a liar, a cheating piece of trash, a loser?" But just as Tang Mofin finished speaking, Zhuomei took out her trifold phone, opened it, and placed it in front of him. When Tang Mofin saw the screen of this phone, his pupils couldn't help but tremble, because he had already recognized the guy in the video. He had sunken eyes, an unhealthy face after drinking heavily, a weak body, and a burn on his face. It was his own ghostwriter, the recently deceased Horace Chapman. As his hand gently touched the screen, the video started to play. Horace Chapman inside couldn't help but speak up. "Hello everyone who can see this video. My name is Horace Chapman. I'm a painter, and by the time you see this video, I'll be dead. Don't be sad, because I'm a complete jerk. I don't have any relatives and only have a few close friends, so I guess no one will come to my funeral, huh? The main reason why I recorded this video is that I hope to tell you the truth about one thing. That is, the paintings of painter Tang Mofin were actually all painted by me. Don't disbelieve me, because I have no professional ethics. I left my own name in these ghostwritten works, just like this painting girl in the convent. In it, if you look at it from this angle, you will see the name of Horace Chapman. I marked all my paintings like this. Haha, Tang, you'll probably be very angry if you find out, but who told you to take away the girl I love most?" Horace Chapman then explained why he became Tang Mofin's ghostwriter and set up this trap. Horace Chapman and Tang Mofin's agent, Mary, are actually childhood sweethearts. Horace Chapman has shown amazing talent since he was a child, but due to his heart disease, he cannot actively participate in some parties and art exhibitions, so he has always been unknown. When he was 12 years old, his neighbor Mary's house caught fire. Although Mary and her family escaped, Mary's favorite doll was not taken out. Then Horace Chapman rushed into the fire like a dog and found Mary's doll, but he was seriously burned. The burnt doll was also discarded by Mary, and then Mary and her family moved away. Later, his parents spent all their savings on his medical treatment and also fell ill and died. He had no money for treatment and could only drink to relieve the pain. Until a few years ago, Tang Mofin cheated on Mary, causing Zhuomei to return to Yanhuang alone, which also made Tang Mofin completely determined to have a career. At this time, Mary also found Horace Chapman again and asked him to be Tang Mofin's ghostwriter, and she and Tang Mofin would give him some money to live. Horace Chapman was heartbroken when he heard the news, but after hesitating for a few days, he finally agreed, because he was prepared to use his remaining life to take revenge on these two people. We also want to let them know what it feels like to fall from the clouds. And as of now, he has succeeded. Chapter 183. Have a drink with me. You already knew? When? As the video ended, Tang Mofin's head started buzzing. He looked at Zhuo Mei in front of him with an expression of disbelief. When Zhuo Mei saw his shocked expression, she calmly took back her phone. "It was just a guess originally, but when I saw you, this guess was already 70% certain. Now it's 100% certain. Xiao Mei, please listen to my explanation." After listening to Zhuo Mei's words, Tang Mofin immediately spoke. "Just now, I asked you if you had anything to tell me, but you told me no. Now, I don't have anything either. But Zhuomei interrupted Tang Mofin at this moment, looked at him, and spoke with a serious face. Listening to Zhuomei's words and looking at her determined gaze, Tang Mofin opened his mouth. He knew that the path he had originally considered as a way out had disappeared. So at this moment, he looked at Zhuomei deeply, then turned around and left. While walking out, he also dialed Mary's number. Book me the nearest flight. I want to go back. Good. One road is blocked, so he will find a way to get through the other one no matter how difficult it is. After watching Tang Mofin leave like that, Zhuomei seemed to lose all her energy. She propped her head up with both hands and slumped over the dining table. I don't know how long it took, maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. Suddenly, there was a knock on the table. Zhuomei said weakly, "No need to serve the dishes. I'll pay for it." Mr. Peter. Originally, Zhuomei thought it was the waiter who came to knock on the table, but when he looked up, he saw Peter and Jenny standing beside him, looking at him. "Hey, looks like you might need a friend to take you home." Looking at Zhuomei's expression, Peter also smiled and started talking. "You've known for a long time that his paintings were done by someone else." Looking at Peter's smile, Zhuomei couldn't help but look at Peter with some anger. "I'm just guessing. Believe it or not, but you haven't lost out. You've seen through a scumbag. The most important thing is that his paintings are now out of print. There will be a lot of room for promotion. You can make a lot of money." Hearing Zhuomei say this, Peter couldn't help but smile, and then said seriously. Seeing Peter's expression, Zhuomei, who was originally very sad, couldn't help but laugh at this moment, and then she also started to speak. "Am I interrupting your date? It's okay. We were about to end our date for the day and go home. It wouldn't be a big deal if I gave you a ride," Peter said calmly with a shrug. "Since you don't want to bother me, then, can you help me find a place to have a drink? I don't want to go home and cry alone in my bed." After hearing Peter say that it would not delay his date with Jenny, Zhuomei also spoke up. After hearing her words, Peter also looked at Jenny. Seeing that Jenny didn't care, Peter nodded in agreement. Then he drove Zhuomei and Jenny to Lily's bar. Originally, Peter thought Lily and the others would not come to the bar tonight. According to the original plan, only saying one would come over to take a look and would return to Jenai group around 10 o'clock. As a result, when Peter brought Jenny and Zhuomei here, he found that Lily and the others were all there, which surprised Peter very much. Lily and the others were also very surprised that Peter and Jenny would come and bring Zhuomei with them. Wasn't it said that Zhuomei was not Peter's type? Why was she here too? "Why are you here?" "I was just about to ask you, why are you here? And Miss Shua, why is she here too?" Seeing Peter's puzzled look, Lily and Zhao Minglan also asked in confusion. If Peter and his friends are the only ones here, it wouldn't matter if Peter said it directly. After all, Zhuomei was still here, and it would be difficult for Peter to tease her in front of her. But it was obvious that Zhuomei did not take this matter seriously. "Hey, don't mention it. Remember this pair of stockings? I prepared them for my ex-boyfriend, but when he came back today, I found out he was actually a liar." "Oh." After hearing Zhuomei's words, Lily and the others all said, "Oh," calmly. When Zhuomei saw this, she immediately looked at Peter fiercely. "You really knew he was a liar?" Peter, who was a little embarrassed. "Ha ha. By the way, why are you all here?" Seeing everyone's gaze, Peter laughed and abruptly changed the subject. "This matter is related to Olivia. We need to find her teacher later to help." Hearing Peter's question, Lily also spoke in a low voice. Then I told Peter what happened after Olivia returned to school today. Hearing Lily's words, Peter's eyes narrowed instantly. He is a narrow-minded person. If you offend him, he may not retaliate severely, but if you offend a woman, he will definitely retaliate. Looking at his gaze, Lily and the others couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of relief, but then they continued talking to Peter. "Don't worry, I've already made all the arrangements. I'll make sure this guy can't escape." Lily winked at Peter and told him about her plan. After listening to what Lily said, Peter's eyes lit up and he nodded. It was obvious that he also approved of Lily's plan. "Is there anything I can do? All you need to do is pick out the most expensive car and take Olivia to school on Sunday night." Looking at Peter, Lily also blinked. After hearing her words, Peter became a little confused. The most expensive car seems to be the Nissan SUV, but the headlights of the Nissan SUV were broken by Li Haoyun and it has not been repaired yet. It always feels a bit weird for a young man to drive a Cullinan or a sedan to send his girlfriend back to school. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Wangzhou again. Peter muttered softly and put this matter on the schedule. But there is no rush to get a car now. He only has one thing to do now, and that is to accompany Mei for a drink. As for the matter of Olivia's teacher, Lily and the others will naturally negotiate it. Chapter 184. Traitor? Drink, drink, I can still drink. Ha ha. What kind of alcohol tolerance do you have? You still want to drink with me? Oh, it's rare that our little deserter prince can still win. After Peter and his friends finished their conversation, they also started drinking with Mei. But this Mei is really finished. Peter's women, not just Lily and the others, even among the more than 200 people in the Secret Garden of Janai group, there are very few who can't drink more than Peter. Basically, Peter can't drink more than anyone else. Even Olivia, Yuna, Haomei, Su Lele, and Peter can't drink more than her. These girls, each of them drinks more than 10 bottles as if it were a game. Peter had more than a dozen bottles, but he couldn't be found. On the other hand, when Janai group returned to the top floor to celebrate on Monday, the female models and designers drank beer, white wine, and foreign liquor. Peter was almost finished in 2 rounds. At this moment, finally, there was a woman who was worse than him. Mei, she only drank 3 bottles of beer before she gave up. Peter could now mock her to his heart's content. Seeing Peter's smug look, Lily and the others also spoke of him with contempt. But just when a few people were drinking happily here, Olivia, who had been paying attention to the stage, suddenly walked over and coughed lightly. If she can't drink, then don't drink it. Let's send her back. We have to go do something. After saying that, Lily left with Olivia. When we arrived at the backstage of the bar, the people in the band were already packing up and getting ready to leave. Their performance fees would be paid to them the next morning. Now, they don't need to wait here. After everyone packed up their things, they prepared to leave. As Yuan Xiaowei was the lead singer, she drank a lot of water before going on stage today. In addition to the saliva and sweat secreted, some of it naturally had to go into the bladder. Now she was about to go to the bathroom before leaving, but when she came out of the ladies' room and washed her hands, Olivia, who was in casual clothes, couldn't help but walk up to her. Teacher Yuan, long time no see. Well, same. Sister, you got the wrong person. Listening to Olivia's words, Yuan Xiaowei couldn't help but subconsciously prepare to say words like long time no see and classmates. But when the words came to her lips, she immediately changed her words. Teacher Yuan, you really don't remember me? I'm Olivia from the Department of Physical Education, Healthcare, and Rehabilitation. I didn't miss any of your classes last year. I even helped you move lesson plans. Looking at Yuan Xiaowei's expression, Olivia also smiled and spoke. Hearing Olivia say this, Yuan Xiaowei's mind indeed showed a well-behaved girl, and she merged with the image of the girl in front of her. Her first thought at this moment was to deny it and escape from here. Although escaping is shameful, it is useful. But she knew that even if she escaped now, she would not be able to escape once the news spread back to the school. So at this moment, she used her great willpower to stop herself from wanting to escape, and instead raised an awkward smile and looked at Olivia. Ah, yes, Olivia, what a coincidence. Are you here to play? Can you do the teacher a favor? Looking at Olivia, Yuan Xiaowei also spoke reluctantly. Of course, but I wonder if the teacher can do Olivia a favor. Just as Yuan Xiaowei finished speaking, Lily's voice rang out. For some things, it is not reliable to let Olivia, a student, bargain for them. At critical moments, we still have to rely on mature adults like Lily. When Yuan Xiaowei saw Lily, her eyes narrowed. She knew who Lily was, and it looked like things might get complicated this time. About 10 minutes later, Lily came back with Olivia. Judging from their expressions, it seemed that their conversation was quite successful. But when the two of them returned, they found that Peter and the others were still there. Mei was hugging Peter's waist at this time, and the people around her were also confused. What are you doing? Looking at the expressions of these people, Lily asked with some confusion. I didn't pay attention when I brought her here for drinks. She didn't bring her bag or ID. I don't know where her home is. My phone was working just now, but now it's out of battery and can't be turned on. Seeing Lily's face, Peter hesitated and said, This trifold phone of Moju's runs out of battery too easily. After hearing what the two said, Lily couldn't help but look at Mei hesitantly. She didn't know where her home was, so she didn't know where to send it. Without an ID card, it's difficult to even book a room in a hotel. It would be fine if they lived in Longtung, Jiyuan normally. After all, there are 3 floors, and they can just give her a room. But now they live in Jinai Group, which is not very convenient, even though she always likes to find women for Peter. but she never forces anyone to do anything. It is obvious that Joumei has no romantic feelings for Peter. Before today, she still liked that liar. So it is indeed a bit troublesome. Or should I throw her to her company? Or let her stay at our house for one night? Our family can do that too. Just as Lily was lost in thought, Peter spoke up. After Peter finished speaking, Suya and Zhao Minglan also spoke. But as soon as they finished speaking, Lily shook her head. That's not good. You can tell at a glance that Miss Joie is a sophisticated person who values dignity. The fact that she dares to drink like this in front of you shows her trust in you. If you were to throw her to her employees, safety wouldn't be an issue, and she would also be embarrassed in front of her own employees, which would be troublesome. As for going to your house, is it possible for you to wait for her to sober up at home? It would be even more troublesome if she sobered up and found herself in an unfamiliar place and called the police. After thinking about it, Lily shook her head and rejected both proposals. What should we do? We can't just leave her here. Shinsisi asked curiously after gently touching Joumei's face with her hand. Take her back and put her in the dressing room outside the room. There's a bench there for changing clothes, big enough for her to sleep on. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Lily thought for a moment and then started talking. Hearing that Lily had confirmed it, everyone nodded, and then Peter picked up Princess Joumei and left the bar with everyone else. Chapter 185, Feeling Lost. Then a feeling of pain in the brain and dry mouth came over me. Joumei also opened her eyes with a puzzled look. But what caught her eye at this moment was a place similar to a bathing and changing room. There were floor-to-ceiling wardrobes all around, and he was lying on a simple bed used for changing clothes, with a towel as his pillow and a towel blanket covering him. There was also a bottle of mineral water next to the head. Seeing this, Joumei immediately opened the bottle of mineral water and started drinking it. After drinking half a bottle of water, she looked around with some confusion and muttered softly. Peter and the others finished drinking and went to take a bath? Why did they leave me here? After looking around, Joumei also stood up and walked to a big door beside her. There are 2 doors in this space, but it can be seen that one should be the exit leading to the outside, and the other is most likely leading to the room inside. According to her guess, Peter and the others were most likely in the room inside. As she exerted more force, the door slowly opened. However, the scene before her instantly froze Joumei in place. What appeared in Joumei's sight at this moment was a space of several thousand square meters. The entire space is divided into 3 parts. On the left is a computer room, but there is no one there now. On the right was a workbench that looked like a place for cutting clothes, but naturally no one was there at the moment. The area at the front, which took up the most space. It is really like a bathing center, with huge hot spring pools, swimming pools, various pavilions, and gorgeous buildings. It can be seen that the people who designed this place are quite attentive. At this time, in the middle of this large and gorgeous building complex, there is a huge bed, a bed that will not feel small enough for 50 people to sleep on. Peter and others now, they're all here. Well, there's no way to say more later. In addition to Joumei, Peter and others at this time also noticed Joumei's existence. After all, the sound of the door opening was quite loud. Peter was discovered for the second time in his life when he was communicating with the reviewer about whether to revise the manuscript. However, the first time he was discovered, it was a trap set by him and Shun Sisi to get Ilan involved. This time, it was a real accident. So when Joumei looked at him, they all looked at Joumei, and the atmosphere froze for a moment. Let me ask, where's the bathroom? At the critical moment, Joumei couldn't help but react and subconsciously asked where the bathroom was. After hearing this, Peter also pointed to the side. That way, just turn right. Oh, thank you. After saying that, Joumei immediately turned around and went to the bathroom. Then she discovered that the bathroom was really big. At a glance, there are at least dozens of sinks and 40 or 50 toilets, but there are no separate toilets for men and women. In other words, apart from Peter, there should be no other men coming to use the toilet. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly feel a little surprised. Then she thought about how he had bought hundreds of watches and thousands of bags from her. Doesn't have hundreds of girlfriends, does he? And what about all this construction outside? A modern version of a drunken feast. After taking a quick glance outside, Joumei began to mutter. After shaking her head, going to the toilet, washing her face, and waking up, Joumei came out of the bathroom. When she saw Peter and the others, he was wearing a bath towel. But when she saw Peter wrapped in a bath towel, Joumei's eyes lit up. She didn't know before that Peter's body was so strong. His lines were like a perfect sculpture. just standing there, gave people a sense of art. Even Joie May couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion at this moment. But it was obvious that Peter and the others had no intention of a truce at this time. It seemed that Lily and the others were looking at him, waiting for him to leave. Seeing this scene, Joie May immediately nodded, then trotted out of the room. Just as she put her hand on the door and was about to push it open to leave, she suddenly heard the voices of several girls behind her. "Brother Kai, let's continue." "Well, it's only 12 o'clock now, and tomorrow is Saturday, so you can sleep a little later. I still prefer waking up in Peter's arms. Who wouldn't like to do what they love with the one they love? Who wouldn't like what you said? But if you tell Mealy and the others, they might rebel. Doing what you love with the one you love." Listening to what Yuna and the others said behind her, Jumei, who was about to push the door to leave, suddenly shook her hands, and then she saw herself at this moment through the reflective mirror on the door. Now she was still wearing the gray dress she had specially chosen and the stocking she had asked Peter to get for her. She had put a lot of effort into meeting Tang Mofin this time. How could she not know that Tang Mofin liked girls with plump figures? So she changed her usual conservative attire and wore a deep V dress and a very sexy pair of stockings. She had imagined many things that would happen after she met Tang Mofin, but she never expected that Tang Mofin would reveal the truth on the day he met her. Should I forget about him? If I just leave like this with all this attire on, it would be such a waste, wouldn't it? Muttering softly, Jumei also turned her head and looked at Peter at this time. The 12 girls beside Peter were looking at him with intoxicated eyes, and Peter's current state also seemed full of artistic characteristics to her. So at this moment, Jumei, who was about to push the door open and leave, actually did not leave. Instead, she turned her head and walked in front of Peter. Miss Joie, is there anything else?" When Joie May came to Peter, Peter looked at her with some confusion. Didn't she say she was leaving? Why did she come here? She is not embarrassed, but I am embarrassed. I'm not used to sleeping on a cot outside. I want a big bed. As for the rent for a big bed, look, is this enough? Seeing Peter's confused look, Joie May suddenly came to her senses. Peter was even more confused this time. What kind of situation is this? This is Chapter 186. 15? Are you going out today? Yeah. Didn't I tell you a few days ago that I was going to go play with Cece? Oh, do you need a driver to take you there? No. Don't you have to go to the company for a meeting today? There's no need to send me off specially. On Saturday morning, as Nyehui passed the master bedroom from the side bedroom, he found that Ilan had already gotten up and was happily putting on makeup. Today, Ilan has her hair tied into a bun with some loose hair around it, which makes her beauty look very messy. She is wearing an ordinary white dress, which makes her look both dignified and pure. Even Nyehui, a guy who had long lost his impulse towards women, couldn't help but stare in amazement at this moment, and then asked curiously. After hearing his words, Ilan also started talking with a smile. When he heard Ilan say this, he remembered that 3 days ago, Ilan seemed to have said that she would go play with Shin Cece on the weekend. So Nyehui also asked about the car, and Ilan's answer really touched him. Ilan, what a good woman. She is beautiful, knowledgeable, quiet, and never fights or makes trouble. Most importantly, she always thinks about herself. For a moment, Nyehui was a little moved, and then he walked into the room and put his hand on Ilan's shoulder. You said, if I had met you 10 years earlier, how great it would have been. Listening to Nyehui's emotional words, Ilan couldn't help but flash a hint of deep disgust in her eyes. She had no choice before, so she could only comfort herself every day that there was nothing wrong with being just a canary. But now, after she had other choices, she completely looked down on Nyehui. If it weren't for the fact that she was still feeling a little conflicted at the moment, not wanting to bear the reputation of cheating and divorce, and even wanting to bring some property to Peter, she could have left long ago. Peter's sighed every day like Shin Cece. It smells so good. However, Nyehui did not catch this expression. Ilan's expression only flashed for a moment at this moment, and then she began to speak. 10 years ago, I was only 15. If you knew me, you would be breaking the law. Haha, that's right. Do you have enough money these days? Listening to Ilan's words, Nyehui couldn't help but smile. It seemed that being older than Ilan's father wasn't something he was embarrassed about. Then he asked Ilan again. It's enough. I don't have much expenses normally. Be nice to yourself, buy whatever you like. If your pocket money is not enough, just tell me, and I will give you more. Listening to Ilan's words, Nyehui also said with emotion, then turned and left the master bedroom to change clothes. After he left, Helan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then she composed herself and continued to dress up. After she finished dressing, she went downstairs and had breakfast with Nyahui. Then she called a car and drove straight to the city center. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, she took 3 buses and a subway ride before finally arriving at Janai Group. When she arrived at the door, she found Shun Cece waiting for her. This was her first time here. Xiaolan, you are finally here. You don't know that these guys usually come in groups of 3 or 4, which is really troublesome. Looking at Elan, Shun Cece immediately stepped forward and gave her a big hug while speaking to her. What? Are these people difficult to get along with? Hearing Shun Cece say this, Helan couldn't help but hesitate. Although she had been with Shun Cece before, she had never met Lily and the others, so she was naturally a little worried. It's not difficult to get along with them. They're all good people, and we get along very well. But there's only one Peter, so if you want to be alone with Peter or want to spend more time together, you need to cooperate and play some tricks. Now Peter's women are divided into 3 groups. The most powerful ones are Lily, Olivia, Sang-Wan, Hu E, and Jenny. The second most powerful group is Yuna, Grace, and Hao Mei, and the third most powerful group is Suya, Su Lele, and Zhao Minglan. I'm the only one who's on my own. Hearing Helan's somewhat worried words, Shin Cece also spoke with a smile. Oh, then how should we cooperate? Looking at Shun Cece's expression, Helan asked with some confusion. I'm telling you, you can do this. Feeling Helan's puzzled gaze, Shun Cece also came over with a smile and started talking. Soon, the elevator reached the top floor. However, just as Shun Cece and Helan entered the last room and were about to change clothes, the door opened again and another girl walked in. Looking at this girl, Shun Cece and Helan both recognized her. Chloe, Peter's female companion at the cocktail party. Chloe only knew Shun Cece. When she saw Helan, she was stunned because she actually knew Helan. After all, Nyahui had taken Helan to many cocktail parties, but she never thought that she would meet Helan here. Ms. Feng, this is Helan, Peter's classmate and also his 13th woman. Seeing Chloe's shocked expression, Shun Cece took the initiative to introduce her. Hello, Miss Feng. Shun Cece had already told Helan on the phone that they had already decided who Peter's future wife would be, and it was none other than Chloe. So in a sense, Chloe would be the mistress of the family in the future. The other people were fine when facing Chloe, but Helan was indeed a little lacking in confidence. After all, she is still a wife. Oh, you're Peter's classmates, so you should be a year younger than me. From now on, just call me Sister Feng. Hello, Helan. Listening to the 2 people's questions, Chloe also spoke with a smile, although she was still hesitant in her heart. If Helan was Peter's woman, what would happen in Yahui? But now is obviously not the time to think about this matter. The 3 of them changed their clothes together and entered the room. As soon as they entered, they saw Peter and the others resting on the large bed in the room. It was obvious that today was not a working day, so everyone was very relaxed and had not yet woken up. Naturally, they did not intend to let the morning pass by like this. Peter is currently typing on his phone, while Zhuo Mei is learning some knowledge under Yuna's guidance. Watching this scene, Chloe was stunned again. Ms. Zhuo? Well, there are 15 now. Chapter 187, Bugatti, 200 gold tickets plus more. Oh, Mr. Feng. After hearing Chloe's words, Zhuo Mei raised her head curiously, and then saw Shin Cece, Chloe, and Helan walking in. Zhuo Mei and Chloe know each other. After all, Zhuo Mei also works as a luxury goods seller. It's normal to have some interactions with Chloe, but she never thought that Chloe was actually with Peter's woman. As for Helan, she looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who she was. Peter's classmate like me and is also one of us. But at this time, Shun Cece also spoke. Helan? Yaoi Industrial, Nyahui's wife? After hearing Shun Cece's introduction, Zhuo Mei also spoke unexpectedly. She remembered who Helan was. When she heard Zhuo Mei directly call out her identity, although Lily and the others knew it, Helan still felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Helan's embarrassment, Suya couldn't help but speak. We all know about Helan's situation. It's a little special. Like you, she's also making her debut. Hearing Suya say this, Zhuo Mei and Chloe couldn't help but say, oh, but then their eyes were filled with gossip. You know, Helan and Nyahui have been married for a while, but when she was with Peter, it was still her first stage. There must be a lot of gossip here. Looking at their expressions, Helan couldn't help but sigh, and then she took the initiative to sit next to Peter. After patting Peter, she also told him about her situation. After hearing what Helan said, Everyone finally understood that Nyehui had good intentions. In order to leave no stain on his son, he ended up marrying his future daughter-in-law. It's rare to find such a charming father in this world. After Chloe and the others heard about Helan's situation, Chloe came to Peter's side and took the initiative to get into Peter's arms and rest her head on his arm. What are you looking at? So serious. It's just right you come and help me choose. Olivia is in some trouble. According to Tina as planned, I need to drive a very powerful sports car over there to help her. But I really don't know much about these supercars. Brother Wong recommended a lot of them to me, but I still don't know what to buy. Is there any sports car that's comfortable to sit in and doesn't seem like a cheap shot? Seeing Chloe coming over, Peter asked curiously. Oh, then do you have any requirement for car brands? Do you have a Ferrari or Lamborghini complex? Looking at the pictures sent by Wang Zhou in a message on Peter's phone, Chloe also started to ask. No, actually, my favorite driving style is the SUV. It's comfortable to sit in and has good visibility. Shaking his head, even if he hadn't looked around, Peter's choice would definitely be SUV. If that's the case, then let's pass on the Ferrari. The LaFerrari above is a 13-liter model, and the price of the car is $22.5 million. A $22.5 million car only has a 6.3 naturally aspirated engine and 800 horsepower. Its only function is to make the 13th level appear very high, because if you want to buy this car, you must have 5 Ferraris in your name, and you are not allowed to sell any Ferraris. It's good to trick little girls, but apart from their die-hard fans, not many rich people recognize them. Lamborghini Reventon is not bad. I have driven this car before. The suede interior is relatively comfortable among sports cars, but it is too old. This car is from 2008. It is considered an antique on the road now. Porsche's 918. The actual car price is $14.635 million, but it turns out to be a 4.6 naturally aspirated engine, which is even worse. McLaren P1 never loses online, never wins in real life. This old guy is quite interesting, but at less than $10 million, it's too cheap. Chloe said as she scrolled through the pictures on Peter's phone. Daniel, didn't you tell me it was the Revuelto? This one is clearly called the Aventador. Listening to Chloe's words, Peter couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. Revuelto is the successor model of Aventador, a new model last year. Do you think I would cheat you on the car? Seeing Peter's puzzled look, Chloe rolled her eyes and said, Oh, okay, so if these don't work, then what should we buy? After listening to Chloe's words, Peter naturally changed the subject and asked with some confusion. I know Uncle Wong has a W16. Ask him and see if he's willing to sell it to you. If that doesn't work out, ask Devo. W16? Upon hearing Chloe's words, Shin-Sisi couldn't help but jump over, then knelt down beside Peter and asked excitedly, Do you know this car? Peter then remembered that although Shin-Sisi's family was just well off and didn't have much money, she was a car model and she should have seen all these cars. Well, I know it's Bugatti, the W16. They say deliveries will start this year. It's limited to 99 units worldwide, and the price is 5 million euros. If it's imported into China, after deducting tariffs and other things, it will cost at least 50 million. The Devo is priced at the same 5 million euros as the W16, but you need to buy a Chiron first, which costs 2.4 million euros. After customs clearance and other expenses, it will cost around 30 million euros. Only then can you afford the Devo. This car is limited to 40 units worldwide, but I heard they don't seem to be selling well. Hearing Peter ask this, Shin-Sisi thought for a moment and spoke. Although French cars are considered awful, Bugatti is currently an exception. It's decent both in terms of 13 grid and performance. Listening to Shin-Sisi's introduction to Peter, Chloe also started talking with a smile. After hearing the introductions of these two people, Peter touched his chin. A sports car worth more than 50 million. Well, this is worth a try. So at this time, he contacted Wang Zhou again, but he had no intention of settling for second best. Instead, he directly asked Wang Zhou about the situation of the two cars, W16 and Devo. Looking at the message sent by Peter, Wang Zhou sent a message back after a while. Miss Feng is with you, right? Miss Li just returned to China. I guess she doesn't even know I have these two cars. I only bought them not long ago, so I really don't want to part with them. That is you. It's not because of our friendship, but because I know you can afford it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't sell it to anyone else. If you really want it, I'll sell it to you, including the transfer of ownership. 2 cars for 120 million. Seeing Wang Zhou pretending to be extremely reluctant in a certain message, Peter also smiled. No matter how limited the car is still a car after all. If Wang Zhou really wants it, He doesn't believe that he can't get it. Now he's just trying to raise the price. Today is Saturday. With the 300 million that Peter's system gave him in the past 3 days and the money he got back from the Hong Kong stock market last night, he currently has nearly 800 million in pocket money. 120 million is just a drizzle. So he just typed 2 words directly. Make a deal. Chapter 188. Hard advertising. Are you done? Looking at Peter, Chloe also came over and asked him. Okay, I'm done. He threw the phone aside. He had already paid the deposit, and now he just had to wait and see what news came from Wangzhe. According to what he said, the car should be delivered tomorrow, and Peter can just go to his supercar club to pick it up. So, what do we do now? Seeing Peter's actions, Chloe also came over. Now, do whatever you want. Looking at Chloe, who was so close to him. Although the two had not had any substantial contact before, there was no sense of strangeness between them. Peter just pulled her hand, and Chloe fell towards him with a sweet smile again. And then I can't write anymore. The day goes by really quickly. Peter and the others. This day seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. After Shin Sisi helped Elon deal with her husband, Peter had his first real family reunion, and the night passed quickly. Sunday came in the blink of an eye. To be honest, the saying, "a place of comfort is the grave of heroes," is not only true for Peter, but also for Lily and the others. On Sunday, Peter didn't want to get up, and neither did they, but unfortunately, they still have a lot of things to do today. Peter was going to the supercar club to pick up his new car, and Lily and the others were not idle either. They returned to Peter's home in Longting, Jun. Yesterday morning, the construction team sent a message saying that his home had been completely renovated. Moreover, they use environmentally friendly materials, so there's no need to worry about toxic substances. You can move in directly. However, yesterday, they obviously did not have the time and leisure to inspect the house, so they could only go today. When they arrived home, to be honest, they were quite satisfied with the renovation of their new home. Basically, it was a smaller version of the top floor of Janai Group. And there is less office space, more exquisite decoration, a more beautiful kitchen, dining room, and a single lounge upstairs. At the same time, Joumei and Chloe also officially received the 2 watches that represented Peter's status as women. The emerald watch that Peter had never given away was also officially hung on Chloe's wrist. After the acceptance, Lily waved her hand, and the girls started to get busy. Don't forget, although the decoration is completed and there are home appliances, there is nothing here except the renovated house and appliances. Some personal items, such as towels, bath towels, toothbrushes, etc., were all downstairs or upstairs. Olivia, Haomei, Yuna, and others started to pack these things. However, there were no furniture such as beds, hangers, sofas, tables, and chairs here, so Lily, Zhao Minglan, and others went to buy these things. To be honest, they were actually very resistant to living with other women. If someone had told them 2 months ago that they would be living with one man with more than a dozen girls, they would probably have cursed. Even if it was a joke, some of them couldn't accept it. But now, they were somewhat happy with it, mainly because the man they lived with was called Peter. It's not just because of his personal charm, but more importantly, his body is really strong. These people had barely been out in the fields the entire day yesterday. Since their needs were being met, there wasn't anything they couldn't refuse. Just when these girls went to buy furniture, Peter also came to the supercar club. As soon as he arrived, he saw Wangzhe had already arrived, because at this time in the middle of this huge exhibition hall, there were many people gathered to watch the excitement. In the middle of the crowd were the 2 Bugatti supercars he bought. Besides these 2 cars, many of the other cars he had bought in the past were also left here. Although many of the over 300 cars he had bought were given to Mealy and the others to drive, there were always some girls who didn't know how to drive, or didn't like driving, or couldn't drive. Some people just had trouble coordinating their hands and feet. So at this time, there's still more than 100 cars that Peter bought parked here. To be honest, a row of hundreds worth millions of supercars placed here is really invincible. This is the best advertisement, an advertisement with real power. No matter how much you love cars, it is impossible for you to own so many supercars. The main thing is that members here can borrow a car to run a lap on the track for fun. This also led to the fact that when these cars arrived here, the original members immediately started to act cool, and then more and more members joined in. To be honest, Peter first took a fancy to this place because he wanted to make money from the land. As a result, he unexpectedly discovered that this supercar club has started to make a profit. Originally, there were only 39 members here, and each person paid an annual membership fee of 88,000 yuan. After paying, they could come here to borrow a car. As a result, these new cars arrived here only a few days ago. The number of members of the Rain Cloud Club has directly increased to 128. The annual membership fee directly received more than 10 million. This is the result of Jack's careful selection. In the past, you could become a member by just paying money, but now not only do you have to pay money, but you also have to verify your capital and own a sports car to join. Otherwise, there are too many people who want to come here and spend 88,000 to install 13. And with the arrival of these two heavyweight guests today, this wave of advertising has obviously become even more powerful. When Peter drove his U8 here and saw this scene, he was a little shocked. It seemed that he didn't have to worry about the problem of not being able to make ends meet here. Jack and Wang Zhe, who were standing on the second floor at the moment, they immediately came down after seeing Peter. Seeing Peter, Jack immediately came over and whispered, "The car has been inspected. Here is the inspection report. There are no problems. It's brand new. Okay, I trust you to do it." Seeing that Jack's favorability had obviously increased a lot at this time, he patted his chest and then started to greet Wang Zhe. After chatting with Wang Zhe for a while, he also paid the balance. Wang Zhe had something else to do today, which was an appointment he had made long ago, so Peter and the others could only make an appointment to have dinner next time. After confirming that the balance had been received, he left. As Wang Zhe left, Peter also looked at Jack. "Let's go try the car." Seeing Peter raise his eyebrows, Jack also laughed. Chapter 189, Salary. I paid full price for 2 Biddy Kings, worth 120 million. Do you think rich people never treat money as money? Peter took Jack for 2 laps of the 2 new supercars. Jack also acted very pretentiously and posted a text and photos of 2 cars on his moments. At this time, he has become a little feminine, and it feels that the 9 photos in the circle of friends are really not enough no matter how many photos he posts. As soon as this circle of friends was posted, many people liked it immediately. There are also quite a few people posting things like "brotherly is awesome" and "brotherly, stand up." Of course, there are also some people who are jealous. "It's not yours, isn't it, Peter S.?" Whenever Jack saw these people's sour remarks, he would smile softly and then look back at the last post he had posted on his moments 2 days ago. In this circle of friends post, he showed off his salary. That's right, last Friday, many of Peter S. companies paid salaries. Except for Tianlong Real Estate, which follows the original cashier's schedule, and Jinai Group, which has nothing to do with him, Ontai Finance, Union Supercar Club, and Grace have all received their first month's salary. Of course, Grace's salary is the highest. Peter made a total of 4.37769 billion through the stock market last month. They shared 5%, which is 218.88 million. 14 people each receive an average of 15.63 million. Peter did not deduct a single cent from the money and gave it all to the other party. In an instant, there were 14 more millionaires in this city. Of course, after the money is paid, a new contract needs to be signed. These people's salary next month will become 100,000, but their share will only be 1,000th. For these people, the gap is extremely large, because based on this month's income, 1,000th is only 4.37 million. If divided evenly among 14 people, it would be only a little over 310,000 yuan per month. Including the guaranteed salary, it is 410,000. There is indeed a huge gap compared to more than 15 million. But these 14 people did not leave. One reason was that even if it was only 410,000 yuan a month, it was not something they could easily earn. These people knew exactly how they earned their money this month. Not a single cent was earned through their intelligence. They were just Peter S. mouthpieces, puppets. If they left, they would be forbidden from talking about what happened here for 10 years because of the confidentiality agreement they signed. Then, if they returned to their original workplace, I still work until I die every day, get off work late at night, and only earn 6 or 7,000 yuan a month. They have a very real understanding of themselves, so they won't leave. The second reason why they didn't leave was because they got news from Peter because the money he was managing would become more than 30 billion. Although the number of traders will be increased by 100, in their opinion, Peter will make even more money. By then, even if he doesn't make more than 10 million a month, 700,000 or 800,000 a month should not be a problem. So they all signed new contracts. Apart from these traders, the one who made the most money was William. Although Ontai Finance experienced some fluctuations last month due to Zhao Lei, as soon as Tianlong Real Estate left the market and Jinai Group followed suit, Ontai Finance was hit by a surge in orders. Ontai Finance took orders from 11 new companies in a row. According to the latest industry research, Ontai Financial's market value has increased from an initial 68 million to 94 million and is not far from breaking 100 million. So William, in addition to the guaranteed salary of 100,000 per month, also received a bonus of more than 30,000, a total of 132,567. Jack, since he just didn't catch up with a recent surge in membership, his salary is only 100,000 yuan guaranteed, plus a bonus of 8,892 yuan. But even so, his income this month is terrifying enough. When he shared his monthly income, he added the following: "You guys always say being a dog is bad, but what's wrong with being a dog? Woof, 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 woof." Peter was completely speechless when he saw his words. He treated them as brothers, not dogs. Although he knew they were playing a joke, this joke really made him feel a little overwhelmed. But William and the others like it very much. The salary was paid the day before yesterday, and yesterday they said they wanted to treat us to a night out. But those who know what Peter was doing yesterday know. How could he abandon 15 beautiful girls and take a shower with the three of them? So he didn't go. But obviously, they are not giving up. Xiang Yu once said, "If you don't return home when you are rich, it is like walking in brocade clothes at night." Although they have seen hundreds of thousands of dollars, they have never seen themselves earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. If they don't spend some of it, they will feel a little sorry for themselves. So after testing the car today, Jack bumped into Peter again. "Drinks tonight?" Seeing him raise his eyebrows, Peter also smiled, then thought about it. He only had one thing to do tonight, which was to send Olivia back to school and bring back the information that Yuan Xiaowei had investigated. It didn't matter if you want to play with them. Thinking of this, Peter nodded and agreed to this matter. After staying here with Jack for a while, Peter also drove one of the W16S, left the supercar club, and went straight back to Longting Jiyuan. In the afternoon, after decorating the house with everyone, we had a meal together, but after the meal, everyone temporarily dispersed. Lily took Sang Wan, Ui and Ginny to the bar. Today was Sunday, so she had to go back to check it out. Suya, Zhao Minglan, and Su Lele returned home to pack their things, preparing to officially move to Peter's house tomorrow. Helan, Zhuomei, and Chloe also left, and all three returned to their homes. Putting aside Helan's situation, Zhuomei and Chloe were a little hesitant at this time. As for Zhuomei, her favorable impression of Peter had already been fully boosted at this point, but to be honest, she was not very familiar with Peter. As for Chloe, even though she and Peter have done everything they should and shouldn't do, in fact, the two of them still haven't officially completed their first stage. So she is now considering whether to officially move to Peter's house. Only Grace, Yuna, and Hao Mei chose to stay at home to clean up. As for Peter, he drove Olivia towards her school. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when their school was busiest. When Peter drove the Bugatti W16 to the gate of Olivia's school, Olivia couldn't help but take a deep breath, although she had already thought about the plan many times. But when it came time to carry out the plan, she was still somewhat nervous. Chapter 190, Reputation Reversal. "Don't be nervous, you're my girlfriend. What are you nervous about?" Looking at Olivia's expression, Peter took her hand, kissed her gently, and then began to speak. Hearing Peter say this, Olivia couldn't help but look at him and nodded. Seeing that Olivia was ready to continue, Peter drove to the main gate of the school. Looking at the security guard, who was a little dazed at the security booth, Peter also laughed. "Brother, I'm sending my girlfriend to school. Please be flexible." As he spoke, Peter took out 2 boxes of Huazi and threw them to the security guard ear. When the security guard took Huazi and heard Peter call him Big Brother, the hesitant look on his face relaxed a lot. "Oh, your girlfriend sprained her ankle, right?" Although the school does not allow outside vehicles to enter, there are reasons for it, and it is understandable. "Xiao Zhang, lift the pole. By the way, buddy, your car?" "Bugatti." As an older security guard walked to Peter's car, he took the initiative to find an excuse for Peter and then asked Peter in a low voice. "Yeah, Bugatti." "What's Bugatti?" "Veyron, Veyron." For those who have stolen food in Penguin, Bugatti is most famous for these 2 cars, but in fact, these 2 cars are actually one. Weilong is the same as Weihang, but Weilong was the translated name abroad. It was registered in China by a red wine company very early, so after it came to China, Weilong was called Weihang. But no matter what it is obvious that this car is too unfamiliar to ordinary people. No, although it's a Bugatti, it's called the W16 Mistral. "What are you touching?" Forget it, this car isn't cheap. It's okay, about 6,000 in total." Peter just wanted to act cool and show off. So when the security guard asked him curiously, he naturally revealed the price of the car. Upon hearing Peter's words, the security guard couldn't help but secretly click his tongue, and then he also looked at Olivia sitting in the passenger seat. Girls, what's the point of studying well? It's really not as good as being beautiful and having a good relationship with these super rich men. Now, everything comes. Brother Zhao. The rod has been lifted. At this moment, Xiao Zhang in the distance also spoke, and then Peter also waved to the security guard and said thank you. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the school. Damn, that was a Bugatti, right? Which model was it? So handsome, and it's a convertible. What's there? It's not as good as my boyfriend's Mercedes-Benz C. That's right, when it comes to sports cars, I only recognize the Z4. Well, the Mercedes-Benz C and Z, for you mentioned, aren't even worth a single light. When many students at the gate saw the car leave, they couldn't help but come over, and then many of them began to study what the car was. Of course, for many young girls who are not familiar with the world, in their cognition, the best cars are cattle and horses, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, and the ones that are one level lower than them are BBA, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi. What Bugatti? Even if it sounds familiar, it is definitely not as good as these cars. After hearing what they said, some of the boys who knew about cars couldn't help but start to refute them. But looking at their arrogant expressions, it was obvious that they didn't believe it. But at this moment, the elderly security guard couldn't help but open the pack of cigarettes Peter had thrown to him. He took out a cigarette, but didn't light it. Instead, he sniffed it and put it to his ear. Then he said quietly, "This car, a Bugatti W16, what should I put on it? About 6,000. Hiss. Hearing the security guard's firm and decisive words, many people nearby gasped and looked in horror at the direction Peter had left in the distance. 6,000? Damn, that amount of money is enough to buy the school. Hey, did you notice just now that the person sitting in the passenger seat seems to be our former school beauty, Olivia? While the students were shocked, someone suddenly spoke up. While being shocked by the price of the car, he also remembered that the person sitting in the passenger seat just now seemed to be the most popular person in recent days, Olivia. Huh, no wonder she was so poor originally, but now she's so rich. She even wore designer clothes on the forum. It turns out she's hooked up with a rich man. Damn, what rich guy? He's so young, can't you see? It looks like she's landed a rich husband. Who is it that slandered someone on the forum for being a part-time worker, when they clearly have successfully landed a job? I guess it's just some jealous people. Just because you're beautiful, you can do whatever you want. This time, Olivia is completely in trouble. Tisk, did you know she saw this post and rented a car? Are you crazy? That car costs over 60 million yuan, and it's a new car because it just started shipping this year. Can you rent one for me, so I can take a look? Maybe she met this guy while working part-time. You're even crazier when you say that. You're looking for a professional, and then you have to send her back to school after you're done? What's going on? Hasn't such a rich man ever seen a woman? I guess Olivia's reputation will be even more famous this time. While these people were expressing their feelings, naturally some of them had already gone to the school forum and posted what they had just seen and heard. This proves that Olivia is not just taking a part-time job, but she has successfully found a rich man who could drive a car worth more than 60 million yuan. And it seems that this rich man is still very young. Of course, when this news was posted online, there were still many people who didn't believe it, but as Peter started driving Olivia around school, it was impossible for these people not to believe it, because basically many people saw Olivia and Peter. It wasn't until Olivia received a message from her good friend, Jiang Yitong, that she realized the style of their school's website had completely changed. Then did Peter drive Olivia back to her dormitory building. When Peter's car stopped here, he found that Olivia has 3 roommates, Jiang Yitong, Zheng Fei, and Yuan Shuo were already waiting for Olivia here. Well, to be exact, I was actually waiting for Peter. When they saw Peter and Olivia getting out of the car, they couldn't help but feel surprised and emotional. It seems that what Olivia said was right. Her boyfriend is so handsome. Chapter 191, Double Life. Let me introduce you. These 3 are my roommates. Jiang Yitong, Zheng Fei, and Yuan Shuo. This is my boyfriend, Peter. Hello, Brother O. My name is Jiang Yitong. So handsome, hello, Brother O. As the 2 of them walked in front of the 3 women, Olivia introduced her 3 roommates and Peter to each other. Peter curiously. Peter also smiled and greeted the 3 of them at this time. Hello, I'll have to trouble you to take good care of Olivia in the future. As he spoke, Peter took a look at the attributes of the 3 people. Name, Jiang Yitong. Gender, female. Age, 19. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physical strength, 51. Charisma, 93. Wisdom, 12. Business, 65. Innovation, 5. Social, 43. Management, 11. Favorability towards the host, 82. Name, Zheng Fei. Gender, female. Age, 19. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Physical strength, 49. Charisma, 92. Wisdom, 11. Business, 74. Innovation, 13. Social, 23. Management, 15. Favorability towards the host, 85. Name, Yuan Shua. Gender, female. Age, 20. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Physical fitness, 66. Charisma, 93. Wisdom, 45. Business, 64. Innovation, 37. Social, 18. Management, 6. Favorability towards the host, 81. Looking at the attributes of these three people, well, I can only say that they are worthy of studying sports. Even if they're not specially trained, their physical fitness is quite good. Jiang Yitong and Zheng Fei are two perfect vases. The IQ of these two people is comparable to Jenny's. It is really not easy to get into university, but Yuan Shua's attributes surprise Peter. Although an intelligence of 45 is not too high, according to Peter's understanding, with an intelligence of 45, it should not be a problem to get into a 211 university, and there is no need to come to this third-rate university with a mixture of junior colleges and undergraduates. However, everyone has their own secrets and reasons. Peter wasn't that curious, so he just politely told the three women about Olivia. Hey, we're helping you take care of Olivia. Is there any reward? After hearing what Peter said, Zheng Fei couldn't help but speak. It can be seen that Zheng Fei is a bit of a fangirl, and her favorability towards herself has reached 85. This number is actually very dangerous. If Peter pursues her, she probably won't refuse. I'll treat you to milk tea and dinner then. Listening to Zheng Fei's words, Peter also said something politely. After hearing Peter's conventional statement, Zheng Fei wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Jiang Yitong. The main person was still here, so wasn't it too much to ask? Afterwards, they exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Olivia followed the three of them back to the dormitory. To be honest, Olivia looked back every few steps as she walked towards her dormitory building, because since she had been with Peter, she had never left Peter's side. It was fine during the day. After all, we each had things to do, but at night we were together. Now, when I thought about going back to the dormitory, she really couldn't bear to do that. Fortunately, the dormitory management at their school was very relaxed, so she could still leave the school during normal times. For a moment, she was looking forward to time passing faster. As long as the school term was over, she could go back to live with Peter. Watching Olivia disappear from his sight, Peter finally recovered from his feelings of separation, got back into the car, and left. However, he did not leave the school directly, but turned to a small path near the teacher's apartment. When he arrived here, he found that someone had been waiting there for a long time. This person is none other than Yuan Xiaowei. Yuan Xiaowei at this moment was completely different from the female rock musician in smoky punk outfit on the stage in Peter's memory. At this moment, she was as quiet as she could be. She had long black hair, neatly combed back, no makeup on her face, and wore a pair of thick black-framed glasses, which completely concealed her stunning beauty of 96 points. She wore a white shirt on the upper body, a gray long skirt on the lower body, and those flesh-colored socks and black leather shoes. It really presents the stereotype of a teacher perfectly. She is completely different from the crazy Yuan Xiaowei on the stage. But speaking of it, although there are many people with the surname Yuan, it seems that not many. I don't know if she has any relationship with Olivia as roommate Yuan Shua. Just when Peter's thoughts were wandering, Yuan Xiaowei had already walked to Peter's side and timidly took out a USB flash drive. This is the surveillance footage from the study room when the post was made. It's basically confirmed that it was a student named Lu Dongji. He's in our student union and once pursued Olivia. He was the only one who brought a computer to the study room that day. Seeing Peter insert the USB drive into his mobile phone and start checking the surveillance, Yuan Xiaowei couldn't help but speak. After hearing her words, Peter also saw the face of a familiar student in the video. Wasn't this guy the one who was peeping at him and Olivia when they were dating? This guy not only looks disgusting, but his actions are also extremely disgusting. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yuan. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone about your affairs, including the information on this USB drive. That's for the best. The reason I performed in that state is because I don't want to lose my current job. From now on, you'd better not bother me anymore." Hearing Peter's grace, Yuan Xiaoyi gently pushed her glasses, then turned and left. Looking at her somewhat flustered steps, Peter smiled and then sent this video to Lily. Lily also sent an okay message back, indicating that she had received it. Thinking about the plan she had mentioned, it seemed that everything was ready to continue, just waiting for tomorrow's opening ceremony. Thinking about it, I'm actually a little excited. Licking his lips lightly, Peter drove away from Olivia's school and went straight to the bath center where he had an appointment with William, Jack, and Chi. Although he takes a bath every day, taking a bath in a bath center is naturally different from taking a bath outside. Of course, Peter has no interest in some of the more special services here. Just kidding, the girls here are pretty good among ordinary people, but in Peter's eyes, they are obviously a level lower. Chapter 192, Revenge on Personal Grudges? How are you and the receptionist? Any news? As the warm water flooded over his chest, Peter let out a long sigh. Then, looking at William, Jack, and Chi, who had also jumped into the pool, he asked William. He has been having a hot and heavy relationship with a girl working at the company's front desk recently, and I don't know what's going on with them. Hey, don't mention it. It's over before it even started. Hearing Peter say this, William curled his lips and said resentfully, "What's wrong?" They don't agree. Tilting his head to look at William, Peter asked with some confusion. "I agree, but there are conditions." Looking at Peter's expression, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. It was obvious that he knew some inside information. When Jack and Peter looked at him, he didn't care what William thought, but started talking directly. It turned out that William wanted to date the girl at the front desk, but it turned out that the girl at the front desk actually had a crush on Peter, and she wanted to get to know Peter through William. How could William agree? So the receptionist, having to settle for the next best thing, said she wanted the same Hermes bag that Yuna carried to work every day. That bag costs over $1 million. Peter bought it for Yuna at an auction. William saw that she was taking advantage of him, so he cut his losses immediately and did not continue with the girl. He even fired her. After listening to Chi's words, Peter thought about it, and it seemed that, indeed, he had not seen this receptionist on Thursday and Friday. He originally thought that William had helped to transfer his position or shift, but he was actually fired directly. Thinking back to the girl at the front desk, well, she was at most pretty. If Peter remembered correctly, her attributes were pretty rubbish. It made sense. If her attributes were good, how could she possibly be a front desk clerk? As for charm, she should be in her 60s. This is considered pretty good among ordinary people. Charm value is not just about appearance, height, figure, and temperament. The passing line of charm for ordinary people is 10 points, which means they have an ordinary face. If you can grow to 50 centimeters, you're basically considered good-looking among ordinary people. For example, in this bath center, the girls who come for foot massage are of this level. 60 is considered a beautiful girl next door. Many KTV princesses are at this level. 70, you can join the circle of internet celebrities. 80 is considered the most beautiful girl on the internet. If you're lucky, you can even make it into the entertainment industry. 85 is the threshold for appearance in the entertainment industry. There are many small flowers, and their charm value is only around 85 or 86. If it reaches above 90, you're basically considered a top female star in the entertainment industry. Even if it is not the best-looking one, it is definitely the best. Just like Inai Chiuyu, also known as Yen Lirong, her charm value is 92. The girl at the front desk seemed to be only about 1.6 meters tall, and her charm value was over 60, which meant that she looked pretty good. But if she wants to be like me, she is far from being able to do that. If you want to be with Peter, your charm value is less than 85, and Peter can't do it. And he naturally wouldn't care about William's misuse of public resources for personal gain. He said that if Ontai Finance was handed over to him, he would be in charge of it, not to mention that he just opened a front desk. So, you're done with your personal vendetta. Do you have a new target? Peter has 4 buddies. William is definitely one of the ones who likes dating the most. He is basically dating or pursuing someone all the time. This won't work. He'll probably just change his target. But now he shook his head. Not yet. I want to take a break recently. Oh, it's rare, great lover. You even want to take a break sometimes? Hearing him say this, Chi next to him looked at him in shock. He was the last one to join among these people. But even so, he had heard a lot about William's previous pursuit of young girls. It is said that it is difficult to change a person's nature, but it is easy to change the country. Could it be that William was really hurt this time and wanted to heal his wounds? Hey, after chasing someone for more than 10 years, I also want to experience the feeling of being chased by someone. Listening to Chi Yi's words, William also looked at him and then said confidently, "Damn, people who get paid tend to speak in a tough manner. Money is a man's courage." After hearing this, Chi Yi understood what William meant. The William now is very different from the William before. Now he is the general manager of an internet information company whose market value is estimated to be over 100 million yuan, with an annual salary of more than 1 million yuan. He is no longer the clerk who made 5,000 or 6,000 yuan a month and could scold anyone who came. The latter needs to pursue his own love, while the former has the capital to enjoy the feeling of being pursued. Chi Yi was very envious of this, because Tianlong Real Estate paid salaries from the 6th to the 10th of every month, and he had to wait until next week to see the money. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Do you want to go upstairs or not at this moment? Jack on this side also stretched with a smile, and then looked at the ceiling with some interest, as if his eyes had already passed through the ceiling and looked upstairs. Come on, but today it's your turn. Seeing Jack's eager look, Peter also started talking with a smile. Damn, it's not easy to earn your money, but no problem. Please give the boss a shower, it's my duty. Upon hearing Peter's words, Jack and William looked at him with contempt, but then laughed and talked, and then the four of them went upstairs to playfully play. After the foot massage, the four of them left. Peter didn't know where the three of them went. He happily returned to his renovated home. Even though he seemed to be having a good time at Jinai Group this week, to be honest, he still preferred his home at Longting Jiyuan. Although Lon and Olivia are not here today, it feels a little less interesting. But just Peter and the others were also very lively tonight. Nothing happened that night, and the next day came in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Peter and his friends were finally not woken up by the sun. Just as they got up, the opening ceremony of this semester officially began at Olivia's school. Generally speaking, most universities only have opening ceremonies during the freshman year, but the leaders of Olivia's school are somewhat fond of ostentation. Sophomores and juniors are also required to attend the freshman opening ceremony. And today is the time for these good leaders to learn a lesson. Chapter 193. Busy Monday, 300 votes plus more. Today, you are proud of the school, and tomorrow, the school will be proud of you. Now, please invite the student union representative, Lu Dongji, to the stage to speak. Although the weather in early September was not very hot, it was impossible for the students to be in high spirits when they stood on the playground early in the morning and watched these leaders come on stage and talk nonsense one by one. Especially some junior students, they had heard the same words 3 times. But in the crowd, Olivia, who hadn't slept well because she lost Peter's strong arms yesterday, perked up immediately after hearing Lu Dongji's name. She looked at the watch on her wrist and couldn't help but reveal a mysterious and very beautiful smile. Seeing her smile, many boys who were secretly watching her couldn't help but blush. Olivia is really so beautiful. I only heard that she was beautiful before, but because of her background, she was very inferior and never wore any nice clothes. She also always liked others to pay attention to her. Although she has the best looks, she has never been on the list of school beauties. But this year is different, as rumors about her began to spread in the school. The day she returned to school, her branded clothes and confident smile instantly made her fame in the school reach its peak. At this moment, she is the well-deserved school belle of this school, and a super school belle. As for those boys, even though they have been criticizing her online, who wouldn't want to have some adult-like contact with her? So while these people were criticizing her, they were also thinking if she really took a part-time job and saved some money, would they have a chance to have sex with her? Of course, this idea was shattered last night. Olivia suddenly became rich, not because of a part-time job, but because she found a rich, handsome, and stylish boyfriend. After learning the news, these people felt extremely conflicted. At the same time, they were somewhat relieved that Olivia had not fallen, and she was still pure now, relatively pure. But on the other hand, they felt a little lost, because this opportunity to be intimate with her is completely gone. Olivia secretly. When Olivia raised her head and smiled, many of them felt as if their hearts were hit, and some even envied Lu Dongji. Because Olivia's smile at this moment was caused by Lu Dongji's speech on the stage. Yizhang had heard that Lu Dongji had been pursuing Olivia, even though he hadn't been successful. Could it be that the two of them were friends now? It was truly enviable. Of course, if Olivia knew what these people were thinking, she would probably be very disdainful. Friend? Is that despicable Lu Dongji worthy of being a friend? Yesterday, after Peter obtained the USB flash drive from Yuan Xiaowei, he naturally told Olivia that the person who slandered Olivia was Lu Dongji. In addition, Olivia knew about Lilia's arrangement, so she smiled at this moment because there would be a good show soon. At this time, Lu Dongji came to the stage and his eyes immediately fell on Olivia in the crowd. To be honest, when Lu Dongji learned that Peter came to send Olivia back last night, he felt like his heart was about to break. On the one hand, he was very worried about defaming Olivia. If he was discovered, he would probably be punished. Yes, this kid naively thought that he would only be punished. He had no idea that the post that had been circulated more than 50,000 times could already lead to a sentence. On the other hand, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. Olivia and Peter, he won't let them go. But now as he got on the stage, when he saw Olivia actually looking at him and smiling, he felt like his heart was about to melt again. Look, she has me in her heart, so do I have any chance? The answer is of course no. Just when Lu Dongji saw Olivia's smile and began to speak passionately on the stage as if he had been injected with chicken blood, an alarm suddenly rang. Then, under the attention of all the teachers and students in the school, 2 police cars drove into the school and stopped directly next to the ceremonial platform. Comrade, what's going on at our opening ceremony? Seeing 2 police cars parked next to the stage, the school's dean ran over at the principal's signal and asked with some confusion. Someone called the police and reported that one of your students was slandering, spreading rumors, and insulting others. The evidence is irrefutable. We are here to arrest them. Please cooperate. After hearing what the headmaster said, the police who came also spoke seriously. This is impossible. The students in our school are all law-abiding citizens. This is impossible. I wonder if there is some misunderstanding here. After hearing what the police said, the principal here couldn't help but panic, and then immediately started talking. We will investigate whether it's a misunderstanding or not. Mr. Liu, please come with us. After patting the dean on the shoulder, the policeman walked to the podium and looked at Lu Dongji, who was confused and started talking directly. No, I didn't break any law. Why are you arresting me? That's not right. Looking at the serious eyes of the police, Lu Dongji was completely confused at this moment. What was going on? But the police didn't waste time talking to him and took him away directly and forcefully. At the same time that Lu Dongji was taken away, he turned his head and glanced at Olivia in the crowd. At this time, Olivia was still smiling. While smiling, she also waved her hands, and her mouth shape clearly said, bye. Seeing this, how could Lu Dongji not know that this was Olivia's doing? She looked at him and smiled, not because she still had a chance, but because she was ready to kill him directly. Seeing this, Lu Dongji couldn't help but roared angrily. Olivia! While yelling, he was about to rush to the stage, but the police were not pushovers. They had been observing Lu Dongji very attentively. As soon as Lu Dongji tried to run, the 2 people beside him immediately pushed him to the ground. When Lu Dongji's face hit the ground hard, his eyes almost popped out. All he could do now was roar helplessly. Hearing Lu Dongji's roar, Olivia in the crowd also restrained her smile. She had no sympathy for Lu Dongji at all. If he dares to attack me, then he is doomed to die. Chapter 194, Busy Monday, Part 2. Olivia, I won't let you go, just wait. I won't let you go. Seeing the angry Lu Dongji being taken away by the police, many people in the crowd looked at Olivia, their eyes full of confusion. What does Lu Dongji being taken away by the police have to do with Olivia? Only Olivia's 3 roommates knew some of the secrets. At the same time, they were also very moved and surprised. Olivia is so cruel. She kidnapped Lu Dongji at the opening ceremony. This time, even if the school wanted to cover up, they wouldn't dare to do so. Thinking of this, their eyes lit up. It was really awesome. At the same time that Lu Dongji was arrested, on the other side of the city, downstairs of Jinai Group, Xian also walked out of the subway station with trepidation, and then walked all the way to the gate of Jinai Group. When she arrived here, she found that a lot of people had gathered at the door of Jinai Group. Many of these people were people she had met last week, and who went with her to apply for jobs at Anti-Finance. At this time, they were obviously very nervous and were waiting here for someone to pick them up to work upstairs. Looking at this scene, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were many people around, and her originally troubled heart was slightly calmed down at this time. Then she walked into the crowd and waited. However, while she was waiting, 2 girls came over. Hello. You're also applying for a trader position at Ontai Finance. Looking at Xian, one of the two girls spoke. Well, yes, hello. We will be colleagues from now on. After hearing the girl's words, Xian immediately responded politely and then looked at the two girls. It is obvious that these two girls are also very beautiful, about 1.67 or 1.68 meters tall, one with an oval face and the other with a small round face. Although they wear similar clothes, it is obvious that these two girls are more fashionable than Xian. Yes, my name is Wei Zi, and she is Yu Jing. Hello, my name is Xian. After hearing the introductions of the two people, Xian also reported his own name. Xian, do you know who our boss is? After introducing herself, Yu Jing also asked Xian. I don't know. Does anyone here know? Shaking his head, Xian obviously didn't know who his boss was. She only knew that she had signed a contract with Ontai Financial, and that her future salary and insurance will be provided by Ontai Financial. At the same time, on Saturdays and Sundays, they went to experience it and had blood tests and so on. As for who the boss is, they really don't know. I've asked around, but no one knows. I just found out what this Jinai group does. Shaking his head, Wei Zi spoke. What does this Jinai group do? After hearing Wei Zi say this, Xian couldn't help but ask with some confusion. She really didn't know what this place did. Well, this is a very famous underwear company in China. They sell that kind of underwear. Seeing Xian's naive look, Yu Jing on the side also spoke in a low voice. After hearing Yu Jing's words, Xian became even more confused. Underwear company? What does this have to do with trading? Just when everyone was confused, suddenly, a roar of cars could be heard in the distance. As they looked into the distance, they saw many sports cars worth millions of dollars speeding towards them. After these cars arrived here, some drove directly into the underground parking lot, while others parked in front of the company. They could not see the cars in the underground parking lot, but they could see clearly the cars parked in front of the company and in the ground parking lot. As the cars parked, a group of women with extremely domineering figures walked out of the cars. Unlike most of them who were wearing women's suits, the clothes these women wore were more fancy and beautiful than each other. Just like the woman in the Lamborghini parked closest to the door, the moment she got out of the car, she instantly attracted everyone's attention, not only theirs but also the security guards and even people walking on the sidewalk. One reason is that she is really beautiful, with a standard oval face, big eyes, a high-nose bridge, fair skin, and long wavy hair. He is at least 1.76 or 1.77 meters tall, which is surprisingly tall. And the clothes she wore really killed everyone here in an instant. At this time, she was wearing a yellow off-shoulder top, with her lower abdomen completely exposed. One could even see the two straps of her trousers slanting up from below. Then her lower body was wearing a long skirt of many colors, which reached to her ankles like a bath towel, and below there was a pair of ordinary running shoes. Of course, she wore these shoes specifically for driving, because after getting out of the car, she went to the front trunk and changed into a pair of transparent high-heeled slippers, and then took out a handbag made of green wool. The whole outfit makes her look young, beautiful, and hot, which is simply irresistible. And the girl who got out of Maserati, next to her, was no less impressive. The girl is about the same height as this woman, but she has silver-white, shoulder-length hair, the kind that women wear. She wears a beige short-sleeve top, the kind with no sleeves at all, revealing her belly, and a pair of slim-fit jeans. After getting off the car, she changed into a pair of black high heels and added some small accessories, which made her figure look taller and more perfect. While the two were parking the car and changing their shoes, another car parked and a woman with a different style got out of the car. This woman had a small round face and small eyes, but she was full of charm. She was wearing a tight, slim-fitting long-sleeve top that showed off her figure perfectly, especially her extremely strong body. She was wearing sports shorts and flesh-colored socks, but what caught people's attention the most was that she had combed her hair into a big braid like a married woman and put it aside. To be honest, the lethality of these gestures is a bit too exaggerated. Looking at the women getting off the bus, and then looking at their own clothes, Xian and the others suddenly had a word in their minds that described their current state. Local dog. Indeed, standing next to these women, the gap between the two sides is huge. And just as they looked at these women also looked at them. Chapter 195, Busy Monday, Part 2. These are the traders that Grace found. They don't look very old. Looking at Xian and others, the girl with big waves and bright colors couldn't help but speak. This girl's name is Li Xiao, and she's a model signed by Jinai. The cherished models are divided into 5 grades. The first one must be Meng Xin. She is the person in charge of all the models, Zhao Minglin's younger sister, and one of her best friends. Under Ming Xin is the chief model, Chu Lin. Generally speaking, if there is a new product launch conference or a new product is released, Chu Lin will be the main C position model for the shoot. Even if Zhao Minglan finds some celebrities to endorse the product, Chu Lin will always be the C position model. And over the past few years, Chu Lin has been no less impressive even when filming with big stars with strong aura. In fact, a few years ago, a big modeling company came to poach Chu Lin, but she still chose to stay in Janai. Below Chu Lin are the three major models. These are the three people who appear in front of the door now. The one with a strong sense of color is called Li Xiao. The one with white hair is called Jin Xian, and the one with a face that looks like a married woman is called Yuan Shan. The three of them also have three different styles and tracks. Li Xiao specializes in endorsing sexy and hot products. Basically, she is the main spokesperson for the Ding series of Janai Group. Jin Xian endorses the youthful and beautiful type, and Yuan Shan knew at a glance that she was the spokesperson for the married woman series. But in fact, Yuan Shan is the youngest among the three. Seeing Xie and the others at this time, Li Zhao's expression was somewhat unnatural. They naturally knew that these women were actually Grace or Lily, who had come to compete with them. Of course, they're not that old. After all, you all know the financial world. If you manage to make it in a few years, I guess Sister Yuna and the others won't look down on you. After hearing Li Zhao's words, Yuan Shan also started talking with a smile. She looks pretty good, but her clothes are so stylish. TSK, TSK. After Yuan Shan finished speaking, Jin Xian couldn't help but shook her head slightly. To be honest, what Xian and the others were wearing at that time was too rustic and too honest, which was really different from the style of this company. I want you to go up there anyway, so it's enough if I just look pretty. Listening to Jin Xian's words, Li Xiao also started talking with a smile. Let's go, Sister Grace is coming down. Just as the three of them were still evaluating these girls, another model came over and spoke in a low voice. After hearing her words, Li Xiao and the other two immediately looked into the lobby. Sure enough, Grace had already walked out of the elevator. Although Grace was also wearing that kind of OL women's suit at this time. But what she wore was different from what these girls wore. The women's suit she wore was more slim-fitting and more decent. Coupled with her elite temperament, when she stood here, not to mention Xian and the others, even Li Xiao and the others would be crushed when facing Grace. When they walked to Grace, they would take the initiative to nod and greet her. Sister Grace. Morning, Sister Sue. Sister Grace, have you eaten yet? While listening to these girls, Grace would keep smiling and chat with them casually. After these people left, when Grace looked at Xie and the others again, her face became gloomy. Although she didn't hear what Li Xiao and others said just now, she was not blind. The 100 people, including Xie, and were her direct descendants. When they stood together with Li Xiao and others, the difference was like that between a country dog and a princess. Although she didn't think of letting Xie and the others outshine Li Xiao and the others, well, it was true that they couldn't because Zhao Minglan had spent many years collecting these models. Among these people in the design department, no matter they are designers, assistants, or models, none of them have a charm value lower than 85. In other words, if these people want to enter the entertainment industry, their looks are good enough. Maybe they're not so stunningly beautiful, but they're definitely not the worst. As for Xie and the others, they all applied for the job one by one with Yuna. Although there are many women and beauties in the financial industry, time is limited after all. Therefore, among these 100 people, there seem to be only 5 with particularly high looks, and the others are basically the same as ordinary designers. In other words, the charm value is basically between 85 to 90, and there are only 5 people with above 90. But even if her charm value is not as high, she can't be suppressed so harshly. So after thinking for a while, Grace looked around and called out a person's name. Tanyi. Sister Sue. As Grace called her name, a girl walked out from the crowd and spoke to Grace respectfully. This girl is also very beautiful and tall, almost 1.75 meters tall. She is almost as tall as the models, but she has a baby face. Of course, at this moment, the clothes she was wearing made her look less eye-catching. It'll be tonight. I have to get off work, so don't rush out. I'll take you all shopping for clothes. Some of your clothes are a bit too conservative. Yes. After listening to Grace's words, Tan E also spoke up. After saying this, she looked at the time, and it was already 8:45. Grace found that all the 100 traders she had recruited that day had arrived. Looking at this scene, she nodded with satisfaction. A trader is no different from other jobs. For other jobs, it doesn't matter if you start early or late, but it's different for a trader. A trader must have a strong sense of time. After all, the opening time will not change because of your personal affairs. But if you miss some time, the loss will be huge. It can be seen that these women at least have professional ethics. After confirming again that all 100 people have arrived, Grace also led everyone to the top floor in batches by elevator. After passing through the first two back doors, they arrived at the room in front of a secret garden. The next step was to change clothes. Although the nature of the work here had been explained on Friday, Cien and the others were still a little reluctant to change clothes in front of so many people. However, Grace would not give them any psychological preparation here. She just said calmly that anyone who didn't change clothes within 5 minutes could leave. Then she changed her clothes first and watched Grace move. Even though Cien and the others were a little hesitant, they gritted their teeth and started to change. Soon, at 8:55, Grace nodded to the 4 bodyguards guarding the door, and the door opened. A new world appeared in front of Cien and the others. Chapter 196, starting with 33 billion. Wow, is this where we will work from now on? Okay, there's so many people. As the door opened, Cien and others followed Grace into the secret garden. The scenery inside the secret garden made them exclaim in surprise. Grace did not lie to them. At this moment, the secret garden was indeed full of people, almost more than 200 people, among whom they also saw the fashionable models who had been dressed just now. But at this time, they were in a relatively primitive state, just like himself. As they came in, many people here looked at them. The expressions in these people's eyes were all somewhat complicated. Some were happy, some were worried, some were jealous, some were entangled, and so on. But what made these people most uncomfortable was the gaze of a man. The man was very tall, about 1.9 meters, and very handsome. Although he didn't even wear any makeup, he was indeed very handsome. The muscles on his body looked like they were cut by knives and axes, and they were very stylish without making people feel disgusted. When they saw this man, he was chatting with a group of stunning beauties. When he saw Cien and others coming in, he was obviously startled, and then he immediately pulled a bath towel from the side and wrapped himself up, and then walked over with some confusion. Seeing this boy coming over, Cien and the others subconsciously made a 7 gesture, blocking the position they wanted to block. Xiao Nua, what's going on? Are they? Looking at the expressions of these people, the boy, Peter, walked up to Grace and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hey, I told you, we're hiring traders. These are the new traders I hired for you. There are a total of 100 people. The contracts are based on hours. Hearing Peter's question, Grace blinked and started talking. Hearing her words, Peter couldn't help but be speechless. He did ask Grace to recruit a trader, because with more than 30 billion, the original 14 people could no longer handle it. But he didn't say he wanted to recruit 100 young girls. Don't worry, I've tested their abilities, and there's no problem. Don't worry. Okay, I'll take them to their workstations. Everyone, he will be your boss from now on, Peter. You just need to follow his instructions and operate the business. Okay, stop blocking me. This is how we'll work every day from now on. Let's go. Seeing Peter's speechless expression, Grace also spoke with a smile, then clapped her hands and took the 100 girls to the trading room that had been prepared long ago. When she left, she did not forget to tear off Peter's bath towel. Looking at Grace's actions, Peter was speechless. But now wasn't the time to worry about these people or the towels, as time was almost up. So he could only keep it this way and follow these girls into the trading room. Just now, Zhao Minglan had already transferred the money she had just transferred from Tianlong Real Estate to her account at China Merchants Bank. Stock investors know it should be said that people all have the same mentality: buy when the price goes up and don't buy when the price goes down. At present, Peter and Shui Mingshua's project in Annan has not been officially announced. So in the eyes of many shareholders, Tianlong Real Estate is in constant turmoil at this time. First, the largest shareholder was replaced, and then the new chairman was forced to delist. This is clearly the rhythm of causing trouble. Therefore, many investors began to frantically sell off Tianlong Real Estate's shares when Tianlong Real Estate announced its delisting. In just 1 week, Tianlong Real Estate has recovered 9.98% of its shares. Only 0.02% remain outside and no longer pose any threat or trouble. So early this morning, the 50 billion yuan that had been sealed in the company's account was distributed according to the previous equity ratio. Zhao Minglan holds a total of 65% of Tianlong Real Estate's shares, totaling 32.5 billion. If we follow the previous standards, the money would definitely need to be deposited into the warehouse after it arrives, which would take some time. But after all, Peter and President Lee have a good relationship. So I said hello and transferred the money directly to Peter's account. Later, Peter added another 500 million to the money, bringing it to 33 billion, and directly put the money into the 2,000 accounts that Grace and others had prepared in A shares. It was not too troublesome for these girls to operate only A shares with 20 accounts each. After all of them logged into their accounts and became familiar with the computers and operations, Peter also turned his gaze to the two large screens in front of him. One of these two screens is for Hong Kong stocks. The 1 billion RMB he has left in Hong Kong stocks is still being operated by those 14 people. The other part is A shares, which will be operated by these 100 people. Soon, the Hong Kong stock market started to move, and in Peter's site, pieces of information appeared in his site. Ancient medicine and biological products, purchased for 200 million. Tiander Real Estate, purchased 170 million. Justice Energy, purchased 300 million. Peter called 13 people from Ontai Financial to buy up to 1.1 billion Hong Kong dollars of Hong Kong stocks. Then he also turned his attention to the A-share market. Although A-shares have a daily price limit, the A-share market has recently been affected by the interest rate cuts in the United States, presenting a pretty good picture. In his eyes, 54 of the top 100 stocks today are in the red, which is quite good for A-shares, which have not been doing very well in the stock market recently. Peter also began to follow the prompts of the system and started to buy several stocks with the most promising growth. Chongbein Shan is the stock king today because it will fall 4% after opening and then hit the daily limit at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which means that its price will rise by 14% today. Of course, if Peter operates, he will definitely not buy all the stocks. He will definitely buy a lot of stocks that have not fallen to the bottom, and he will not sell all at the highest point. But conservatively speaking, there is still a good chance of a 12% increase today. And the most important thing is that this company is an IT company with a total market value of 17.1 billion. It has put 3 billion or 17.5% of its shares out there. In Peter's opinion, this is a big piece of fat meat. What? Raising the banner? 2,000 accounts, as long as it doesn't exceed 5%, there's no problem, so don't worry. Peter immediately started issuing orders. Chongbein Shan, I started buying when it dropped to 1.8% today, and I'm fully invested right away, but be careful about the issue of holding a stake. Then, the market will be open to purchases of 1.9 billion shares before 10 a.m. Tianyi Century. Further information. New rain on the Silver Mountain. Faxing Group. Haiyuan Shares. Yenta Industrial. Pengqing Resources. Nanyang Power. Electric City. Double Heaven Medicine. As Peter gave orders one after another, the girls began to move. Chapter 197. Main quest. Continue. After Peter used the 33 billion to buy stocks, he breathed a sigh of relief temporarily, and then he had the time and leisure to look at the 100 new girls. Feeling Peter's gaze, the girls subconsciously shrank their necks. More than 95% of these girls had never come into contact with adult men before. Seeing Peter like this, they were actually even more uneasy and nervous. They didn't even dare to look at each other, and were all trying hard to check whether the stocks they bought were correct. Looking at the looks of these girls, Peter couldn't help but smile. The attitude of these girls now was right. They were not like the first time he came here, when Li, Chai Yuka, and other female hooligans wanted to eat him up. Of course, when Peter looked at these girls, he wasn't looking at their looks and figures. Well, actually, he definitely looked at them too. I have to say, there are indeed quite a few pretty girls in this line of work, and Yuna and Grace were very careful in their selection. Peter's eyes, the charm value of these girls is no less than 85. However, what Peter thinks is most important is actually business ability. As Peter looked around, he saw a few girls among the 100 who were worth training. The first one is called Tan E. Her attributes are really good. Her attributes at this time are as follows. Name, Tanyi. Gender, female. Age, 24, master's degree. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physical strength, 12. Charisma, 94. Wisdom, 83. Business, 78. Innovation, 22. Social, 19. Management, 22. Favorability towards host, 61. She is beautiful. There is no need to say much about that. After all, her charm value is 94, which basically makes her one of the top actresses in terms of appearance, so she is naturally not bad. But what caught Peter's attention the most was her intelligence, which was as high as 83. Peter has met so far Only 3 have an intelligence score of over 80, namely Zhao Minglan with 82, Li Jinwei, President Li, with 81, and Yi Yonghua with 82. Lily is also very smart, but hers is only 78. This is the 4th person with an IQ of over 80, coupled with a business ability of over 70. It is conceivable that her future achievements may be beyond the reach of Grace. In addition to her, there are 4 other people whose attributes are also pretty good. Name, Xin Yun. Gender, female. Age, 24. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical strength, 10. Charisma, 93. Wisdom, 77. Business, 62. Innovation, 39. Social, 33. Management, 12. Favorability towards the host, 63. Name, Wei Zi. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical strength, 13. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 71. Business, 58. Innovation, 28. Social, 76. Management, 37. Favorability towards the host, 65. Name, Yu Jing. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Physical strength, 16. Charisma, 94. Wisdom, 75. Business, 68. Innovation, 21. Social, 36. Management, 28. Favorability towards the host, 62. Name, Xian. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical strength, 13. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 76. Business, 67. Innovation, 33. Social, 9. Management, 17. Favorability towards the host, 66. It is understandable that people who have just started working do not have strong business and management abilities. Among these attributes, except for wisdom, the other attributes can change with the passage of time, but whether a person is smart or not is basically determined at birth. Of course, people can improve their wisdom through learning, but the improvement will not be too great. No matter what book it is impossible to increase a person's wisdom from 10 to 90. Generally speaking, if the wisdom of 10 can be improved to 12 or 13 through learning, it is already very good. Therefore, the wisdom attributes of these 4 girls are all above 70, which is quite rare. Although I won't grow as fast as Tanny, I'm definitely not slow either. In the future, there will even be seed players who can be responsible for some affairs. Of course, Xian, the prettiest one among them, was a surprise because she, like herself, was socially anxious and only had a 9-point social ability. It was indeed difficult for her to connect with others, but she could do some other work. While Peter was observing these girls, Zhao Minglan and others outside had already walked out of the trading room. The trading room is a separate area and a separate room, but the only things separating them are some glass walls, so people outside can actually see what's inside, and people inside can also see what's happening outside. No one who has not signed a confidentiality agreement is allowed to enter here. Of course, Peter's women are not actually included in this list, but in order to make me, Li, and the others feel balanced, Zhao Minglan and others will not come in. There are only 2 women who will enter Peter's house. One is Grace, and the other is Yuna. Just as these people were looking inside curiously, Yuna just happened to walk out. When Lily saw Yuna coming out, she pulled Yuna over. Yuna, what's going on inside? Your sister Minglan has invested all her fortune in it and is very nervous. Looking at Yuna, Suya also asked with a smile on behalf of Zhao Minglan. It's already been bought. Don't worry, you'll know in a moment that for Brother Kai, money is really nothing. But after all, these people are buying for the first time, so Brother Kai and Sister Grace are checking the quantities they bought. Do you see that TV over there? It shows the total trading value and the growth of several stocks I've already bought. Look at Pengcheng Resources, it has already started to increase. The leftmost part is the overall profit situation of the market. The left side is the principal, and the bottom is the profit situation. Red is profit and green is loss. But as far as I know, I have never seen that number turn green. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Yuna began to explain to them. Although she doesn't know how to trade stocks, she has been watching it for almost a month, so she basically knows what each line represents. After listening to Yuna, Explanation. These people nodded and looked at it curiously. As time went on, everyone noticed that the stocks Peter had bought, after initially stabilizing, actually began to rise. Looking at the increasing numbers on the screen, their breathing became heavier. Although they had heard that Peter was very good at stock trading and made a lot of money, they had never imagined that Peter could make so much money. At 10 o'clock in the morning, when Peter finished looking at the situation of the 100 girls and was ready to leave, the $33 billion he invested in the morning had already increased by 2%. In other words, at this time, he has already earned $660 million. Chapter 198. How can this be considered making money? That's robbing. This $660 million. As terrifying as that. So that's how he made his money. I wonder how he got over $50 billion at such a young age. This is a bit too exaggerated. Looking at the numbers that were still rising, the women outside the trading room couldn't help but gasp and looked at each other. This is not about making money. This is clearly robbery. No, it can't be snatched so fast even if you rob it. It is known that a 100 yuan RMB note weighs 1.15 grams, and 100 million is 1 million notes, or 1.15 tons. 660 million is 7 tons and 590 kilograms. Not to mention them, even if the more than 300 people in the secret garden came together, each person would have to carry more than 40 kilograms. At this moment, in addition to surprise and shock, many of these women's eyes were filled with hesitation and confusion. Especially Zhuomei and Chloe, the relationship between them and Peter is quite special. Zhuomei, before Friday, she had no entanglement with Peter. Before Friday, her mind was more focused on Tang Mofen. Why she had a relationship with Peter was because she was too sad, and she had a relationship with Peter out of a revengeful mentality. After they had sex, she truly fell in love with Peter and integrated into his big family. Before that, she only knew that Peter was rich, but she didn't know where Peter's money came from. But now she knows. Originally, in the morning, when she learned that Zhao Minglan had handed over all her assets, more than 30 billion, to Peter, she was a little worried, but now it seems that her worries were in vain. At the same time, she had some ideas in her mind. If it's possible on Zhao Minglan's side, then it shouldn't be impossible on my side. Although Zhuomei is an artistic girl and very literary, who would complain about having too much money? Chloe, on the other side, her mood was even more complicated. You know, her hard work and her company still own nearly 100 million yuan. For this money, she sold houses and land. As a result, Peter has earned all his wealth in just a few breaths. For these rich and talented people, is it really that easy to make money? It seems that I really have no talent for business. So now she feels very complicated. Her reason tells her to forget it, sell the company, and then invest the money in Peter to make more money. But deep down, she didn't want to rely entirely on Peter, which made her feel conflicted. But no matter what they thought, after Peter arranged everything, he clapped his hands and told everyone that they could rest and eat, sleep, and watch TV. Just wait until the afternoon when you want to sell it and then notify everyone. However, after he finished speaking, Xian and others here did not move. Although they were surprised that these stocks started to rise after Peter asked them to buy them, they were actually still not very familiar with Peter. So even when Peter told them to rest, these people didn't dare to move. Peter was well aware of this, so after he finished speaking, he left the trading room first. As soon as he walked out, he saw Zhao Minglan and others staring inside. Why are you all gathered here? If you want to see something, just go in and take a look. Looking at their expressions, Peter also started talking with a smile. Forget it. Let's not go in and disturb you from making money. I feel like the 15% I asked for was too little. No, you have to give me some more. After hearing what Peter said, some of the girls were eager to try, but soon, Zhao Minglan was the first to shake her head and said with some emotion. After that, she also came to Peter's side, took his arm, and spoke with a coquettish look on her face. Okay, I'll increase it to 100% annually, and I'll give you 33 billion every year. Listening to Zhao Minglan's words, Peter couldn't help but laugh. He had asked the system how to divide and spend the money he earned was his business, and the system would not interfere. The system only recognizes what he earns and does not care where the money comes from. After hearing what Peter said, Zhao Minglan's eyes lit up. The interest alone was 33 billion a year. In those 2 years, the principal alone was 99 billion. A billionaire? Thinking of this, her breathing became rapid. But after the excitement wore off, she looked at Peter and then at Lily. She knew that Lily also had 500 million with Peter, But Lily had never mentioned anything about profit sharing, so after thinking about it, she shook her head. No, it's too much money. How about this? Double it. 30% will do. And I don't want the money either. I'll just leave it with you. When I need it, I'll ask you for it. Oh, that's fine. After hearing what Zhao Minglan said, Peter scratched his head and agreed. Indeed, he is very generous to his woman and doesn't care much about money. Just after Zhao Minglan finished speaking, Zhuomei couldn't help but come over. I still have about 1 billion, and I want to give it to you. You can give it as much as you want, with interest and other things. I'll ask you for it when I need it. Looking at Peter, Zhuomei also spoke in a low voice. Well, I also have some savings. Boss, I still have last month's salary. However, although Zhuomei's voice was not loud, it was still too close, so the others heard it at this time. Then Suya came over and spoke first. And then Grace, who had just come out next to her, also spoke immediately. Forget it. You should keep that little bit of money. After all, you usually have a lot of places to spend money. Today, I can probably make more than 3 billion. Then, I will give each of you 100 million as pocket money. When you're done, come to me for it. Oh, Mr. Feng won't give it to you. If I give it to you, you'll lose it all if you invest in the company. Looking at Suya and Grace, Peter waved his hand. Although they were both considered wealthy women now, those tens of millions were really nothing to Peter. After talking about their money, Peter couldn't help but look at Chloe, and then he smiled and teased Chloe about her ability to start a company. Hearing Peter's words, Chloe couldn't help but snort coldly, rolled her eyes, and prepared to leave. But just after taking a step, she became more and more angry, and then she fainted a shot and immediately rushed back and rushed towards Peter. Chloe was ready to bite this guy to death for making fun of her. But unfortunately, when she jumped into Peter's arms, she soon had no room to resist. Whether she could make money or not, she would talk about it later. Now her focus had quietly become another. Chapter 199. Really awesome, 400 votes plus more. How amazing. Are you talking about the stock market or him? Hearing Xie En's muttering, Wei Zi turned his head and looked at her and said with a smile. Since they got to know each other this morning, Wei Zi, Yu Jing, and Xie En sat together when the seats were assigned just now. At the beginning, they were naturally very nervous, conflicted, and afraid. They were afraid that Peter, this lecherous devil, would touch them after seeing them. Although the women outside the trading room are prettier and have better figures than them. But who knows? But it was obvious that they were overthinking it because after they bought all the stocks as Peter requested, he simply walked over, glanced at them with concern, and left. After playing around with a few particularly attractive girls outside for a while, they all went straight to the big bed in the room. Although it was Peter who chose to start the battle, it was not Peter who had the final say on how to end it. You have to know that the 200 or so girls in the secret garden hadn't seen Peter for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. Besides having work to do, they wouldn't let him go now. So, in the trading room, these girls also witnessed what madness is. Besides being shocked by the chaotic scene outside, they were even more shocked by the stocks Peter bought. A-shares have indeed shown some signs of revival recently, but not many have risen quickly. But Peter has nearly 20 stocks that are rising very fast today. Basically, all the stocks that are leading the A-share market today have been caught by Peter. It was less than 9:30 when I bought it, and it had already risen by 2% by 10 o'clock. Now it is almost 11 o'clock, and the market is about to close in the morning. Some of the faster-growing stocks have risen by 7%, and some of the slower-growing stocks have risen by around 3.5%. Basically, all stocks have risen by 5%. You know, this is 33 billion, 5%, that's 1.65 billion. 1.6 billion. 50 million. This is money that 99.99999% of the people in the world have never even seen. But for Peter, it only took him half a day. So at this moment, Xie En and the others' feelings towards Peter were beyond words. No wonder he doesn't need any experienced traders. Those traders are not as scary as him. But the more terrifying things seem to be him, because during this hour, he was also not idle. Whether it's the stock market or him, aren't they all the same person? After listening to Wei Zi's words, Yu Jing shrugged and said while drinking a cup of coffee, the stock market rose 5%, and I made over 1.65 billion. In reality, this is the 17th person who has changed. Gee, I'm starting to like him. Looking at Yu Jing's expression, Wei Zi also said with a smile that she liked Peter more and more. If you like, you can join us now. Didn't the assistant teacher and manager Sue say that they won't let us accompany our boss? Nor will they stop us from going? I originally thought she was just being polite, but it looks like she's ready to let us take the bait. After hearing Wei Zi's words, Xianyan also came over and spoke with some interest. After hearing her say this, everyone was indeed moved. Okay, let's get ready to take a look at everyone and see if there's anything they don't eat. For example, if you have religious beliefs and don't eat pork, the assistant teacher needs to order lunch. But just when these people hesitated, Tan E, who had now been promoted to manager by grace, came over and spoke to the women. I don't have anything I don't want to eat. As long as I have something to eat, that's all I need. I don't have any dietary restrictions, but are we going to eat with those models outside? They won't be full. After all, they're lucky to be able to eat 2 leaves. After hearing what Tanny said, Wei Zi and the others immediately started talking, but it was obvious that Yu Jing among them was a little foodie, and she couldn't help but speak with some concern. Who knows? With so much money, it's understandable that they might eat less at noon. After hearing Yu Jing's words, Tan E also spread her hands. She just came here to count, and she didn't know what they would eat at noon. But with 50,000 yuan a month, even if it was just a few pieces of bread at noon, she could accept it. Hearing what Tanny said, Xian and the others nodded in agreement. Aside from some people who were allergic, no one had any dietary restrictions. Yuna outside, the battle on Peter's side finally calmed down. At 11:30, the A-share market was suspended and prepared to open in the afternoon. At this time, the 100 girls in the trading room had to come out even if they didn't want to. What's more, after watching them for the whole morning, they were basically used to it. So after coming out, although I felt a little awkward, I could accept it. Just as they came out, Hame had already walked in with 4 female bodyguards outside, pushing 5 large carts. These cars are filled with these people's lunch today. Peter has never been stingy when it comes to food, so the food he prepared for his women was extremely expensive. Although they are all boxed lunches, they are extremely good. These boxed lunches were from the restaurant that Sangwon ate at when Peter and Chloe went to the cocktail party hosted by Dang Hanchio. The whole lunchbox has 3 layers, 8 dishes, and 1 serving of rice. The rice used is the best Wuchang rice, and there are 8 dishes, 4 of which are meat and 4 are vegetarian. There are also noodles, wontons, dumplings, steamed cakes, sesame cakes, steamed buns, bread. There are all kinds of dishes. Each dish is stir-fried instead of cooked from a big pot, so the quality, safety, and taste of these dishes can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Peter has to pay attention to both, and both hands must be strong. Of course, the price of such lunchboxes is also very attractive. Because Peter orders more than 300 copies at a time, it is considered wholesale, and the price of each copy is as high as 130 yuan. Peter spends more than 40,000 yuan on this lunch every day. In addition, things like yogurt, coffee, chocolate, various snacks, drinks, fruits, etc. are always available here, and Peter never saves money on this. Originally, Xia and the others thought that they would not be full at lunch, but now they realize that lunch is probably the best meal of their day. At that moment, everyone wanted to get their meals one by one, and then sat together to eat. Naturally, there were other groups of people sitting in the middle or opposite these people. When Xian and the others saw these models eating like them, they couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 200. Wonderful use? Sister, is this the only meal you eat in a day? As a quasi-social gangster with a social attribute of 76, Wei Zi couldn't help but ask with some confusion when she saw the girl opposite her eating so wildly. No, 3 meals a day, without missing a single meal. After hearing Wei Zi's words, the girl opposite also raised her head with a smile, and then said indifferently, Zay, don't you models normally count calories even when you eat leaves? 3 meals a day, eating like this? Won't you gain weight? Hearing this person's answer, Wei Zi looked at her with disbelief and asked, Don't disbelieve me. We were literally eating leafy vegetables every day until about half a month ago. We even had to count calories when we ate sauce. After all, we were lingerie models and couldn't have even a sliver of excess fat. But ever since we slept with the boss, we've stopped worrying. Facing Wei Zi's doubts, the girl named Li Xiao, who was wearing a lot of lingerie and had big wavy hair in the morning, couldn't help but speak. Unspoken rules, protection umbrella. When they heard her say this, many people around her had the same idea. Of course, no. If we want to be canaries, shouldn't we pay more attention to our figures? Haha, actually the boss has magical powers. This is hard to explain, but it is true. As long as you are with the boss, you can not only enjoy feelings you have never had before, but your body will also get better, your figure will get better, and your skin will become whiter and smoother. I never exercised before, but in the past 2 weeks, I've seen some initial signs of my abdominal muscles. Looking at the gazes of these people, Li Xiao stood up deliberately and showed off her proud belly. Originally, her belly was just flat, but now this lower abdomen is smooth, white, and full of strength. This is something that is difficult to explain scientifically, but it is indeed true. I used to get acne from time to time, but now I don't have any. I had constipation, but it's gone now. Hey, we're eating, and you're talking about this. Let's discuss it. But to be honest, I used to have some gynecological problems, but since I followed the boss, I haven't had any. These are just extras. You will understand the true joy of being with your master later. When Li Xiao brought up this topic, many models and designers nearby started talking about it with a smile, listening to their words. Although these things seemed like far-fetched stories, Peter in the distance, and Li Xiao and others who all looked serious, why did Xian and the others feel a little convinced? After lunch, it was clear that the models, traders, and designers had become much closer. Before the afternoon session began, many of the traders were chatting with them outside, though they would occasionally glance towards Peter in the distance. Soon, it was 1 in the afternoon, and the market reopened. The traders returned to their rooms, ready to receive Peter's information. Peter took advantage of this time to finish his work outside, which was to apply lotion and shave the models and designers. Of course, he would occasionally go off the handle, but it didn't delay Peter's work. At 2:30 in the afternoon, after Peter finished his work outside, he started asking the girls in the trading room to start selling stocks. Soon, stocks were sold and money returned to the account. When all the stocks were sold and the market closed at 3 p.m., the funds in Peter's 2,000 accounts had become 37.224 billion. In one day, Peter's A-share account made a net profit of 4.224 billion. The return is as high as 12.8%. Seeing this, even though everyone had been prepared beforehand, they still couldn't help but gasp. 4.5 billion. This is 4.2 billion. Peter was busy for half an hour in the morning and half an hour in the afternoon. He usually played games with a group of beauties, but he actually earned 4.2 billion. Even though these people had expectations in their hearts, they couldn't help but gasp when the price really appeared. But the happiest person was Peter. Sure enough, when the capital is sufficient, the returns will be extremely high. At this point, his attributes are as follows. Name, Peter. Gender, male. Age, 25. Height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 86 kilograms. Physical strength, 100. Charisma, 100. Wisdom, 51. Business, 54. Innovation, 41. Social, 9. Management, 52. Special ability, perfect body. Skills, great compassionate hands, vocal master, medical master, basic cooking, basic driving. Property under the name. Longting Jiuan Building 7, 31st, 32nd, and 33rd floors, valued at 89 million. Ontai Financial Corporation, valued at 94 million. Raincloud Supercar Club, worth 680 million, because all the sport cars bought are under its name. Stocks owned, Hong Kong stocks, valued at 1.1697 billion Hong Kong dollars, 1.221 billion Hong Kong dollars. Shares, 37.224 billion Hong Kong dollars. Sundry items owned by the owner, valued at 455.87 million new Taiwan dollars. Tianlong Real Estate, valued at 50 billion, 5% premium. Current cash, 566.21 million new Taiwan dollars. Total assets, 90.21605 billion. Amount earned, 8.83115 billion. Finally, I'm going to get my reward again. Looking at the properties in front of him, Peter couldn't help but grin. He had grown another centimeter taller, and his business and management skills had also improved a bit. Everything was moving in the right direction. Then he directly asked someone to transfer 1 billion yuan from the A shares and used 300 million yuan of his own money to transfer to the accounts of Lily, Olivia, Sang-wan, Hu Yi, Jenny, Grace, Yuna, Haomei, Shun Sisi, Suya, Sulele, Zhao Minglan, and Zhuomei. Helan didn't call because her account was still under Nie Hui's surveillance, so it was difficult to give her pocket money. So Peter planned to apply for a card of his own and give it to her to spend. Chloe didn't give it to him simply because she thought Chloe would put the money into her company, and then it would be completely wasted. Zhuomei looked at the 100 million and the 1 billion in her name and couldn't help but feel a little amused and helpless. To be honest, Zhuomei was a well-deserved, super-rich woman. Her gallery, The photo studio and the contracts with major luxury goods companies make her worth at least tens of billions, and it is no problem for her to rank in the top 20 in Lomi City. Peter earned this fortune in just one day. Could help Peter by following him. But now, she really never thought that 1 billion in cash could be regarded as a drop in the bucket. I have to say, Peter, this is really crazy.